Family, who understands? I woke up as the vicious mother of 5 future villains after time traveling. As soon as I regained consciousness, my kids disliked me. After finally tidying up the cave and gaining some favor, I went to the tribe to find food and ended up being falsely accused, forced to turn into a cat, and thankfully saved by Qian. When I returned to the cave, I found out my kids thought I abandoned them. This plot is too dramatic. Family, who understands? I just crossed over and haven't even recognized everyone yet. The strongest guy in the tribe, with an 8-pack abs, came up to me and said, "Xingluo, can you be my mate?" I was furious, saying, "Who are you?" Proposing right away. "You're quicker than those cyber judges in my friend's circle." I thought, I've never even ordered this takeout in my life. Sigh, this needs to be explained from the beginning. Let me tell you, my start was hellishly difficult. As soon as I opened my eyes, I felt like I'd been run over by a dump truck multiple times, and the back of my head was sticky and wet. A soft, sweet little voice was calling mother. Before I could react, another explosive child's voice yelled, "She's better off dead." Goodness, I sat up in shock, feeling like I was about to die. In front of me was this broken cave and 2 skinny kids looking like little chicks, completely bewildering me. Then, my head buzzed as if I had just downloaded a 200 gigabytes compressed file, forcefully decompressing a segment of memories that didn't belong to me. It turns out I had time traveled to a place called Beast World. The original owner was also named Jiang Xingluo, a female cat who had been mistreated, couldn't find the father of her children, and ended up giving birth to 5 cubs. Let me tell you, this woman was already mentally unstable after giving birth. She went crazy, using her cubs as punching bags. This time, when she went out to find food, she was killed by a wild boar, and then I came here. Just as I digested this shocking news, I felt a chill on my back. Wait, Qingyuan? Qinglong? Why do those names sound so familiar? My heart sank. Aren't these the villains from a Beast World story I read? The ones who teamed up to turn their own mother into a figurine. So, not only am I an unexpected mother, but I'm also the vicious mother of 5 future villains who are going to take my life. Family, it would be better to be dead. Just as I was despairing, that little girl, named Qingyan, had already rushed out to find a doctor for me. In the cave, only that kid who seemed to want me dead, named Qinglong, was left. He glared at me with suspicion, and on his injured leg, the wound was already festering, looking painful. "What are you looking at? Do you want to break my other leg too?" He yelled at me, and his stomach growled. Sigh, I'm a soft-hearted person. Seeing him like that, I really couldn't bring myself to be harsh. I endured my headache, stood up, and rummaged through the corner of the cave to find a few red fruits, washed them in a stone basin outside, and handed them to him. "Eat, if you're hungry." He was stunned at that moment, looking at me as if he had seen a ghost. It was also understandable according to the original owner's character. If there was food, she would definitely eat it all first, leaving her cubs, who were 4 or 5 years old, to go hunting on their own, and if they couldn't catch anything, they would have to kneel at the door and be scolded. Seeing him not moving, I directly took one and bit into it. Hey, I must say the fruits in the beast world are really sweet, completely organic and pollution-free. I ate 2 to fill my stomach, and Xingyuan also brought the shaman. The shaman, an old lady named Jilin, looked at me like I was garbage, her eyes almost rolling to the sky. It seemed that the original owner's abuse of her cubs was famous in the tribe. She impatiently sprinkled some medicine powder on my head and was about to leave. Wait, I quickly stopped her. "Grandma, can you take a look at my cub's leg?" Qinglong shivered in fear, trying to hide his leg. When Jilin saw the wound, she got angry too. How could such a serious injury be left untreated for so long? What could I say? The original owner's memory told me it was because the family was too poor to even take out a beast hide for medical expenses. I had to harden my resolve and plead with her. "Jilin, Grandma, we don't have any beast hides. Please treat him first, and I will definitely repay you later." Perhaps because of my sincere attitude, Kinglin's eyes turned red. Jilin snorted coldly but still treated Kinglin's injury, then threw me 3 packets of medicine powder, saying I won't charge you for today's beast hide before leaving. After sending off the shaman, I turned around to see the 2 kids in the cave looking at me as if I were some rare species, filled with shock and confusion. I guess they were starving, so I pointed to the remaining red fruits and, mimicking the original owner's fierce demeanor, said, "What are you looking at? Don't you know to bring your sister to eat together?" Only then did the 2 little ones each take one and start gobbling it down. Watching them, and then looking at the damp and messy cave, it was simply unbearable to look at. Kinglin's injured leg in such a corner was bound to get infected. I gritted my teeth and started a major cleanup. First, I lifted the dirty beast hide off the stone bed. The grass underneath was moldy, and the smell was unbearable, almost making me faint. I threw out piece by piece, and Xingyuan ran over, scared, and hugged my leg. "Mother, you can't throw it away. Where will you sleep tonight if you do?" Beside her, Qinglong began his arrogant speech again. "Why do you care about her? Anyway, Her bed won't be given to us. I glared at him. You talk too much, and continued throwing things out. Seeing that I was serious, Qingyuan actually came over to help me. Looking at this well-behaved little girl, I wondered how such a sensible child could gradually turn into a major villain. If I just take good care of them, could I possibly turn him around? All right, let's do this. After tidying up the cave, I noticed Qingluan sweating from the pain and couldn't help but pick him up and move him to a clean spot where he could get some sunlight. At first, this little cub struggled, but once I placed him in the sun, although he didn't say anything, his tense little body clearly relaxed. Suddenly, I heard a ding in my head, and a box popped up in front of me. Congratulations, host. Favorability progress with the villain Qingluan is at 5. You have gained the right to open a space. Space? Before I could react, the world in front of me paused, and in the next second, I found myself back on the farm before I crossed over. Cows and sheep were grazing, chickens and ducks were everywhere, and the rice was ripe. I saw the peachwood comb on my vanity in my little house and instinctively reached for it. Just as I was about to turn and grab a couple of eggs from the chicken coop, everything flashed and I was bounced back to the cave. In my hand, I was still tightly holding the comb. Please continue the favorability task, a mechanical voice said in my head before going silent. Goodness, so raising favorability could actually unlock abilities. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have taken the comb. I should have just snatched a roast chicken. With the new grass I gathered, I quickly wove a thick and soft mat, and when I dragged it into the cave, Qingluan's mouth dropped open as if he could fit an egg in it. Qingyuan's eyes were shining as she hugged my arm and acted cute. Mother, how did you weave this? Can you teach me, please? I stroked her messy, golden hair, glanced at the comb in my hand, and had a thought. I decided to tidy up these two little ones properly. First, I cleaned the cave inside and out, then boiled some water and gave little Qingyuan a thorough wash from head to toe, making her smell delightful. I patiently combed through her tangled hair with the peachwood comb, taking my time. She didn't say a word the whole time, being so well-behaved it made my heart ache. But strangely, even after doing all this, the favorability indicator above Qingyuan's head was still a big fat 0. Instead, when I turned around, I saw Qingluan, who was saying pretending, had his favorability increased by 1. This little brat is such a tsundere, tough on the outside but soft on the inside. The next day, a big silly cheetah, orc named Chi-Chi, brought me a piece of meat and asked if I would be his female. I flat out refused. But before long, the two kids were starving, crying out, and Xiao Qingyuan was shivering from hunger, her lips turning white. Qingluan cried and begged me to go ask the tribe leader for food. I steeled my heart and went. As soon as I arrived at the meat distribution area, I was stopped by Chi-Chi's sister, a female named Hongjin. She immediately accused me of eating her brother's meat and still having the nerve to come for the tribe's share. I was furious and argued with her for a while, and she actually laid hands on me. I was pushed by her, feeling both angry and anxious, and in the next moment, I felt a white flash before my eyes. Why did I get shorter? Looking down, I saw fluffy paws. I had turned into a cat. All the orcs were stunned. It said that female orcs who can transform into beast forms are extremely rare in this beast world. Once Hongjin realized what had happened, she became even more arrogant, pulling out a whip to strike me. I didn't have time to think and dashed up a tree, then jumped on her head and started scratching her. Her beast husband tried to catch me, but was stopped by an even taller male. That was the one named Qiyan. He scooped me, the spiky little cat, into his arms and spoke softly, "All right, be good." Then he told everyone that he had seen Chi-Chi eat the meat himself. With the misunderstanding cleared up, I jumped down from his arms, and once my emotions settled, I transformed back into my human form. Even more fantastically, a shiny white stone appeared in my palm out of nowhere. Ability Crystal. Hongjin's eyes were about to pop out. The way all the orcs looked at me changed. I ignored them, shouldered my share of the meat, and walked home without looking back. As soon as I reached the cave entrance, I heard Qingluan crying inside, saying that I must have abandoned him like I did to his third brother. I walked in with the meat, and he instantly stopped crying, but then cried even harder, clinging to my leg and not letting go. "Why did you come back so late?" I was so scared. I've never comforted a child in my life, so I could only try to pet him. The cat looked at me as I patted its head. Seeing the shivering and starving Qingyuan, I felt anxious. Just then, Qingluan's favorability level had risen to 8. So I quickly slipped into the space, grabbed a lighter, and took some noodles and spices. I stewed the meat in a stone pot and added noodles, and the aroma instantly filled the entire cave. I first fed Qingyuan spoonfuls of hot soup, and her little face quickly regained its color. Qingluan also buried herself in the food, her mouth covered in oil. Once the two little ones were full, I just stepped out of the cave with the bowl when I saw Qiyan standing in the moonlight. He looked at me, remained silent for a long time, and then the scene at the beginning happened. "Xingluo, can you be my partner?" Your little ones need male protection, and I will help you take care of them. I was so annoyed that I interrupted him directly. No way, get lost. Qian looked at my firm attitude and could only leave in disappointment. I took the bowl back to the cave, still complaining in my heart about how direct the males in this beast world were. Just as I sat down, I heard Qing Yuan quietly ask Qing Lan, "Brother, if Uncle Qian really wants to be with Mom, would you agree?" Qing Lan's little brows instantly furrowed, and his voice rose by 8 degrees. "I don't agree. If that guy really gets with our mom and they have a bunch of little ones, we will be packed up and thrown out." Wow, that sense of crisis was simply ingrained in their DNA. As soon as Qing Yuan heard this, her little mouth immediately pouted, and tears started to well up in her eyes. Let me tell you, she was so conflicted inside. One side was the delicious meal she had just eaten, and the other was the fear of being kicked out of the house. Her little brain was almost overloaded like a CPU. As soon as I finished tidying up and entered the house, I saw these two little pitiful ones with expressions as if the sky were about to fall, especially Qing Yuan. Her little eyes looked as if she had been abandoned by the whole world. I hurried over, and she immediately hugged my waist, asking with a sobbing voice, "Mother, can you not look for other beasts for now? After we find Dad, can you have little cubs with someone else?" At that moment, my heart skipped a beat. No way, this beast world is too precocious, right? Such a small child already knows about finding a mate and having offspring. But then I thought, well, they're orcs after all. But I don't have time for that. I'm here just to survive, not to set up a harem. Besides, I've become a mother without any pain, and I've got such a cute little one. What do I need a man for? I quickly touched Qing Yuan's little face to comfort her. "Be good, don't cry. Mother has already rejected that Qian. Mother doesn't want anyone, just wants to raise you all." But guess what? The little girl cried even harder, and I could only hold her and coax her until I fell asleep myself. Early the next morning, I was woken up by a chattering noise outside the door. When I opened my eyes, to my surprise, my two little ones were up even earlier than me. Qing Yuan had already collected the animal skins I washed yesterday, and Qing Lan had even woven 2 small mats out of grass. Just as I was marveling at how my little ones were like little angels, Qing Yuan suddenly looked worried and said to me, "Mother, brother, and the others haven't come back yet. I'm so worried." As soon as she said that, my heart tightened as well. Let me tell you, this is all the fault of that irresponsible original owner. She actually sold the other 3 children, sold them to the neighboring tribe called the Rattlesnakes. She had sold them 7 or 8 times before, but they always managed to run back by themselves. But this time it's different. The Rattlesnake tribe is notorious for being ruthless. The original owner sold her own children into slavery just for an extra 2 pounds of meat. Who understands? This is something a biological mother could do. I looked at Qing Yuan's face, which was about to cry, and without saying a word, I walked outside. "Qing Yuan, wait. Mother will go and bring them back for you." I cursed the original owner 1,000 times in my heart and followed the path from my memories towards the Rattlesnake tribe. Just as I arrived at the place, I heard a loud crack of a whip and immediately saw my eldest son, Qing Yan, being beaten to a pulp. That hideous creature with a snake's head and a human body was still shouting, "Hurry up and work. If you don't work, you won't have any water to drink." My eldest son, Qing Yan, is the pillar of our family. In the past, half of the food at home was brought back by him. Now, he has been beaten to the point where his lips are pale, and he is still pleading, "Stop hitting me. I'll do it. I'll stay here. Can you let my 2 younger brothers go?" As a result, that snake beast man bared his fangs and laughed. "Let them go? You 3 are the beast husbands our female master wants. Don't even think about it." At that moment, I felt like a bolt of lightning struck my forehead. What the hell? Beast husband? My son is still so young. To be a child husband for that disgusting, ugly monster. I suddenly bumped my head against the top of my skull and rushed out, spreading my arms to shield Qing Yan behind me. The snake hissed at me, threatening, "Get lost. This cub is the one you exchanged for us." I grit my teeth and retorted, "Then I'll return your stuff, and you return my baby to me." At that moment, a thought suddenly flashed through my mind. It seems that the original work mentioned that Qing Yan was raised by a female serpent tribe member since childhood and was also forcefully. Damn, could be these guys. I absolutely cannot let my son fall into this trap. Besides, that little empty heart on his head is still waiting for me to fill it up. The serpent beast man, Klo, completely ignored me and was about to bite with its flicking tongue. I don't know where I got the courage, but I reached out and grabbed its vital spot. Qing Yan was so shocked at that moment and shouted at me, "What are you doing, you idiot? Hurry up and go. Where can I go?" With a cold glare, I stared at the struggling crow in my hand. "Where are Qingzhua and Qing Yao? Your 2 little brats are almost dead." He's still being stubborn. With a sudden burst of determination, a white electric current surged from my palm, and the poisonous snake in my hand fainted with a hiss. I was taken aback, wondering what was happening. Did I just become Pikachu? Qingyan was also stunned, staring at me blankly. I didn't have time to explain and directly asked, "Where are your brothers?" He pointed to the cave. "All right." I dragged the dead snake into the cave and shouted at the top of my lungs, "Dylan, get out here." As soon as I entered the cave, I heard a series of, the sounds of the 2025 explosive movement coming from inside. My stomach churned. Good grief. These orcs really don't care about the occasion. I quickly pulled Qingyan in another direction. The cave was quite large, like a one-bedroom apartment. In one of the bedrooms inside, I finally saw Qingzhua and Qingyao, but to my surprise, there was actually a guard next to them. This sly snake is quite cautious. I turned to Qingyan and said, "You run ahead. I'll take care of this. He is injured, and staying would only be a burden." As a result, the stubbornness in this kid kicked in, and he gritted his teeth and shook his head. "I won't leave. You are my mother. I want to stay." As soon as I saw the wound on his leg, I knew he couldn't walk far. I could only say, "All right, if you're staying, don't hold us back." I had just turned around when the serpent beast man opposite me, without saying a word, transformed back into beast form and swung its tail at me. I was completely unprepared and was knocked away in an instant. Upon seeing this, Qingyan fell into despair and shouted at me, "Bad Star Order, get out. We don't need your false kindness. We would rather die here than need your help." I tell you, his words are like a knife, stabbing my heart painfully and making me unable to hold back my tears. But what's most absurd, I looked up and saw that the favorability on Qingyan's head suddenly shot up to 10. What kind of operation is this? Is he trying to PUA me? I wiped my tears, reached out to ruffle his messy hair, and laughed. "You little rascal, still trying to show off to your mom, huh? I said I could bring you back, and I could definitely can." As soon as the words were spoken, the snake lunged forward with its gaping mouth wide open. There's no way around it. I can only brace myself and transform into a beast form. I'm just a weak little cat, and Qingyan is almost in tears looking at me. But just then, that female snake named Dylan came out after finishing her business, and when she saw my cat form, she burst out laughing. "Huh, where did this little cat come from? Keto, don't kill it. I just happen to need a pet." I was so angry that my whole body was filled with white light, and a current struck Kedwa directly, leaving it paralyzed on the spot. Just at that critical moment, Qian actually burst in. He saw me, crackling with electricity, at a glance, and probably understood that my superpower is lightning. I quickly spoke in human language using the cat's mouth. "Qian, help me out, and I'll treat you to a meal when we get back." "Okay." He agreed very decisively. Darlene shouted why. I exchanged 2 leather hides and 2 pounds of meat for this. It's just 2 pieces of animal skin and 2 pounds of meat, right? I'll give it to you tomorrow. I squatted on the ground, my claws firmly pressing down on the 2 fainted male snakes. "No way. Unless you give it to me right now." This female snake is really being unreasonable. I was just about to have a fight with her when Qian stepped forward and said, "Dylan, I'll give you the beast skin and meat." Wow, what a domineering presence. As soon as Dylan saw the first warrior of the War Shadow tribe, she immediately backed down. With the crisis averted, I transformed back into my human form, and Qian turned into a cheetah, letting all 3 cubs sit on his back as he swiftly returned to the tribe. I followed behind, nearly out of breath. Just as we reached the doorstep, Qian started again. "Xingluo, can't you just accept my goodwill? I can protect you and your cubs." I rolled my eyes at that moment. The hostility in my gaze couldn't be hidden. "No need. I have special abilities. I can raise my child myself. No need for a male." Qian was so aggrieved that his eyes turned red after I confronted him, and he walked away looking pitiful. As soon as I turned around, I felt 5 pairs of eyes staring at me like searchlights, especially my eldest son Qingyan, who had finally managed to raise his favorability to 10, but in an instant, it dropped back to 8. What? This thing can still fall off, just because I talked to a guy for a few minutes? What is even more surprising is yet to come. I casually glanced at the other kids, and it turned out that Qingzhua and Qingyao's favorability had increased a bit. But when my gaze landed on Qingzhua, the child silently lowered his head, using his hair to cover the small scar on his face, and then his favorability instantly dropped to 0. Just because I looked at him a moment longer? This child is too emotionally fragile. As a result, a memory flashed through my mind immediately. It was a ridiculous incident involving the original owner. Once, just because Qingzhua ate an extra fruit, she directly smashed a child's face with a stone. Damn, this original owner really hasn't done anything at all. I'm having a headache, as a few little ones are hungry. All right, no matter how big the issue is, I have to fill their stomachs first. I'll start a fire and stew some meat. And I even took out my secret weapon from my storage. Instant noodles and 10 eggs. The fragrance immediately filled the entire cave. Qing Yin was the first to be unable to resist, sneaking out and staring intently at my pot. I held a piece of meat up to his mouth and said, "Try it." He blushed, opened his mouth, and took a bite. His eyes lit up, and the look of satisfaction on his face was simply adorable. As a result, the enticing aroma drew back the recently departed Qi Yin. He looked at us eagerly, and I felt a bit awkward about asking him to leave, so I said, "Why don't you stay and eat with us?" He certainly said yes. I filled a big bowl for him, and Qi Yin was watching from the side with a little look in his eyes, as if guarding against thieves. I guess he was afraid that Qi Yin would eat his portion. His favorability was like a roller coaster, bouncing between 10 and 8. I really had no patience left, so I quickly filled a big bowl for each of the little ones, which finally appeased this group of little hungry wolves. After they were full, a few of the cubs were very sensible, washing the pots and dishes and even fetching water. I took Qing Yuan to look for bamboo nearby. Wanted to weave a basket for her to pick fruits. When Qing Yin saw this, without saying a word, he transformed into a lion and snapped the bamboo in one bite. We also dug up quite a few bamboo shoots. When we got back, I quickly wove a small bamboo basket and made a few larger ones. The cubs were all stunned, and Qing Yuan and Qing Lan followed me to learn, their hands quite skillful. In the evening, I boiled hot water, took out my high-end shampoo, and prepared to give these little mud monkeys a good wash. Qing Yin cooperated very well, setting a good example. But when it was Qing Zhuo's turn, this little guy directly exploded. "I won't wash." His tone was cold and harsh, and he looked at me with a gloomy expression, saying, "Don't think that just because you deceived Big Brother and Qing Yuan, you can deceive me too." I'm really frustrated. Where did this 5-year-old kid get so many tricks? I patiently asked him, "What did I lie to you about? Did I trick you into eating meat? Did you still trick yourself back from the snake's den to suffer?" He didn't listen at all, becoming more and more agitated, and directly overturned a basin of water, transforming into a little lion that rushed into the dark forest. I was anxious at that moment and quickly chased after it, but it was late at night, and I couldn't see anything clearly. I was clearly a cat, so how could I have night blindness? Just as I was feeling anxious, I heard some movement in the bushes not far away. I was delighted and thought it was Qing Zhu, so I quickly called out, "Qing Zhu, is that you? I'm not going to wash your hair anymore. Come out quickly." I followed the sound, and, to my surprise, saw not my son, but a strange light and 2 unfamiliar voices talking. "Big Brother, I didn't expect to encounter a little female in the middle of the night. Let's take her away." I felt a chill in my heart. Oh no, this isn't Qing Zhuo, it's a human trafficker. I turned around and ran. But those 2 orcs were incredibly fast and quickly blocked my way. I desperately tried to gather the electricity within me, but I felt empty inside. The 2 of them got closer and closer, muttering, "So small and thin, I wonder if it can survive." I was so scared that my soul almost left my body, and I ran desperately towards the beach. As a result, those 2 ugly creatures turned out to be 2 huge crocodiles. I accidentally slipped and fell directly into the sea. I'm doomed. This is really bad. Just when those 2 crocodiles opened their huge jaws to grab me, I had a thought. Right, my space. I quickly focused my mind and silently recited, "Open the space." Sure enough, everything around me instantly froze. I thought I would be back in my happy home, filled with supplies in the next second, but unexpectedly, everything went dark, and I suddenly fell into a completely unfamiliar place. I tell you, my butt is soft underneath, and when I open my eyes, good heavens, a big golden-haired lion. The fur is shiny and sleek, looking just like Simba from the animated movie, incredibly handsome. It's that look like the boss is unhappy, staring at me as if I'm a piece of trash that just fell from the sky. I was so scared that my soul almost flew away. I nearly shouted out loud, but managed to hold it back. I quickly rolled off the person and raised my hands in surrender, saying, Big brother, don't be angry, I didn't mean to. I'm leaving. And guess what happened? With a flash of golden light, that big lion transformed right in front of me. A 2-meter-tall, muscular man stood before me. Broad shoulders, narrow waist, long legs, wearing just a little animal skin skirt. And there was a distinctive scar on his bronze skin that exuded a unique masculinity. Family, who understands, the impact of this scene was just too strong. I was starry-eyed when suddenly this guy came up and grabbed my neck without saying a word. That feeling of suffocation hit me instantly. And the only thought in my mind was, no way, sir, just dodged a crocodile and now I've fallen into a lion's den? I struggled desperately, tears almost bursting out. He stared intently into my eyes, and I had no idea what he was thinking. Just when I thought I was done for, he suddenly let go. Then everything went dark again, and with a splash, I found myself back in the cold sea. The two crocodiles were long gone. What was that just now? A VR immersive experience? I was completely stunned at the time, and I couldn't care less about everything else. I hurriedly crawled back to my cave. As soon as I entered, I saw a few pairs of small eyes staring at me eagerly. My second brother, Xingluo, was also there, squatting in the corner like a withdrawn mushroom. I felt so wronged. All the trouble caused by the original owner was being blamed on me. Who could I turn to for justice? I couldn't be bothered with him and quickly called the kids to bed. However, that night, I had nightmares, dreaming of that golden-haired lion king choking me. I was so scared that I broke out in a cold sweat and woke up immediately. My eldest daughter, Qingyuan, was startled awake and looked at me with concern, asking what was wrong. What could I say? I could only make up a random excuse to brush it off. Forget it, I didn't want to think about it anymore. Food was the priority. The growling of my stomach was more real than anything else. I directly pulled out oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, scallions, ginger, and garlic from my fourth-dimensional pocket, from my space, and started stir-frying. I sliced the leftover meat from yesterday and the freshly dug bamboo shoots into strips and tossed them into the stone pot. The aroma immediately wafted out. I was cooking when the youngest one, Qingluo, the one whose leg isn't fully healed yet, hobbled over to me and quietly pleaded on behalf of his second brother, saying he didn't do it on purpose. He also mentioned that when the original owner sold them, it was always the second brother who found a way to bring them back. I felt a pang in my heart. Goodness, the original owner's mother is truly heart-wrenching to hear about. Just as I was about to comfort him with a few words and pat his head, Qingyuan came back crying, gasping for breath as she shouted, "Mother, mother, brother has been beaten." I was suddenly filled with anger. Holding Qingyuan, I rushed over. Goodness, all my kids had handprint marks on their faces. A woman named Hongying, with her hands on her hips and her husband beside her, was pointing at my kids and scolding them, saying they stole fruit from her family. I let go of Qingyuan and walked up to my son Xingluo. Seeing the blood at the corner of his mouth broke my heart. Then I looked at that shrew across from me, and without a second thought, I slapped her hard across the face. She was stunned and screamed for her husband to hit me. Her beastly husband tried to come at me, but I easily pushed him aside with my arm. My strength now is no joke. I let out a cold laugh, looking at Qingzhu, and told her to explain to my mother what was going on. Qingzhu's eyes were red, but she still mustered the courage to say they can't find their own fruit. And seeing how much we have in our basket, they insist we stole it. That shrew wouldn't give up. So I walked around that area and found a pile of freshly eaten fruit pits just a few meters away in grass. I pointed directly at that pile of trash and asked, "What is this? Did your kid finish it and blame my child?" As a result, all of their brats pointed at the smallest one among them. Goodness, trying to shift the blame. Huh? I went over and gave each of them a couple of slaps, not letting any of them escape, not even that little one. Apologize. Apologize to my child. I roared like a protective mother tiger. Those little brats were scared to tears, crying and apologizing to my child. But Hongying was still unconvinced and lunged at me like a big meatball. I kicked her and sent her flying 2 meters, and she still wanted to play victim? It was like a scam that hit a steel plate. Seeing the little ones looking at me with admiration, my approval rating shot up in my mind, and I felt great. Time to go home for dinner. Watching the kids gobble down their food, my heart felt warm. I casually asked if they knew anything about wheat or rice, thinking about getting into agriculture. We couldn't just hunt every day. To my surprise, my eldest son, Qingyan, said, "Aren't those just weeds? We play with them." Wow, what a breeze. But when I mentioned anything about Fury City, I remembered that in the original story, the Eagle Clan male protagonist, Kanglin, was actually scammed by my daughter, Qingyuan, stealing the real protagonist achievements. No way. I had to think of a way to ensure my good daughter didn't follow the path of a wicked female supporting character. Just as I was thinking about it, that guy Qiyin came to find me to go hunting. The kids were all teary-eyed, afraid I wouldn't come back. I patted my chest and reassured them, "Don't worry, your mother is a woman with special abilities." But when I got to the gathering point, that old coot of a clan leader, Yanlin, immediately started berating me, saying, "What is a woman like you doing hunting? Either find a man to marry, or I'll throw you into the female cave." I'm telling you, this female cave is simply a hell on earth. It's where women who are infertile or without husbands are kept together. And any man from the tribe can just give something and go in freely. You know what I mean? Damn, these primitive people are too wild. I was furious at that moment. I have a husband. He is the biological father of my children. I don't need you all to meddle. When that old man saw that I dared to retort, he immediately called for someone to catch me. I instantly transformed into a little kitten, my whole body crackling with electricity, and with a zap, I electrified the area, then I ran away. I couldn't stay in this terrible place for even a second. I desperately ran home. I had to take my kids with me. I rushed into the cave. Kids, it's an emergency. We need to run. Taking advantage of their distraction, I quickly opened the space again, and the entire cave was instantly emptied by me, just like plucking feathers from a goose. As soon as we exited the cave, those cheetah men caught up. I thought to myself, it's over. How can I outrun them with 5 little ones? Just at that critical moment, a red shadow flashed by. It was Chihua. He transformed directly into his cheetah form and said, "Come on, I'll take you." Family, although I didn't want to get into any emotional entanglements. At this moment, he was simply my savior. Without a second thought, I scooped up a few of the little ones and jumped on. Chihuahua's speed was incredible. In no time, he had shaken off our pursuers. He asked me where I wanted to go. Where do I want to go? How would I know where to go? Let me tell you, I'm just an illegal resident from another world. I can't even tell east from west. I was wondering at the time, could this guy be trying to take advantage of me and lead me to some hidden corner? But it turned out he was a real-life lay foam, directly saying he wanted to take me to the southern Jiang tribe, where there are gentle elk beastmen suitable for someone like me who has a child. All right then, let's go. Along the way, Chien was truly impressive, running at full speed the entire time. I estimate that if we were back home, even the high-speed train would have to give way. What was originally a journey of 10 days to half a month was completed in just 7 days. Along the way, I also casually harvested quite a bit of wheat by the roadside. Hey, so now I have seeds. With just 1 day left to arrive, I was a bit nervous, fearing that the beastmen in this new place might be just like those muscle-headed folks from the Jiang tribe. While I was munching on some freshly picked wild fruit, sweet and sour with juice bursting out, I suddenly heard rustling in the grass. My curiosity got the better of me, and I went over to take a look. Wow. A rabbit. The key was this rabbit had something on its head. Bling bling. I tell you, my DNA instantly reacted. There was only one voice in my head. Catch it. Eat it. That crystal is a good thing. Your body needs it. My pupils dilated in an instant. The rabbit was also clever. Sensing the killing intent, it jumped and tried to run. No way. I took a quick step forward, caught up in 2 steps, grabbed it, and then with a snap, I directly knocked that small white crystal off its head. I placed the crystal in the palm of my hand, and wow. The feeling was just like plugging in a phone for fast charging. A surge of energy instantly rushed in my body, and my energy was fully replenished. Even my lips regained their color. I casually tossed the rabbit carcass in front of Qing Yin and said, "Here, clean this up. Tonight, I'll have mother roast rabbit meat for you." My little ones are really capable. In no time at all, they skinned a whole rabbit. I just mentioned that the skin should be made into a little skirt for Qing Yuan, and Qing Yao immediately took it and got to work. It's simply worry-free. I just remembered that all the beasts in this world have beast crystals. In the original story, the female protagonist, Bai Ling, couldn't cultivate anything herself and relied entirely on her beast husbands, who were all big shots. These crystals are also graded from low to high: white, red, orange, yellow, green, blue, cyan, and purple. My white one is just a beginner's experience version. But what's impressive is that my crystal is accompanied by crackling lightning effects. My daughter Qing Yuan curiously leaned over and touched it. Those little lightning bolts were quite playful, wrapping around her and making her feel all tingly and comfortable as she exclaimed how good it felt. Just then, with the light from the crystal, I suddenly noticed that there was a layer of dark energy surrounding the hollow above my daughter's head. When illuminated by my lightning crystal, that dark energy dissipated a little. I was stunned at that moment. Who in the family understands this? This script is wrong. This child's fate definitely has issues. Qing Yuan was still hugging my leg, her voice sweet and innocent as she said, "Mother, I also want a crystal." I patted her head, feeling troubled inside. This path is hard to walk, but as a mother, I must help her. When Qian returned from hunting, our rabbit meat was almost ready to be roasted. He saw the rabbit and his eyes widened, asking if I caught it. I casually tore off a piece of meat and handed it to him. "Yes, want to try? That aroma, who can resist it?" He finished it in a few bites and then silently went to deal with the 2 chickens he had brought back. This guy was probably thinking, those fools from the Shadow Clan, they let go of such a treasure like me who can use fire, hunt, and cook. They must be blind. I don't have time to care about what he's thinking. I'm just worried about Qinglan's leg and hope the new tribe has a shaman. That little brat Qinglan looks so embarrassed, probably thinking something like, "Please don't let such a good mother go crazy again." This little guy is now looking at Qian differently, even taking the chicken leg that Qian handed him. As I watched his little eyes darting back and forth between us, I knew he was imagining some kind of CEO romance again. I slapped him on the back of his head and warned him with my eyes, "Put away those bold thoughts." The next day at noon, we arrived at the Jiang tribe. I tell you, this place is completely different. They don't live in caves. They live in thatched houses. And there are tables and chairs. It's like they've jumped straight from a Stone Age to, the Advanced Stone Age. The orcs here look very calm. And as soon as Qian arrived, everyone greeted him enthusiastically. In the center of the tribe, there was a small 2-story wooden building. Although the stairs were just a simple rope ladder, it was already impressive. Qian took us directly to meet the tribe leader, Jiao. To my surprise, the leader said, "Qian, Zhou is pregnant." As soon as he finished speaking, a small female orc with a big belly walked over, and Qian rushed over excitedly, calling Zhou. It turns out that his sister was almost sent to the female cave years ago because she was tested to have low fertility, and it was he who pleaded with the leader of the Jiao tribe to arrange a marriage for her to keep her safe. He came this time to see his sister and bring back good news to her father. Leader Jiao is really nice. When he heard I wanted to stay, he agreed without hesitation, saying they don't have any female caves here, seeing that I had my family with me. He waved his hand and gave us an empty wooden house. Who understands family matters? This is exactly my dream house. Even better, I found a large piece of land behind the wooden house filled with wheat that no one wanted. I popped the champagne right there. I was happily planning my farming business when suddenly there was a commotion outside. "Quick, find a shaman May. Zhou is about to give birth." Wow, this tribe really has a shaman. I quickly took out stone pots and other things from my space, settled the little ones, and ran to see the excitement. On the way, I met a young lady moose named Shueli, who was very innocent and was carrying a basket of bird eggs to help Zhou recover her strength. When we arrived, Qian was outside anxiously like an ant on a hot stove, while inside, Zhou was crying heartily. By evening, we finally heard a loud baby cry. It was a healthy cheetah cub. When we went to visit, I was completely taken aback. That Miss Shueli was about to feed Zhou, who had just given birth, raw eggs. Oh my gosh, this food is too organic. The two of them innocently told me, "We have no fire source." I blurted out, "I have fire." Qian came in to confirm, saying that not only could I use fire, but I also had a special ability with crystal stones. At that moment, the entire tribe erupted. The way they looked at me instantly changed from a foreign female with a child to a holy maiden sent by the beast god. All because I cooked an egg on the temporary stove set up by the tribe leader using a lighter, which of course, they didn't know. The next second outside, a crowd knelt down, shouting "Goddess." My family, this outrageous fortune was just unbelievable. I quickly said I wasn't a goddess, to someone with some outdoor survival skills and could teach them how to make fire, but first, I needed to find something called flint. Tribe leader Jiao immediately declared that I would henceforth be the goddess of the Jiao tribe, and whatever I said would go, and they'd give me whatever I wanted. In the following days, Qian stayed behind, saying he wanted to learn how to make fire from me. The tribe leader was even more supportive, directly sending over a large piece of meat, along with a bunch of tomatoes, eggplants, and bell peppers. My goodness, being a goddess was too delightful. The next day, the tribe leader sent a few strong males to accompany Qian and me to the river to look for flint. As we were searching separately, a handsome guy suddenly popped out of the river. With red hair, 8-pack abs, skin as white as a reflector, and a sunny, handsome face. He was like walking dopamine. But as soon as he opened his mouth, he scolded us. "You bunch of deer." We agreed to fetch water in the morning. "So what are you making noise about now?" I told you when I smelled that fishy scent on him, my cat DNA started attacking me again. I let out a howl and transformed back, my mind filled with thoughts of braised fish, steamed fish, and sauerkraut fish. The scene was just like Tom chasing Jerry. But with Jerry having an 8-pack, that fish guy was being chased by me, a cat, running around in a panic, scared out of his wits. Qian quickly stopped me, and only then did I transform back into my human form. When that fish guy saw I was a little female, his anger vanished instantly. He stammered a couple of questions and then plopped back into the river and ran away. I tell you, seeing the fish I was about to catch just swim away made my heart bleed. Finding flint went smoothly. I demonstrated how to create fire by friction on the spot and taught them how to make fire with a bow drill. The orcs watched with wide eyes, as if they had discovered a new continent, happily taking a pile of flint back with them. I thought this matter would just pass, but unexpectedly, in the middle of the night, Qian returned, covered in blood, throwing down 2 gigantic beast corpses and 2 red beast crystals. He handed me the beast crystals, but I refused, telling him he needed them more for his own cultivation. As a result, this guy suddenly got fired up, knelt down on one knee, his gaze resolute, and swore to the air, "I, Qian, Swear to the beast god to become the guardian beast of Xingluo. I was stunned at the time, dude. Are you serious? A white lightning mark suddenly appeared on his wrist. Fortunately, he explained that this wasn't a form of bond with me. It was just a one-sided loyalty buff. He just wanted to protect me. And then he ran off like the wind, saying he needed to go back to the tribe to explain. I looked at the 2 chunks of red crystal on the ground, smelling much better than the fish from the day. Forget it, I'll keep the meat. The crystals have to be collected by myself to feel accomplished. Early the next morning, my kids had already prepared the water and brought back the vegetables. I dragged the huge boar beast out from my space, ready to get to work. Shueli also came over to watch, curiously asking me what that stone pot was. As I explained to her, I was pondering that just having a stone pot wasn't enough. The heat conduction was too slow. If only I had an iron pot. Iron smelting. I remember there seems to be a library in my space. I just don't know if smelting iron or is easy or not. Let me tell you, regarding iron smelting, I definitely need to dig into my space library later. After all, this stone pot is thick and heavy, and the firewood used to cook a meal is just excessive, not eco-friendly at all. That girl Shuei Li was looking all curious, pointing at the stone pot and asking me, Sister Xingluo, what is this big stone called? Did you name it? I thought to myself, wow, in this era of eating raw meat and drinking blood, there isn't even a pot. All right, if I say I made it, then I made it. Yes, this thing is called a pot, used for cooking food. As soon as Waterly heard this, her eyes lit up and she started circling around the pot, sniffing the aroma of the meat. Her little expression was so eager that it was as if she wanted to write the words, I want to mooch a meal on her face. Family, who understands? It was that kind of look where she wanted to eat, but was too shy to say anything, simply adorable to the point of breaking the rules. I couldn't help but smile and said, since you're here, let's eat together. She was instantly overjoyed, and after the meal, she was particularly eager. When she saw me braiding Qing Yuan's hair, struggling like it was a knot, she quickly took over and, in no time, had braided a beautiful little braid. As soon as I saw her, I thought this girl is really skilled. The opportunity has come. I immediately pitched my entrepreneurial plan to her. Shueli, you're so amazing. How about I teach you to weave baskets? We can sell them at the market and exchange them for beast crystals. I told you, the ability inside me is like a nearly full power bank, overflowing with energy every day with nowhere to use it. If I don't find some beast crystals to upgrade soon, I feel like I'm going to explode. When Shueli heard about making money, her eyes lit up, and she immediately decided, Sister, teach me. Let's go together. Once we made the decision, I quickly took Shuei Li and a few kids out to gather materials. This place lacks everything except trees, so finding a bamboo forest is a piece of cake. Wow, the bamboo here is as tall and strong as Optimus Prime. And bamboo shoots are everywhere. My kids really treat me like their real mom now, each of them bursting with a desire to perform. Qingyan and Qingzhua are in one group, while Qingyao and Qinglan are in another. With a glare at each other, they secretly start competing. Not long after, with 2 loud crashes, 2 towering bamboos fell down. Shueli stood by with her mouth agape, big enough to fit an egg. Probably seeing such fierce kids for the first time, she was thinking of going back to call her brother for help. But Qingyan puffed out his little chest and said, No need, Sister Shueli, we could do it ourselves. I patted Shuei Li's shoulder with a nonchalant expression, having long since gotten used to it. These kids are all about brute strength. On the way back, I asked them to dig up some bamboo shoots. Shuei Li was confused again, saying that these things are tough, and only the pandas on Minyuan Mountain eat them. My ears perked up immediately. Wait a minute. What did you say about orcs? Pandas. National treasures. In my original world, national treasures are actually a tribe here. Shuei Li even said that the panda chief is really nice, called Ming Bao, and he never discriminates against weaker orcs. I thought to myself, no wonder they're national treasures. Their character is just that good. When I got home, the little ones were arguing again about who worked more and who worked less. Qing Yuan, this little cotton-padded jacket, couldn't stand it and frowned at Qing Lan, saying, Fourth brother, if you go dig bamboo shoots too, Mother will have to weave another basket, and her hands will hurt. As soon as Qing Lan heard this, he immediately stopped arguing and obediently stayed to help his sister weave things. I listened to them whispering, and Qing Lan quietly asked Qing Yuan, Do you think Bad Star Luo will only reward Big Brother and the others later, and I won't get anything? I heard everything clearly and almost laughed out loud. This little brat even calls me Bad Star Luo. I walked over and ruffled his messy little curls, deliberately putting on a serious face, and said, You're all you Mother S cubs. Everyone has a share. If you keep thinking nonsense, the reward will be gone. He immediately blushed, and his favorability rating shot up to 17. I casually picked up a wooden comb to style his hair, and as he lowered his eyes, That little face of his, those brows and eyes, the more I looked, the more he resembled that lion beast man who almost choked me to death before. My comb fell to the floor with a snap. No, I must have seen it wrong. They are all lions, so it's normal for them to look alike. What the heck? They look too similar. Looking at Xingyuan again, she has two little dimples when she smiles, which looks even more like me. I quickly shook off this terrifying thought. I must be overthinking it. In the evening, I stir-fried a big pot of meat with freshly dug bamboo shoots, and it smelled so good that Shuili wouldn't let go of her bowl, praising my pot as a magical tool. After eating and drinking to our fill, once the kids were asleep, I quickly slipped into the space. Let me tell you, my grandfather's library is simply a treasure. I searched for a long time and finally found a method for processing wheat. To my surprise, the fastest way is to smash it with a stone. All right, it's the primitive society. Why bother with a bicycle? After going back and forth in and out of space twice, I woke up the next day with dark circles under my eyes. I forced myself to get up and directed the kids to harvest that patch of wild wheat. I even specifically asked the clan leader if anyone wanted it, and the leader disdainfully said that it was prickly and even dogs wouldn't eat it. Great, it's all mine. We were working hard when Shuili brought a young guy who admired her to help. Suddenly, Qingyan let out a loud cry, saying he felt very uncomfortable. I turned around and saw his face was flushed, his pupils were glowing red, and his whole body was as hot as a little furnace. At that moment, my heart skipped a beat and my mind went blank. I didn't care about anything else, threw down the wheat, picked him up, and ran home. I was running so fast that one of my straw sandals fell off, and I accidentally tripped and fell hard, scraping my knee. The voices of the little ones were trembling. Mother, don't worry, big brother is strong, he's fine. I just realized that I've long regarded them as my own children. Qingyan was humming on my back, saying, Mom, my palm hurts so much. It hurt him so badly that he couldn't even maintain his human form and directly transformed back into his little lion form, not daring to touch the ground with his paws. Just as I was about to go crazy with worry, Shuili arrived with the shaman Huayan. As soon as Huayan saw the situation, she took out 2 white beast crystals and pressed them against Qingyan's paw pads without saying a word. The crystals were instantly absorbed, and then, surprisingly, a glowing ability crystal formed above his paw. The air around us was swirling. Divine Girl, it's an ability. Huayan's voice changed with excitement. Your son has awakened his ability. Wind ability. The heat from Qingyan subsided, and he transformed back into his human form. But those features, that nose, those deep-set eyes. I tell you, he looks even more like me now. It's as if he was carved from the same mold. Whose cheese did this DNA move? My mind instantly exploded. That dog, that Leo guy bullied the original owner, just patted his butt and left. And when he saw me that night, he pretended not to know me. Fine, just wait. The next time I see you, I will definitely pretend not to know you too. Huayan was still excited. Goddess, your little ones should all be able to awaken their abilities. And Qingyuan is the same. She said that only the Zhuke clan and the Snake Tribe's saints have this kind of talent. I thought, wow, isn't this just the chosen one? I just settled down here, but on the other side, things are not going well for the War Shadow tribe. Before he even entered the tribe, he was blocked by that female, Hong Xiao. That woman acted like she had gone crazy, kicking Qingyan in the face and yelling at him, asking where I had gone, claiming that I could give birth to many offspring with special abilities. I'm telling you, the comparison is simply brutal. I treat my child like a treasure, while she treats her son like a tool. She even hung his father up and beat him until he was covered in blood, just to force Qingyan to bring me back. Qingyan looked at his injured father. His eyes were red with anger. I have no idea about that. Right now, my mind is filled with how to get beast crystals. Qingyan has just awakened, and his appetite is frightening, like a bottomless pit. I need to take him hunting to get some beast crystals to supplement him. When Shuili heard I was going hunting, she turned pale with fear and kept advising me against it. I said it's fine. I have lightning abilities, so what is there to be afraid of? Qingzhu, the little guy who usually stays quiet, surprisingly called me Mom timidly and said he wanted to come along too. The other kids also chimed in to support him. When I saw his favorability rating had reached 10, I thought, great, let us bring him along. It's a good opportunity to boost favorability. So, I transformed into a cat and took the 2 little cubs who had turned into small lions into the forest. As soon as it got dark, wow, a swarm of bats came rushing at us like a cloud, each one shining with light on its head. These things actually have beast crystals, but they are so disgusting. While I was discharging the corona several times, I urged Qingyan to quickly use his newly learned superpower. As a result, this kid, on his first try, went all out and created a tornado. Let me tell you, the wind was so strong that it almost swept me and the tree up into the sky. But the effect was really good. The bats were dropping like dumplings. The three of us quickly scavenged, and our haul was simply amazing. 10 orange crystals, 20 red crystals, and 30 white crystals. I tried to absorb a red crystal. The power was pure and surging, exhilarating. I then impulsively tried an orange crystal, and ended up vomiting. It felt like eating a pound of lard. It made me nauseous. It seems my level isn't high enough to take on stronger foes. Qingyan is impressive, having swallowed 3 red crystals in a row before reaching his limit. After cleaning up the battlefield, I bumped my head into a tree, and a green round ball fell down and hit me on the head. Just as I was about to curse, the ball cracked open, revealing the kernel inside. Isn't this a walnut? I looked up and saw that the whole tree was covered. I struck it rich. I immediately transformed into a little monkey, climbed up the tree, and shook it vigorously, while the 2 kids below were happily collecting. After a busy night, the 3 of us found a spot at the base of a tree and fell asleep. Just as I fell asleep, I felt like I was on a free-fall ride, dropping down continuously. I was terrified, thinking I was doomed. Then, with a thud, I landed on something warm and hard. As soon as I opened my eyes, I was met with a pair of calm brown eyes. It's that Leo man again. I dreamed about him again. I am lying on top of him, and all I can feel under my hands is solid muscle. That waist, cough, it really feels good. His deep voice sounds above my head. Have you had enough touching? I shivered and instantly flared up, recalling how he almost choked me last time. I was so scared that I curled up like a little cat and bared my teeth at him, saying, "Bad guy." He seemed taken aback for a moment, then smirked and reached out to grab the soft flesh at the back of my neck. Let me tell you, that feeling was excruciating. I scrambled with all 4 paws in front of him, shouting, "Let go of me, silly lion, let go of me." He lifted me onto his stone bed and even tried to pet my belly. I froze, unable to maintain my beast form, and with a thud, I transformed back into my human form. Unfortunately, his hand landed right on my chest. My face turned red with just a brush. I pushed his hand away and jumped off the bed, ready to run. "What's your name?" he asked from behind. I cursed without looking back. "What's it to you?" I gathered all my powers and turned around to strike him with a bolt of lightning. He was caught off guard and became numb all over from his shock. But he wouldn't let go, holding on to me tightly. Just when I was about to be drained of my strength, I suddenly heard Qingyan's voice by my ear. "Mother, where are you? It's my child. My child is looking for me. I want to go back." As this thought arose, I suddenly found my hand free from his grip, and the lion man in front of me vanished in an instant. I hadn't reacted yet when I heard my son screaming over there, "Mother, save me." Goodness. It was Qingzhuo's voice, and my heart instantly jumped to my throat. I quickly ran towards the source of the sound. My other child, Qingyan, also came over, sniffing with his little nose and saying, "Mother, it seems like my brother has fallen into a pit." We followed the scent and found, sure enough, that poor Qingzhu was floundering in a big pit. I quickly found a vine and threw it down, just as Qingzhu was grabbing the vine to climb up. Let me tell you, something ridiculous happened. Both Qingyan and I were suddenly shoved hard from behind, and with a splash, well, the whole family ended up falling into the pit. This pit was deep and wide, and when we looked up, we saw a man and a woman standing at the edge. The woman had silver hair that shone in the moonlight like she was wearing a light bulb on her head, and she was giggling there. She squeaked. Songling looked quickly. "We've caught some prey." I rolled my eyes to the sky at that moment. "Prey? Your whole family is prey. Songling? Ling Shuang?" My mind buzzed. Isn't that the original female lead and her devoted guard from a book? Does anyone understand, my friends? The kind-hearted, innocent, beloved little flower described in the book turns out to be a scheming little green tea in reality. This operation is too abstract. Do all the females of the snake clan have some kind of serious illness? From Dai Lin to this Ling Shuang, none of them are normal. I feel so frustrated. Thinking about the plot in the book, Ling Shuang forced Qingzhuo to become her beast servant to take revenge on my daughter Qingyuan, breaking apart Qingzhuo and his beloved partner. Looking at that innocent face above, I really want to spray her with a mouthful of salt soda. "We are not prey," I said coldly. "Qingyan, unleash your power and take us up." My son is quite impressive, with a wave of his little hand. A gust of wind steadily carried the 3 of us away. When Ling Shuang saw that we actually had special abilities, her face turned green. I grabbed my 2 sons. Wanted to leave. There was no way I was letting this plague, God, stick to us. But guess what happened? She actually came after us again. "Sister, don't go. We're lost. Please take us with you." The big guy next to her, named Song Ling, even tried to pull her back, claiming he knew the way. Meanwhile, Ling Shuang was calling him Brother Song Ling while her eyes were darting towards my son. Alarm bells went off in my head. Goodness. She is only 8 or 9 years old, and already looking for a future beast husband. And she even had her sights set on my son? No way. My son Qingyan is even tougher than me. And he directly fired back. Can't you see my mom doesn't want to talk to you? How shameless can you be? Oh wow, I was shocked at that moment. Who taught him those words? But then I thought, no wonder he asked my son. A future big villain in the making. That was a good insult. Ling Shuang still wanted to play the victim. And that Song Ling was so furious, he was jumping up and down, pointing at my son and demanding an apology. Apologize for what? I grabbed both kids and ran faster than a rabbit, leaving those two psychos far behind. I initially wanted to stay in the forest for another day to gather some beast crystals, but now that I saw that woman, I didn't want to stay even a second longer. We rushed home. I transformed back into my beast form and had my two sons carry me as we sprinted. By the time we got back to the cave, it was pitch dark and the three of us were starving. I pulled out my secret weapon from my fourth-dimensional pocket, instant noodles, with eggs and meat added, plus 2 slices of my top-grade ham that I had hidden away. It was a carb bomb so delicious that all the kids sleeping in the house were drawn out. My daughter, Qingyin, sleepily hugged me and said softly, "Mother, if you don't come back soon, that cold feeling on me will return again." I felt my heart break when I heard that they had been eating the vegetarian pancakes made by Shui Li for the past few days. A few meat-loving orc cubs were almost malnourished. I quickly invited them to eat together, and seeing them all with round bellies, swaying with sleepiness, I finally felt that this trip wasn't in vain. The next day, I divided half of the beast crystals I had obtained and gave them to the clan leader, asking him to use them for the 2 males with special abilities in the tribe. As a result, when the clan leader called them over, I was completely taken aback. One of them was so flashy, with bright red hair and dimples when he smiled. Family members. That was none other than the koi I wanted to stew for soup before, Chong's son. I tell you, my cat's DNA instantly activated. That S not fish. That S walking sauerkraut fish, boiled fish, and chopped chili fish head. That burst of freshness kept drilling into my nose, making me restless and almost unable to control myself from pouncing and taking a bite. No, I have to leave. If I stay any longer, something will happen. I turned and ran, but that fish absorbed the beast crystal, its abilities skyrocketed, and it swaggered after me on 2 legs. As soon as it caught up, it flirted and said, "Xingluo, I know you specially brought me the beast crystal. Are you trying to become my partner? Thank you so much. Who wants to partner with you? I just want to give you a scale." I ignored him, and he started showing off his skills in front of me, directly summoning a rain. I looked at the rain in the sky and thought, well, this fish is a bit narcissistic, but it seems somewhat useful, so I'll keep it for now. It might be able to serve as a mobile watering truck or emergency rations in the future. I had just shaken him off when I caught a strong whiff of blood. Turning around, I was shocked to see that fish supporting a bloodied male coming over. I recognized that blonde guy. It was Qingyan, my cheetah guardian beast. How'd he end up like this? Qingyan, panting heavily, told me that, to put it simply, his bizarre shadow war tribe had actually taken his adoptive father hostage to force him to bring me back. He wanted to rescue him, but ended up getting caught in a trap set by his own mother, who tied him up and beat him half to death. As soon as I heard the fire, I got furious. What a bizarre tribe this is. There's only 3 days left, or else his adoptive father won't survive. Shui Li called him the best doctor in the tribe, Huayan, and the wood ability user, Sun Ran. Sun Ran absorbed the beast crystal I provided, and now his healing ability is off the charts. He quickly healed all of Qi Yan's external injuries. But then another problem arose. After being beaten, Qi Yan unexpectedly found himself in a fortunate situation, as his abilities were about to advance. He's now stuck at a bottleneck, sweating profusely and looking like he can't hold on much longer. Hua Yin said he needs an orange beast crystal to help him break through. I'm so heartbroken. That was the orange beast crystal I saved for myself. But human lives are at stake, so forget it. Let's consider it an investment. I have to be strong. Gritting my teeth, I took out the crystal, and like a vacuum cleaner, half of the energy was gone in an instant. Then the crystal in my palm directly changed from yellow to green. Even that fish was shocked, saying that an orc with a green crystal could walk sideways back to the tribe. This kid, Qingyan, is quite kind. He said we shouldn't harm innocent orcs. But to hell with that, those people want to send me to the female cave to be a breeding machine. Every single one of them is guilty. I will speak directly. Qingyan, if they dare to have any ulterior motives again, don't blame me for destroying their tribe. There's no time to waste, we set off immediately. Me, Qingyan, plus that fish named Sun who insists on following. After Qingyan advanced, his speed is simply ridiculous. I was almost thrown off in beast form the whole time. In just one day, we arrived near the Jiang tribe. We originally wanted to play stealth and sneak the person out. Just as we reached the spot, we heard a rustling sound behind us. I turned around and saw a rattlesnake thicker than my waist coiled around a tree, grinning at me with bared fangs, its laughter reminiscent of a horror movie. Qing Yin directly summoned a strong wind that blew it and the branch away. But the commotion was too loud. We were instantly surrounded. A mass of cheetah beastmen, with the old chieftain Yin Lin leading them, appeared. When he saw me, he smiled with a face full of wrinkles and said something about giving tonight's opportunity to Qi Yin. I spat. I charged up like a bolt of lightning, directly electrocuting him until he was charred outside and tender inside, twitching all over. Qihua looked at me with a complicated expression, and I shouted at him, "If you can't protect me, stay away from me." He immediately knelt down and yelled, "Mistress, I will always follow your orders." What guy? When he yelled that, a female named Yin Mei in the crowd immediately lost her composure and pulled out a whip to swing at me. After a while, it turned out to be Chihua's romantic entanglement. I watched the two of them pulling and tugging like they were in a soap opera, and I gave my son a look. While they're acting, let's unleash a big move. A massive lightning ball formed in my hand, and with the support of the clear wind, I threw it out. In an instant, the entire venue fell silent. Apart from us, all the orcs collapsed with smoke coming from their hair and foam at their mouths. The scene was quite spectacular. We rushed into the cave where his adoptive father was held, only to find the biological mother of Qi Yin there as well. When the woman saw us, instead of being surprised, she was overjoyed and urged Qi Yin to hurry up and let me give her a grandchild with special abilities. Qi Yin was so angry that he grabbed her by the neck, but she just kept laughing, saying that she had already poisoned his adoptive father. And if we dare to leave, we should be prepared to collect his corpse. I was completely stunned. This is just insane. It's simply toxic. What's even more outrageous is that the adoptive father who was beaten half to death was still there trying to persuade Qi Yin. Don't do this. Your mother has a heart too. Come on, wake up. You're about to be killed. I couldn't be bothered with their nonsense and just waited at the cave entrance with Qin Yin. As a result, good grief, that rattlesnake from before came back with a whole male snake gang. Dozens of them. And let me tell you, the look in their eyes was not one of curiosity. They were here to snatch people. Without saying a word, I dragged Qin Yin into the cave. The group of snakes outside instantly transformed into people, and wow, it was a sea of dark figures, each one with eyes glowing green, as if they hadn't seen a female in 800 years. I quickly shouted into the cave, "Qi Yin, your fellow townsfolk have come to visit. From the rattlesnake brand." I have to tell you, at that moment, I felt that Qi Yin was completely tense. He knew who these guys were targeting, and all the capable males in the tribe had come out with him. If they were to be ambushed, wouldn't all the females back home be doomed? As a result, before he even made a move, his quirky mother, named Hong Xiu, exploded first. As soon as she saw the protective beast mark on Qi Yin, she went crazy and pointed her finger at his nose, shouting, "Qi Yin, you useless piece of trash. Our tribe's unique ability, and you're actually being a dog for such a woman? Why didn't I strangle you back then? Just like your deadbeat father, you're all useless." I was instantly furious. You can scold your son, but how dare you involve me? Without saying a word, I went up and slapped her hard across the face. Family members who understands. That crisp sound in that moment was simply exhilarating. That old woman was stunned by my slap, covering her face and not daring to say another word. Even I was intimidated by my own aura. Just then outside, a fight had already broken out. The speed of Qi Yin was truly impressive. It rushed out and with a swipe of its claws, several unfortunate snakes, trying to ambush Yin Mei, instantly turned into mush. Yin Mei was so scared her face turned white, scrambling backward. A few snakes also slithered into the cave, causing Hong Xiu to scream in fright and desperately hide behind her loyal beast husband, Yin Ming. I thought to myself, let's lock these two down and prevent them from causing trouble for Qi Yin. A few snakes came charging towards me, and I raised my hand to unleash a few bolts of lightning, instantly frying them to a crisp. But the trouble was, a few tough ones actually transformed into human form and pulled out ability crystals. All were red crystals. My heart sank. I'd already used up most of my energy, and the crystals hadn't upgraded yet. How was I supposed to fight? Just then, a voice came from behind the snake swarm. "Step aside." I looked up and saw a strong man over 2 meters tall with a single eye walking out, exuding an incredible aura. As soon as he appeared, that group of rattlesnakes instantly fell silent like chickens when they see the homeroom teacher. His single eye fixed on me, and he said, "Little female, let me be your beast husband, okay?" I almost threw up at that moment. Who are you, dude? Coming up and asking to mate right away? I shook my head in disgust. This guy saw my unhappy expression and actually laughed, Then his palm buzzed and lit up. What the hell? A blue crystal that looked like a deep-sea gem. Blue crystal. Now I'm really in trouble. His rank completely crushes mine. My red crystal looks like a toy in front of him. My heart sank. Am I really going to meet my end here today? But you know me, I'm stubborn. I shouted back, no way. Get lost. Take your disgusting bugs with you. That Cyclops, named Lin, right? He didn't get angry at my insults. Instead, he laughed. The way he looked at me was like he was watching a clueless little brat, full of disdain. He walked toward me step by step and asked for my name. What? I'm almost rolling my eyes to the sky. Then the most outrageous thing happened. He stared at me for a long time and suddenly said, forget it. Since you don't want to talk, I won't force you. Then he really turned around and left. He took his whole gang of Snake Tribe boys with him. I was stunned at that moment. This operation was simply an embodiment of abstraction. Not even caring that his own underling was killed by Qi Yin. Snakes are indeed cold-blooded creatures. However, no matter what, the crisis was averted, and I finally breathed a sigh of relief. Just as things settled down here, Ime started causing trouble again. She clung tightly to Qian's thigh, crying like a rain-soaked pear blossom. Qian, look at me. I ascend it good to be with me? You are the tribe's #1 warrior. Are you really going to leave the tribe for her? I really don't want to watch this evening drama. So I pulled Qin Yin and turned to leave. Qin Yin was probably fed up as well. He pushed Ime aside and followed without saying a word. Just like that, the three of us were on the road again. Qian, that kid, must have been hurt deeply by his mom and his ex, as he silently followed behind at a distance. I was quite annoyed with him too. If he had resolved his family issues earlier, would we have so much trouble today? As we walked, Qin Yin suddenly pointed at the hillside ahead and shouted, Mom, what is that? I looked over and my eyes lit up. My goodness, it's all wild mushrooms. And they are huge. These things are so expensive back in my hometown. Instantly, the aroma of mushroom hot pot floated through my mind. Without a second thought, I hurriedly took Qin Yin to pick them. Qin Yin also came over to help and brought me a bunch of dark, mushy things he found on a rotten log, asking if I could eat them. I took a look and thought, wow, wild black fungus. What a treasure. I quickly nodded. I love it. It's delicious. Pick more. There was too much to carry, and seeing that no one was around, I directly opened my space and collected all these mountain delicacies in one go. Once inside the space, I realized it was practically an automatic temperature-controlled preservation chamber. The milk was automatically stored, and the crops were automatically selected when they ripened. I guessed that the little one's fondness for me had increased, and the system upgraded. This is just too awesome. I took the opportunity to take a shower in the space and changed into a clean animal skin skirt, instantly feeling revitalized. There happened to be a small river nearby, so I quickly pulled Qin Yin over to let him wash up properly. The little guy was having a great time playing in the water when suddenly, with a splash, a big head popped up from the water, scaring Qin Yin so much that he fell right into the water. I took a closer look and saw that it was that dead fish, Chong's son. He was laughing out loud. Little lion, you're so timid. This is hilarious. Qin Yin, furious, pushed him down and shouted, what are you doing here? My mother doesn't like you. Even if she wants a beast husband, it has to be someone like Qi Yin, so don't even think about it. As soon as I heard it, I hurried over. That guy Chong's son, upon seeing me, immediately climbed out of the water, put on a pitiful expression, and ran over to complain. Xingluo, Qin Yin is bullying me. He pushed me into the water. I really can't be bothered with him. The fish's previous fishy smell is gone, but he's still as silly as ever. Qin Yin was anxious and quickly explained, Mother, I didn't. He scared me first. The little guy looked at me eagerly, afraid that I would believe that fish's nonsense. Chong's son was still grinning. Your mother saw it, right, Xingluo? His tone was so gentle that it gave me goosebumps all over. That fish can't really have a crush on me, can it? I asked him with annoyance. Are you done? He was taken aback, probably not expecting my reaction. I ignored him completely, took out a towel to dry Qin Yin's hair, and comforted him. Why get angry? He's tough. Nothing will happen if he falls into the water. He must have said something to upset you first. After hearing this, Chang Xuan felt a chill in his heart. Qin Yin was quite pleased now and added, Mother, you can't let this fish be your beast husband in the future. He is too weak. It won't work. I touched his head and said, Mother doesn't want a beast husband. You guys are enough. After that, I pulled Qin Yin and left, leaving Chong's son, who was like a fish flopping in the river, furious. The next day, I was sleeping soundly when I was abruptly awakened by a scream. I grabbed Qin Yin and ran to the riverbank. To my surprise, it was familiar faces again. Ling Shuang and that eagle man named Song Ling. How'd they end up here? I quickly pulled Qin Yin to the side. I saw Ling Shuang tightly grasping Chong Sun's arm, with a saintly expression saying, You are a weak beast, man. It's too dangerous here. Shall we take you back? I couldn't help but laugh at that moment. Her actions were truly just a self-indulgent display. The look of disgust on Chang Sun's face was almost written all over it. He shook off Ling Shuang's hand and shouted, "I know the way myself. It's dangerous with you around." The sycophant Song Ling immediately defended his master. "How can you bully a female? Ling Shuang just wants to protect you. I really can't bear to watch this." Ling Shuang clearly looked down on weak beastmen in the original story, but now she's clinging to Chang Sun. Probably because she's taken a liking to his face. Chang Sun was so annoyed that he directly found our hiding place and shouted, "Xingluo, why are you hiding here? Now everything is exposed." As soon as Ling Shuang saw Qin Yin, her eyes lit up again, and her expression changed faster than flipping a page. She was about to come over, but Chang Sun lost it and grabbed Ling Shuang's bee-skin skirt, shouting, "Can't you see she doesn't like you? There are plenty of people who don't like you. Can you force others to like you?" When Song Ling saw the goddess being bullied, he immediately transformed into a giant eagle to attack. However, with a wave of Chang Sun's hand, a water column drenched him, turning him into a wet chicken. And with his wings wet, he couldn't even fly. Chang Sun casually tossed Ling Shuang to the ground and disdainfully washed his hands with water, as if he had touched something dirty. Song Ling had no choice but to leave, holding the sobbing Ling Shuang. But I can't shake the feeling that this isn't that simple. Especially when I was just staring at Ling Shuang, I actually saw a favorability value frame above her head. It was full, but the original owner never had snake offspring. What's going on? The system isn't coming out to explain either. The more I think about it, the more strange it seems. This Ling Shuang is the mortal enemy of Qin Yuan. At this time, Qi Yin also returned, bringing some potatoes and wild chickens. We had a quick meal and hurried back to the Jiuyin tribe. As soon as we arrived at the tribe's entrance, Shui Li came rushing over with several cubs. The cubs dove into my arms, and Qin Yuan cried out loud, looking at the empty favorability frame above her head, and then recalling the strange full value frame above Ling Shuang's head. My heart ached. I held Qin Yuan, patting her back, when I suddenly felt something was wrong. The child was trembling all over, and her forehead was frighteningly hot. "Qin Yuan, did you not eat enough?" I panicked. She groggily nodded, her body temperature rising, and it was becoming difficult for her to breathe. Shui Li hurried to find a shaman, Huayan. When Huayan arrived, she only gave her some fever-reducing medicine, which was of no help at all. Qing Yuan's fever worsened, her little face flushed red, and she curled up in my arms, crying, "Mother, am I going to die? I feel so uncomfortable. My heart is in a knot." I held her and took care of her all day, but at night, I couldn't hold on anymore and fell asleep leaning against her. As a result, I had a dream about the original owner. I saw her, when she had just given birth to the cubs, filled with fear, even wanting to strangle them. Later, it was a smile from Qing Yuan that made her give up that thought. I saw her hunting like a male to provide for the cubs, but she was bullied everywhere. Until one day, a mysterious beast man appeared and gave Qing Yuan a bell, saying it was fated for her. From that day on, Qing Yuan's body started having problems. But I traveled over and had never seen that bell. Just as I was about to continue watching, I heard Qing Yuan's voice in my ear. I suddenly opened my eyes and found Qing Yuan's little face right in front of me. Her high fever had already subsided. She wiped away my tears with her small hand and said, "Mother, don't cry anymore. Qing Yuan is better." I was overwhelmed with joy and cried, holding her tightly in my arms. At that moment, Chang Sun was outside shouting loudly. I let Qing Yuan rest first and went outside by myself. I saw that Chang Sun had a serious expression on his face, something I had never seen before. He lowered his voice and said to me, "Xingluo, Qing Yuan's illness is not simple. There is dark energy on her, and it's not her own." My heart skipped a beat as I recalled the bell and the mysterious person from my dream. It seemed that Xiao Qing Yuan was hiding a huge secret. So, this matter had to be investigated. I went straight back into the house and gathered all my kids for a meeting. "Hey, do you remember that jingling thing that used to hang on Xiao Qing Yuan?" As a result, my eldest son, Qing Yin, frowned so hard he could have squashed a mosquito. He looked at me as if I'd lost my memory and said, "Mom, isn't that the one you gave to my sister? You told us not to touch it." Good grief, I was instantly petrified. Why was this being thrown back at me? I quickly laughed it off and said, "Oh, I just forgot. I was asking where you put it." As soon as the kids heard I was looking for that bell, their faces turned pale as if they had seen a ghost. And they said that thing gave them headaches the moment it rang. I felt a sinking feeling in my heart. It seemed that this bell was indeed not a good thing. I could only confide in them, saying that Xia Qingjuan's illness might be related to this broken bell. Just as I finished speaking, Xia Qingjuan climbed up from the bed by herself, standing in front of me like a little student who had done something wrong, and softly said, "Mother, that bell." I threw it away. As soon as I heard it, I got excited. I quickly asked her where she had thrown it. She took me along, and I conveniently brought the humanoid attachment Jiang Xingluo with me, heading straight to the back mountain. I tell you that scene. I still remember it clearly. Jiang Xingluo pushed aside that pile of rotten leaves, and what was underneath? It was not a silver bell, but a black, ugly iron lump. And Jiang Xingluo told me that this thing kept buzzing in her ear every day, saying things like, "Your mother is not a good person. Cut her down." Who could understand this? The hairs on my back stood up right away. This is definitely a contaminated relic. Just as she was about to reach out to touch it, I rushed over and snatched it away. Jiang Xingluo came over. His eyes flashed with blue light like an X-ray scanner, and finally shook his head, saying, "It seems like some kind of supernatural power was attached to it before, but it's gone now." The clue was cut off again, holding this black lump. I pondered that since I could cross over, there might be other fellow villagers as well. This thing was probably left behind by some unfortunate predecessor. After this matter came to a pause, I decided to do something constructive, build infrastructure and farm. Corn, millet, all of it should be arranged. From now on, we'll achieve freedom in staple foods. As soon as the clan leader heard I wanted to grow crops, he waved his hand and directly allocated me a large piece of land, and all the males in the tribe came to help me as free labor. On the other side, the little girl Shueli was still crying while holding my Jiang Xingluo, while my 5-year-old son was the one comforting her. And that scene was just too funny. That guy Jiang Xingluo also came over to join the fun, and I don't know where he dug up a pile of yellow fruits, presenting them to me like a treasure. The look in his eyes was as if he wanted to write "You're amazing" on his face. I looked at his red hair and thought I shouldn't take his things for free, so I took out a piece of red beast crystal and handed it over. But then my eldest son, Qingyan, directly undermined me from the side. "Mom, this crappy fruit is everywhere. Why are you giving him the red beast crystal? You could have given him 2 white ones instead." I was so embarrassed at that moment that I could have scratched out a 3-bedroom apartment with my toes. Chang Sun's expression was also hard to describe. In the end, he still gritted his teeth and collected the beast crystal, probably cursing in his heart, feeling that he was doing even worse than that bodyguard, Qian. I didn't care about their little thoughts. I looked at this pile of yellow potatoes and suddenly had a flash of inspiration. I thought, isn't this just a potato? Creating a beast world version of wolf-toothed potatoes isn't too much to ask, right? So I got to work, directly pulling out various secret seasonings from my 4-dimensional pocket, boiling the potatoes until they were soft, mashing them up, and then pouring on the sauce. Wow. The aroma instantly attracted all the little females in the tribe. "Sister Xingluo, what kind of divine skill is this? It's so delicious." Shui Li was the first to rush over with her mouth full. "Well, it seems I can't hide my identity as a food blogger anymore. I simply taught them how to cook food using hot stones and had the Crimson Flame help carve stone pots. You wouldn't believe it. Those strong beastman's claws are incredibly useful. Like a 3D printer, a stone pot is done in no time." For a moment, the entire tribe was bustling with activity, all starting a kitchenware revolution. Right outside our door, it turned into a small goods wholesale market with baskets, spoons, and all sorts of things being traded. 2 days later, the tribe was set to head to the Mingqian tribe for trading, a large group of people like a tour group. Goodness. 3 days later, we finally arrived at the Mingqian tribe. You wouldn't say it was quite lively here like a market. I was wandering around when my eyes lit up. At a little alpaca stall, I actually saw Sichuan pepper and star anise. My goodness, the soul of my Chinese barbecue instantly ignited. I hurried over to ask how to change it. As a result, a nearby donkey spirit, whose mouth was as sharp as a machine gun, said, "Tisich, with you bunch of poor folks, can you even afford it?" At that moment, I thought about giving him a set of donkey meat pancakes to test the flavor. I couldn't be bothered with him and discovered there were garlic cloves at the little alpaca's place. This was a magical ingredient to remove the fishy smell. I immediately took out 2 pieces of beast crystal and grabbed a bamboo basket I had woven myself, packing all the spices and garlic. The little alpaca was overjoyed, hugging the basket tightly. The donkey, seeing that I was really wealthy, immediately changed his attitude, approaching me with a basin of rotten vegetable leaves and said, "Little female, look how fresh my vegetables are. I'll sell you 5 white beast crystals." The smell almost made me faint. Qian and Chang Sun's faces darkened, each giving the donkey a death glare, which scared the donkey into fleeing in a panic. In the evening, when looking for a place to stay, I was grateful that Shui Li knew the daughter of the tribe leader, Yulan. I followed Yulan to meet her parents, and as soon as I entered the courtyard, my pupils were in shock. "Family, what did I see?" "I saw a capybara." A capybara lounging in a wooden tub with hot spring water sprawled out. At that moment, I really couldn't hold it in. This stable divine beast was actually the tribe leader's wife. The value of this tribe instantly skyrocketed. The tribe leader was an alpaca, very nice. And as soon as he heard I was the goddess mentioned by Jiao, he immediately arranged the best house for us. After settling down, I took out a stone pot and flour, casually stir-fried a few dishes, and made some wheat cakes. The aroma brought Yulan, who was about to leave, back. At first, Yulan looked down on me a bit, thinking that as a female, cooking and taking care of children was too demeaning and that males should serve. I could only calmly tell her that my beast husband was dead, and if I didn't work, I would starve. As soon as she heard that, her sympathy overflowed, and her attitude did a complete turnaround. After dinner, just as I finished tidying up, I heard a commotion outside. Yulan ran out to see, and lo and behold, the entrance was packed with alpacas, all heading for my bamboo basket. Leading the group was the little alpaca, Xiaobai, who had sold me spices during the day. Well, business was coming to me. I laid out the baskets, vases, and bamboo containers, clearly marked with prices, available for beast crystals or rare items in exchange. Yulan was a little rich girl and immediately placed a big order, handing me 15 white beast crystals. Xiaobai also came over, swapping a pile of dried white angelica, cinnamon leaves, and dried tangerine peel for 2 baskets. I was over the moon. These were treasures. There was also an orc at the back who brought a big bag of chili peppers to trade, and I couldn't stop smiling. Heaven knows the food here was so bland. Then there was an uncle who tried to get free goods with a few rotten potatoes. I refused to trade, and he even got angry, calling me a scammer and trying to snatch them. I was both angry and amused. Did he think he could come here to stock up and get a zero-cost deal? I didn't even have to lift a finger. The patrolling alpacas just took him away. Just then, the handsome guy at the end of the line, who had been silent, walked up. With silver hair, even his eyelashes were white, and his skin was cold and pale, definitely a heartthrob. Without saying a word, he took out 2 red beast crystals and pointed at my stall, saying, "That one, this one, and that big one, I want them all." I said I didn't need that much, and guess what he said? "Then just pack up half of what you have on your stall for me." A domineering CEO, absolutely a domineering CEO, and he waved his hand, and everything disappeared into thin air. Wow, it turns out I'm not the only one with space. This beast world is getting more and more interesting. The next day, Yulan directly let me use the empty space in front of her house as a stall, and even encouraged me to stay and sell pancakes. I was at a loss whether to laugh or cry, but I could only agree to teach them the planting methods once our tribe's wheat was ripe. When I came out today, I also brought the new stone pot made by Qi Yin and the others. I can't just take it for nothing. I tell you, I have to demonstrate something for everyone on the spot and promote it live. I had Qi Yin quickly build me a stove with stones, and with a couple of clicks from the flint, a flame sprang up. I took out my secret recipe of wild boar fat and tossed it into the hot stone pot. With a sizzle, the aroma burst forth instantly. Everyone around, all the orcs in the marketplace, seemed to have radar in their noses, turning to look at me in unison. Just think about it. These orcs usually gnaw on raw meat or chew on grass roots. They had never smelled such a fragrant stir-fry. Their eyes were wide open like copper bells, surrounding my stall, and they were almost drooling. I seized the moment and sprinkled in some secret spices I had traded from Xiaobai. The garlic mixed with the meat scent created a flavor explosion that was like a bomb aimed right at the taste buds of these primitive people. I stirred with a wooden spoon, and a pot full of meat glistened with oil, smelling so delicious that people couldn't move. A big guy couldn't hold back and shouted, "Little female, how can I trade for this meat?" "I'll trade you with beast crystals." I smiled slightly, feeling like the culinary god of the beast world at that moment. 1 red beast crystal and 2 bowls of meat. First come, first served. As soon as I finished speaking, an unpleasant voice came from behind. "You expect to get a red beast crystal for this broken thing?" I turned around and wow, it's an acquaintance. ISNT this, one of the 2 ugly crocodiles that wanted to drag me down into the sea back then. They looked really abstract and confidently winked at me. "Pretty little female, how about becoming my mate?" I really can't take it anymore. Qi Yin and Chang Sun suddenly blocked my way, and when the crocodile saw Qi Yin, it probably recognized him as the first warrior of the Battle Shadow tribe, instantly losing half of its arrogance. I directly spoke up. "I'm not willing, hurry up and leave, don't delay my business." The crocodile's face turned from green to white, and it slinked away in defeat. Just look at that. The average beast truly transcends species. After the interruption, the first brother who asked for the price directly took out 2 red beast crystals and exchanged them for 4 bowls of meat, happily carrying them away. With someone leading the way, the others went crazy, and in no time, half a pot of meat was snatched clean. I ended up with 7 or 8 shiny red beast crystals in my hand. My kids' eyes lit up. Their mother had money now, and they could cultivate their abilities again. By the end of the first day, the bamboo baskets, stone pots, and stir-fried meat were all sold out. It was simply a great start. I decided to keep the momentum going and sell food again the next day. After all, my exclusive secret pig lard was way ahead of the game. The next day, Yulan was even more impressive, bringing her mother along. Let me tell you, when I saw her mother, the fluffy one, I was stunned. Who understands what family means? I actually saw a live capybara in the beast world. It melted my heart. Just sitting there made the world peaceful. The fluffy one, with her adorable brownish-yellow hair, looked at me with her little black bean eyes and said, "Xingluo, I want to eat the food you make." Who could resist that? I immediately arranged it for her. Tomato scrambled eggs, a mixed dish, unlimited. Qian happened to go back to the tribe to see his mother, and Chang's son, not one to be polite, secretly stole a small bowl while I wasn't paying attention, eating it with grease all over his mouth. When the dishes were served, Fluffy took a big spoonful, chewed it, and a look of surprise appeared on her calm capybara face. After eating and drinking to their fill, Yulan sent me a pile of lemons bigger than my face, saying they were called huampi fruit, too sour for anyone to eat. My eyes lit up. Wasn't tea this just the natural ingredient for lemonade? If only I had some honey. Goodness, my craving for milk tea hit me instantly. Without further ado, I immediately asked Yulan where the flowers were. I was going to find bees. When Chang Sun heard this, his face turned pale, and he looked at me as if I were a criminal about to break into a house. But he still followed me uneasily. When we arrived, it was a sea of flowers, and not far away was a small forest. I plunged into the forest, and, sure enough, there were several beehives hanging from the trees. I had a psychological shadow from being stung by bees when I was young, but for that honey water, I was willing to risk it. I pointed at one beehive and said to Chang Sun, "You go and get it for me." Chang Sun was shocked. "Are you okay? Stealing someone else's stuff?" I rolled my eyes. "Where's the master in this? If you don't do it, I'll do it with Qing Yan." All right, I'm scared of you." Chang Xuan resigned himself to fate, found a long branch, and poked the beehive in the most clumsy way. What happened? The beehive didn't fall, but a swarm of bees buzzed and chased him all over the place. The guy ended up getting stung so badly he looked like a pig's head. And Qing Yan was laughing so hard she almost couldn't breathe. As soon as I saw that it wouldn't work, I transformed directly into a beast form, climbed up the tree in a few moments, and with a couple of swipes of my claws, I knocked down 2 beehives. Qing Yan also did well. A gust of wind blew and knocked all the bees out. By the time we collected our spoils, I realized that although Chang Xuan had a pig's head, the haul was quite substantial. Those bees actually had beast crystals on their heads, small, but with exceptionally pure energy. I tried to absorb one and found it even more useful than my own large beast crystal. We quickly made our escape and ran back to the market. Strangely enough, in just a short while, all the swelling on Chang Sun's face had disappeared. The beastman's physique is indeed impressive. I brought the beehive into space, and, after some operations, I extracted clear and sweet honey, and I didn't waste the leftover beeswax. The next day, my stall had a new product, honey lemonade. I packaged it in bamboo tubes, with little stars drawn on top, focusing on brand effect. Yulan and Rong tried it first, each having a tube on the spot. Then, the handsome silver wolf tribe boy who had emptied my basket came back, and wow, he acted like a top spender, directly tossing out 10 red beast crystals and buying all my honey lemonade. I watched his wealthy figure and thought to myself that next time, I should come up with some lipsticks. Surely I could rake in a big haul from him again. On the last day of the gathering, my lip balm and lipstick made from beeswax and olive oil indeed became a hit. I found a little female to try it, and the effect was perfect. Her lips looked like they were drawn by AI after applying the lipstick. She immediately told the male who paid for her, "Luoyang, I allow you to be my beast husband." This shout ignited the shopping desire of all the females present. My lipstick was all about getting a partner on the spot. Instantly, over 200 of my stocks were sold out, and I gained over a dozen orange beast crystals and dozens of red beast crystals, making my family rich. After saying goodbye to Yulan and the others, we set off on our way home. Who knew something would happen on the way? In the middle of the night, Shueli screamed, and when I opened my eyes, she was being dragged away by 2 snake beast men. I chased after them like crazy with Qi Yin, and I struck a lightning bolt, directly electrocuting one of the snakes, while Qi Yin went up and took care of it. Just as we rescued Shueli, we smelled a strong scent of blood. We rushed back to the camp, and our hearts sank. Chang Sun was lying on the ground, covered in blood, and the little ones were surrounded by a group of brown bear beastmen. These bastards were after our beast crystals. The leading brown bear beastman shouted for us to hand over all the beast crystals. That idiot Jiang Xingluo actually wanted to forcibly integrate the beast crystals into his body, which would lead to self-detonation. Without thinking, Qian and I rushed over, snatched the beast crystals, and stuffed them into our own bodies. In that instant, I felt like something exploded inside me. My vision went dark and bright, and my body uncontrollably grew larger, transforming into an enormous white tiger. The brown bears were so scared they ran away, yelling about the white tiger, young master. When I came to my senses, the illusion disappeared, and the excess beast crystals were expelled. But Jiang Xingluo was already on the verge of death. At that moment, Qing Yuan cried and pounced on Jiang Xingluo, and a gentle green light suddenly emerged from her little hand, continuously flowing into Jiang Xingluo's body. To my surprise, Jiang Xingluo's severe injury was healing at a visibly fast rate. No one expected that my little cotton jacket was actually a hidden healer. She awakened her healing abilities. But after saving him, Qing Yuan fainted from exhaustion. We rushed back to the tribe, and Qing Yuan slept for 2 days before waking up. The first thing she wanted was food, so I quickly made her something delicious. Qing Yan asked her to show her ability crystal, but Qing Yuan was sweating profusely. With only a tiny bit of green light in her palm, and there was no crystal at all, the little girl instantly wilted and quietly asked me, "Mother, am I useless? Will you not like Qing Yuan anymore?" I felt heartbroken and quickly pulled her in my arms. Just as I held her small hand, that warm energy flowed back to me, and I could feel the shackles within my body loosening slightly. But at that moment, Qing Yuan's stomach growled again. She was hungry. Qing Yuan looked at me with a wronged expression, and Qing Lan immediately pushed his bowl over, not taking a single bite, fearing that his sister wouldn't be full. "Brother, no need. Mother is gonna make food." But Qing Lan pushed the bowl closer again, insisting, "Be good. Be good." Only then did Qing Yan obediently pick up the spoon, take a big mouthful of rice, and stuff it in her mouth. Her small expression was one of utter satisfaction. But let me tell you, this little girl has a lot on her mind. After a couple of bites, her speed slowed down. Second son Qing Zhu immediately noticed, frowning, "Qing Yuan, don't you love eating meat the most? What's wrong?" "Goodness," our little cotton-padded jacket sighed, and said with a look of deep concern, "Second brother, I did nothing all day but eat. What will you all do?" At that moment, my heart felt twisted. Qing Zhu was even more so. Her eyes filled with a pain that was hard to describe. She was probably thinking about how she didn't have the ability crystal. He was staring at Qing Yuan, and his gaze was becoming increasingly unsettling. Let me tell you, that feeling was like a precursor to a dark transformation. He must have been pondering some twisted idea in his mind, like stealing a crystal from someone else. Ding! Warning, warning. Target character Qing Zhu's dark transformation value increased by 10. My mind instantly went on high alert. The spoon clanged and was thrown into the pot, and I dashed into the room. Sure enough, I saw that little brat Qing Zhu sitting there, shrouded in a faint black aura, his expression so gloomy it could drip water. He was still there making grand promises to Qing Yuan. "Qing Yuan, trust your second brother. I will definitely get you the crystal." Let me tell you, his eyes were flashing with a murderous intent. I coldly said, "Oh, is that so, Qing Zhuo? Then tell me, what is your method?" This kid was so scared that he shivered, cold sweat running down his back, his eyes darting around as he stammered, "And no method, mother. I was just joking. I can't trust him at all." I stared at him and said word by word, Kai, you can't lie to your mother. Qing Yuan has her own path to follow and doesn't need any shortcuts. Do you understand?" When Qing Yuan heard that her brother was lying to her, her little face fell, but she still showed understanding that was heart-wrenching. "Brother, you don't need to lie to me. I'm already very happy that I can help." These words became the last straw that broke Qing Zhuo's back, and he suddenly knelt down in front of me, confessing all his little schemes. "Mother, I was wrong. I was thinking, can I take a crystal from another beast man to give to my sister?" I was so shocked by what I heard at the time. Goodness, with that kind of thinking, it's a pity he doesn't go and become a villain. Truly, he is the smartest one in the original story. Instead of directly scolding him, I changed my approach. Just because someone else can use the crystal, does that mean Qing Yuan can definitely use it? What if there is rejection? Wouldn't that harm her? I need to nip this idea in the bud and also remind him, remember, we don't harm others first, but if anyone dares to touch us, don't hold back. Finally, I managed to suppress this kid's darkening tendencies, and my neck felt less cold. After a few little ones finished eating, they were so tired that they fell asleep all over the place. I yawned and went to the backyard to check on the wheat I had planted. I originally thought I would have to wait a while longer, but when I looked, good heavens, the wheat had ripened overnight. A golden expanse. Yet, I felt not a hint of joy at the harvest, only a sudden jolt of fear. This must be the work of the sunny kite. I rushed back into the room and grabbed the still sleeping Qingyuan's small hand. I was nearly scared out of my wits. The wood-type ability within her was continuously leaking out. The green light points were flowing out as if they were free, nourishing all the surrounding plants. This wasn't just an ability. It was practically burning her life away. I tried to block it with my hand, but it was completely useless. That force directly penetrated my palm and continued to spread outward. My mind went blank at that moment, and I rushed outside, holding Qingyuan. I had to find Huaiyan. She was a shaman, and she would definitely have a way. A thought even flashed through my mind that perhaps Xingluo was right. Finding a crystal could seal this gap. As a result, ding. The host harbors malicious intent and will be punished. I'm so angry I want to curse. What's the point of this broken system besides warning? Am I wrong for saving my daughter? I ran madly to Huaiyan, holding Qingyuan. Huaiyan examined her for a long time, but couldn't figure out what was going on. I could only watch as the green light continuously surged from Qingyan, illuminating her entire wooden house like a fairyland. I was so anxious that I was almost in tears, desperately calling out to Qingyuan. Just when I was about to lose hope, a man, stern and cold, the same weak beast man with what abilities from last time, came in by lifting the curtain. He was drawn in by this immense energy. As soon as he entered, he burned my CPU with just a few words. He said that what abilities are different from others. Cultivation doesn't rely on fighting and killing, but on nurturing. Qingyuan's power nourishes all things, and then all things will return even pure energy to her. This is not leakage. This is cultivation. I was in a daze when I saw those scattered green light spots converging into a river, flowing back into Qingyuan's body. This guy Sanran was standing next to me, absorbing some residual energy waves, and with a click, the crystal in his hand directly advanced from yellow to orange. I had one thought at that time. Who among my family understands what it's like to have a portable power bank? My heart finally settled back down. Sanran specifically reminded me not to mention Qingyuan's ability, as her wood-type power has no offensive capability. She's just a super healer. If exposed, she would definitely be snatched away as a strategic resource. By the time Qingyuan woke up, it was already evening. The little girl was in great spirits, with a hint of light green in her eyes, looking rosy and healthy. I carried her out from Huaiyan's place, and as soon as we entered the house, I saw Changshuan, that dead fish, sitting in our home, devouring a basket of berries. Upon seeing me return, his eyes lit up, and he proudly pointed to a wooden basin. Xingluo, look what I brought you. Fresh shrimp. My clan just caught them. Can you eat them? As soon as I saw it, the shrimp was lively and indeed fresh. But my thought process is quite straightforward. So I directly pulled out a red beast crystal and said, all right, I'll trade you this. Goodness, Chong Sun's face instantly fell, and he was so angry that he almost turned back into a fish on the spot. I don't lack beast crystals, especially female beast crystals. I need them even less. His expression was a mix of grievance and fury, as if I had done something utterly unforgivable. Just at that awkward moment, Qi Yin returned with the cubs. As soon as he caught a whiff of the fishy smell, he wrinkled his nose in disgust and asked me, Master, why are you messing with these stinky things? You can't eat this. Chong Sun was already fuming, and now he completely exploded, directly clashing with Qi Yin. Xingluo said it can be done. So it can be done. What do you know? Qi Yin got fired up too, and the two of them exchanged heated words, the tension escalating. Just as I was pouring the shrimp into a basin to prepare it, I heard loud banging coming from outside. I rushed out to see that Chong Sun and Qi Yin were already grappling with each other. However, Chong Sun was no match for Qi Yin. In just a few moves, he was firmly pinned to the ground. Qi Yin's gaze was filled with absolute dominance and provocation. After struggling a couple of times, Chong Sun finally deflated and said, feeling extremely aggrieved, I admit defeat. I didn't understand at the time, but later I realized that these two males were fighting for me. Long Sun's concession meant he was completely withdrawing from the competition. For dinner that night, we had a bowl of spicy shrimp and a bowl of mushroom soup. The taste was amazing. Long Sun was drinking the soup, and his expression was quite complicated. Qi Yin initially disliked the shrimp, but seeing me and the little ones enjoying it, he couldn't help but want to try it. Just as he reached for it with his chopsticks, Long Sun smacked them away. Didn't you say it wasn't good? No eating. I watched Chong Sun's frizzy expression and couldn't help but speak up. Qi Yin, this is what I bought back for you. Go ahead and eat. Qi Yin's mouth instantly stretched from ear to ear. He picked up a shrimp, mimicked my actions to peel it, and stuffed it into his mouth. The next second, his eyes widened in surprise. His expression was almost saying, so delicious. Chong Sun watched as Qian ate one after another. His face darkened like the bottom of a pot, and the mushroom soup in the bowl suddenly lost its appeal. The next day, all the fruits and vegetables I planted were ripe, with watermelons, apples, and pears piled up like a small mountain. Qing Yuan looked around. Plump watermelon with great curiosity. Just as I was about to say that this thing is called a watermelon, I saw her effortlessly lift a watermelon weighing over 20 pounds. Shake it a little, and say, "Mother, this is so light." I just remembered that Sun Ran mentioned that wood-type abilities can strengthen the body in return. My 5-year-old little one is probably a strong little girl now. Qing Yuan, holding a watermelon, asked me in a baby voice if she could eat it. I nodded and said, "Mommy will cut it open for you." I was about to go back to the space to get the fruit knife when I heard a loud bang. I turned around, and everyone was stunned. Qing Yuan, she directly split that big watermelon in half with a single slap. It was all about the physics of opening a watermelon. Then she hugged half of the watermelon and started scooping it out with a wooden spoon, eating it with such delight. I looked at the fruit piled up in the house and decided to share some with my clan, but then Qian told me it wasn't necessary, as everyone couldn't finish their own food either, because the entire tribe's plants had also had a bumper harvest along with our family as Qing Yuan. All right then, this overwhelming wealth seems to have been received by our tribe. That night, I wrote down the method of controlling abilities that Sunran had taught me, exhausted to the point of collapsing, and fell asleep right next to the bed. Just as I fell asleep, I experienced that familiar feeling of weightlessness again. I closed my eyes and opened them again, and I had changed maps once more. It was still that lion's wooden house. I was completely stunned. This time it was even more ridiculous. I directly threw him onto the bed. He wasn't there, and I was trying to sneak away quietly when I heard someone talking outside the door. That fierce wind, could he really have a chance to take over the tribe? What a fantasy. Although Moon's spirit wanted him to be the rightful leader, he was already mated. Wow, that's a lot of information. This lion named Fierce Wind is actually a married man? Just as I was getting into the gossip, a deep voice interrupted the conversation outside. "What are you doing here?" Footsteps faded away, and the door opened. Fierce Wind's ridiculously handsome face appeared before me. He looked at me, his gaze deep, and surprisingly didn't act like last time. Instead, he asked me, "What's your name? What brings you here?" That look clearly indicated that he regarded me as one of those little females seeking his affection. I got angry at that moment and shot back. "Dude, you really know how to flatter yourself. I'm not interested in you at all. I already have 6 kids and a beast husband, so don't come near me." He seemed taken aback by my response, paused for a moment, and then said, "I believe you. You stay here, and I'll take you away tomorrow." After saying that, he left the room and left it to me. I wouldn't dare to really sleep, but I couldn't resist the drowsiness and dozed off while leaning against the bed. In my dream, it was chaotic. I felt hot and painful all over, as if I were being torn apart. When I woke up again, my whole body felt petrified. I actually found myself lying in bed, tightly holding onto an arm, and the owner of that arm was the lion from Live Foam. He was actually sleeping beside me. I was so frightened that I covered my mouth, checked my whole body, and fortunately, I felt fine, even refreshed. Just as I was planning to quietly pull my hand out and sneak away, he woke up. "Don't go." He grabbed me. I struggled desperately in fear. "Get away. I knew none of you males are any good." "Live Foam, are you there?" A female voice suddenly came from outside. He reacted quickly, covering my mouth with one hand and completely trapping me, not allowing me to make a sound. When the female outside left, he finally let go of me, but his palm had been bitten and was bleeding. "Tell me which tribe you come from, and I'll let you go," he said, staring at me. Just as I was about to speak, I felt my heart racing, and the sound of Qing Yuan's crying echoed in my mind. The mark on my wrist suddenly emitted a strong light, and in the next second, I disappeared in the astonished gaze of the fierce wind. When I opened my eyes again, I was back in my own wooden house. Qing Yuan was standing on a small stool, stirring a pot with a big spoon, sobbing as she stirred. I hugged her with a pained heart and said, "Qingyan, why are you cooking by yourself? Where's your brother?" She replied with a look of grievance. "Brother's cooking is too terrible. I can only do it myself." I held her close, my nose twitching as I suddenly caught a whiff of a strange fragrance. I looked down into the pot, and Qing Yuan had thrown a bunch of vegetables together in a haphazard stew, but the smell was incredibly fragrant, even more so than what I had made. I was thinking to myself that my daughter is simply a hidden little cooking genius, and I was imagining a future where she could live a comfortable life with minimal effort. But what happened? Well, trouble came knocking at our door instead. We hadn't even celebrated our peaceful days for 2 days when those guys from the brown bear tribe showed up. I was at the door clearing land to plant crops when a pair of big feet suddenly stomped on the freshly turned soil. With my bad temper, I looked up and saw a greasy guy with a face full of scars, his body resembling a steamed bun, staring at me with a gaze so sticky it felt like he had just been pulled out of sewer. I couldn't take it anymore and kicked him, leaving a mark on his shoe. Guess what happened next? This guy not only wasn't angry, but he also grinned widely and asked for my name. I was so disgusted that I nearly threw up my breakfast. The old chief quickly ran over and shielded me, saying I had a husband and many children, telling him not to get any ideas. The brown bear guy, named Song Sha, got even more excited upon hearing this and insisted on knowing who my beast husband was. I quickly thought of the aloof lion guy I had encountered before, Lai Feng, and gave him his name. I thought to myself, this name is quite imposing and should be enough to intimidate him. Who would have thought that when Song Sha heard the words Lai Feng, his eyes turned red, like a firecracker that had been lit. He said that Lai Feng was the future husband reserved for the daughter of the leader of the wasteland city, and that I, a wild little female, didn't deserve it. He laid his cards on the table and told me to come with him to bear him a daughter, and even said he didn't want any of my previous offspring. Does anyone understand where this average man's confidence comes from? The old patriarch, seeing the situation, nearly fell to his knees begging for mercy. I was instantly furious, and just as I was about to pull him away, Song Sha kicked the old patriarch away. My daughter Qingyuan had never seen anything like this and instantly went berserk, grabbing 2 large watermelons nearby and smashing them with precision, hitting that brown bear square in the face. Now we had stirred up a hornet's nest. Song Sha grabbed my daughter's neck. I was so furious that my eyes turned red, and without thinking, I transformed back into my beast form, which was a cat, and jumped up to scratch his face. My other 2 sons also rushed up to block his little brothers. The old patriarch was furious too, shouting for all the males of the clan to come out and fight. Seeing that I was scratching fiercely, Song Sha released Qingyuan. Good, my daughter was safe, and now it was my turn to take the stage. Without hesitation, I summoned my ability crystal. Wow, I realized that my crystal had somehow advanced without me knowing. Shining bright red, in Song Sha's eyes, which I had scratched to a bloody mess, a glimmer of greed flashed, and he revealed his crystal, a blue one that looked more advanced than mine. He transformed into a giant bear, roaring so loudly that the ground shook. But was I afraid of him? What a joke. I directly condensed lightning into a long whip and gave him a fierce lash. Let me tell you, at that moment, with thunder and lightning flashing, I felt like Thor descending from the heavens, incredibly powerful. Song Sha was such a fool that he actually tried to grab my lightning whip with his bare hands. As soon as he touched it, he was electrocuted, convulsing all over and spitting out a mouthful of old blood. And his blue crystal shattered into pieces from the impact of my whip. His 2 little brothers, seeing their boss taken down, were scared out of their wits and dragged Song Sha away, fleeing in panic. With the crisis averted, all my energy was instantly drained, and I felt black out, not knowing anything anymore. When I regained consciousness, I was already lying in bed and had a very strange dream. In the dream, I returned to the modern world, back to my farm, but there was a faceless person following me, using an AI customer service-like voice to tell me that I had been chosen. And once I came to this world, I couldn't think of going back. I was furious in the dream and argued with him, saying, "What right do you have? I just want to be a lazy fish, and you want me to come here to face tribulations." The voice just kept laughing, saying that I had no way out. When I woke up, my whole body ached as if I'd been run over by a car. Qingyan was lying beside me, her eyes swollen like walnuts from crying. She used her own power to heal me, and only then did I start to feel a bit better. I checked my crystal, and to my surprise, after this battle, along with my daughter's charging, it actually leveled up. It directly underwent a skin upgrade, changing from passionate red to vibrant orange. I quickly advised Qingyuan not to use her abilities casually outside anymore, as it was too conspicuous. But this matter wasn't over. The old clan leader was worried and said that since I had incapacitated Song Sha, his father, the leader of the brown bear tribe, would definitely come for revenge. This was a big problem. The old clan leader sent Qian to take him to a place called Ragewind City to seek help overnight. They left, and I couldn't just sit idle. Every day I was stewing meat in that broken stone pot, and I felt like I was about to get moldy myself. I decided to use my modern wisdom to do some infrastructure work and make pottery. There were tutorials in the books my grandfather left behind. So I spent the night researching the space, and the next day I had my 2 sons, Qingyan and Qingzhua, go find wood to make me a pottery wheel. I personally went a long way to find suitable clay. Let me tell you, the sun was scorching that day, and I was digging for half a day, filling several carts with soil using space. Just as I was about to head back, my ears suddenly perked up, and I heard a rumbling sound of footsteps. heading straight for our tribe. My heart sank. Oh no, it must be that gang of brown bears coming back for revenge. I didn't care about the heat at that moment. I turned into a cat and ran back frantically, my heart burning with anxiety. By the time I rushed back to the wooden house, the pot was still simmering with meat, and a few younger ones, including Qing Yan, were there, all with pale faces, but I didn't see Qing Zhu. My heart sank to the bottom in an instant. What about Qingzhua? Qing Yan said with a crying tone. The brown bears have come. Second brother said he would notify everyone to hide, but in the end, he led that group of brown bears away by himself and hasn't come back yet. My mind buzzed for a moment. This foolish child. I followed the scent and rushed out, with only one thought in my mind. My son must not be in danger. When I reached the edge of the cliff, I witnessed a scene I would never forget for the rest of my life. My son, that little lion, was cornered at the edge of the cliff by a group of massive brown bears, with nowhere to retreat. I shouted desperately, Qingzhua. He saw me, his eyes filled with despair. He was afraid I would come to my death, and unexpectedly, he jumped off the cliff without a second thought. Who understands? My family? My mind was in chaos. I couldn't care about anything else and scrambled down the steep slope. Fortunately, Qingzhua got caught on a dry tree branch on the cliff and didn't fall down for the time being. But then a brown bear up there picked up a huge rock and hurled it down at him. My heart was in my throat. And guess what happened? At that critical moment, Qingzhua reached out with his little paw, and a massive surge of water suddenly appeared, smashing that big rock into two pieces. My son awakened his water-based powers right at the brink of life and death. The brown bears on the cliff were all dumbfounded. The leader, an old bear named Lao Deng, who was also Song Sha's father, suddenly stopped the attack, waved his hand, and led the others to retreat. I was puzzled at first, but as I lay on Qingzhua's back heading back, I realized that old guy had his eye on my genes. He was changing his strategy. Instead of killing us, he wanted to capture us, especially to go back and catch those few kids at home who had yet to awaken their powers. Damn, my mind just exploded. These guys are so sneaky. If they can't beat us, they resort to underhanded tactics and want to harm my kid. I didn't even have time to feel the pain and urged Qingzhua to run wildly toward the tribe. Let me tell you, my heart was almost jumping out of my throat. By the time we rushed over in a panic, the whole tribe looked like it had been invaded by bandits. A complete mess. That brown bear leader, Zhong Kong, was gripping Shueli's neck with one hand, and her face was turning purple. On the other side, things were even worse. Zhou's child had been taken, and she was trying to get her back, but ended up being surrounded and teased by a group of brown bear orcs. One brat even publicly told his leader that the child had special abilities and that he wanted to make her his beast wife. At that time, my blood pressure shot up to 280. Zhong Kong, that old man, actually nodded. I finally understood that this entire brown bear tribe, from top to bottom, is just a den of scum. Such a place doesn't deserve to exist at all. When Zhong Kong saw me, he even smiled and said, "You're here. It seems this tribe is very important to you." I really don't want to say a word to him. Even looking at him feels like my eyes are dirty. I coldly asked him what exactly he wanted. He was straightforward and said, "You're very smart. I want you to choose my other son to be a beast husband and have offspring with him." I was so angry that I laughed. Without saying a word, I pulled out my whip and aimed it at his foul mouth. With a loud crack, he reacted quickly and caught it with his hand. I exerted more force, and with a zap of lightning, I sent him flying. Good grief, this old guy looked tall and strong, but turned out to be useless, all looks and no substance. He became the leader solely because his wife could give birth to a few children with special abilities. When I called him useless, his face turned green, and he shouted at his subordinates around, "Get her! Take her back to Songyan." In an instant, bears from all directions surged towards me like a tide. Just as I was about to make a move, I heard a sharp shout. "You dare?" That voice, let me tell you, was like it had surround sound. The pressure was overwhelming. Then, a white figure came riding the wind, a handsome guy with flowing white hair, who smoothly landed beside me. He told me to wait a moment, his voice crisp like jade striking against jade. I was stunned at that moment. Who was this? Airdropped? He looked really good. Gentle like jade, but I couldn't tell what kind he was. But what good is good looks if he is protecting these scumbag bears? Fine in my eyes. You two are in the same boat now. But then, the plot twisted in an instant. That handsome guy said to me, "Someone will punish them. You're hurt. I brought medicine for you." Oh, so I misunderstood? He reached out his hand, holding a small wooden vial. Just as I hesitated, I heard that old guy, Zhong Kong, trembling and shouting, "Lord Shizhou, how come you are here?" Shizhou. Oh, so he is a well-known big shot. Looking at Zhong Kong's cowardly appearance, this Lord Shizhou must be a formidable character. I heard Shizhou coldly tell Zhong Kong, The beast god gives male abilities not for you to do evil. He changed his tone, and his gentle voice instantly turned icy. Do you think I don't know about the evil deeds of your bear clan? The beast god has already imposed new rules. Forcibly mating with females or harming females will be punished by lightning. Songsha is the first example. He deserved it. As soon as I heard it, I instantly understood. Family. Who gets it? After all this time, I wasn't fighting alone. The thunder I attracted that day was actually the beast god coming down personally. I thought I was amazing, but it turned out to be a blind cat stumbling upon a dead rat, using the same server as the beast god here. Zongkong immediately knelt down, not daring to utter a single word. Shizhou directly declared, "You will compensate for all the losses of the Jiuyin tribe. From now on, your Zong Bear clan is not allowed to look for females in other tribes." I loved hearing that verdict. Shizhou had Zongkong hand over all the beast crystals on him as compensation. I was worried that our weak beastmen wouldn't be able to use them, so I specifically asked everyone. As a result, a strong male stood up and said, "Goddess, we accept. These things were meant for you and the cubs anyway. Without you, we would have died long ago. Look at their awareness." I immediately decided that the beast crystals would be shared equally, and anyone who needed beast skins could trade them with me for beast crystals. Shizhou's gaze towards me changed, as if saying that this female has some substance. At this moment, Qi Yin and Jiu Tai also returned. Goodness, it turned out that Shizhou was a rescue they called in halfway. As soon as Qi Yin saw my injuries, his eyes turned red. Shizhou handed over the medicine, but I didn't take it and directly told him I had something else to do. Then I took Qing Zhuo to find the other cubs. As Shizhou watched me walk away, he stuffed the medicine into Qi Yan's hands, telling him to use it on me, and then with a bang, he transformed into a giant dragon and flew away. Qi Yan held that bottle of medicine, and I felt he was overjoyed inside. I followed the scent with Qing Zhuo to find the child, and the wounds on my body were soaked with sweat, causing me sharp pain. I let Qing Zhuo go ahead first, and quickly slipped into the space. I rummaged through the cabinets to find painkillers and disinfectant. Looking in the mirror, I pulled out all the tiny thorns from my body one by one, making me break out in a sweat. After treating my wounds and taking the painkillers, I felt like I had come back to life. I tore off a piece of beef jerky and stuffed it in my mouth. After all the commotion of the day, I was starving. Just as I came out of space, I ran into a few of the kids returning. Seeing that they were all fine, I finally felt relieved. I shared the beef jerky with them, and Qingyuan, that little girl, was so hungry that she grabbed it and started chewing. Qingyan, worried that I was tired, let me lie on his back. On the way, Qingzhua excitedly showed off his newly acquired ability crystal to his brothers. Everyone was puzzled as to why their awakened abilities were different from mine. Their mother. Qingzhua even asked if I remembered which tribe my mother was from. Wanted to look for clues from my grandfather. To be honest, the original owner's memories were becoming increasingly vague, and I had no idea. While we were walking, we discovered a fainted boy by a stream on the roadside. I took a glance and recognized him as a member of the Eagle clan, but he was in rags, looking like a little beggar, completely unlike someone from the affluent place of Stormwind City. As soon as Qingyuan caught a whiff of blood, she woke up and, in a daze, saw me carrying someone. My wounds hadn't healed yet, and Qingzhua, being very considerate, said, "Mother, you're hurt. Let me carry you." I wasn't polite with him and just threw the kid onto his back. We brought the boy back to the tribe and quickly called for Huayan. After looking at him for a long time, Huayan said that the child seemed to have been attacked by a wild beast and had internal injuries, but she couldn't tell exactly what was wrong. At that moment, our little Qingyuan stepped forward, her small belly round and full, and said, "Sister Huayan, let me take a look at him." She placed her small hand on the boy's hand and began to channel her wood-type abilities. As a result, the boy's body acted like an endless pit, frantically absorbing Qingyuan's power. When I saw Qingyuan's little face turn pale, I quickly pulled her away and wouldn't let her heal him. This kid definitely had something strange about him. I immediately communicated with Huayan and instructed her to tell others that she was the one who saved him and that we must not reveal Qingyuan's abilities. I became suspicious of the mysterious young man. With his sharp eyebrows and starry eyes, he clearly wasn't an ordinary passerby. Could he be some hidden villain? If he dared to have designs on my daughter, I would be the first to take him down. That night, we moved the boy to an empty wooden house far away from our home. The next evening, he woke up. This kid's name was Tsanglan, and he was quite handsome, but his eyes were filled with arrogance. When he thanked Huayan, it felt like he was reciting a mantra, lacking any sincerity. I am currently working on infrastructure with my family, making pottery, filtering the clay, shaping the pieces. I first made several jars of different sizes. We dug a pit outside for our primitive flat kiln. We lit a fire and watched the flames burn brightly. But Qing Yin was a bit worried. Will this really work? I was really confident. We can do it. As a result, the firelight attracted the sickly guy who had just woken up. Kanglin rushed over following the scent, and as soon as he saw us gathered around the fire, he opened his mouth and said, "Where did you steal this fire from?" Goodness, a few of my cubs exploded on the spot. Qingzhu was the first to jump up. "Which of your eyes saw us stealing?" He regretted it. If he had known, he shouldn't have brought this foul-mouthed guy back. This kid was quite arrogant. Not stolen? You weak beastmen. Do you think I wouldn't know? The way he looked down on others was simply textbook-level annoying. It's giving Major my dad is Li gang energy. I let out a cold laugh and said to him, "Who told you we don't have fire? We can make it ourselves." He looked at me with disbelief and asked, "Then tell me how to do it?" I shot back directly. "Why should we tell you? You're living off our tribe for free, and you still have the nerve to question us? I've figured it out. This guy is just a runaway rich kid, and he must pay a price for this life-saving favor." He was left speechless by my retort, yet still stubbornly insisted. How could your shaman possibly be stronger than those from our Ragewind city? I thought to myself, the opportunity has come. I deceived him by saying, "There's a male in our tribe with wood-based abilities, and it was he who saved you." As soon as he heard this, his eyes lit up. "What? Who is it?" "That's right, it's him." I began my performance. "So, shouldn't you offer some rewards? This kid is wealthy, and it would be a shame if I didn't take advantage of him." He indeed took the bait and said, "I got it. I'll have someone send it to you right away. Can your beast husband take me back? I'll give you 10. No, 6 green beast crystals as a reward." Green beast crystals. My eyes were almost glowing green. This kid is indeed a walking ATM. He was still tangled up about the fire seed. And Qing Zhui said irritably, "Do we still need your fire seed when we have a great shaman from the Golden Crow clan in Angry Wind City?" Upon hearing this, Shanglan immediately softened his attitude, probably realizing he had been reckless. I immediately made a decision and said to Qian, "You go with him for a trip. 6 green beast crystals will be enough for you to cultivate for a while." I also asked him to inquire about how this kid got injured. I handed Qian the medicine that Shizhou gave me, telling him to use it on the way. Qian took the medicine bottle with great delight, probably thinking that I was indirectly refusing Shizhou. In fact, I had poured half of the medicine for Huayan to study the formula. As a result, before Huayan could figure it out, our Qingtuan leaned over to smell it and said, "Isn't there supposed to be some nightingale grass missing?" Huayan slapped her thigh, suddenly enlightened, and immediately wanted to take Qingtuan as her apprentice. Our little Qingtuan was quite flattering, still holding a chicken leg in her mouth, and agreed right away. After Qian left, the tribe became much quieter. My pottery was also finished firing. Although it was a bit rough, it was definitely a qualitative leap. I had Qingyan and Qingzhu build a few small stoves with stones, place the freshly made pots on them, and started to stew the meat. Let me tell you, this clay pot stew is quick and flavorful, 100 times better than that broken stone pot. The kids gathered around the pot, afraid it would explode. That kid Qinglan was the most serious, watching my every move, probably hoping to learn a thing or two. Before long, the aroma of meat filled the entire yard. Huayan brought Qingyuan back, and the little girl dashed home as soon as she caught a whiff. I handed a few small clay pots of stew to Huayan as a congratulatory gift for her and Sun Ran becoming a couple. Almost all of that big pot of meat went into Qingyuan's belly. After finishing, she still complained it wasn't enough, and I laughed, saying, "Don't worry, there are still 2 more pots." Those 2 pots were made with the help of a few older brothers who were now eager to learn how to cook, so their sister wouldn't go hungry. Qing Yao, the usually aloof 3rd brother, even took the initiative to serve me a bowl to try. As soon as I praised him, his favorability skyrocketed. It seems that this cool persona of his is just a facade for compliments. After finishing the meat, Qing Yuan still wanted more. I took out the flour I had prepared earlier, kneaded the dough in front of her, rolled it out, and cut it into strips, dropping them directly into boiling water. The little girl watched the noodles rolling in the pot, her eyes wide open. The look in her eyes, I tell you, was as if she hadn't eaten in 800 years. And that is not all. The other kids caught the scent and all gathered around, each one staring eagerly, nearly drooling. All right, everyone gets a share. I decided to drop the rest of the big bowl of noodles in, 1 bowl for each person, topped with the meat sauce I made, and the little ones dove in for a hearty meal. I just gave each of the kids a big bowl, and I was happily eating when suddenly someone came to the door. I looked up, and wow, isn't that the kid Chong's son? It hasn't been long since I last saw him, but he looks like he's been roasted in the sun like a piece of charcoal. He's dragging several large burlap sacks, and they look heavy. I was still wondering where he had gone to mine coal when he spoke up, saying he wanted to trade something for beast crystals. I thought to myself, what good stuff could he possibly have? But when he opened his bag, my eyes widened. Salt. Pure white salt. And several big coconuts. Does anyone understand? In this desolate place, salt is worth as much as gold. And he managed to bring back so much. He said he went to the seaside. And I thought, this guy must have gone to participate in the 2025 special edition of Survivor. I lack salt, and he lacks bees crystals. So we hit it off and made a deal on the spot. Qing Yuan saw that Chong Sun was also quite happy and ran over to sweetly call him Brother Chong Sun. This kid Chong Sun is quite something. He directly plucked a fish scale from himself and handed it to Qing Yuan. The scale shrank in her hand, but was still extremely sharp on the edges. Chong Sun said that this thing could see luck, and it was a way to repay Qing Yuan for her previous life-saving grace. Wow, this is a koi fish scale, and it even has a feature to bring good luck when shared. He mysteriously told me that he could see the red thread of fate and said that my thread wasn't connected to his, indicating that I was destined for someone else. After saying all this, he left in a very cool manner, claiming he needed to continue his cultivation. And he seemed to have matured quite a bit all of a sudden. However, my family member Qing Yuan wasn't interested in any fortune scales at all. She casually tossed them onto the table, completely focused on those big coconuts. I spent a long time cracking open the coconuts, pouring the coconut water into a bamboo tube, and scraping out the coconut meat. The kids tasted this flavor for the first time, and their eyes widened. Their worldview was probably refreshed once again. Just as we were drinking the coconut water, Qian came back, and I've got some explosive news to share with you. We saved that half-dead kid. Guess who it is? The son of the Lord of Ragefire City, Kanglin. Does anyone understand? I just saved someone casually, and, as a result, I directly intercepted the female lead's life-saving grace in the original work. This storyline is so outrageous that even the screenwriters wouldn't dare to write it. Qian also brought back a big bag of bees crystals, claiming it was a token of gratitude from the city lord. He placed it all in front of me and joked, "Can I really take my subordinates' money?" I let him keep the upgrades and fight the monsters himself. Now that his level is high, it's just the right time. The rest should be sent to Huayan. After all, she helped take care of things for a day. Guess what happened? Huayan absolutely refused to take it, and in the end, Qian forced her to accept half of it, just as I had instructed. I knew she would react this way. I have a firm grasp on these social dynamics. With money in hand, I feel at ease. I was thinking that it's not enough for us to enjoy good food and drink alone. We need to help the whole village prosper and get rich. The first thing that comes to my mind is pottery. We can't use stone pots for a lifetime, can we? I showed the chief how to build a kiln, and he immediately agreed with a slap on his thigh, quickly rallied the people, and started working on a vacant piece of land. I must say, these orcs are really efficient. In just a few days, a proper kiln was built. I placed the well-shaped clay pieces inside, lit the fire, and started the firing process. Everyone in the tribe gathered around to watch, their eyes filled with excitement, more affectionate than when they see their own fathers. They also wanted to use pots. This is something even the strong orc tribe doesn't have. The smoke from the cave is billowing up, and guess what? That person everyone dislikes, that Song Lan, is back. Behind us followed a rather imposing middle-aged man. That brat Song Lan came over and pointed at our kiln, loudly shouting that we stole the fire seed of the Golden Crow tribe. I was really so angry that I wanted to laugh. Dude, has your brain been pinched by the door? Stealing the fire seed? Is the Jinwu tribe that easy to provoke? Fortunately, his father is a sensible person. The Lord of Angry Wind City, Jiang Xingluo. He immediately slapped Song Lan on the back of his head and scolded him for being impolite, questioning his savior. Let me tell you, in the original work, this Song Lan is the ultimate love-struck ingrate, willing to do anything for the female lead. In the end, his parents were taken out by the female lead's harem, and he actually thinks his father's death was justified. What hell of a joke. So now when I see him, I can't give him any good face. Jiang Xingluo apologized to us while holding down Song Lan. Qing Yuan just happened to come back with some fruit, and when she saw Song Lan, her little face scrunched up as she made a face at him. Gang Lan, that kid, thought Qing Yuan looked cute and wanted to get closer, but I shot him a glance that made him back off. I directly pulled Qing Yuan and Qing Lan over and said in front of him, "Stay away from that Song Lan. He's not a good person, understand? Send the kids away, and then I'll discuss serious matters with Jiang Xingluo." He is very envious of my skills in making fire and pottery, and asked if I could teach them. The terms are negotiable. I'll get straight to the point and talk about money. He immediately took out a large bag of bees crystals as a deposit, saying that the rest could be paid with bees skins. This deal can be done. I happily taught him the methods of friction fire and flint striking. Just then, the pottery from the first kiln was also finished. I took out the pots, bowls, and pans one by one, And Jing Sheng's eyes nearly dropped to the ground. He probably had never seen such exquisite items in his life. Then, he suddenly told me to go sell these pottery in Ragefire City, and he could provide a shop for free. Wow, is this a windfall? A free shop? I definitely have to go. Blocking my financial path is like killing my parents. This city lord must live a long life. I immediately made the decision on the spot, thinking to myself that I would take Qing Yao and Qing Lan with me, while Qing Yin and Qing Zhu would stay at the base to handle production, and Qi Yin would be responsible for security and transportation. Perfect. The deal was settled, and when I turned around, I found that the little brat Kanglin was still peeking in at our door, still wanting to see Qing Yin. I got angry right away and directly said to Jing Sheng, Lord City Master, take care of your son. If he comes to bother us again, don't blame me for being rude. As a result, that little guy was glared at by his father and immediately started crying. I'm so dumb, how old are you? And you're still crying because no one is playing with you? It's truly a sight to behold. After sending off these 2 giant Buddha statues, I quickly got to work on my career. Besides pottery, I thought of a new venture, stone mills and stone grinders. I found wild soybeans while digging the soil before. And this is a good thing. I drew the blueprint and had Qi Yin and Qing Yin look for suitable stones. Before long, the first stone mill in the tribe was born. The flour produced was incredibly fine. I casually mentioned soybeans, and the village chief and the others said that thing was too hard for anyone to eat. As soon as I mentioned that it could be used to make soy milk and tofu, the whole village suddenly rushed out like the Japanese invading a village, shouting and scrambling to grab seeds, fearing they would miss out. With everyone gone, only Qing Yuan stayed obediently by the side, using a small wooden basin to collect the flour that leaked out from the grinding stone bit by bit, asking me to make her pancakes. I used the freshly rendered beast oil to cook her a layered pancake, and the little girl ate it with oil dripping from her mouth, even asking me how I had so many good things in my head. I could only pat her head and half-jokingly say, the beast god taught me in a dream. Before long, several kids came back with a huge pile of soybeans, and Qian even casually picked a few big pears I had never seen before, which were sweet and juicy, simply amazing. The next day, I asked Qian to take Qing Yin and Qing Zhu to find a few more large stones to prepare for expanding the production line and making more stone mills. However, as soon as we got halfway there, Qian's expression changed. He said he smelled the scent of the people from our hometown. Upon hearing this, I thought, oh no, is someone blind coming to deliver their heads again? Let me tell you, it's true. The group of cheetah orcs from Qian's hometown has blockaded our doorstep. The leader is their old and outdated chieftain, named Yanlin. As soon as he walked in, his old eyes were spinning around on me, making me feel nauseous. As soon as he opened his mouth, the paternal vibe hit me, almost making me faint. He started painting a big picture, saying things like Xingluo, come back with us. This poor countryside doesn't deserve you. Huh, do you take me for a 3-year-old? I coldly sneered and shot back. Oh, isn't this Chief Yanlin? Who was it that said we were wandering beastmen and drove us out? Goodness, this old man immediately lost his composure, stood up, and pointed his finger at my nose. The same old twisted reasoning came pouring out again, saying that females should obediently bear young, monopolizing the scarlet flame and not letting him be a beast husband, simply wasteful. I almost laughed out loud, just about to start a rant when Qi Yin returned with the little ones. That old dang saw Qi Yin and looked like he found a lifeline. Right in front of Qi Yin, he said that as long as I was willing to go back and be a breeding machine for their tribe, he would agree to let Qi Yin break off the engagement with that Yin. Who understands this? The way he said it was like buying pork in a market, with added perks? It made Qi Yin feel sick. His face turned green, and he told him to get lost on the spot. The old man got anxious and reached out to hit him. Let me tell you, my reaction was super quick. With a snap, a small whip of psychic energy, the electrifying kind, bound his hand immediately, shocking him so much he cried out. Qi Yin was even fiercer, kicking that old dang away, causing him to spit out a mouthful of old blood. That scene, TSK, was a prime example of electronic medical aesthetics, especially treating all kinds of grievances. The group behind him was all dumbfounded, and one named Chi sarcastically remarked that Qi Yin was going against his own tribe leader for me, a mere outsider. In the end, that old dang managed to get up and even wanted to persuade Qi Yin to go back, claiming Qi Yin was strong and shouldn't he be wasted, suggesting he go back and have a few little ones with Yin Mei, saying today's beating was nothing. I really opened my eyes. Is his skin made of city walls? He started playing the family card again, bringing up Qian's parents, threatening that they were about to starve to death. In the end, Qi Yin just smiled coldly and said, "Tribe leader, have you forgotten? I've already severed ties with them." The old man was completely out of options. Looking into Qian's eyes filled with killing intent, he knew that staying any longer could lead to more than just a kick, so he scurried away with his people. After sending off this bunch of play gods, I've been working nonstop these past few days, both producing goods and dealing with enemies. So tired that I fall asleep as soon as I hit the bed. And guess what? I had a dream. In the dream, there was a dark shadow, like an AI customer service, telling me that my destined fate was online and to check it promptly. I wanted to refuse right away. What kind of forced CP is this? But the next second, whoosh, I fell into a man's arms. Who is it? Lianfeng, that Lion King. Goodness. He had a big hole in his waist, blood flowing like it was free, his face pale, lips trembling, yet he was still holding on and said to me, "Little female, you came at the wrong time. I can't protect you anymore." My temper flared up in an instant. Forget about everything else. I directly pulled out my ancestral veterinary suturing kit from my space. Yes, you heard it right, the one I used to stitch up a pig's belly before. I got to work on his gruesome wound. Just bear with my skills. It may not look pretty, but I guarantee it won't cost you your life. I gave him a live version of the Cyber Hua 2A 3-piece set. Debridement, suturing, and then another injection of anti-inflammatory medicine. I worked hard for most of the night. So tired that my eyelids were fighting, and finally I couldn't hold on anymore, my head tilted, and I just collapsed on his bed and fell asleep. As a result, when I woke up the next day, hey, I was actually in my own bed, holding my little Qingyuan. I was stunned at that moment. So the bloody surgery last night was just a dream? This dream was way too hardcore. Just when things settled down for 2 days, another problem arose. This time it wasn't outsiders, but the group of zebra orcs in the tribe. We worked ourselves to the bone, making stone mills for everyone. And they came to question Qian, asking why they were the last to get theirs. With that tone, you would think I owed them 8 million. Qian, being a good guy, endured the anger and promised to deliver it to them the next day. However, the next day, his wrist was swollen from the strain, and when I told him to take a break, they directly blocked the door, insisting on getting the stone mill that day. I explained to them, and I guess what they said? You're a goddess. Can't you just wave your hand and make it happen? I'm really laughing in anger. Do they think I'm a wishing well turtle? The more they talk, the more intense it becomes. Not only are they dissatisfied with me, but they've also started to complain about the clan leader, feeling that the leader is biased and hasn't allowed their zebra clan to take the lead. I'm the kind of person who prefers gentle persuasion over force. Just throw those big stones in front of them and say, you want it? Do it yourself. Go ahead and complain wherever you like. That group of zebra orcs had just gone to complain to the chief, when suddenly, a dark mass flew down from the sky. More than 20 eagle beastmen swooped down like airdrops, landing right in the tribe square, each carrying a mountain of beast skins on their backs. The zebra orcs, who were still causing a ruckus in front of the chief, were stunned by the sight. Among them was a familiar face, that little brat from Ragewind City, Kanglin. This time, he was quite on point. Not only did he bring top-quality snake skins, but he also loudly announced in front of everyone that these were all gifts from the city lord to thank me for sending the fire seeds. The zebra orcs' eyes turned red, and they went crazy, wanting to rush in and grab them, shouting, what does she need so many bee skins for as a strong orc? They should have been ours in the first place. I'm truly shocked by the shamelessness of these people. Fortunately, our brothers from the elk tribe and the bull tribe are strong and directly stop them. That zebra leader is still shouting, saying that we are bullying our own people for the sake of an outsider. Unexpectedly, that little brat Kanglin actually stood up to speak for me, retorting, what are you talking about? These things were originally a gift from Stormwind City to Sister Xingluo. What does it have to do with you? Those zebra orcs were momentarily silenced. I looked at Kanglin and suddenly felt that this kid wasn't so annoying after all. I breathed a sigh of relief, thanked him, and told him that after I finished dealing with things here, I would go to Stormwind City. Kanglin nodded and took out a map from his pocket, handing it to me. All right, Sister Xingluo, this is a map specifically drawn by the orcs in our tribe at my father's request. You see, here is the Jiaoyan tribe, and then if you take this route, you can reach Stormwind City. With this animal skin map in hand, I finally feel at ease. Now I'm not afraid of getting lost. I waved to Kanglin, urging him to hurry back. But just as he left, those dissatisfied zebra orcs started their complaining again. TCH, even without you, we can still tell the Lord how to start a fire, and then those things will all belong to us, right? I told you. At that moment, I was so angry that I almost laughed. I stretched out my hand, and an energy crystal appeared directly in my palm, which instantly transformed into a long whip. I flicked the whip and looked at them with a forced smile, saying, oh really? Then where did you learn to start a fire? Have you forgotten so quickly? Do you want me to help you remember physically? Well, these people instantly cowered. They finally remembered that I have special abilities and even the smallest of my little ones has awakened. They can't even handle the strong beastmen without abilities. Yet they dare to jump in front of me? The one who was just shouting the loudest turned pale, unable to say a word. It was ridiculous. Xingluo, we were wrong. We were really wrong. We will listen to you from now on. The first male who was not convinced changed his face faster than flipping a book and directly begged for mercy. But can I trust them? These fair-weather friends. Today they can back down, but tomorrow when I leave, who knows how they will bully Chief Jiang again. I have to come up with a way to end this once and for all. I cleared my throat and pointed at the pile of animal skins. I originally planned to distribute these animal skins to everyone directly. But now it seems you all don't really need them. Chief Jiang initially wanted to say a few good words for them, but seeing their behavior now, he couldn't be bothered. They deserve it. As a result, the leading fence-sitter spoke up again. Xingluo, we all admit our mistakes. You have to give us a chance. Right? Besides, you're giving things to other tribes, but not to us. Isn't that inappropriate? I frowned. This person really lacks insight. Without saying a word, I cracked the whip onto the ground with a sharp sound. There is nothing inappropriate about this. From today on, our tribe will implement a system of distribution based on labor. Want to get animal skins? Fine, go make pottery, plant wheat, or grind flour. As long as someone in each household works, they can receive goods based on their contributions. Those who don't work shouldn't expect to get a single hair. As soon as these words were spoken, the faces of the orcs from the elk tribe and the cow tribe lit up with joy. They were already short on animal skins, and this method was too fair for them. Great, we agree. Only the zebra orcs had faces that looked as if they had eaten something unpleasant. What unwilling? I sneered. If you're unwilling, that is fine. The stone mill will be sent to you in a few days, but as for the animal skins, you truly won't have any share. These people, relying on being local natives, do nothing all day, just waiting for other tribes to serve them. They're simply a bunch of giant infants. I looked at them. They were all as skinny as monkeys, utterly lazy, and even the females who bore their young looked at them with disdain. Just then, a small female from the zebra tribe, holding a baby, erupted, pointing at her 3 males and scolding. I tell you, if I can't wear a new animal skin skirt this winter, I'll find a beast husband like Qian again. I'll never bear your young again. Wow, this ignited a powder keg. The females in the zebra tribe stood up one after another, starting to criticize their males. I watched this scene with great satisfaction. At that moment, Qingyuan also ran back, her wood-type abilities still radiating outwards. I watched in awe as that energy floated and drifted to the newborn cubs. Suddenly, the small female who had just been scolding screamed, pointing at the baby in her arms. Baby, baby, what is wrong with you? What is this? Everyone crowded over to take a look, and to their surprise, a green light appeared in the baby's palm. Qingyuan curiously leaned over, munching on a peach, her big eyes blinking. In no time, the baby was holding a white beast crystal in its hand, giggling away. Chief Jiang's eyes widened. It's an ability crystal. Impossible. The mother of the cub was in tears. Our zebra tribe had long-lost wood-type abilities. As a result, someone in the crowd shouted, "It must be that the goddess Xingluo is here. Only then would the beast god bless us again. From now on, anyone who dares to bully the goddess." That little female, named by Ting, turned around and suddenly knelt down before me, her face full of reverence. "Goddess Xingluo, I apologize on behalf of my tribe. Please don't be angry." I quickly helped her up. I'm not some goddess. I looked at the adorable little cub and then at Xingyin, who was still eating a peach nearby, and I had a rough idea of what was going on. This wasn't a blessing from the beast god. It was clearly my daughter's energy overflowing, forcefully activating that little cub. It seemed Qingyuan also sensed it. She ran over, grabbed my hand, and couldn't help but reach out to touch the little cub's chubby hand, even giving him a kiss on the cheek. Who understands what family means? The next second, a miracle happened. The white crystal stone in the little cub's hand instantly turned a shade of red. It went from a newbie in the village straight to becoming a high-level player. Everyone present was stunned, especially the cub's father, who had just been causing a scene. His eyes nearly popped out. Bai Ting was holding the cub, tears streaming down her face, and she excitedly touched Qingyuan's face. "Little Qing, thank you." I sighed and pulled Qingyuan aside, whispering to her, "Qingyuan, your mother is proud of you, but in the future, don't expose your abilities in front of so many people. Okay, this ability is too extraordinary, and I'm afraid someone will take notice." Qingyuan obediently nodded. Over there, Bai Ting had already started scolding her useless beast husband. Lin Feng, aren't you going to apologize to Sister Xingluo yet?" Lin Feng, fearing for his precious cub that had just advanced to a red beast crystal, dared not utter a word of protest. His legs went weak, and he kneeled down. God is Xingluo, it's my fault. I shouldn't have encouraged everyone to cause trouble. I watched this dramatic scene, and it was truly a mix of laughter and tears. If only I had understood things this well earlier. Why did it have to come to this? With the matter resolved, I thought I should hurry and build a few more cave dwellings to speed up pottery production. My two sons, Qingyan and Qingzhua, are familiar with the nearby terrain and said there's a good spot over by the zebra tribe. I took them over to have a look, and wow, the zebra tribe has changed a lot. The males were busy clearing land and farming, and the females were learning to weave baskets using the methods I taught them. Bai Ting was very enthusiastic when she saw me. As soon as I mentioned building the cave dwellings, the entire tribe rushed to offer their help. Looking at the capable Bai Ting, I had an idea and directly said to her, Bai Ting, it's time for your tribe to choose a leader, and I think you would be a great fit. Bai Ting was taken aback. In this era, it was unheard of for a female to be a leader. I didn't push her, letting her think about it. Anyway, the location was already chosen, a perfect open space at the foot of the mountain. I have finished the blueprint for the cave dwelling and handed over the subsequent work to them. Then, I took Qing Yao and Qing Lan, holding the map, and headed straight for Ragewind City. My goodness, this Orgrimmar has completely refreshed my perception. If our tribe is a small village, then this is the capital's CBD. There are towering trees everywhere, covered with tree houses, and on the ground are various stone houses and shops, bustling with activity. Because I taught them how to make fire before, now the streets are filled with roasted meat and roasted fruits, creating a vibrant atmosphere. I followed the map to the place that Kanglin told me about, and while I was wondering where the door was, the window of the stone house suddenly opened with a whoosh. Kanglin, dressed in a shiny fur coat, pushed the door open, but I didn't expect that there were two other people standing beside him. The moment I saw their faces, my breath caught. One was Songling, and the other was Ling Shuang. I was completely taken aback at that moment. You can dodge the first day of the new year, but you can't dodge the 15th. The fated female lead from the original story has come knocking. Sister Xingluo, this is the place my father prepared for you. Take a look, are you satisfied? Kanglin still had an excited expression on her face. My expression instantly turned cold as I gritted my teeth and said, I'm very satisfied. You go ahead and do your thing. Song Lan was dumbfounded, not understanding why I suddenly changed my demeanor, and foolishly asked, Sister Xingluo, didn't Xing Yuan come with you, my daughter? I was even angrier. How could I possibly bring my precious daughter to face her destined enemy? Let her be bullied by that white lotus, Ling Shuang? Dream on. No, I replied curtly with 2 words. As soon as Ling Shuang heard my voice, she looked over, and to my surprise, she remembered me, smiling innocently. Sister Xingluo, I remember you have 2 little ones. Can Song Ling and I go find them a play? Play my foot. Looking in her eyes, I knew she had ulterior motives. No, I directly refused. They're not like you, with nothing to do. They are very busy. Don't go disturb them. Ling Shuang immediately pouted, grabbing Song Lan's arm. Brother Song Lan, but I want to go explain the misunderstanding from last time. This silly boy, Song Lan, actually fell for it and wanted to help her. I let out a cold laugh and directly closed the door. Too lazy to waste more words with them. I walked into the house with my 2 kids. This place is really nice, a 2-story building with a yard. In a prime location with a wide view. I thought to myself, just selling groceries is too wasteful. Transforming it into a restaurant would definitely be a hit. But that's all for later. The urgent task at hand is to sell the pottery I brought. As I came down from the 2nd floor, I heard Kanglin explaining something to my Qing Tian. While Ling Shuang and Songling had already left, Kanglin hurriedly placed 2 grasshoppers on the table and ran off in a rush. Qing Tian, looking displeased, complained to me, Mother, that female is really bad. She wants my big brother and 2nd brother to be her beast husbands. And she even wants to harm you. I was taken aback. How'd this kid know? But looking at his serious little face, I knew this was not a simple matter. I pulled the 2 of them over and started setting up a stall downstairs. Botteri, bambo, baskets, lemon hone tea. Everything was neatly arranged. Just as we finished setting up, business came knocking. A burly man over 6 feet tall walked in, picked up the 2 biggest pots without saying a word, and dropped 4 red beast crystals before leaving. What a great start. Instantly, a crowd gathered outside, all dressed in fancy attire, peeking in curiously. I realized, hey, I can sell my lipstick and lip balm now. Business kept rolling in, but unexpectedly, trouble followed. A male with flame patterns on his forehead, dressed extremely flamboyantly, walked in. He looked like a troublemaker. He picked up one of the most beautiful pots I had made and actually raised his hand to smash it on the ground. Wait a minute, I shouted sternly. This male from the Jinwu tribe completely ignored me, instead smiled, loosened his grip, and with a crash, the pot shattered into pieces. Fragments flew everywhere. I was furious at that moment, kicked him in the back, and he stumbled and fell to the ground, his hands landing right on the shards, instantly gushing blood. I snorted coldly and said, "This pot of mine costs 4 red beast crystals. Want to smash it? Go ahead, I'll keep a record of it. And we'll settle the account after you're done." "You, a cat tribe beast man, dare to ask me for beast crystals?" He got up from the ground, his face full of provocation. "Are you sure you want to stay in this city?" "I've figured it out." He an arrogant second-generation official. Just as I was about to retort, he transformed into a beast form, a huge golden bird. With a flap of its wings, countless fireballs flew towards me. "Little female of the cat tribe, get out of Angry Wind City now. I'll pretend today's events never happened," he shouted. The surrounding orcs were so frightened that they kept retreating. At that moment, a brave little hawk orc tried to fly away to report. But the golden bird shot a fireball with a flick of its hand, directly knocking the little hawk down from the air, its feathers burning all over. I quickly grabbed a basin of water and splashed it over, transforming the little hawk back into human form, with severe burns all over its body, crying heart-wrenchingly. Looking at that child, who was about the same size as my own, my eyes turned red. "Who taught you to use your powers to harm innocent beastmen?" I stared fiercely at the golden crow, but it arrogantly laughed. "We are a race blessed by the beast god. To be harmed by my flames is his honor. This worldview is simply explosive. I've never seen such a shameless person. What? Are you not convinced?" The golden rock's eyes were filled with murderous intent. "If you're not convinced, I don't mind letting my flames burn you and your 2 unnecessary offspring to death. How dare he insult my child?" This completely ignited my fury. No one at the scene dared to move. I protected the 2 children behind me, gripping the long whip tightly. So what if they were orange crystal beastmen? Today, I will teach this flat-haired beast a lesson. I tell you, I had just started the fire and hadn't even had a chance to act yet, and my 3rd son. Qing wow, he went straight for the big one. His slightly purplish eyes suddenly became very deep, as if some special effect had been activated, and he was staring intently at that golden crow bird, mumbling something under his breath. I was stunned at that moment, thinking to myself, what other hidden skills does this little brat have that I don't know about? The next second, Qing directly output what he had heard to the public screen. He shouted in front of everyone, "Mother, he wants to kill you because you taught the city lord the new fire seed, cutting off their golden crow clan source of income." Wow, family, who understands? This was like a live unboxing, directly exposing the golden crow bird's secrets. The surrounding eagle beastmen instantly exploded upon hearing this. It turned out these feathered creatures were looking for trouble out of jealousy. The golden crow bird's CPU probably burned out on the spot, unable to comprehend how a child of just a few years could read its mind. It was left stunned by my son's mental attack, its body completely frozen. Can I let this opportunity slip by? The whip in my hand crackled with electric effects, and with a series of loud cracks, I unleashed a fierce beating, sending his golden fur flying everywhere as he howled in pain. I pursued him and struck him over 20 times, leaving him charred on the outside and tender on the inside, completely incapacitated. He probably couldn't fathom until his death how a cat clan member, like me, could awaken the lightning abilities reserved for the White Tiger Divine Envoy. Yet this brat had a tough life. He managed to recover, his gaze refocusing as he viciously glared at my son. "You little brat, it was you who did this." With that, a huge fireball came hurtling toward my 2 cubs. My heart was in my throat. Qing had just used her ultimate move and was now feeling dizzy and unable to move. I rushed over, but it was too late. Just at that critical moment, swoosh, a black shadow of a giant eagle descended from the sky, executed a cool aerial drift, and directly snatched the 2 little ones away with its claws, safely placing them in a secure spot. Wow, a hero saving the damsel. No, I mean saving the kids. Well, I got a good look. The enormous eagle landed and transformed into a human. Let me tell you, he was incredibly handsome, tall, and striking, with an air of righteousness in his brow. And there was a hint of, a little surprise in his gaze. When he spoke, his voice was cold yet pleasant. "You are Xingluo?" I didn't have time to respond at that moment, so I hurried over to check on my 2 kids. Fortunately, they were unharmed. I finally breathed a sigh of relief, stood up, and thanked the handsome guy. However, he coldly replied, "It's part of my duty." The surrounding orcs looked at him as if they had seen a savior, all shouting in unison, "It's Lord Yujian, the one who upholds the law. Lord Yujian has returned." I finally understood that this person is the Discipline Inspection Secretary of Ragewind City, specifically in charge of the law. It is said that he went out for research and study a few years ago and just returned today to encounter this incident. A relative of an injured little hawk cried and went up to report, saying how Jin Peng burned their family-esque cub. After hearing this, Yu Jian's handsome face was expressionless, and in front of everyone, his voice was not loud but carried immense weight, deliberately harming a minor cub in Ragewind City, sentenced to life imprisonment. Wow, that was decisively and neatly sentenced. Jin Peng, injured all over, struggled to transform back into human form and roared at Yu Jian. Yu Jian, your rules only apply to your own people. Our Jinwu clan is not under your jurisdiction. As soon as I heard this, I thought, oh no, the Jinwu clan is indeed a privileged class. However, Yu Jian didn't even raise an eyebrow and said, the rules I said apply to all orcs in Angry Wind City. So, are you Jinwu clan planning to migrate now? Don't forget, the rainy season is coming soon. With that one sentence, it was a heart-wrenching blow. The Bird clan fears rain the most, and leaving the high ground of Angry Wind City now would be seeking their own doom. I see that the big boss has already taken control of the situation, so I hurriedly seized the opportunity to settle the score. I cleared my throat and said to Yu Jian, Lord Yu Jian, before he was locked up, he damaged my belongings, so he needs to pay for it first. Don't you think so? Yu Jian glanced at me, and surprisingly, it seemed like he was struggling to maintain his icy facade. He nodded. He should compensate. I immediately called out the dishes. My pottery is basically all destroyed. I counted, not much, just 200 red beast crystals, 100 pieces of beast skin, plus a bag of salt. The Golden Peng's eyes were about to pop out, so angry that he was about to make a move, but in an instant, Yu Jian flashed and appeared beside him, pressing him down. Family members, that speed was just like using teleportation. The Golden Peng stubbornly shouted at me. Are your broken things worth that much money? It's just clay burned with fire, right? I can make an exact replica for you tomorrow. Hey, when I heard this, I was delighted. Isn't this the opportunity one was waiting for? I smiled at him and said, all right, let's make a bet. If you can make a usable pottery pot by this time tomorrow, even if it's not good looking, you'll win. From then on, this business will be yours. And I'll pack my things and leave, and we'll settle our accounts. Tempting conditions, right? When Jin Peng heard this, he probably started calculating how to take my business without even thinking, and he agreed immediately. It's a deal. Just don't regret it. I couldn't help but laugh inside, while sincerely saying I never regret it, with Lord Yu Jian and all the clan members as witnesses. Yu Jian probably saw through my little schemes, sighed, and added to Jin Peng, if you lose, you must compensate the full amount as Xingluo said, and you cannot go back on your word. Jin Peng, already dizzy from victory, agreed without a second thought. With the matter settled, Jin Peng stormed off. However, the handsome Yu Jian stayed behind, wandering around the ruins I had created as if shopping on Taobao. He picked up the only surviving small pottery jar I had, examining it from all angles, clearly enamored. I was cleaning up the shards with a broom I made myself when he suddenly spoke. His cold voice was simply striking. Xingluo this. I want it. What can I trade you for it? Then, let me tell you, the outrageous part came. He poured out 2 pieces of purple beast crystals from the beast skin bag at his waist. Purple ones. Family. The purchasing power of this thing in 2025 would definitely be equivalent to a whole apartment in Thompson Riviera, right? He actually looked at me with a sincere expression and asked, is this too little? I was dumbfounded at the time, bro. Are you messing with me? This isn't about being broke. You just have no concept of our world's prices. I really felt embarrassed to take advantage of him. So I quickly waved my hands. It's a gift. Just consider us friends. Seeing him still holding the small ceramic jar and not leaving, I hesitated for a moment, but decided to be generous and took 2 bamboo tubes from a shelf, poured my treasured honey lemon water into a cup, and handed it to him. After all, a guest is a guest, and he's a potential super big client. He took a sip, and his eyes instantly lit up, pushing the 2 amethyst stones towards me. This is for you. Can I come back for more next time? Seeing my hesitation, he added, can this last a lifetime? I don't like trouble. Wow, is it really such a good deal? A lifetime VIP customer just walked in. I made the decision on the spot. Deal? In the future, whenever I have delicious food or fun activities, I will keep them reserved for you first. I casually asked him where he lived, so it would be convenient for my son to deliver goods to his door in the future. He pointed to the giant tree house on the largest tree behind us. I felt a jolt in my heart. What a coincidence. A living ATM was right beside me. Early the next morning, this VIP client really came to my door with a bag of top-quality millet, that's little rice, asking me to cook some porridge for him. As soon as I started cooking, wow, the aroma of the porridge attracted half the city's people. There were layers of people crowding around my door, making it impossible to get through, as if they were watching a spectacle. As soon as I saw it, I realized it was a free advertising spot. I couldn't miss this opportunity. I quickly took out all the bamboo baskets and small bamboo boxes I made to sell. Guess what happened? They sold out instantly. The little females behind me, who didn't manage to grab a basket, started scrambling to buy the honey lemon water I was drinking. 2 red beast crystals per cup. Without blinking an eye. In Angry Wind City, there really are rich women everywhere. One white-haired little female bought 5 cups in one go and curiously asked if I had anything else. The opportunity had arrived. I immediately took out my trump card. Lipsticks and lip balms made from plants and beeswax. I applied some on myself right there, and the effect was amazing. Those little females' eyes widened, and they pulled out beast crystals to buy me out, forcing me to limit the purchases in the end. My friends, looking at the pile of beast crystals that filled half a wooden box and the hundreds of beast skins in front of me, I truly felt that immense wealth had finally come my way. I hurriedly put away these spoils into my space, planning to make some noodles for lunch to improve my meal. When I looked up, that unlucky Jiang Peng had returned. He was holding a black, misshapen clay lump in his arms, walking towards me with a proud expression. Look, I made this. Quickly, give me your place, and we'll settle our debt. I almost laughed out loud. All right, whether it's a mule or a horse, let's take it out for a walk. I asked him to set the pot on the fire and told my son to invite the notary, Master Yujian. That golden rock was quite particular. He didn't use flint to start the fire, but insisted on conjuring a flame from his palm, claiming that his fire source was pure. Fine, you're impressive, go ahead. The golden rock used his pure flame to ignite the dry wood under the pot, and the flames instantly flared up, with the water in the pot emitting a strange smell. But let me tell you, just as the fire got strong, we heard a sizzling sound, and the bottom of the pot started leaking water as if it were raining. In less than 2 minutes, the water was all gone, and that pot, good grief, just performed a transformation back into a puddle of mud. The golden rock was dumbfounded at the scene, still mumbling, that's not right. Isn't Jiang Xingluo's thing also made of mud? Why does hers work? Then this guy started to play dirty, pointing at me and shouting, it's definitely you. You broke my pot. My stuff can't possibly have a problem. Family, who understands? This guy was adamant about not admitting it. When his technique failed, he insisted the path was too slippery. I was so angry I almost laughed, saying, just admit you lost, don't embarrass yourself here. But he kept arguing, shouting at Yujian, Master Yujian, did you see? She broke it. She just said to make it. She never said it had to work. This was textbook-level shamelessness. I directly threw the question to Yujian. Lord Yujian, you were there at the time. What do you think we should do about this? My gaze was coldly fixed on him, and Jiang Peng, that kid, probably remembered my electric little whip, turning pale with fright, stepping back step by step. And then with a whoosh, he transformed directly into a big golden crow, flapping his wings and flying away. I was stunned at that moment. Wait. Is the Jinwu tribe really this cowardly? Running away when they can't win? I thought they had more backbone. I turned to Yujian and asked, what if he just flies away? Yujian frowned, looking speechless. It's fine, he can't fly out of Rage Wind City. He's directionally challenged. When I heard that, I almost burst out laughing. What is this? A flying race with terrible sense of direction? Isn't this setting a bit too hasty? Let me tell you, if this were back in our day, they'd be colliding with planes every day. Yujian said, I'll go find him. As soon as he finished speaking, he transformed into his beast form and flew away. Wow, he turned into an enormous eagle, moving so smoothly, with eyes as sharp as knives. In the blink of an eye, he vanished. That teleportation skill is just too cool. I turned around and found that Kanglin had come over again, holding a few wooden carvings in his hands. He gave a small bird carving to both Qingyao and Qingluan. Qingyao, the cool guy, studied it with a serious face, while Qingluan sweetly said thank you. Then, Kanglin took out a small lion carving and said he wanted to give it to Qingyuan. I was taken aback. Wasn't this intention too obvious? Everyone else gets birds, but my child gets a lion? How old is my kid? And this little guy is already thinking about it. I was just about to refuse and say that Qingyuan doesn't like this kind of thing, but the words got stuck in my throat. Sigh. I suddenly felt like a wicked mother trying to break up a pair of lovebirds. Forget it. What if this world as Kanglin turns out different because of me and Isnt the scumbag from the original story? I sighed and said, all right, Qingluan, take your sister back. After all, it's her sincere intention. As a result, this little guy Kanglin surprised me with a big revelation. He leaned over and said, Sister Xingluo, don't worry. I've already asked Songling to send Ling Shuang away. I was taken aback. Huh? You don't like her? Kanglin shook his head with a look of disgust. She doesn't look at all like her aunt. I dislike her. I was stunned. Wait a minute. The script doesn't say this. Kanglin hates Ling Shuang. This CP is already doomed before it even starts. Just as I was confused, Yujian returned, followed by a large group of people all with golden hair and blue eyes, dressed extravagantly. It was clear that the entire Jinwu family had come out. With such a scene, anyone who didn't know would think they were here to fight. An elderly man with golden hair and a stern face shouted at me, "What did you break? How much? I'll pay." His tone was like he was demanding a debt. I hadn't said anything yet when a female rushed over, crying and grabbing Eugen's clothes, shouting, "Lord Eugen, my little Zhong's injury won't heal. He can't fly anymore. It's all that Golden Pang's fault for burning my baby with fire." As soon as I heard it, my heart sank. It was the little falcon who had been burned while delivering a message. His mother was crying heartbreakingly, and it made me feel uncomfortable just listening. The old man from the Jinwu tribe looked even more displeased after hearing this, and he sternly asked Jin Peng, "Did you use your abilities to harm someone here?" Just then, another young man from the Jinwu tribe stepped forward. He had his golden hair tied up high and was quite handsome, but his eyes were green. When I saw his green eyes, my DNA reacted. Wasn't this Jin Tang, who was part of Ling Shuang's future harem in the original story? Goodness, is today the day for the male leads team building? First there was Cong Lan, and now Jin Tang. I really can't believe it. Jin Tang was quite articulate. He first expressed concern for the little falcon's injuries, then turned to me, saying, "Sister Xingluo, I heard that young Master Cong Lan was rescued at the Jiao tribe before. I wonder if you could take this little beast man back for treatment? The Jinwu tribe will cover all expenses." With that said, what more could I say? Cong Lan was also looking at me expectantly, so I had no choice but to nod. Eugen spread his wings again, and we flew back to the Jiao tribe with the injured little Zhong in tow. Upon arriving at the tribe, Hua Yan and Sun Ran were treating Qi Yan's wrist. Sun Ran's wood-type abilities were impressive now. The pus-filled wounds on little Zhong were healing at a visible speed under his hands. Jin Tang watched in awe, probably seeing the power of wood-type abilities for the first time. However, Sun Ran's power was limited. He was about to reach his limit after healing the wounds on Zhong's face. Just then, my little Qing Yuan, munching on a chicken leg, wandered out. She reached out and grabbed Sun Ran's hand, and I felt a surge of immense power rush over. She said in a baby voice, "Brother Sun Ran, try again." Sun Ran nodded and reached out again, and a miracle happened. Little Zhong's skin and flesh healed instantly. Even the pus sores disappeared. My little cub is amazing. With just one buff, Sun Ran ascended on the spot. Everyone present was stunned. Jin Tang snapped back to reality, bowed deeply to Hua Yan and Sun Ran, and said to ask for any reward. Seeing that Qing Yuan looked pale from exhaustion, Hua Yan was heartbroken and directly said, "Send more meat, and also, I want 100 orange beast crystals." Jin Tang agreed immediately. Cong Lan was also feeling distressed and quickly took out a golden fruit from his pocket and handed it to Qing Yuan, saying, "Qing Yuan, this is the golden fruit my father beast gave me. You can have it." When Jin Tang saw that fruit, his eyes nearly popped out. It was a treasure that only the beast god's messenger could grow. But my little Qing Yuan, this little greedy cat, even though her eyes were glued to the fruit, still shook her head and pointed at little Zhong beside her, saying, "Let him eat it. He looks so sad. I can feel it. Family, I really am crying my heart out." Such a small cub already understands what it means to have a big heart. She even secretly scraped the seed of the golden fruit and stuffed it to me. I planted the seeds at the door, and as I turned around, Qing Yan and Qing Zhuo returned. Seeing Kanglin and Jin Tang surrounding their sister, the looks on their faces were as if they wanted to stab them, especially Qing Zhuo, who directly rushed in front of Kanglin and said, "What are you doing here? Leave my house." Sigh. The hostility these brothers have towards Kanglin seems to be ingrained in their bones. I couldn't be bothered with those little brats. So I went to help Hua Yan prepare medicine. That kid Jin Tang was like a curious baby, following me around, looking at our stove and our medicine pot, his eyes full of shock. Later, when we went up the mountain to pick tea leaves, he insisted on tagging along, transforming into beast form and flying beside me. He kept praising how good my beast form looked, saying it didn't resemble a cat, but rather a white tiger. I looked at Jin Tang and noticed something off about his gaze. While marveling at how great our tribe was, he was also gazing up at the sky at a 45-degree angle, lamenting his unrecognized talent being born into the Jinwu tribe. After we finished picking tea leaves and returned, I was almost infuriated by what I saw. Cong Lan was cooking for Qing Yuan, who was directing from the side, and then I heard Cong Lan say, "Are these things spices? We used to think they were useless and pick them to use as fuel." I followed the direction of his finger and saw Sichuan pepper. Are they using Sichuan pepper as firewood? I was furious. What a wasteful act of artistic behavior. This move is like lighting a cigarette for the Bull Demon King, emphasizing luxury. I rushed over, Where in Angry Wind City can I find this stuff? Hurry, take me to see. I taught Kanglin how to stir-fry meat with spices. An enticing aroma wafted out, tempting several little ones. Kanglin, holding a plate of meat, happily went to show off to Qingyuan. While it was lively here, the healed little Zhong had a problem. As soon as he saw Jin Tong's golden hair, he cried out in fear, trembling all over. I quickly picked him up and comforted him, and he sniffled and said, "Big brother, I'm sorry. That day, that golden crow beast man used a fireball to destroy Sister Xingluo's house. I wanted to tell Uncle City Lord, but he burned me with fire. I was really scared. Although the little guy is young, he spoke clearly. Their Golden Crow clan can throw out large fireballs just by flapping their wings, capable of burning everything down. Let me tell you, this little kid from a Jinwu tribe is simply a walking fire-breathing dragon, with all his talent points maxed out. What is the point of training? He can just take off right where he stands. Anyway, I stayed in the Jian tribe for about 10 days and thoroughly checked the little Jinwu's body. His guardian, Jin Tang, brought me the agreed treatment fee. When I looked, wow, a pile of red beast crystals shining brightly. My best friend Huayan was still trying to decline, but I quickly pulled her aside to accept it. I had to accept it. Weren't you worried about not having materials to make medicine for your sister Qingyuan? This is all yours. Now everything is good. I have enough supplies. I stored all the newly fired pottery in my space and was ready to return to my city of rage to continue my career. As a result, the two young masters, Kanglin and Jin Tang, insisted that the fruits and fungi from my hometown are delicacies, and they insisted I take them to the city of rage to sell. They even said they would set up a shop for me specifically to sell food. I was speechless, but indeed, these things in the tribe can't be finished, and it would be good to exchange some for bee skins to make a few new clothes. You have no idea. This bee skin skirt I'm wearing is almost faded, heavy, and uncomfortable. I dream of having a pure cotton t-shirt. Family. When I brought the stuff back to the city of rage, those two young masters acted like wholesalers, each taking away 2 large boxes of fruits and fungi, plus a dozen pottery pots, and directly gave me 2 green beast crystals. Hey, this was a good deal. Guess what happened next? When I opened my little shop, I was stunned. The line was, I swear, from one end of the street to the other, filled with people. It felt like all the players on the server came here to refresh their beginner village quests. Later, I found out that their city lord, Jiang Xingluo, who has a big mouth, went around promoting my place in other tribes, saying I had the latest pots and even lipsticks, tempting people to come with their families. At that moment, I had just one thought. I'm done. I'm going to be exhausted at the counter today. Just when I was about to ascend from all the busyness, a group of orcs arrived at the city gate. The leading man, with yellow hair, looked arrogant and had a gaze so cold it could freeze someone to death. As soon as he glanced up, his eyes locked onto me. My heart skipped a beat. Who is this? Looking for revenge? I ignored him and continued moving the pots into the house. Suddenly, he came over with big strides, grabbed my wrist without saying a word. I hadn't reacted yet when a shadow flashed by, and Yu Jian, our law enforcement officer, appeared right away, ready to pry that yellow-haired guy's hand off. Does anyone understand this? 2 top-notch handsome guys were suddenly confronting each other for me, and I was like the old man on the subway looking at his phone, completely confused. What does this have to do with me? The yellow-haired guy, named Lai Feng, looked at Yu Jian with eyes full of hatred, as if he were looking at his father's murderer. Yu Jian was the same, directly warning him, "Get out of here." Lai Feng didn't pay him any mind and instead leaned closer to me, suddenly softening his voice. "Long time no see, little female. Thanks for saving me last time." That's when I remembered there was indeed such a thing. I had thought it was a dream. Seeing this situation, Yu Jian completely exploded, directly exposing Lai Feng's dark past, saying he was ungrateful and didn't even avenge his own parents. Simply not worth anything. Lai Feng got angry too. What happened between me and the little female is none of your business. Then, I watched as they both instantly transformed into their beast forms. One teleporting and the other summoning a strong wind, and they started fighting in the middle of the square. The bystanders were more excited than anyone, with someone shouting, "Is Lord Yu Jian fighting for Xingluo in the competition?" I really appreciated it, but are they going to let anyone do business anymore? I was so angry that I transformed into my little kitten form, darted between the two of them, and raised my little paw to unleash a bolt of lightning that struck the ground, forcefully separating them. I shouted at them fiercely, "Stop fighting. You've scared away the guests." And guess what that yellow-haired lion, Lianfeng, did? He looked at my cat form and actually laughed. Then he transformed back into human form, squatted down, reached out with both hands, and picked me up. He even started petting my belly. I was completely stunned. Who are you, big guy? Let go of me. You can't just hug me like that. Jian, watching from the side, looked like he was about to breathe fire. After struggling to get free, I transformed back into human form and pointed at Lianfeng's nose, saying, "Don't hug me without permission." Surprisingly, he listened and gently replied, "I'll do as you say." Just then, our little Qingtian came running out, calling out in a baby voice, "Mommy, a sister asked if you have any lipstick." Lianfeng was instantly stunned, staring at me with a look that said, "You have kids?" He fixed his gaze on me, asking, "Little female, where's your beast husband?" I rolled my eyes at both of them, saying, "My beast husband is dead. I only have a few cubs, and I don't plan to look for another one. Do you understand? Two crazy people, their brains are in a pit. I'm too lazy to deal with them, so I went back to selling things. I was busy until all the stock was sold out, and the beast crystals and beast skins piled up like a mountain before I finally sighed in relief. But when I turned around, I saw Qing Yao from our family rolling on the ground while holding her head, blood flowing from her eyes. She kept shouting, "Mother, my head hurts so much, I can't see you anymore." I was so shocked at that moment. Qingluo cried and said that the last time she went back, third brother's eyes hurt. I was so frightened that I lost my senses. I held on to Qing Yao and wanted to run outside, but as soon as I opened the door, I ran into Lai Feng, who hadn't left yet. He saw the situation and without saying a word, transformed into his beast form, growled, "Get on, I'll take you." I didn't have time to think about anything else, so I hugged Qing Yao, grabbed Qingluo, and jumped onto his broad back. He ran incredibly fast, not asking a single question along the way, and directly rushed back to the Jiuyin tribe according to my instructions. Huayan was also startled when she saw Qing Yao's condition. She said it looked like a side effect of awakening a mental ability that he had been backlashed by the power, and even asked if my cub's father beast was a mental type. I had no idea. I was so anxious that I cried on the spot and said I didn't know who the child's father was. As a result, the fierce wind standing behind me heard it, and he seemed to understand something. He directly took out 2 purple beast crystals from his pocket and handed them to me, saying, "Put this in his palm." I followed his instructions, and guess what? Those 2 beast crystals acted like a power bank. The purple light on Qing Yao grew stronger and stronger. The blood tears in his eyes stopped, and he became conscious again. I had just breathed a sigh of relief when Lai Feng walked over, pulling me close and gently pressing his forehead against mine. I tell you, it was like an electric shock. A flood of memories that didn't belong to me surged into my mind. In the images, the original owner was in a cave, taking care of a lion beast man with a bleeding leg. That person was Lai Feng. Goodness, the case is solved. He is the biological father of the cubs. As soon as the memory ended, he looked at me, his voice trembling. "Female master." I was so angry that I pushed him away. I felt heartbroken for the original owner. It's been 5 years. Where has he been? Now, he comes out to claim kinship. It's too late. I shot back at him. "I am not your female master. You've got the wrong person." After saying that, I grabbed the 2 kids and walked away. He shouted from behind, "Xingluo, wait for me. I didn't know you had given birth to so many cubs. I'll look for you later." But couldn't he find you? Our Qingtian had just awakened his psychic abilities. He probably heard his thoughts, and his little face instantly fell, filled with hostility towards Lai Feng. I returned to the cabin with my child, only to find that guy following us like a piece of sticky candy. Our Qian tried to stop him, but was taken down in a matter of seconds. This lion is quite domineering, saying that no male around him can be weaker than him. I was so angry, I almost laughed. Qian has been protecting us for so long, and now it's your turn to call the shots? The next morning, when I opened the door, I saw a huge lion lying at my doorstep like a giant furry rug. When he heard the sound, he immediately transformed back into human form and stood up. At that moment, our Qingtian also came out, calling me in a babyish voice. As soon as Lai Feng saw our little princess, his eyes turned red, and he was completely stunned, probably not expecting that he had a daughter. After holding it in for a long time, he finally squeezed out 3 words through clenched teeth. "I'm sorry." I rolled my eyes in my heart for the original owner. What's the use of saying sorry now? Qingyuan was also shy, hiding behind me, looking at the tall man with curiosity and caution. Inside the house, a few guys had already gathered for an emergency meeting. Qing Yao shared everything he knew, and now the whole family knew that this lion who had dropped from the sky was their biological father. Lai Feng was also quite adept at handling things. Seeing that we were ignoring him, he went hunting without a word. In no time, he returned with 2 freshly caught piglets and a rabbit, holding a few beast crystals in his hands, looking at me with a face full of hope for acceptance. I haven't said anything yet. Our little foodie, Qingyuan, is staring at those 2 plump little piglets, almost drooling. She completely forgets her brother's advice not to casually recognize someone as their father and directly tugs at my clothes, shouting, "Mom, we shouldn't pass up these things if he gives them to us. I'm hungry." All right, what can I say? Since my daughter has spoken, I might as well accept it. Just as I nodded, the fierce wind over there started pointing at me like a private tutor, saying that I'm spoiling the kids too much and that our Qingyan is already so big but hasn't advanced her abilities yet, which is just pathetic. I told you. My anger just flared up at that moment. Who do you think you are? You disappeared for 5 years, and now you're back, giving me a crazy lecture on my parenting style? But he did have a point, especially when he mentioned our eldest, Qing Yao, who is the weakest in health. He said that his mental strength is too strong, and his body can't keep up, and it's only a matter of time before something goes wrong. My heart tightened at that. Our eldest, Qingzhua, also caught on and directly asked him, "So, what do you suggest we practice?" Goodness. Lifephone was just waiting for this question and immediately took the opportunity. "I'll lead you in practice. How about that?" I rolled my eyes and thought to myself that he hadn't even sorted out his own issues yet. I directly confronted him. "Aren't you supposed to go back to your so-called wasteland tribe? Have you resolved that marriage agreement of yours?" He was caught off guard by my words and finally remembered all his mess, only able to promise me that if I gave him some time, he would come back after sorting everything out. We then headed to Ragewind City to open a shop, and guess what? This guy, like a shadow, followed us there. Not too far, not too close, just lingering around. Seeing him like that, I thought he was trying to play the role of a companion, right? He even casually helped me move things, greeted customers, and acted as if he was the real owner of the place. My business has just opened, and Yu Jian came over. Wow, the scene was simply my annual award for confusing behavior. As soon as Yu Jian arrived and saw Lifephone helping out here, his face turned as black as the bottom of a pot. He was holding a feather coat made from his own feathers and handed it to me, saying it was to keep me warm in winter. I was completely stunned at that moment. Who understands what I'm going through, my family? How dare I accept this thing? Isn't it just like accepting a token of love? The orcs around, watching the excitement, were all wide-eyed. Just yesterday, these two had a fight for me, and now they're pulling this stunt again. I quickly said that it was not needed right now, wanting to brush the matter aside. However, Yu Jian was also straightforward, directly asking me in front of everyone, "Xingluo, do you not wish to accept my marriage proposal?" I really on the spot dug out a city of furious winds with my toes. I could only grit my teeth and say, "Yu Jian, I never thought about looking for another partner." As a result, he got even more worked up, pointing at Lifephone and asking me, "So you chose him? What makes me inferior to him?" I was forced into a corner, and in a moment of impulse, I blurted out, "He is the biological father of my child." As soon as the words left my mouth, I saw several lion beast men in the crowd with expressions that were absolutely priceless, as if they had seen a ghost. I guess they were sent by the Gale Wind tribe to keep an eye on me. Gale Wind has sharp ears. He shot a glance over, and those lions instantly froze as if paralyzed. Then he turned to me and said, "Xingluo, I need to handle something. Wait for me." After saying that, he followed those lions away, and let me tell you, his back was radiating a fierce aura. When he returned, it was already dark. He looked off, his face pale as paper, lips devoid of color, and he was emanating a chill. However, he was holding a well-prepared fat chicken in his hand, handing it to me and saying, "I still can't cook, sorry for the trouble." I looked at him, almost frozen, and reached out to check his forehead. As soon as I touched it, wow, my head buzzed as if I had connected to 5G, and a 4K high-definition movie started playing automatically in my mind. I saw him follow that group of lions back and meet an old one-eyed lion, who should be their leader. Without saying a word, the old guy had someone hold down Lifephone and started to suck the power from the crystal in his palm. Damn, they're going to ruin him. Lifephone is really a tough character. Just as the crystal was about to shatter, he actually reversed that force and forcibly recultivated. I watched him sweating profusely, veins bulging, screaming in pain, and then suddenly 2 crystals popped out from his palm. One was still the original purple, while the other was pure white. Twin abilities? At that moment, I had one thought. Dude, your upgrade method is a bit ahead of its time. Then the screen went black, and I returned to reality. Lifephone spat out a mouthful of blood and passed out. Yu Jian happened to arrive just in time and was stunned to see this scene, saying that Lifephone was risking his life with his abilities either to die or to mutate. When Lifephone woke up again, our Qing Tian was lying by his bedside. The little girl, kind-hearted, wanted to use her wood-type ability to help him heal because he was badly injured. Lifephone grabbed her hand and immediately sensed something was off, asking me, "Xingluo, is there something wrong with Qingtian's body? Why doesn't her ability have a crystal?" At this point, I couldn't hide it anymore and told him about how Qin Tian had been born weak because I was pregnant with 5 cubs and couldn't provide enough food and warmth. As I spoke, it felt like I wasn't telling someone else's story. The sense of grievance almost made me cry. After hearing this, Lai Feng's eyes turned red, and he kept apologizing to me. I wasn't that angry anymore. After all, from his memories, I knew he had also escaped from his leader's forced marriage. He told me he wouldn't go back and asked if he could stay. I thought the cubs really needed a father for their cultivation, so I nodded. However, I made it clear, you can stay, but purely because you are the children's father. We're just life partners for the kids, so don't have any inappropriate thoughts. He agreed promptly. Okay, what happened next? A couple of days later, the people from the Jiang tribe came looking for us. The same cheetahs who had previously tried to force me to bear cubs for their tribe. They came to ask us to shelter them from the rainy season. Qi Yan's mother and his clan leader started criticizing Qi Yan in front of me, saying he was useless for being willing to be a guardian beast for just one female. Lai Feng heard this from inside the house, walked out directly, and his aura was imposing, standing at 2 meters 8. He stared at Qi Yan and calmly said, "You are not worthy to stay by Xingluo's side." I tell you, Qian's face turned green at that moment, but he couldn't argue back. Once he sent those people outside away, Lai Feng came back into the room, directly pulled me to his side, our foreheads touching, and said, "Xingluo, I have the right to know everything that happened to you before. I haven't reacted yet." The memories from his past, the hardships I've experienced, instantly shared in both of our minds. When he saw the grievances I suffered in the War Shadow tribe, his eyes turned red in an instant, filled with killing intent and heartache. I felt uncomfortable under his gaze, and my face was burning. He took the opportunity to pull me into his arms, and then he kissed me. I was completely stunned at the time, but even more outrageous things were yet to come. I actually felt that wind-type ability within his body slowly drilling into mine, and a part of my lightning ability seemed to flow over as well. He let go of me and gasped, whispering something in my ear. I was petrified on the spot. He hoarsely said, "Xingluo, I'm giving you my power. How about we, mate?" Huh? Isn't the cultivation method in this beast world that simple and crude? I hadn't even had a chance to respond when a thunderclap sounded outside, and raindrops the size of soybeans began to pour down. It seemed that this crazy weather changed just like that. The rainy season had arrived. Jiang Xingluo looked at the heavy rain and never expected that the orcs from the Jiang tribe would actually appear at the Jiuyan tribe at this time. The tribe leader had agreed. Jiang Xingluo frowned. She didn't think the orcs from the Jiang tribe were good. Everything that had happened in the past was still fresh in her mind. How could she easily forget? Moreover, Jiang Xingluo didn't expect that they would actually ask the tribe leader Jiotai to arrange for them to stay in the empty wooden houses previously occupied by weaker orcs because they had no place to live. Those wooden houses had been built with great effort, and now they were to be given away for shelter, which left many orcs in the tribe with grievances. Hongxiu had come here directly to find Qi Yan because there was no other available space, and she was Qi Yan's mate, believing it was only natural for her to seek his help. Jiang Xingluo frowned at the leopard orcs outside the door. Hongxiu's mate had almost 7 or 8 of them, and her reproductive capacity was quite good. Besides Qi Yan and Zhou, she had given birth to 4 male cubs afterward. So, with Hongxiu, there were almost a dozen of them, and Qi Yan was in a difficult position. He already felt inferior to Lai Feng in front of Xingluo, and now they had come to disrupt things. Qi Yan felt angry, but looking at his mate and several younger brothers, he was helpless. His younger brothers hadn't done anything wrong. "I'll take you to find another place. There's no space for you here." Qi Yan didn't want Hongxiu to disturb Jiang Xingluo, and Jiang Xingluo was equally uninterested in dealing with these leopard orcs outside. Originally, the Jiuyan tribe was just helping them get through the rainy season. But if they did anything inappropriate during this time, Jiang Xingluo would definitely not let them off the hook. No place to live? Such a big wooden house. Can't we just stay here? Hongxiu knew Jiang Xingluo was here, and since Qi Yan was helping her, she thought it was only natural for her to take care of them. Hongxiu presumptuously pushed the door open, and Jiang Xingluo was about to step forward to chase them out when Lai Feng reached out to hold her back, saying, "I'll handle it." Jiang Xingluo nodded, not insisting on stepping forward. She had no good feelings towards this group of leopard orcs, so it was just right to let Lai Feng deal with it. Lai Feng walked in front of Hongxiu, who had seen this young Lai male before. She thought he had already left, but unexpectedly, he was still here. "Get lost." Lai Feng's tone was unfriendly. Hong Ying had initially felt a bit of attraction, but upon hearing his roar, she was frightened to the point of having red eyes. Qi Yan looked at Hongxiu, his expression equally unpleasant. "Qi Yan, take them away." I said before, your protector beast contract is broken. If you can't handle your own affairs well, you don't deserve to stay by your mate's side. Lai Feng's gaze was obscure, and the several leopard orcs immediately felt the pressure coming from his ability. The power of this lion beast man was truly overwhelming. I know. No need for you to say. The discontent within him made Qi Yin directly take Hong Xiu away, but he wasn't that heartless. His residence was actually not small, but accommodating so many people was a problem. Moreover, his mate was not an easy character. He only let a few of his younger brothers stay and sent the others away. Qi Yin, Zhou found us a place to stay. Just take us there. Yan Ming said this, and Hong Xiu slapped him. She had come here wanting Qi Yin and Jiang Xingluo to become beastmates, even if Jiang Xingluo was unwilling. She didn't believe that if she kept saying it every day, she wouldn't be happy. Even if she had beast crystals, could she compare to Qi Yin? Unexpectedly, Yan Ming revealed that Zhou had found a place to stay. Qi Yin shot a glance at Hong Xiu, hatred filling his eyes. My matters are none of your business. Just take care of yourself. Hong Xiu, who had her thoughts seen through by Qi Yin, could no longer say a word. After all, she had just seen that there was another lion beast man in Jiang Xingluo's house, and that beast man was very powerful and tall. But she clearly had a mate, yet was using Qi Yin, which made her heart filled with resentment. Jiang Xingluo looked at Lai Feng, who had already driven Hong Xiu away, and let out a temporary sigh of relief. Xingluo, I'm here now. You don't need any protector beast. Jiang Xingluo nodded, tacitly accepting Lai Feng's words, and Lai Feng felt a warmth in his heart. He thought Jiang Xingluo would be angry and think he was meddling. Life was not easy for females in the beast world, and bearing cubs was quite difficult. He admitted that Qi Yin was important to her. But this protector beast was just a fallacy. To put it bluntly, it was just his one-sided wish. When he comes back, I will ask him again. Jiang Xingluo didn't want to casually bind a male to stay by her side. She wasn't that kind of female. The cubs had nothing to do today because of the heavy rain, except for Qin Yuan, who was still gnawing on a chicken leg. The chicken legs you made were cooked too hot. They aren't as delicious as what mother makes. Pay more attention next time. Qin Yuan loved to eat. But the cooking skills of the whole family had improved. Lai Feng was new, and his cooking skills were still a bit lacking. Qin Yuan thought her father beast was too weak compared to Qi Yin. His cooking wasn't as good, and she had to teach him next time. Chapter 91. If only we could raise livestock. The rain continued for 3 days, and the continuous downpour even filled the previously dry river. However, no one expected that the rain would stop 3 days later. For these 3 days, Qin Yuan had been inexplicably lethargic. At first, Jiang Xingluo thought Qin Yuan was like this to help Lai Feng transfer his abilities. But when she woke up 3 days later, Qin Yuan appeared much more spirited, and Jiang Xingluo noticed that the surrounding green abilities were returning to Qin Yuan. It seemed that Qin Yuan had some inexplicable connection with the nearby plants, and this rain made her feel very comfortable. Mother, we should go harvest those vegetables and wheat. They said if we don't, they will be overwhelmed and bend over. Jiang Xingluo squatted in front of Qin Yuan, somewhat surprised. You heard them talking? Isn't this communicating with spirits? Jiang Xingluo initially thought the powers within Qin Yuan nourished these plants, which was already strong enough. She never expected that she could actually communicate with plants. Yes, mother. Am I very powerful? Jiang Xingluo nodded, seeing that Qin Yuan seemed much better, and she felt relieved. Mother, they told me this is a sign of the rainy season. In a few days, there will be a long period of heavy rain. Qin Yuan heard what those plants told her because some plants would also die if they received too much water. So they were filled with endless fear and were all telling Qin Yuan about this, as she wanted to use her power to protect them. Mother, can I protect them? But I don't know how to do it. Jiang Xingluo looked at Qin Yuan, realizing she needed to quickly stock up on some supplies in her space. Enough for her family to eat. Just do your best. Don't force yourself if you can't, okay? Qin Yuan gritted her teeth and nodded. Those lives were very important to her, and she didn't want to neglect them. But mother doesn't understand wood-based abilities. Perhaps she can ask Brother Sunran. Jiang Xingluo didn't know Qin Yuan's thoughts. She still needed to stockpile more supplies. Previously in Angerwind City, Jiang Xingluo had heard that the rainy season lasts at least a month. As long as they could get through this month safely, there would be no more problems. However, with the continuous rain for the next month, Jiang Xingluo looked at the heavy rain over the past 3 days and saw a small river reappearing. If it continued for a month, many low-lying tribes could suffer devastating blows. Jiang Xingluo needed to quickly stockpile some food because during these days spent here, there was food every day, so she had thought about stockpiling more. Now that she thought about it, she really needed to prepare more. Although there were eggs in the space every day, the meat was truly too little. Based on their consumption, it was terrifying, especially since Jiang Xingluo didn't want them to lack nutrition during this month. She turned to look at the cubs, and Lai Feng, take the cubs out to hunt. The rainy season is coming, and we need to stockpile some meat. After all, other things can be planted in the space, but only meat. If we could catch some rabbits, we could breed them. However, rabbit meat isn't very nutritious. It would be best to catch some pig beasts. I really regret not raising other living creatures in my space. If I had known it would turn out like this, I should have listened to Grandpa and raised a few pigs. Now I could have some to eat. Wild boars in the beast world won't always be available. If possible, it's better to catch live ones. Lai Feng, if you can catch 2 live piglets, we can raise them ourselves and have a continuous meat supply. Jiang Xingluo was most skilled at these matters. Just a few more wild boars would be fine, as there was plenty of grass at the entrance to feed them. She could directly use it for feeding. Can pig beasts be raised? No one had ever mentioned this before. Pig beasts were all wild outside, and only powerful beasts would hunt large creatures for food. No one had ever mentioned that these wild creatures could be raised at home. I want to try. If we can raise them, we could have meat during the rainy season. Jiang Xingluo had previously told everyone to stockpile more yellow fruits and sweet potatoes. Sweet potatoes were just recently discovered, and many weak beast people from Jiang tribe had started making various delicacies with sweet potatoes. These things, along with wheat flour, could fill their stomachs. All right, I'll listen to you and catch a few live ones. Where do you plan to raise them? Do you need any other living creatures? Lai Feng looked outside. There was still plenty of open space, but raising wild beasts also required shelter from the wind and rain, or they could easily die. There was still time, so Lai Feng could find a suitable place nearby to build a shelter. Yes, Lai Feng nodded and took Qing Yin and Qing Zhu to hunt. Jiang Xingluo, along with Qing Yao and Qing Lan, quickly gathered the ripe fruits and wheat outside. There was also a flower field she had cultivated nearby. It wasn't large, but the flowers had bloomed. After so many days of wind and rain, many petals had fallen. Qing Yin was collecting the petals here, and besides that, there were some well-grown sweet potatoes. Jiang Xingluo used tools to dig up a large patch of them from the ground. Qing Yuan's strength was robust, and these sweet potatoes, nourished by this strength, grew fragrant and sweet. Jiang Xingluo picked them and stored them in the space, as there wasn't much room outside to store them. The space was quite large, and because the cub's affinity had been continuously increasing, she could now enter and exit the space normally, although time was still limited. Jiang Xingluo stored the sweet potatoes and yellow fruits in the space, feeling very satisfied with the full storage. The 2 cubs quickly gathered the vegetables and fruits from the muddy ground outside. Just as Jiang Xingluo was feeling happy, she heard a call. 2 large birds were gradually approaching from afar. She looked up and saw a golden and a white bird landing. It was Yu Jian and the little golden crow. Jin Tang, who had come last time. What were they doing here? Xingluo, the rainy season is coming soon. Angerwind City is the best shelter. Jin Tang and I have come to take you there. Jiang Xingluo had originally planned to spend the rainy season in Angerwind City, as the terrain there was higher and definitely safer. However, many beast people seeking refuge in Angerwind City were not few. Many nearby tribes had already gone there. Moreover, there were still many weak beast people in Jiang tribe, and Jiang Xingluo was worried they might encounter difficulties, especially since the beast people from the Battle Shadow tribe had also come. Lord Yujian was right. Angerwind City was indeed a safer place. The rainy season is about to arrive. You should take the cubs and leave here. Jin Tang looked at the female before him with concern. Having not seen her for a long time, he felt his heart race uncontrollably as he approached her. Chapter 92. Host. You have another task. Jiang Xingluo invited them into the wooden house to sit down. She hadn't expected Yu Jian and Jin Tang to come together. She declined their offer, but there was indeed a batch of items that should be sent over. Jiang Xingluo originally thought only those 2 beasts were coming, and since she still owed Yu Jian some beast crystals, she might as well keep them for a meal. Yu Jian sat in the wooden house and saw Lai Feng washing the hair of his cubs. His eyes turned red. Why did this detestable lion meet Xingluo first? If it had been him, how wonderful it would be. Xingluo's cubs were so obedient. Yu Jian held back his breath, picked up the cup on the wooden table, and drank the tea in one gulp. Seeing Yu Jian's eyes redden, Lai Feng snorted coldly. Yu Jian. Xingluo said, she won't have another beast husband besides me. Yu Jian looked at Lai Feng, whose eyes were filled with triumph. He wished he could drag him out and beat him up, but seeing Jiang Xingluo busy, and knowing Lai Feng was the father of her cubs, he restrained his thoughts. Don't get too proud. Yu Jian took a second sip of tea and finally tasted the fresh, sweet flavor. He smiled knowingly. Xingluo really could do so much. Jin Tang found the argument between the 2 uninteresting. Xingluo was busy preparing food. He could help, and without realizing it, Jiang Tang wanted to get closer to her. Don't use the flint. Let me try. Jiang Xingluo watched as Jiang Tang snapped his fingers, and a flame appeared at his fingertips, which he slowly used to ignite the grass, the fire instantly flaring up. However, due to the previous heavy rain, much of the firewood was soaked. Fortunately, Jiang Xingluo had stockpiled some in the space. This is still very useful. After Jiang Xingluo said this, she immediately realized something was off. She had taught others how to use fire, as if she had taken away the future of the Jinwu tribe. Why did this promising Jinwu youth keep coming to her? Jiang Xingluo looked at Jiang Tang. His gentle gaze surprised her. This young man was so stunning, and his gentle eyes felt like they could drown someone. No wonder he was so spoiled by Ling Shuang in the original story. Jiang Tang looked at Jiang Xingluo. Sister, I also want to cultivate my abilities, but mine seem to only destroy everything. Jiang Tang looked at his ability crystal. His power was pure, and if he could cultivate it well, he could almost destroy the world, but he really didn't know how to cultivate it. Not necessarily. Every ability has its reason for existence. Fire abilities can provide warmth and make life convenient. If you want to cultivate, you must control your power well. Jiang Xingluo melted the oil she had prepared earlier in the pot, then added the spices. She probably needed to prepare some meat today. Fortunately, a large pot had been made in the tribe before, and since there were many cubs in Jiang Xingluo's family, the chief had sent the pot directly to her. So today, Jiang Xingluo was using this pot. She took the meat she had cut earlier and put into the pot to stew with the spices. Jiang Tang saw Jiang Xingluo's actions and handed her a bag of items that Song Lan had asked him to bring. Sister, this is what Song Lan wanted me to give you. Jiang Xingluo reached out to take it and opened it to find, as expected, Sichuan pepper. However, the bee skin bag had a partition in the middle, and the other side contained quite a few prickly ash peppers. I really need these. This is great. She had previously exchanged them with the alpaca beastmen from the Mingxin tribe using beast crystals. She didn't expect that the variety from Ragewind City would actually be better. Since it grew better, it was natural that Ragewind City's environment was better. Jiang Xingluo took out 2 wooden boxes that could hold things and had lids. She separated the Sichuan pepper and prickly ash pepper and sealed them with the lids. Jiang Tang looked a bit surprised. He didn't know what could be made into such small items. Sister, you have so many novel things here. Everyone in our tribe has the pots you made, but we can only boil some things and can't make such fragrant flavors. Because they had very few things to exchange for now, Jiang Tang was also a bit troubled, even afraid to eat too much salt. When they went out to hunt, they were afraid of burning the mountain, so the entire Jinwu tribe could only restrain themselves. The nurturing of the Jinwu tribe was not easy. It was because the fire-type abilities were a special trait bestowed upon them by the beast god, so naturally, there would be some shortcomings in other aspects. And the nurturing of offspring was like this. Jiang Tang wanted to change the situation with the chief, but didn't know where to start. Sister, can I contribute some beast crystals to earn beast crystals together with you? Or beast skins and salt? What do you want? Jiang Xingluo looked at Jiang Tang's serious expression and was a bit shocked. She had to admit that this little Jinwu was indeed exceptionally intelligent. But I don't lack anything right now, Jiang Tang. I probably have to refuse you. Jiang Xingluo was just speaking the truth. But our fire can help you fire ceramics, and we can easily produce fire at higher temperatures. Sister, do you really not need it? Jiang Tang looked at Jiang Xingluo with burning eyes, his golden pupils, which were originally proud and unyielding now. His voice carried a hint of pleading. Jiang Xingluo looked at Jiang Tang. In fact, after arriving in this world, she realized that some things written in the original work were somewhat distorted. Neither Song Lan nor Jiang Tang were tools that ignored the needs of their tribe just to serve the female protagonist. But it seemed that the original work was written that way. Jiang Xingluo sighed. Forget it, it wasn't important. Host, you finally noticed. The long silent system suddenly spoke up, startling Jiang Xingluo. If you don't speak, I thought you were dead. Host, in addition to gaining the favor of the cubs, you have another task. Another task? Jiang Xingluo thought to herself. This broken system never brought good news. She hadn't even completed her first stage task yet, and now Qing Yuan's favorability was still blank. Jiang Xingluo glanced at Qing Yuan, who was eating watermelon behind her, her eyes turning red. If she had come to this world earlier, perhaps she would have known the reasons behind everything. But now, seeing that the favorability of several other cubs towards her had already risen to 50, how could Qing Yuan not love her? Jiang Xingluo lowered her eyelids, feeling puzzled. Host, the blank favorability of Qing Yuan is largely related to the original work. So if you want to regain Qing Yuan's favorability, you need to change everything in the original work. Hearing what the system said, Jiang Xingluo was dumbfounded. So this broken system was tricking her, initially saying that as long as she filled up the favorability, it would be fine. And now, she and these cubs were increasingly resembling a real mother and children. Yet it took advantage of her to make her undertake other tasks for Qingyuan. This broken system was exploiting her maternal instincts. Chapter 93. I like sister Xingluo. Jiang Xingluo felt wrong, but since she was here, she had to accept it. She looked at Qingyuan. This path, even if she didn't take it, she had to walk it. She truly couldn't bear to part with Qingyuan. Even if she went back, she had no family, but if she stayed here, she had the love of family and could protect several cubs. You really know how to calculate. Predicting how I would choose. Do you know any inside information? Tell me some. Jiang Xingluo felt that this broken system must know some inside information. Otherwise, why would it suddenly contact her now? No matter how she tried to contact the system before, it never responded, as silent as death. Yes, but I know very little. At least I can tell you that neither Cang Lan nor Jin Tang has much favorability towards Ling Xuan. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xingluo instantly perked up. This piece of news was indeed useful to her. Jin Tang looked at Jiang Xingluo, seemingly lost in thought, and waved his hand in front of her. Sister, what's wrong? Do you have something on your mind? Jiang Xingluo snapped back to reality at Jin Tang's words. It's nothing, but what you said earlier, I can consider it. Making more kills for ceramics in the future will be enough for firing, but I see that Ragewind City doesn't seem to have a suitable place for that. Everything has a lifespan. If it breaks, it still needs to be replaced, and in the future, iron smelting will require more power of flame. If the Jinwu tribe's fire can have that kind of power, smelting iron should be easier. Indeed, there isn't. Jin Tang had checked before. There weren't any suitable places. Their tribe was currently undergoing a transformation from falling from the sky to the dust, and fire-type abilities were no longer exclusive. In everyone's eyes, they seemed to have become a burden. Jin Tang felt a bit regretful. Jiang Xingluo looked at Jin Tang and said, "You look quite off." Jin Tang nodded and told Jiang Xingluo what was on his mind. For some reason, he felt that telling Jiang Xingluo anything seemed to solve problems. After hearing Jin Tang's words, Jiang Xingluo realized what situation the Jinwu tribe was currently facing. Aren't your males allowed to go out hunting? Jin Tang nodded. They can go now, but they're just starting to learn, so it might be a bit difficult. Jiang Xingluo looked at Jin Tang. She felt helpless. If the rainy season came, making other things would definitely be very difficult. She didn't plan to leave the Jiuyin tribe. So now, even if they needed help, it wasn't the best time. Xingluo, the cubs have all been cleaned up. Why not take care of these? Lai Feng's eyes softened. Jiang Xingluo couldn't bear to look directly at this male. If it weren't for Qingyuan saying that he seemed to be in great need of energy, she wouldn't let him do this. However, with eyes and a mouth on him, even if Jiang Xingluo slapped him now, he would probably find it delightful. Acting like a rogue. All right, then I'll leave it to you. I'll go outside to pick some other things. When Jin Tang saw Jiang Xingluo about to leave, he wanted to follow her, but unexpectedly, Lai Feng grabbed him by the collar. The strength of an adult male was immense, and Jin Tang couldn't break free at all. Lai Feng pulled him in front of himself, anger flashing in his brows. What do you want to do? Lai Feng shouted coldly, but Jin Tang remained calm and composed, seemingly unfazed by what Lai Feng said. Don't think I can't see anything. As for what males want to do with other males, it's naturally quite clear. Xingluo is not an ordinary female. She is beautiful, has special abilities, is intelligent and capable, and hardworking. She is a unique female in this beastly world. So it's no surprise that she attracts all kinds of males. Qi Yin is one thing, and Yu Jian can be tolerated. But does this inexperienced brat really think he can win Xingluo's heart just because of his appearance? So what if you can see it? I like sister Xingluo, and you can't stop me from pursuing her. Lai Feng was almost amused to the point of laughter by this brat in front of him. So what can you do for her? Lai Feng looked at the male in front of him, who was slightly shorter than him. The male had a smooth face, sharp features, a tall nose, and golden hair, along with a smile that could make many females swoon. Even when he smiled, his eyes curved with two very cute dimples. Yu Jian is a cold-faced freak, and Qi Yin wouldn't compete with him before he had any strength. But this brat in front of him is truly fearless. What if Xingluo really gets enchanted by his face? I can protect sister Xingluo. I would give my life for her. Lai Feng looked at the earnest young man in front of him, wanting to say something, but seemed to be at a loss for words. He glanced at the steam bubbling up from the pot, and for a moment, he didn't know how to end their standoff. The boy's sincerity seemed unstoppable. Then go ahead and try. Lai Feng placed the chopped vegetables into the pot, waiting for them to cook thoroughly. Seeing that Lai Feng no longer tried to stop him, Jin Tang simply turned to find Jiang Xingluo. Jiang Xingluo had brought the harvested wheat inside the wooden house. The wooden houses were built directly on the ground. and she planned to quickly store the wheat and soybeans, hoping to grind them into flour and soy milk to preserve in her space. Jin Tang followed Jiang Xingluo, helping her tidy up, and their speed increased significantly. However, Jiang Xingluo was so focused on her work that she didn't notice Jin Tang beside her. When Qing Yuan came out to help tidy up, she finally saw that the handsome boy from the Golden Crow tribe was there. "Mother, you finished harvesting. What's this brother's name?" "I don't remember." Qing Yuan looked at Jiang Xingluo with some confusion. She had only seen Jin Tang once before and couldn't recall anything else. Upon hearing Qing Yuan's question, Jiang Xingluo looked up and saw that Jin Tang was already sweating from his efforts, smiling as he held the wheat ears. "Sister, is this what can be made into flour? Can you tell me how it's done?" Jiang Xingluo looked at Jin Tang. "If this thing becomes widespread, they could also sell seeds. For the Golden Crow tribe, having more food is a good thing. Do you want to learn? If you want to know, I can teach you." Jin Tang nodded, looking at the wheat ears, then spoke, "Actually, we have something even tastier called rice. There are paddies in Rage Wind City that grow a lot of white rice." Hearing Jin Tang's words, Jiang Xingluo's lips curved up and her heart raced. Rice. The kind of rice that could be made into cooked rice. She had already eaten good noodles. Although there was millet, nothing compared to the taste of rice. Jiang Xingluo looked at Jin Tang with bright eyes. "Can I trade a beast crystal for some white rice? Steamed white rice is so fragrant." Chapter 94. The Lady of Rage Wind City. Jiang Xingluo told Lai Feng that she wanted to exchange for some rice, and Lai Feng insisted on going with her. So before the rainy season arrived, Jiang Xingluo went to Rage Wind City and was amazed by the rice fields planted around the city. A gust of wind blew, making the rice ears sway in the breeze, looking very pleasing. Jiang Xingluo saw that many beastmen in Rage Wind City had already started harvesting rice. She wasn't sure if she could still exchange some with others, and she understood that it wasn't a good opportunity to trade at the moment. However, she had brought flour with her, which could also be used for barter. Yu Jian directly took Jiang Xingluo to find Jing Sheng. As the beastmen with the most grain stored in Rage Wind City were certainly the city lord. It was Jiang Xingluo's first time visiting the city lord's residence. She never expected that the city lord's house was also a tree house, built among a few trees, and it was quite large. Jiang Xingluo climbed up the rope ladder and entered, only to find it very simple inside. Aside from the areas for sleeping and eating, the rest of the space was filled with stored rice. Compared to other tribes, tree houses indeed preserve food better. Jiang Xingluo looked at the white rice that Jing Sheng brought out, her eyes reddening with excitement. Who knows how much she wanted to eat this? "Is this enough? I've already had people harvesting." Jing Sheng instructed Song Lan to bring out the 2 bee skin bags filled with white rice. However, this was far from enough for Jiang Xingluo, but any amount was better than none. Jiang Xingluo nodded. "This can be cooked by adding water and steaming in a pot." "Does the city lord have a pot? I can make a portion for you to see now." Jing Sheng nodded and looked at his female partner behind him. His female partner had been very satisfied with cooked food lately, but only eating meat had become monotonous. Only when Song Lan was home could a few good dishes be made. "That's great, Xingluo. Let me see." "You don't know. You can't compare it to Song Lan right now. My Song Lan's cooking is so delicious now. And what about the flour you gave us? How should we make something tasty?" Jiang Xingluo looked at the beautiful female standing beside Jing Sheng, stunned. It was her first time seeing such a stunning person up close. The female had large eyes but carried an air of innocence, a high nose, a beauty mark at the corner of her eye, and a tall, slender figure that left Jiang Xingluo in awe. "Xingluo, what's wrong?" Xingluo looked at the beautiful female standing in front of her, both of them the same height. She remembered that Jin Tang had told her before coming that the city lord's wife was named Jiaoyu. "What a lovely name. But you are too beautiful. It's my first time seeing someone so pretty." Jiang Xingluo looked at her radiant smile as she reached out to touch Xingluo's head. "Really? Actually, I am from the White Tiger tribe, but years ago, my father arranged a marriage with Rage Wind City, which is why I came here." Jiang Xingluo was somewhat shocked as she looked at the female in front of her, realizing she was from the White Tiger tribe. Jiang Xingluo had thought she was also a bird female. "Your name is like mine." Jiaoyu looked at Xingluo softly, unable to help but sigh. "It's nothing, I just thought you looked a lot like someone I know." Lai Feng, Jin Tang, and even Yu Jian were somewhat shocked to see Jiaoyu and Xingluo standing together. There were indeed some similarities in their features. Originally, Jiaoyu was already known as the first beauty of Rage Wind City, and now, with Xingluo appearing, she was almost equally matched. However, Xingluo seemed to have more of a heroic spirit, while Jiaoyu appeared more gentle. "Xingluo, will you teach me, please?" Jiaoyu brought the topic back. Xingluo nodded. Jin Tang lit the fire under the stove, and Jiang Xingluo explained to all the beastmen present the ratio of rice to water in the pot. Then she had them watch, telling them that when steam started to rise and the water was gone, it would be ready to eat. Jiang Xingluo then took a wooden basin and began teaching the several beastmen present how to knead dough, adding water and a bit of salt to the flour, and slowly kneading it into a smooth dough. Jiaoyu tried once and found she was learning quite quickly. Jiang Xingluo watched as they all kneaded smooth dough, then taught them how to cut the dough into pieces using a wooden knife, although the wooden knife wasn't as effective as an iron knife from later times. But for now, let's make do with it. Jiang Xingluo sighed, knowing that one day she would smelt iron as well. But not now. Jiang Xingluo looked at the noodles they had cut, feeling quite satisfied, and then at a pot of boiling hot water, directly dropping the noodles in one by one. Jiaoyu watched the noodles in the hot water, surprised that they didn't dissolve. It was truly magical. Soon, Jiang Xingluo fished one out and tasted it, finding it perfectly cooked. This is the noodles. Wait for me to make a dish. Not long after, Jiang Xingluo prepared some simple dishes and poured them over the noodles. A mouth-watering aroma wafting through the air, which was undoubtedly a great olfactory stimulus for the other beastmen. Come, you all try it. When Lai Feng approached, Jiang Xingluo handed him a bowl right away. Lai Feng looked at the noodles in front of him, which gave off an enticing fragrance. This was the noodles that Xingluo had personally handed to him, and the aroma made his heart flutter. His ears turned red as he found a narrow spot to sit down and began to eat the noodles with chopsticks. Jiang Xingluo, seeing there was no more space, could only sit beside Lai Feng with Jin Tang on the other side. Yu Jian had eaten this before, and Jin Tang was also savoring it carefully. On the other side, Jiang Xingluo had also put some dishes on the rice for them to eat. Jiang Xingluo looked at the rice in her hand. She hadn't eaten rice in a long time, which made her crave it. They seemed even more curious about the noodles. Jiang Xingluo tasted the white rice and nearly cried. This was something she used to eat several times a day without thinking twice. But since coming to the beast world, she hadn't eaten it at all, and now her body was clamoring for more. The beastmen present saw Jiang Xingluo finish a large bowl of rice and go for another, and they all leaned in closer, sniffing the rice aroma, almost certain that the steamed rice was indeed different from the raw rice they usually ate. Jiang Xingluo looked at the several heads crowding around her. She wasn't full yet. What are they doing? You all want to eat too? Go try it yourself. I'm going to eat over here first. Jiang Xingluo directly hugged her bowl and walked away, afraid that someone would snatch the food from her bowl. It was the first time Lai Feng saw Jiang Xingluo being so protective of her food, and he found it quite cute. How about we exchange more rice with Jingsheng? Lai Feng looked at Jiang Xingluo, knowing she was too shy to say it, but he didn't care. He just wanted Xingluo to have everything she liked. Chapter 95. Not wanting to bond with Ling Shuang when Lai Feng proposed to exchange for more rice with Jingsheng. Both Jingsheng and Jiaoyu were very happy. They even wanted to exchange more flour. They really liked this new and interesting thing. All right, let's do it. We still have plenty of rice from our recent harvest, and with this flour, it's enough. Jiang Xingluo never expected Jingsheng would want to trade with them, and she was genuinely happy. After the exchange was done, Jiaoyu wanted Jiang Xingluo to take the cubs to New Feng City to escape the rainy season. No need. Madam, there are still many weak beastmen in the Jiuyin tribe that I need to take care of. Hearing Jiang Xingluo explain this, Jiaoyu looked a bit flustered. How about letting Song Lan go with you? He can help. Jiang Xingluo looked at Jiaoyu, instinctively wanting to refuse, but Song Lan looked eager. And Jiaoyu and Jingsheng seemed to want to train him a bit. Moreover, Song Lan hadn't seen Qing Yuan in a long time, and he really wanted to see her. Sister Xingluo, I want to go see Qing Yuan. Besides, Qing Yuan needs protection too. Can you let me go with you? Jiang Xingluo looked at Song Lan, who was earnestly explaining himself. She remembered what the system had told her. Song Lan was the son of the lord of New Feng City, and he should take on responsibilities in the future. Letting him go to the Jiuyin tribe to help might not be a bad thing. It would prevent him from growing up with no sense of conscience. Okay, but you need to think it through. If you go, you must be prepared to help those weak beastmen and cannot look down on them like before. Jiang Xingluo looked at Song Lan, who didn't dare to tell Jiaoyu about the wrong things he had done before. Jiaoyu was his mother. If she found out, he would undoubtedly face punishment. But now Jiang Xingluo actually said it in front of his mother, and Song Lan saw Jiaoyu's angry expression. Song Lan, is this how your mother taught you? Who told you to look down on weak beastmen? Jiaoyu remembered that her cub had always been very good. When did he start to discriminate against weak beastmen? Jiang Xingluo looked at Jiaoyu, thinking she was just an ordinary female, but unexpectedly, she directly picked up a bamboo stick of moderate length and chased Song Lan, hitting him several times. Jingsheng seemed accustomed to this scene. So Jiaoyu was actually a hot-tempered beauty? Jiang Xingluo watched Song Lan hide behind her, and Jiao Yu instantly threw away what she was holding. You escaped a disaster by hiding behind Xingluo. Now tell me who taught you this? Jiao Yu's tone wasn't good. If Jiang Xingluo saw her cub's values were incorrect, she would probably be just as furious and start hitting people like Jiao Yu. It was Tsong Ling. He said weak beastmen are a naturally inferior race, and living in this world is just holding others back, and Ling Shuang too. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xingluo and Jiao Yu's anger flared up instantly. Jiang Xingluo held back and remained silent, but Jiao Yu, being the Lord's wife of New Feng City, looked at Jing Sheng with eyes filled with anger. Jing Sheng hadn't seen his female lord so furious in a long time. He immediately stepped forward to appease her. Jiao Yu, Song Lan is still young. It's my fault for not educating him properly. I will teach him well in the future. Don't cover for him. He can easily absorb the wrong ideas from others. He has problems too. That Snake Clan's Ling Shuang came here to choose the best cubs as mates. Has the Snake Clan's holy maiden ever mentioned the engagement? If Jiao Yu had previously thought Ling Shuang was a very sincere and kind little female, now she truly loathed her. In a few days, the Snake Clan would come to spend the rainy season and would likely bring this up. However, Jing Sheng looked at Jin Tang in front of him and finally spoke awkwardly. The Snake Clan had a strong reproductive ability, and she wanted to choose Jin Tang and Song Lan to be Ling Shuang's future mates. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xingluo turned to look at the two young males present. Song Lan and Jin Tang exchanged glances. Song Lan had been close to Ling Shuang before, but he only regarded her as a friend. He had never considered being Ling Shuang's mate. Jin Tang had never even noticed that little female. Why did that little female have such thoughts about them? Jin Tang frowned, anger creeping onto his face. He didn't want any relationship with other females. Once he was bonded with a female, he wouldn't have another chance to change. Even if Xingluo didn't want him, he wouldn't casually accept another female as his mate. Lord, I disagree. Besides, doesn't he already have a male from New Feng City by his side? Why is he choosing me and Song Lan? Jiang Xingluo listened to Jin Tang's words, realizing her trip was not in vain. She was right in the middle of the gossip. Jin Tang and Song Lan were originally supposed to be Ling Shuang's mates, but now the plot had completely derailed. She didn't know if these two would go through twists and turns only to end up in Ling Shuang's embrace. But Jiang Xingluo certainly hoped that wouldn't happen. Clearly, they are two highly responsible males. If Ling Shuang were a sufficiently upright little female, it wouldn't matter, but Jiang Xingluo recalled what Ling Shuang had done back then, pushing them into a pit and then wanting her Qin Tian to be her beast husband. Her hand unconsciously tightened, even the knuckles cracking. Moreover, she falls in love with whoever she sees. That has always been her character, and she doesn't know if it has changed now. If it hasn't changed at all, she wonders what impact killing her would have. Father Beast, Mother, I also don't want to bond with her. Although I don't understand it yet, I don't like her. When Kanglin thinks of her skin-deep smile when she gets close to him, he feels a strong resistance. How can she compare to Qin Tian? Little Qin Tian is cute and kind, loves to eat what he makes, and is also very charming and lovely. When Qin Tian grows up, she will definitely be as beautiful as Sister Xingluo. He remembers Qin Tian's smile, while Jiyue looks at her silly son, laughing inexplicably, and gives a slap to his white fur, asking, "What are you so happy about? Are you thinking of Ling Shuang? Didn't you say you wouldn't bond with her? Why are you so happy?" Jiyue is filled with anger. She opposes this marriage. Even if the Snake Clan Saint comes, she will still not agree. "No, Mother, I just want to see little Qin Tian, Xingluo's cub." Little Qin Tian is a little female, different from Ling Shuang. She is very cute. Jiang Xingluo watched Kanglin seriously explaining to Jiyue, and she broke out in a cold sweat, realizing that Kanglin had really set his sights on her big cabbage. Meanwhile, in a moment when Jiang Xingluo wasn't paying attention, Lai Feng's face had turned as dark as a pot bottom. Chapter 96. The Snake Clan's Saintess, Qin Tian. Why didn't you bring her over? Is she Xingluo and Lai Feng's cub? Jiyue's gaze fell on Jiang Xingluo and Lai Feng, but Lai Feng's expression was already quite unpleasant. He knows that his little Qin Tian has wood-type abilities, and now this little brat Kanglin is fantasizing about making delicious food to coax his Qin Tian. Qin Tian. Jiang Xingluo was about to explain when Lai Feng interrupted. Qin Tian doesn't like you. Jiang Xingluo looked up at Lai Feng, her expression hard to describe. Jiyue was somewhat dumbfounded. She really wanted a little female cub, but she had gotten pregnant all these years. Hearing that Jiang Xingluo had a little female cub, she was eager to meet her. She never expected Lai Feng to resist so much. "You're lying. It's not like that. Qin Tian said she really liked the dishes I made. And I found another golden fruit. Qin Tian's health isn't good. I'll take the golden fruit to her. She won't dislike me." Kanglin argued strongly. Jiang Xingluo remembered the only remaining golden fruit he had, which he originally wanted to keep. He didn't expect that his own cub would leave him just to deliver it to Xingluo's little female. He sighed, children grow up too fast. Who cares about your stuff? My cub, I can take care of her myself. Lai Feng's gaze was piercing. Kanglin was almost driven mad by Lai Feng, but he didn't dare provoke him. The father beast had said that this lion's combat power was a terrifying existence throughout the beast world continent. Lai Feng, Kanglin means well. Besides, Xingluo's body really needs some nutritious things. Huayan also said that the golden fruit is very effective. It should be very beneficial for Qing Tian. Last time, Qing Tian proactively gave up the golden fruit to save a life. However, this time, Jiang Xingluo really wanted her little cub's health to improve. She saw that Qing Tian had to rely on eating to maintain her current state almost all the time. Jiang Xingluo really didn't want her cub to continue experiencing such things. Even though Qing Tian didn't say it, Jiang Xingluo knew she just didn't want them to worry. I know, I can find it myself. Lai Feng could tell Kanglin's intentions. His little Qing Tian was being eyed by someone else, and he had just recognized her back. Lai Feng, if it's what Qing Tian needs, we don't need anything in return. The golden fruit is willingly given to her. Jing Sheng, understanding the feelings of being a parent, spoke up first to explain. Jiang Xingluo looked at Lai Feng helplessly but didn't stop him. He was naturally worried about protecting Qing Tian. Jia Yue reached out and patted Jiang Xingluo's arm. It must have been hard for you to take care of the cub alone all these years. In fact, after Jiang Xingluo came to this world, it was okay. What was difficult were those years for the original owner, who struggled between wanting to give up a few cubs and not wanting to part with them. After such a struggle, she was almost in a daze. Jiang Xingluo nodded helplessly, while Lai Feng looked at Jiang Xingluo and then at Kanglin. Forget it, Kanglin. You can go, but if you want to be friends with Qing Tian, you must become a purple crystal beast man as soon as possible. Qing Tian needs a male who can protect her. Lai Feng's heart ached uncontrollably at the thought of Qing Tian's health. It was all his fault. He didn't have a right to stop more beast men from being good to Qing Tian. Hearing Lai Feng's words, Kanglin's heart soared with joy. But he was still far from cultivating into a purple crystal beast man. Just as Jiang Xingluo was about to leave, an unexpected event occurred. Jing Xing originally thought the Snake Clan wouldn't come so quickly, but they did indeed arrive. However, the Snake Clan still understood etiquette and was waiting outside Ragewind City. Annie, they will definitely agree to my bond with Kanglin. Why don't we just go in directly instead of waiting here? Ling Shuang was sweating profusely from the heat. Songling took out the ice blocks he had previously exchanged with the Water Clan and placed them beside Ling Shuang to cool her down. The Saintess, whom Ling Shuang called Aunt, had alluring eyes and was surrounded by female members of the Snake Clan. She looked at Ling Shuang and couldn't help but sneer. The child of Ragewind City's lord, you sure have good taste. Although it sounded like a compliment to her good eye, it felt particularly stinging to Ling Shuang's ears. Her aunt was a female from the Snake Clan who had awakened her abilities, suppressing her father for a lifetime, and made herself the leader of the Snake Clan. Unfortunately, she didn't bond with anyone. Otherwise, she might have given birth to a female who could also awaken abilities. Ling Shuang was glad that she didn't plan to bond with anyone. Otherwise, where would she have the chance to stand out in the Snake Clan's sacred land? Auntie, I heard that another female who has awakened her abilities has appeared in Ragewind City. Don't you love cooked food? She has made many tools to create cooked food, and she taught others how to make fire with wood and flint. Ling Shuang squinted at the female in front of her, then laughed loudly. Really? I thought only I could awaken abilities. After all, mine is a mutation. I didn't expect there to be other females. Qing Qian's tone carried a hint of provocation. She really wanted to meet this female. If possible, it would be a blessing to challenge her. Yes, but she also has several cubs who have already awakened abilities. Hearing this, Qing Tian became even more curious, wondering what this female looked like. Jing Sheng knew that the Snake Clan was already angry outside Ragewind City, and further refusal wouldn't work. The Yulan Marsh was not a race that could be casually offended. Moreover, since Kanglin didn't want to bond with Ling Shuang, it was better to clarify this matter. Jing Sheng and Jia Yue went out together to welcome the Snake Clan into the city. Jiang Xingluo was held back by Jia Yue, so she could only stay here to catch a glimpse of the Snake Clan, Saintess's beauty. She heard that she was also a female who had awakened her abilities and didn't plan to bond with anyone, as the ones taking care of her were all females. No males at all. Jiang Xingluo looked from a distance at Qing Tian and found that she was wearing a thin veil over her face. Her eyes naturally carried a hint of allure, but her gaze was cold, seemingly indifferent to everything. Qing Chung looked around and saw Jiang Xingluo in the largest wooden house near the square. She stepped forward directly towards Jiang Xingluo. Xingluo, Is that your name? Jiang Xingluo looked at the indifferent eyes in front of her, feeling a bit dazed, until Qingqing's pupils turned vertical, transforming directly into a beast form, a massive purple python. Jiang Xingluo frowned at her, unable to understand what she intended to do. Xingluo, I want to have a match with you, using our abilities. Lai Wen pulled Xingluo behind him, looking at Qingqing in front of them. No way, I will fight you. Lai Wen's body was damaged, but it was his duty to protect his female master. The Snake Clan Sanus was already a purple crystal beast man, while after Jiang Xingluo's beast crystal advancement, she was still just a yellow crystal beast man. They simply couldn't compete. The outcome was already determined. Chapter 97. Split Ability. Qingqing looked at Lai Wen and laughed loudly. Her gaze filled with venom, as if she wished to swallow him alive. With such little ability, you have powers yet still rely on a male? Jiang Xingluo was quite speechless. She didn't know what Qingqing was truly trying to accomplish. Was it just a fair challenge, or did she intend to kill her? Jiang Xingluo wasn't ready to die. After all, she still had a mission to complete. Although she couldn't go back, she wanted to die of old age, not be killed. No need. My ability has only awakened for a few months. I might not compare to you. Sometimes taking a step back is quite important. Jiang Xingluo was not someone who would recklessly charge in. At least she could tell that Qingqing was not easy to deal with. Upon hearing this, Qingqing instantly transformed back into human form. The beautiful woman and the purple giant python were entirely different. Show me your ability crystal. Qingqing questioned in her usual commanding tone. Jiang Xingluo raised an eyebrow. Why should I show it to you? Qingqing's demand caught Jiang Xingluo off guard. And you challenging me doesn't mean I have to accept. Jiang Xingluo felt her reasoning was valid. She didn't want to pay attention to such a meaningless provocation. However, she understood that her abilities needed improvement and training. So perhaps challenging an opponent wouldn't be a bad thing for her. Qingqing looked at Jiang Xingluo with a hint of interest and summoned her own ability crystal from her palm. Then how about I show you mine? Jiang Xingluo looked at the purple ability crystal in her palm, somewhat surprised. Upon closer inspection, she found that there was nothing on that crystal. Qingqing used her ability, and Jiang Xingluo didn't expect that the ability crystal in front of her would actually split into two. A clone ability? Jiang Xingluo couldn't help but murmur, completely unaware that in this beast world, someone could actually have a clone ability. You're quite clever. You're the first female to see my ability crystal. Now, can I see yours? Jiang Xingluo looked at Qingqing and, for some reason, felt that she had a childlike desire to show off. Forget it, it's not important. Since she wants to see, there's no need for Jiang Xingluo to hide it anymore. She reached out and summoned her own ability crystal, a powerful force enveloping the yellow crystal, surrounded by lightning, and Jiang Xingluo smiled beautifully. This domineering lightning ability was something Qingqing had never seen before. Are you a white tiger female? Jiang Xingluo shook her head. I'm just a female from the cat clan. Qingqing frowned. Impossible. The cat clan is so weak. How could they have lightning abilities? But if you were a female from the beast god's messenger, the white tiger clan, it would be possible to awaken abilities. Jiang Xingluo looked at Qingqing's puzzled gaze and directly transformed into her beast form. A small white-striped cat appeared before her. Qingqing looked at her and couldn't help but smile, directly stepping forward to pick Jiang Xingluo up. You're so cute. I didn't expect you to really be a little female from the cat clan. How about you accompany me tonight? Jiang Xingluo was held by Qingqing, who squeezed her into her embrace, gently stroking her fur. She wanted to bar her teeth and refuse. But the comfortable feeling from her body and Qingqing's natural fragrance made her a bit intoxicated. Lai Wen looked at the enchanting female in front of him, wishing he could skin her alive. Give me back Xingluo. Lai Wen approached, a fierce wind blowing, causing Qingqing to be a bit shocked. She frowned at the lion male in front of her. Lai Wen, you're quite clever, not choosing a useless female from your tribe. Qingqing's gaze towards Lai Wen grew increasingly sinister as she gently placed Jiang Xingluo down, transforming into her beast form and baring her fangs. Since you want to compete so badly, let's have a match. Jiang Xingluo watched in surprise as the two massive beast forms tangled together. She had only heard of male competitions before. Who had ever seen such a scene? The strength of the Snake Clan Saintus had never been witnessed before, but today, even Jingsheng and Jiuyue were shocked. Qingqing was almost using lethal force, summoning clones, two pythons making it hard to distinguish between reality and illusion. And with Lai Wen's dual abilities just appearing, he could easily discern the real from the fake with his own eyes, making it so that Qingqing was always getting attacked. Unwilling to give up, Qingqing moved forward again, but was blocked by a wall of wind. Damn it, Lai Wen, why can you see where I am every time? Qingqing's real and illusionary forms were almost identical. The other beastmen present couldn't tell, but the male in front of her could easily see through it. It was the first time Qingqiang had encountered such a situation. Because I have a mental type ability, Lai Wen summoned another white crystal from his palm, which had an eye pattern on it. Qingqiang was nearly infuriated. All right, very well. A mental type ability, you actually have dual abilities. Qingqiang felt very aggrieved for losing. She was completely restrained by this ability. Her split ability was unique even among the Snake Clan, while male Snake Clan members also had awakened abilities, most of which could only create simple shadow clones. Qingqing's beast form was large, allowing her to create only 2 clones if it were her human form. She could almost create a circle of illusions, making it hard to distinguish which was real. Lai Wen didn't say anything extra, looking at Xingluo, a hint of gentleness coloring his usually proud demeanor. This scene caught the attention of the beastmen watching from the Huangchang tribe and became quite a striking sight. Ling Shuang also noticed everything. She didn't feel sorry for her aunt being hurt. She was almost obsessed with looking at Lai Wen, who had dual abilities. She had never seen a male with dual abilities before. Throughout history, only the beast god had displayed powerful mental type abilities and extremely domineering lightning abilities. So, if Xingluo were killed, Lai Wen could choose a new female master. She should indeed kill her, Ling Shuang thought, looking at her aunt. She is useless. Her abilities are not even as good as a white crystal's abilities. It seems I need to find a stronger beast husband to help me. Ling Shuang looked at Qingqiang, who was returning in defeat, putting away her originally greedy gaze and directly replacing it with a concerned expression, which Jiang Xingluo happened to see. Jiang Xingluo looked at Ling Shuang, surprised to see her gaze that had just been filled with murderous intent towards Qingqiang suddenly change. She was a bit astonished. What had happened to Qingqiang's ending as depicted in the original story? Jiang Xingluo thought for a long time and realized she remembered too little about Qingqiang. After all, most of the narrative was almost used to block out events, and the author had glossed over other unimportant characters, including Qingqiang. Chapter 98. Ling Shuang is terribly rejected. Why won't you bond with me? Jiang Xingluo hadn't had time to leave and was forced to stay. Watching Jingsheng and Qingqiang discussing matters related to Ling Shuang's bonding. Ling Shuang never expected that the beast husband she thought she would get would actually plan to break the contract. She felt a deep resentment in her heart. Everything had been fine when she arrived, but now he suddenly changed his mind. Why? Why did it turn out this way? Jiang Xingluo had been paying attention to Ling Shuang's expression. She was just a cub, yet her eyes were filled with overwhelming hatred. This cub from the beast world was indeed precocious. Or should it be said that the Snake Clan was naturally cold-hearted? However, it seemed that the original story was turning into a joke, and Jiang Xingluo began to doubt whether the author had written this novel based on their own experiences. Now that this beast world had become reality, everything was collapsing. Ling Shuang, calm down. I've told you before, males are not to be trusted. In a sense, Jiang Xingluo agreed with Qingqing's words. After all, she had never dated a boyfriend because she was afraid that some heartless man would covet her family fortune. Her relatives were gone, and her aunt rarely came back, so she preferred to work alone or hire some women. But now, she looked up at Lai Feng. The romantic debt between the original owner and Lai Feng would not be easily repaid. Forget it. As long as she was strong enough, no one would dare betray her. Lai Feng looked at Jiang Xingluo with a somewhat hurt expression. Did he do something to make her unhappy? Aunt, how can you say that? You're turning your elbow outwards. When Jiang Xingluo heard this, a line from the original text popped in her mind, mentioning that Ling Shuang had an aunt who never valued her, who looked down on and mistreated her. In the end, her aunt was harmed by her using witchcraft. However, this line only appeared from Ling Shuang's own perspective in her memories. The actual truth was not explained from a god's perspective. Jiang Xingluo sighed and looked at Qingqiang. This female seemed to be somewhat combative but otherwise all right. Are you trying to force them to agree? Qingqiang looked at her unmotivated niece, feeling a surge of anger. Even without a beast husband, with me around, can I still let you suffer? Ling Shuang felt a bit displeased. She was not like Qingqiang, who could cultivate. Of course, having a beast husband was more reliable. Jiang Xingluo found Ling Shuang's annoyed expression somewhat amusing. Qingqiang was right. With her around, Ling Shuang would never lack a beast husband for life. But it seemed that Ling Shuang was not very satisfied. However, they were family, and Jiang Xingluo would not be foolish enough to intervene in someone else's family matters. Jiang Xingluo simply took advantage of their discussion about the contract to go back to the wooden house and tidy up the animal skins that had been used here. Lai Feng was somewhat surprised. Are you taking them back? Jiang Xingluo nodded, It's better to take them back for management. What if they get moldy during the rainy season if left here? As for the other things, they were all replaced with beast crystals. To avoid the rainy season, they probably could not open for business for a long time. After all, dry firewood was scarce. Jiang Xingluo sighed. Just thinking about the heavy rain to come made her a bit fearful. She had encountered floods in her original world before, and the destruction after heavy rain was truly terrifying. However, the rescue in that society was very advanced, while this world had none of those. Beasts that could fly might escape a disaster, but weak beasts without awakened abilities could only rely on others for rescue. Jiang Xingluo sighed again and quickly packed her things. Locking the door of the wooden house, she saw that the people had dispersed. Songlan and Jin Tang had come over together, and Yu Jian was also there. But he could not leave the angry wind city he was guarding. The rainy season was approaching, and there were many things he needed to do. I'll take Songlan to help. Jin Tang maintained a smile, but in reality, she did not want to stay in Angry Wind City to be entangled by Ling Xuan. They had just said they would discuss the contract, but she was very reluctant, even trying to plead with them. Jin Tang initially thought that the little female raised by the Snake Clan Saintess would surely have some charm. However, now it seemed that she and the Snake Clan Saintess were not the same type of beast. This baseless promise of a contract was originally like a joke. Even if it were undone, it wouldn't matter much. Yet she was crying and nearly begging in front of them. If it weren't for Qin Sheng slapping her awake, she might still be blocking Jin Tang and Songlan from leaving. What did you say? You want to go too? Jiang Xingluo was a bit surprised, mainly because she was not clear whether there was still a place for them to stay in the tribe. Originally, the Jiuyin tribe did not have tree houses and was not suitable for long-term residence, and flying during heavy rain was not an easy task. One cub was manageable, but adding Jin Tang, Jiang Xingluo had no extra space for them to stay. Jiang Xingluo sighed, and Jin Tang immediately spoke. We will find our own place to stay. No need to worry, sister. We just want to help. Jin Tang smiled shyly, and Jiang Xingluo had no choice but to agree. Only Lai Feng could see that Jin Tang's intentions were not just to help, but he had to respect Xingluo's wishes. Do as you please. The group quickly left, but they did not expect that even though they had left, a figure would suddenly appear behind them. Song Ling, why doesn't Teat Songlan want to contract with me anymore? Everything was fine when I lived here before. By the way, was it that Xingluo? Did she tell Songlan that I am not good? Ling Xuang looked at the male in front of her with a wronged expression, her eyes red. Song Ling, feeling a bit of pity, wiped away the tears of the little female in front of him. It must be her. Ling Xuang, I know I, as a beast, cannot be your proper male in the future, but I will find a way to make Songlan and Jin Tang agree to be your beast husbands. Chapter 99. Evolution of Abilities. Songlan saw Qin Yuan from afar and immediately flew down in front of her. Qin Yuan stepped back a bit, startled by the sudden appearance of Song Ying, but Songlan quickly transformed into human form and supported her. Qin Yuan, did I scare you? I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. Songlan looked at Qin Yuan, who pushed him away. I'm fine, but I didn't expect you to appear right in front of me. Jiang Xingluo had just returned and saw that Songlan was already talking to Qin Yuan. Qin Yuan was still holding a pear and eating it. The reason she came out this time was that she had discovered a few days ago that the seeds of the golden fruit she had planted seemed to have sprouted. Qin Yuan wanted to see if she could use her power to help those little sprouts grow quickly. She had asked Sun Ran before and learned how rare golden fruits were. If she could nurture a few small saplings, even if each tree only bore one golden fruit, it would be almost life-saving. Huayan had witnessed Xiao Zhong eating the golden fruit, so she naturally knew that everything Sun Ran said was not false. Qing Yuan wanted to give it a try. She had already memorized many useful properties of herbs, and if she could save lives, then this golden fruit must be cultivated, preferably as soon as possible. Because her mother said that many things might happen when the rainy season arrived, Qing Yuan was afraid that someone would get sick. Qing Yuan, where's your brother? Did they leave you alone at home? Jiang Xingluo reached out to touch Qing Yuan's small face. Yes, they all went to gather firewood. Since it's sunny today, my brothers thought there might still be some dry wood left. Jiang Xingluo frowned, and Qing Yuan smiled at her. I'm fine, mother. Don't frown. Look, if you frown again, it won't look good. I just came back from Sister Huayan. Jiang Xingluo nodded, feeling a bit distressed as she touched Qing Yuan's small head. Kanglin also looked at Qing Yuan. Qing Yuan, can I stay here with you from now on? Qing Yuan looked at Kanglin with some confusion and shook her head. What do you want to accompany me for? Don't you have your own things to do? Hearing her 5-year-old daughter say such things, Jiang Xingluo couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Kanglin frowned. But I came here to accompany you. Qing Yuan turned to Kanglin. Don't you need to cultivate? My brother said you're already very powerful, so you can relax now? Jiang Xingluo nodded. Her Qing Yuan was never the ruthless villain in the original story. She was good. It must be the incompetent author who wrote it poorly. No, that's not it. I came here because I was afraid that the tribe might face some trouble during the rainy season. I'm here to help, Kanglin explained seriously. His father, Beast, agreed to let him come here for this purpose. I see, thank you. But now I need to see how the seeds I planted before are doing. Do you want to come with me? Qing Yuan actually didn't know how the golden fruit tree grew, so she wanted to ask Kanglin if he knew. Okay. Jiang Xingluo saw the two little ones walking side by side, and was about to follow them when she was stopped by Jintang. Lai Wind watched from the side, wanted to step forward, but had to hold back. Sister Xingluo, can you take me to find a clan leader? Jiang Xingluo looked at Lai Wind. Sure. Let Lai Wind take you there. I'm a bit tired. Jiang Xingluo really felt a bit unwell. Lai Wind didn't pay attention to Jintang beside him. He looked at Jiang Xingluo, whose face was a bit pale. What do you feel uncomfortable? I'll take you to find Hua Yan. Jiang Xingluo shook her head. I'm fine, just a bit tired, nothing else. Jiang Xingluo could feel that her ability crystal was a bit restless. It was probably time for her to advance. But she didn't know how much beast crystal power she would need to absorb this time. Lai Wen looked at Jiang Xingluo. Since she only asked him to take Jintang to see the clan leader, he could only agree. Jiang Xingluo spread her palm, and the slightly warm palm made her feel a bit restless. She had always known that the power sealed within her body hadn't been fully released. But now, the seal on her power seemed to be loosening more and more. Jiang Xingluo tried to use her power, and a powerful force instantly gathered in her palm. Suddenly, a lightning mark appeared on her wrist, and Lai Wind, who went out with Jintang to find the clan leader, also had a lightning mark on his wrist. Jintang looked at Lai Wind's mark, and a pang of bitterness crossed his heart. He knew that it belonged to Jiang Xingluo. Lai Wind had already obtained everything he longed for, and he liked Xingluo, but he might not have the opportunity to be with her. Lai Wind frowned at the mark, which kept flickering. He looked at the place they were about to reach. You go talk to the clan leader. I'll go back for a bit. Jintang watched Lai Wind run back directly. His eyes filled with a hint of envy. One day, he would make Sister Xingluo see him. At that moment, Jiang Xingluo took out the beast crystals, which were 2 green beast crystals. She wanted to try to absorb the power of the beast crystals. But it turned out these 2 green beast crystals were still not enough. Jiang Xingluo looked at the 2 purple beast crystals Yu Jian had given her before. She could feel her ability crystal stirring uneasily. However, the purple beast crystals she just took out were instantly absorbed by her, and her crystal suddenly turned green. She thought this would be enough, but unexpectedly, in the next moment, a whole wooden box of red beast crystals was devoured by her crystal, and only then did she feel the calmness in her body. When Lai Wind returned, he saw the chaotic red beast crystals all absorbed by Jiang Xingluo's ability crystal. Xingluo, are you okay? Xingluo shook her head and then looked at her ability crystal, which was shining brilliantly. The green light looked very comfortable. Lai Wind breathed a sigh of relief. Because the contract marks kept appearing, it meant that the female host's body was in crisis. Lai Wind looked at Xingluo and reached out to pull her into his arms. In the future, during such times, I want to stay by your side. The advancement of the ability crystal will be harder from now on. It won't be that easy. Jiang Xingluo didn't push Lai Wind away. Her body seemed to have gotten used to Lai Wind's closeness, but she still didn't want to have overly intimate gestures with him. After all, she wasn't the original host who had a one-night affair with Lai Wind. I'm fine. Jiang Xingluo's distant tone surprised Lai Wind, although she didn't reject his closeness. It couldn't be said that she liked it much. Lai Wind thought Jiang Xingluo still cared about past matters and could only let go of her and take a step back. Jiang Xingluo raised her eyes to look at her crystal, her smile becoming more carefree. She could feel that the power sealed within her body seemed to have become even stronger. This feeling was indeed pleasant. Just as she was about to go out to try it, she suddenly heard cries from outside the door. Let me go. Mother, mother, I want to find my mother. It was Qing Yuan. Jiang Xingluo and Lai Wind appeared outside the door at the same time. Jiang Xingluo didn't expect that her little one was actually tied by someone with ropes and hung on a tree. Chapter 100, The Lightning Punishment, Though Late, has arrived. Jiang Xingluo immediately transformed into beast form and climbed the tree to untie the rope, while Lai Wind quickly caught Qing Yuan. Qing Yuan clung to Lai Wind's neck and refused to let go, her cries echoing. Father Beast, they bullied me, saying I destroyed her contract. What's a contract? I don't even know. Qing Yuan, who had never received paternal love, gradually calmed down as Lai Wind gently patted her back. Jiang Xingluo looked at Songling and Ling Shuang on the ground, who seemed a bit flustered and shocked. I'm sorry. I didn't know this little one was your daughter. If I had known. Ling Shuang's words were interrupted as Jiang Xingluo, who had just landed from the tree, turned into human form, and a bolt of lightning struck Ling Shuang directly. Following that, a loud bang came from the sky. Because the last time the brown bear tribe harmed a female, the beast god protected the females of this beast world. If a female was attacked by supernatural powers, she would be protected. Jiang Xingluo almost got struck by the falling lightning. Ling Shuang smiled and said, "You can't hit me. I'm a female. If you hit me, you'll have to pay a price." Jiang Xingluo hated this beast god so much. When Ling Shuang and Songling tied up her little one, why didn't they react at all? Jiang Xingluo was filled with fury. She grabbed Ling Shuang by the collar and then slapped half of Ling Shuang's face. "If I can't use supernatural powers to attack, then let's change to other methods, right?" Sure enough, when she slapped her, no lightning struck from the sky, and Jiang Xingluo found it quite amusing. She directly tied up Ling Shuang with a rope. Songling, who was about to step forward, was blown aside by Lai Wen's wind ability. His body was violently blown against a rock, and the pain piercing through his entire body almost made him spit blood. Lai Feng felt that it was still not enough. Qing Yuan had fallen asleep while hugging his neck after he had patted her for a while. In the past, this little one would take a long time to calm down and fall asleep after being frightened, but today she fell asleep just from being patted. Lai Feng truly felt heartbroken for his little cub. Jiang Xingluo looked at Ling Shuang, who was hanging in the air, and recalled everything from the original story. She hated the little female in front of her. Since she couldn't use her lightning whip, she decided to use another leather whip she had made before. Jiang Xingluo picked up a whip made from bee's skin and, looking at Ling Shuang, directly lashed it against her body. "What are you doing? Just because you think you have special abilities, you can hit people at will?" Jiang Xingluo remembered how Ling Shuang had jokingly pushed her into a pit last time, and her eyes that wouldn't budge when she saw Qing Yan. Qing Yao heard her thoughts and had told Jiang Xingluo several times that Ling Shuang wanted to kill her. For an orc who was about to kill her, Jiang Xingluo had no reason to maintain a good attitude. There was no need to keep it up. Jiang Xingluo did not stop. In just a moment, she had already lashed Ling Shuang over 10 times. Jiang Xingluo had shown enough mercy and did not strike her face to the point of being mangled. However, suddenly the sky changed color. Just moments ago, only a single lightning bolt had fallen, and now suddenly dozens of bolts came crashing down. Jiang Xingluo understood that the beast god as punishment had a flaw. It was late, but it had come. Jiang Xingluo looked back at Lai Feng. "You take Qing Yuan back. This punishment is aimed at me." Lai Feng was reluctant to go back, but Qing Yuan had just fallen asleep in his arms, and he really couldn't bear it. "Am I not your female master? Are you starting to not listen to me now?" A massive lightning bolt struck down, directly breaking the branch that had been helping Ling Shuang. Songling, who had been blown aside by the wind, spat out a mouthful of blood. Just as he stood up, the second bolt of lightning struck him right on the forehead. He felt the pain of being electrocuted. If he hadn't already been a green crystal orc, he might have been struck dead. The taste of blood filled his mouth, and his organs felt like they were being crushed. What was going on? This was clearly the lightning punishment aimed at Jiang Xingluo. How could it fall on them? He looked at Ling Shuang, who was crying and begging for mercy, and still dragged his half-dead body quickly toward her. He transformed into beast form and directly carried Ling Shuang on his back, hurriedly leaving. Jiang Xingluo was chased by the sudden bolts of lightning, dodging one after another, and the large stones at the entrance were struck open. When the heavens finally stopped, the dark clouds dispersed, and a massive sun reappeared. Jiang Xingluo looked at Songling, who had already flown far away, and sneered. In fact, she and planned to eliminate him completely. If Ling Shuang really lost her life here, she probably wouldn't be able to explain it to Qing Sheng. However, dodging the storm of lightning was indeed quite easy. Jiang Xingluo patted the dust off her hands and looked at the few cubs who had returned from afar. She couldn't help but frown. Qing Yan and Qing Zhu saw that Jiang Xingluo's expression was very bad and instantly felt a bit frightened, while Qing Yao and Qing Lan also became vigilant. Leaving a female like Qing Yuan alone in the wooden house, what exactly have you all been doing outside? Ling Shuang had been able to chase after them before, which meant she wouldn't let it go easily afterward, especially since Kanglin was always playing with Qing Yuan. Ling Shuang's jealousy was quite strong, so someone should stay close to Qing Yuan. "Mom, did something happen to Qing Yuan?" Qing Zhu looked at Jiang Xingluo, who nodded and then looked around, noticing that Kanglin was nowhere to be seen. Wasn't he with Qing Yuan? How could he suddenly be gone? "Mom, it's our fault. Next time, I'll stay to accompany Qing Yuan. My beast crystal has advanced. Mom, let us go out and chop stones, chop wood, and practice our special abilities. My crystal stone is already orange." Although Qing Yan was talking about something that made him happy, there was a trace of discomfort in his tone. He could protect Qing Yuan now. And he hurried into the wooden house, only to see Qing Yuan already asleep. The few cubs looked at Qing Yuan's peaceful sleeping face and instantly breathed a sigh of relief. Qing Zhu, on the other hand, was almost forcing himself to return. He could feel a scorching sensation in his palm, but the beast crystals they brought out were limited, all combined. They were only enough for the eldest brother to advance. He could only force himself to get back home. When Qing Zhu's palm crystal stone appeared, the scorching temperature almost burned him. Lai Feng looked at Qing Zhu, who was drenched in cold sweat, and immediately grabbed his small hand to examine it closely. Why didn't you say anything? Qing Zhu watched as Lai Feng took out several white beast crystals from his body for him to absorb, then used 2 red beast crystals. His special ability had not awakened very early, and Lai Feng taught him bit by bit how to handle such situations with the other cubs, and they listened carefully. When Jiang Xingluo entered the house, she saw that the crystal stone in Qing Zhu's palm had also turned red, and she was somewhat shocked. If she hadn't advanced, wouldn't she be worse off than her own cubs? Chapter 101. Kanglin rescues the little cub, however. Jiang Xingluo noticed that the scale placed in the wooden house suddenly emitted a light. This was the scale that Changshuan had given to Qing Yuan before. Why was it glowing at this moment? Jiang Xingluo carefully examined the scale and saw that a strand of white light was surrounding it, which instantly returned to Qing Yuan's body. Lai Feng and Jiang Xingluo were both panicked, but Jiang Xingluo unexpectedly discovered that Qing Yuan's affection level was no longer grayish-white. That one affection level made Jiang Xingluo ecstatic. Her little Qing Yuan's affection level had actually recovered. Although it was only a little, Jiang Xingluo was already very happy. Jiang Xingluo looked at the fish scale that had turned back into an ordinary scale and seemed to understand the significance of Changshuan giving this scale to Qing Yuan. However, where that strand of white light had come from, Jiang Xingluo did not understand. She silently called out to the system, hoping it could give her a reply. But this useless thing was as silent as death. Jiang Xingluo knew that every time it came to a crucial moment, there would be such problems. Forget it. If it didn't say anything, then it didn't. Anyway, Qing Yuan's affection level had shown signs of improvement, which was good news for her. Jintang and the chieftain found a wooden house, and the arrival of Jintang and Kanglin was quite well received by the Juyan tribe. Even the weak orcs led by Broly had prepared a lot of food for them in the empty wooden house. However, when he returned, he didn't see Kanglin and asked Jiang Xingluo, whose expression was also not good. Kanglin had originally been watching the seeds of the golden fruit with Qing Yuan, but he had left her alone to be bullied by Ling Shuang. She felt heartbroken for her cub, but still tried to calmly explain to Jintang in front of her. Something happened just now. I don't know where Kanglin has run off to. Jintang looked at Jiang Xingluo's expression and frowned, as if she was worried about something. Just as Jintang was about to speak, they heard Kanglin's voice. Jiang Xingluo, who was suppressing a belly full of anger, was about to vent it when she saw Kanglin carrying a cub of similar age on his back. The cub was covered in blood, looking very pitiful. Sister Xingluo, this cub seems to be from our Kanjian clan. I heard a cry outside and went to take a look. Kanglin placed the injured cub on the ground. He was covered in mud. Jiang Xingluo went to find Huayan. After Huayan helped clean him up, she slowly treated his wounds. Jiang Xingluo truly admired Huayan. Her medical skills were better than any shaman. Once the little cub was cleaned up, his originally fair and clean little face was revealed. Jintang and Kanglin looked at the little face and felt as if they had seen it somewhere before. He has somewhat deep-set eyes, which are rare in their Wind Fury City. But for a moment, Kanglin couldn't recall where he had seen them before. And Jintang also felt that the little one looked familiar. Water, I want to drink water. Please, give me some water. Although he was already a teenager, there was none of the stubbornness typical of his age in his tone. Instead, he sounded very humble. Jiang Xingluo reached out and patted his head, then took out a wooden cup and handed it to him. The little one gulped down a lot of water, and when he opened his eyes to look at everything in front of him, he immediately knelt down, trembling, and lowered his head to kowtow to Xingluo. Thank you, sister. Can I ask you to save my mother? Please, save my mother. Jiang Xingluo helped the little one up, noticing that there were wounds on his knees, and his wrists and ankles were marked with bloodstains from being tied up for a long time. Jiang Xingluo felt a pang of shock upon seeing all this. At that moment, she seemed to understand why the original owner would sell her little one in a place like Wind Fury City, because there was Yujian there, who had established some simple regulations. However, other tribes did not have such things. For instance, the little one before her didn't remember where he had come from. He had grown up following a female spotted deer who was infertile and abandoned by her own mother. So she had to become a wandering beast man. Until one day, she suddenly found him by the roadside and did everything she could to keep him by her side, raising him to this age. Until a male wanted to mate with the female spotted deer, just wanting to have a female master. No one expected that in the end. He would sell them to the disgusting crocodile tribe for their amusement. The little one in front of her was named Ing Che, a little male, who was whipped daily to work and take care of his mother. After hearing all this, Jiang Xingluo was nearly infuriated. Indeed, human trafficking is everywhere. It was already difficult for the two pitiful beastmen to rely on each other, and the hemp rope specifically chose to break at delicate points, while misfortune sought out the unfortunate. Jiang Xingluo suddenly felt fortunate that she had beast crystals in this world. Otherwise, when she was sent to the female cave by the people of the Battle Shadow tribe, would her little ones end up like the one in front of her? Jiang Xingluo didn't dare to think about it. Sister, brother, I kowtow to you. I beg you, if it weren't for the sudden lightning striking those two crocodile beastmen, I wouldn't have been able to escape, but my mother was taken back. Ing Che repeatedly knocked his head on the ground, and Jiang Xingluo reached out to stop him. Kanglin was already red in the face with anger, and even Jin Tang was furious. Meanwhile, Lai Feng looked at Jiang Xingluo, saying that such things were not uncommon. Xingluo, as long as you want to help, I will do it. The tenderness in Lai Feng's eyes made Jiang Xingluo's ears flush, and she softly replied with an emma. However, they still needed Ing Che to lead the way to find out where the water tribe was. As there were only a few days left until the rainy season, they had to hurry to bring people back. Following the route he remembered and the scent of his mother, Ing Che slowly made his way back. Can you fight against them? They have ability crystals. But I don't have any. If I had one, maybe I could protect my mother. Ing Che didn't want to burden others. Abilities like these were hard to come by. He lowered his gaze to his palm. He didn't have any. Jiang Xingluo took Ing Che's little hand and reassured him, it's okay, even without abilities. We can protect your mother. Ing Che nodded, then pointed to a distant shallow area where there was a stone house. Jiang Xingluo was quite surprised. The water tribe seemed to live much better than they did. In the next moment, Jiang Xingluo saw two male beastmen dragging someone out with ropes. The frail figure was ragged, and the two crocodile beastmen suddenly slapped the person's face. Ing Che cried out in anger, no, you can't hit my mother, you bad guys. I will kill you. Ing Che was very fast. Before Jiang Xingluo could stop him, he had already rushed off into the distance, with Jin Tang and Kanglin following closely behind. Chapter 102. Saving Ing Che's mother, Jiang Xingluo chased after Lai Feng and saw Ing Che had transformed into his beast form, flying in the air. However, his beast form was just as small and frail as his human form. Unlike him, Kanglin and Jin Tang quickly moved in and restrained the two water tribe beastmen. However, being by the sea, strong dragons do not suppress local snakes, and Jiang Xingluo feared that their actions might attract other water tribe members. After all, they wouldn't gain any advantage in someone else's territory. Hurry and take the people away, Jiang Xingluo said directly. Jin Tang immediately understood what she meant, and he and Kanglin quickly untied the ropes around the neck of the female beastman in front of them. Kanglin carried the transformed Ing Che on his back, while Jin Tang placed the female beastman on his own back, with one eagle and one golden crow flying off first. Jiang Xingluo and Lai Feng left quickly as well. They didn't want to stir up trouble. Before long, they returned to the Jiao Yin tribe, but the female spotted deer, who had been injured for a long time, had gone mad. Her eyes were chaotic, and she even couldn't remember who Ing Che was. Mother, do you really not recognize me? I am Ing Che. The little one stood in front of the female spotted deer, with red eyes looking at her. He understood that his mother had become mentally unstable just a few days after being taken by the water tribe. However, they couldn't find an opportunity to escape. In this world, females without reproductive ability would only be abandoned and insulted by other males. There are shamans here. Ing Che, I will go find a shaman to help your mother. Okay? Jiang Xingluo gently patted Ing Che's little head, feeling a pang of sympathy for this little one. Both he and his mother were truly pitiful. Isn't this a weak beastman tribe? I see that the beastmen living here are all weak like my mother. Jiang Xingluo nodded, but this tribe is different, and the shaman is a female. I will take you and your mother to see her, okay? Ing Che nodded, and the sunny kite, who had been sleeping all day, finally woke up. As soon as she woke up, she saw a little one she had never seen before added to her family. Mother, where are you going? Jiang Xingluo turned to look at Qing Yuan upon hearing her voice, but her favorability remained unchanged. Jiang Xingluo knew that her favorability toward her could not possibly be that low. It was just the reasons mentioned by the system. I'm going to find Huayan to treat this Annie's illness. Jiang Xingluo looked at the female in front of her. Although she had been cleaned up, there was still a sense of confusion in her expression. It was understandable that she looked truly mad. Long-term mental torment could lead to such a state. Then I will go with you, mother. Jiang Xingluo nodded in agreement. This was the first time Huayan had seen such a case of memory loss and madness. She only knew how to treat physical injuries, so she could only tentatively treat the wounds on her body. With Ying Che's company, the process went relatively smoothly. Qing Yuan even used her own power to help with the treatment, but she could only heal her wounds. The psychological scars were not so easily healed. Jiang Xingluo understood this. Healing such psychological trauma would take time. Sister Xingluo, why don't we let her stay with me? I have 2 houses here, and the other wooden house is unoccupied, so it would be perfect for them to stay. Huayan and Sun Ran had already become mates, and the 2 of them could only live in this one house at most. Jiang Xingluo asked Ying Che, who immediately nodded and said thank you, even wanted to kneel down to thank Jiang Xingluo. If it weren't for Jiang Xingluo and those strong beast men, he knew he wouldn't have been able to escape with his mother at all. Now that they had finally escaped and found a place to stay, Ying Che knelt on the ground and immediately kowtowed to Jiang Xingluo. He had almost formed a habit of doing this. Anyone who gave him a bowl of rice would receive multiple bows in return. Because for a beast man like him, who had nothing, this was the only way to exchange for something. Seeing Ying Che like this, Jiang Xingluo felt a pang of pain in her heart. No more kneeling. You need to learn skills to protect your mother in the future. Understand? I understand. I will stay here to help Sister Huayan with work. I could do anything as long as there's food. Qing Yuan looked at Ying Che's tear-filled eyes and reached out to hold his hand. Don't worry. Sister Huayan is very nice. I will bring you food from my home. Ying Che looked at the warm-hearted Qing Yuan in front of him, unsure of what to do. But he felt a warm power from her palm. He nodded and smiled for the first time. Thank you, Qing Yuan. Qing Yuan smiled and stuffed the cake she brought from home into Ying Che's hand. This is for you. I'm older than you, and I'm also learning medicine from Sister Huayan. Eat this cake, and from now on, I will be your sister. Jiang Xingluo watched her little cubs and couldn't help but smile at their sisterly bond over a single cake. However, she didn't expect that when they brought Nanyu back, the people from the Water Tribe would become furious. The 2 males who harmed Nanyu didn't die. They returned to the sea and informed their Crocodile Tribe leader about Nanyu being taken away. The males of the Crocodile Tribe were extremely ugly, and the females in their tribe were almost afraid to leave. However, it was difficult to give birth to females. In this generation, apart from the leader, there was only one female who had more than 20 beast husbands. Yet she had only given birth to a dozen males, with not a single female. So they were very afraid that their tribe might go extinct. It was a golden eagle and a phoenix that took away that non-reproductive female. Speaking of this incident, the 2 males were still filled with anger. It was that little male, raised by that female. I knew we shouldn't have let him live. We should have killed him back then. On the way back with Qing Yuan, Jiang Xingluo saw her constantly turning over the scale from Chang's son. What are you looking at? Qing Yuan shook her head. Mother, I just feel like there is something on this scale. I want to keep holding it. Jiang Xingluo recalled everything that had happened before. It seemed that unknowingly, this scale had become a medium. This scale must be kept well. It would definitely help Qing Yuan regain everything she was missing. Chapter 103. Saving people the rainy season came quickly. Jiang Xingluo had stocked up quite a bit of rice and flour in her space, as well as some water. Actually, there was a spring near her farm, so water wasn't a problem, but she still stored some outside. Apart from these, there was a large amount of firewood. Jiang Xingluo had live foam make some racks to stack the firewood, and she also stocked up quite a bit in her own space. She took the opportunity to clear a patch of land in her space and planted many vegetables. The climate in the space was very suitable, and even the plants grew quickly. Jiang Xingluo had accumulated a variety of items, and she even secretly placed a grinding stone made by live foam in her space, allowing her to grind bean flour there. On the day the rainy season arrived, it was indeed a grand spectacle, with heavy rain pouring down, even more than in the previous days. Not long after, nearby scattered tribes began to head towards Fury City. These were weak tribes with hardly any beast men. They were all covered in mud, and some began to seek help when they reached the Jiuyin tribe. Jiang Xingluo had only heard of the suffering of people affected by floods in her previous world, but she had never witnessed it. However, when she saw it with her own eyes this time, she realized what it was really like. Jin Tang and Song Lan had prepared many animal skin skirts and cooked food. Jiang Xingluo took Lai Feng and Shi Yin out to help bring those beast men who couldn't move back to the temporary grass huts set up by the tribe. Even Hua Yin was working tirelessly, organizing all the herbs she had prepared earlier for several days. Jiang Xingluo took the muddy little cubs to wash them clean and change them into animal skin skirts. These were the beast men of the antelope tribe. The Antelope tribe was already an endangered tribe, so there were only a little over 100 beastmen in total. However, Jiang Xingluo saw that there were not even 50 beastmen in the grass huts. I want to go back. I want to find my cubs. Jiang Xingluo watched as a female wept bitterly, trying to run out, but the rain outside was truly too heavy. She saw the rushing river outside and felt despair in an instant. Give me back my cubs. Give them back to me. Jiang Xingluo gasped, realizing that natural disasters were the hardest things to overcome in this world. In her previous world, earthquakes, floods, and droughts were disasters that could almost take lives. Jiang Xingluo was heartbroken as she settled the female back down. She wanted to go with Lai Feng to check nearby tribes to see if there were other races in need of rescue. Mother, if you're going, then Qing Zhuo, and I want to go too. We both have abilities and can definitely help others. Jiang Xingluo looked at the two cubs, feeling a bit of heartache. The cubs in front of her were only 5 years old. She didn't want to take them on an adventure. Lai Feng noticed the worry in Jiang Xingluo's eyes and explained seriously, if they want to go, let them come along. Let Sang Lan go with them. Jiang Xingluo looked at Lai Feng in surprise. Sang Lan brought new animal skin skirts and, upon hearing Lai Feng's words, immediately agreed. You shouldn't always spoil them. They are males and will need to protect their females in the future. They must face everything well. Lai Feng also wanted them to grow up quickly. Jiang Xingluo looked up at Lai Feng. She knew that the cubs in the beast world were different from those in her original world, so he was right to do this. However, Jiang Xingluo still found it a bit hard to accept, and you should let go of them. Let them become capable males. Jiang Xingluo nodded. Qing Yin and Qing Zhuo had previously hunted the wild boar together, so the meat stored at home was mostly the result of their cooperation. They split up to check. Sang Lan and Qi Yin took Qing Yin and Qing Zhuo to the east, while Jiang Xingluo followed Lai Feng to the west. Originally, Jiutai didn't agree to them going out, especially since even the river outside the Jiuyin tribe was nearly overflowing. However, in the end, Jiang Xingluo managed to persuade him. As soon as Jiang Xingluo left the tribe, she saw the river surging violently. If it weren't for the many trees around and the fact that it was upstream, which allowed some water to flow away, the surrounding area would likely have been flooded. Jiang Xingluo followed the river downstream. Since Chang Sun left, the small fish in the river had become scarce. Chang Sun, being a koi, must have taken those few koi with him. She didn't know where he was now. Jiang Xingluo followed Lai Feng downstream and indeed saw the nearby flood spreading, especially in areas lacking vegetation where the soil had been washed away and a few antelope beastmen were struggling inside. Jiang Xingluo stepped forward to help, but realized that her abilities were only effective for attacking, not saving. Lai Feng reached out and held Jiang Xingluo's hand, then told her, "You can borrow my strength, Xingluo." Jiang Xingluo nodded and felt a surge of power within her body. The two of them created a wall of wind, and then Lai Feng swam desperately through the water, rescuing the beastmen one by one. Jiang Xingluo maintained the wind's power to keep the wall from dissipating, and things went relatively smoothly. However, Jiang Xingluo felt her energy depleting too quickly. Is this the power of the amethyst beastmen? Jiang Xingluo increasingly craved powerful strength. If the amethyst beastmen were this strong, what would it be like if her power grew to that extent? Jiang Xingluo was filled with anticipation. But seeing Lai Feng's anxious expression, it seemed someone among the beastmen was choking. Jiang Xingluo hurried over and immediately performed first aid on the adult male, and before long, he coughed up a large mouthful of water and regained consciousness. Jiang Xingluo felt as if her arms had completely lost their strength, and she collapsed to the side, feeling drained of all her energy. The few antelope beastmen looked at Jiang Xingluo and immediately expressed their gratitude. "Come with us. We are the beastmen of the Jiuyin tribe. Perhaps your relatives are there." The antelope beastmen nodded and followed Jiang Xingluo towards the Jiuyin tribe. Meanwhile, Qi Yin and Sang Lan headed east with two cubs, where there were no weak beastmen in distress. On the contrary, a group of aggressive water tribe beastmen suddenly charged towards them. Sang Lan recognized one of them as the male beastman who had harmed Nanyu by the sea that day. They recognized Sang Lan and charged directly at him. "Brother Qi Yin, we need to hurry back. They are water tribe beastmen, the bad guys who harmed Ing Che and his mother. They must have recognized me." Chapter 104. Fighting the crocodile tribe. Qi Yin looked at the group before him. How could there be so many male water tribe beastmen? Had they gone mad? No. They were just intent on reclaiming the already weakened female. The crocodile tribe was truly despicable. However, if they returned now, it would bring disaster to the tribe. Qi Yin knew he had to deal with these water tribe beastmen first. Over the past few days, he had been busy settling the beastmen who had come from the Battle Shadow tribe, and even his beast crystal had only reached the level of the green crystal. He could keenly sense that among the water tribe beastmen before him, there were no high-level cultivators. But Qi Yin did not dare to be careless. After all, it was a heavy rain day, which was a disadvantage for them, but for the water tribe beastmen, it was favorable weather. Qi Yin looked back at the cubs behind him. Be careful. If you can kill these beastmen quickly, do it. Song Lan saw that Qi Yin was not planning to leave and decided to stay and fight these beastmen. Qing Yin and Qing Zhu looked at the beastmen rushing towards them, and Qing Zhu controlled the water flow to prevent it from becoming too strong. The rain was getting heavier, and Qing Zhu's abilities were not enough. Qi Yin moved quickly, charging in beast form towards the crocodiles and biting into them. Then Song Lan flew over to launch an attack, but as an eagle, his wet feathers affected his flight. Qing Yin created an air barrier around him using the surrounding air. Qing Yin and Qing Zhu transformed into beast forms and charged at the group of beastmen, engaging in battle. This was their first time directly facing living beastmen enemies. Lai Feng had told them that such situations were essential for training. Qing Yin and Qing Zhu worked together, facing two crocodile beastmen who could control water and fought fiercely. Qing Zhu and Qing Yin relentlessly tore at their beast forms for a long time, blood flowing out. And only when the two beastmen breathed their last did Qing Yin and Qing Zhu turn to deal with the other beastmen. Song Lan, refusing to back down, moved quickly, frequently restraining several beastmen almost simultaneously. These water tribe beastmen had never experienced such battles, but they were different. Qi Yin, as a cheetah, was hardly affected by the water. Even in the rain, his fangs sank into one crocodile after another, their shrieks drowned out by the heavy rain. Only Jiang Xingluo and Lai Feng were still helping the rescued antelope beastmen. However, Jiang Xingluo had been busy for a long time and still hadn't seen Qi Yin and the others return. Lai Feng began to worry. If it was just a rescue, it shouldn't take this long. Had they gone too far? Jiang Xingluo, seeing the rain growing heavier, ultimately couldn't shake the worry for the cubs and pulled Lai Feng to go check. The rainy season's rain wouldn't stop, so Jiang Xingluo and Lai Feng could only use two large leaves to shield themselves from the rain. After walking east for more than a kilometer, Jiang Xingluo finally heard a series of screams. The sound of the rain was loud, but Jiang Xingluo and Lai Feng still heard it at the same time, and the humid rain mixed with a strong scent of blood. Not good. Xingluo, you go back first. I'll go find them. Lai Feng's heart grew alert, wanting to persuade Jiang Xingluo to return. The strong smell of blood made him feel uneasy. Only Qi Yin and Song Lan had gone out with Qing Yin and Qing Zhu. Song Lan and Qi Yin's crystals hadn't advanced, and Lai Feng was afraid Jiang Xingluo would witness something terrible. I'm not going back. I don't need your protection. Go quickly. Although Jiang Xingluo's crystal wasn't as powerful as the amethyst, her abilities could definitely protect her cubs in this weather. Those were her cubs that she had cared for a long time. How could she return at such a time? Seeing Jiang Xingluo's determination, Lai Feng decided to follow her to the source of the smell. However, when they saw the scene in the distance, Jiang Xingluo and Lai Feng quickly ran over. Qing Zhu and Qing Yin had been fighting for a long time and were exhausted, but the group of water tribe beastmen still had half of their numbers left. Moreover, Song Lan's feathers were wet, and he couldn't maintain flight. Only Qi Yin stood before them, protecting the cubs as if guarding his own. You all step back. Leave the rest to me. Jiang Xingluo and Lai Feng watched this scene, looking up at the crocodile beastmen. Upon seeing them, the two immediately understood. They had come seeking revenge. This group of crocodile beastmen was notorious for having no females and deliberately raiding other tribes for their weak females, even stealing newborn female cubs from other tribes. However, those cubs could not adapt to the water tribe's lifestyle and ultimately drowned in the sea. Xingluo, you help Qi Yin. I'll hold them off. We can't let them return alive. Jiang Xingluo nodded, and Lai Feng approached the crocodile beastmen from another direction, while Jiang Xingluo appeared beside Qi Yin. Compared to the abilities of the others, Jiang Xingluo's powers in this weather could almost put these beastmen to death. Mother, why are you here? Qing Yin and Qing Zhu saw Jiang Xingluo, and their previously deflated spirits were instantly filled with fighting spirit, although both of them had blood stains around their mouths and were splattered with the blood of the crocodiles. This is so dirty. Mother is worried about you coming to see. Qi Yin and Lai Feng have already gone around to block them. Do you still have the strength? Jiang Xingluo approached and realized that the nearby crocodile corpses had been washed aside by the rain. There were quite a few bodies left, but many remained. Handling them was still manageable for Jiang Xingluo. I have strength, Xingluo. You can use your abilities. I can still help. Jiang Xingluo nodded. The moment her ability crystal appeared, lightning surrounded her. The person surrounded by the crocodile beastman was their tribe's leader. She was a female, and females with abilities, getting her would be effortless. Just bring this female back. Let her give birth to cubs for our tribe, and those cubs will definitely have abilities. The greedy looks of those crocodile beastmen made Jiang Xingluo feel disgusted. Although she was just a yellow crystal beastman now, she would not let go of them. If you want to die, I'll help you a bit. Jiang Xingluo swung the whip in her hand, striking the rain-soaked ground, causing sparks to fly from the lightning. The crocodile beastmen instantly became even more excited. She was alone, and her companions were exhausted. Just a female. How much strength could she have? No need to be afraid. We don't need to be afraid. Jiang Xingluo's pupils dilated. She wanted to see just how powerful her abilities were. Chapter 105. This is the price you should pay. The crocodile beastmen rushed over, seemingly even more excited at the sight of a female. Jiang Xingluo's whip struck the beastman in front of her, and the crocodiles cried out in pain as lightning coursed through their bodies, making them feel like their bones were being electrified. Jiang Xingluo's lightning ability was not just like that. When Lai Feng appeared from behind, his wind ability nearly knocked all the crocodiles in front of them to the ground. This was the first time Qing Yin felt the power of a purple crystal beastman. Jiang Xingluo's whip did not stop. The crocodile beastmen in front crawled in agony on the ground, some already lying on their backs. The crocodile leader who had just teased Jiang Xingluo was bitten through the neck by Lai Feng, blood gushing from his massive neck. Lai Feng's gaze was fierce. In just a few moves, he had bitten through the crocodile's neck. Jiang Xingluo looked at the remaining crocodile beastmen around her, showing no intention of letting them go. In fact, her lightning ability was already enough to kill them. Jiang Xingluo intensified her abilities, directly sending the lightning through the water to them. Powerful lightning coursed through the crocodiles' bodies, and before long, they had lost their breath. Jiang Xingluo looked at them, now breathless, and snorted coldly. This is the price you should pay. Qi Yin looked at Jiang Xingluo. She was clearly just a yellow crystal beastman, yet her lightning power was already terrifying. Jiang Xingluo looked at the crocodiles, but had no intention of letting them go. The crocodile skins were valuable. They could be used to make many useful items. Jiang Xingluo was well aware of how expensive crocodile skins were in later generations. Her cold eyes showed no emotion. Lai Feng, can you skin them? Qi Yin and Song Lan were stunned when they heard Jiang Xingluo's words. She was indeed quite ruthless with these crocodiles. However, the crocodile skins looked very sturdy and would be excellent for use as beast skins. Sure, Lai Feng did not refuse and started to work. Males must know how to skin and process. Qi Yin also began to help. The two cubs stepped forward to assist as well. Jiang Xingluo looked at the heavy rain. However, this rainy season had no lightning, which she found puzzling. After skinning, the crocodile meat was exposed, and the bloody smell spread everywhere. Jiang Xingluo looked at the meat with some disgust. She casually kicked the pieces away, and a few of them returned to the tribe with the crocodile skins. Jiang Xingluo was completely soaked, and wearing the bee skin skirt for too long made her feel particularly uncomfortable. She wanted to wear underwear to wear cotton clothes. These bee skin skirts were just too uncomfortable. However, when Jiang Xingluo brought the crocodile skins back, all the females in the tribe were scared. They recognized what the skins were. Seeing the frightened expressions of those females, Jiang Xingluo realized she should have stored these things in her space. After storing the items properly, she thought they would understand later that these skins were just being put to good use for her. She prepared clean water and let the cubs wash up first. As they were covered in too much blood, she took out the wooden tub that Lai Feng had prepared and washed herself clean first, changing into another bee skin skirt before cleaning Qing Yin and Qing Zhu. I'll wash them. The chief sent a lot of yellow earth fruits over. You could go eat some first. Jiang Xingluo watched as Lai Feng had already stripped the two cubs of their clothes, each in a wooden tub, and began to wash them. The male cubs needed a father to take care of them as they grew up. However, she hadn't seen Qing Yuan since she returned. Jin Tang had been helping everyone light fires. His ability was truly inexhaustible. Fire abilities are indeed convenient. Jiang Xingluo took a yellow earth fruit sent by the chief, only to find it was already steamed and perfectly ripe, still steaming. Jiang Xingluo secretly took out a bit of ketchup from her space. Otherwise, eating these would be too bland. She was extremely hungry, having been busy all day, nearly going crazy. She devoured 2 large yellow earth fruits, but felt unsatisfied without meat. She took out a large piece of hind leg meat from her space, cut it up, and, after stir-frying it, there was almost a large bowl's worth. Jiang Xingluo planned to wait for the cubs to return before everyone ate together, and she also used a large pot to steam rice. Jiang Xingluo inhaled the fragrant smell of rice, her mouth watering. Not far away, Che returned with Qing Yuan, holding a basket of vegetables he had dug up from elsewhere. They were all leafy greens, looking fresh and juicy. Jiang Xingluo saw Qing Yuan and Che come together. Noticing the basket of spinach Che was carrying, which looked quite large and not old at all, Jiang Xingluo had never seen spinach around before. She didn't expect to see it now. Aunt Xingluo, these vegetables grew around the house where we live. Mother always said they could be eaten. We made dishes with them yesterday, and they were delicious. Hearing Che's words, Jiang Xingluo was surprised. Your mother still remembers these? Che nodded. It has been a bit better these days. She can boil water to drink by herself. Aunt Huayan's medicine really works for mother. Jiang Xingluo was very happy to hear Che's words. When she saw the two big buns in Qing Yuan's hands, she was quite surprised. She had only made these buns once or twice in front of her own cubs. Mother, these are the tofu buns that Sister Huayan made. They're really delicious. Hearing Qing Yuan's words, Jiang Xingluo couldn't help but smile. It seemed that many people in the tribe had learned from her. In the future, it really might be possible to open a store to sell food. Che, you stay with Qing Yuan. I've already made the meals. You're too small. Stay and eat some good food to supplement yourself. Che initially wanted to decline, but Qing Yuan held his hand and led him into the house. Che's little face turned red. When Jintang and Songlan came over, each brought some vegetables. These were all food supplies given by the chief. They planned to come and give them to Jiang Xingluo, because the place they lived in didn't have pots yet. Jintang helped others start fires and received a lot of food in return. He was almost full from eating on the way. However, Kanglin's stomach was empty. He really wanted to eat meat. If he had known, he should have brought back some crocodile meat to at least fill his stomach. When they arrived at Jiang Xingluo's wooden house, Kanglin saw Qing Yuan holding Che's hand, and he immediately became furious, rushing forward to squeeze himself between the two and push them apart. Chapter 106. The savage beastmen of the brown bear tribe Jiang Xingluo served a pot of freshly steamed rice, the fragrant aroma filling the air, while Qing Yan and Qing Zhu had already changed their clothes. Only Lai Feng was still washing up. Jiang Xingluo let the cubs eat first and set aside a bowl of rice and half a bowl of meat in a wooden basin. Mom, is this for Dad? You're biased. Why does Dad get so much food while we only have this little bit? The cubs turned to look at Jiang Xingluo upon hearing Qing Yuan's words. Just as she put down her chopsticks, she saw Lai Feng with his long, wet hair appearing in front of her. Lai Feng looked seriously at the dinner behind Jiang Xingluo, his usually calm face showing a hint of softness. Xingluo, thank you. Jiang Xingluo felt her face burning as she served herself rice. Feeling as if her tongue had tied itself, unsure of what to do, she turned to serve herself when Lai Feng walked over and picked up a bowl of rice. The cubs watched their parents standing together and felt something was off. Lai Feng sat beside Qing Yuan, looking sternly at Kanglin and Che, while the other cubs sat opposite him. They only started using their chopsticks when Jiang Xingluo sat down. Qing Yan and Qing Zhu, having killed so many crocodiles, were experiencing the power of their abilities for the first time. Their eyes were fixed on Lai Feng, while Jiang Xingluo buried her head in her food, feeling like she couldn't lift her head under their gaze. After the rainy season began, Jiang Xingluo checked around with Lai Feng almost every day for weak beastmen who couldn't withstand the rain. Meanwhile, the gates of Ragewind City were tightly shut, seemingly not allowing anyone to enter. However, after half a month of rain, thunder and lightning suddenly struck the sky, and the rain intensified. Lai Feng wouldn't let Jiang Xingluo go outside anymore, because the raging river outside had started to overflow, and the strong winds resembled the typhoon weather Jiang Xingluo had encountered before. Jiang Xingluo was most afraid that the typhoon would sweep through the Juyan tribe. The wooden houses here were very simple, and if possible, she wanted to turn all the houses into stone houses to avoid this typhoon. Kanglin flew out every day to check, and with only a few days left to endure this rainy season, she was relieved that everyone had enough food stored. Let go of me. Let go of us. Jiang Xingluo was boiling oil inside the wooden house when she heard a piercing scream outside. She pushed the door open and saw the giant figures of brown bears swept in by the wind. How could it be them? Wasn't the punishment given to them enough? How dare they come again? Jiang Xingluo watched as the brown bear beast man stabbed a weak beast man in the stomach, her blood boiling. She immediately rushed forward and whipped the brown bear. Such a malicious race. The punishment given to them last time was ultimately too light. Looking at the brown bear in front of her, it seemed even larger than the last time. The brown bear tribe must have changed leaders. Could it be this one? Jiang Xingluo's heart raced as she looked at the bleeding male elk in front of her. The brown bear beast man, upon seeing Jiang Xingluo, showed no sign of retreating and even wore a triumphant smile. Jiang Xingluo gritted her teeth and unleashed her powers, a domineering lightning bolt instantly enveloping the brown bear, but remained unmoving, as if Jiang Xingluo's attack was nothing to him. How could this be? Jiang Xingluo watched the brown bear laugh wildly. Our brown bear tribe's fur can withstand injuries, but the two trash you encountered last time were still too weak compared to me. You're the little female with abilities? The rough voice echoed in Jiang Xingluo's ears, but she remained calm, showing little fear towards the brown bear in front of her. She had seen the principle of abilities countering each other before. This time, it was just her turn. San Yuan, try taking one more step forward. Lai Feng suddenly appeared in front of Jiang Xingluo, blocking her. The brown bear laughed wildly. Lai Feng, I really didn't expect to see you here. Lai Feng glared at the bloodied San Yuan with a serious expression. Jiang Xingluo knew that the beast man who could make Lai Feng so cautious was definitely not an ordinary beast man. Huh, what do you want? You actually hurt the beast man in the tribe. For what? To take revenge for your tribe? Lai Feng knew Jiang Xingluo had encountered the brown bear tribe before, as the beast men in the tribe had told him about it. He learned that the previous brown bear tribe had almost killed Qing Yuan and had wanted to target Xingluo, but the beast god had intervened and punished those villains. Now that Sang Yuan had appeared, he was a madman. Unlike other beast men from the brown bear tribe, his beast form was naturally strong and domineering, and his fur was nearly impervious to ordinary abilities. Lai Feng knew he could defeat Sang Yuan, but he didn't want to take the risk. To take revenge on you is too boring. I'm just hungry and came to ask for some food. But your beastmen here are quite unappreciative. I'm not like my uncle. If they hadn't angered me, I wouldn't be like this. If Jiang Xingluo hadn't seen the injured male elk in front of her, she might have believed what the brown bear beast man said. But now that she saw it, she found this brown bear disgusting. Shut up. Even if you're hungry, you can wait. Why do you have to take lives? Get out. Jiang Xingluo's eyes were filled with disdain. Seeing such a hypocritical male made her stomach churn. Taking lives while speaking so grandly. The beastmen here hated the brown bear tribe because they had been committing evil for years. And this brown bear was obviously a prime example. Getting me to leave isn't that easy. Xingluo, now that I've come, I won't leave easily. It won't be easy for you to kill me. Either give me a place to stay and some food, or I'll kill all the weak beastmen here. Jiang Xingluo gritted her teeth as she looked at the brown bear in front of her, ready to attack. She didn't want to be restrained by others. And this also put the entire tribe in danger. You dare? I will risk my life to take you down. Lai Feng saw that Jiang Xingluo had no intention of backing down and immediately stood in front of her to protect her. His female master couldn't be harmed by any beast man. San Yuan glared at Lai Feng, knowing he couldn't defeat him. Liu Feng's abilities were among the top in the wasteland city, and he was quick and ruthless. San Yuan had been bullied by him before. Little did he expect that this rare female with abilities in the beast world would actually be Liu Feng's female master. Chapter 107. What do you think this place is? San Yuan sneered, realizing there was no way out. Lai Feng, since you're here, let's call it a day. Call it a day? Jiang Xingluo looked at San Yuan. Just like that? How can it be just like that? Jiang Xingluo looked at the elk that had already lost its breath on the ground. Should he just get away with taking a life? San Yuan, you took a life and you think you could just walk away? What do you think this place is? Jiang Xingluo spoke firmly, almost scrutinizingly. This beast world lacked rules, but that didn't mean Jiang Xingluo was someone without rules. You want to stop me? Do you think I would be afraid of you, a female, without the fierce wind? Jiang Xingluo gritted her teeth and looked at the brown figure in front of her, knowing that one day she would cultivate to the level of a purple crystal. However, Brown did not expect that the fierce wind would come forward to block her path. Helpless, he could only throw the beast crystals on the ground, wondering if that would be enough. His life couldn't be exchanged for that many things. Jiang Xingluo picked up the beast crystals on the ground, 2 purple beast crystals, but unfortunately, the little deer in front of her had already passed away, its heart pierced and unable to be saved. Surrounding them were the deer's family, and when Jiang Xingluo offered the beast crystals to them, they shook their heads, saying, Xingluo, our family has no awakened beastmen with abilities. You should keep these. Can you exchange them for something else for us? Jiang Xingluo nodded, and when she looked up, she saw Brown with a smirk at the corner of his mouth, which was extremely disgusting. She would make sure that such a repulsive being would understand the price one pays for disregarding life. Jiang Xingluo divided her stored food and animal skins among that family, even planning to have the fierce wind make a stone mill for them. Watching the male deer being buried, she reflected on this beast world where there were no rules, and the strong were respected but did not wish to protect the weak, only to bully them. This rule was not good. The weak beastmen undoubtedly had their reasons for existing. Jiang Xingluo could only resent this world in her heart, If there really existed so-called beast gods, why not make everything a bit fairer? Otherwise, these strong beastmen would not dare to harm weak beastmen so brazenly. The fierce wind noticed Jiang Xingluo lost in thought for a long time, and thought she was scared. Xingluo, don't worry. I want to let Brown appear in the tribe again. He wants to harm anyone in this tribe, so you don't have to be afraid. Jiang Xingluo nodded, looking at the fierce wind, pondering for a long time, but held back her words. She didn't know the map of this continent or how many tribes there were in this world. She didn't understand. She looked up at the fierce wind, who was seriously watching the hesitant female before him. Xingluo, if you have something to say, just say it. You are my mate. I will speak freely with you. The fierce wind hoped that his gentleness would earn her a bit of trust. He knew he had missed the chance with her for too long. She had been cautiously raising her cubs alone for a long time, so how could she not be guarded? Therefore, he wanted to slowly overcome her defenses and make her trust him. Before him, there had already been Shi Yin, Yu Jian, and even a boy like Jin Tang who had feelings for her. His only difference was his cubs with Jiang Xingluo. To win her favor, he had to let her see his strengths. Fierce wind, do you know how many tribes are on this continent, and how many weak beastman tribes like ours exist? Will they be eliminated because they don't have abilities? Jiang Xingluo understood that her words might sound somewhat naive. A race without abilities was destined to be eliminated. Originally, weak beastmen had wood and water abilities, and their capabilities were in breeding and planting. Previously, they even had the ability to hear the hearts of wild beasts, but later, these abilities quickly degenerated, and weak beastmen were looked down upon by strong beastmen. Jiang Xingluo was somewhat surprised. If they had those abilities, strong beastmen indeed would not dare to bully them. Jiang Xingluo gritted her teeth, looking at the fierce wind. Fierce wind, can't they restore their abilities? This era needed progress. It couldn't be centered around hunting. It had to prioritize planting to have an agricultural civilization and gradually establish better rules. Jiang Xingluo knew her thoughts were somewhat ridiculous, but planting was fundamental. Moreover, the plants in this era had strong growth abilities. If the wood ability could be restored, it would only benefit this world. I'm not sure, but Xingluo, there already a cub in the tribe with wood abilities? Maybe they will reappear in the future. Jiang Xingluo nodded, recalling that cubs with abilities, her gaze landing on her own cub. It seemed that her Qingtian's wood abilities were somewhat unique. Qingtian's abilities seemed to connect with the life on the earth, even able to bring forth a weak beastman with wood abilities. Jiang Xingluo knew this was a secret between her and Qingtian. Her little Qingtian had endured a lot to bear this power. But recently, Mother, I don't want to eat anymore. I'm full. This was the first time Jiang Xingluo had heard the words full from Qingtian's mouth. She noticed that Qingtian's affection level still remained at 1, seemingly without any fluctuation. However, she didn't need to eat anymore. Today, she had eaten less than her several brothers. The fierce wind looked at Qingtian. Qingtian, is the food your father made not tasty today? How about I cook something different for you tomorrow? Qingtian's features were identical to Jiang Xingluo's. And every time the fierce wind saw Qingtian, he felt an infinite comfort. His little daughter always said nice things to cheer him up. To him, the female needed care. Both his mate and daughter were like that. Father, your beard poked me. No, I'm just full and don't want to eat anymore. Jiang Xingluo saw the energy flowing within Qingtian's body, but there was still wood energy gathering and circulating around her feet. Jiang Xingluo initially thought that as long as her body recovered, her wood abilities would not be so strong, but she hadn't expected it to still be so. Then, Jiang Xingluo felt extremely excited. Fierce wind, Qingtian's body must be getting better. Previously, Sun Ran said she had no ability crystal, and the gap in her body could only be maintained by eating. If she doesn't need to eat as much now, does that mean she has an ability crystal? Jiang Xingluo looked at this little cub who had always treated her like a real mother, tears in her eyes, reaching out to hug Qingtian, feeling immensely comforted. Her little Qingtian would definitely get better and better in the future. Mother, really? Will I be able to cultivate abilities like my brothers in the future? Father, is that true? Chapter 108. Avoiding the typhoon, Jiang Xingluo was sure, but Qingtian's body showed no sign of movement. She could still easily use her wood abilities, but her ability crystal had not appeared. The joy that had initially filled Jiang Xingluo's heart was almost gone. However, it was not yet time for her to worry about these things, as a violent wind swept through the Jiuyan tribe. Jiang Xingluo thought this typhoon would probably just stop like this. Unexpectedly, when the typhoon came, the houses in the Jiuyan tribe could not withstand it all. In fact, Jiang Xingluo had long guessed it would turn out this way. These wooden houses couldn't withstand the ravages of the storm. The fierce wind held Qing Tian and pulled Jiang Xingluo to leave, with several cubs following behind him. The wind did not stop, although the typhoon had not arrived yet. The beastmen here could predict the wind direction. Many weak beastmen had already followed the tribe leader's instructions to go up to the nearby mountains, searching for caves to shelter from the wind and rain. They could no longer stay here, and Jiang Xingluo was glad she had stored everything in her space earlier. So now they probably wouldn't suffer any losses. However, Jiang Xingluo did not know where the tribe leader intended to take them. Heading to the Rage Wind City was the only safe option now. She looked at the tribe leader's confident demeanor, as if he had anticipated this. Sure enough, on a nearby high mountain, there were several caves, quite large, and inside there were even some food supplies. This place was previously used by our deer tribe after being driven away by other strong beastmen, but should be fine for everyone to live here. Jiang Xingluo looked around the cave, faintly hearing the sound of water. The cave was deep, with several other caves branching off, so they decided to split up a bit. Jiutai methodically arranged everything, hoping everyone could get through this difficult time. Therefore, when they left, they only brought enough food to fill their stomachs, and they gave up all the animal skins they could. Just the thought that a strong wind could take away everything they had worked hard for made them feel very upset. Can we go back to live? But the stone mill and those kills that Xingluo taught us to make. Jiang Xingluo frowned. There was no other way, as this place was not too far from the coast, which is why it was affected by the typhoon. If they had chosen another location, they might not have encountered the typhoon, but that would mean heading inland, and Jiang Xingluo did not know if there were places inland with enough food supplies. In previous rainy seasons, it was never like this. Why was there such a strong wind this time? Shuei, holding her mother, couldn't help but sigh. Her mother always suffered from leg pain during continuous rainy weather, and this time was no exception. Shuei had just asked Hua Yin for medicine to treat the leg pain. She wanted to brew the medicine, so she brought an appropriately sized pot, only to find that this livable place had no dry firewood. Looking at the herbs, Shuei was on the verge of tears. There has never been such a strong wind. Sister Xingluo, my mother's leg has been hurting a lot, but there's no dry firewood to brew the medicine here. Jiang Xingluo saw Shuei's eyes turning red, tears welling up in her eyes as she looked at the herbs in her arms, wanting to brew some medicine. Jiang Xingluo sighed, "You give me the herbs. I'll find a way to brew it for you." Shuei looked at Jiang Xingluo with some confusion, but had no better solution. She could only hand over the herbs to Jiang Xingluo. "Sister Xingluo, do you really have a way?" Jiang Xingluo nodded. She used her own clay pot from her space to brew Shuei's medicine and then brought it back in a wooden bowl. "First, let your mother drink this." Shuei smelled the medicine, which indeed smelled the same as what she had brewed before. She looked at Jiang Xingluo gratefully and immediately fed the medicine to her pale-faced mother. Several little ones were led by the fierce wind, following the sound deeper into the cave. Since everyone had limited food supplies and there was no water source, they had to find a suitable water source first. As the fierce wind continued forward, it was discovered that quite a few fresh little fruits were growing by the cave wall, bright red fruits they had never seen before. Songlan picked those little fruits from the wall and placed them into the animal skin bag he was carrying. Qing Yuan liked these fruits and was still by Jiang Xingluo's side. Songlan took one fruit from the bag and put it in his mouth. The sweet flavor spread, with a hint of moisture, making it very fresh. He had to test whether this thing was poisonous. If it was poisonous, Sister Hua Yin would definitely be able to save him. If it wasn't, he could give it to Qing Yuan. Songlan picked fruits while walking, and Evening Che also put the ones he picked into Songlan's bag. Meanwhile, Jiang Xingluo was outside the cave collecting wet firewood with Qing Yuan, as there were only a few damp sticks inside the cave, and the quantity wasn't much. Therefore, the weaker beastmen were trying to stockpile some firewood while the wind hadn't blown in yet. Jiang Xingluo saw Qing Yuan also looking for dry firewood, searching for thin branches to ignite. Jiang Xingluo didn't dare let Qing Yuan go too far. The mountain was tall, and if the wind blew over, it could easily lead to trouble. Jiang Xingluo followed closely behind Qing Yuan, but didn't expect a flying hawk to suddenly appear in the sky. The hawk circled high above and swooped down towards Qing Yuan. Qing Yuan stood still, quietly watching the hawk approach, her gaze fixed on the only green sprout that had just emerged from the ground. She infused her power into it. Jiang Xingluo secretly watched from behind Qing Yuan. Noticing that Qing Yuan seemed to have her own ideas, she didn't intend to step forward to help. She wanted to see how far Qing Yuan's abilities had developed. Qing Yuan's power stimulated the vine, which instantly grew, attacking the hawk that was flying towards them. Qing Yuan smiled slightly, and continued to channel her power, the large vine directly ensnaring the hawk in front of her. But when Qing Yuan focused, she realized that the hawk in front of her was the same one that had bullied her last time along with that nasty snake. You dare come back? Last time you deceived me, and you still dare to harm me. Where's that snake? Let her come out. Qing Yuan's emotions got out of control. Jiang Xingluo threw the damp firewood in her arms aside and rushed forward to pick up Qing Yuan. Qing Yuan, what is wrong? It's that hawk. It's the one that tied me up. Mother, they are so bad. Can we punish them? Jiang Xingluo turned to look at the hawk, her brows furrowing. She didn't expect it to dare come back. Did it not learn its lesson last time? Song Ling, do you want to die? Chapter 109. Mistakenly entering a maze, Song Ling gritted his teeth, staring at the mother and daughter in front of him. He didn't expect that the little female in front of him actually had abilities and was so powerful. Song Ling had only wanted to vent his anger for Ling Xuan. It was all this little female's fault that Song Lan refused to leave. He came here specifically to take Song Lan and Jin Tang back. As long as they returned to Fury Wind City, Ling Xuan would definitely find a way to make them their beast husbands. Ling Xuan had told him that no matter how many beast husbands there would be in the future, they would first give him offspring. As long as they had offspring, Ling Xuan would make him the legitimate male. Jiang Xingluo looked at Song Ling's shifting eyes, unable to help but snort coldly. Then you can stay here. Qing Yuan, let us go. Jiang Xingluo pulled Qing Yuan away from that place. Before leaving, she attached her lightning abilities to the vine. As long as Song Ling moved, he would suffer for it. She remembered all the evil things they had done to Qing Yuan and would definitely not forgive him easily. Qing Yuan smelled an unusual scent in the air and looked up at her mother, who was holding her hand. Mother, did you use your abilities? Jiang Xingluo nodded and turned to look at Qing Yuan. I only used a little bit secretly. Did you notice? Qing Yuan nodded. I can smell your ability scent. Jiang Xingluo's eyes showed a hint of shock. She didn't even know her abilities had scent. Do the brothers' abilities also have a scent? After thinking for a moment, Jiang Xingluo shook her head. They don't. I can only smell the scent of lightning, and it feels very close. Jiang Xingluo's brows furrowed slightly. Her little female had too many unresolved mysteries. Perhaps one day in the future, everything would be unraveled. Looking at Qing Yuan in front of her, holding a pile of wet firewood, Jiang Xingluo felt greatly comforted. When Jiang Xingluo and Qing Yuan returned to the cave, they saw Jin Tang trying to use his abilities to dry all the wet firewood. It wasn't an easy task, and Jiang Xingluo couldn't help but sigh. However, with Jin Tang there, his fire could still help cook some food, but doing it one by one was really slow. Mother, Jin Tang looks very tired. Jiang Xingluo heard Qing Yuan's voice and looked at the sweat starting to appear on Jin Tang's forehead. This meant he lacked stamina. If he forced himself to continue, he might get into trouble. Jiang Xingluo stepped forward and took out a pot of porridge she had cooked in her space. Jin Tang, you can't continue like this. Listen to me, eat this first. Jiang Xingluo made 8 treasure porridge, which was cooked from a mixed grain she had stored in her space. Originally, she intended to eat it herself, but now she had no choice but to take it out. She couldn't just watch someone fall down like that. Jin Tang looked at the contents in the bamboo tube. It was something he had never seen before, but the smell was sweet and fragrant. Everyone left me the yellow fruit, so you keep it for yourself. Jin Tang knew Jiang Xingluo could make many things, but these items were clearly not something you could find everywhere, and he was reluctant to eat something she had worked so hard to make. Are you not listening to me? If I tell you to eat, then eat quickly. Once you finish, I can make more. Jiang Xingluo looked at the boy in front of her, feeling a bit of sympathy. Jin Tang could see that Jiang Xingluo was only different with Lai Feng. She was always the same with others. Jin Tang sighed. Although he accepted the food she made with her own hands, he felt uncomfortable inside. Jiang Xingluo watched him eat, feeling relieved. However, Lai Feng and the others had been gone for a long time, and she still felt a bit worried. They waited for a long time. Since they arrived here, the sun outside had already set, but Lai Feng and the others still hadn't returned. Jiang Xingluo frowned and looked towards the direction they left. The cave was very deep, and there were no sounds of footsteps at all. Would Lai Feng and the others be unable to find their way back? Jiang Xingluo felt an uneasy feeling in her heart as she paced back and forth on the dry leaves in the cave. She turned to Qing Yuan. Qing Yuan, you stay here with brother Jin Tang. Mommy needs to go in and look for your father beast. Qing Yuan looked at Jiang Xingluo and could see the urgency in her eyes. Mommy, you go. I will definitely stay here and wait for you to come back. Qi Yin followed the warriors of the Battle Shadow tribe to another cave. Because the strong beastmen of the Battle Shadow tribe never listened to any arrangements, he could only follow them. Jiang Xingluo looked at the beastmen around. Shui Li and Hua Yan also told Jiang Xingluo that they would take good care of Qing Yuan and Jin Tang. Jiang Xingluo ventured deeper into the cave. She hadn't gone far when she originally wanted to take a flashlight from her space, but in the end, she realized that her eyes didn't need a flashlight at all. Everything around her was very clear, and she could hear the sound of dripping water in her ears. Following the sound, she continued walking, and she could faintly smell a damp scent in her nostrils. So, there really was a water source here. Had live phone, the little ones already found it? Jiang Xingluo continued to follow the scent, and the sound of dripping water grew louder. She could feel that she was getting close to the water source. Although she could see the path clearly, she didn't know how long she had been walking. The cave seemed very deep, and she continued to walk deeper inside, listening to the gradually emerging sound of flowing water, and her heart couldn't help but leap with joy. However, the closer she got to the water source, the more curious she became. Since the water source was right here, Lai Feng and the others should have returned long ago. Jiang Xingluo thought while quickly running towards the direction of the sound, until a hint of green appeared in front of her, which puzzled her. This green was really similar to the green powers on Qing Yuan. Jiang Xingluo instinctively felt something was off and immediately changed direction, moving towards the glowing green light. Sure enough, before long, she saw the water source. But where were Lai Feng and the others? Jiang Xingluo searched around, following the green light further ahead, which led to another exit. Suddenly, a bright light appeared before her. Could be dawn already? This was the cave entrance. Why was it clear and peaceful here? With no strong winds and no rainy season? Jiang Xingluo looked at the grassy ground in front of her and could even hear birds chirping. However, not far away was a huge tree that seemed very restless at that moment, surging with immense energy. Jiang Xingluo looked at the big tree and couldn't help but approach it until she saw Lai Feng, Song Lan, and the four little ones sleeping beside the tree. Lai Feng, wake up! What is wrong with you? Jiang Xingluo punched Lai Feng, but he showed no sign of waking up. What was going on? Chapter 110. You are really my mother. Jiang Xingluo looked at the tree. Could plants in this world become beastmen, too? Mommy! Mommy! The strange voice that appeared in Jiang Xingluo's ears shocked her, and she even thought she might have misheard. How could this voice be the same as Qing Yuan's? But her little Qing Yuan hadn't come with her at all. Mommy, please help me. Jiang Xingluo looked at the trembling tree in front of her in confusion. It seemed to be speaking. Are you calling me? Jiang Xingluo stared at the big tree, glowing green. The vibrant green was truly beautiful, and she felt the air around her was fresh. Mommy, you are my mother. I should have been born together with Qing Yuan, but I'm trapped here. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xingluo felt as if someone had hit her on the head. This feeling was truly wonderful. Mommy, I can feel Qing Yuan's power from you. She doesn't have a crystal, does she? I know, can you take me back? I should live and die together with her. Jiang Xingluo looked at the tree that was still trembling and realized that it started to shed leaves, and its roots had even dropped quite a few leaves. Why did the roots show signs of decay? Mommy, I know it was wrong of me to secretly lead your father beast and brother here, but they need to recover. Once they wake up, they'll be fine. I need your power to help me. Jiang Xingluo listened to the tree's voice, which was similar to Qing Yuan's, and she couldn't help but feel a sense of trust. What should I do? Jiang Xingluo reached out to touch the big tree in front of her, and instantly, the tree stopped trembling. However, there were still some things she didn't understand. Why had this tree never been discovered here? It was truly strange. Mommy, your blood can definitely help me break the seal placed on me. Hearing this, Jiang Xingluo felt even more absurd. Using blood to break seals sounded really mystical. But whatever it said, Jiang Xingluo decided to listen. After all, in this world where abilities existed, what was impossible? Jiang Xingluo bit her finger, letting a drop of blood fall onto the big tree in front of her. Watching that red drop stand out against the tree, Jiang Xingluo frowned deeply. How could her blood have such great power to break some so-called seal? But just as she was contemplating all this, a mass of black mist suddenly floated from the tree, attracted by her drop of blood. And then that black mist was wrapped up by the drop of blood and disappeared. Jiang Xingluo was shocked. How was this possible? In an instant, the big tree transformed into a green crystal. Yes, it was green. The crystal that had fallen into her palm had the texture of a big tree on it. Mommy, let us go. I want to return to Qing Yuan's body. It had been separated from its little master since her birth for some inexplicable reason, locked away here. It didn't know who the bad person was, but it could feel that the little master seemed to be getting closer now. It also knew that only the mother's power could help it break free from its predicament. But it was still a bit shocked as it approached Jiang Xingluo. Mommy, you also have a seal inside you. This seal seems to have been placed on you by your father beast. Upon hearing the little crystal's words, Jiang Xingluo's eyes filled with even more confusion. Father Beast? She didn't even know who her father Beast was. Was she now on a journey to find her family in this world? Jiang Xingluo felt as if a heavy stone was pressing down on her heart, always feeling a deep weight. If the seal was placed on her by the original owner's father, then why? Did her father not like the original owner? Jiang Xingluo let out a long breath, trying to ease these unpleasant thoughts. Her previous home was wonderful. Her aunt loved her, and her uncle, adopted by her grandfather, also cherished her. Jiang Xingluo had never thought that there would be a father in this world who would suppress his daughter. Could it be that he had his own reasons? But no matter how difficult it was, it shouldn't be this way. If the original owner had special abilities, perhaps she wouldn't have died. Mother, are you very sad? Your beast father might have his own thoughts. Your beast crystal should inherently possess great power. If a female is born with a crystal, she would be coveted by all tribes. Jiang Xingluo looked at the small crystal in front of her and felt something. The original owner was born in a weak beastman tribe. If she had a beast crystal, her tribe would likely face disaster because of her. Perhaps it was like this? Mother, the beast father and brother are waking up. I can't let them find me, so I'll hide first. Jiang Xingluo watched as the small crystal gathered its light and directly burrowed into the beast skin bag she was carrying, lying among the pile of beast crystals, indistinguishable from the others except for the large tree pattern on its crystal. Jiang Xingluo shook her head with a smile, then looked at the awakening Lai Feng. Lai Feng glanced at Xingluo and suddenly realized he had fallen asleep in this place. Because Jiang Xingluo had hidden the crystal, the originally bright area instantly disappeared. It turned out that everything just now was an illusion created by the special ability crystal. How'd I fall asleep here? Xingluo, there's a water source nearby. I'll take you to find it. Jiang Xingluo nodded, and after waking a few cubs in succession, they all felt much more comfortable. Lai Feng sensed something unusual in his body and realized his mental type ability crystal was no longer a white crystal. However, he had not absorbed any beast crystal. His ability crystal had already reached the orange tier. Song Lan looked at Lai Feng's ability crystal, puzzled as he examined his own crystal, only to find that he had become a blue crystal beastman. In fact, he had reached a critical point, but he always lacked something to break through to blue crystal. Unexpectedly, after a nap, he had already become a blue crystal beastman. The cub, Qing Lan, who had not yet awakened his abilities, was shocked to see his brothers. The eldest brother had already advanced to the orange tier and was now a yellow crystal beastman, and even the second brother had reached the orange tier, while Qing Yao's mental type ability was also at the red tier. Qing Lan looked at his palm, wondering why he had nothing. He felt a sense of loss. Would he need his sister to protect him in the future? Qing Lan was very upset, but he didn't show it. The fourth brother had not awakened his abilities. If he had, he could help purify his body, but since he hadn't awakened, could it be that he had suffered some harm in the past? Jiang Xingluo recalled what the small crystal had secretly told her and couldn't help but remember when she first arrived in this world. Her legs had been broken, and she had harbored hatred towards the original owner. Thinking of this, Jiang Xingluo looked at this cub, who was only slightly older than Qing Yuan, with a hint of affection in her eyes. Chapter 111, Merfolk. Qing Lan, don't worry, brother has what you need, and you'll have it too. Jiang Xingluo realized that she had been paying too little attention to the cubs recently, especially Qing Lan. The cubs had awakened their abilities one after another, and the abilities they awakened were becoming increasingly exceptional. Qing Lan was the youngest, yet he bore the burden of pain. There were some things he was unwilling to speak about, and Jiang Xingluo had no time to care for his emotions. If it weren't for the cubs growing up together, this child might have to live a lifetime in a shadowy memory. Mother, I understand. Qing Lan felt a rise in his affection for Jiang Xingluo upon hearing her comfort, but seeing the envious gaze of his young age towards the other cubs, Jiang Xingluo felt a pang of reluctance. However, awakening special abilities depends on luck. Jiang Xingluo reached out to hold Qing Lan's hand, and the other cubs also comforted him. Given the current situation, Qing Lan might awaken dual abilities like Qing Yao, which is why it was delayed. Jiang Xingluo didn't expect the cubs to be so good at comforting Qing Lan. Children's healing abilities were always better. Before long, Qing Lan no longer minded these things. Song Lan shared some fruits he had gathered with Qing Lan. Because Qing Lan looked most like Qing Yuan, he would always share some tasty treats with him. Don't worry, brother has eaten already. It's been so long without issue. There shouldn't be any major problems. The fruit Song Lan produced was strawberries. How did he gather so many small strawberries? Such things surely wouldn't be poisonous. Sister Xingluo, do you want to try? They all grew in the cave here, and I tasted them. They're delicious. Jiang Xingluo was indeed tempted. She didn't know how long they had been walking in this place, and she hadn't eaten much at the beginning, feeling hungry until now. Her stomach started to growl. Jiang Xingluo nodded somewhat embarrassingly, knowing it was a bit undignified to want something meant for children, but it didn't matter. She could take out some porridge from the space to eat later. Jiang Xingluo took the strawberries, which were claimed to have grown in the cave, but they were much larger and sweeter than those in her original world. Tasting the sweet flavor, her heart felt uplifted. Indeed, fruits could heal the heart. Lai Feng noticed that Jiang Xingluo had a penchant for trying delicious food and thought he would have to find her more tasty treats in the future. Such a strong and beautiful female like Jiang Xingluo deserved to be pampered. Jiang Xingluo didn't notice the ambiguous gaze Lai Feng cast upon her. She only sensed that the damp smell seemed to be getting stronger. It seemed the water source was getting closer. They continued forward and indeed found a water source in the cave. Jiang Xingluo took out the bamboo tube from her body and squatted down to fetch some water. She handed the water to Qingluan. "Drink some first. You must be very thirsty after being here for so long." Qingluan nodded, took the bamboo tube, and had a sip of the water, which had a hint of sweetness. After everyone drank the water, they felt much better. They might be able to hold out without food for a while, but not drinking water for extended periods could really cause problems. After Jiang Xingluo drank the water, she had already memorized the route. This area was relatively safe, and it was still uncertain how long the typhoon would last. Jiang Xingluo planned to bring everyone in to use the water and also to prepare some food. After making plans, they left without wasting much time. However, Qing Yuan had been restless, and when Jiang Xingluo returned, they found that it was already bright outside. Had she really been gone for that long? "Mother, you're finally back. I thought something happened to you all." Qing Yuan tightly hugged Jiang Xingluo's waist, refusing to let go. Jiang Xingluo reached out to stroke Qing Yuan's small head, feeling very heartbroken at her tearful appearance. "It's okay, we just took a longer route, but we found it. Song Lan even brought you some delicious strawberries. Do you want to try?" Jiang Xingluo looked at Song Lan, who immediately opened his beast skin bag. Inside were bright red fruits that everyone had never seen before. Qing Yuan reached out to take one, and as soon as she put it in her mouth, her previously restless heart was calmed. "So delicious. When we go back, I want to plant some. This is really tasty. Is this called strawberry, mother?" Jiang Xingluo nodded, then ate one herself, but she vaguely felt that the little thing in the beast skin bag was a bit restless. She looked down at Qing Yuan. She was probably hungry, which is why she couldn't resist eating so many strawberries. Jiang Xingluo reached out to touch the small crystal in the bag, hoping to soothe it, and sure enough, the crystal calmed down significantly. Jiang Xingluo sighed in relief. Without a source of fire, everyone was even preparing to continue eating raw food. There were plenty of vegetables and fruits around the mountain, and everyone had gathered a lot, so it wasn't too difficult to fill their stomachs these days. It was just that she didn't know how long this strong wind would last, and since Jiang Xingluo felt that the rainwater was dirty, she still led everyone towards the cave. Remembering the way, they soon arrived, and the cave was quite large. Everyone gathered at the small pond in the cave to scoop out a bowl of water. Kuali couldn't help but gulp it down. It tasted really good, much better than rainwater. She hurriedly got a bowl for her mother, but it was time to brew medicine again, and Huali couldn't help but frown. Everyone was drinking water by the pond, but not long after, they heard a sound coming from the pond. Jiang Xingluo listened closely and immediately leaned closer to the water to look. To her surprise, there was indeed something inside. It hadn't been there when she came before. Why had it suddenly appeared now? Jiang Xingluo's heart sank as she watched a red hue gradually spreading in the water. The orcs who were scooping water immediately retreated. Jiang Xingluo watched as a pale figure gradually emerged from the pond. A weak voice called out, instantly capturing Jiang Xingluo's attention, "Help me." Jiang Xingluo saw a handsome male with water blue hair appearing in the pond, only to realize that his lower body was actually a fishtail. A merman. There was actually a merman in this beast world. Jiang Xingluo noticed a long scar on his fishtail, looking extremely terrifying. The flesh on the tail was rolling, as if it had been severely cut by some sharp object. "Lai Wen, save him." Lai Wen nodded and directly entered the pond to drag the merman out. His lips were pale, and blood was still flowing continuously, startling Hua Yin. "I'll find some hemostatic herbs. Sun Ran, you help him first." Chapter 112. Merman Duyue. Sun Ran infused his power into the merman in front of him, and his pale complexion gradually improved. The wound was slowly healing. At least his complexion looked much better. Jiang Xingluo approached the merman and saw that his complexion was improving. He finally seemed to have some spirit. Hua Yin and Qing Yuan were preparing medicinal materials on the side, while Jintang helped them light a fire using the dry leaves and some hard-to-dry firewood. The merman continuously absorbed Senrin's power, and soon, his fish tail transformed into 2 long legs. Unlike the land species, he wore a beautiful gauzy garment that looked extremely lovely. The merman before them looked at Jiang Xingluo with gratitude in his eyes. "Thank you." Jiang Xingluo nodded slightly. If it weren't for the fact that the merman's chest had not developed, his androgynous face would be quite confusing. The surrounding orcs were intently watching the merman before them. They had almost never heard of mermen among the sea tribes. Even if there were, it was only in the legends when the beast god was still around. The beast god was a female, and among the few with significant abilities around her, only 2 were water tribes, one of which was the long-lost merman clan. But that merman was female, and no one knew who the other water tribe was. They had originally thought that the existence of mermen was just a legend, but they never expected to see one for real now. Jiang Xingluo watched as the merman held a bowl and drank water. He seemed no different from ordinary orcs, except for his unusual water blue hair, which was very different. For ordinary orcs, they had never seen such hair color, resembling the color of the sea, which was very pleasing to the eye. However, Jiang Xingluo was even more curious about whether mermen could survive in ordinary environments and what the reason was that they could not live in the beast world. Originally, mermen were considered one of the beast god's messengers, but they had gradually declined. Jiang Xingluo found it somewhat unbelievable when she heard the merman speak about this. She couldn't believe that an entire clan could disappear in the beast world. "I can actually live well. As long as there is salt water, I can survive. I no longer have any kin. May I ask you to help me?" The merman's voice was distinct, like the songs of mermen that Jiang Xingluo had heard in fairy tales, leaving her somewhat surprised. Faced with such a merman, refusing to help seemed very unkind. "I just want to find a place to live. I will try my best to hide my scent. I was driven out by others of the water tribe because the merman is the master of the sea tribe, and they're unwilling to let me live." Jiang Xingluo listened to the merman's words and didn't know whether they were true or false. She was an outsider. Some things only an experienced beast like Jiutai would know. "Are you Due?" Jiutai looked at the merman in front of him, questioning with some confusion. Since their tribe had existed here for a long time, Jiutai recognized him. However, he had seen Due over a decade ago, and it was his water blue hair that made him memorable. At that time, the one who brought him was his mother, Huayong. Due looked just like Huayong. At that time, Due was severely injured, and it was Senrin's father, who was still alive then, who helped treat him. By then, the merman clan had already become a target of public criticism. Huayong didn't want to implicate other clans, so she took Due and fled. Jiutai thought they would never return to the sea tribe, but he never expected Due to be hunted down and appear here now. "You recognize me?" Due's deep-set eyes blinked as he looked at Jiutai, asking with some confusion, not at all like an adult orc, but rather like a simple child. "I recognize your mother. So, who is the current leader of the sea tribe?" Due shook his head. Xuanwu doesn't concern himself with worldly affairs, so the position of the sea tribe leader has been constantly contested. Recently, the crocodile clan was suddenly wiped out. "I just wanted to find a place to settle down, but unexpectedly got discovered and was chased here." Mermen are born as amethyst orcs, but they are pure and kind, easily deceived. Otherwise, their clan wouldn't have been wiped out so cleanly. Moreover, mermen's tears are pearls, which are rare treasures in this beast world, and can be exchanged for a lot of beast crystals. Therefore, many mermen were bound and tortured daily just to make them cry pearls, which could be exchanged for more pearls for other sea tribes. The inhumane long-term torture would leave behind merman pearls even after the merman died. Merman pearls could merge with any orc. Even ordinary orcs without beast crystals could gain abilities through this method. However, Due dared not speak of this to others. It was a secret discovered by those from the sea tribe and had not yet been revealed. Before his mother died, she told him to find a way to silence all the sea tribe members who knew about this. He had done so, but because he had killed too many sea tribe members, including females, he was punished by heaven, which was why he had no power to escape when being hunted. Due looked at the weak orcs around him. He could only hide here for now. If it weren't for the hardships of the world, he thought he wouldn't understand so many inhumane truths, nor would he have personally killed those orcs from the sea tribe. He wouldn't go to these poor weak beastmen for help now. He wouldn't implicate them. He knew that these weak beastmen were different from the strong ones. They preferred farming and living in peace, which was why he appeared here. Since that's the case, just follow us for now. Jiang Xingluo listened as the clan leader made this decision, her gaze fixed on the beastman in front of her. Strange. If we say that Du Yu's face is absolutely unique in this beast world, it seems that none of the beastmen mentioned in the original work included a merman. Jiang Xingluo frowned and looked at him, while Lai Feng furrowed his brows, reaching out to pull Jiang Xingluo up, his tone carrying a hint of affection. Xingluo, let the clan leader arrange him. Are you hungry? What do you want to eat? Du Yu couldn't help but turn his head at the conversation he heard. Seeing the little female who had just said she wanted that lion male to save him, her brows relaxed, deep in thought. He couldn't help but smile, and that smile caught everyone's attention. It was their first time seeing such a good-looking male. Many little females turned red upon seeing Du Yu's face. Sister, your name is Xingluo. It's so beautiful. Xingluo nodded and turned to Du Yu. Thank you for the compliment. Du Yu smiled. Sister, is that male your beast husband? Chapter 113. Your marriage flowers must be many. Jiang Xingluo nodded. Suddenly, Du Yu stood up, and his height was comparable to Lai Feng's, leaving everyone stunned. However, Du Yu's skin was a cool white, while Lai Feng's was the normal color of a beast man. They looked like two males of different styles standing together, creating a strong contrast. Compared to Lai Feng's cold eyes, Du Yu's deep-set features gave a sense of rivalry. Oh my, Sister Xingluo, your peach blossom luck is about to bloom again. The marriage trees planted by the beast god for every beast man are all different. Sister Xingluo, the flowers on your marriage tree must be the most vibrant and numerous. Jiang Xingluo frowned at Shui Li's teasing words. This was probably impossible. In fact, she didn't understand these males' way of thinking. She was already a female with 5 cubs, yet they didn't care. Lai Feng was one thing, but Yu Jian was the same. The Du Yu in front of her was just someone she saved casually. He and Lai Feng probably just wanted to see each other's abilities. No way. Shui Li, you must be overthinking. Just as Jiang Xingluo finished speaking, Du Yu summoned his ability crystal, which was a purple crystal. Du Yu looked at Lai Feng. Let's have a competition. Xingluo saved my life, and according to our water tribe's rules, I must be her beast husband and take care of her for life. Shui Li looked at Jiang Xingluo's expression. She seemed not too keen on accepting a beast husband, instead showing a hint of difficulty and embarrassment. Yes, it was indeed awkward. Hearing such lines in a drama was fine, but when it came to her, being pursued by a strange male she had just met was too bold. Moreover, it was Lai Feng who saved him. If he were to pledge himself, it shouldn't be to her. Jiang Xingluo looked at Du Yu with some worry. She initially wanted to dissuade Lai Feng, but it seemed the battle between these two was about to begin. Since that's the case, let's have a competition. However, you are injured right now, so let's wait until you've healed. Lai Feng didn't like unfair competitions among males. Even in battle, it should be fair and just. Du Yu was somewhat shocked. He could feel that Lai Feng was also a purple crystal beast man, and compared to him, he might not have the upper hand. But he was injured now, which was a good opportunity for Lai Feng. He just didn't expect him to refuse. Du Yu snorted coldly. Don't think that I will be grateful to you for this, Lai Feng. Xingluo deserves a better beast man. One is definitely not enough. Lai Feng didn't take Du Yu's words to heart. He walked over to Jiang Xingluo's side. I brought a bag of rice when I came out. Can I go make rice for you? Du Yu didn't expect that one day his words would be so blatantly ignored by a male. It was quite laughable. Okay. Xingluo's gentle reply made Du Yu feel sour inside. Why couldn't she speak to him a bit more? Sister Xingluo. Du Yu took a step forward, but the pain from the wound on his leg made him flinch a bit. Jiang Xingluo was somewhat confused when Du Yu called her. Is there something you need? Du Yu looked at Jiang Xingluo's cold gaze and couldn't help but frown. She shouldn't be like this. In the past, those little females would easily be moved when they saw him. Why was Jiang Xingluo different? His mother wished for him to find a good female partner before she left, preferably one from the same clan, but the Sea tribe could not accommodate mermen. He only liked kind-hearted individuals. Du Yu looked at the beautiful little female in front of him, feeling his ears getting hot. Can I like you, Sister Xingluo? Can you be my female partner? He could tell that Xingluo was different towards Lai Feng. At worst, he could give up his position as the primary male to that fierce lion. He just wanted to stay by Xingluo's side. Du Yu, thank you for your affection, but I have already chosen Lai Feng as my beast husband. We will not betray each other. Upon hearing Jiang Xingluo's words, Du Yu's beautiful brows furrowed. But this has nothing to do with betrayal. Whether you choose me or another male as your beast husband, it won't threaten your feelings with Lai Feng. I just want to stay by your side. The beastmen in the cave all felt their faces heat up upon hearing Du Yu's heartfelt confession. However, this was how they pursued love. Du Yu opened his mouth to spit out his merman pearl, which was a water blue pearl with a faint blue glow. Xingluo, if you are willing to be my female partner, I will give this to you. Jiotai's expression changed. The merman pearl was almost as important as life to a merman. If the pearl shattered, the merman would disappear as well. Mermen valued feelings more than life itself, which was why they could be easily manipulated in the past. I don't need this, do you? This is your own belonging. Keep it for yourself. Jiang Xingluo turned to care for her cubs. Du tightly clenched the merman pearl in his hand, feeling heavy-hearted. She truly was a different kind of female. Since she needed time, Du was willing to spend that time to make her understand. What Lai Feng could do, he could do as well. The merman pearl was taken back by Du, but the taste of rejection was still unpleasant. Jiang Xingluo walked over to her cubs, who looked at her in shock. Mother, that merman likes you, right? Qi Yin also once said he wanted to bond with you, but you didn't agree. Changsun also likes you. And Yu Jian brother likes you too. And this merman, they all like you. Qi Yin couldn't help but blur out all at once. Jiang Xingluo gently patted Qi Yin's back upon hearing so many names. You are still a cub. How do you understand so much? Mother only needs one beast husband, and I won't take any others. Qi Yin looked at his mother in confusion, but I think they're all good. Brother Yu Jian secretly gave us beast crystals last time. Chang Sun gave Qing Yuan scales, and Qi Yin has always been protecting us. How about this, mother? You should accept them. Jiang Xingluo sighed upon hearing Qing Yan's words. Indeed, the world's standards are different. Even these cubs thought Du was not wrong. But in her world, this was not a good thing. Jiang Xingluo came to this world just to increase the affection of the cubs. What do they need so many beast husbands for? Are they going to do the same thing as Ling Shuang in the original work, spending every day in a cave? She shook her head, wishing she could shake off all the dirty thoughts in her mind. The original work has so many words that were blocked, and just thinking about it made her stomach churn. She really couldn't do such things. However, speaking of what Qing Yin said, Jiang Xingluo had also made contributions to them. And being good to someone doesn't only mean repaying with one's body. Chapter 114. Yin Mei's jealousy. The days spent hiding in the cave lasted for a long time. And when they finally left the cave, they found that the once-bound Song Ling had long since left at some point. If he couldn't break free from these, then his ability level was merely for show. But he didn't come to find Song Lan. He left directly. Just thinking about him, and Ling Shuang harboring ill intentions towards Qing Yuan made Jiang Xingluo feel an unnamed anger rise in her heart. Qing Yuan was a stranger to them. Even if Song Lan liked to play with Qing Yuan, she wanted to kill Qing Yuan, just because of the fateful entanglement in the original work. Her Qing Yuan should be the female lead, not a venomous female like Ling Shuang. A chill surged in Jiang Xingluo's heart. She had finally seen through the nonsensical original work. But there was no time for Jiang Xingluo to think more, as they walked back and noticed that the little saplings had all been trampled and broken. After walking for a long time, they finally arrived at the original Jiuyin tribe. The originally clustered wooden houses were now left with only a few broken planks, and even the rice they had stored had been blown away. The entire tribe was in a state of ruin. This was why the stronger beastmen prefer to live in caves, because they could shelter from the wind and rain. Mountains were not so easily destroyed. With everything gone, you weak beastmen are foolish. You had a perfectly good cave to live in, but insisted on building wooden houses here, which were all blown away by a strong wind. Are you satisfied now? Yin Mei supported her father Beast Yin Lin, not saying a word of comfort, nor offering help. At that moment, seeing that they had lost everything, she couldn't help but kick them while they were down. Jiang Xingluo looked coldly at this little female, recalling the memories of Yin Mei bullying her before. This female truly had a rotten heart. You're not wrong. Since that's the case, Qi Yin, go calculate how much beast skin is left from all the food and supplies that the Jiangning tribe used while they were here, and make them return it to us. Strike at the vital point. The Jiangning tribe probably has no beast crystals left. But since they look down on weak beastmen so much, let's settle the accounts clearly. We have clearly encountered difficulties. How can you take advantage of our misfortune? Jiang Xingluo found it a bit amusing when she heard Yin Mei suddenly change her tone. Just a moment ago, she was mocking the Jiuyin tribe for their efforts being in vain. And now, when it came to them losing something, it became taking advantage of the situation. It doesn't matter. As long as you acknowledge it, you can give us those beast skins and beast crystals later. How about giving you a year's time? Yin Mei's face turned red with anger, her lips trembling. The males of the Jiangning tribe looked at Yin Mei, who was crying in anger, and rushed forward to comfort her. Xingluo, you have stayed in the Jiangning tribe, received our kindness. How can you be so calculating? Kindness. Jiang Xingluo felt extremely sarcastic upon hearing those two words. The cave was originally in a remote location, and if the beastmen belonged to their tribe, they would have been able to share the meat. But what about when the original owner was here? She didn't get anything. Jiang Xingluo remembered that they even arranged for a foolish male to try to get close to her, and a wave of nausea surged in her heart. Yin Lin, Are you saying that forcing me to accept a fool as a beast husband is your kindness? When Lai Feng heard Jiang Xingluo's words, memories of her that he had seen instantly flooded his mind. Indeed, there were scenes where she was forced by the Jiangning tribe. If his Xingluo hadn't awakened her powers, she would have been locked in their female cave, and their cubs would have starved. Lai Feng's cold gaze swept over the beastmen of the Jiangning tribe, and a fierce wind suddenly blew, instantly sending all the beastmen of the Jiangning tribe flying several miles away. When their bodies hit the ground hard, Yan Lin, with his old bones, felt like he was about to fall apart. Yimei hadn't eaten enough these past few days. Her body was weak, and when she fell to the ground, her palms took a hard hit, leaving numerous small wounds, and her knees hurt badly. Do you think Xingluo is an easy female to bully just because I'm not around? You think you can bully my female master like this? A trace of killing intent surged in Lai Feng's eyes, and the Jiangning tribe's people shrank back in fear at the sight of the lion male. Yimei looked at Lai Feng. It was her first time seeing such a handsome male, muscular and with a face that was rarely seen as perfect. She could feel that Qian wasn't as formidable as this male. He was actually Jiang Xingluo's beast husband, and those cubs were actually this lion's? Anger surged in Yimei's heart. Why? Why does Jiang Xingluo get everything good while she can't even have a mere Qian? Qian would rather be Jiang Xingluo's protective beast than bond with her. She even agreed to let Qian be the primary male. Since she is your female master, why does she still have to live in our place? Yimei looked at the male before her and voiced her dissatisfaction. She has lived here for a long time. We are only asking her to give birth to cubs for the tribe. What's the problem? If a female doesn't give birth to cubs, she has no value. Yimei's words made Zhou recall how she had almost been locked in a female cave. Even her female mother had abandoned her. Jiang Xingluo felt disgusted by Yimei's shocking statements. She was a female who was used to being served by others. If she couldn't live without a male, it was only natural for her to think this way. Since you think this way, why don't you bond with a male, Yimei? I think there are many males in the tribe who would like you, and you should keep giving birth to cubs for your tribe. Otherwise, if they have no cubs, it's your fault. Jiang Xingluo watched Zhou, who was becoming a bit uncontrollable. Before she could speak up, Zhou had already stepped forward, pointing at the female before them. Uncle Yan Lin, you won't be biased towards your female cub at this time, will you? She has been an adult for a long time, and the fertility stone shows that her fertility is top-notch. Zhou continued to press, and Jiang Xingluo did not step in to stop her. The Jiangning tribe should bear the consequences of the evil they had done. It was understandable that Zhou had such thoughts since she had almost been insulted in a female cave. Yan Lin was about to explain something when he saw Yimei stand up. My fertility is good. I must have cubs with the best males. How can I give? Before Yimei could finish her sentence, Yan Lin slapped her across the face. Enough. Shut your mouth. Isn't your mouth causing enough trouble already? Jiang Xingluo finally understood. This father-daughter pair was a double standard, not caring about others' lives, but when it came to themselves, they were quite selfish. It seemed that Yimei felt that their males were inferior and didn't want to give birth to cubs without abilities. How ridiculous. It was pitiful that they were trying so hard to please a female who didn't want to selflessly contribute to them. Jiang Xingluo raised her eyes and looked mockingly at the males of the Jiangning tribe, a single sentence almost igniting their anger. Chapter 115. Yan Lin loses his position as leader. Both Yan Lin and Yimei should pay the price. After such a commotion, it was no surprise that the other males in the Jiangning tribe felt somewhat dissatisfied. Qian frowned at them. Qiang had long been dissatisfied with them. This chieftain should serve him, while Qian should focus on being his protector beast. Qiang was the strongest, and he looked at Yimei. Uncle, you should give me the position of chieftain now, right? My younger brother Qiqing has always liked Yimei. He is also very capable and would be a perfect match as Yimei's beast husband. Yan Lin opened his mouth to say something, but was forced back step by Qi Hong. I don't want Qiqing to be my beast husband. It seems you are disobedient and want to see Uncle Yan Lin die in front of you. Yimei's eyes showed fear. She glanced awkwardly at her father and ultimately could only grit her teeth and agree. Jiang Xingluo sneered. None of them are good people. Can we really expect a spoiled and domineering female to be gently cherished by other males once she loses her protection? She was right. She could only exchange giving birth for a bit of pity. Then she should pay the price for her words. When Qi Hong and Jiang Xingluo asked if they could still have their provisions without returning to the Juyan tribe, Jiang Xingluo looked indifferent. Sure, but from now on, when the rainy season comes, don't come back to the Juyan tribe. Qian wants to cut ties with you. In the future, if you encounter any problems, he won't need to help you. How about that? Jiang Xingluo knew very well how to make this deal worthwhile. If she could spare this one-time assistance in exchange for never having any interest in Tangled again, she thought it was a very profitable deal. Jiang Xingluo looked at Qiong, who couldn't help but clench his fists. This female was really calculating. If he agreed, there would be no male with abilities left in their tribe. Moreover, there was the rainy season every year, and he had no choice. No, we can't do this. Qian is originally from the Battle Shadow tribe. By doing this, we're driving him out of the tribe. I won't do that. Jiang Xingluo couldn't help but laugh. All right, don't make it sound so nice. I know what you're thinking. Qian has already settled the accounts for all your provisions these past few days. I don't want much. 10 red beast crystals and 20 beast skins. When Qian goes back to see his female, he'll bring them back for me. Qihong gritted his teeth and nodded. He hated himself for not having abilities. If he had them, it probably wouldn't have come to this. Jiang Xingluo watched the unwilling male lead his tribe members away, and the world quieted down a bit. But the green ability crystal on Jiang Xingluo's body was restless. Mother, it's been a long time. If I stay outside any longer, my power will dissipate. Jiang Xingluo almost forgot about this little thing when she heard the small crystal speak. It wanted to return to Qing Yuan's body. Now, the Juyin tribe needed to be repaired, and Jiang Xingluo pulled Qing Yuan to a hidden corner. Then she placed the small crystal she carried in her palm for Qing Yuan. Qing Yuan looked at the object in front of her with some confusion, feeling a warm power faintly coursing through the crystal, but she didn't know what it was. Until she watched the small crystal suddenly disappear from her palm. She was taken aback by everything in front of her. Mother, what was that? Why did it disappear? Qing Yuan was a bit worried. How could it suddenly run away when it was fine just a moment ago? It didn't disappear. Try using your ability to see. Jiang Xingluo also wanted to know if her little Qing Yuan had improved. Qing Yuan attempted to release her power, and sure enough, a small crystal glowing with green light appeared faintly in her palm. This is my ability crystal, just like Mother S, right? Jiang Xingluo nodded, and seeing the expression on Qing Yuan's face, she could tell she was very happy. Jiang Xingluo never expected this unexpected act would directly help her find the missing thing for Qing Yuan. Qing Yuan tried to urge her power, want to see if there was any change in her abilities now. She looked at a small flower in front of her, which was on the verge of death, almost losing its life. Qing Yuan used her power to try to nurture the flower, and sure enough, it faintly showed signs of new life. Jiang Xingluo noticed that the power was different from the energy Qing Yuan had leaked before. It was much more subtle, but it seemed just enough for the small flower to use. Jiang Xingluo seemed to understand something, and Qing Yuan happily said, Mother, I think I can control my power now. In the past, I couldn't control it. It always felt like when I used my abilities, it would overflow, and some plants couldn't bear my power, but now it's different. Jiang Xingluo listened to Qing Yuan's words and finally understood the difference between having an ability crystal and not having one. She was very happy. Her little Qing Yuan probably wouldn't be perpetually hungry anymore, which was great. Qing Yuan, your body is still a bit different. You have Mother's lightning ability inside you. The small crystal returned to its owner's body and felt the difference. Her lightning ability seemed to have been drained by a large portion, and another ability crystal had also been taken away. Who is talking to me? Qing Yuan looked around in confusion, but saw no beast men. It's your small crystal talking to you. Qing Yuan. Jiang Xingluo patted Qing Yuan's little head, smiling as she explained. Qing Yuan stared intently at the small crystal in front of her for a long time. Is it you talking to me? You said my body still has Mother S lightning ability. Is that true? The small crystal affirmed, but the crystal is gone. Qing Yuan, your body's depletion is because I'm missing, but some lightning ability still remains in your body, unable to be released. Jiang Xingluo listened to the small crystal's words, feeling a bit puzzled. Did someone know from the beginning that her little female had dual abilities? Jiang Xingluo furrowed her brows at the small crystal. She could only ask Lai Feng about this matter. She really didn't know much about abilities. It's okay, Qing Yuan. Mother will definitely help you find your crystal back. See, you've already found one, right? Qing Yuan nodded, looking at her little crystal, still squinting her eyes and smiling. Mother, I'm already very happy. My little crystal can still talk. My brother's crystals can't talk. Jiang Xingluo nodded, taking Qing Yuan back, while behind them, a pair of eyes was closely watching Qing Yuan's figure. Chapter 116. Little cart Jiang Xingluo watched as all the males began to work together to throw the discarded wooden planks aside. She thought it was time to build stone houses. There were no bricks now, but if they could move large stones and wrap them with mud, it might be sturdier. Moreover, it was naturally better for shielding against wind and rain than wood. However, this required a significant amount of work. Even if everyone worked together, it would take a long time to build houses for the entire tribe. Jiang Xingluo discussed this matter with the people in the tribe, as this needed to follow the principle of the minority obeying the majority. The workload was too large. Although stones were easy to find, it was too labor-intensive, and we needed a place to live. The result could only be determined through discussion. So Jiang Xingluo didn't feel anything was wrong upon hearing someone say this. That's true, but stone houses are clearly better at sheltering from wind and rain than wooden houses. Everyone might think it's time-consuming now, but when the wind and rain come, they'll realize that this time was worth it. Jiang Xingluo didn't force everyone to accept this. She merely clarified her points, making sure everyone understood the benefits and drawbacks of doing so. Xingluo's suggestion made sense, so she said, "Those who are willing to build stone houses can come with me to the mountain to carry stones. If you don't want to, you could go chop trees to make wooden houses." Jiang directly addressed everyone in the tribe, but there were still many who hesitated. However, the zebra tribe quickly agreed to build stone houses. They were willing to work hard for a better future. Bai Ting spoke up, and every male from the zebra tribe was cooperative. Yet, many orcs from the elk tribe were still indecisive. Seeing that there was no consensus, Jiang had no choice but to let everyone do as they wished. The weak orcs had also experienced hardships before. It was just a few days of sleeping outside due to housing, which was nothing for them. Jiang Xingluo felt comforted seeing that most orcs were willing to put in the effort to build stone houses. Everyone returned to their original positions, with Jiang Xingluo's family being the largest and strongest. However, with Lai Feng around, she asked Qian to help Zhou, as Zhou had a small cub and his family were all weak orcs who needed assistance. Qian did not refuse, as his recent experiences had gradually made him understand that Jiang Xingluo did not want any other beast husbands. Since the day he chose to be her protective beast, he had only wanted to break free from a predetermined fate. Qian took other weak orcs up the mountain to look for large stones to carry down. In the end, it was Jiang Xingluo who suggested that everyone work together to move the stones first to gather enough momentum before digging the soil. The soil, hay, and mud were to be used to connect the stones. The weak orcs had never thought of such a method. This was actually thanks to a place left by Grandpa on the farm. The other areas had been rebuilt, but this spot was kept for storing things and was left as it was. Jiang Xingluo also drew a small cart on the ground for Lai Feng, saying, "Let's make some small carts like this. It will be easier to transport the soil." Lai Feng looked at the cart with 2 big wheels and a place for carrying items. It seemed very practical. "Xingluo, you're so clever. I'll take the cub to prepare the wooden boards." Jiang Xingluo nodded, while she went with Qin Yuan to look for food around. The females in the tribe actively prepared food, and everyone brought pots. Jiang Xingluo took a look around and saw that the vegetables she had originally planted had grown a bit, but they were all ruined by the wind. She felt a bit regretful and had to go to a place with more trees, where there were still plenty of berries hanging. She casually picked a few, while Qin Yuan looked around at the damaged plants, her heart aching. "Mother, wait for me. I want to use my power to restore their lives." Jiang Xingluo looked at Qin Yuan and did not stop her. She also wanted to see how powerful Qin Yuan was. However, they did not notice a pair of venomous eyes watching them from behind, especially when Qin Yuan spread her hand, and a green glowing crystal suddenly appeared in her palm. Qin Yuan unleashed her abilities through the crystal, and everything around them instantly became vibrant with life. Jiang Xingluo could smell the scent of fresh grass suddenly mixed in the previously damp air. Even the flower seeds she had sown earlier began to sprout and grow. Qin Yuan's power was different from ordinary wood-type abilities. Jiang Xingluo knew that the power that had flowed from her before had already shocked many, and this time, Jiang Xingluo watched everything come back to life, and it seemed as if a female appeared before her, saying, "Xingluo, this is what your mother can leave for you. You must cherish it." Jiang Xingluo shook her head and realized there was no female in front of her, which was strange. As Qin Yuan's power manifested, many fruits and vegetables grew back, and she finally breathed a sigh of relief. Mother, look. This tree isn't one you planted before. I finally saved it. The fruit it bears is something I really like." Jiang Xingluo reached out to pat Qin Yuan's head and suddenly discovered that several large pumpkins had appeared on the previously wilted vine. These were the vines she had planted earlier, but had not yet produced pumpkins, which she had randomly taken from a drawer of expired seeds. It was a gamble. If they lived, they would have something to eat. If not, it was no big deal. Looking at the pumpkins, Jiang Xingluo realized she hadn't eaten these in a long time. She directly picked a few pumpkins to take back, given the poor conditions. Making those delicious dishes from before was clearly unrealistic. She put the pumpkins in a pot with water and boiled them, then placed them in a wooden bowl. After tasting, she found that the pumpkins surprisingly had a sweet flavor, which was acceptable. It was Qing Yuan's first time seeing such food, round and big, with seeds inside. Mother cleaned out the seeds and boiled the pumpkins in water, and the taste was sweet and not bad. It was quite easy to make. Mother, I've never seen this before. What is it? I remember these seeds are the ones you sowed. Jiang Xingluo nodded while eating, glancing at the 4 pumpkins still set aside. She frowned, realizing that she and Qing Yuan had each eaten half, which was enough to fill them. But the 4 pumpkins left from the cubs and live foam seemed insufficient. Qing Yuan, I'll go pick the remaining pumpkins. You wait here. Qing Yuan nodded, continuing to eat the pumpkin in her bowl, unaware that a snake was quickly approaching her from behind, flicking its tongue. Chapter 117. Snake Shadow. When Jiang Xingluo returned with the pumpkins, she realized that Qing Yuan was no longer in her original spot. A sense of panic washed over her. Was it Song Ling or Ling Shuang bullying Qing Yuan again? It had to be them. Jiang Xingluo couldn't care about the food in front of her. She could still smell Qing Yuan's scent. The anxiety surged as she thought about what Ling Shuang wanted from Qing Yuan. Song Lan and Jin Tang disliked Ling Shuang, which proved that the original story was just a fabrication, and Ling Shuang's good fortune as the female lead in the story seemed too good to be true. No matter what kind of male she encountered, they all liked her because of her exceptional fertility and twisted societal rules. So, if her good fortune came at the expense of others, like her little female cub, the deeper Jiang Xingluo thought, the more she felt this was a likely reason. She quickened her pace, and the scent of Qing Yuan's wood-type abilities grew stronger, until she saw a green glow of abilities appear behind a large tree. Jiang Xingluo immediately transformed into her beast form and rushed over. Why are you biting me? Who sent you? Jiang Xingluo saw her little female cub surrounded by a swirling mass of black mist, holding a snake in her palm. There were 2 bite marks on her delicate wrist from the poisonous snake she held. Blood gushed from Qing Yuan's wrist, looking like the black blood that flowed after being poisoned. No matter how Jiang Xingluo shook the snake, it wouldn't speak. Just as she was about to get closer, she saw a surge of black energy erupting from Qing Yuan as she transformed into her beast form. If you don't speak, I'll cut you open. Your snake gall can also detoxify. Jiang Xingluo moved forward to stop Qing Yuan, but she also felt that what Qing Yuan was doing might not be wrong. However, when Jiang Xingluo saw Qing Yuan's affection level suddenly change to a corruption progress value, she realized something was off. Don't be like this, Qing Yuan. Your power can heal yourself. Upon hearing Xia Jingxi's words, Qing Yuan instantly felt aggrieved, but it bit me. I didn't do anything wrong. Jiang Xingluo looked at Qing Yuan's darkening mood and quickly retracted her expression, somewhat surprised that her little female cub was so easy to coax. Perhaps she was just a bit sensitive and scared. Just kill me. It's all because of you that she lost everything she wanted. Jiang Xingluo heard the snake emit a clear voice, confirming that this snake was likely related to that Ling Shuang. She truly was capable. In the original story, she indeed had a snake clan beast husband who grew up with her. Was it this little snake before her? Little snake, what you said makes no sense. Who did my little female cub take something from? You should clarify. Jiang Xingluo transformed into human form and walked over to Qing Yuan, reaching out to stroke her. Qing Yuan still maintained her beast form, biting down hard on the snake and refusing to let go. Perhaps you don't need to speak. I can speak for you. Ling Shuang sent you, didn't she? She told you that Qing Yuan took her things, that Kanglin and Jin Tang's contract was ruined because of Qing Yuan, right? Xing didn't expect that everything would be guessed by the female before him. Presumably, she was the Cat Clan female who made a name for herself in the Kanjin clan, capable of being compared to the Saintess. He just didn't expect that her daughter would also have extraordinary abilities and could transform into a beast and even be more powerful than him. So, did I guess right? Xing refused to speak, gritting his teeth, while the 2 small wounds on Qing Yuan's body had already disappeared. No poison was effective against her. Little snake, let me tell you, I'm not afraid of your poison at all. Next time, go find those weak beasts to bite. Qing Yuan bit down on Shi Ying's abdomen, speaking as she did, which gradually instilled fear in Shi Ying's heart. This little female's wood-type abilities were unexpectedly strong. She was already a green crystal beast man at such a young age, and with her wood-type abilities, could she heal her mother's illness? I'm sorry. I shouldn't have bitten you, it was my fault. Jiang Xingluo was somewhat shocked. This little snake was not as steadfast as Songling, who had been continuously trying to harm them until now. This snake, since it knew it was wrong, why did it bite me in the first place? Qing Yuan increased the strength of her bite, and with one hard bite, Shi Ying howled in pain, the piercing sensation making him realize how absurdly wrong he had been this time. Hearing his pained cries, Qing Yuan flung him aside, and Xing transformed into human form, blood continuously oozing from his abdomen. Jiang Xingluo directly ignored him and reached out to touch Qingyuan. Don't be sad over unworthy people, okay? Jiang Xingluo knew that little Qingyuan had even doubted whether she had done something wrong, but she hadn't tea at all. The ones at fault were the harmful Ling Shuang and the little snake before her. Jiang Xingluo looked at the wounds on Qingyuan's body, somewhat worried. Qingyuan, tell mommy. Your wounds are really okay, right? Qingyuan lifted her arm for Jiang Xingluo to see. Mommy, look, it's fine now. Xia Jingxi told me that my body is immune to all poisons, and I won't be harmed. Jiang Xingluo looked at the fearless Qingyuan and sighed. It truly was a case of a mother worrying about her child over thousands of miles. It couldn't be taken lightly. Not all harm could be avoided, and she needed to be more careful, you know? Perhaps Jiang Xingluo was used to her cubs doing things on their own, neglecting that they were only 5 years old now. At 5 years of age, they were already quite impressive. When Jiang Xingluo returned with Qingyuan, Lai Wind and the others had already repaired the wooden boards and assembled them. Lai Wind pushed them back and forth a couple of times, feeling they were still usable. They could be used to transport stones and soil. We might as well make a few more small carts first before transporting things. Hearing Lai Wind's words, Jiang Xingluo nodded in agreement. Lai Wind first delivered the items to the chief's household, then planned to continue making another cart after the cubs had eaten. Jiang Xingluo knew what Lai Wind had gone through and thought he would at least maintain his indifferent personality, but unexpectedly, he would actively help the weak now. Qingyuan saw that Lai Wind had made her a very small cart that looked quite delicate. It was just right for her to use to play with dirt. Kanglin helped everyone move the stones, and upon arriving, he saw Qingyuan's little cart. Is this a little cart? Is it yours, Qingyuan? Qingyuan nodded, looking at Lai Wind with joy, then reached out to hug Lai Wind's leg. Yes, it's made especially for me by my father beast. I really like it. I must be the only cub in the tribe with this. Brother Kanglin, you don't have one, right? Chapter 118. The child of the snake clan shaman Kanglin shook his head, saying he didn't have one. You all, didn't you say you didn't take everything from Ling Shuang? Then why is Kanglin here? You're lying to me. Kanglin turned his head to look at the beast man who spoke. Jiang Xingluo didn't expect that the little snake who had already bitten his belly would still come over. Wasn't he supposed to find a place to recover? Jiang Xingluo's face showed her disgust for this snake. If the snake clan could be reasonable, then only Qin Sheng, the saintess, could be reasonable. Unfortunately, the descendants of the snake clan were truly not impressive. Jiang Xingluo looked grimly at the handsome little snake cub before her. She didn't believe that this snake cub had any good nature. However, he had already received punishment and should leave. Shouldn't he understand the principle of knowing when to stop? I am who I am. The bond with Ling Shuang was her one-sided wish to speak with my father. I had the right to refuse. Kanglin stepped in to clarify directly with the snake cub before him, and Shi Ying's face instantly flushed red. The only filter he had for Ling Shuang seemed to be completely shattered at that moment. So it was you who refused. I'm sorry. Shi Ying looked at Qingyuan. This apology was sincere, but Qingyuan wore an expression of disgust. She hated being entangled by these cubs. I don't accept your apology. Hurry and leave here. Qingyuan's stubbornness resembled Lai Wind's. Jiang Xingluo looked at this clear-minded female cub, then turned her gaze to the little snake cub who was pressing tightly on his abdomen. The little snake cub was sweating nervously. He turned and kept walking forward. After not going far, he tripped over a stone and rolled to the side. He is the child of the snake clan shaman. Kanglin's exclamation left Jiang Xingluo somewhat astonished. So what? But he bit me. His bite is poisonous. Kanglin, he's not a good cub. Jiang Xingluo heard Qingyuan explain to Kanglin and looked towards the direction of the snake cub. She took a few steps forward and noticed that black gas was faintly rising from the snake cub's head. With that fall, the black gas suddenly detached from his body. Jiang Xingluo was somewhat shocked as she picked up Shi Ying. Little cub, wake up. Ultimately, she couldn't bear to watch this little snake cub die like this. She carried him to Huayan's side. Huayan looked at the 2 bite marks on his abdomen, somewhat shocked. Why are these wounds so deep? Jiang Xingluo felt troubled and found it inconvenient to explain. This cub insisted on provoking Qingyuan and ended up in this state. However, Qingyuan spoke fearlessly. Sorry for the trouble. Sister Huayan, I bit him. Once you heal him, I'll give you a few beast crystals. Or when my golden fruit tree bears fruit. How about I share half with you? Huayan looked at Qingyuan, her eyes filled with shock. Then she directly hugged Qingyuan tightly, unable to help but stroke her soft hair. Oh, my little treasure. Have you really managed to raise your golden fruit tree? Qingyuan nodded and proudly explained. Yes, Sister Huayan, if you don't believe me. You can ask Mother. The sapling has already poked its head out, and it will definitely bear fruit in the future. That's great. but you could just give me one golden fruit to see what medicinal value it has. Qing Yuan nodded. But thinking about the big price she had to pay for a single bite, she felt anxious looking at the snake cub in front of her. However, seeing its miserable appearance, she figured it would probably remember this lesson next time. Jiang Xingluo had no idea what her cub was thinking. Qing Yuan was unwilling to leave. But she had things to do. She went around looking for ingredients, and then took out a basket of eggs from her space. These past few days, she couldn't just live on vegetables every day. The nutrition wasn't comprehensive enough. Unfortunately, there wasn't much meat left in the space either. So she took out some fresh milk that had been processed and put in bamboo tubes. Jiang Xingluo stir-fried some dishes and then steamed rice. Each person got a bamboo tube of milk, and Jiang Xingluo also fried 2 eggs for everyone. After a busy time, Lai Feng and several cubs had already brought back quite a bit of wood. Jiang Xingluo found a relatively intact table and placed the food she had prepared on it. The golden fried eggs looked so delicious that they made one drool. Qing Yuan had a basket hanging from her arm, filled with the delicious berries she had picked on her way back from Huayan. She tasted a few and found that, indeed, thanks to her abilities nurturing them, they tasted even better. For the first time, Qing Yuan felt that her abilities were truly useful, especially since her little crystal could talk to her. So she no longer felt lonely like before without companions. Jiang Xingluo saw her cub returning with a basket of fruits that looked juicy and full of moisture. If they were made into juice, they would surely be delicious. Jiang Xingluo pondered over the berries, but unfortunately, there wasn't even any gauze available now, let alone juicing them. It wouldn't be easy to squeeze them by hand either. Jiang Xingluo suppressed her thoughts that had just surged up. Mother, these are the fruits Qing Yuan picked. I'm secretly telling you, these fruits are really delicious. I secretly use my abilities to nurture them. You should try some. Qing Yuan was always so thoughtful. Jiang Xingluo smiled, looking at the little female cub in front of her. If the original owner were still here, she would surely be happier than her. Unfortunately, she didn't have time to enjoy these. Lai Feng brought back a wild duck he had hunted, saying, Xingluo, there have been fewer prey lately. I only caught this one. Lai Feng's tone carried a hint of trying to please, which surprised Jiang Xingluo. He really was. After the heavy rain, there would definitely be fewer prey. Besides, we have things planted. Once the house is built, we can also engage in breeding. Lai Feng nodded, already determined to catch a few live pig beasts for Xingluo next time. If they could raise livestock in the future, they wouldn't need to hunt. But Lai Feng also knew that wild beasts weren't that easy to feed, and Xingluo's thoughts on this matter were probably still a long way off. However, Lai Feng had no leisure to worry about those things. The constant hunger in his stomach made him unable to resist gobbling up the delicious food in front of him. Which family has such good treatment, with the female cooking for the male? Lai Feng felt lucky. His female master only needed him as a beast husband and was willing to take care of him. He must protect Xingluo and the cubs for life, not allowing them to suffer any harm. Jiang Xingluo looked at the duck and set it aside. She was hungry after being busy for so long. In the following days, many beastmen in the tribe saw the small cart that Jiang Xingluo and Lai Feng made together. Those beastmen who originally planned to build wooden houses immediately brought the boards to Jiang Xingluo. Chapter 119. He is being controlled. Jiang Xingluo looked at the beastmen in confusion. Weren't they supposed to build wooden houses? Why were they now directly bringing the boards to her? Xingluo, can you let your beast husband teach us how to make that small cart? We also want to build stone houses, and we're willing to use these boards to make carts for everyone. Jiang Xingluo looked at these ready-made items with some surprise. In fact, these weaker beastmen had their own way of making such delicate things. Some even made 2 wheels resembling the small cart Lai Feng had previously given to others. However, there were still some fixed parts they didn't quite understand, so they had to swallow their pride and come to Jiang Xingluo for help. Everyone knew the benefits of stone houses. The houses and walls of Ragewind City were all built with stone. The beastmen of Jiuyin tribe couldn't possibly not envy that, but for them, transporting stones was not an easy task. Now that the transportation issue was solved, they only needed to make wooden carts, and they weren't afraid of the other hardships. Jiang Xingluo didn't refuse. She directly told them and Lai Feng how to do it. With their help, soon the tribe had more than a dozen small carts, and Zhou Tai, as the chief, selected a few strong males to use these small carts to go to the mountains to find stones. Jiang Xingluo watched as the small carts were used by everyone, but she still felt it wasn't enough. For the next 3 days, they continuously made small carts, and the large stones brought in from nearby also increased. Building a house with stones was indeed not that simple. Jiang Xingluo understood this. Therefore, after the stones were delivered, they also had to select the uneven ones for adjustment. Only the strong beastmen in the tribe could help with these tasks. During these days, Qingyuan went to help Huayan and noticed that the little snake was eager to apologize to her. I'm sorry, little lion. Could you please accept my apology? I want to ask for your help. Xing looked at Qingyuan, filled with guilt. He didn't understand why he had followed Ling Shuang's instigation to come and trouble this little lion cub. But he didn't want to do such things. He had clearly rejected Ling Shuang. He didn't understand why he had involuntarily appeared here and attacked this lioness cub, who was even smaller than him. He felt a sharp pain in his head, as if his entire head was being pricked by countless needles, and he was in great pain. No, I don't want to do those things. I don't want to help you do bad things. Go away, go away. Qingyuan and Huayan looked at the little snake cub in front of them, who looked completely red, and were somewhat surprised. Huayan immediately stepped forward and pressed Xing's body onto the bed, watching him cry out in pain, then looked at Qingyuan. Qingyuan tried to use her power to enter Xing's body, and the little crystal used its intelligence to explain to Qingyuan. It's a mental ability carried by external objects controlling people's hearts. Qingyuan frowned, puzzled. Isn't it rare for people to have mental abilities? Besides, third brother wouldn't use his abilities to hurt a little cub. It's not just third brother, Qingyuan. There are others in this world with mental abilities. Qingyuan nodded, suddenly realizing something, and said, It's that female cub of the snake tribe. It's her. She controlled Xing to harm me. When Huayan heard Qingyuan mention the word control, she hurriedly checked other parts of Xing and found that it indeed resembled the aftereffects left by mental abilities controlling beastmen. So that's how it is. Huayan found some calming medicine, reprocessed it, and gave it to Xing to drink, and he finally stopped having a headache. Jiang Xingluo was somewhat surprised when she heard Qingyuan mention Xing's matter. Was he controlled by mental abilities? Mental abilities could be carried on external objects. Jiang Xingluo frowned, wondering if Ling Shuang had some item that could control people. Jiang Xingluo looked at Qingyuan, and the unwarranted harm Ling Shuang had inflicted on them as mother and daughter so many times was probably not just because of Kanglin. Just as the saying goes, speak of the devil and he shall appear. When Songling landed, he kicked up a cloud of dust, and the only person riding on his back besides Ling Shuang could only be her. Jiang Xingluo saw Ling Shuang wearing a thin outfit made from snakeskin, which was clearly more attractive than her bee-skin skirt, and she had also deliberately applied the lipstick that Jiang Xingluo had previously sold on her lips. Jiang Xingluo was puzzled. She hadn't made any new lipsticks to exchange for beast crystals recently. Could it be that she spent beast crystals to buy it from someone else in Raindrop City? That seemed to be the only possible explanation. Jiang Xingluo looked at Ling Shuang, her eyes filled with a hint of killing intent. Ling Shuang seemed to sense it and looked back at Jiang Xingluo, who showed no pleasant expression. Ling Shuang unconsciously stepped back, while Songling protected her like a hen shielding her chicks. Jiang Xingluo sneered, looking at the stupid Kanjing in front of her, who probably didn't even realize when he would be used as a shield. Or was it possible that this Kanjing had also been controlled by Ling Shuang using some mental ability? It was hard to say, but one wanted to fight, and the other wanted to be beaten. With a brat like Shuriying, there was still a chance to awaken, but could this Kanjing really be controlled for so long? A bunch of thieves. Jiang Xingluo felt that Songling and Ling Shuang were both not good people. Let me tell you, don't bully us because of your power. We came here just to clarify Kanglin's intentions regarding the contract. Jiang Xingluo directly ignored Songling, while Qingyuan was furious upon seeing them. Jiang Xingluo held Qingyuan's hand and left in front of them, but Ling Shuang was not happy. She looked at Songling beside her, questioning, What is wrong with you? Didn't T.I. tell you to take advantage of the rainy season to quickly kill that shameless female cub? Without her, Kanglin would definitely be willing to contract with me. Shuriying felt dizzy, but he wanted to go out for a walk, especially after Huayan told him that people from the Snake Clan had come, possibly to bring him back. He continued walking forward when he heard a familiar voice, which was Ling Shuang's. A clear memory instantly appeared in his mind. It was Ling Shuang. She seemed to be whispering something in his ear. Not long after she spoke, he forgot everything, only remembering to come to the Jian tribe to find a little female cub and then kill her. Shuriying was shocked. He had always thought that the Snake Clan's Sanus' niece would be exceptionally intelligent, kind, and nimble, not a cold-hearted female. But he didn't expect Ling Shuang to control him and make him harm others. His mother was seriously ill, and he had stayed in the Jian tribe for several days, worried that something might happen to her. Chapter 120. Do you want to be my protective beast? Jiang Xingluo was picking the freshest pumpkins. The ones she picked last time seemed not to be ripe enough. This time, they were ripe, and their size was even bigger than before. Jiang Xingluo reached out and picked one, placing it in the basket she had woven earlier. The huge pumpkin filled 3 baskets to the brim. The chili peppers she had planted earlier were also bearing fruit, and the bright red peppers looked particularly pleasing. Jiang Xingluo casually picked a few chili peppers. Just as she was walking down from the slope to the flat ground, she heard a splash near her ear, as if someone had thrown a large stone into the nearby rushing river. "Help me, help me." A familiar voice came through. Jiang Xingluo's ears were exceptionally sharp. Wasn't it the voice of the little snake cub from before? Had he fallen into the water? Why would he go near the river? The rainy season had just passed, and the river was rushing violently. Such a small cub, Huayan had worked hard to rescue him. Jiang Xingluo immediately threw down her basket and transformed into her beast form, ready to leave. "Mother, where are you going?" Qing Yuan saw Jiang Xingluo leaving and quickly followed behind. Being able to transform, Qing Yuan ran closely behind Jiang Xingluo without lagging. Soon, the mother and daughter appeared by the river, watching the shadow that had already drifted away in the rushing water, and Qing Yuan was shocked. She immediately chased after it and used her wood ability to create a vine net to block the turbulent river. Shuying was still struggling in front of the net, his mouth and nose filled with water, and he no longer had the strength to shout loudly. Jiang Xingluo frowned at everything before her. "Qing Yuan, you wait here for your mother." Qing Yuan nodded. She couldn't swim and could only watch Jiang Xingluo transform back into human form and swim into the deep river. Then tightly grabbed Shuying. Jiang Xingluo noticed that her strength seemed to be greater than before. She looked at the net that was about to be torn apart by the river and immediately quickened her pace. Finally, when Jiang Xingluo pulled Shuying onto the shore, she was completely soaked, her heart racing. Shuying was still coughing hard, his green hair sticking tightly to his scalp, with many drops of water falling from his hair. "Cough, cough." Shuying kept coughing, expelling a lot of water. "Are you sick? The river is so rough. Why did you come out alone?" Jiang Xingluo heard Qing Yuan's reproachful voice and looked at him with a hint of reprimand. "I didn't tea. It was Ling Shuang. She said I was useless and had her eagle throw me into the river. I just asked her if my mother was feeling better." Shuying grew more and more upset as he spoke, and Qing Yuan looked at the little cub in shock, her small head unable to process what she was hearing. Jiang Xingluo knew that some things would be hard for the kind-hearted Qing Yuan to understand. "All right, I'll take you back. Are you feeling unwell?" She saw Shuying shake his head. He didn't even know if he could go back. Jiang Xingluo knew that Ling Shuang was not a good little female cub, but hurting her own kin like this for the sake of her own cub was truly vicious. Shuying stood up and looked at Jiang Xingluo, feeling a bit embarrassed. "I'm fine. I can walk by myself." Jiang Xingluo nodded and didn't say anything more. Qing Yuan supported Jiang Xingluo while Shuying coughed and followed behind. He was injured and hadn't fully recovered, and now that he had been thrown into the river, his body must be in terrible condition. Qing Yuan looked at the little snake walking behind them and said, "Little snake, how about you become my protective beast?" Jiang Xingluo, upon hearing Qing Yuan's words, almost reached out to cover her mouth. Why did she say everything? "If you go back, that bad female snake will definitely try to kill you. Look at what she has done to you. You wouldn't want to go back, would you?" Jiang Xingluo felt that Qing Yuan was different from her. Qing Yuan was a native beast world cub, and she could accept the existence of a protective beast, while Jiang Xingluo found it somewhat difficult to accept. However, this matter depended on the choice of the little snake cub in front of them. Shuying wore an incredulous expression. His body had already been severely damaged. And how could he protect Qing Yuan? Although Qing Yuan was so small, her inherent kindness and courage made Shuying admire her. He even felt that looking at her one more time was a desecration. Jiang Xingluo looked at Shuying in front of her. If he really dared to agree, she wouldn't know what to do. He probably wouldn't agree, right? Wait a minute. Perhaps she should explain to Shuying what a protective beast was. "Shuying, a protective beast must follow Qing Yuan for a lifetime. What about your mother? Don't you care for her so?" Jiang Xingluo looked at Shuying, who looked at her with some lingering resentment. Jiang Xingluo couldn't even bear to continue looking into those green eyes. But he should also understand her feelings as an old mother. Forget it. Shuying is just a cub. How could he possibly understand her thoughts? "Qing Yuan, I am willing. But I beg you to help me see my mother. It would be great if Sister Huayan could come along too." Jiang Xingluo heard Shuying agree so sweetly. Just like that, the moment Shuying agreed, a mark of wood-type ability appeared on his chest, resembling a big tree. Jiang Xingluo couldn't stop it in time. Never mind. If there are any conflicts between the two of them in the future, it's just a protective beast, and they can still sever the relationship. Let's not go for now. I'll heal your injuries. If you hadn't chosen to be my protective beast, I wouldn't have used my abilities to heal you. Jiang Xingluo found it a bit funny hearing Qing Yuan's words. Why did she feel like she hadn't thought things through as clearly as her little female cub? The green light of the ability slowly flowed from Qing Yuan's body, continuously appearing on Shuying and the powerful wood-type ability shocked Xing. However, such power cannot be used casually by others. When there are no ability crystals, it could be used by many, but now her power could only be given to beastmen with whom she had a deep bond. This was what the little crystal told Qingyuan, but she hadn't had the chance to inform her mother yet. Jiang Xingluo watched as Qingyuan healed all of Xing's injuries, and Xing's complexion improved significantly. Qingyuan, thank you. You have abilities but are struggling so much. You're really a fool. I regret making you my protective beast. Xing extended his hand to look at the small crystal in his palm. He was truly too weak and needed to train. I won't. I will train hard in the future, and I won't hold you back. I will protect you well. You have to believe me. Chapter 121. The malicious Ling Shuang. Jiang Xingluo returned all the way and didn't expect Song Ling to bring Ling Shuang in front of them. They actually hadn't left yet. Ling Shuang was obviously surprised to see the cub behind Jiang Xingluo. Jiang Xingluo did not overlook Ling Shuang's expression. She surely thought Xing was dead. But unexpectedly, Xing was still alive and well. How did you come out of the river? Song Ling looked at Xing with an unfriendly tone, seemingly wishing to throw him back into the river. They were so openly trying to kill Xing again. It seemed they were afraid he would reveal the truth. What? Do you want to throw him back into the river? Jiang Xingluo looked at Song Ling in front of her, her tone carrying a hint of intimidation. There was still too little protection for the weak in this world. Ling Shuang looked at Jiang Xingluo with disbelief in her eyes. She thought no one saw her and Song Ling doing this. She didn't expect Jiang Xingluo to know. And this female's existence obstructed her aunt's position and also hindered her from finding a beast husband. She really couldn't leave her alive. Suddenly, Qin Yin and a few cubs returned, and Qin Yao tentatively heard the thoughts of the bad female in front of her. She wanted to harm her mother and Qing Yuan again. But her mother and Qing Yuan had done nothing wrong. It was really too much. Did this female one die? She had to tell her father beast to kill this female. How could she, being so small, do such things? How could I throw my kin into the river? It's him who came here. We've been looking for him. His mother is seriously ill and wants to see him. Ling Shuang's explanation made Xing shudder. He had to go back. His mother was still waiting for him. Qing Yuan, can you help me save my mother? I will definitely give you beast crystals as a reward. Jiang Xingluo looked at the many large stones already transported down the mountain, and on the other side, the soil was nearly ready to build stone houses in just a few days. At this moment, Qing Yuan wanted to leave, and she felt uneasy. Mother, I want to go. Sister Huayan said that learning to be a shaman is about treating and saving people. Jiang Xingluo squatted in front of Qing Yuan, looking at her pink cheeks. Okay, then mother will go with you, all right? Xingluo, I am worried about you. I will go with you. Jiang Xingluo looked at Lai Feng in surprise. Ever since Lai Feng followed her, he seemed to never feel at ease letting her go out alone. Moreover, there were too many males coveting you in Fury Wind City. Shall we take the cubs with us? Li Yifeng's eyes held a hint of pleading, and Qing Yuan immediately threw herself into Li Yifeng's arms. Let Father Beast go. Father Beast is the strongest. Even if some beasts want to do something to us, Father Beast will definitely be able to defeat them. Qing Yuan waved her small fists, and Lai Feng picked her up, looking at the well-behaved little female cub in his arms. Jiang Xingluo seemed to be the one arranged by them, but she didn't mind this arrangement. However, Song Lan and Jintang also said they wanted to leave with Xingluo. Lai Feng looked at the young man and the little cub in front of him, a surge of anger rising within him. The bright young man looked at Lai Feng with a hint of provocation in his eyes. However, besides them, Lai Feng didn't expect Du to appear as well. Duyu's long blue hair was quite eye-catching, and as he just walked up to everyone, Ling Shuang's eyes widened in surprise at the sight of him for the first time. She had never seen such a beautiful beast man. Was he male or female? If he was male, he was too beautiful. Duyu's water blue eyes were always on Jiang Xingluo, with a hint of playfulness in his gaze. Xingluo, how long will you be gone? Jiang Xingluo looked at Duyu, and the scene of him insisting on forming a bond with her after she saved him in the cave flashed in her mind. She frowned at the beast man in front of her, remaining silent. Then I will go with you. One more person doesn't hurt. Jiang Xingluo didn't expect Du to act so shamelessly, but his body couldn't be away from salt water. He was still in the recovery phase and needed wood-type healing. 3 days. I will be back in 3 days. You stay in the tribe. Sunran will help you. A smirk appeared on Du Yu's face. Sure enough, as long as he said this, Jiang Xingluo would definitely give him an explanation. Over the years, he had encountered females in the Sea Clan, but those females always wanted his pearl or even his tears. They only wanted the pearls made from his tears to exchange for beast crystals. The moment Du turned his head, he unexpectedly saw the same look in a small female's eyes as those Sea Clan females, which was truly disgusting. Xingluo, be careful with some people. You're still too naive. It's a good thing to have this lion taking care of you. Du said indifferently, yawned, and turned to leave. Li Feng looked at Du with a heavy gaze. He didn't know why this merman appeared in this place. But now this tribe was full of hidden talents. Li Feng looked at Jiang Xingluo. She was truly too naive, always thinking everything would turn out well. As for the malicious little female, Li Feng looked at her with great disgust. Her actions had repeatedly harmed his kin. If it weren't for the fact that she was still the saintess of the snake clan and a valued female cub, he would have acted against her long ago. Li Feng had endured countless times along the way. Fortunately, this stretch of road wasn't too long, and they quickly arrived at Fury Wind City. After being battered by wind and rain, Fury Wind City was a mess, with wooden boards scattered everywhere. After all, they lived in wooden houses. If it had only been rain, their lives wouldn't have been affected. But then a typhoon came, and although it didn't last long, many tree houses were still affected. Jiang Xingluo looked at all this with some emotion. This calamity truly was unavoidable. If possible, promoting the construction of stone houses is indeed a good idea. Ling Shuang. Where's my mother? Xing looked at Ling Shuang. He had already checked the place where he and his female mother originally lived, but she was not there. Even a few of his male beasts had disappeared together, and Xing felt scared in his heart. He looked up at Ling Shuang, always feeling that this matter might have something to do with her. How would I know where your female mother is? A single sentence from Ling Shuang turned Shi Ying's face pale. Jiang Xingluo did not expect that she had actually learned to go back on her word. But it seemed not surprising for Ling Shuang to show such behavior. After all, she had still restrained herself. Little snake, since she doesn't know, take me to find Qing Cheng. I happen to have some things to consult her about. Ling Shuang was stunned and looked at Jiang Xingluo. What was she going to do? Was she going to tell her aunt everything? No, if her aunt found out, she would punish her severely. A trace of panic flashed in Ling Shuang's eyes, and she looked at Shi Ying with a suddenly flattering gaze. Chapter 122. I want to take your abilities. Jiang Xingluo had anticipated such an outcome. Someone like Ling Shuang, who only thought of herself, could never be allowed to meet Qing Cheng. However, through Ling Shuang's fearful behavior, Jiang Xingluo was able to infer some things. In other words, Ling Shuang was also afraid of Qing Cheng knowing about her misdeeds. So she and Qing Cheng were actually not on good terms. This made things easier since they were close aunt and niece, and she did not want to intervene too much. But now she could basically confirm that besides wanting to compete with strong individuals, Qing Cheng's ability to hold the position of the Snake Clan leader was not just for show. Wait a minute, I seem to remember, Shi Ying. I'll take you to find your female mother and male beasts. Shi Ying looked at Ling Shuang with a hint of ferocity. My male beasts are shamans. If anything happens to them, the Snake Clan is finished, do you understand? Upon hearing Shi Ying's words, Jiang Xingluo realized that Ling Shuang was completely opposite to her character in the original work. She was fierce and ruthless, not caring about the consequences. The original author used a lot of words to describe her beauty and kindness, which attracted many males to willingly ask her to bear offspring. Jiang Xingluo's doubts about the original work increased. She scrutinized Ling Shuang closely, who stepped back under her gaze, as if she had some secret. But her secret was probably unknown to Qing Cheng. Perhaps before she died, she needed to unravel those secrets first. Jiang Xingluo's gaze shifted from Ling Shuang to Tsongling. This eagle had been following Ling Shuang for how long? It was as loyal as Ling Shuang's death guard, leaving Jiang Xingluo confused. I know, I didn't do anything to your family. It's just that the roof of the original place was blown off by the wind. So my aunt sent someone to change their residence. I just forgot for a moment. Jiang Xingluo reevaluated Ling Shuang, who was very displeased but helpless. She could only take Shi Ying, who was followed by a group of people, to find his female mother. Jiang Xingluo saw a hint of timidity in Ling Shuang's eyes as they walked for a long time until they reached a dilapidated place far from the area where the beastmen of Fury Wind City lived. So there was a stone house with only a small door. Before Jiang Xingluo opened the door, she heard sound from inside through the wooden door. It was a female crying, and with a kick, Jiang Xingluo kicked the door open, revealing a withered old woman with green hair tied with rope. On the other side was a female with large areas of skin exposed, accompanied by two males, creating a scene that was hard to bear. Xing squeezed in front of Jiang Xingluo and saw that the abused female was his sister. Sister, what happened to you, sister? Gui glanced at Xing, forcing a dry smile, suppressing the bitterness in her heart. Jiang Xingluo could tell that the female of the Snake Clan was trapped here and was definitely forced into a contract. This was no different from the disgusting criminals in her world. Xing, take your mother and sister out of here. Xing nodded. and Jiang Xingluo stepped closer to Ling Shuang. What do you want to do? My aunt won't let you go. Ling Shuang did not expect these two shameless beasts to find Gue to vent at this time. Gue had no reproductive ability to begin with, but her aunt was determined to train her to manage many matters of the snake clan. Gue even dared to interfere with her. She had long disliked this female. Other tribes would throw females without reproductive abilities into female caves, but her aunt insisted on doing the opposite. Therefore, the males in the snake clan could not satisfy their desires. She was only doing this for the benefit of the tribe. But now she had no beast husband, and she could not provoke Qing Cheng. Watching Jiang Xingluo getting closer and closer to her, she retreated step by step until she leaned against the wall, her whole body losing strength. Everyone left the room, and Ling Shuang looked at Jiang Xingluo with some fear, a sense of terror rising in her heart. She instinctively shouted, Song Ling, come back. Jiang Xingluo slapped her face. She truly wanted to skin Ling Shuang alive, as she was utterly disgusting. Ling Shuang covered her aching face, watching Jiang Xingluo raise her eyebrow and summon her ability crystal. Your aunt will know everything you have done. Ling Shuang's heart, which had been hanging in suspense, finally sank. She glared at Jiang Xingluo resentfully. It's all because you were born with abilities. Otherwise, do you think I would do this? It's all your interference. Jiang Xingluo saw Ling Shuang's twisted face and found it predictable. She was just more curious about why she was so vulnerable and what she would do next. She saw black mist suddenly emerging from Ling Shuang, and Jiang Xingluo was somewhat shocked. She switched her crystal to a whip and struck directly at the black mist. A scream came from the black mist, which seemed to recede slightly. I will kill you. I will kill you. Jiang Xingluo heard a voice of resistance coming from the black mist, and after it dissipated, a huge black snake coiled on the haystack in front of her. The massive snake body surprised Jiang Xingluo. It seemed that such a small stone house could not accommodate such a large snake. The black snake bared its fangs and lunged directly at Jiang Xingluo, who quickly dodged, swinging her whip down onto Ling Shuang. Ling Shuang cried out in pain, her skin rolling. Jiang Xingluo was somewhat surprised. How could her whip cause such significant damage to Ling Shuang? This was unreasonable. The previous brown yuan was not afraid of her whip. Even if the abilities were different, Jiang Xingluo could feel that Ling Shuang was merely superficial. The enormous snake body before her was likely a manifestation of some power she had absorbed. The original work did not mention whether she could transform into a beast. Jiang Xingluo hoped she had some humanity as depicted in the original work, but it now appeared to be a wishful thinking. It's all your fault. You ruined everything for me. Damned weak female, give me your crystal. Jiang Xingluo heard a voice different from Ling Shuang's, asking for her ability crystal. She used her ability to strike directly at Ling Shuang, who screamed in agony. Bitch, you dare hit me. Jiang Xingluo watched as the black snake in front of her spat out a cloud of black mist, which enveloped her. She suddenly felt that the power within her body was being drained by something. Ling Shuang could actually steal others' abilities. Could this be her ability? However, when Ling Shuang realized she was about to successfully extract herself, she found she couldn't take away Jiang Xingluo's ability crystal at all. Why was that? It had been so smooth before. Chapter 123. Is Lai Feng jealous? Jiang Xingluo smiled slightly. She was also curious, as the power returned intact to her body. So Ling Shuang's plan had failed. Jiang Xingluo struck Ling Shuang with a whip. Her body couldn't withstand such damage. However, Jiang Xingluo had no intention of stopping, only to be surprised when the black mist suddenly disappeared. After it left, Ling Shuang fell weakly onto the grass. Jiang Xingluo looked at Ling Shuang in surprise, while footsteps could be heard coming from outside. Jiang Xingluo examined Ling Shuang on the ground and found no signs of harm. She checked her from head to toe and discovered no lingering black mist. The recent confrontation felt like a dream she had alone. When Qing Cheng arrived, she rushed directly to Ling Shuang's side. It was Jiang Xingluo's first time seeing Qing Cheng like this. Her face was filled with anger as she reached out and directly grabbed Ling Shuang's slender neck. You have quite long hands, reaching right next to me. Jiang Xingluo thought Qing Cheng would defend her niece, but she witnessed Qing Cheng violently slam Ling Shuang against the wall. Ling Shuang crashed against the stone wall, her head pounding painfully. She touched the back of her head and realized it was bleeding. Jiang Xingluo coldly watched everything unfold as Qing Cheng took out a whip from her body and struck Ling Shuang repeatedly. Ling Shuang cried out for mercy. Qing Cheng, your niece has no idea what has been hidden inside her body. I just drove that thing away, don't you know? Upon hearing Jiang Xingluo's words, Qing Cheng finally stopped and looked at her. I don't know. Tell me, what on earth happened? Jiang Xingluo explained the situation to Qing Cheng, who narrowed her eyes at Ling Shuang. Bind her up and send her to the Sea Clan. Don't they want to ally with our tribe? Send Ling Shuang to them. Jiang Xingluo looked at Ling Shuang, her eyes devoid of sympathy. The source of others' pain stemmed from her reckless actions. Now she was paying the price, justly. Aunt, that wasn't me. What did I do? I really don't know. Jiang Xingluo looked at Ling Shuang, who was crying with tearful eyes. She didn't know. Jiang Xingluo gazed at Ling Shuang and said, since that's the case, how about we just let it go? Qing Cheng, after all, she's her niece. But with this situation, I don't see any males willing to bond with her. You're talking nonsense. Jin Tang and Song Lan are both mine. Jiang Xingluo casually mentioned, not expecting Ling Shuang to retort directly. It seemed she was not entirely ignorant of these matters. So everything she did was merely a disguise. I'm informing you of my orders, not asking for your opinion. Qing Cheng's powerful ability pressured Ling Shuang to the point where she could barely speak. As Qing Cheng threw her outside, the moment she was bound, her expression instantly changed. You think you're strong enough to arrange everything for me? You wretched woman. One day you will die at my hands. I will reclaim everything from the Serpent Clan. Qing Cheng looked at Ling Shuang with brutality. And Jiang Xingluo could empathize with how upset Qing Cheng was. If her Qing Yuan suddenly spoke such words to her, she feared she would lose control and hit her. Ling Shuang, you're just as disgusting as your father beast. Qing Cheng clawed at Ling Shuang's face, and Ling Shuang's piercing scream echoed through the forest, startling a flock of birds. My face, my face. You poisonous woman, what my father beast said was right. It was you who took away his abilities. It was you who took away everything from us. Jiang Xingluo looked at the already somewhat unhinged Qing Cheng and reached out to pull her back. Her eyes filled with a hint of sympathy. Calm down. Qing Cheng looked at Jiang Xingluo's compassionate gaze and suddenly felt that this little cat seemed a bit too naive. Taking advantage of Jiang Xingluo's moment of inattention, she directly coiled around her. Jiang Xingluo was suddenly lifted off the ground, suspended in mid-air, unsure of what Qing Cheng intended to do. You really are naive. But, Xingluo, I want to be friends with you. Jiang Xingluo raised an eyebrow in confusion, but heard a particularly pleasant laugh coming from this python's mouth. When Jiang Xingluo was brought back to Qing Cheng's place, Qing Cheng directly took out a dress made from her own snake skin and presented it to Jiang Xingluo. The purple snake skin dress looked exceptionally beautiful. I have no use for my snake skin. I won't easily give it to others, but it's quite suitable for you. Try wearing it. Jiang Xingluo felt a bit uncomfortable accepting someone else's goodwill. As a thank you, Gui is a female who grew up with me. She is very important to me. Qing Cheng's tone carried a hint of heartache, as she had never considered that Gui would encounter such troubles. I want to dissolve the bond. The two males have already been executed by me. Jiang Xingluo found Qing Cheng's actions to be quite normal, but didn't expect Ling Shuang to be so different from her, even going to the opposite extreme. So it's a thank you. The leather skirt is uncomfortable to wear. Change into what I gave you. Jiang Xingluo was not shy about it. Since it was a thank you, she naturally accepted it. After changing into the dress, she realized how comfortable the snakeskin skirt was. Qing Cheng looked at Jiang Xingluo with a hint of infatuation. No wonder they all want to bond with you. Xingluo, you are truly beautiful. Jiang Xingluo looked at Qing Cheng as she took out a mirror and held it in front of her. Look, the mirror was of good quality, and Jiang Xingluo was somewhat puzzled about where it came from. Qing Cheng smiled and said, it's made from my scales. I keep it for myself. If you like it, take it. Jiang Xingluo shook her head. No need. You should keep it for yourself. Jiang Xingluo only followed her over because she found her too haggard. But she didn't expect she wouldn't feel sad for Ling Shuang. A strong female, the leader of a clan, such awareness was quite normal. Your beast husband has been waiting for you here for a long time. I won't see you off. After hearing Qing Cheng's words, Jiang Xingluo nodded and, after leaving Qing Cheng's place, saw Lai Feng looking anxious. Xingluo, are you okay? That snake didn't do anything to you, did it? Jiang Xingluo shook her head, and Lai Feng breathed a sigh of relief. But his expression darkened as he caught sight of the dress Jiang Xingluo was wearing. Is that made of snake skin? Lai Feng's previously relaxed heart suddenly became restless. Why did she give you a dress made of snake skin? Upon hearing Lai Feng's questioning, Jiang Xingluo felt he was a bit overly nervous. After explaining, Lai Feng relaxed slightly, but he still reminded Jiang Xingluo, that snake is not an easy female to deal with. She is very smart and doesn't need your help. Jiang Xingluo agreed with this. Qing Cheng's strength was something she had to acknowledge. However, listening to Lai Feng's tone, she felt something was off. It seemed he didn't like her getting too close to Qing Cheng, and there was even a hint of jealousy. Chapter 124. The snake shadow is truly pitiful. Jiang Xingluo saw Qing Yuan and Hua Yin taking care of the elderly. The elderly man coughed incessantly and managed to sleep after taking the medicine Hua Yin provided. After enduring repeated torment, the elderly man not only suffered from a cough, but also bore the psychological trauma of witnessing his female offspring being forcibly bonded by a male. Snake Shadow looked at his female mother, who appeared calm yet dazed, with tears welling in his eyes. Jiang Xingluo watched as Qing Yuan continued to channel energy to the elderly. Although it could heal her external wounds, the emotional scars were not so easily mended. Qing Yuan, I can no longer be your guardian beast. I have to take care of my mother. Shigue has locked herself in a room for days, refusing to go out. Even though those bad males have been punished, she still dares not face everything. For a female like her, who has been pampered for so long, it is indeed a huge shock. Jiang Xingluo did not expect such unbelievable things to happen in the beast world. Some males force a bond against the female's will, but Shigue was coerced into agreeing by Ling Xuan. Even heaven cannot punish this. Everything happened too suddenly, and for a little cub like Xing, it was a huge blow. Jiang Xingluo understood that Ling Xuan is a character with a protagonist halo in the original story, so she definitely would not just disappear. She was just sent to the Sea Tribe for now, hoping she could stay quiet for a while. Jiang Xingluo took Qing Yuan home and saw her with a worried expression, as if she was concerned about something. Mother, Xing is very pitiful. His sister is seriously ill. Jiang Xingluo nodded. For a female to be treated so inhumanely, every time she recalls it, only boundless pain remains in her mind. Jiang Xingluo sighed. Unfortunately, this world gives females too little power, and not every female can possess strong abilities. However, after Jiang Xingluo left, a lot of things suddenly went missing in Fury Wind City, and at the same time, Songling was also missing. Jiang Xingluo returned to the tribe with the cubs. All the beastmen had already started mixing soil and straw with water according to her instructions, creating a substance with some adhesive properties. Everyone agreed to first use the area originally meant for the square to lay a foundation, as it was easier to work on. Jiang Xingluo saw that a whole circle of stones had been laid down. Although it didn't look very neat, it was indeed much better than the original ground. Jiang Xingluo suddenly missed those brick houses. Bricks are more even, and using cement to fix them together would be better. But now that was too difficult. Without that level of industry, cement couldn't be made, and they could only build such simple houses. In the next 2 months, Jiang Xingluo worked on building houses with the cubs. Building stone houses was not an easy task. Everyone in the tribe endured the wind and sun, and it took nearly 3 months to complete their houses. Compared to the original wooden houses, they were even more aesthetically pleasing. Jiang Xingluo couldn't imagine that they had really built the houses. However, they didn't leave space for windows, making them look no different from caves. Jiang Xingluo was weaving a curtain from grass to hang later. It was much better than using beast skins. Qing Yuan went to gather herbs on the nearby mountain with Hua Yin. Jiang Xingluo looked at the strawberries planted outside. They had already borne fruit. Having wood-type abilities was indeed beneficial. The fruits planted previously had all grown. There was also an area left empty nearby, which Jiang Xingluo had reserved for raising things. She planned to go look for something that could be caught alive with live foam in the afternoon. There were wild chickens and ducks as well. Jiang Xingluo's requirements weren't high, as wild chickens and ducks could lay eggs, and raised pigs could be eaten for meat. Jiang Xingluo was quite skilled at raising these things. Now that everything was calm, Jiang Xingluo was full of expectations for the future. However, their attempts to catch something didn't go smoothly, and in the end, they only brought back 2 wild chickens. Moreover, wild things were hard to tame. If Jiang Xingluo hadn't used rice to feed them, they probably would have flown away. Jiang Xingluo even tied the 2 half-human-sized wild chickens with ropes. Although they were just 2 wild chickens, they were about the same size as the Tibetan mastiffs she had seen in her previous world. Jiang Xingluo looked at the 2 wild chickens, staring at each other. Lai Feng went to chop wood and, upon returning, made 2 chicken coops. Jiang Xingluo put the 2 wild chickens inside and finally let out a sigh of relief. However, even after being put in the cage, they still squawked nonstop all day long. A few days later, at dawn, one of them had already started to crow on its own. Jiang Xingluo felt that her first step in taming them was quite successful. At least these 2 chickens wouldn't randomly make noise anymore. Qing Yuan had listened to the chicken sound for several days and was somewhat surprised to hear such a call. Not hearing their calls, Qing Yuan saw that the 2 chickens had buried their heads and started eating rice. Jiang Xingluo placed the prepared fruits in the fruit basket and then divided a bowl of freshly cooked millet porridge for each person. The meat buns made earlier were wafting with a fragrant smell, and Jiang Xingluo also stir-fried a large bowl of meat to place in the middle of the table. The weather had cooled down, and Jiang Xingluo felt very refreshed with the gentle breeze blowing. Jiang Xingluo took a big bowl and sipped some millet porridge. The warm feeling filled her heart with warmth, which was truly comfortable. However, the cubs clearly preferred the meat buns on the table, grabbing them and stuffing them into their mouths one after another. A large bowl of buns was almost not enough for them. Every time this situation arose, Jiang Xingluo felt a bit emotional. The cubs could eat more as they grew, and with their abilities continuously increasing, they also had a large consumption of energy. Jiang Xingluo had noticed that Qingyan and Qingzhu's bodies had gradually grown taller, and Qingyao had also visibly grown taller, while only Qinglan had yet to awaken her abilities. Jiang Xingluo looked at the other cubs who had followed Lifeng to help build the fire kiln for the tribe. The previous fire kilns had all been blown to pieces by the wind, and they needed to be rebuilt. Jiang Xingluo looked at Qinglan, who stayed behind to help her, feeling a bit puzzled. The other cubs had all awakened their abilities to some extent. Why was it that only Qinglan had not awakened? Jiang Xingluo watched Qinglan's lonely back, wanting to comfort him but not knowing what to say. Qinglan was thinking about how to protect his mother if he never awakened his abilities. He wanted to help his father beast, but he was also growing the slowest. Qinglan looked down at his palm. Both his mother and father beast had such good talents, yet he had no abilities at all. Chapter 125. Someone actually sells sugarcane. When Jiang Xingluo brought the newly fired pottery to Fury Wind City, a gathering was taking place there. Many tribes had gathered again in Fury Wind City, seemingly to celebrate everyone surviving the rainy season and being reborn peacefully. Jiang Xingluo took out all the pottery stored in her space and cleaned up the house again. The pottery and newly woven bamboo baskets were all laid out, and Jiang Xingluo didn't forget the small cart either. Additionally, there were the flour made from their freshly harvested wheat and some strawberries, which were rare items. Jiang Xingluo did not expect to see Yulan from the Mingchen tribe here, and not only Yulan, but also Rongrong had come. Yulan took out the things Jiang Xingluo had given her before, saying she hadn't used them all, but many of the things she bought were washed away during the heavy rain. Yulan couldn't help but wipe her tears while talking about this. Sister Xingluo, look, I only have these left. My mother likes them very much. My father beast asked me to invite you to visit the Mingchen tribe. Jiang Xingluo was somewhat surprised. She didn't expect the beastmen of the Mingchen tribe to still remember her. Speaking of which, her spices had also run out. So she could visit the Mingchen tribe. She could exchange some other spices with the beastmen. They're using beast skins. Perhaps they had eaten too much meat recently, and the spices were used up quickly. All right, once I finish selling this batch of pottery, I'll take the cubs to the Mingchen tribe to have a look. Jiang Xingluo mentioned pottery, and Yulan only then noticed the smooth objects placed in the house. Since she entered Fury Wind City, she had seen many orcs using these to hold water and then burning them with fire, adding a handful of rice inside, which would then cook into something fragrant. When she and her mother visited the city lord's wife personally cooked porridge to entertain them, and they could even use this to cook dishes, like round flatbreads. So these things were all made by Sister Xingluo. Yulan watched as Jiang Xingluo poured rice into the pot and then added a lot of water. She saw the blonde youth standing next to Jiang Xingluo, using his special ability to ignite the flames. It seemed this was the legendary Golden Crow tribe, the only race in this beast world continent with fire abilities. So this was what the legendary Golden Crow tribe looked like. Jiang Xingluo watched the fire, and soon the rice in the pot was fully cooked. She made a relatively simple tomato scrambled eggs dish. These were specially prepared to entertain Yulan and Rongrong. After all, if people knew the benefits of her pottery, Yulan, being such a wealthy young lady, would surely love it. Yulan couldn't help but drool at the smell of the rice and dishes. She and Rongrong each took a bowl of rice, and soon they finished everything. Jiang Xingluo looked at the clean bowls and plates on the table, and Yulan shyly scratched her head. Xingluo, I want that pot of yours too. I can trade it with beast crystals. This time we brought a lot of people, and we could take some back. Jiang Xingluo nodded. The young lady was very generous, buying more than a dozen pots of various sizes. Moreover, when she saw the small carts placed at the entrance of Jiang Xingluo's house, she walked around them several times before finally waving her hand to exchange all those small carts for beast crystals. They were just right for transporting the pots. And Jiang Xingluo suddenly had more than 100 red beast crystals in hand, though these didn't seem very useful to her. They needed high-level beast crystals for advancement, and these crystals would be used to accumulate and exchange for higher-level ones later. Jiang Xingluo stored them properly in her space. This first transaction took away a lot of things, but Jiao Yu told her that the large market in Fury Wind City would be open for half a month. And this amount clearly wasn't enough. The fire kills just made in the tribe were still too few, although a new batch of pottery would be ready tomorrow. The next day, Jiang Xingluo brought another batch of newly made pottery, but unexpectedly encountered orcs halfway. Jiang Xingluo thought they would be from another orc tribe. However, she never expected it would be people from the Shadow Battle tribe. This time, the orc from the Shadow Battle tribe was Yinming. Qiyong didn't dare to show himself in front of Jiang Xingluo after what happened before, only knowing that Yinming and Qiyin still had some feelings for each other. So he could only send Yinming to trade some pottery with Jiang Xingluo using beast crystals. We want these pottery, but they are worth about 100 red beast crystals. Does your tribe have that? Jiang Xingluo didn't want to make it difficult for Yinming, but the facts were as such. Yinming took out a leather bag from his body, which contained exactly 100 red beast crystals. Not more, not less. Jiang Xingluo was somewhat shocked, but the Shadow Battle tribe no longer had young ones owning beast crystals. This was quite a significant expense for their tribe. Jiang Xingluo looked at Yinming, who awkwardly explained it was gathered by everyone together before, plus the beast crystals Qiyin obtained from hunting in the tribe. Jiang Xingluo frowned, not expecting Yinming to directly explain. All right, as long as you have beast crystals. This cart of goods, including the cart, will be given to you. Jiang Xingluo accepted the beast crystals, and Yinming was overjoyed. After he had the items taken away, he didn't go back, but turned toward the Jiyan tribe with a leather bag that seemed to contain something. Jiang Xingluo didn't pay much attention. Fortunately, the remaining pottery was still in her space. However, just these items clearly couldn't meet everyone's needs. So Jiang Xingluo planned to go to the vicinity of the Huatian in the Mingyuan tribe after the market ended to find some honey. The honey she had left was also not much, and she liked to drink a little when she craved it, but it seemed not enough. When Jiang Xingluo arrived at the market, she saw a newly arrived alpaca orc selling things he had grown, surprisingly selling sugarcane. Jiang Xingluo looked at the thick sugarcanes, which were as thick as a person's thigh and very long. The alpaca orcs selling the sugarcane used a stone knife to cut them, but they were still long. Jiang Xingluo looked at these sugarcanes, her mouth watering. What can I trade for these sugarcanes? The alpaca orc looked at the beautiful female in front of him in shock. He knew this female was the one who had been to their tribe, Xingluo. It was said she was a goddess. And this was the first time he was so close to her. She was truly beautiful, and he stared in a daze. 10 for 1 piece of beast skin. Jiang Xingluo was taken aback by the price. It was too cheap, her eyes widening. I'll take all of them. How many pieces of beast skin do I need? Chapter 126. The space can be expanded. The little alpaca was so moved by Jiang Xingluo's generous words that he almost cried. No wonder Miss Yulan said Xingluo was a goddess. She was really too kind, even taking all his sticks that could only be chewed. Jiang Xingluo looked at those thick sugar canes, completely unaware of what the little alpaca was thinking. She just felt that these sugar canes still weren't enough. She had never eaten anything sweet. Lifeng watched Jiang Xingluo blink, staring at those thick sticks nonstop. Although he didn't know what these things that could easily hurt one's mouth were useful for, he felt that everything in Jiang Xingluo's hands could become a treasure. He thought the same would apply to these. Are there more here? Does anyone else have them? These aren't enough. The alpaca youth nodded, yes. There are many growing on the back mountain of our Mingxian tribe. We will also raise these, but they don't taste very good, so we raise fewer later. Jiang Xingluo was greatly shocked. Why not raise them? How good would things made from this pure, natural sugarcane be? I wonder if I can raise some in my space. Such thick sugar canes, I really want to raise some to make pure natural sugar, adding a little when drinking water or making juice. How wonderful. Okay, after this market ends, we'll go to the Mingxian tribe, Jiang Xingluo said with a smile, while Lifeng felt distressed seeing her busy these days. As a female, she should enjoy his care. She had already rejected many male courting requests for him, and he realized he still wasn't doing enough. So Lifeng directly handed the alpaca male 3 pieces of beast skin and then lifted the sugar canes in one go. Jiang Xingluo looked at Lifeng's strong arms. Even with so many things, he carried them without changing his expression. It probably weighed over 200 pounds. Indeed, the males of the beast world were different. Lifeng followed Jiang Xingluo, carrying the things behind her, while the surrounding orcs never took their eyes off Jiang Xingluo. She was so beautiful, and it was said she had abilities like the serpent tribe's saintess. Indeed, only beautiful females would have abilities. Compliments surrounded them. Coming from the antelope and fox orcs from the northern continent, races Jiang Xingluo had never seen before. The weak orcs had clear eyes, while the strong orcs were born with a hint of arrogance in their gaze. Jiang Xingluo could almost recognize them at a glance. I heard that she made the pot with the Jiang tribe, and also those noodles, do you know? Yesterday, my father beast exchanged a lot of noodles for animal skins. Those noodles mixed with water made something really fragrant, and just a little salt makes it even more aromatic. The Jiang tribe is really lucky. The goddess actually chose them. Other orc tribes are envious of the Jiang tribe. Jiu Tai felt a tickle in his nose and couldn't help but sneeze. He looked at the yellow beast crystal that Yin Ming had given him, a bit surprised. Although it wasn't something precious, it was a token of my affection for my cub. A cheap yellow beast crystal. Yin Ming actually found it a bit embarrassing because he had not awakened any special abilities. So even this yellow beast crystal was the best thing he could offer after risking his life to set a trap and hunt a pig beast cub with a yellow beast crystal. This was already good enough. Zhou would be very happy. Tears filled Yin Ming's eyes. He was already very happy that his little female cub could now live a stable life. He understood this was all thanks to Qi Yin and Xingluo. At this moment, Jiang Xingluo still couldn't resist putting the sugarcane into her space. She didn't expect her space would actually expand. Jiang Xingluo walked quite a distance before realizing the surroundings were all fertile soil, with many patches of open land. She thought that if she walked a bit further, she would return to her original world, but besides the vast expanse of land, there were also scattered flowers, grasses, and trees, and then there was nothing else. Jiang Xingluo looked at these helplessly, then saw books continuously falling from the sky. If she had delayed dodging a bit longer, those heavy books would have knocked her dizzy. She looked at those books, which turned out to be all the history from her time, from ancient myths to the present. This included all the works from that time, covering medicines and crafting books, all original texts from ancient times to the present. Jiang Xingluo couldn't help but reach out to browse through them. There were even books on papermaking. Jiang Xingluo thought that perhaps the beast world also needed some written characters to help everyone learn to recognize. However, if the characters were too complex and cumbersome, it might really be difficult to recognize them. They couldn't even figure out basic arithmetic. Some things had to be counted slowly or guessed based on intuition. Jiang Xingluo looked at the pictographs from ancient times and found them very interesting. If possible, could she also teach people to use this method to record written characters? In Fury Wind City, someone had already recorded maps on animal skins, so writing on animal skins to spread the written word shouldn't be too difficult. Jiang Xingluo spent a long time organizing all the books and then placed them in her grandfather's room. There were already many other books in her grandfather's room, and Jiang Xingluo wanted to see how to boil sugar from sugarcane. After all, she had never seen such an ancient method. They later just bought brown sugar, white sugar, and rock sugar directly from the supermarket. Jiang Xingluo searched for a long time on the bookshelf before finally finding it. The method was still quite simple. Moreover, the sugarcane she received in her space was all high-quality green-skinned sugarcane. Her space had a knife that could be used to peel it, and with her current strength, she should be able to handle it quickly. At this moment, everything in the house had clearly come to a standstill, but fierce wind unexpectedly began to move. Looking at the figure in front of him, separated by a layer of mist, he reached out to touch it and found that his hand passed through the mist. Then he appeared in another realm. This space was different from the beast world he was in. It was clean and neat, and many wild beasts were raised inside. No, unlike the fierce wild beasts in his world, they looked very tame. Are these also beastmen? Fierce Wind looked at a female in the distance who was peeling with a sharp tool. Wasn't that Xingluo? He watched as Xingluo directly peeled the skin off the sugarcane with such a sharp object. How was such a thing made? Fierce Wind walked forward slowly, afraid that if he walked too fast, he would scare Jiang Xingluo. After peeling a whole piece of sugarcane, Jiang Xingluo found that she seemed to have become much more skilled. Then she picked up another piece of sugarcane to continue peeling. Unexpectedly, when she turned her head, she saw clearly defined muscles. She looked up and saw Fierce Wind's eyes filled with endless confusion as he looked at her. Chapter 127. Xingluo. Is this your ability space? Jiang Xingluo was so startled that the sugarcane in her hand fell to the ground. How did Fierce Wind enter her space? Jiang Xingluo's mind went blank, and for a moment, she didn't know how to explain it clearly. What should she do? This space was completely out of place with the beast world. With Fierce Wind suddenly coming in, how should she explain it? No, if Fierce Wind could come in, could the other cubs also come in? If others found out, how would she explain it? Xingluo, is this your ability? This space is so strange. Fierce Wind ran to pick up the fallen sugarcane and placed it in front of Jiang Xingluo. Jiang Xingluo nodded and then explained, yes, this is my ability space. It can store things. I want to make some sugar, and I need to peel it. Fierce Wind looked at those green sticks. half of which had already been peeled clean, the outer layer of green skin gone, while the rest was still more than half. Fierce Wind frowned as he looked at Jiang Xingluo's slightly red fingertips. You should let me do this. Why not let me do it? Jiang Xingluo thought Fierce Wind would continue to ask her about the strange aspects of this space. But unexpectedly, he just wanted to help. If she remembered correctly, there was more than just one knife in her house. If the two of them worked on this together, they could finish it faster. Moreover, the passage of time in the space had no impact on the beast world. Jiang Xingluo returned to the kitchen and searched for a long time. Sure enough, she found knife. Fierce Wind followed her into the house, and he was utterly amazed. Fierce Wind had never seen such a beautiful place. The land inside was a white color he had never seen before, clean and bright. Jiang Xingluo felt that Fierce Wind standing in her house seemed a bit out of place. Fierce Wind was nearly 2 meters tall, but unfortunately, there were no clothes here to give back to him. How about you go upstairs to take a shower before working? However, Fierce Wind already knew about the existence of her space. Her house was a small detached building, with her master bedroom on the second floor and a guest room, while her grandfather's house was next door. Ever since she grew up, she had lived alone in this house, and her grandfather only came over to cook for her. Take a shower? Can I wash here? Jiang Xingluo nodded and then took Fierce Wind upstairs. He looked at the clean white tub and a strange object that allowed him to see his own reflection. This was the first time he saw his appearance so clearly. In the past, he could only look at himself by the water's edge, washing his face. This time, seeing himself in the mirror surprised him. He even wanted to take the mirror apart to see if there was water inside, which allowed him to see himself. When Fierce Wind reached out to touch it, Jiang Xingluo immediately blocked his hand. Don't touch it. Your strength is too great. It might break. Fierce Wind nodded, still finding it very magical. Jiang Xingluo prepared the water and then looked at Fierce Wind. You take off your clothes and wash inside. After Jiang Xingluo finished speaking, she took out a brand new towel and placed it next to Fierce Wind, explaining how to use the cleaning products. Fierce Wind noted everything down. When Jiang Xingluo went out of the room, she also sharpened the knife she had found earlier with a whetstone. She used that knife to peel, and sure enough, it went quickly. Jiang Xingluo smiled and continued to work. The Fierce Wind in the house soaked in the water tank, thinking about what Jiang Xingluo had instructed, and soon cleaned himself with those cleaning supplies. After Jiang Xingluo washed all the sugarcane peels, she saw the Fierce Wind wrapped in the bath towel she had given him, which was quite large but fit perfectly around his waist. Water droplets slid down his solid chest, and it was the first time Jiang Xingluo admired him up close. The Fierce Wind's hair was still dripping, and she reached out to take the towel from his hand, then wrapped it around his entire furry head with her arm. Let me dry your hair, then I'll take you to blow dry it. The Fierce Wind frowned. Blow dry? Can the wind dry hair? With confusion in his heart, he followed Jiang Xingluo back into the house, but this time the interior was all in blue tones, looking very cozy. Even the wooden comb that Jiang Xingluo had used before was placed here. Was this her place? She seemed to really like blue, so did she also like the moonlight? The Fierce Wind furrowed his brow, feeling a bit uneasy as he watched Jiang Xingluo take something strange out of the drawer. When Jiang Xingluo plugged it in and turned it on, she let out a sigh of relief. Thankfully, the power in the space worked, and she had her own power supply and solar battery. Otherwise, some basic items in her house would probably have been unusable. The Fierce Wind heard the faint sound of wind and even widened his eyes, feeling a gust of wind blowing through his hair. What is that? Jiang Xingluo looked relaxed holding it, but he felt a chill behind him, scared but too afraid to move. Jiang Xingluo gently played with the Fierce Wind's hair. His yellow hair was quite nice, and her shampoo had a freesia scent that smelled good after use. Feeling Jiang Xingluo's gentleness, the tips of the Fierce Wind's ears turned slightly red. He had never thought he would be cared for like this by his female master. Among all the males in the beast world, he was probably the only one who received such treatment. Jiang Xingluo turned off the hairdryer and reached out to touch the Fierce Wind's hair, which was already completely dry. The Fierce Wind's heart was in chaos from her touch. When Jiang Xingluo looked at him again, she found the Fierce Wind's eyes filled with an indescribable ambiguity. She quickly withdrew her hand, biting her lip, unsure of what to say. Xingluo, would you be willing to mate with me? Jiang Xingluo's heart skipped a beat. She was not entirely unaware of the Fierce Wind's sudden proposal. After spending so much time together, she was well aware of his affection for her. The Fierce Wind tightly grasped her hand, and the rapid beating of her heart revealed everything. She had no resistance to this male before her. I am willing. Jiang Xingluo did not refuse any longer, and the Fierce Wind took her pure white hand, hardly believing that the words willing really came from Jiang Xingluo. She looked at the fierce wind, who pulled her close, and she naturally sat in his lap, feeling a bit fluttery, her mind a bit hazy. She knew that one day the fierce wind would make such a request, and she didn't want to refuse him forever. They spent every day together. Although the fierce wind was a male in the beast world, many of his views were not contrary to hers, making it hard not to be moved. Jiang Xingluo felt those large hands wrap around her waist. She lowered her gaze to meet the fierce wind's eyes, wrapped her arms around his neck, smiled, and pressed her lips to his. Chapter 128. This is called brown sugar. When Jiang Xingluo woke up, the fierce wind had already completely extracted the sugar from the sugarcane, according to the process illustrated in her book. Jiang Xingluo went downstairs to find the sugar blocks the fierce wind had dried, red sugar blocks weighing more than 10 pounds. Unable to resist, she took a piece to taste, and the sweet flavor spread in her mouth. She hadn't tasted this flavor in a long time. A total of about 20 pounds of sugarcane sugar was made, enough to last a long time. Jiang Xingluo brought over the wooden jar she had prepared earlier and placed the cut red sugar pieces into the jars. She filled 2 large wooden jars, which was enough. As the process of making white sugar was very complicated, Jiang Xingluo felt that making such brown sugar was already sufficient. The fierce wind looked at the red substance in front of him, and he hadn't expected that those things no one wanted to eat could eventually turn into something so sweet. What is this? The fierce wind didn't know what Jiang Xingluo called this, nor did he know the names of those thick sticks. Since no one liked them, they didn't even have names. Jiang Xingluo's eyes curved, and her lips curled up as she found it quite amusing to see the usually sharp man looking so puzzled. This is called brown sugar. Sugar is something sweet, just like this. I call them sugarcane. Fierce wind. Does your tribe have characters? Jiang Xingluo looked at the fierce wind curiously. They were all beastmen living in caves, belonging to a stage where civilization had not yet developed. But they still had their own culture, right? The fierce wind looked at Jiang Xingluo with confusion, realizing that she seemed to have nothing in common with the females of the beast world. The words she spoke were strange. What is a character? I have never seen one. Jiang Xingluo had already guessed this result. The beast world had no cultural heritage at all, but some wise ones would carve things. If possible, continuing to promote, it could lead to the creation of characters. It's something like a drawing that can replace that thing when carved on animal skins. After explaining, the fierce wind seemed to understand a bit. What can these things be recorded for? He was puzzled, but then he looked at what he had just seen and seemed to understand. If everything could be carved on animal skins for record keeping, then the method he used to make the small cart could also be recorded for others to use. The fierce wind turned to Jiang Xingluo. Xingluo, you're so smart. If it can be drawn on animal skins, many things can be passed down and remembered. Jiang Xingluo looked at the fierce wind, realizing he was indeed clever. She nodded, looking at the animal skins still remaining in the space, gradually formulating a plan in her mind. She planned to reference those pictographs and slowly write out some simple characters. But spreading these would require help. Jiang Xingluo thought of the monkeys in the beast world who were indifferent to worldly affairs. The monkeys gathered at Phoenix Mountain, which was not far from Mingyuan Mountain. Jiang Xingluo took out a map of the beast world that Jiuyue had given her earlier, looking at the marked positions, and realized that both Mingyuan Mountain and Phoenix Mountain were in the southwest, while they were in the north, with the Mingxin tribe right in the middle. It seemed she would need to make a trip to Phoenix Mountain, and the distance to cross was indeed quite far. Jiang Xingluo and the fierce wind walked out of the space with a jar of sugar, and everything outside returned to normal. Jiang Xingluo looked at the sugar and planned to make some sweet water to put in bamboo tubes, so that beastmen who came here to buy things could drink some if they got thirsty. However, since these items were relatively simple to make, Jiang Xingluo planned to sell sweet water. She also intended to make some braised meat noodles to sell, but those things weren't anything extraordinary in the beast world. So the braised meat noodles and sweet water together would count as one animal skin for 5 servings. Many beastmen who camped out to attend the gathering gathered together. And since some groups didn't have 5 members, Jiang Xingluo suggested they could share. Thus, the flow of beastmen coming and going was almost continuous. The beautiful wolf tribe youth Jiang Xingluo had seen before appeared before her again. Jiang Xingluo looked at the wolf beastman, who pointed at the bamboo tube in front of her. I just want this. How can I exchange for it? Jiang Xingluo looked at the boy in front of her with some surprise. She opened the bamboo tube and showed it to him. This is the new syrup. Do you want this? The wolf boy nodded slightly, and seeing his generous demeanor, Jiang Xingluo took out a small jar of cane sugar. Inside were 3 small pieces of sugar that smelled very sweet. The wolf boy was a bit surprised. He wanted the delicious, sweet water. So why did this female bring out these black-red, rather unappealing things. These just put a little in the water and it will be sweet. Give it a try. Jiang Xingluo had a cup of hot water beside her, then broke off a small piece of sugar and put it in the hot water, stirring it with a wooden spoon. Before long, the cup of water smelled sweet. Jiang Xingluo noticed that the wolf boy's eyes widened considerably as he looked at the sugar cube. Then he took out 2 pieces of red beast crystals. Can you give me these? I want a few more bamboo tubes. The wolf boy was very generous, and Jiang Xingluo certainly wouldn't refuse. She gave him the newly made bamboo tubes and let him take away the 3 pieces of sugar. In the beast world, sugar was actually rarer than salt, and Jiang Xingluo felt that her asking price was not too expensive. However, she had no idea that the sugar cube she had just sold would attract attention. Jiang appeared at Jiang Xingluo's place wearing a brand new animal skin skirt, and orcs from several miles around were drawn to her. Jiang was also a female that many males dreamed of, but for a long time, she had only chosen one beast husband, which was Kanglin's father. So many males were still wondering if they could attract the attention of the beautiful ones from the White Tiger clan by being stronger than the Lord of Ragewind City. Jiang Xingluo was shocked to see the endless stream of males outside her door. Jiang, however, was completely indifferent. She was used to it. Every time she appeared, the males would behave like this, but raising cubs in the beast world was not an easy task. She had Jing Sheng as a husband, which was enough for her, having given birth to 1 cub. If she had many husbands, she would have to bear the responsibility of raising them. And Jiao Yue did not want to go through that hassle. Xingluo, I also want what you just gave that boy. How many beast crystals do you need? I have plenty. Jiao Yue reached out and placed a blue beast crystal in front of Jiang Xingluo, who looked at the transparent beast crystal and thought to herself that she had struck gold. However, was it a bit too much to use such a crystal just to exchange for sugar? In the end, Jiang Xingluo exchanged a piece of orange crystal with Jiao Yue and gave her a full pound of red sugar. After receiving it, Jiao Yue left, savoring the sweet aroma. The surrounding male orcs were instantly disappointed when they saw that Jiao Yue's gaze had not lingered on them for even a moment. Females were scarce now, and many orcs could not find partners. They were even more infatuated with charming females. Although Jiao Yue had left, many males turned their attention to Jiang Xingluo. Jiang Xingluo didn't care at all. Lai Feng was still busy with the cubs, and even Kanglin stayed here to help. Jiang Xingluo busily brought out the things they had prepared, only to find that the wooden tables inside and outside the door were already filled with people. Almost no females were present. All those eating here were males, not even a single cub in sight. Jiang Xingluo hadn't noticed this before, but after she brought the bowls and chopsticks up, she realized that the way the surrounding males looked at her had changed. A male leopard approached Jiang Xingluo, directly tossing a handful of beast crystals, among which the highest grade were 2 blue beast crystals. Jiang Xingluo was a bit shocked. What kind of expensive thing did this customer want to buy to give her so many beast crystals? I don't know what you want. Jiang Xingluo raised her gaze to the orc in front of her. The male had very captivating peach blossom eyes, a high nose bridge, and tightly pressed lips. He was quite good looking, but seemed to be slightly inferior compared to Lai Feng. Jiang Xingluo merely glanced at him before looking at the beast crystals on the table. She didn't have many blue beast crystals, but all the orcs at home needed beast crystals, especially high-grade ones, which she needed even more. Can I be your beast husband? Jiang Xingluo froze in place upon hearing this. She had already thought about how to exchange everything for these beast crystals. But who would have thought that this orc wanted to exchange beast crystals for her? Jiang Xingluo frowned. No, she didn't touch the beast crystals. The male leopard looked at Jiang Xingluo, feeling somewhat irritated. She's already a female with cubs. Why is it that a blue crystal orc like me is asking her to be my partner, and she still refuses? Why? Why won't you accept me? Jiang Xingluo looked at the male who was pursuing her and felt a strong sense of repulsion, taking a step back. I'm already a blue crystal orc. I don't care if you have cubs with other beasts. As long as you give me a litter of cubs, I can help take care of them. The male orcs present were shocked by the leopard's audacious statement, dropping their chopsticks in disbelief. How can there be such a confident male? Did he not know that the female he was pursuing, Jiang Xingluo, had even rejected Lord Yujian and was not an ordinary female? The discussions rose and fell continuously. Jiang Xingluo watched as the frustrated leopard male stepped forward, reaching out to grab her wrist. Jiang Xingluo disgustedly dodged, looking at the male in front of her, who appeared somewhat annoyed. A male of his level shouldn't just let any female be his mate. He was already so proactive. Why didn't Jiang Xingluo look at him? I already have a beast husband. I don't need another. Jiang Xingluo didn't want to take out her whip in front of so many people, fearing it would scare away other customers. Who is your beast husband? I want to compete with him. If I win, you'll give me a chance. Jiang Xingluo frowned. This unreasonable male was a first for her. It seemed that this male would never be satisfied until she agreed to be his partner. Lai Feng came out of the room and saw Jiang Xingluo backing away, a sour feeling rising in his heart. He had heard everything just now. This leopard male wanted to force Xingluo to become his partner. I am Xingluo's beast husband. If you want to compete with me, fine, right now. Lai Feng transformed into his beast form and charged directly outside. His massive lion body ignited the endless competitive spirit in the leopard's heart. He wanted to see if this female's beast husband was really strong. If he wasn't, he could let this lion perish in the battle. And then she would have no reason to refuse him. Jiang Xingluo couldn't help but follow them outside, only to see the two beasts already entangled in a fight. Lai Feng kept pursuing the leopard, and before long, the leopard was exhausted and was firmly bitten by Lai Feng by the neck. The leopard male sensed the powerful ability suppression from Lai Feng and realized just how terrifying Lai Feng's strength was. He was actually a purple crystal orc. The cheetah orc felt scared but didn't want to admit defeat. He couldn't lose face in front of a female. Get out of here, and never let me see you in Rage Wine City again. Lai Feng transformed back into human form and kicked the leopard, who had to leave in disgrace, casting a cold glance at Jiang Xingluo as he left. Jiang Xingluo didn't care, while Lai Feng looked at Jiang Xingluo with a hint of concern in his eyes. Xingluo, were you scared? Leave the matters here to me. You should go upstairs and rest. Jiang Xingluo had been busy for a long time and was indeed a bit tired. She didn't refuse and went directly upstairs. The room on the second floor had a wooden bed, covered with animal skins. Jiang Xingluo lay down on it and soon fell asleep. Jiang Xingluo did not expect that as soon as she fell asleep, a figure appeared in the darkness before her. It was the silhouette of a beast, which soon transformed into a very beautiful female human. Jiang Xingluo looked at the female before her, feeling as if she had seen her somewhere before. Xingluo, you have completed your task quite well, but remember to continue with the next task and not forget it. Jiang Xingluo recalled the voice from her dream, which had told her that this world was not at peace, that should not be this way, and that she needed to rebuild everything that this world should have. Jiang Xingluo hadn't thought much about it before, but after experiencing various events, she understood that this beast world could not continue like this. It seems you still remember. Keep doing as you wish, and also, the original heroine of this world is not so easily eliminated. Xingluo, you have been careless. Jiang Xingluo watched as the female approached, but suddenly the phantom dissipated into a pile of light. Instantly, a brightness appeared before Jiang Xingluo. Qing Yuan looked down at Jiang Xingluo, and the two stared at each other wide-eyed, while Jiang Xingluo noticed that Qing Yuan's favorability level remained unchanged. Jiang Xingluo looked down at the scale embedded in Qing Yuan, unsure of where Changshuan was now. Perhaps he would know something about Qing Yuan? Chapter 130. Sea Tribe Beasts exchange supplies after waking up. Jiang Xingluo kept thinking about the voice she had heard in her dream. So, Ling Shuang was not dead, and Jiang Xingluo felt a lingering fear. Ling Shuang was not scary. Rather, it was the strange black mist that had inexplicably left her body when she suddenly transformed into a beast that was odd. Lai Feng looked at Jiang Xingluo and noticed that her gaze was fixed on the scale on Ling Shuang. Could that scale be something very important? Jiang Xingluo reached out and took the scale from Ling Shuang, examining it for a long time. There were some things that Changshuan had not explained clearly. She just didn't know where he was now. Jiang Xingluo turned the scale over and over, and it looked like an ordinary scale. Jiang Xingluo looked at Qing Yuan, who was also staring at the scale with a puzzled expression. Mother, are you thinking about Brother Changshuan? The things he brought back last time were really delicious. Changshuan. This was the first time Lai Feng heard this name, especially when Qing Yuan mentioned him, sounding very happy. It seems she really liked this beast man named Changshuan. What about Xingluo? Lai Feng frowned as he looked at Jiang Xingluo, whose face also showed a hint of a smile. It seems Xingluo was very fond of this male named Changshuan. Next time, Mother will take you to the seaside to pick coconuts. We haven't had coconut juice in a long time. Lai Feng listened to what Jiang Xingluo was saying, feeling somewhat confused and not understanding what she meant. He could only silently listen from his side. The market seemed to be going smoothly after that. After the leopard was chased away by Lai Feng, no more ungrateful males appeared. However, there were still many beastmen coming to Jiang Xingluo to exchange items. Jiang Xingluo did not expect that even the normal races of the Sea Tribe would suddenly appear here. They rarely showed up because their strong scent was disliked by many beastmen. When Jiang Xingluo saw this group of Sea Tribe members wanting to trade beast crystals and salt for food, she was somewhat surprised. Salt was extremely rare in the beast world, and Jiang Xingluo had not stored much salt either, as she often used it in her meals. Just when she was in a tight spot, a Sea Tribe Beastman was willing to exchange items with her, and Jiang Xingluo had no reason to refuse. The Sea Tribe Beastmen wanted many things. They lacked beast skins, since not every Beastman could make shark silk like the merfolk. Jiang Xingluo had piles of beast skins, with little space left to store them, and she had not thought that the Sea Tribe would lack these. She took out the beast skins from her space and exchanged them for salt, getting more than 20 bags of coarse salt in return. Looking at the yellow crystals, a sense of security surged in her heart. She did not keep all the coarse salt for herself, knowing that other races were actually in desperate need of salt. The price of salt was not low, but Jiang Xingluo did not ask for a high price. After stocking up on the salt, she just wanted to use it to attract customers to her shop. In Rage Wind City, many races lack coarse salt. When Jin Tang brought his uncle over, he took out the few beast skins he had, which were only enough to exchange for 1 bag of coarse salt. The entire Jinwu tribe had completely lost their former pretense. Just because of the popularity of Flint, they seemed to have become an abandoned race. Jiang Xingluo felt a pang of sadness, but did not know what to say. Turning her head, she noticed that many beastmen were already lining up outside the door, each carrying beast skins and beast crystals to some extent. Because Jiang Xingluo mentioned that the salt she had swallowed could be exchanged, Yu Jian, who happened to be there for a meal, had all the beastmen in Rage Wind City who needed to exchange for coarse salt line up. According to the original exchange ratio, Jiang Xingluo had already prepared more than half of the coarse salt. But she knew that some weaker beastmen also wanted to exchange for salt, as it was an essential food for them. Therefore, she set a purchase limit. Each beastman could exchange 1 bowl of salt for 1 beast skin. Although it was little, it allowed every beastman to receive some. Soon, more and more beastmen queued up, and Jiang Xingluo placed the salt in bowls, quickly running out of the coarse salt from the dozens of bags. In front of Jiang Xingluo, there were also many beast skins now. Jiang Xingluo sighed, somewhat shocked as she looked at this small house, suddenly feeling it was a bit small. It would probably be better if it could be expanded. Jiang Xingluo stored the accumulated beast skins in her space, leaving a piece to cut with a newly made stone knife. The whole piece of beast skin was large, and Jiang Xingluo cut it into 4 parts. Then carved some pictographs on one of the pieces with a bamboo knife. Simple shapes could represent things like mountains, trees, forests, fire, water, and beastmen. It was somewhat difficult to draw based on her memory. That night, Jiang Xingluo returned to her space, looking at the pictographic book and comparing the simple patterns to draw on the beast skin. Looking at these pictographs, Jiang Xingluo breathed a sigh of relief. She looked at the entire book of pictographs, feeling a sense of awe at the depth of culture. She stored the beast skin properly and returned it to her room, waiting to meet the monkey tribe and give these to them as guidance. They would surely be inspired. Jiang Xingluo yawned and walked out of the space. The houses in Rage Wind City were indeed a bit small, so there were only 2 rooms upstairs. Several little ones shared 1 room. While Lai Feng came to Jiang Xingluo's room, Jiang Xingluo looked at the male who suddenly appeared in the room, still somewhat unaccustomed to it. In the past, in the tribe, Lai Feng would always transform into his beast form and guard them in a corner. Now, they were truly beast mates. And Jiang Xingluo felt a bit shy. She sighed and looked at the male before her, biting her lip, unsure of what to say. If she pushed him away again, she would feel a bit guilty. Lai Feng raised his gaze to meet Jiang Xingluo's eyes, noticing her looking down with her ears slightly reddening. She was shy. Lai Feng smiled, seemingly pleased that his little female was reluctant to let him go sleep outside. Lai Feng pulled Jiang Xingluo into his embrace. After tasting the sweetness once, it was as if a switch had been turned on inside him, making him crave more. Jiang Xingluo's head rested against Lai Feng's strong chest, and she had no aversion to what was about to happen. Jiang Xingluo looked up at the usually reserved man, whose eyes now burned with restless flames, wrapping her arms around his waist and taking the initiative to give him a kiss. Lai Feng reached out and held Jiang Xingluo's waist, not allowing her to leave. He deepened the kiss voluntarily, leaving Jiang Xingluo breathless. She was pinned against the wooden bed. It was the first time she saw such an agitated Lai Feng. He carried too much on his shoulders, always cautious, yet he could easily lose control in front of Jiang Xingluo. Chapter 131. If he's not good, give me a chance, mother. Sister Yulan is here. She said she wants to exchange some coarse salt with you. Qing Yuan's soft and sticky voice came from outside the door. Jiang Xingluo rubbed her eyes and got out of bed, a wave of soreness hitting her legs. She could hardly imagine how terrifying the males in the beast world were in that aspect. After being tossed around for quite a while, Jiang Xingluo felt a hint of shyness on her face when she thought back to it. Next time, she needed to remind Lai Feng. Jiang Xingluo sighed, wondering how she should bring it up. She shook her head helplessly, trying to clear her mind of the chaotic thoughts. She took out a brand new bee-skin skirt from her space and changed before opening the door. All right. Jiang Xingluo waited for a long time, realizing that live phone didn't seem to be around. Kanglin brought over a wooden carving he had just made. This time, he carved a small eagle, its feathers lifelike. Kanglin placed it on the table and looked at Qingyuan. Do you like this? I carved it after getting good at it. Qingyuan reached out to hold the wooden carving in front of her, nodded, and then played with it for a long time. Jiang Xingluo watched the two little ones playing with the wooden sculpture together, and the hunger in her belly urged her to eat something. She took some brown sugar and made herself a cup of brown sugar water, only to realize that there were still steaming dishes in the pot. Jiang Xingluo peeked at Qingyuan. Qingyuan, where are your brothers and father beast? Qingyuan smiled brightly at Jiang Xingluo. Brothers and father beast went out to hunt. All the meat at home is finished. Father beast cooked in advance, and I'm already full. Jiang Xingluo was a bit surprised. She had woken up quite late today. Looking at the not-so-big sun outside and the light on the ground, she knew it was already late. The market had ended today, and many beastmen had already left Fury Wind City. After a rainy season, everyone's supplies had been somewhat damaged. So Jiang Xingluo had also been quite busy these past few days. A gentle breeze blew in from outside, bringing a coolness that eased the frustration rising in Jiang Xingluo due to her busyness. She let out a long sigh and took the rice out of the pot with a wooden bowl. Qingyuan was taken by Kanglin to play at his house, and Jiang Xingluo nodded as the two little ones ran off. She buried her head in the bowl, and within a few moments, she had cleaned out a bowl of rice. However, she still felt unsatisfied. Was her ability about to level up again? Jiang Xingluo joyfully summoned her ability crystal, only to find that it was still yellow and showed no reaction. She was a bit surprised, looking at the small traces of wind appearing on the crystal. She concentrated her power, and a gust of wind swept through, overturning the neatly arranged beast skins on the side. Jiang Xingluo was a bit shocked. Yu Jian saw everything outside the door. He had just stepped in, but wanted to retreat again. He never understood why Xingluo was unwilling to accept him. He still couldn't let her go. He wanted to be her mate. Even if he wasn't her first beast husband, it didn't matter. Yu Jian watched Jiang Xingluo smile, and as she tidied up the beast skins that had been blown around by her wind ability, he quickly hid to the side, afraid that his appearance would ruin the current situation. Forget it. Xingluo had never thought about finding other beast husbands, so why should he force her to make a choice? Watching her from afar didn't seem too bad either. Jiang Xingluo finished tidying up the beast skins and returned them to her space, but after a short while, she felt hungry again. She simply finished off the remaining rice in the pot. However, the taste in her mouth was still bland. It would be nice to have something sweet and sour to eat. Just as Jiang Xingluo thought this, she saw a basket outside the door filled with blue fruits. It was blueberries. Jiang Xingluo approached and picked up a blueberry the size of a fist, taking a sniff. The sweet aroma was unmistakably blueberry. Who put this here? Jiang Xingluo looked around, but saw no beast. Yu Jian's heart raced. He knew that many little females in Fury Wind City loved this fruit, but its yield was low. He had exchanged 2 red beast crystals to get these. He lowered his gaze to Jiang Xingluo, suppressing the unease in his heart. Watching as she set the blue fruit down and returned to the house, Yu Jian felt a bit disappointed. He would have preferred Jiang Xingluo to eat these out of desire, but she didn't. With his eyelids lowered, the disappointment in his eyes turned into despair. He walked outside and brought the basket of blueberries inside. Upon seeing Jiang Xingluo, he noticed she seemed to be drawing something on the beast skin. He placed the blueberries in front of Jiang Xingluo and, after a long silence, broke the stillness. Xingluo, can I exchange these fruits for some coarse salt? In truth, Yu Jian didn't lack coarse salt. He had traded with many beastmen from various tribes over the years. He just wanted an excuse to see her, even if it was just for a moment. Jiang Xingluo set down her bamboo knife, raised her eyes to Yu Jian, then turned to look at the basket beside her. So these fruits are yours? Of course, you can exchange them for coarse salt. I'll get it for you. Jiang Xingluo hugged a wooden jar with a lid, filled to the brim with coarse salt. This basket of blueberries seemed insufficient to exchange for all this coarse salt, and Jiang Xingluo had previously limited exchanges with other beastmen, but was giving him so much. Aren't there restrictions on exchanging coarse salt? Why are you giving me so much? Jiang Xingluo looked into Yu Jian's clear eyes, having seen the obsession and possessiveness in Lai Feng's eyes. In an instant, she understood that Yu Jian had not given up on her. He truly wanted to be her mate. Jiang Xingluo frowned, a hint of confusion crossing her eyes. She still couldn't understand why many males liked her. Because of these blueberries you gave me, I asked the beastmen in Fury Wind City, and they said it could be exchanged for 2 red beast crystals. It's normal to get so much core salt for that. Jiang Xingluo hoped the male in front of her could understand her meaning. Yu Jian nodded, a hint of desolation appearing between his brows. She knew Yu Jian was a male who learned to establish rules. He wouldn't overstep boundaries and was a principled beast man. Jiang Xingluo watched as Yu Jian took the entire jar of core salt and was about to leave, but at the door, he turned back to look at her. Xingluo, if Lai Feng treats you poorly, give me a chance. After saying this, Yu Jian hurriedly ran away with the jar, knowing that if he stayed any longer, Jiang Xingluo would surely say something heartless to make him let go of these ambiguous feelings. But he didn't want to hear that. He just wanted to be good to this little female. Chapter 132. Qinglan fears being abandoned. Jiang Xingluo looked at the blueberries in front of her, shook her head, and washed them clean before placing them in a bowl. She picked up a blueberry and took a bite. The sweet juice surprised her, and as she savored the taste of the blueberries, a wave of satisfaction surged in her heart. For some reason, she wanted to eat something sweet and sour today. These blueberries fit her taste perfectly. Jiang Xingluo picked up her bamboo knife and, relying on her memory, redrew the pictographs she had carved on the beast's skin before. They looked much better than before. Jiang Xingluo took a satisfying sip of water. Even the taste of water felt a bit bland to her. She took the previously dried lemon slices out of the space, put them into a bamboo tube, and poured in hot water. Surrounded by the sour smell, she finally started to enjoy drinking water. Lai Feng returned from hunting with the cubs, but Qinglan didn't seem happy. He walked in holding a basket of strawberries, and there were faint tear marks on his face. Jiang Xingluo watched as Qinglan placed the strawberries in front of him, then unhappily went upstairs and locked himself in his room. Jiang Xingluo looked at Lai Feng with a hint of anger, asking what happened outside with Qinglan. Just thinking about how Qinglan's legs had almost been ruined before made her heart ache. After Qinglan's legs were healed, he never mentioned it again. But Jiang Xingluo could never forget. During that time, he could only talk to Qing Yuan, who was in poor health, while he had to force himself to take care of her. Mother, it's not Father Beast's fault, it's my fault. I shouldn't have said he hasn't awakened his abilities yet. Jiang Xingluo looked at Qing Yin, who had a hint of anger in her eyes, but she wasn't the unreasonable type like the original owner. However, Qing Yin shouldn't have said that. The awakening of abilities is not something one can just wish for. Jiang Xingluo had no time to pay attention to Qing Yin. Qinglan had sacrificed a lot. She gently knocked on the door upstairs and listened to the faint sobbing coming from inside. Jiang Xingluo kept thinking about how to talk to Qinglan about this. She took a deep breath and continued knocking on the door softly, saying, Qinglan, it's Mother. Mother hasn't let them come in. Can you let Mother in? Hearing the soothing voice outside the door, Qinglan pouted in grievance, unable to control the tears that streamed down. But Father Beast said they were no longer the clueless little cubs. How could they be sad over something small? Yet he couldn't protect Mother, couldn't protect little Qing Yuan. Would they have to protect him in the future? In the beast world, weak cubs would be abandoned. And Qinglan's thoughts went back to the past. He didn't want to be abandoned. With a sorrowful face, Qinglan pulled open the door and rushed into Jiang Xingluo's arms. Jiang Xingluo listened to him cry loudly. After all, he was just a 5-year-old cub, and the emotional gap was still quite large. Qinglan, if you want to cry, just cry. Mother is here with you. Qinglan cried in Jiang Xingluo's embrace for a long time, and through his teary eyes, he saw several brothers standing outside the door, making him feel somewhat afraid to face them. In that moment, he truly felt like the weak one that Father Beast had spoken of. Jiang Xingluo patted Qinglan's back, saying, Your brothers are here to apologize to you. Jiang Xingluo noticed the worried expressions on the faces of the 3 cubs, knowing they were also concerned about Qinglan. Mother, I didn't blame my brothers. It's my fault for being too weak. In the beast world, weak cubs are abandoned. After Qinglan's legs were broken, he constantly worried whether his mother would abandon him to lessen the burden. But he found that she didn't. In the end, she even found a shaman to heal him. And if it weren't for his brothers helping to take care of him, he probably would have died long ago. Hearing Qinglan's words, Jiang Xingluo felt a pang of pain in her heart. It turned out Qinglan thought this way. She couldn't help but kiss Qinglan's chubby cheeks. Qinglan turned to look at Jiang Xingluo. Apart from Qing Yuan, he was the first cub to receive a kiss from Mother. Suddenly, he felt no more unhappiness and jumped down from Jiang Xingluo, saying, Eldest brother, second brother, third brother, Mother hasn't kissed you, right? Qing Yin, Qing Zhua, and Qing Yao flashed a hint of envy at Qinglan's triumphant words. No, Mother, we want kisses too, the cubs said in unison. Lai Feng, watching from distance, instantly grew cold. Even without rivals, Xingluo wouldn't accept other males, but these cubs were still a hassle. How could they still need so much care from their mother at this age? Lai Feng felt a bit jealous, but when he thought about how they were his cubs, he had nothing to say. Jiang Xingluo took the cubs downstairs for dinner. Lai Feng had already stewed a pot of meat, and upon seeing the blueberries Jiang Xingluo had set aside, he seemed to really like them. Lai Feng planned to bring some back next time. A gentle breeze blew, and Jiang Xingluo noticed that the weather had become much cooler recently. Yulan arrived after they finished eating. Jiang Xingluo looked at Yulan in surprise as a beastman approached. Sister Xingluo, don't look, my mother has been a bit tired staying here these days, so I had the other beastmen take her back, leaving just me. I want to leave with you. Jiang Xingluo looked at Yulan, who was filled with excitement, but soon saw that a tall male beastman had come with her. Jiang Xingluo looked at the suddenly appearing beastman with confusion, asking, "You're a beast, so who is this?" Jiang Xingluo pointed to the male standing behind Yulan. Remembering she had seen this beastman before, he stood out among the beastmen in the Mingxian tribe. So Jiang Xingluo had a deep impression of him. Yulan's face turned red as she looked at Jiang Xingluo, explaining a bit shyly, "He is Kuei, a beastman from the flower leopard tribe here to propose a marriage to our tribe." Jiang Xingluo looked at Yulan and then at the beastman in front of her. The flower leopard tribe. She wondered if the leopard she encountered earlier was also from their tribe. Jiang Xingluo looked at the gentle-behaved beastman in front of her, realizing that Yulan had good taste. He doesn't trust you, so he came to walk with you? As a bystander. Jiang Xingluo found it interesting to watch these two young ones in love. Sister Xingluo, don't make fun of me. Were you planning to go to the Mingxian tribe with me? Jiang Xingluo glanced at the cubs and replied, "We'll leave tomorrow. You can stay here for dinner today. I have plenty of delicious food." Yulan couldn't help but lick her lips. The food at Jiang Xingluo's place was indeed too good. The wheat flour she had exchanged before, after Kuei made it once, she thought it tasted really fragrant, especially with a lot of fresh vegetables. It was so smooth to eat. Chapter 133. Hunting the pig beast. Jiang Xingluo put all the important items into the space. She also put the scales that Chang Sun had given her into the space, fearing she might accidentally lose them. Jiang Xingluo was a bit surprised when Kuei transformed into beast form and Yulan sat on him. It seemed like the red show she encountered before was the same. Sitting on her beast husband, Lai Feng transformed into beast form and looked at the dazed Xingluo. Her face turned red as she looked at the beast man lying in front of her. She understood what Lai Feng meant. In the end, she directly sat on Lai Feng. And with Qing Yuan, as a female, they should be taken care of. The other cubs walked on their own after transforming into beast form, and Lai Feng said they needed to train well. The cubs followed along quickly. Even though Qing Yuan didn't have abilities, he had been strictly trained by Lai Feng before, and his physical fitness was not something ordinary cubs could compare to. After walking for a day and night, Jiang Xingluo and Yulan arrived near the Mingxian tribe. Yulan slid off Kuei's back, looking at her long-lost hometown with joy spilling from her face. "Kuei, do you really want to stay in the Mingxian tribe as my first beast husband? You won't regret it?" Jiang Xingluo asked Yulan seriously, feeling as if she was missing a melon seed in her hand. This was the time to silently enjoy. Lai Feng looked at Kuei with a hint of confusion. He actually didn't know how to please females. He needed to learn because his little female had never made any demands of him. Lai Feng wanted to protect his little female, to let her know that his presence was valuable. "No regrets. I came here for you." Jiang Xingluo didn't expect Yulan's little beast husband to be quite infatuated. Mutual affection is pretty good. Lai Feng turned to look at Jiang Xingluo, feeling somewhat negligent as a beast husband, having never said anything sweet to Xingluo. Jiang Xingluo looked at Lai Feng, whose usually calm eyes now showed a hint of guilt. She was a bit puzzled when Yulan rushed to her side, grabbing her arm. "The room you stayed in last time, I saved it for you, Sister Xingluo. You can let your family rest first, and I'll have my father arrange for someone to cut sugarcane for you." Jiang Xingluo nodded. Lai Feng watched Jiang Xingluo from behind, surprised that she had previously visited the Mingxian tribe. A few cubs appeared with Jiang Xingluo, who planned to look for some honey near the flower fields this time. "Mother, it's still the same here. Sister Yulan is really nice to us. Why is there a small pond in the yard?" Jiang Xingluo looked at the pond and remembered that Changshuan had come with him last time, but he hadn't come this time. So Yulan prepared this for him, probably thinking Changshuan would be her beast husband. Jiang Xingluo found it quite amusing to think of that red-haired, goofy koi. Ah, if only brother Changshuan were here. His beast form is a beautiful red koi. Qing Yuan couldn't help but mention Changshuan, and Lai Feng frowned, realizing that this Changshuan was quite significant in his family's eyes. Upon hearing Jiang Xingluo sigh, Lai Feng thought they would definitely meet again in the future. Lai Feng was utterly speechless, so Xingluo still wanted to meet a fish. Forget it, it's rare for a little female to care about a beast, and if it was just one more, Lai Feng didn't mind. Jiang Xingluo returned to the house, put away the bee skin she had brought, and yawned. After walking for so long, she had been on Lai Feng's back the whole time. She had almost slept for a few hours, so why did she feel so sleepy again upon arriving? Unable to resist the drowsiness, she lay down on the beast's skins and fell into a deep sleep. When Lai Feng pushed the door open, he saw the little female lying on the bed, breathing evenly, completely unaware of when she had fallen asleep. Lai Feng approached her and looked at her fair skin, which was unlike any ordinary female. He reached out to caress Jiang Xingluo's cheek, a smile on his face. But he was surprised to feel a warmth rising in his heart. This is... Lai Feng's gaze fixed on Jiang Xingluo's lower abdomen. Is she pregnant? Lai Feng's heart was enveloped by a sudden joy. When a female is pregnant, the bond mark between them and the male will heat up upon close proximity. Just like now, Lai Feng recalled that they had only bonded twice, and Xingluo was pregnant again. Although he was happy, he soon remembered everything Xingluo had experienced with her previous beast, and he felt a pang of heartache. After explaining the situation to a few cubs outside, he took only Qingyan to the nearby forest. No wonder she has been so fond of fruits lately. Lai Feng instructed Qingyan to bring a basket and pick some fresh and delicious fruits. He needed to hunt some wild beasts to replenish her nutrition. A small rabbit suddenly darted by, and Lai Feng swiftly captured it with one hand, tossing it into the basket. However, this rabbit was still too small. Getting a red beast crystal was already quite a feat. Lai Feng stored the beast crystal away, seemingly hearing some movement around. He looked ahead and noticed a large wild boar, which was quite hefty, with a purple beast crystal on its head. The boar's eyes were filled with irritation, clearly displeased with the sudden intrusion of a beast man into its territory. Lai Feng was already used to such encounters, but he raised his eyes to the purple beast crystal, realizing how rare such a beast was. If he could hunt it, its meat would be quite nourishing. Lai Feng transformed into his beast form and charged forward, attacking the wild beast directly. His wind-based abilities were as sharp as a blade, but this boar was not an ordinary beast. It took him nearly 70% of his power to draw blood from it. Qingyan, hearing the commotion, found a large tree to quietly stand behind, sensing that this boar was unusual and that his presence could endanger his father. He watched quietly as he observed Lai Feng's powerful abilities, which seemed to concentrate at a single point. He was astonished to see him pierce the heart of the fully evolved beast. Qingyan's shock gradually turned into admiration. He had always known his father was strong, but never imagined that the abilities of a purple crystal beast man could be so terrifying. He looked at his palms and tried to concentrate his own abilities like Lai Feng, easily cutting down a large tree. So this is how wind-based abilities can be used. The large tree was laden with many fruits, and the sound of it snapping startled the birds in the forest. In the distance, after extracting the purple beast crystal from the boar's head, Lai Feng immediately turned to look toward the sound. Chapter 134. Mother, you're having a cub at a distance. Qingyan stood behind the tree. Lai Feng carefully examined him from head to toe, ensuring he was unharmed before he sighed in relief. Qingyan looked at his father with admiration. Father, I did it too. I used my abilities to cut down the big tree. Look, he happily demonstrated his newfound power. Lai Feng nodded. His cub should be this strong. However, when he was as old as Qingyan, his abilities were powerful but untrained, which almost caused trouble. I'm going to butcher that boar and bring it back for your mother to eat. Qingyan nodded, following Lai Feng to look at the enormous boar that had made such a loud noise. He could hardly believe how big it was. His father was so powerful to have hunted such a purple crystal beast. Lai Feng and Qingyan worked together to slice up the entire beast using their abilities, with Lai Feng neatly storing the beast's skin, then dealing with the other parts. When Jiang Xingluo woke up, she felt a hollow sensation in her stomach. Kanglin, following Qing Yuan's instructions, first kneaded the dough, then used a thick bamboo stick to roll it out. The smell of the cooked dough made her stomach growl. Hearing the sound of footsteps on the stairs, Qing Yuan looked up at Jiang Xingluo, realizing that she had come downstairs while yawning. Mother, you're awake. Third brother is making noodles, and we prepared a lot of them. Sister Yulan sent over many vegetables, and they're all different from what we have. Qing Yuan excitedly shared all this. Jiang Xingluo looked at the glistening tomatoes in the basket, which were the size of half a human arm, and the colorful peppers, along with fresh and tender cucumbers that smelled very refreshing. The climate in the Mingqian tribe was warmer than that in the Ragewind city, so it was no surprise they could still eat these now. Qinglan was using a fire starter to make a fire, and soon bright yellow flames flickered to life. Jiang Xingluo watched as Qingzhu set the pot in place and used her abilities to fill the pot with water. Her cub's abilities were indeed convenient. The more they practiced, the more skilled they seemed to get. Qing Yuan sniffed the vegetables with a big smile before running outside. Jiang Xingluo worried that she might run around alone, so she followed her outside, only to discover that a ring of small tomato seedlings had grown outside the door, and they were already bearing fruit. The variously colored fruits looked very juicy. Jiang Xingluo couldn't help but reach out to pick one and popped it into her mouth. The burst of juice, with a hint of sourness yet very sweet, was a flavor she loved. Jiang Xingluo picked several cherry tomatoes in a row, and Qing Yuan, holding a small basket, stuffed it full. When she turned around, she saw that Jiang Xingluo had already eaten a lot of tomatoes. "Mother, are you hungry?" Qing Yuan had never seen Jiang Xingluo this hungry before. Could it be that mother is hungry like she was before without an ability crystal? "I'm indeed very hungry, Qing Yuan. These fruits are good. Mother will pick some. You go play inside." Qing Yuan looked at Jiang Xingluo with some confusion, feeling anxious, fearing that something might happen to her. "No, Mother, let me check if you're feeling unwell." Sister Huayan said that if a beast's appetite goes wrong, it means there's a problem with the body. "Since she's not here now, let me check for you." Jiang Xingluo looked at her serious little daughter who approached her, and her chubby little face wore a serious expression, making Jiang Xingluo want to laugh. "Then let her try." Jiang Xingluo nodded. "Okay, then you check if mother is feeling off anywhere." Qing Yuan nodded, recalling what Sister Huayan had taught her, and then stretched out her little hand to place it on Jiang Xingluo's wrist. Jiang Xingluo felt Qing Yuan's power flowing through her body. Realizing that wood-type abilities could be used this way, she felt a warmth rising in her lower abdomen, suddenly opening her eyes and staring at Qing Yuan's little belly. "Mother, you're pregnant." Jiang Xingluo had just popped a cherry tomato into her mouth and was enjoying it when she suddenly heard Qing Yuan's words, and she was taken aback. She reached out to touch her own lower abdomen, recalling that when she was with Lai Feng, they had only been intimate twice. How could it be so fast? Jiang Xingluo frowned at Qing Yuan, who could sense the power of the little ones in her mother's belly. "Mother, the babies are very strong, don't worry. They just need nutrition." Jiang Xingluo had been very happy lately, enjoying good mood, which explained her big appetite. Who would have thought she was pregnant? This feeling was not good. Jiang Xingluo had never thought that getting pregnant in the beast world could be so simple. Could it be a mistake? How could mother be pregnant? Qing Yuan looked up at Jiang Xingluo, then summoned her ability crystal. "Little green, tell mother if I'm lying." Qing Yuan's tone carried a hint of feigned anger, and little green couldn't hold back either. "Mother, you really are pregnant. There are 3 babies in your belly now." Jiang Xingluo frowned. 3 babies? How could there be so many? But after careful thought, it seemed reasonable, since she was now a cat. Even if pregnant, it would be in litters. However, the last time she gave birth, the cubs were lion cubs. What about this time? Jiang Xingluo reached out to touch her flat belly, feeling almost nothing. Besides hunger and a desire to sleep, she had no other feelings. Qing Yuan looked at Jiang Xingluo and immediately leaned closer to her mother's belly. "You all behave. Don't make a fuss inside, okay?" Qing Yuan explained to the little ones in her mother-esque belly, and since she was a female of the cat clan, the last time she bore 5 cubs, it nearly took her life. Luckily, this time there were only 3 cubs. But why did Qing Yuan feel like they were not quite the same kind? Never mind, that wasn't important. What mattered was to get some food for mother. "Mother, you're hungry. Let's go eat first." Jiang Xingluo nodded, holding Qing Yuan's hand as they walked into the yard. Qing Yao had already cooked noodles, with each person getting a large bowl, and each bowl had 2 eggs. Jiang Xingluo smelled the delicious aroma and looked around but didn't see Lai Feng or Qing Yan. "Mother, you eat the noodles first, you're hungry. And the babies in your belly will be hungry too." Qing Yuan remembered that Sister Huayan had told her before that if a mother beast's body lacked nutrition, the babies would develop poorly, and it was easy for the mother to have problems during childbirth. Just thinking about it made Qing Yuan anxious. She shook her head vigorously, looking at Jiang Xingluo, thinking that it was now her responsibility to protect her mother. She absolutely couldn't let her little brothers be malnourished like they were. Chapter 135. Chang Sun. Long time no see, where's your father beast? Since she was pregnant, this matter should be told to Lai Feng. It turned out that everything about the original owner's pregnancy had already caused some panic, and this time Jiang Xingluo had to be more careful. Moreover, her pregnancy cycle was about 4 months, and after 4 months she would give birth. Jiang Xingluo felt a bit scared, not knowing if giving birth would be painful. Father Beast took Big Brother out to hunt, who will be back soon. Meanwhile, Qing Zhua, Qing Yao, and Qing Lan, the 3 cubs, looked somewhat stunned. They were still slowly digesting what Qing Yuan had said, their faces showing a mix of shock and joy. Qing Lan placed a large plate of stir-fried meat he had cooked in front of Jiang Xingluo. "Mother, raising babies is hard work. You should eat more." Jiang Xingluo looked at the steaming plate of fragrant stir-fried meat in front of her, surprised that her pregnancy made them so concerned. Unable to resist the temptation of delicious food, Jiang Xingluo picked up a piece of meat and put it in her mouth, feeling very satisfied. Xingluan, you did really well. Mother likes it. Jiang Xingluo couldn't help but eat a second piece, while the cubs at the dinner table didn't eat the meat since there wasn't much meat at home. This meat was what Yulan had exchanged with other beastmen using resources just to treat them. Once their father beast returned from hunting, it would be fine. However, after they had eaten their fill, Jiang Xingluo still didn't wait for live phone to come back. Instead, another male burst into Jiang Xingluo's sight from afar. Looking tired and dusty, Jiang Xingluo looked at the male, whose sun-kissed skin and fiery red hair made him look sturdier. Qing Yuan watched as Chang Sun rushed towards them, carrying a bag of things. Initially, she thought she wouldn't see him for a long time, but unexpectedly, he came here. Chang Sun ran up to Jiang Xingluo and stood steady. Sister Xingluo, long time no see. Jiang Xingluo looked at his still somewhat childish smile and nodded slightly, giving him a polite smile. Long time no see. Chang Sun sighed, then opened the things he brought. Jiang Xingluo was somewhat shocked. How did Chang Sun manage to bring all these things? Inside were large, live shrimp caught from the sea. Chang Sun smiled brightly at Jiang Xingluo. Sister Xingluo, I know you like to eat this, so I specially brought it back for you. Also, I know you wanted to see me, and I happen to want to see you too. It's about little Qing Yuan. Jiang Xingluo noticed that Chang Sun's previously smiling face suddenly turned serious, and she felt a bit uneasy. After sitting down, Chang Sun told Jiang Xingluo that he had been practicing his abilities lately, but when he passed by the Sea Clan, he noticed that the magic energy surrounding them seemed similar to the black energy that had yet to dissipate from Qing Yuan. His scales were meant to remove the black energy, which was not good for beastmen, especially for weaker females, and that magic energy had been entangling Qing Yuan for a long time. Chang Sun looked at Jiang Xingluo, noticing the worry etched on her face. The cool breeze rustled the leaves outside, and Jiang Xingluo's silver hair was blown by the wind. Seeing her serious expression, Chang Sun couldn't help but feel a tinge of sympathy. Sister Xingluo, what is your purpose in coming to the Ming Chun tribe this time? Jiang Xingluo was interrupted by Chang Sun's sudden change of topic, and she sighed in relief to explain. I came here to find some things. Here, try this. Jiang Xingluo placed the freshly made syrup on the table. Chang Sun looked at the cup of reddish liquid and instantly asked about the sweet taste. During his days wandering outside, he had heard people mention that someone in Fury City made sweet candy. But he didn't know what kind of candy it was and had never tasted it. He looked down at the syrup rippling in the breeze, picked up the cup, and took a gentle sip. The sweet flavor spread across his tongue, just as the orcs had described, very delicious. So you came here, does this place have such things? I've never seen them before. Chang Sun gazed intently at Jiang Xingluo. Jiang Xingluo smiled. No, but I have other ways to make something out of it. So I came here to find raw materials. Once I have those, I can make it. Chang Sun's eyes were filled with confusion. I didn't know the beast world had such things. Jiang Xingluo looked at Chang Sun and then at Qing Yuan. Chang Sun, do you know what the Sea Tribe's magic energy is about? Chang Sun shook his head. During my travels, I did pass through the ocean. But there hasn't been such a strong magic energy, because the merfolk have completely disappeared. The Sea Tribes are already chaotic. They must have provoked something they shouldn't have. When Chang Sun spoke about this, his brows furrowed tightly. Every time he passed by the sea, he could see many corpses of Sea Tribe orcs floating by, even without anyone to collect them. If this continues, many Sea Tribes might be wiped out. Hearing Chang Sun's words, Jiang Xingluo's heart trembled. She suddenly remembered what the figure in her dream had told her. Could it be? That voice told her the female protagonist in the original story couldn't die so easily, so she's still alive. Jiang Xingluo recalled the black energy that had been forced out of Ling Shuang's body that day. Could it be that the black energy had attached itself to Ling Shuang again? Otherwise, how could a Sea Tribe have those things? Chang Sun's gaze fell on Jiang Xingluo's face, noticing her serious expression as if something terrifying had happened. What's wrong? Chang Sun's tone carried a hint of concern. Jiang Xingluo shook her head. No matter how powerful Chang Sun's abilities were, they were not enough to provoke those strong orcs from the Sea Tribe. It was already enough for him to help keep an eye on Qing Yuan. Jiang Xingluo didn't want him to put himself in danger as well. It's nothing. Jiang Xingluo replied lightly. Chang Sun frowned, listening to the footsteps coming from outside. He turned to look outside and realized a strong male figure was approaching them, carrying a large wild beast. Even from a distance, Chang Sun could feel the immense pressure emanating from the male. It was a purple crystal orc, one with full-level abilities. Chang Sun looked at Jiang Xingluo and noticed that her eyes held a hint of tenderness as she looked at the male who had just entered. He had never seen Jiang Xingluo look at another male with such eyes, not even at Qi Yan. Only this orc. Father Beast, where did you take Big Brother? You've been gone for so long. Qin Yuan's shout made Chang Sun's heart lose its strength to beat. She said that was her Father Beast. So this was the male who left Jiang Xingluo all those years ago. Chapter 136. You are Chang Sun? The strong wind threw the wild boar beast onto the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Xingluo looked at the large wild beast in shock. So he had been hunting for so long, just for this meat? Jiang Xingluo could still smell the crystal stone scent on the meat. It was the scent of purple beast crystals. She had smelled it before, and there was no mistake about it. So Lu Feng had hunted a wild boar beast with purple beast crystals. Moreover, this wild boar beast was so large and was of the same level. Hunting it was not easy at all. Lu Feng's dual abilities meant that if the other mental ability were not used properly due to low levels, it could backfire on him. Jiang Xingluo gasped, her tone carrying a hint of reproach. Why did you hunt such a large wild boar beast? Your other ability is still unstable. Jiang Xingluo clearly remembered the pain Lu Feng had gone through to finally develop his second ability. She didn't want him to ruin it. I'm fine. You're pregnant and need nutrition. A smile appeared on Lu Feng's usually indifferent face. Chang Sun looked at Jiang Xingluo in surprise. She was pregnant again, and with the orc who had once abandoned her. Chang Sun's hands tightened into fists as he felt as if he was humiliating himself by appearing before Jiang Xingluo. This oppressive pain surfaced in his heart, making it difficult for him to know how to speak. Chang Sun stared blankly for a long time until a pair of warm little hands grabbed his. He looked down to see Qin Yuan smiling up at him. Brother Chang Sun, you haven't met my Father Beast, have you? Look, this is my Father Beast. Qin Yuan pulled Chang Sun to Lu Feng. Lu Feng was tall and strong. Although Chang Sun was not short, standing in front of Lu Feng made their strength disparity very obvious. Chang Sun smiled and ruffled Qin Yuan's hair. Okay, I see. You are Chang Sun? Lu Feng could tell this weak orc had abilities, but they were too weak. Such a male would not be liked by his female. He would probably just be treated like a younger brother. Originally, he was quite worried and somewhat jealous of this orc he had never met. But now he found he didn't care much. Chang Sun nodded. Faced with such powerful ability suppression, he was just a weakling. He was even less powerful than Xingluo's abilities. He looked at Jiang Xingluo, his eyes still filled with deep reluctance. But he understood that this affection could only be hidden from now on. Thank you. I've heard Qin Yuan mention you. Chang Sun was somewhat surprised. He thought Lu Feng would want to compete with him, as it was almost a daily occurrence when two adult males appeared around a female. However, Jiang Xingluo was different. Chang Sun could see that she looked at the lion orc before her with love. Chang Sun sighed as the sky darkened. After saying goodbye to Jiang Xingluo, he left. Qin Yuan looked at Chang Sun's lonely figure, her eyes filled with a hint of confusion as she looked at Jiang Xingluo. Mother, why did Brother Chang Sun leave? Didn't he come back with us to the Jiu Yin tribe last time? Is he not going this time? He probably still wants to practice his abilities. Jiang Xingluo casually explained. Xingluo, are you hungry? I had Qin Yin pick some fruits. Qin Yin immediately placed the fruits he had gathered in front of Jiang Xingluo. Mother, this fruit tastes better. I've already tried it, and it's not poisonous, just very sweet. Jiang Xingluo looked at the fruits. Weren't they mulberries? Looking at the mulberries that were about the size of half a finger, she took a bite. Indeed, they were very sweet. However, she had eaten quite a bit of sweet food today, so she could store all of these in her space. Qin Yin noticed that Jiang Xingluo had only eaten 2 and then stopped, looking at her in shock. Mother, don't you like the fruit I picked? It's really tasty. Qin Yin had carefully selected the biggest and most delicious fruits, but unexpectedly, Mother didn't seem to like them. No, I've had a bit too much sweet today. The fruits Qin Yin picked are very sweet, and Mother likes them. After Jiang Xingluo discovered she was pregnant, even the little ones treated her as if she couldn't do anything and protected her. She was somewhat unaccustomed to it. When Yulan came over, she was sitting on her beast husband. The beautiful little female wore a beast skin skirt while sitting on the leopard, and this scene was quite impactful. Yulan leaped down from Kuei's back and smiled as she rushed to Jiang Xingluo. Sister Xingluo, let me take you to see those sugar canes. They're growing so well. But the people in the tribe said they wouldn't plant them anymore. Jiang Xingluo nodded. She had come to the Mingqian tribe to collect those sugar canes and turn them all into sugar for preservation. There would be no problem storing them in her space. As night fell and a gentle breeze blew, Jiang Xingluo looked up at the sky. The moon seemed exceptionally bright tonight. Unfortunately, they didn't have a calendar to keep track of the days, or they would be able to calculate the current date. The full and crescent moons could be used for recording, Jiang Xingluo sighed, realizing she still needed to make a calendar. Otherwise, she wouldn't know how many days she had spent in this world. Jiang Xingluo observed the rolling hills around her. The grass was still a vibrant green, while some plants near Beast Wind City had already begun to wither. It seemed that the climate varied in different parts of the beast world. Jiang Xingluo sat on Beast Wind's back and still felt a bit unaccustomed to it. The massive lion was like a king of beasts. She tightened her grip on Beast Wind's fur, afraid to let go. Yulan looked at Xingluo curiously. Sister Xingluo, are you uncomfortable? Jiang Xingluo shook her head, but her entire face turned red. Beast Wind could sense Jiang Xingluo's discomfort. However, since she was pregnant, Beast Wind had to stay by her side at all times. They continued until they reached the place where the sugar canes were growing. Beast Wind lay down, and Jiang Xingluo slowly stepped off. Beast Wind then asked, how about I carry you next time? Jiang Xingluo looked up at Beast Wind in shock. Being carried would be even more exaggerated. She was just unaccustomed to it. Upon hearing Beast Wind's words, Yulan seemed to be deep in thought, then looked at Kuei, how about you carry me next time? Jiang Xingluo stood there dumbfounded. She had forgotten that this was the beast world. All beast men expressed their feelings quite directly. Jiang Xingluo sighed, and after calming her emotions, she said, no, it's just that I'm not used to having you accompany me. I'll be fine once I get used to it. The fluffy golden fur felt nice to touch. And Beast Wind's strong and majestic beast body made Jiang Xingluo's hands clench involuntarily. Why was she thinking about this at a time like this? Jiang Xingluo looked at the tall sugar canes pointed out by Yulan, which dazzled her eyes. These thick and big sugar canes can produce a lot of sugar. How about this? Yulan, I can give you half of the sugar I make from these canes. You can decide whether to use it or sell it. And the other half can be my processing fee. How does that sound? Yulan, hearing Jiang Xingluo's words, looked a bit confused, not quite understanding what processing fee meant. Seeing Yulan's puzzled expression, Jiang Xingluo realized that Yulan probably didn't understand her. After thinking for a long time, she slowly explained, if you give me these sugar canes, I can find a way to make them into delicious brown sugar. And then I'll give you half of the brown sugar I make. How about that? Jiang Xingluo's eyes sparkled. After all, there were many things lacking in the beast world, and many things were difficult to make. Jiang Xingluo could only find ways to use her own items in her space to make things. If she could find cotton or something similar in the future, there would be more things she could make. But for now, she could only think about it. Yulan's eyes lit up upon hearing Jiang Xingluo's words. Really? You want to share the sugar with me? Okay. Isn't that like getting it for free? I'll have the tribe cut down all these sugar canes tomorrow and send them to you. Yulan hugged Jiang Xingluo and wouldn't let go, while Beast Wind's expression showed a hint of reluctance. Only when Yulan finally released her did Beast Wind's expression calm down. Jiang Xingluo smiled, eagerly awaiting the next day to collect all the sugar canes. She could then make a large batch of brown sugar. This brown sugar would be enough for her to exchange for quite a few beast crystals. However, these were not the most important things for their entire tribe. What the father beast had entrusted them with was the most important. Sister Xingluo, I still have some things to discuss with you. The father beast asked me to ask you if you could tell us how to plant those wheat and how to make wheat flour. Jiang Xingluo looked around. Planting wheat shouldn't be a problem, but it was slightly warmer here than in the Jiyan tribe. As long as they went through the cold season, they would be able to grow wheat. However, she didn't mind sharing the method for making wheat flour, especially since the Mingqian tribe and the Jiyan tribe were not too close. Yulan, seeing Jiang Xingluo hesitate, thought for a long time and then directly said, Sister Xingluo, I'll give you 10 blue beast crystals if you tell us how to make wheat flour. Jiang Xingluo looked at the somewhat aggrieved little female in front of her. 10 blue beast crystals was quite a considerable income for her, as blue and purple beast crystals were always the least in her space. Jiang Xingluo looked at the little female and said, of course, Yulan. I'll have Beast Wind teach you how to make graphite tomorrow, and I'll give you enough wheat seeds. Yulan didn't expect Jiang Xingluo to be so thorough in her thinking. She sighed in relief, finally completing the first task assigned by the father beast. Yulan left sitting on Kuei, leaving Jiang Xingluo with an empty stomach. She felt a bit of stomach pain from hunger. It was hard to believe that she could feel this way with just 3 cubs in her belly. She really couldn't understand how the original owner managed to carry 5 cubs until they were born, especially since Beast Wind wasn't there at that time. As Jiang Xingluo thought about this, she suddenly froze, images appearing in her mind as if she had experienced them herself. In an instant, she recalled the painful feeling of giving birth to cubs with no beastmen around to help her. She struggled painfully, sweating profusely, and she was truly scared. These strange memories suddenly appeared in Jiang Xingluo's mind, and she was somewhat surprised, wondering why this was happening. Jiang Xingluo felt a bit dizzy and then shook her head. Beast wind supported her as sounds of gurgling came from her stomach. Upon hearing this sound, Jiang Xingluo's face instantly turned red. Beast wind gently placed his hand on Jiang Xingluo's abdomen, feeling the warmth from within, and he finally breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that Xingluo was just hungry. Beast wind directly picked Jiang Xingluo up. She leaned against his chest, feeling a bit weak. She wanted to walk by herself, but the confusion in her head made her momentarily unable to tell who she was. Why were the feelings of the original owner appearing in her? This was really absurd. Could it be that some remnants of the original owner's consciousness remained in this body? Did the original owner still linger in this body? Jiang Xingluo didn't know, but a wave of fear suddenly surged in her heart. Could two souls occupy one body? Beast Wind could sense that Jiang Xingluo's emotions were very tense. Perhaps it was because of the cubs that she felt so scared. Beast Wind remained silent, but could feel Jiang Xingluo snuggling in his arms, slowly falling asleep. The sound of even breathing reached Lai Feng's ears, and he gradually felt at ease. He would definitely protect his little female, ensuring she would not have any more worries. Jiang Xingluo, holding Jiang Xingluo, returned to the wooden house and saw several cubs gathered around the stove, with a pot of shrimp they had prepared earlier. The stir-fried shrimp was made by Qing Yuan directing Qing Lan, and they all knew how delicious it was, especially since their mother used to love it. They all wanted to wait for their mother to come back, so they could eat together. This was Qing Lan's first time making shrimp. But when he saw Jiang Xingluo peacefully asleep in Lai Feng's arms, he felt a surge of heartache. Father Beast, what happened to Mother? Is she too tired? Qing Lan remembered how fragile Jiang Xingluo used to be, constantly in a state of fear, sometimes coming back from gathering fruits only to have more than half snatched away by other females. She would often fall into a deep sleep like this for a long time after returning. Yes, your mother is pregnant, so she must be a bit tired. Father Beast should take good care of her, and you cubs should wash up and sleep. The cubs all left one after another, and Lai Feng looked at the little female in his arms. Usually, Jiang Xingluo was strong-willed and did almost everything herself. He didn't expect that something would scare her now. Lai Feng gently tucked Jiang Xingluo's hair to the side, gazing at her flawless white cheek, unable to resist leaning closer and giving her a light kiss. Jiang Xingluo's eyelashes fluttered slightly. As if sensing something, she reached out and placed her hand on Lai Feng's waist. Lai Feng raised his eyes to look at her, and Jiang Xingluo moved closer to him, hugging him tightly. The adult male felt the softness of Jiang Xingluo's body and gritted his teeth, holding back for a long time, but ultimately could not control himself. The little female was pregnant. He could not behave as he did before. Jiang Xingluo felt emptiness in her arms as what she was holding left, so she turned her head and continued to sleep in another direction. Chapter 138. Who brought her here? Jiang Xingluo woke up from hunger. She remembered that a memory about the original owner surged in her mind yesterday, which frightened her. Giving birth was truly painful. Looking down at her belly, she felt a bit regretful. How did she let that lion, Lai Feng, charm her so? In a moment of carelessness, she ended up with him. One misstep led to eternal regret, but now that she was pregnant, feeling the vibrant energy of the cubs inside her, she felt a bit reluctant. In the beast world, there were no abortion pills. After all, getting pregnant was already difficult, and an abortion could lead to death if not careful. Jiang Xingluo shook her head. She was not that heartless of a person to think about getting rid of her cubs. A hint of melancholy appeared in Jiang Xingluo's eyes as she bit her lip. Unsure of what to do, Lai Feng brought a pot of meat soup to Jiang Xingluo, and the aroma of the meat instantly triggered her intense hunger. Xingluo, it's time to eat. Jiang Xingluo could not help but swallow at the sight of the meat soup. Forget it. There was no point in overthinking it. With Lai Feng around, and her body was no longer the same as before, plus she had little Qing Yuan. What was there to be afraid of with the most caring family by her side? Lai Feng blinked at Jiang Xingluo, his gaze landing on the pot of meat, and he sighed in relief, then prepared the leftover shrimp according to Qing Yuan's method and placed it on the table. Being pregnant was not easy. It required a lot of nutrition, and Jiang Xingluo's body was still too weak. Lai Feng took out a bowl of rice and placed it in front of Jiang Xingluo. Look and see if there's anything else you want to eat. I'll prepare some for you. Jiang Xingluo looked at Lai Feng, wondering why he hadn't prepared anything for himself. This is enough. What about you? Aren't you eating with me? Jiang Xingluo looked at Lai Feng, who gazed back at her with a natural charm in his eyes, instantly recalling everything that happened last night, and his brows furrowed. I've already eaten with the cubs. Jiang Xingluo watched as Lai Feng hurriedly left, feeling puzzled. She had never seen him like this before. After Jiang Xingluo filled her belly, she realized that her appetite had become astonishing. She couldn't help but finish all the food in front of her. Memories of the original owner flooded back. When she was pregnant, she could only nibble on grass. And when she was truly starving, she would even strip bark from trees to satisfy her hunger. Jiang Xingluo felt a deep sadness, and tears streamed down her face. Her pregnancy had been incredibly difficult. Yet, the cat tribe to which the original owner belonged had never come looking for her. But from the original owner's memories, she learned that she resembled her mother the most and was considered an auspicious sign by the cat tribe. Why had no one come to find her after all this time? Jiang Xingluo frowned, sensing that the original owner's background must have some hidden circumstances. But her memories were too distant. Even when Lai Feng first encountered her, he thought she was a helpless little female abandoned by the tribe. Jiang Xingluo sighed, just as she heard cheerful footsteps from the yard. Yulan came over with a bee skin bag on her back, containing 7 blue beast crystals. She placed the blue beast crystals in front of Jiang Xingluo, her complexion rosy, as her beast husband Kuei had been following her closely. Yulan took the beast crystals from the bag and placed them on the table. Jiang Xingluo looked at the crystals. Their sparkling blue color was very attractive. She reached out to grab one, only for it to disappear from her palm, swallowed just like that. Yulan rubbed her eyes and looked at Jiang Xingluo. Sister Xingluo, has your ability advanced to the blue crystal level? Jiang Xingluo shook her head. No, maybe it's because I'm pregnant that this happened. Kuei, hearing Yulan's words, was almost shocked. He knew Yulan was very close to Jiang Xingluo, as this female indeed had some abilities. However, Yulan's question about her ability advancing surprised him. Was she a female with abilities? There were almost no females with abilities in the beast world. And Yulan had said before that she was just a female from the cat tribe. The cat tribe had never produced a female with abilities. You're pregnant already? So soon? Good sister. How can I get pregnant too? Teach me. Yulan looked at Jiang Xingluo with envy, and Jiang Xingluo found it amusing. It just happens naturally. You'll have your own too. Don't worry. Although Jiang Xingluo had become accustomed to the open style of the beast world, she still found it a bit overwhelming to hear such things directly. Lai Feng took the beastmen from the Mingqian tribe to look for usable stones nearby. Jiang Xingluo sat in the yard. Waves of discomfort surged in her mind, and the cubs had gone out to find food. She lay down in the yard alone. At that moment, a male stood outside the door. If Jiang Xingluo had not fainted, she would have noticed that this male bore some resemblance to her. Xingluo, it really is you. Jiang Xingluo showed no reaction as the male directly picked her up from the ground and carried her away. When Jiang Xingluo woke up again, she found herself in another place, groggily looking around, only to realize she was deep inside a cave. She was on a stone bed in the cave, looking around, and there were no beasts in sight. Lai Feng, Jiang Xingluo called out, glancing at the dark cave. The walls of the cave were embedded with something, beast crystals, all glowing blue. The light in the cave came entirely from these beast crystals, while other cheaper beast crystals seemed to have been thrown aside. Jiang Xingluo looked around and saw that there were also many green beast crystals embedded in the cave, glowing faintly green, like fireflies. What place was this? And who brought her here? Jiang Xingluo heard the sound of flowing water by her ear. She followed the sound and walked outside, where a glimmer of light suddenly appeared in front of her. Was this the cave entrance? Jiang Xingluo smiled as she looked at the entrance. She remembered this cave as the place where she had previously found the crystal of Qing Yuan's abilities. But why was she here? Jiang Xingluo slowly approached the entrance, preparing to step out, but when she got close, she felt a barrier that prevented her from leaving. However, when she looked closely, there was nothing in front of her. She reached out to touch it and realized that there was a barrier in the air before her, like glass, which she couldn't push through. She used her abilities to strike the barrier, but still couldn't break it. Perhaps it was a barrier created by some beastman using their powers. Jiang Xingluo struck the barrier with lightning again and again, but it showed no response, and she was already exhausted and weak. There was no food in the cave, and the cold wind from the entrance blew in, making her shiver. Chapter 139. Wolf Boy Lai Feng searched carefully for a long time and found that there was no trace of Jiang Xingluo near the wooden house. He could sense that something was wrong with Xingluo's mark. His female master was in trouble and very weak. Lai Feng transformed into his beast form and left directly. The cubs understood that their mother was missing, so their father went to search for her. Qing Yan persuaded the cubs to stay, and Qing Zhu sighed, saying, "Big brother is right. We can't leave now. Maybe mother will come back later. Let's wait here." Usually, Qing Zhu was the calmest among the cubs, but thinking about their missing mother made him panic and lose his composure. Qingyan patted Qingzhu's back, and the cubs sat together, watching Lai Feng's departing figure, hoping their father could bring their mother back safely. Jiang Xingluo tried again and again, but when she ran out of strength, she could only return to the cave, following the sound of water deeper into it. She was really thirsty. Even a little water would be good right now. She transformed back into her beast form and continued running towards the sound of flowing water and the slight humidity. After running for a while, the humidity around her nose grew stronger. It seemed she would find water soon. As Jiang Xingluo continued running, she was suddenly grabbed by the fur on her neck and lifted off the ground. Jiang Xingluo felt very uncomfortable. She turned to look at the person holding her. A strange face hidden in the darkness, but she could see clearly. Her pupils widened as she looked at this beast man. She had never seen this male before. Why was he here? Xingluo, you haven't forgotten me, have you? Jiang Xingluo looked at the beast man in front of her, tall and robust, but with a hint of youthfulness in his eyes. As he opened his mouth, revealing his fangs, she thought, where did this wolf come from? And why was he fixated on her? But she truly didn't remember this beast's existence. Had they met before? How dare you forget me, Xingluo? You told me that when you grew up, you would bond with me. Have you forgotten? Jiang Xingluo frowned at the werewolf in front of her. She genuinely couldn't recall ever casually saying she wanted to bond with the beast. Could be a romantic debt left by the original owner? Jiang Xingluo searched her memories for a long time, but there was truly no trace of this beast man. However, the fervent gaze from the werewolf in front of her didn't seem fake. After thinking for a long time, Jiang Xingluo finally opened her mouth and said, "But I really don't remember. I'm still pregnant with cubs. Can you take me back first?" Jiang Xingluo could feel the powerful strength emanating from this beast man. If she guessed correctly, this wolf beast man was also a purple crystal beast man. Mo Chun, upon hearing Jiang Xingluo mention her pregnancy, felt devastated. Wasn't it agreed that they would bond? How could she be pregnant with cubs from another dog? Even if she were to be pregnant, it should have been his turn first. I'm not taking you back. You, little female, are breaking your promises. I'm going to starve you and your cubs. Jiang Xingluo watched as the male in front of her had red eyes and released her, then curled up in a corner, covering his face and sobbing. Jiang Xingluo frowned. How could a purple crystal beast man be so weak? Just because she rejected the bond, he cried like this? It was quite absurd. However, if she wanted to leave this place, it seemed she would still need his help. Jiang Xingluo was held in the arms of the sobbing male, who refused to let go even while crying. She felt squished and uncomfortable. Jiang Xingluo's tongue was sticking out from the effort it took to escape. How could there be such a male, crying endlessly like a flood of tears? Jiang Xingluo continued to exert herself and finally broke free from Mo Chen's embrace. She hurriedly ran forward and finally saw the water she had encountered earlier. She leaned in and drank several mouthfuls, finally alleviating some of the dryness in her mouth. This feeling of thirst and hunger was truly unbearable. She wondered if she could take anything from her space. Hearing footsteps approaching, Jiang Xingluo was startled and immediately jumped away. Mo Chan watched as the little female ran off, a wave of sadness washing over him. Xingluo, you're not being good. How could you leave first? Don't you know? He sighed, forget it, it doesn't matter. If you don't remember, you will eventually. Jiang Xingluo looked at the silly wolf in front of her, puzzled by what he was rambling about. Mo Chen reached out and held a roasted chicken in his hand, its skin glistening with oil and sprinkled with cumin powder. Jiang Xingluo licked her lips. She hadn't seen cumin powder in a long time. There's also chili powder on it. I know you love spicy food, so I brought this for you. Eat up. Upon hearing the wolf boy's words, Jiang Xingluo's pupils widened in surprise, and she transformed back into her human form. Mo Chen looked at Jiang Xingluo with a hint of intimacy in his eyes. Don't worry. Even if I poison myself, I would never poison you. It will be fine. Jiang Xingluo hesitated, but then relaxed after considering it. Mo Chun placed the whole chicken in her hands. She slowly began to eat. And Mo Chun also brought a wooden bowl. Take your time. No rush. When you're done, there's soup to drink. Seeing Jiang Xingluo slowly swallow the chicken, a hint of sadness crossed Mo Chen's eyes. How did that lion take care of you? How could he let you starve like this? Jiang Xingluo looked up at Mo Chun, slightly displeased. Isn't it because you brought me here, causing me not to have food to eat? Mo Chen looked troubled. It seemed that way, and he suddenly found himself at a loss for words. Jiang Xingluo sighed. The wolf male in front of her was truly foolish. As she chewed on the roasted chicken, she felt that the taste was extraordinary. Jiang Xingluo really liked it. It felt like the roast chicken she loved to eat in her previous world, but wait, how could that be? She couldn't return to her original world now. Jiang Xingluo sighed. She still missed her original world a bit. At least there were many delicious foods to eat. Here, many seasonings were missing, and her mouth felt almost tasteless. Tasting the impactful flavor of chili powder again made Jiang Xingluo's mouth feel very comfortable. She was sweating as she ate. She truly missed this taste. Xingluo, why are you with him? Forget it. Since you are already together, I respect him as your senior. Mo-chan held a branch while watching Jiang Xingluo gnawing on meat. Her cheeks puffed up as she ate, still as cute as before. Chapter 140. He came really fast. The fierce wind continued to search for Xingluo's scent. He looked at the path ahead, which led to the original Jiuyin tribe. However, Xingluo's scent did not appear within the Jiuyin tribe, and he ran forward at high speed, even releasing his powers, startling the birds and beasts in the dense forest. Xingluo frowned at the boy in front of her, who was resting his chin and staring intently at her. She was already full. Why was he still staring at her? Do you really know me? Jiang Xingluo frowned. She had a blank memory about this world concerning the original cat tribe. If it were a beast man she knew from childhood, she might really not remember him at all. Mo Chin's blue pupils sparkled with fragmented light, and the corners of his lips, which had been raised, drooped at that moment. If he had originally thought that Xingluo was angry and had said she forgot him, he could understand, but it didn't seem like that now. She truly forgot. We met in the cat tribe. I'm younger than you. The Black Wolf tribe is right next to your cat tribe. Jiang Xingluo's brows relaxed as she looked at the sharp-eyed Mo Chun, noticing his black fur falling over his shoulders. Just that pair of elongated eyes was engraved in Jiang Xingluo's mind, and suddenly, an adult male appeared in her mind. It was right, her mother's friend. The leader of the cat tribe had a first beast husband named Mo Yun, and his son was named Mo Chun. She looked at the face in front of her and remembered that Mo Chin's eyes were strikingly similar to Aunt Kufei's, beautiful beyond words. And the original owner had liked to tease him since childhood, especially since they had grown up together as childhood sweethearts. Mo Chun was probably 5 or 6 years younger than her. The Black Wolf tribe and the Cat tribe had always maintained a custom similar to intermarriage among humans. Kufei had always valued the original owner because the first litter only produced Mo Chun. Moreover, he was exceptionally talented, almost awakening dual powers at birth. One mutated barrier ability that could isolate a space from the outside world through an air barrier, and another Earth-type ability. Jiang Xingluo looked at Mo Chun, who was 5 years younger than her. Such an impressive young man. Unfortunately, she was not the original owner, and she probably could not repay this emotional debt. Mo Chin's eyes were heavy and somewhat vacant as he looked at Jiang Xingluo. Jiang Xingluo felt bitter in her heart. Honestly, she couldn't handle this situation. This was the original owner's romance. If it hadn't been for the twists and turns, the original owner and Mo Chun should have successfully formed a bond and then had a litter of cubs. Suddenly, a deafening noise from the cave entrance reached Jiang Xingluo's ears, and a powerful gust of wind rushed in. Mo Chin's eyes flickered. This lion actually found you so quickly. Mo Chun gritted his teeth in hatred. If that's the case, then let's see who is stronger. Xingluo, today I will compete with that lion and see who is stronger. If I win, you promise to be my female master. Jiang Xingluo shook her head. No, I used to see you as a younger brother. I never thought of you as my beast husband. Mo Chun, leave this matter to me to resolve. Jiang Xingluo sighed, and after regaining her strength, she directly transformed back in her beast form and rushed towards the cave entrance. Mo Chun, angry, retracted his powers, and tears dripped down his face. He hated himself for being so useless. Why couldn't he find her sooner? Upon reaching the cave entrance, Jiang Xingluo thought the barrier would be hard to cross, but unexpectedly, the fierce wind had already crossed the barrier and entered. His crimson eyes and bared fangs roared loudly. Seeing him lose control, Jiang Xingluo transformed back into human form and hugged the fierce wind. She gently stroked the golden fur on his body and suddenly felt a bit scared. The fierce wind was a purple crystal beast man, and his dual powers, especially the mental type, could easily backlash. If he became agitated, trouble could ensue. Fierce wind, I'm fine. It's my family from before who came to find me. Calm down. Jiang Xingluo softly explained, making the fierce wind's previously restless heart gradually calm down. The moment he transformed back into human form, he gently hugged Jiang Xingluo back into his embrace. Jiang Xingluo felt tears falling on her shoulder, and her heart tightened. She released the fierce wind, and then saw the usually deep and quiet male with bloodshot eyes. Xingluo, I'm sorry. What? Jiang Xingluo was somewhat incredulous, to say it. This matter wasn't his fault. It was also because Mo Chun had taken her away without permission. The wolf boy came out of the cave and saw his beloved female hugging that annoying lion, clenching his fists in hatred, the sound of his knuckles cracking echoing. If Xingluo didn't want to compete, then he wouldn't compete. He was not the kind of male to be manipulated. Mo Chun used his powers, and a piece of land instantly rose from the ground. The powerful Earth-type ability overwhelming, almost hitting Jiang Xingluo with stones nearby. Mo Chun fearlessly advanced, seeming not to care whether Jiang Xingluo was harmed. The fierce wind saw the stones unexpectedly hit Jiang Xingluo, and he looked at her waist with concern. Her skin had already turned red. A purple crystal beast man, using all his strength to attack another male, was essentially for the female, but Mo Chun completely ignored Xingluo's safety. He immediately picked Jiang Xingluo up. Mo Chun pressed forward, seemingly indifferent to what he couldn't obtain. Jiang Xingluo was pulled behind by the fierce wind. Xingluo, listen. You hide first. He will hurt you. Jiang Xingluo frowned. The original owner had left the cat tribe for a long time and didn't know what had happened over the years. But according to the original owner's memories, Mo Chun was not like this at all. His sudden change made Jiang Xingluo feel unbelievable. Since Jiang Xingluo was still pregnant, she could only listen to the fierce wind. She transformed into her beast form and ran a distance, but didn't dare go too far. With Mo Chun acting so out of control, Jiang Xingluo was genuinely afraid something would happen to the fierce wind. The fierce wind used the wind to create a barrier to gradually pressure Mo Chun. Mo Chun gritted his teeth and continued to hold on. For a moment, dust flew and large stones fell. Even the surrounding trees were broken, and the originally flat ground became rugged. Jiang Xingluo had never seen Earth-type powers before. This was her first time, and she felt the powerful impact. So, if her lightning ability were cultivated into purple crystal, would she also have such powerful attack power? Give her back to me. Give her back to me. Mo Chun's furious desire for possession surged, almost consuming his entire heart. He looked at everything before him with bloodshot eyes. If this continued, a powerful purple crystal beast man would become a mad beast. The fierce wind saw the uncontrolled male laughing maniacally before him, looking at the already hidden Jiang Xingluo in the distance. He gritted his teeth and used his other ability. Chapter 141. The Beastman Driven Out of the Tribe. He had never used his mental type ability before. The fierce wind's eyes penetrated Mo Chun, seeing through his memories. He had actually been driven out of the tribe for failing to control his powers. Mo Chun seemed to sense the fierce wind's probing. He transformed into beast form and charged straight for the fierce wind's eyes. A powerful mental type ability, yet a white crystal ability, dared to have thoughts about him. Even more despicable was that this lion had actually peeked into his memories. Mo Chun was about to harm the fierce wind unawares. Jiang Xingluo swung her whip and rapped Mo Chun, who was just about to destroy those eyes. He looked back angrily at the person who pulled him, only to realize it was Jiang Xingluo. Mo Chun was entangled by Jiang Xingluo's whip, and a domineering lightning ability instantly penetrated his entire body. He gritted his teeth and endured it, while fierce winds directly bound him. Xingluo, do you want to help him? Lai Wen gently asked Jiang Xingluo. Mo Chun howled, unable to accept that he had already been tied up. Yes, he couldn't accept that Xingluo would tie him up for another male. How could she so easily fall in love with another male? No, it was love. He wasn't a fool who didn't understand his feelings. He knew that when his mother looked at his father, she had the same expression. He couldn't accept that the female who should belong to him was being touched by someone else. It was all the lion's fault, all his fault. What's wrong with him? Jiang Xingluo looked at Lai Wen with some confusion. She really didn't understand some of the abilities and basic situations in the beast world. Lai Wen wasn't surprised. He reached out to pat Jiang Xingluo's head and patiently explained. He was probably exiled from his tribe because he had once accidentally harmed a female, leading to her death. Jiang Xingluo frowned as she looked at Mo Chun, whose eyes still held some defiance. The wolf tribe was always serious about the females they recognized and were loyal and devoted. Therefore, the black wolf tribe stipulated that if a male harmed a female, he would be expelled from the tribe and never allowed to return. However, after Mo Chun left the tribe, he became a wandering beast man, constantly immersed in the memories of losing Xingluo, causing him to lose control. If this continued, he would become a mad beast man, posing a great threat to weak females and cubs. Jiang Xingluo furrowed her brows as she looked at Lai Wen. Is there any other way to heal him besides bonding with him? Lai Wen shook his head. I don't know. But all of this, to put it bluntly, was just a joke from those elders. Unfortunately, it seemed Mo Chun really liked the original Xingluo, and he had taken things too far. Jiang Xingluo frowned. Let's take him first and see if Qing Yuan has a way. This was the only plan for now. Besides, this kind of love was indeed a bit terrifying. And Jiang Xingluo couldn't bear it. She completely didn't notice the thoughtful look in Lai Wen's eyes as he listened to Mo Chen's howling. Feeling irritated, Lai Wen simply knocked him out. Jiang Xingluo looked at Mo Chen being carried over Lai Wen's shoulder and couldn't help but find it amusing. They traveled for 2 full days and finally returned to the Mingchen tribe. The journey was truly long. When Mo Chen was brought to the Mingchen tribe and tied to a large tree, several cubs quickly gathered around to watch, and Qing Yuan also approached. The moment Mo Chen saw Qing Yuan, his expression changed, and his previously restless heart instantly became docile. Qing Yuan's little face almost overlapped with the childhood image of Xingluo, making Mo Chen momentarily unable to distinguish between reality and memory. Qing Yuan looked seriously at the big brother in front of her, whose gaze held some sadness. She directly used her ability to check his whole body. Indeed, his mind had been severely tormented. Qing Yuan used her ability to make up for some of his missing powers. However, the psychological trauma caused by being expelled from the tribe was very difficult to heal. Mom, this big brother's psychological trauma seems quite serious. Even his powers are easily uncontrollable. Unfortunately, I don't have a mental type ability. Jiang Xingluo looked at Qing Yuan and patted her little head. However, Qing Yuan's wood-type ability could already detect that besides external and internal injuries, there was also some damage from mental-type abilities on the Beastman. It seemed that little Qing Yuan's abilities were indeed quite unique. So, can mental-type abilities heal him? Qing Yuan shook her head. Qing Zhu frowned as she looked at the big brother in front of her. She tried to release her ability, although her ability wasn't strong enough. She wanted to give it a try, and Mo Chen looked at the few cubs in front of him. Besides Qing Yuan, the other cubs had facial features that resembled the annoying lion to some extent. And Mo Chen roared in anger, and his powerful ability erupted. How could the ropes that bound him control him? The thick ropes broke in front of everyone. Qing Yao used her strength to try to control Mo Chen, but his mind was hazy, and he simply fell asleep. Qing Yao merely peeked into all of Mo Chen's memories, feeling her heart twist as she spat out a mouthful of blood. Jiang Xingluo saw the blood at the corner of Qing Yao's lips. Don't help him anymore, Qing Yao. This matter isn't necessary. Jiang Xingluo couldn't bear to see Qing Yao get hurt. Powerful mental-type abilities could not be supported if the beast body wasn't strong enough. This time, Qing Yao had almost pushed her abilities to the limit just to view all of Mo Chen's memories. Mom, there's a female from the cat tribe. She wants to marry Mo Chen and gave him aphrodisiac flowers. Qing Yao didn't know what those were, but she could empathize with Mo Chen and feel his resistance. She even harmed herself with her abilities until she bled to wake herself up. When Qing Yao empathized with this memory, she could feel the humiliation and anger, even thinking that the entire cat tribe viewed him as someone to be trifled with. Qing Yao drowsily recounted all of this, and after weakly clarifying her thoughts, she leaned against Jiang Xingluo's chest and fell asleep. Lai Wen picked up Qing Yao and took her back to the house, while Qing Yuan also took Little Green to help her brother heal. When Lai Wen came out, he saw that Jiang Xingluo's expression had darkened, and her gaze towards Mo Chen was filled with compassion. Through a part of Mo Chen's memories, Lai Wen could also feel his burning feelings for Xingluo, so he could almost deduce that the female Mo Chen had once recognized was Jiang Xingluo. They must have known each other since childhood. Lai Wen frowned as he looked at Xingluo, and after a long silence, he finally spoke. Xingluo, I thought you were a wandering female. He had always thought Jiang Xingluo was a weak female without a home or abandoned by her mother. He didn't expect that she had been held in the heart of her childhood friend for so long. He slightly moved his lips, suppressing his unwillingness. If it were me, I could accept it. Lai Wen knew that there were never few males who liked Jiang Xingluo, whether it was Qi Yin or Yu Jian. They were different from Mo Chen. The wolf tribe's loyalty was well known in the beast world. Even wolf tribe females only had one beast husband, which was almost impossible for other tribes to replicate. Jiang Xingluo shook her head. He's just obsessed with past memories. Once he gets better, he will surely come to terms with it. We haven't seen each other for so long. How do you know he can treat me well? The bitterness that had settled in Lai Wen's eyes moved slightly at this moment. He knew Jiang Xingluo had her own principles, and he couldn't interfere too much in her choice of a mate. Lai Wen didn't expect that Xingluo, just like the wolf tribe females, only wanted to keep a beast husband by her side. Lai Wen wrapped Jiang Xingluo in his arms, and the leaves rustled in the cool breeze. His restless heart gradually calmed down as he felt the little female's warmth in his embrace. Realizing that he was genuinely placed in her heart, Jiang Xingluo felt a bit confused being held by Lai Wen. She thought he was probably just getting emotional again. Besides that, she really felt she couldn't accept a madman like Mo-chan. Initially, she felt guilty for occupying the original owner's body. But when Mo-chan could use his abilities to harm her without any reservations, she was already a bit scared. She thought that a normal beastman like Lai Wind was much better. Jiang Xingluo reached out and patted the back of Lai Feng, who gradually calmed down. However, when she looked at Mo-chan in front of her, she felt that he was a troublemaker. Moreover, he was somewhat related to the original owner, and this trouble probably couldn't be resolved easily. Coincidentally, she also wanted to know where the original owner grew up, although those lost memories had returned. Due to the original owner's poor sense of direction and the fact that she had been sent far away, she still didn't have the way back in her mind. She could only wait until Mo-chan woke up and follow him to take a trip. When Mo-chan woke up, he saw Jiang Xingluo and her several little ones, with Lai Feng together surrounding a large basin eating meat. Mo-chan's stomach growled, and he stubbornly snorted and turned away. Qing Yuan held a large wooden bowl filled to the brim with rice, topped with a lot of meat. She held a wooden spoon and slowly approached Mo-chan. As third brother was seriously injured, so feeding Mo-chan had to be her responsibility. She could sense that Mo-chan's current emotions were relatively stable. Eat, big brother. You must be hungry. Let me feed you. Jiang Xingluo watched as Qing Yuan leaned in front of Mo-chan, feeling very anxious. Lai Feng pulled her wrist, saying, Xingluo, Qing Yuan knows her limits. Jiang Xingluo helplessly sat back in her original position, watching Qing Yuan standing on a tall stool, feeding Mo-chan spoonfuls of rice. And surprisingly, Mo-chan did not refuse. He looked up at Qing Yuan, his heart tightened, and he couldn't help it anymore. Tears welled up in his eyes and fell down. Qing Yuan sighed helplessly, Big brother, you're so much older than me. I don't cry. Why are you crying? Mo-chan was rendered speechless by the little one in front of him. He widened his eyes, revealing his sharp white teeth. Little female cub. Don't think that just because you fed me a couple of bites of rice, I can. Qing Yuan looked at Mo-chan helplessly and directly stuffed a spoonful of rice in his mouth. You're really annoying. Hurry up and eat after you're done. I still have to eat. Qing Yuan pouted, as she often saw Sister Hua Yin taking care of injured beastmen this way. She was learning from her because she wanted to become the first female shaman in the beast world in the future. Jiang Xingluo didn't expect Mo-chan to be so obedient. After he finished a bowl of rice, he looked at the little female cub in front of him and said, Give me another bowl. I'm still hungry. Jiang Xingluo raised her eyebrows, looking at the bound youth with a hint of impatience in her eyes. Just giving him something to eat was enough, but he even dared to order her little female cub around. You're getting too demanding, aren't you? Jiang Xingluo snapped her whip on the ground, causing the nearby little ones to stare in shock. No need to feed him anymore. Mo-chan's eyes darkened as he looked at Jiang Xingluo in front of him, who seemed different from the little girl in his memories. Mo-chan was lost in thought for a long time. The Jiang Xingluo in his memories seemed more fragile. Qing Yuan, hearing Jiang Xingluo's words, felt at ease and happily started eating her own rice. In fact, she was worried that the big black wolf would want her mother to feed him personally. So she took the initiative to feed him, not expecting this big black wolf to be relatively well-behaved. Mo-chan looked at Jiang Xingluo with some disappointment. And in the end, he could only let out a howl and continue to stay there, not being fed enough, not knowing what Jiang Xingluo really wanted to do. As the sun set and night fell, on the night of the full moon, Mo-chan, who was originally bound in the yard, looked at the large moon and suddenly felt a surge of restlessness rising in his heart, which he couldn't calm down. Jiang Xingluo suddenly heard a roar coming from the courtyard, instantly wide awake. She looked out at the round moon, which was as smooth as a jade plate, and then heard sounds of fighting coming from the courtyard. Jiang Xingluo hurriedly ran out, only to see two beasts trembling together. And Mo-chan's body seemed to have grown exceptionally large, his fur shining, with a hint of red in his eyes, carrying a somewhat bloodthirsty aura. Lai Feng also refused to back down. The two beasts tangled together. Even if Jiang Xingluo wanted to intervene, it wasn't an easy task. As Jiang Xingluo watched Lai Feng being bitten in several places by Mo-chan, he finally managed to turn over and bite Mo-chan's neck tightly. Jiang Xingluo could tell that Lai Feng had always been giving in to Mo-chan, fearing that Mo-chan's importance in Jiang Xingluo's heart would lead to a rift between them if he got hurt. Lai Feng, no need to hold back, subdue him, and will set off immediately. She heard several little ones coming out of the house, clearly attracted by the wolf's howls. When Qing Yuan heard Jiang Xingluo say they were going to set off again, her heart felt a little sour. Mother, are you leaving? Where are you going? Can you take us with you? I'm scared to stay here. Qing Yuan's soft voice came through, and Jiang Xingluo's heart ached. But she didn't know who had harmed the original owner back then. This trip back might bring about many events. And if she took Qing Yuan and the others with her, she would be taking a risk. Chapter 143. Memories, Qing Yuan. I will have Aunt Yuan take you to Ragewind City. The bright moon liked Qing Yuan very much, and there were some rules to follow in Ragewind City. Staying in that shop was better than following them. Tears in Jiang Xingluo's eyes reflected tiny glimmers of light under the moonlight. And Qing Yuan knew her mother was also worried about them. However, if this big bad wolf wasn't dealt with, he would always harm her mother and father beast. Qing Yuan sighed and reached out her little hand to wipe away the tears that had just seeped from Jiang Xingluo's eyes. Mother, don't worry. I will take good care of my brothers. Let Aunt Yuan take us back tomorrow. Jiang Xingluo nodded, but as the cool breeze blew, she became anxious again. She wasn't sure if these little ones could handle it, but so far, she could only trust them. Jiang Xingluo took out a significant amount of beast crystals and put some into each little one's beast skin bag. They hadn't awakened any abilities and might need the beast crystals, and when she wasn't around, no one could help them. Lai Feng tightly held onto the already uncontrollable Mo Chun, feeling uncomfortable inside. Only Mo Chun struggled mindlessly, but he found that he couldn't break free from Lai Feng's grip. Let go of me. I don't need you to take me back. I don't want to go back to that place. I did nothing wrong. They're the ones at fault. It's that female. How dare she think I would agree to bond with her? In her dreams, she deserves to die. Jiang Xingluo frowned as she looked at the still somewhat uncontrollable Mo Chun, her heart filled with mixed emotions. Jiang Xingluo remembered that her female mother was named Xingzhan, a very powerful female in the Cat Clan tribe. Although she didn't have any abilities, she was very skilled in medicine. She just didn't know how the original owner's female mother had been all these years. Mo Chun transformed into his beast form, being carried by Lai Feng, and he kept howling along the way. At first, he stubbornly refused to indicate the direction until Lai Feng beat him into submission, finally pointing out the correct way. Following Mo Chun's instructions, Jiang Xingluo used a bamboo knife to carve out the appropriate direction on the beast skin. Looking at this map, the direction the original owner wandered off when she left suddenly appeared in Jiang Xingluo's mind. Scenes flashed through her mind like a movie, and she even remembered her feelings back then clearly. She wandered aimlessly in the mountains and fields, targeted by too many stray beasts, barely escaping death several times, and went hungry until she met Lai Feng, who had tormented her to the point of being unrecognizable. Lai Feng was the only beast that didn't make her feel disgusted. She could even feel that she didn't mind bonding and mating with him. Encountering the fierce wind, for the first time she longed for shelter. However, when the fierce wind left, her heart completely died. She cried day after day, her tears turning into 2 big walnuts. She prepared to quietly wait for death. After all, her mother was a female who had more than 20 beast husbands, but she became the ugly female despised by the beast husbands, abandoned, and still by a stray beast, until she could no longer bear the hunger. At first, she could catch a wild chicken at the cave entrance. Without any fire, she plucked the feathers off the chicken and swallowed it whole, blood and all. The bloody smell of the wild chicken filled her nostrils, and the nausea churning in her stomach made her want to vomit, but she tightly covered her mouth, afraid to let it out. She had no special abilities, couldn't breathe fire, and could only endure desperately. On the first day, she had a wild chicken, and on the second day, she found a few bird eggs. Still eating raw food, but slowly she got used to it. That place had no beastmen around, it was very quiet, and she occasionally found some wild rabbits. However, as time went on, she caught more and more. No foolish beast would come here anymore. She looked at the barren land and began to eat fruits. When there were no fruits, she finally decided to leave. She didn't know where to go, leaving aimlessly, her whole body already so thin, until she saw a tribe with many females. She slowly entered that place, but the males in that tribe were too fierce. Seeing her like this, they directly chased her away. A stone hit her head and drew blood. She had no choice but to sneak away because she was too weak, and no male liked her, which meant she had lost her value. Jiang Xingluo fell asleep on the body of the fierce wind, tears glistening in the corners of her eyes, and the howling sounds echoed in her ears, waking her from a nightmare. She looked at the gradually brightening sky. Transforming back into human form, she wiped her tears. The fierce wind had been gone all night. Listening to the sound of flowing water, Jiang Xingluo suddenly wanted to eat some fish, not knowing if there were any small fish or shrimp in such a shallow river. If there were, it would definitely taste great roasted. The fierce wind heard Jiang Xingluo's stomach growling. Xingluo, wait a bit longer, we still have a day's journey ahead. I'll go catch 2 fish from the river for you to eat. Jiang Xingluo nodded, but the memories in her head could not be shaken off. By chance, she only hoped that the original owner would be reborn into a good family, able to grow up spoiled and never have to worry about food and clothing. Emo-chan looked at the two in front of him, singing and harmonizing. The feeling in his heart surged. Enough is enough. I also want to eat fish. Lion, let me go. I want to fish too. Let us see who is better. Emo-chan confidently said to the fierce wind. The fierce wind frowned. I want to let you go hungry. You don't need to help. Stay here and take care of Xingluo. Take care of Xingluo? Emo-chan turned to look at Jiang Xingluo. If he had a few feelings for her before, now there were none at all. This Jiang Xingluo was clearly not the soft and sweet sister he followed when he was young. Tell me, how did you become Xingluo? You're not Xingluo, right? Absolutely not. My Xingluo sister is not like you. Jiang Xingluo looked at Emo-chan's heavy expression and aggressive tone, almost concluding that she was not the Xingluo he grew up with. For a moment, Jiang Xingluo was lost in thought, but quickly calmed down, her eyes filled with disdain. How could I not be Xingluo? It's clearly you who has changed. My Emo-chan brother would never be expelled from the tribe, and he is kind and brave. He would never betray the tribe. The Emo-chan in Xingluo's memories was obedient and docile, indeed. However, the original owner treated Emo-chan like a brother and had no intention of forming a bond with him. She just didn't know if everything had not changed. Would they have changed after growing up? Do you really think so? Emo-chan looked at Jiang Xingluo with a pitiful face. Chapter 144. Xingluo's mother, the fierce wind, took a thick, straight stick and sharpened it with his claws, watching a few fish swim by in the river. He stabbed down fiercely. 1 fish, 2 fish, 3 fish. It didn't take long for the fierce wind to catch 5 fish on that stick. The fish didn't have much meat, but the fierce wind saw a river shrimp. He remembered that the little koi named Changshuan brought shrimp that Jiang Xingluo loved to eat. These river shrimp looked quite large, but he didn't know if they were good to eat. The fierce wind placed the caught river shrimp on animal skin, having caught more than 20 large ones. Then he picked some berries and walked barefoot on the pebble stones to Jiang Xingluo, only to see Emo-chan crying again. The fierce wind looked at the whiny black wolf with some displeasure, not knowing how she had cultivated to become a purple crystal beast man. Xingluo, these shrimp, do you like to eat? I'll roast them for you later. Jiang Xingluo looked at the large, fresh river shrimp and was pleasantly surprised. She excitedly nodded, yes. Of course. This is also very delicious. Fierce wind, thank you. The fierce wind shook his head, looking at his pregnant little female, his eyes filled with tenderness. Emo-chan looked at the two and couldn't help but want to curse. How did his Xingluo sister become someone else's? Emo-chan looked at the salted fish meat that the fierce wind had roasted and was surprised. Jiang Xingluo looked up and saw Emo-chan turning away stubbornly, seemingly unwilling to eat. Jiang Xingluo couldn't be bothered with him. She just felt a bit sorry for the fierce wind. She could see that the fierce wind was taking care of Emo-chan like a brother. It was because of her long-standing friendship with Emo-chan. But this stubborn kid was a bit too ungrateful. If you don't eat, then don't let the fierce wind give it to you. This isn't enough for me. Jiang Xingluo picked up the roasted fish and ate it happily. The fierce wind's cooking skills were getting better and better. The well-roasted fish had a hint of freshness, which she particularly liked. After the shrimp was prepared by the fierce wind, it was also roasted over the fire. It was the first time Emo-chan saw this, and the smell seemed even more delicious than the fish. As an adult male, he couldn't stand being hungry, especially seeing Jiang Xingluo and the fierce wind together intimately. He instantly felt a surge of anger. Unlike his previous jealousy, he now seemed to understand why Jiang Xingluo liked the fierce wind so much. Now he could accept it. But if he turned back to the tribe would definitely not overlook the fact that he had killed that female. Jiang Xingluo looked at Emo-chan, who was deep in thought. It seemed this kid wasn't completely unwilling to go back. He was probably missing home now. Their journey ahead was smooth, with no difficult paths. The fierce wind walked quickly, but the closer they got to the cat tribe, the more memories surged in Jiang Xingluo's mind. All about the original owner. Jiang Xingluo looked at the grass and trees swaying in the wind, feeling incredibly familiar, as if she had grown up in this place. As soon as Jiang Xingluo entered the tribe, she smelled the scent of dried fish. She looked up and realized that the entrance of the cat tribe was almost filled with dried fish, and besides the dried fish, there were also some dried meats, which smelled particularly enticing. However, the females of the cat tribe looked unhappy upon seeing Emo-chan, but when they saw Jiang Xingluo, their expressions improved significantly. It had been a long time since such a beautiful cat tribe female had appeared in the tribe, with a graceful figure and a pair of starry eyes that looked affectionate. Even the females of the cat tribe liked such a beauty. Jiang Xingluo looked around at the little female cats looking at her with bright smiles. Jiang Xingluo glanced around and felt something was off. She didn't seem to recognize any of the small females nearby. None of her childhood playmates appeared to be there. Furrowing her brows, she looked at Mo Chun, who couldn't lift his head here, as he could almost hear the surrounding females cursing him. It was the time for the males of the cat clan to go hunting, and the tribe was almost entirely made up of females. Lai Feng continued to lead Jiang Xingluo toward the shaman's cave. According to Mo Chen's description, the shaman here should be Jiang Xingluo's mother. The closer Jiang Xingluo got to the place where she used to live, the more chaotic her heart became. She could clearly sense that she indeed came from this place. She wondered how her mother was doing now. Following the route provided by Mo Chun, Lai Feng brought Jiang Xingluo to the largest cave entrance in the cat clan. The cave was enormous, and inside it was like winter. Lying on a stone bed was a silver-haired female, whose skin looked as delicate as if it could burst. She appeared to be about the same age as Xingluo. Jiang Xingluo couldn't imagine that the female before her was Xingzhen. It couldn't be possible. No, perhaps this was a small female she had with another beast husband? As Jiang Xingluo entered the cave, the woman seemed to hear the sound and turned to look at her. A pair of golden pupils seemed to see through everything. Lai Feng was also surprised. The female before them looked almost identical to Xingluo, with the only difference being a tear mole at the corner of her eye, which Xingluo did not have. Xingluo? Jiang Xingluo was taken aback when the beauty before her naturally called her name, and she nodded somewhat dazedly. So you're still alive. I thought you would never return after being harmed by your foolish sister. Xingluo raised her eyes to look at the female before her. Her beauty was stunning. No wonder the original owner's memories revealed that her mother had more than 20 beast husbands. It was normal for such a beauty to have several beast husbands. So you know, survival of the fittest is a natural law. You've returned now, and you even brought your beast husband back. Does this lion have green crystals? Jiang Xingluo furrowed her brows and explained, Lai Feng is a purple crystal beast man. Upon hearing Jiang Xingluo's words, Xingzhen instantly sat up from her bed, her gaze toward Xingluo carrying a hint of hope. Mother knew you resemble me the most, but I only have one beast husband who is a purple crystal beast man. Your father. Unfortunately, he died while hunting many years ago, and his remains are nowhere to be found. Jiang Xingluo felt a pang in her heart upon hearing this. Probably a reaction from empathizing with the original owner over the past few days. Don't be sad. Sacrificing for your female lord is his honor. Jiang Xingluo listened helplessly until she came to this so-called mother. She could clearly feel that everything in this world contradicted her own thoughts. Her mother seemed to be a normal female in the beast world, having given birth to many cubs for her beast husbands, enjoying their support and giving birth to extraordinarily beautiful offspring. Chapter 145. Was it done by your sister? Jiang Xingluo was kept by Xingzhen, but upon seeing Mo Chun, Xingzhen's expression turned grim. Mo Chun looked at Xingzhen, his brow drooping, and even his ears drooped down, appearing somewhat remorseful. Xingzhen looked at Mo Chun and said, Since Xingming is at fault, why didn't she come to me to resolve this matter? Why did she have to take action against her? Do you know her abilities are second only to Xingluo's? She is a scarce female in this tribe. Listening to Xingzhen's words, Xingluo felt a chill in her heart. Her mother was different from her. She valued emotions and loyalty, whereas everything Xingzhen did seemed to consider the bigger picture. Although their goals were different, Xingluo could accept this mother. Xingzhen reached out to feel Xingluo's pulse, using her own power to sense Xingluo's condition. She looked down at Xingluo's abdomen with a hint of relief in her eyes. Xingluo, your fertility is among the best in the tribe. I wonder how many cubs you had the first time? The first time? How many cubs? Jiang Xingluo was relieved to find out that the shaman could diagnose this. She explained, 5, 1 small female cub and 4 male cubs. Facing the female before her, even Xingluo's usually flamboyant personality retracted considerably. Xingzhen looked at Xingluo, who was still so obedient to her, just like when she was a child. It was surprising that this little Xingluo could even bring back a purple crystal beast man as a husband, and she had given birth to 5 cubs at once, including 1 female cub. Xingzhen's gaze toward Xingluo held a hint of approval. She truly was her daughter. Don't forget, you are my daughter, understand? Jiang Xingluo's pupils widened. She understood what Xingzhen meant. She was implying that Xingluo should never forget where her maternal clan was. Mother can feel that your anomalous powers have awakened. That's great. You are the only small female in the cat clan who has awakened anomalous powers. Unfortunately, Mother lost you back then. Xingzhen looked at her daughter, feeling a mix of emotions. Though she had bright eyes, They were now filled with infinite sorrow. She truly regretted accidentally losing Xingluo. Feeling a mix of emotions wasn't pleasant. Jiang Xingluo furrowed her brow and looked at Xingzhen. It wasn't you who lost me. I remember it was my sister who abandoned me. I got lost and couldn't find my way back after wandering too far. Jiang Xingluo looked at Xingzhen, knowing that the original owner's sister likely did those things out of jealousy. However, it seemed that Xingzhen and all the beastmen in the cat clan were unaware of this. Mo Chun, who had been drooping his head, suddenly lifted it and bared his teeth upon hearing this. It's all Xingming's fault. She just didn't like Xingluo, which is why she abandoned her. She wanted to bond with me. And Xingzhen, I know I shouldn't harm females, but how could she abandon Xingluo like that? Abandoning females in our tribe is punished by the beast god. That's right. The small females in the cat clan had always been of high quality and received special protection from the beast god. Originally, the highest quality small female in the tribe was Xingming. After Xingluo was born, she had always been in excellent health. However, before she could even come of age, she was abandoned. Because of Xingluo's loss, Xingzhen hadn't been with any of her beast husbands for nearly 3 years. Xingluo, was it really your sister who did this? Jiang Xingluo nodded, but now that the person was no longer present, mentioning it seemed almost pointless. Can't you let me go now, Aunt Xingzhen? If I were to seek you out about what happened back then, how would you have resolved it? Even if you bonded with Xingming, she could still continue to pester me. Xingzhen furrowed her brows as she looked at Mo Chun. Because of Xingming's death, he had already borne a significant price. Moreover, since Xingluo brought him back this time, and Mo Chun helped her find her way, without him, mother and son might never have met again in this lifetime. Xingzhen understood in her heart the importance of a powerful male for a tribe. Currently, the Black Wolf tribe had yet to see blue crystal beastmen. But Mo Chun was already a dual-born purple crystal beastman, a standout even across the continent. I'll take you to meet your female mother and father beast. This matter still requires their permission. Xingluo, now that Mo Chun is back, do you wish to bond with him? Mo Chun, feeling somewhat displeased, explained, forget it, Aunt Xingzhen. Sister Xingluo doesn't want to accept me. She is Lai Feng and doesn't want any other beast husbands. Mo Chun sighed inwardly, but he was certain that he no longer had any other thoughts about the female before him. Xingzhen looked at Xingluo with some confusion. You still have 3 cubs in your belly, and you've already given birth to 5 cubs. Are you planning to have Lai Feng take care of all of them? Xingluo frowned. Mother, we can take care of the cubs ourselves. Xingzhen obviously seemed a bit skeptical. Almost all of her cubs were raised by their beast husbands, and she couldn't imagine what it would be like to care for the cubs herself. Her Xingluo was amazing, able to raise her own cubs. Truly the most remarkable little female in the eyes of her mother. Jiang Xingluo thought her mother would tell her to find a few more beast husbands, but instead, she believed that she and Lai Feng could raise the cubs well. Jiang Xingluo didn't expect Xingzhen to take out a bracelet made of 3 purple beast crystals, saying, Mother doesn't have anything valuable to give you, just these. They are of no use to me, so I'll consider a bracelet. You might find it useful with your abilities in the future. Jiang Xingluo's bright eyes fixed on the beautiful woman before her, watching as she put the bracelet on her wrist. The woman's eyes held a smile, and Jiang Xingluo suddenly became curious about what breed of cat such a beautiful female was. After all, ordinary females couldn't maintain their beast forms, which Jiang Xingluo might not understand. They followed Xingzhen and Mo Chun all the way to the Black Wolf tribe. The path was rugged, but near the cat tribe, there were many small streams and plenty of water. Small fish kept popping up, looking particularly delicious, and Jiang Xingluo's sense of smell suddenly awakened, making her want to rush over and catch a couple of fish to satisfy her cravings. Xingzhen couldn't help but laugh at her expression. Later, we'll have a meal at Mother S' place. She prepared a cave for you early this morning. If you want to stay here, you can spend the night there. Jiang Xingluo looked at Xingzhen, completely surprised that she had prepared so thoroughly. It turned out that even though she had been missing for so long, Xingzhen had still been hoping for her return. She thought that in the brutal beast world, Xingzhen would have forgotten about her long ago. Chapter 146, Black Wolf Tribe. When Mo Chun was sent back to the Black Wolf Tribe, she looked around at the caves and the sight of cubs running around the tribe, feeling somewhat stunned. No wonder the original owner, who grew up in such a place, became emaciated after being lost by Xingming. Many of the females in the Black Wolf Tribe were from the neighboring cat tribe. There were many males and females bonded between the 2 tribes, and the males here were quite devoted. Xingzhen herself had a young beast husband from the Black Wolf Tribe. Previously, she had given birth to 3 cubs for that Black Wolf. When Jiang Xingluo heard this, she looked at Xingzhen, truly not expecting the original owner's female mother to be such a female. She was really open-minded, yet cherished her abilities. All the way, Xingzhen had a smile in her eyes. Seeing her most outstanding little female had grown into an extraordinarily beautiful adult female. She just wanted to tell all the females in the tribe about this. I came to bring Mo-chan to see Mo-yun. The Black Wolf tribe did not have a shaman. So many things needed Xingzhen's help. However, because Mo-chan had harmed Xingzhen, she had hardly interacted with the Black Wolf tribe over the years. Although she would still help injured beastmen, it was certainly not like before. Today, Xingzhen came alone and brought Mo-chan back, and many beastmen in the tribe had joyful expressions. They hoped that the two tribes could reconcile, and they hated that Mo-chan had lost control and killed such an outstanding female. I'll go fetch the tribe leader now. Xingzhen pulled Jiang Xingluo's hand and sat on a stone nearby, gazing at her female cub, unable to look enough. Many males in the Black Wolf tribe secretly looked at the pampered female by Xingzhen, surprised to find that she was even more beautiful than Xingzhen. A gentle breeze blew, and she smiled softly, melting the hearts of all the males. Jiang Xingluo, however, did not notice anything around her. This was her first time feeling maternal love. How about bringing the cubs here to spend some time with Mother? You said Qing Yuan awakened wood-type abilities, and Mother wants to teach her skills. Jiang Xingluo looked up at Xingzhen, feeling a bit hesitant. Mo-chan muttered aside, sure, that little female is pretty good. Bringing her back would definitely be fun. Jiang Xingluo shot a cold glance at Mo-chan, feeling a little annoyed. Xingzhen suddenly tapped Mo-chan's head with her wooden staff, causing Mo-chan to yelp in pain. Jiang Xingluo couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. If you dare to have any thoughts about our cat tribe's females again, I want to let you off. Xingzhen's voice held a hint of intimidation, and Mo-chan immediately lowered his head, not daring to speak. It turned out he was afraid of his mother. Jiang Xingluo breathed a sigh of relief and heard a rustling sound nearby. She looked up to see a couple dressed in animal skin skirts. The male had sharp features with a somewhat aggressive look in his eyes, while the female's gaze was gentle, her belly round, looking like she was pregnant. Jiang Xingluo watched as the female with red-rimmed eyes approached, and if she guessed correctly, this female should be Mo-chan's mother, and the other one was probably Mo-yun. She remembered that Mo-chan's mother was named Ku-fei. She was surprised to see Ku-fei walking towards her, thinking, shouldn't she be looking for Mo-chan? They hadn't seen each other for quite a while. Mo-chan looked eagerly at his mother, just about to call out a couple of words when he found his mother stepping on his paw and walking directly to Xingzhen. Jiang Xingluo looked at Ku-fei approaching, her eyes filled with affection. Xingluo, you're finally back. You don't know how many beastmen from the wolf tribe I sent to find you. We couldn't find you at all. Jiang Xingluo was a bit confused, and Mo-chan was increasingly speechless. Even Lai Feng beside them didn't expect that Xingluo's identity in the cat tribe was like this. Her mother was a shaman, so she was practically the best little female in terms of nurturing abilities in the tribe. Lai Feng's face flushed slightly. If he had explained all this at the beginning, he wouldn't have left so decisively. After all, it was proven that Xingluo's nurturing ability was among the top in the entire Beast World continent. Ku-fei, all right, don't keep holding on to my little female's hand. Don't you have one in your belly? Xingzhen was afraid her good friend would snatch her little female away. After not seeing her for so many years, she couldn't let her friend take the lead. Xingzhen, are you serious? I have a female cub in this pregnancy? Ku-fei had been pregnant for a long time and had always wanted to know if this pregnancy would have a little female, but because of what Mo-chan did, she didn't have the face to meet Xingzhen. Unexpectedly, Xingzhen could tell just by feeling that she was carrying a female. This litter is of the cat tribe's cubs. You might be having two, one female and one male. Jiang Xingluo saw Ku-fei smiling happily and turned to look at her beast husband Mo-yun, acting cute, while Mo-chan seemed like a foundling. Jiang Xingluo felt the real meaning of what it was like to come home here. Aunt Ku-fei, we brought Mo-chan back this time because he has some health issues. He is already a purple crystal beast man, and if he continues not living in the tribe, he might become a mad beast. Jiang Xingluo explained straightforwardly. Ku-fei then turned her gaze to her own cub, her previously calm eyes now filled with guilt. Jiang Xingluo sighed. It had been a long time since they last met, and Ku-fei must have missed her cub too. I don't want to hold grudges about the past anymore. Ku-fei, Mo-chan's illness needs to be treated in the tribe, and the Black Wolf tribe hasn't had a dual ability purple crystal beast man for many years. Xingzhen spoke, and Ku-fei naturally understood this reasoning as well. After Jiang Xingluo and Lai Feng left the Black Wolf tribe, they followed Xingzhan back to her cave. However, Jiang Xingluo was startled when she took a glance. More than 20 beast husbands were standing outside her cave, and there were even some who were quite young, comparable to Lai Feng. Jiang Xingluo didn't know how to deal with herself. Xingzhan held her own female cub and spoke to all the males, "Listen up, this is my little female cub. From now on, no one in the tribe is allowed to bully her." Xingzhan's beast husband nodded and flaunted the prey he brought back in front of Xingzhan. Xingluo felt a bit embarrassed. If she had to stay here and spend a few days with her female mother, she would have to face so many male beasts every day and call a male of a similar age to Lai Wen father beast. Xingluo really felt as if she had been struck by lightning and couldn't bear it. "What's wrong? Xingluo, are you feeling unwell?" Jiang Xingluo shook her head. She didn't feel unwell, but the embarrassment on her face was hard to maintain. "Xingluo, you've grown so big." Jiang Xingluo heard the male beast standing in front of Xingzhan, a gray-haired yet still handsome male, suddenly speak. Chapter 147. The male who once abandoned her. Jiang Xingluo looked at him in confusion. A memory related to this male suddenly burst forth in her mind. This male was Xingzhan's father beast. Jiang Xingluo looked at him with a hint of indifference in her eyes, but didn't say anything. Lai Wen looked at Jiang Xingluo, and for the first time saw such intense killing intent on her face directed at a male. He could feel Jiang Xingluo's whole body trembling. It seemed she felt not only disgust, but also a hint of fear towards the male before her. Jiang Xingluo felt Lai Wen's hand tightly gripping hers. She turned to Lai Wen and said, "Don't be afraid, it's okay. I won't let anyone hurt you." Beside them, Monen's expression turned very ugly as he stared at Lai Wen and Jiang Xingluo with fiery anger boiling inside him. Xingzhan looked at Jiang Xingluo in confusion. "Xingluo, what's wrong?" Seeing her cub's expression change slightly, Xingzhan knew Jiang Xingluo was not the type to swallow her grievances. She had thought Monen might have died long ago, but unexpectedly, he was still alive. In the past, the original owner's father beast had passed away early, and aside from her female mother, it was Monen who took care of her. Since Xingmen was only a year younger than her, it was easier to raise the two female cubs together. However, Monen had secretly abandoned her outside many times. It was always her older brother Xinghui who brought her back. Unfortunately, her older brother Xinghui was very weak, and whenever they tried to explain to their mother, Monen would interrupt them. So, she and Xinghui had never lived very happily. When Xingzhan was in the cave, she would make delicious food for Xingluo, and Xingluo would secretly share it with her closest older brother. If Xingzhan wasn't there, they wouldn't even have anything to eat. A bitter feeling spread in Xingluo's heart as she recalled everything from the past. She felt deeply saddened. She had originally thought the original owner was happy, but she didn't expect there to be so many hidden memories. However, the moment she saw Monen, the pain hidden within her body was suddenly triggered. "Mother, it's him. He and Xingmen left me outside, making it impossible for me to find the way to the tribe." Xingzhan looked at Monen. "Is that true?" Monen shook his head and quickly explained, "Female master, it seems Xingluo has remembered it wrong. I raised her myself. How could I have let her go? Besides, how old was Xingluo back then? She must have remembered it wrong. She liked to run around everywhere, and every time she hid from me, I couldn't find her." Jiang Xingluo continued to look at the group of males and calculated their ages. Xinghui should have already chosen a female master by now. Since the truth was about to be unveiled, as long as she found her older brother, their mother would definitely believe everything. "Mother, that male always abandoned me outside when I was little and wouldn't he bring me back. It was always my older brother who brought me back. Where is he now?" Jiang Xingluo clearly felt that the original owner had a deep reliance on her older brother, but her older brother was simple-minded and didn't dare to say anything. "Your older brother is already paired up and is not here. Yuming, go bring Xinghui back." Monen didn't expect his female master to openly ignore him and directly ask her newly bonded beast husband to handle this matter. Jiang Xingluo looked at the tall male appearing before her, and a fierce feeling washed over her. "Oh my, there are so many beasts of my female mother. This one must be the youngest, right?" This person had a very masculine face with solid muscles, and even the muscle lines on his legs were very obvious. When he transformed into beast form, Jiang Xingluo realized he was a leopard cat. He sprinted forward quickly, and Jiang Xingluo was taken to a cave specially prepared for her by Xingzhan. Jiang Xingluo had thought she was already quite wealthy. Apart from herself, the beast people of Ragewind City were the richest, as they spent beast crystals like water. However, when she saw that her cave entrance was decorated with over 300 green beast crystals, she realized what true wealth was. No wonder Mo-chan had used so many beast crystals to trap her in that cave. It turned out these two tribes were so wealthy. Gumin, this is the cave your mother prepared for you. It's very large. After entering, Jiang Xingluo found that the cave was also illuminated with blue beast crystals. And it was very deep inside. The stone bed had a thick mat woven from grass, covered with the best beast skins. First, leave your beast husband here. Wait until I resolve everything. Then you can leave, okay? Jiang Xingluo nodded. Xingzhen leaned closer to Jiang Xingluo and kissed her forehead. May the beast god bless. My female cub and her cubs be safe and sound. Jiang Xingluo blushed as she watched Xingzhen leave. Lai Wind looked at Jiang Xingluo and embraced her with some heartache. Jiang Xingluo wrapped her arms around Lai Wind, and a sense of security gradually enveloped her. The bond mark on Lai Wind's chest faintly glowed as he reached out to hold Jiang Xingluo's wrist. Xingluo, it seems your ability crystal is reacting. Jiang Xingluo nodded and summoned her crystal, closing her eyes as she sensed that the vast power within her body seemed to be more than half sealed. A yellow crystal beast person had yet to advance, and Jiang Xingluo felt that her power seemed to gradually break through the seal as she returned to her birthplace. Suddenly, the purple crystal bracelet on her wrist unlocked and was absorbed by her crystal. What is going on? Lai Wind placed his hand on her crystal, and a warm aura circulated. Lai Wind could sense Jiang Xingluo's power was restless, and since they were beast mates, their abilities intertwined, allowing Lai Wind to almost see everything about Jiang Xingluo. Xingluo, calm down. You just need the power of beast crystals. I have some here. Jiang Xingluo nodded. Lai Wind took out beast crystals from his body. The 10 blue beast crystals, along with 2 purple beast crystals, were continuously absorbed by her. With Lai Wind's help, it didn't take long for Jiang Xingluo to feel the seal within her body gradually weaken. She was sweating all over, and it seemed that the several cubs in her belly were also using their power to help her. A cold wind blew outside the cave, and a pair of green eyes in the distance fixed on Jiang Xingluo's cave. When he saw the strange light bursting from Jiang Xingluo's palm, a surge of rage rose in his heart. Why was it that even though he had abandoned her, such a weak female could still survive and return, while his female cub had died at Mo-chen's hands? How dare she bring Mo-chen back? How could his female master treat all this as if nothing had happened? Monin gritted his teeth as he looked at that cave. Even if he wanted to act now, he couldn't. The lion beside him also had dual abilities. Seeing that face reminded Monin of the difficult-to-subdue lion from the Wasteland tribe. They looked remarkably alike. Chapter 148. The self-binding of Mo-nan. After sleeping soundly for an entire night, Jiang Xingluo felt her muscles and bones relax significantly. The power that had been swirling around her body stabilized instantly. Looking at her ability, which had evolved into a green crystal, warmth surged in her heart. However, with the absence of strong winds, she heard footsteps coming from the cave entrance, and her heart tightened. Stepping out of the cave to take a look, she realized the person approaching was not Mo-nan. She breathed a sigh of relief. That Mo-nan was also a green crystal beast man, but he had been hunting with the hunting team for many years. Now that she was pregnant, her powers had been significantly sealed, and she was genuinely afraid that something might happen to the baby inside her if they faced off. Xingluo, your big brother is back. The female wants me to take you and Lufeng with me. Yiming was different from that of Mo-nan. She nodded and said she would go immediately after Lufeng arrived. Jiang Xingluo stayed in the cave, sniffing the air, feeling that something was off about the scent that had been lingering for some time. She turned to look at the flowers placed at the cave entrance. Weren't those the enchanting flowers? Why were they here? Jiang Xingluo covered her nose and quickly wanted to leave, but a tall figure blocked the entrance. You are Xingluo? Jiang Xingluo felt disgusted by such a despicable act. She glared fiercely at the male before her. Who allowed you to come to my place? Hearing Jiang Xingluo's words, the male felt restless, especially as the scent of the enchanting flowers grew stronger. The rich aroma invaded his nerves, and he lost control, lunging towards Jiang Xingluo. Feeling her body weaken, Jiang Xingluo instinctively stumbled back. She bit her tongue, and warm blood spread across it, instantly waking her up a bit. A powerful lightning ability struck the male before her. The male was paralyzed by the electric shock, and as Jiang Xingluo transformed in her beast form and stepped forward, she realized her strength was pitifully low. Meanwhile, her baby was also restless. The enchanting flowers would likely cause the beast man to miscarry. She quickly ran towards the cave entrance, only to find Mo-nan standing there, grinning at her. Want to run? My female cub died, and you will accompany her in death. Mo-nan reached out and tightly gripped Jiang Xingluo's neck. a choking sensation washing over her. She struggled with all her might, but found her body devoid of strength. Was she really going to die here today? Jiang Xingluo sighed. It seemed she could not live to see another day. Host, wake up. Your task is not yet complete. I will not let you die. Jiang Xingluo frowned. The system had not appeared for so long that she almost forgot it was the system that helped her come to this world. Unfortunately, she had only completed so little of her task. The affection levels of the cubs were not maxed out, and she didn't even know the background of Qing Yuan. Her consciousness gradually sank. If she had to die, so be it. After all, it was the first time she had faced death, just another death. Host, please stay awake. You have unlocked most of the cubs' affection levels. The system can help you once at a critical moment. The system used its antidote to counteract the poison of the enchanting flowers in Jiang Xingluo's body. The power within her gradually surged, and even the state of the cubs stabilized significantly. She unleashed her lightning power to the maximum on Mo Nan. Mo Nan was pushed back by the electricity, his skin sparking with fire from the lightning. It hurts. It hurts. Jiang Xingluo landed, her cat-like eyes filled with ferocity. This Mo Nan could not be left alive. He would become jealous of her other cubs. She summoned her whip, followed by the divine punishment of the beast god. Lightning suddenly struck down, shattering the sacred stone that had been worshipped in the cat tribe. The shocked members of the cat tribe quickly gathered, witnessing the rolling thunder. And the lightning punishment simultaneously struck a single spot. The sparks on Mo Nan connected, nearly burning through his back. Jiang Xingluo coldly watched him, and the male beast that had rushed out of the cave, still infatuated with Jiang Xingluo, lunged directly at her. Jiang Xingluo glared at this troublesome creature, preparing to take action when she heard a noise from afar. Lu Feng quickly returned, carrying a bamboo basket. Seeing that Jiang Xingluo was unharmed, the worry in his heart finally eased, but he fell into deep self-reproach. He should have waited for Xingluo to wake up before going to find food. How could he forget that this Mo Nan would only use dirty and despicable means? Jiang Xingluo was protected in Lu Feng's embrace, inhaling his familiar scent, and relaxed completely. Why didn't you wait for me to go out alone? Do you know they all want to harm me? Jiang Xingluo's tone was filled with questioning, and Lu Feng softly murmured an apology. Meanwhile, the male beast controlled by the enchanting flowers still had not given up and lunged at Jiang Xingluo, only to be torn in half by Lu Feng's wind ability. The air was filled with the scent of blood as Lu Feng shielded Jiang Xingluo, and lightning descended in waves. Mo Nan, like a giant fireball, desperately ran, trying to extinguish the flames on his body, unaware that this lightning punishment was also meant for him. Both the females and males of the cat tribe watched as Mo Nan howled and ran. Xingzhen, the shaman, knew exactly why such a thing happened. Even the sacred stone worshipped by the cat tribe had been struck open by the beast god itself, which was enough to prove how furious the beast god was. Mo Nan deserved to die. It was she who wronged her female cub. How could she not trust Xingluo? Xingluo was such a pitiful female cub, having grown up alone for so many years without her. She only hated those who had once harmed her. She, as a mother, should not have acted this way. Forget it. I can handle this myself this time, so I won't blame you. Jiang Xingluo patted Lu Feng's back and comforted him softly. She knew she had abilities, so she was not too afraid of Mo Nan's appearance. Who would have thought Mo Nan would use such despicable means against her? It seemed he had been here for a long time, realizing that Lu Feng had left, and he timed it perfectly. Mo Nan, a cunning beast, was indeed not easy to deal with. He probably did not expect that she still had the system with her in this world. Xingzhen looked at the surrounding beastmen and spoke directly. Let him die. The beast god has descended with punishment, even breaking the sacred stone. If we do not let him bear the consequences, our tribe will pay the price. Jiang Xingluo looked at Xingzhen, seeing guilt welling up in her eyes. Xingluo, with Lu Feng gone, you should go find me with Yumming. You must not do this next time. You are a female and should be protected by males. Chapter 149. The food of Mingxin tribe was stolen, Mo Nan was burned to ashes, and the lightning punishment abruptly ceased. The cat tribe welcomed a heavy rain. Jiang Xingluo originally wanted to leave with Lu Feng ahead of time, but due to the rain, they had to stay in the cat tribe for a day and a night. Until the rain stopped, Yumming brought food to Jiang Xingluo almost every day, all delicious dishes made with a lot of salt and cumin powder by the cat tribe. Xingluo, can I ask you for a favor? Yumming looked down at Jiang Xingluo, feeling somewhat shy. In the cat tribe, the female cubs were above all beastmen, so Yumming treated Jiang Xingluo with great respect. Jiang Xingluo looked at Yumming, who was lowering her head, feeling a bit embarrassed. What is it? Just say it. Lu Feng looked at Jiang Xingluo, who was glowing and had recovered well. He reached out to cover her abdomen, using a gentle power to sense his cub. Jiang Xingluo frowned and looked at Lu Feng, reaching out to pat his hand away. "Take your hand off." The strong wind instantly retracted its hand and then turned to the other side to learn how to make grilled fish. "I don't have my own cubs yet. Could you please help me talk to the female leader, so?" Jiang Xingluo almost spat out a piece of fish that she had just eaten. Her originally flushed face, illuminated by the firelight, became even redder. Would it be useful for her to persuade about such matters? She felt embarrassed. But the females of the Beast World's cat tribe live a long time, so Xingzhen and Kufei still looked young. Kufei already had several cubs, and it was quite reasonable for her mother to give birth to a few more. "Don't worry, I will never betray the female leader, Jiang Xingluo frowned as she listened, and then saw a male who looked somewhat like her appearing at the cave entrance. It was her elder brother, Xinghui. Xinghui had a whole body of wheat-colored skin, was tall, and was already a green crystal beast man. His female leader was from the Black Wolf tribe, and she chose him as her mate because she valued his status. Xinghui looked at his long-lost sister with tears in his eyes. "Xingluo, I thought something had happened to you. I searched for you with Mo Chan for a long time. We looked through mountains and rivers, but there was no trace. It's my fault for not persisting in finding you. You never recognized the way home when you were little. How would you remember it when you grew up?" Xinghui's eyes were filled with tenderness, and his heart was filled with endless remorse. Xingluo smiled and asked her elder brother how he had been all these years, only to learn that his female leader was a very kind female. She couldn't stand seeing him being bullied all the time, so she chose him as her mate. Jiang Xingluo felt relieved upon hearing this. It seemed that her elder brother had been doing well over the years. Yu Ming had been sitting next to Xinghui. He grilled fish and shared it with Xinghui, and the two seemed very familiar. "Yu Ming and I used to be very good friends, but I didn't expect him to become Mother's mate later." Jiang Xingluo found this hard to believe as she looked at the two males in front of her. In fact, their cat tribe didn't care about this at all, so even so, it didn't affect their friendship. "Fortunately, he was there, so my life got much better later. Mother really likes him." Jiang Xingluo silently ate the fish. She didn't know what to say about this matter and could only express her lack of understanding but respect. As for having cubs, she didn't want to interfere too much. After all, that was their own affair. The divine stone in the tribe had been split open before, and the tribe leader was always worried that without the divine stone, they would not be protected by the beast god. Therefore, he wanted to bring all the males in the tribe to repent to the beast god. Jiang Xingluo and Lai Feng heard their prayers in the cave. It was the first time she saw such a grand scene, all because of a stone. But did praying like this really work? She watched Xingzhen by the bonfire, wearing ceremonial clothes, conveying his thoughts to the beast god, and for some reason, she could actually understand those sacrificial words. It was truly amazing. Jiang Xingluo watched all the males kneel, sincerely praying, until she saw a force descend from the sky onto the stone they had prepared. And that stone actually emitted a brilliant light. Jiang Xingluo looked at Lai Feng. "So this world really had a beast god?" Lai Feng nodded. "The beast god protects all things. Without the beast god, our abilities would have no source. Only with the beast god can this world remain safe and sound." Hearing Lai Feng's words, Jiang Xingluo was stunned. For some reason, she recalled the figure she had seen in a previous dream. It even mentioned that she and Lai Feng were destined to be together, but she hadn't encountered that figure in a long time. Jiang Xingluo hesitated in her heart as she watched the prayer come to an end. She breathed a sigh of relief and planned to say goodbye to Xingzhen. On the other side, the food that the Mingchen tribe had stored up disappeared overnight. They used 10 blue beast crystals to exchange for seeds with Jiang Xingluo, and with Qing Yuan's power enhancement, they grew quickly. The beastmen of the Mingchen tribe harvested soon and tried to make flour from wheat. They used a pot to make delicious pancakes. Everything was going well, but in the past few days, all the flour and rice they had grown had completely vanished. Qing Yan and the others knew it was wrong to leave at this time. Sister Yulan was indignant and wanted to find the thief with Kuei every time, but she always accidentally fell asleep, allowing them to get away with it. "Qingzhua, you're the smartest. Can you think of a way? We can't let all the hard-earned food from the tribe be stolen by others." Qing Yan clenched his fists, feeling very dissatisfied. Qingzhua supported his face with his small hands. Looking serious, he thought for a long time, feeling that even though someone was guarding every day, they were still being stolen from, which was very strange. Could it be? Qingzhua looked at Qing Yuan, who looked at his second brother, feeling that his gaze was strange. "Qing Yuan, is there a drug that can make people fall asleep and facilitate stealing?" Qing Yuan nodded. "Yes, Sister Huayin said it was a kind of drowsy grass, which grows very tall and thin. Sister Huayin showed it to me before. The juice made from that grass can make you sleep all night if you just get a little on you. Sister Huayin said if you can't sleep, you can smell it, but I haven't used it. Xingluo was overjoyed. I knew there must be such a thing. Is there an antidote for the drowsy grass? Qingyuan nodded and continued to explain. The pink flowers outside our door can immediately refresh you if you eat them, even if you smell the drowsy grass. It won't work. But this secret is only known to Sister Huayin. She found out after accidentally eating it once. Chapter 150. Corruption. The cubs excitedly went outside to find many pink flowers and hid them on their bodies. When Qingyan saw the tribe leader, he hurriedly jumped up. Tribe leader, we know why those beastmen can make people fall asleep. Qingyan waved his hands and spoke for a long time. But none of the beastmen present paid any attention to what he said, simply because he was just a cub. Qingyan frowned and looked at Xingluo. What should we do? Without mother and father beast here, they won't believe us at all. A sense of stubbornness surged in Qingyan's heart. It felt like everyone treated them as dispensable without their mother. Xingluo looked at Qingyan and devised an explanation in his heart. Brother, how about we wait tonight in the place where there's only a little food stored and see if those people come? We can take the antidote in advance. Our abilities should be enough to deal with a few ordinary beastmen. Qingyan nodded, feeling that Xingluo's consideration was very thoughtful. Based on their speculations, the reason those beastmen used drowsy grass was likely because they were afraid to fight. After all, Sister Yulan's mate was a very strong beastman. An ordinary beastman really couldn't defeat him. So the cubs stayed outside and ate the pink flowers in advance, quietly waiting for nightfall. Because they had eaten those pink flowers, they felt no drowsiness at all. After a long time, as the moon rose and the stars were sparse, even the little birds in the trees had settled in their nests to sleep. The cubs didn't dare make a sound and waited quietly. Sure enough, in the darkness, a figure suddenly appeared, looking very thin. Qingyan observed carefully. The beastman was hunched over with a very low waist, and the sound of a wooden stick scraping against the ground could be heard continuously. They held their breath and didn't dare make a sound, and the strong scent of drowsy grass on him was overwhelming. The smell of the drowsy grass was very pungent, and they found it irritating, but it had no effect on them. Qingyan and Xingluo followed the figure with the other cubs for a long distance. The old man seemed unaware of their presence. Qingyan noticed that he was carrying everything he had left and walked directly out. Qingyan immediately used his abilities, and a gust of wind struck, catching the orc off guard, causing everything he was carrying to fall. Qingyuan used her beast crystal to illuminate the orc in front of her, only to find that the orc had suddenly transformed into a cloud of black mist and left. How could this be? Qingyan and Xingzhu looked at the beast skins that had fallen to the ground, disbelief swirling in their eyes. Brother, what on earth was that beast? Qingyuan looked in the direction where the black mist had disappeared, feeling a bit dizzy, a putrid smell wafting between her nostrils, as if it was the scent attached to that black mist. Do you smell something? It's so foul, like something is rotting. Little Green sensed her discomfort and spoke up. It's putrid gas, Qingyuan. That beast was transformed by putrid gas. Qingyan and the other little ones looked at the talking little crystal stone, instantly gathering around. They summoned their ability crystals, and only Qingluan didn't have an ability. So she could only stand next to Qingyuan and watch Little Green closely. Little Qingluan, you also have abilities, but yours require you to gather strength to use. Your power is also psychic, but it controls objects and can directly move them. Little Green could sense all the power from these little ones. After all, she had been in their mother's belly with Qingyuan and had grown up together with them, so she could naturally feel it. It's psychic power. Then I'll give it a try. Little Green directly said okay, and the little ones looked at Qingluan, their eyes filled with anticipation as she gathered her strength. Qingluan looked at the bag of food in front of her, trying to lift it. Sure enough, the beast skin bag started to move on its own. Qingluan looked at the item in front of her with excitement, trying to control it steadily, thinking about sending it back to its original place. And sure enough, it quickly transported itself back. A white ability crystal appeared in Qingluan's palm, and joy filled her eyes as she never expected her ability to be like this. Qingyuan smiled at the crystal in Qingluan's palm, looking at Little Green with appreciation. Little Green, how did you know all this? I didn't notice at all. Qingluan looked at the green little crystal with gratitude, and Little Green explained, oh, how could I not know after spending so much time with you all in our mother's belly? Of course I know. At this moment, Jiang Xingluo and Lai Feng had obtained quite a bit of cumin powder and chili powder from the cat tribe, and quickly left there, heading towards the Mingxian tribe. This time, Jiang Xingluo was completely different from last time. She remembered the direction of the road. After all, she wasn't directionally challenged. She had once driven around to buy seeds in town and remembered the way after just one trip. However, the journey was not short, and after traveling for a while, both Lai Feng and Jiang Xingluo were almost exhausted. I can walk by myself from here. You don't have to protect me all the time. Why shouldn't I protect you? You are my mate, and you are pregnant. Lai Feng handed Jiang Xingluo the mountain spring water he had brought. Jiang Xingluo realized that Lai Feng was really stubborn. Some things she said were useless. Let him be. They walked along the road, perhaps feeling relieved. They had the leisure to appreciate the scenery around them. As they walked, Jiang Xingluo discovered that they were surrounded by a sea area, and the sea water was a deep blue. The sea breeze blew in, carrying a hint of warmth. Jiang Xingluo looked at the shells washed up on the beach, and a lot of seafood had been washed ashore too. Little crabs and clams. She saw several shrimp quickly crawling in the water. Jiang Xingluo turned to look at Lai Feng and found that he had quickly caught a few sea bass. These seemed to be sea creatures that had not evolved into beastmen. Jiang Xingluo saw Lai Feng walking over, holding 3 plump sea bass, and she couldn't help being tempted. At sunset, the sea surface was illuminated by the sunlight, sparkling beautifully. Jiang Xingluo took a string and slowly strung the collected shells together, while she built a fire with nearby dry wood and cooked the fish they had caught. They were just short of some side dishes. But as the delicious aroma wafted along the beach, the lack of side dishes didn't seem so important anymore, especially since the fish soup had enough seasoning. Chapter 151. Unexpected events by the sea. This was the first time Jiang Xingluo felt so satisfied eating seafood. She looked at the mantis shrimp and other seafood that Lai Feng had brought back and planned to clean them up to store in her space. Her shell wind chime was also finished. She stood up holding the wind chime, and as the sea breeze blew, the shell swayed, making a continuous ringing sound. Lai Feng had never seen such an interesting thing before. Lai Feng raised his eyes to the shells strung together by the rope, thinking that Xingluo's craftsmanship was really good. How is it? Pretty, right? Jiang Xingluo was quite confident in her skills. Lai Feng nodded and reached out to touch the shells, finding them quite interesting. Bring some back. The little ones will definitely love them. Jiang Xingluo smiled, agreeing. The sea breeze gradually picked up, and suddenly, Jiang Xingluo and Lai Feng noticed that the previously calm sea had become turbulent, with a surge of restless waves suddenly crashing towards them. How could this be? It's already low tide. This shouldn't be happening. Lai Feng and Jiang Xingluo exchanged glances, instantly feeling that something was off. Natural forces shouldn't behave this way unless controlled by a beastman with powerful abilities. Jiang Xingluo saw the surging waves approaching from a distance, and Lai Feng immediately wrapped his arms around her waist, swiftly moving her away from their original position. The waves surged as if they had a mind of their own, suddenly changing their direction of attack. Lai Feng used his abilities to create a barrier, realizing that they couldn't stay by the sea any longer. They had to leave quickly. Lai Feng, let's go, move towards the inland. Lai Feng obeyed Jiang Xingluo's words and ran swiftly, but while his ability barrier held, he didn't expect that waves would continue to surge from other directions. In just a moment, powerful waves came crashing from all sides. Even if Jiang Xingluo and Lai Feng wanted to run, it wasn't that easy. Lai Feng carried Xingluo on his back and ran as fast as he could. But the lion's abilities were not speed-oriented. The waves were coming, and Jiang Xingluo caught a whiff of a disgusting smell that was completely different from a sea. Being pregnant already made her prone to nausea, and the putrid smell made her stomach churn violently. You can't escape. A muffled voice emerged from the waves. Jiang Xingluo looked around but didn't see a single figure. She could actually take Lai Feng into her space, but she wanted to understand what the person in her previous dream meant. Perhaps the turbulent waves caused by the putrid black mist had something to do with Ling Shuang. And that black mist that had exited her body was truly strange. Jiang Xingluo looked ahead as Lai Feng's barrier held against the waves' attack, but even so, how could the waves fear the barrier? Lai Feng was almost unable to hold on, and Jiang Xingluo unleashed her lightning, instantly splitting the waves in half and causing them to recoil. It turned out that the hidden power in these waves was truly afraid of her. Why would the power of lightning be afraid? Jiang Xingluo suddenly remembered that the divine punishment from the beast god was similar. Could it be because her power was akin to that of the beast god? Regardless, everything would only be clear through experience. Jiang Xingluo summoned the power within her body, striking repeatedly at the relentless waves that refused to retreat. The waves kept changing shape but dared not advance. The fierce wind also sensed the strangeness in the air. A decaying odor grew stronger, and the originally azure waves suddenly turned into a sea of blood, with red liquid appearing all around. The fierce wind had never seen such a scene before. Jiang Xingluo also noticed that everything before her seemed to be in chaos in an instant. So, was this really the seaside or a mirage created by someone else? Jiang Xingluo was uncertain. She concentrated all her strength, sweating profusely. The fierce wind could sense that her crystal was malfunctioning again. The waves seemed to sense Jiang Xingluo's vulnerability, and the strong wind stirred up the red waves once more. The stench invading Xingluo's nostrils, which felt particularly eerie. She gritted her teeth and held on, while the palm of her other hand gradually rose with a gentle power. Yet it bore the excruciating pain of bloodlust. It hurt so much, truly so much, but the cub in her belly was also giving her strength. Mother, so gentle. Your power is so gentle. We really like your power. The fierce wind watched as Jiang Xingluo was enveloped in a shimmering green aura. All the crystals in her space were attached around her. Her other beast crystal appeared to be a purple beast crystal, and a lightning mark subtly emerged on her forehead. If the fierce wind remembered correctly, the lightning mark and lightning ability appearing on a female body only occurred with the priestesses of the White Tiger clan. Jiang Xingluo's powers gradually stabilized, and the fierce wind saw her extend that hand. A surge of green power erupted from her body, calming the previously agitated ocean. A mass of black mist hidden in the seawater was imprisoned by Jiang Xingluo's green power. Her gaze was filled with love for this world, and the fierce wind felt that this gaze seemed familiar. Let me go, you wicked female. Let me go. I want to go back to find my mother. She will surely defeat you, deceitful female. You will regret what you have done. Jiang Xingluo listened to the black mist's words and smiled. I don't even know who your mother is. The black mist seemed to realize it had misspoken. It could not break free from the shimmering green. You are the aura of the dead. My power is wood-type ability, which naturally restrains you. Do you understand? Wood-type ability? The fierce wind was somewhat stunned. It was the first time he had seen such a formidable wood-type ability. No wonder Qing Yuan could awaken her wood-type ability. It turned out that enormous wood power was hidden within Xingluo's body. The black shadow was restrained by Jiang Xingluo's power. She simply found a bamboo tube and stuffed the mist inside. Keeping it would undoubtedly be useful, especially since there were still some issues with Qing Yuan's abilities, and she wanted to know what was going on. The black mist kept chattering as it was confined. I advise you to be sensible and let me go quickly. Otherwise, I have more companions who will deal with you, and then you will have a hard time. Jiang Xingluo sneered, explaining blandly, do you think if I let you go, your companions won't come after me? Or should I just kill you now to avoid a hassle? The black mist immediately fell silent, clearly valuing its life. Chapter 152. Tell me where your mother is. The sea area, free from the pollution of black mist, was indeed much cleaner. Jiang Xingluo saw some crabs and fish surfacing from the waves. It seemed her awakening of abilities was not in vain. Her space had plenty of room, and she had previously stocked up on 2 large freezers, perfect for storing these items. Jiang Xingluo grabbed the fierce wind's hand and walked toward the shore. Lifephone, hurry up and collect those, they're delicious. Don't worry, I've purified them. They're very clean. Jiang Xingluo reached out and picked up a crab, observing it for a long time. The little crab waved its claws, looking fierce. Jiang Xingluo couldn't help but chuckle. If I put you in the pot, you'll behave. The little crab seemed to understand Jiang Xingluo's words and waved its claws even more vigorously. Lifephone, these crabs are also delicious. Let's take them back and cook them for the cubs. The fierce wind quickly collected crabs on the beach, and before long, the beach was cleared of items. Looking at the bountiful animal skin bag, Jiang Xingluo pulled the fierce wind into her space. This was the second time the fierce wind entered Jiang Xingluo's space. Observing everything unchanged, he suddenly missed Jiang Xingluo's soft, cozy bed. He wondered how she had made that bed. Come with me. Let's put these fish and shrimp away. The fierce wind followed Jiang Xingluo as she took out 2 large basins, poured water into the wooden basins, added some salt, and then put all the live fish and shrimp inside. She opened a few empty freezers in the storage room that she hadn't had time to stock before. Now they were just right for storing these items. The fierce wind carefully placed the 2 large basins into the freezer, and Jiang Xingluo turned on the power, and the freezer began to operate normally. She looked up at the sun still shining in the space, feeling it was incredible. Her solar panels had stored a considerable amount of electricity, enough to last her a long time. Moreover, there was no rainy season in the space. The sun shone every day, and Jiang Xingluo was genuinely grateful for crossing over with her space. The fierce wind had settled all the shrimp, but noticed that the person beside him had long since vanished. Jiang Xingluo sat in a nearby rattan chair, swaying gently until she fell asleep. The fierce wind reached out and gently held her, expertly walking into her room and placing her safely on the bed. The little female, snuggled against the soft bed, murmured and reached out to hug his arm. The fierce wind smiled helplessly and then lay down. Although the small bed was a bit cramped, with his legs hanging off, looking at Xingluo's peaceful sleeping face, he had never felt so comfortable before. Qing Yan brought several cubs directly to Yulan. They had guarded outside all night, but had not seen the strange black mist reappear. Although the clan leader would not believe them for now, it didn't mean that Sister Yulan wouldn't tea. Their serious expressions made Yulan unable to help but worry. Yulan and Kuei initially didn't believe, but seeing the persistent dark circles under the cubs' eyes, it was evident they had stayed up all night. Moreover, they were all awakened cubs with abilities certainly different from ordinary cubs. You said you saw that beast man turn into a mass of black mist and leave? Yulan had never encountered such a thing before. Qing Yuan explained. Sister Yulan, that beast man was hunched over, looking like an old man, but when we told him to stop, he left behind these animal skins, and inside it turned into a mass of black mist and disappeared without a trace. Hearing Qing Yuan's words, Yulan felt that it was definitely not a good thing, and their tribe's winter food had almost all been stolen. She truly didn't know what method could resolve this now. Looking at the dwindling food supplies, Yulan grasped Kuei's hand. What should we do? Will the beastmen in the tribe starve this year? Although we have a way to keep warm, all the food has been stolen by these beastmen. Yulan is worried about the weak orcs in the tribe. They can't just rely on the strong orcs to go hunting for meat. She originally thought that with the supplies they had recently stockpiled, they could finally have a good winter without going hungry. The little ones thought for a long time, and it seemed that only their mother could resolve this issue. There wasn't much they could do to help. Qing Yuan could assist, but she had very few seeds left, and even if she wanted to use her wood-based abilities to grow food for them, it would be difficult. Sister Yulan, don't worry. Why don't you take us back to the tribe first? I think the Jiao tribe might have some seeds, and you could also borrow some food. Yulan completely forgot that she could ask other tribes for help. She nodded and looked at Kuei, who also agreed. Yulan mentioned this to her father Beast, and he readily agreed. This was something others couldn't do, but Yulan could, so they set off for the Jiao tribe. Yulan sat on Kuei's back, who ran very quickly, while Qingyan was arranged by her 4 brothers to sit on the eldest brother's back. Although she could also transform, she had to enjoy the privileges that a young female could receive. They bumped along for an entire day before finally reaching Nufeng City. Qing Yuan was too tired and fell asleep on Qingyan's back. Yulan also fell asleep, and Qingyan carried Qing Yuan on his back while Qingzhu opened the door to the place where Jiang Xingluo used to stay. A scent of wood wafted out from the house. Fortunately, they hadn't been gone too long, and it wasn't too dirty. Qingyan placed Qing Yuan on the bed, and Qingzhu directly took Kuei to the guest room. The few of them returned quietly, and the next day, when Qingyan opened the door, he saw Yu Jian standing in front of them with an angry expression. Where's your mother? Qingyan frowned and looked at Yu Jian, who wasn't very happy. He had heard the people of Nufeng City say that this male had designs on their mother, although their scum father was unlikable. This Yu Jian was a cold-faced ghost, and it was strange that their mother would like him. Green Crystal, I know you will need this soon. Tell me where your mother is. Yu Jian frowned. Actually, something had happened in the Huang Cheng tribe. He didn't know why 2 groups of orcs suddenly began fighting endlessly. The originally high-level wind-type orcs suddenly killed their own female master and cubs. The leader of the Huang Cheng tribe was now hiding in Nufeng City and didn't dare go back. Now, he wanted to see Lai Feng and find him, but he could only find Xingluo first. Yu Jian didn't want to see Huang Cheng tribe become like this. Chapter 153. Something happened in Huang Cheng tribe. Qingyan stared at the green beast crystal. He actually liked it very much. But since his mother gave it to him, he didn't need anyone else's. You could take it back. I don't want your things. I'm not lacking in these. Qingyan snorted coldly, still very much disliking this cold-faced ghost. I have important matters to discuss with your father Beast and mother. Qingyan, don't throw a tantrum. Without a powerful orc to manage the overall situation, the Huang Cheng tribe could only find Lai Feng to calm everything down. Then tell me how important it is. Lai Feng looked at the serious face in front of him, a hint of worry apparent between his brows, and he couldn't help but feel nervous. You're just a cub. This matter is too dangerous. Only your father Beast can pacify it. Qingyan, please tell me. Qingyan thought for a long time and finally gritted his teeth and said, my mother sent a black wolf back to his hometown, and she hasn't returned yet. Black wolf? Yu Jian frowned, recalling that Xingluo seemed to be a little female cat. Could she be from the divine cat tribe? If so, why was she in the Jiao tribe? If she was from a divine cat tribe, It was no wonder she was so clever. Females from the divine cat tribe rarely came out, only intermarrying within their own black wolf tribe. However, he had traveled for so many years and still didn't know where the divine cat tribe was. Now they could only wait. No one knew where that tribe was located. At that moment, Jiang Xingluo was on Lai Feng's back. She was still a bit sleepy. After getting used to this mode of interaction, she transformed into her beast form, stretched her neck, and fell asleep on Lai Feng's back. A cool breeze blew by, and Lai Feng looked at the sky, which was overcast. It seemed like it wouldn't be long before it would rain. They still had a long way to go to reach the Jiuyin tribe, and Lai Feng felt uneasy, sensing that something might have gone wrong. He quickened his pace, and Jiang Xingluo slept soundly on his back. By the time Jiang Xingluo woke up again, they had already arrived at New Feng City, and she was sleeping peacefully in the room. Lai Feng was not by her side. Jiang Xingluo washed her face, pushed open the wooden door in front of her, and walked down the stairs, noticing that her stomach seemed to feel quite heavy. Downstairs at the wooden table sat two males. One was her beast husband Lai Feng, and the other was Yu Jian. She hadn't seen Yu Jian for a long time. How could these two be sitting together peacefully? And they looked very serious. "Mother, you're awake. Qing Yuan missed you so much." Jiang Xingluo looked at Qing Yuan, who came forward to hug her. She reached out to stroke Qing Yuan's little head, only to notice that her once beautiful hair had suddenly turned dry and yellow, as if no one had combed it. "Qing Yuan, let me give you a bath." She turned her head and realized that the appearances of the little ones seemed a bit off. "Mother, you don't know." Qing Yuan recounted everything that happened in the Ming Chun tribe, and Jiang Xingluo frowned, feeling that the trace of death energy from stealing food in the Ming Chun tribe was very likely related to the dark energy she had locked away that was causing trouble by the sea. It seemed there was no shortage of such dark energy. Jiang Xingluo showed Qing Yuan the dark energy she had trapped using her wood abilities, and Qing Yuan was very surprised. "That's right, it's exactly this, Mother. It looks just like it, but that gas has a stronger, decaying aura. This one doesn't have those smells." The dark energy trapped by Jiang Xingluo was almost dizzy from trying to break free, but it still couldn't escape. It could feel that this female's power was too strange. Her wood ability could actually purify its master's power, which meant their grand plans might not be accomplished. "I've purified its power a lot already. It's normal that there's no smell. Qing Yuan, your wood abilities also have such power. Next time you can try it." Qing Yuan's eyes lit up with surprise. Her abilities could do this too? That meant she could protect everyone. If she had known earlier, she would have used her power to trap that dark energy. Then they could have known where the food was, and Yulon wouldn't have cried all the way. "Damn female, your little female cub has actually awakened wood abilities." Jiang Xingluo directly retracted it, and before giving the little ones a bath, she wanted to clarify what had made both Lai Feng and Yu Jian so anxious. She sat beside Lai Feng, and Yu Jian's words abruptly stopped, his gaze focused entirely on Jiang Xingluo. Lai Feng frowned at Yu Jian, while Xingluo completely ignored Yu Jian's gaze. "You two seem to have something to discuss. Just say it directly. No need to worry about me." Lai Feng looked at Yu Jian helplessly. Yu Jian was a righteous male who didn't like to lie. He knew Lai Feng would definitely want to return to the Huang Chung tribe, a place that his father and mother had once guarded with great care. The reason he looked so troubled was that he was worried about Xingluo and the tribe. Xingluo, there was an incident in the Wild City tribe. A large group of high-level beastmen turned into mad beasts, killing their females and offspring, some even swallowing the females. When Jiang Xingluo heard the words mad beasts, a memory suddenly surged in her mind. "You are the heir of the shaman of the cat tribe, and all future disasters may manifest on you one by one. Remember to use your power to resolve them, Xingluo." Jiang Xingluo squinted her eyes, seemingly recalling a moment when she was held by her mother, when she received the blessing of the beast god, the words spoken by that divine stone. However, when she returned last time, the stone had not spoken at all, appearing as a lifeless object. Could it be that her memory was flawed? "Xingluo, what's wrong? If you don't want me to go back, I can wait until you give birth. No, Lai Wind. The control ability of high-level beastmen is extremely strong. They cannot easily turn into mad beasts. Something must have truly happened in the Wild City tribe. If you need to go back, I can take care of myself." Jiang Xingluo had made up her mind. She couldn't just watch Lai Wind abandon his kin at this time. After all, that was his hometown, and if it became unrecognizable, he might regret it for life. "No, I can't listen to you. Xingluo, I'm staying. I've already left the tribe. Their matters are completely irrelevant to me now." Jiang Xingluo looked at Lai Wind, who was firmly clenching his jaw, unwilling to relent easily. But after spending so much time with him, how could Jiang Xingluo not see through his words and actions? Liwind, if you want to go, then go. That tribe is not just filled with those beast men who betrayed your father. There are also those unwilling to submit. You must return. Jiang Xingluo's voice carried an order, and Liwind furrowed his brows. Seemingly the only male he could trust now was Yujian. Chapter 154. Liwind leaves Yujian. Xingluo needs care. Can you help me look after her? He knew his request was excessive, but there was no other way. The time of a female's childbirth is the most dangerous, and if something went wrong, he would regret it for life. Yujian looked at Xingluo. He actually had no other thoughts now, just wanting to care for his friend, and he was capable of doing so. Jiang Xingluo felt uncomfortable under Yujian's gaze, but she indeed planned to stay in Fury City. Her wood-type abilities gave her innate healing powers, but she still needed care. If it were Yujian, it would be better to say she wanted to ask Jiuyue for help. Such matters should be handled by females helping females. I promise you, I will help look after Xingluo. Hearing Yujian's promise, Liwind finally breathed a sigh of relief, and this matter was urgent. He needed to leave immediately. Qing Yin wanted to follow Liwind to see. He wanted to train his abilities. Jiang Xingluo looked at Qing Yin, wanted to stop him. But Liwind reached out and ruffled his child's hair, saying, "Do you really want to go with your father? The opponents we face this time even include the blue crystal beastmen. Your strength is not enough to deal with them." Qing Yin sighed. He was just a yellow crystal beastman now, and even if he went, he would just be a burden to his father. But don't worry, father will definitely come back alive. Nothing will happen. Jiang Xingluo thought Liwind would want Qing Yin to go along, as it would be a good experience. For the first time, she saw the love and reluctance for his children in Liwind's eyes. This incident in the wild city made Jiang Xingluo feel something was off. Jiang Xingluo looked at Liwind, her heart filled with unspoken worries, and she frowned. "Liwind, come here." Hearing the commanding tone in Jiang Xingluo's voice, Liwind felt a ripple in his heart. "I'll share some of my wood-type abilities with you. Remember, this can be used to save your life at a critical moment." Liwind had no idea that male beastmen could borrow the strength of their female masters. He watched as a stream of abilities flowed through the crystal into his body, but he seemed to feel no change. However, Yujian saw that the beast crystal in Jiang Xingluo's other palm was purple, meaning she was a rare purple crystal beastman with wood-type abilities in this beast world. Once wood-type abilities gradually disappeared, and all weak beastmen were discriminated against. He had traveled through every corner of the beast world and had almost never seen a purple crystal beastman with wood-type abilities, not even a blue crystal beastman. Even if he occasionally encountered a few injured ones, they were just some shamans who could use simple herbs to treat wounds. However, wood-type beastmen could not only identify herbs, but their innate healing abilities could save the lives of an entire city's beastmen. Moreover, a purple crystal beastman with wood-type abilities was even rarer. Yujian looked at Liwind with a hint of envy. How could this lion have received so much? Heaven's favor towards him was simply excessive. "Promise me, you must come back. If you don't return, I will choose another beastman as my husband." Liwind lowered his gaze, not expecting to hear such a threatening remark from Xingluo. Unable to help himself, he pressed his lips against Xingluo's in front of their child. The heat that surged through him made him dizzy, and he quickly released Jiang Xingluo, regaining his composure. He looked down at Xingluo's richly colored lips, forcing himself to turn away. "Xingluo, wait for me to return." Yujian suddenly hoped he wouldn't come back, but he understood that even if Liwind didn't return, Xingluo would never easily accept another male as her husband. Yujian silently looked at Jiang Xingluo, rather than being confused about feelings. He wanted to know what exactly Xingluo's powers were. "Xingluo, is your wood-type ability known only to Liwind and the children?" Jiang Xingluo nodded. She hadn't expected her wood-type ability to awaken directly into a purple crystal beastman. "Staying in Fury City, it will protect you. Your abilities and Qing Yan's abilities are really rare in this beast world, so don't let others know about your power." The same words she had once heard Sun Ran say in the Jiuyan tribe, and Lin Fengshao was also born with wood-type abilities. Senran's power came from his awakened wood-type abilities, possessing gentle healing powers, while that child's power was a gift from Qing Yan. "I know what you want to say. The child ability in the Jiuyan tribe has already awakened into red crystal, and Senran's crystal has also become green crystal." Jiang Xingluo smiled. "Is that true? Are there other beastmen in that tribe awakening abilities now?" She had received the kindness of the Jiuyan tribe, which she would never forget, and that tribe asked for nothing in return. Able to go through hardships together felt like family to her. She only hoped her home would grow better and better. Huaiyan now had children, and some of the newly born cubs had awakened water-type abilities. Jiang Xingluo was moved. She knew how weak the Jiuyin tribe had once been, but now everything had changed, bringing her some comfort. But Xingluo in this world, wood-type abilities reaching purple crystal are very rare. Even the previously weak beastmen who awakened wood-type abilities only reached blue crystal, so it's different. Jiang Xingluo looked seriously at Yujian. Wood-type abilities are the power of life. Only the legendary beast god, revered by all beasts, possesses purple crystal wood-type abilities. Jiang Xingluo suddenly realized, disbelief filling her eyes. How is that possible? I'm not the beast god. I just accidentally awakened such power. My maternal clan. Your maternal clan is not an ordinary cat tribe. It is the divine cat tribe. The black wolf tribe and the divine cat tribe are together. But other outsiders cannot find the traces of these two tribes. They are messengers with divine nature. Jiang Xingluo stared blankly at Yujian in front of her, seemingly understanding why the original owner couldn't find her way home. It turned out that it wasn't just her sense of direction that was poor. She simply couldn't return. Xingxin and Monin were indeed very calculating. Xingluo, during the time that Lai Wind is away, I will protect you well. I don't dare to fantasize about becoming your beast husband, but your power is capable of stabilizing the entire world. You cannot get into trouble. Jiang Xingluo looked at the power in her palm, frowning as she withdrew the beast crystal. Just a lightning ability was enough to attract others' attention, and Yujian was right. Although wood-type abilities were crucial for survival, such pure and natural power could also attract some calamities. I understand. Xingluo's sister, you're back. I am exhausted. However, Nuofeng City can only spare us about 100 pounds of food now, but our tribe is so large. How are we going to survive this cold season? Chapter 155. Xingluo, you're back. Yulan stepped into the house and poured herself a large cup of water. It wasn't easy for her to get Jing Sheng to lend some items, and she was genuinely scared that they wouldn't make it through the cold season without food. By the way, Xingluo's sister, can you take me to Jian tribe? We need to borrow some food. The winter crops we planted were all stolen. Yes, mother. That bad person used the sleepy grass. Jiang Xingluo had heard Huayan mention this kind of thing. It was a poor trick. But many beastmen didn't know the effects of that herb. That herb had a paralyzing effect. As long as someone smelled it, they would fall asleep for a long time before waking up, and only Huayan knew that the antidote was a small pink flower. Okay, I also need to make a trip back. Yulan, come with me. Yulan nodded, stepping forward to hug Jiang Xingluo's arm. Kuei could only smile helplessly, raising his eyes to see the male standing by. Kuei looked at the white eagle beastman in front of him, noticing his extraordinary aura. This beastman was Yujian, the male beastman who insisted on formulating laws and rules in Nuofeng City. He didn't expect Jiang Xingluo to actually know Yujian. Moreover, Yujian wanted to accompany them just to borrow some food. He didn't really need to follow for such matters. Could it be? After leaving, Jiang Xingluo transformed into her beast form and ran along the road. Without Lai Wind, it was indeed somewhat inconvenient, but for her, walking by herself made no difference. After resting for an entire night, she felt much more relaxed. But on the way back, the nearby withered branches and fallen leaves had already covered the ground, and the sea of golden yellow looked particularly attractive. As she got closer to Jiuyin tribe, Jiang Xingluo discovered that the land near Jiuyin tribe had been cultivated, and wheat had already been completely planted. Although it didn't grow as fast as when Xingyuan was around, autumn winds were brisk, and now was indeed a suitable season for planting wheat. The land in the beast world was all fertile soil that hadn't been polluted, so these crops grew particularly well. Besides that, in places near the tribe that were easy to irrigate, the chief had actually dug a few wells in suitable locations based on Jiang Xingluo's previous arrangements. She saw that many beastmen in the tribe had also dug wells where they lived, so now they could just lower a rope with a bucket into the well to draw water. Yulan and Kuei were shocked by this scene. Even Yujian hadn't expected that water could actually be found beneath this small place. Qian was carrying 2 buckets of water to fill the water tank at home when he saw a group of figures approaching from a distance. Among them was the Xingluo he had been longing for. She had been gone for a long time, and Qian didn't expect her to return only now. The tension he felt for her finally eased, and he set down the wooden bucket, his eyes shining as he ran up to Xingluo. Xingluo, you're back. Qian's tone was filled with surprise and joy, tinged with excitement. Yujian looked at the cheetah and felt a mix of emotions. This cheetah beastman truly regarded Xingluo as the one to protect. If Xingluo didn't need him, he would stay in the tribe to take care of his family. And it seemed his ability had also advanced to blue crystal, just a step away from purple crystal. Yujian breathed a sigh of relief. A female like Xingluo should indeed be protected by many male beastmen. Her abilities were a gift from the beast god to this world. Jian, you've worked hard. I'm bringing the cubs back to inform everyone that we can still exchange our goods for beast skins and beast crystals in Nuofeng City. And the food for winter in our tribe has been stolen. If we have any surplus food in our tribe, can we share some with them? Jiang Xingluo spoke, and it was naturally easier for her to say such things, but this matter still needed to be discussed clearly with the tribe leader, Jiutai. Yulan had only been to Nuofeng City before and had never come to Jian tribe. She looked at the fruits hanging on the plants around her, having heard her father say that the beastmen of Jian tribe had it the hardest because they couldn't awaken their abilities and had been driven away by stronger beastmen tribes. However, their Mingshan tribe still had about half of the beastmen who had awakened some abilities, but they were all insignificant red crystal and orange crystal abilities. And the water ability was only enough for irrigation. However, the things they planted were indeed not as abundant as those here. Yulan followed Jiang Xingluo into the tribe and saw orderly rows of stone houses that looked particularly sturdy, each with a small courtyard, where there were already cultivated areas with plenty of vegetables hanging. So it could be like this. Their Mingshan tribe's planting is really not as good as this side. They can't even find seeds. Jiang Xingluo reached the door of Jiutai's house and smelled a spicy aroma. Qian brought them in and saw a large plate of spicy stir-fried tofu on the table, along with freshly steamed wheat buns. Although they weren't as pure and flawless as in modern times, the aroma of wheat spread everywhere, making Yulan's mouth water. She was truly hungry. There was also a large bowl of meat stir-fried by Zhozhou herself. Because Qian had been eating here, he had given all the meat he hunted back to his sister. Plus, with a little cub needing to replenish nutrition, Zhozhou had to prepare a large bowl of meat every day. Kuei saw this for the first time. A tribe could eat cooked food so freely. At this time, it seemed that every household was wafting aromas, while his tribe was so barren that sometimes the females still had to eat raw meat. Sister, can you take me in for a meal? I haven't eaten for a long time. Zhozhou, now a female, looked at Yulan's round little face with sympathy. After days of hard travel, Yulan was indeed hungry. Kuei's expression was somewhat strained. He decided to ask how the males here cooked and how all this food was prepared, as he had to take good care of Yulan. Sure, there is plenty of food today. Xingluo's sister, hurry and sit down. I'll go make some more dishes. Zhozhou's beautiful face lit up, and even her complexion was no longer as pale and thin as before, probably because Qian really took good care of her. All right, Zhozhou, just listen to me and sit down. I'll go cook. Zhozhou looked at her beast husband, her face turning red. Okay. Jiang Xingluo didn't stand on ceremony and sat down directly. Speaking of which, she hadn't eaten such fragrant food in a long time. When Chief Jiutai came, he immediately spotted Jiang Xingluo. He had gone to check on the males in the tribe to find another place to dig a well, and after selecting a spot, he planned to start work on the well tomorrow. Remembering that the method of finding and digging wells had been taught to them by Xingluo, he walked over with a beaming face. Chapter 156. The Change in the Jiu-Yin Tribe Leader. Actually, I came here to ask for your help in lending some food to the Ming Shin tribe. Tribe leader Jiutai immediately agreed. How much do you need? Just take it from here. This year's harvest is specially stored in 2 large houses. Everyone has saved quite a bit of beast skins and beast crystals, and we have enough food to last until next year's warm season. Yulan, you can go with your uncle later to see how much you need. I'll arrange for the strong males in the tribe to accompany you to deliver the food tomorrow. Jiutai didn't care at all about the small amount of food. It was simply because this tribe had received too much nourishment. Yulan didn't expect that there would be tribes that were indifferent to the quantity of food during the cold season. Is this reasonable? Their tribe was too generous. But neither Yulan nor Kuei were foolish. They could see that the Jiu-Yin tribe was currently doing better than the Nuofeng City. Given time, this place might develop even better. Her father had sent her here not just to borrow food. Maintaining a good friendship required reciprocity. Yulan thoughtfully turned to Jiang Xingluo. Sister Xingluo, could you tell me how this place developed so well? When I leave, could I borrow some seeds? Can you tell us about the planting process? And what about that well that can spout water? Can you share how it works? Jiang Xingluo looked at Yulan and smiled as she handed over some drawings she had kept in her bee skin bag. These are the methods I drew up for finding water wells. Do you understand these drawings? Yulan looked at Jiang Xingluo's detailed drawings and was surprised to find that this method could be used to locate water sources. If that's the case, they wouldn't have to walk so far to the river for water during winter. She reached out to touch the text on the drawings and looked at Jiang Xingluo with tears in her eyes. Sister Xingluo, our tribe is over 20 miles from the river. You don't know how hard it is for the males in our tribe during the cold season. They have to carry back huge blocks of ice to start fires. It's really tough. I know, Jiang Xingluo replied. I've known since I started in the Ming Chun tribe, which is why I drew this map for you. Yulan hugged Jiang Xingluo's waist and cried for a while. Sister Xingluo, you are truly a goddess. Did the beastmen send you to save us? With you here, we won't have to suffer from hunger and cold anymore. Yu Jian looked at Jiang Xingluo, feeling that her presence was indeed strange. How could the shaman of the divine cat tribe allow her female offspring to be lost outside? Jiang Xingluo didn't think there was anything worth praising. She simply possessed much more knowledge than the beastmen in this world, and with the help of her space, she was only doing this to help the weak. All right, no need to be so emotional. Let's eat first. Aren't you hungry? Let your beast husband stay here and learn from Lu Yong how to prepare some food for you. Kuei felt overwhelmed. He knew that being chosen as the first beast husband by the female master was a recognition of him, but he only had the advantage of his special ability. The female master's health was poor, and the lack of food was all his fault. As the cold season approached, the beast world had no female-friendly fruits and vegetables, and Kuei was anxious. After a satisfying meal, the cubs found that their house had been built with the help of the males in the tribe, and there was a large tree in the yard with a swing made of hemp ropes and wooden boards. The cubs took turns playing on it for a long time, reluctant to let go. Seeing them having fun, Jiang Xingluo smiled. She closed her eyes, and sensed that live phone was running quickly. She could see clearly where he was through the wood-based abilities stored in his body. However, Live Phone was unaware of the wonderful use of these abilities. Jiang Xingluo felt relieved to sense that Lai Feng's physical condition was still normal. At least he hadn't encountered any danger along the way. When Jiang Xingluo stepped outside, she found that the cubs were no longer in the yard. The pottery that had been fired in the tribe had been stored in various households for a long time. With nothing to do, Jiang Xingluo went out to take a look. Recently, beastmen had been taking some pottery to New Feng City to trade for beast skins and beast crystals, all according to the prices set by Jiang Xingluo. She thought this was quite good. Additionally, each household was selling tofu, but they couldn't manage both tasks, and the sales were limited. Moving things around was always troublesome, so in the end, the tribe leader arranged for males to take a batch to a fixed location for sale every day. Once they accumulated enough, they would distribute it evenly among all the beastmen. So far, everything was going well. However, with Jiang Xingluo's return, these businesses could continue. She sighed. As she had originally planned to visit the flower fields of the Ming Chun tribe, she still needed beehives, and it would be best if she could catch some bees to train. The books in her space also contained records on how to make beehives. She sighed again, looking down at her belly, where she could vaguely feel the vitality of life inside. It had been over a month since she got pregnant, and in a little over 2 months, she would give birth. During this time, she should return to New Feng City. Jiang Xingluo stroked her belly, and the cubs inside seemed to sense their mother's strength and moved around happily. However, Jiang Xingluo was unsure whether these cubs were kittens or lions. She felt a sense of expectation growing within her, but she was completely unaware of the brewing storm around her. In an instant, the previously clear sky turned dark, and a fierce wind began to blow. Jiang Xingluo was sitting in the yard when a gust of wind forced her to step back. What was with such strong winds? Steadying herself, Jiang Xingluo did not back down as the strong wind approached. She dashed out the door and saw heavy rain suddenly pouring from the sky. It was black rainwater with a rotten smell falling to the ground. The Jiuyan tribe would surely be devastated, as everything they had worked hard to build would be destroyed. She raised her eyes to the sky. This black rain could only be dealt with using wood-based abilities. She used her powers to create a green barrier, a strong enough shield to prevent the black raindrops from causing any noise as they fell. However, she could feel that the corrosive nature of this rain was extremely powerful. A mere barrier would not hold for long. She needed to go out and see what was happening. Yu Jian and Qi Yan also sensed that something was wrong and followed Jiang Xingluo out of the barrier. The black rainwater dripped onto them, quickly corroding their bee skins. Chapter 157. The father beast of What on earth was happening? Why was there such a strong corrosive force? Jiang Xingluo had no time to think and could only use her power to create a barrier for the three of them. Jiang Xingluo summoned her ability crystal, and a steady stream of wood-based energy surged toward the sky. The male beastmen behind her, who were still using their abilities, had vacant expressions. If one looked closely, they would see that this person had no eyeballs, only hollow whites, while their lower body had a fish tail and their gray hair fluttered beautifully in the wind, giving them a lifeless appearance. Jiang Xingluo used a lot of her wood-based abilities, but it only dispersed one cloud. Then another cloud began to gather. Jiang Xingluo landed on the ground, feeling that she had no more strength to purify the rain. She could sense that this was not just some corrupt gas. It was the result of powerful abilities wielded by Beastman. Water system abilities can quickly control the sky to recreate a dark cloud. Who possesses such powerful water system abilities? Jiang Xingluo does not understand why someone would want to destroy the Jiuyin tribe. The beastmen of the Jiuyin tribe have always been friendly towards humans and would never commit any evil deeds. Why are there people who refuse to let them go? Xingluo, are you okay? Why is this rain so corrosive? The trees in this area are. Jiang Xingluo gritted his teeth and searched for traces of the water system abilities. Suddenly, Liu rushed out from the tribe, wearing a veil and looking heavily troubled. Jiang Xingluo immediately enveloped him with a layer of wood system abilities for protection. Duyue clearly saw the clusters of dark clouds in the sky. No, how could this be? Father Beast, why are you using such abilities? Hearing Duyue's cries, Jiang Xingluo looked up at the increasingly large dark cloud that seemed about to crush them, instilling fear in those who looked. Does he want to destroy everything here? Xingluo, we can't stay here. Come with me, I know where he's hiding. Duyue could feel that this was indeed the power of his Father Beast, but his Father Beast had already been killed by their kin. How could he appear here? Duyue felt confused, sensing something strange about the whole situation. He couldn't let his Father Beast's corpse be tarnished like this. His Father Beast was the guardian of the Sea Clan's Merman King, not something that any random person could exploit. Duyue carried Jiang Xingluo to a mountain ridge, and as they slowly approached the highest point, they indeed saw the shadow of a merman. His fishtail was stiff on the ridge, motionless, continuously providing abilities. Father Beast. Duyue stepped forward to touch his icy arm, but Qinji immediately moved away, his tail whipping across Duyue's face. Duyue then realized that this body was no longer his Father Beast. He had no eyeballs, which meant he was a puppet corpse awakened and exploited by someone. Duyue didn't want to strike against his own father, but Qinji had no memory of his past and attacked ruthlessly, showing no signs of mercy. Duyue stepped back, and Jiang Xingluo directly tossed Duyue behind him. Remember, he is not your Father Beast. You don't need to hold back. The Merman King would not wish for his corpse to be used for such things. Jiang Xingluo took out a whip, a surge of lightning power constantly flowing, but the corpse coldly snorted and quickly turned to leave. Jiang Xingluo couldn't chase after him, and the surrounding dark clouds instantly dissipated. Fortunately, there was a barrier protecting them. Jiang Xingluo let out a sigh of relief, looking at the ground already corroded by the black rain. She tried to use her powers to penetrate the ground, but the green energy was still not enough to restore it. Jiang Xingluo sighed, but Duyue grabbed her hand. Don't be afraid, I have a way. Jiang Xingluo looked at Duyue and had discovered he was slowly exhaling his merman pearl. He infused his abilities into the pearl, and a warm stream of water gradually spread, seemingly reviving the previously lifeless land around them. Jiang Xingluo's wood system abilities urged the plants to regain their vitality. However, it was already late autumn, and it wouldn't last for long. Duyue slowly swallowed the merman pearl back, unaware that this scene was being observed by a pair of eyes hidden in the dark. Duyue, right? No wonder you're Qinji's son. Such power is truly impressive. I wonder what would happen if I took away your merman pearl? You are quite ruthless, but with your current appearance, it might be worth a try. A mass of black mist spoke to a beautiful female figure floating in the air. The female had a bell hanging from a black string around her neck, and her fiery red hair presented a different beauty from Jiang Xingluo. There was a black mole under her eye, making her look exceptionally charming. That wretched woman, she even carries a child. She gritted her teeth, looking at the very happy Jiang Xingluo, blaming her for ruining everything because of her appearance. She had no intention of watching Jiang Xingluo continue to be happy. However, dealing with her was not an easy task. Now is not the time to deal with her. Wait a bit longer. If we eliminate all the males around her, she won't be hard to deal with. The female's laughter gradually echoed. You're right. If I can destroy everything she has, I don't mind waiting a bit. Jiang Xingluo seemed to hear some unpleasant sound around her, with a foul, decaying smell making her feel nauseous. Duyue looked at her pale face, his eyes tinged with worry. Are you okay? Do you feel unwell? Let me carry you. Duyue directly squatted in front of Jiang Xingluo. She wanted to refuse, but Duyue didn't give her a chance and picked her up. Jiang Xingluo felt as if all her strength had been drained, and even if she wanted to refuse, she seemed to have no energy left. Qi Yin and Yu Jian waited in the distance, watching Jiang Xingluo, who had fallen asleep on Duyue's back, with envy and jealousy towards Duyue. He really could be so well-behaved in front of Jiang Xingluo. Duyue had no other thoughts, This situation arose because of his father beast. Fortunately, he was here. If he weren't, and something happened to Xingluo, who was pregnant, it would be his fault. Qian and Yujian had no idea what had happened and could only silently watch. Jiang Xingluo was carried to her house and slept soundly beside the bed. Yujian stopped death as he was about to leave after placing Jiang Xingluo down. What was that black rain all about? Chapter 158. Death and Yujian were once acquainted. Death did not expect a white eagle beastman to appear here. It seemed that everything that had just happened was witnessed by this beastman. With tears in his eyes, he said, "I am a male cub of the Sea Clan's Merman King. You should know Qinji. Everyone knows how powerful Qinji's combat abilities are. All the beastman tribes on land are aware of it. However, despite his immense power, Qinji never caused trouble. The Sea Clan is kind to humans. Back then, there were females who were willing to choose only one merman as their mate. It could be said that all the beauty happened when Qinji ruled the seas. Qinji was also the ruler that Yujian admired the most because some of the rules established by him in the Sea Clan are still in use today. And even the ones he created are based on the principles set by Qinji." Yujian furrowed his brow, looking at the blue-haired merman male before him. "You are Death?" Looking at Death, Yujian noticed a face that looked exactly like Qinji's. He had the honor of attending a bonfire party held by the Sea Clan on the shore. It was the celebration of Qinji and his female partner's bonding ceremony, and all the mermen were celebrating for them. Yujian's mother, Qingha, was also a friend of Death's mother. That was why he had the opportunity to attend once, and he met Death back then. "Death, my father beast's corpse has been turned into a puppet by someone. You know about the dark clouds. Such a violent storm can only be produced by the merman's abilities, capable of destroying a city. However, when my father beast was alive, he would never use his abilities to commit heinous acts. He only used his powers to bring rain, to help tribes with parched lands and poor harvests. This is also why Qinji is respected." But Yujian never expected that such a kind-hearted merman king would be turned into a puppet. "Who did this?" Tua shook his head. "I don't know. But I'm the only male left in the merfolk tribe now. I can't give up. I also have feelings for Xingluo, but she is unwilling to bond with me. I can't force her. I need to find a more suitable female partner. Tua couldn't let the merfolk truly become extinct. The tranquility of the sea needed the merfolk to save it. But it wouldn't be easy with just him as a single merfolk. Yujian didn't expect that Tua had fallen for the same female. He suddenly found it a bit amusing. "You're right. A female like Xingluo would never agree to have another beast husband. She truly loves Lifeng. I can see that." Tua thought of that detestable lion. He was just a lion from the Huangchang tribe, but he was also a beast man awakened with amethyst powers, and he possessed the extremely rare psychic abilities. It was entirely reasonable for Xingluo to like him. Tua lowered his gaze, hating that Xingluo insisted on having a beast husband. He was unwilling to accept it. He could accept Lifeng as long as Xingluo was willing to bear him a litter of cubs. He was willing to give everything to protect her. But forget it, what is the use of thinking about these things? Since Xingluo doesn't like having too many beast husbands, she has her reasons, and Tua has his own pursuits. Yujian looked at Tua's dejected eyes and sighed. "You shouldn't appear too often. You were originally hunted by the Sea Tribe, and now your father beast has been turned into a puppet. I'm afraid they are after you. You know everything about the merfolk is precious." Yujian had gone through a lot. Although he didn't know who the beast behind it all was, he could sense the other intentions. In the Jiang tribe, there was only Jiang Xingluo, but Xingluo had almost no enemies. Yujian really couldn't figure out who this could be. Meanwhile, Xingluo, who was deeply asleep, once again saw that shadow she hadn't seen for a long time. "See, I actually told you before that she truly has the halo of a female lead. Did you underestimate her? This world has been intentionally altered. You need to correct it, Xingluo. Also, you must understand that you have just returned. You were originally a beast man of this world. From beginning to end, whether it is Jiang Xingluo or Xingluo, they are you and no one else." In Jiang Xingluo's mind, images kept appearing, showing her from birth to when she met Lifeng. But at that time, her soul was incomplete. Part of her soul had been drawn out and quietly grown in another world on a farm. How could this be? I never experienced any of this. Don't joke. Jiang Xingluo watched the image of a small female cub snuggling in the arms of Xingzhen, laughing happily. But her parents had encountered an accident when she was young and didn't survive. Jiang Xingluo frowned, still unwilling to believe all of this. "If you don't want to believe it, that's fine. One day you will understand everything, Xingluo. Take care of your cubs, and be cautious of the beast man behind everything. It won't be easy for you to deal with it now." Jiang Xingluo was confused. If this person knew who the other was, Why didn't they just say it? What was the point of keeping her in suspense? When Jiang Xingluo woke up, she heard a commotion outside the door. She stretched and felt much more comfortable, but almost all the memories from last night's dream were gone. She frowned, wondering why she had forgotten everything. It hadn't been like this before. Mother, you're awake. Today, the tribe leader, Uncle, brought a lot of food over, and some vegetables for you to take with you to Ragewind City. Qinglan gently explained to Jiang Xingluo, right now, you're the only cub at home. Qingyan and Qingzhu took Qingyao to pick herbs nearby, because they had to deal with the cold season. Huaiyan needed to make a lot of medicines to prevent humans from getting cold. Every year during the cold season, when a cold wave comes, many beastmen die. She didn't want any casualties in the tribe. After all, as the tribe shaman, she had a responsibility to provide medicine for everyone. Jiang Xingluo listened as Qinglan explained everything and then said, Mother, Qingyuan went with Sister Huaiyan to prepare medicine. You don't know how amazing Qingyuan is. She prepares medicine really fast, and she can tell what many medicines are just by smelling them. Her memory is really good. Jiang Xingluo felt a fragment of memory appear in her mind. It seemed she had also identified many herbs with Xingzhen when she was young, but she couldn't remember what those herbs were for. She only knew that her mother always loved to grow flowers and herbs, saying they were medicinal materials that had a great healing effect on the beastmen in the tribe. Mother, Qinglan looked at Jiang Xingluo, who was lost in thought while examining a medicinal herb for a long time, as if she was contemplating something. Qinglan, smelling the scent of the herb, finally spoke. This herb can clear heat and detoxify. Mother, I think it's called horsetail. Jiang Xingluo looked at the horsetail in front of her. She remembered that the divine cat tribe seemed to have a lot of this herb, and it could also be used to treat sprains. Chapter 159. You can go find Shizhou. The images in Jiang Xingluo's mind became clearer, as if those memories were indeed her experiences. She recalled the strange voice from her dream that kept repeating, could a person really be split in two? However, since she could come to the beast world from another time and space, perhaps this was not impossible. Horsetail is very useful. It can treat sprains, and the tribe is in need of it. Jiang Xingluo looked at Qingyuan's back, slowly overlapping with her childhood memories. She had also experienced everything like this. By the way, Mother, if you're going back to Ragewind City, you should take the brothers with you. I want to stay in the tribe to continue learning to identify herbs. Jiang Xingluo nodded, watching her little female cub eagerly pulling weeds in the yard, feeling very pleased. However, she rubbed her eyes, confirming that her vision was not mistaken. Qingyuan's favorability had actually changed. Originally only 1, it had now surpassed 3. When did this change happen? She hadn't even noticed, but it was still a good thing. However, she still remembered about Qinji. Jiang Xingluo looked up at the sky, feeling a bit doubtful in her heart. She didn't know if there were beast gods in this world. If there were beast gods, why would they allow monsters that could refine corpses to exist in this primitive world? If there were no beast gods, but Shizhou had appeared before, he could even convey matters about the beast gods. Shizhou, Jiang Xingluo thought of this name, her head filled with continuous buzzing sounds. Qingyuan saw Jiang Xingluo swaying as she stood up, her gaze unfocused. She hurried forward to support Jiang Xingluo, fearing that her mother would fall. Jiang Xingluo was helped by Qingyuan to the bed, and Qingyuan used her powers to help Jiang Xingluo fall asleep. Mother has been too tired these days. That is why she asked like this. Qingyuan, don't worry. Xiaolu saw the worry in Qingyuan's eyes and sensed her unstable emotions. Xiaolu, with Father Beast not here, I'm really afraid that the black rain is coming from Mother. Xiaolu looked at Qingyuan and realized that this youngest cub was not inferior to Qingzhu. Don't worry. With Yujian and Tuyue here, plus Qiyin, nothing will happen. Qingyuan sat by the bed, using her wood-type abilities to sense her younger siblings' powers. They were all safe. Mother was just tired. She breathed a sigh of relief. These days, she had been helping Sister Huaiyan prepare medicine, and when the black rain first arrived, it had caused harm to many beastmen. Some beastmen even had skin rotting, with large chunks of flesh taken out. Qingyuan had seen a lot in these days, and her mood had become heavy. Feeling her mother's warm power, she quietly fell asleep next to Jiang Xingluo. Yujian and Duyue hunted a wild buffalo nearby. Yujian extended his beast claws and skinned the entire buffalo, revealing the tender meat inside. Duyue watched with interest as he slowly prepared the beef from the bones. Where was her beast husband? She was pregnant with cubs. Why had that lion left her? Duyue's tone carried a hint of disdain and jealousy. If that lion couldn't protect the little female, then let him come and protect her. That annoying little female never seemed willing to easily accept another male, and it put him in a difficult position. There had been trouble in the Huangchang tribe, A large number of high-ranking beastmen had turned into crazed beasts, killing precious females and cubs. Lai Wind was the son of the former chief of the Huangchang tribe, and a purple crystal beastman. He had to go back. Diyue looked at Yujian. A surge of anger erupted from his chest, and a restless water ability transformed into a water blade that shot straight toward Yujian's brow. You fool! Are you crazy? Why did you tell him? Do you know how dangerous it is to leave the little female here alone? Can't you see how different she is? Moreover, she only acknowledges that stupid lion. Even if she was willing to choose another, it would be 1,000,000 times better than the current situation. But he was a male of the Huangchang tribe, with the responsibility to protect there, just as you want to protect the water tribe. Diyue prided himself on being calm. Yet hearing Yujian's words now still left him seething with anger. I am me, he is him. Apart from those 5 cubs, he also has the 3 cubs in Xingluo's belly. Don't you know? Are you going to take care of Xingluo and those unborn cubs for him? He doesn't think Yujian would be so kind. I will. I've already promised Lai Wind. I say what I mean. Diyue found it amusing. Diyue, if you want to solve your father's problems, go find Shizhou. Jiang Xingluo's belly was gradually swelling. When she woke up, she heard 2 people discussing matters concerning her outside. She furrowed her brows and looked at Diyue. He was the beast god's messenger and knew a lot. Perhaps he could communicate with the beast god to seek justice. Jiang Xingluo slowly sat up and looked at Diyue. She knew he was troubled about Qingji, but he was still worried about her and didn't dare to leave. That black rain would come again, just as it had before. Diyue looked at Jiang Xingluo. Little female, don't be too confident. Your abilities are always limited, and your opponent is not easy to deal with. I want to leave now. After saying this, Diyue pushed open the door to Jiang Xingluo's home and slowly walked back to the place arranged for him in the tribe, where there was a large wooden barrel containing the salt water he needed. He couldn't be away from water for too long, or he would feel uncomfortable. Jiang Xingluo watched Diyue's retreating figure, her gaze lowered in thought. Unfortunately, she did not know how to contact the beast god's messenger. Shizhou was in the 10,000 beast city, where he served as the high priest guarding that place, which was far from here. Jiang Xingluo heard Yujian's response. She had never known where the 10,000 beast city was, but it sounded like a very prosperous place. However, she understood that Diyue staying here meant that Qingji could come again at any time, and his Jiao Pearl was the fundamental method to save everything. He couldn't abandon the weak beastmen here. Xingluo, this is the red fruit I brought back. You should eat some first while I go steam the rice. Jiang Xingluo watched as Yujian placed the washed fruit on the table. The bright red, fragrant fruit perfectly matched her current appetite. She couldn't help but grab one and devour it, the hunger in her belly finally alleviating a bit. In no time, she had swallowed 5 or 6 red fruits. And just as she was still savoring the sweet taste, she caught a whiff of the fragrant rice cooking. She just didn't remember that Yujian had cooked before. Watching this cold-faced male skillfully prepare the food, whether cutting vegetables or meat, reminded her of something. He had once traveled all over the beast world to establish a complete set of rules. How could cooking be difficult for him? But he had previously gone to mooch off food. Jiang Xingluo suddenly understood something, and a hint of embarrassment appeared on her face. Chapter 160. It's time to have cubs. Jiang Xingluo frowned. She wasn't someone who liked to owe favors, and she still had a purple beast crystal on her. These days, she needed Yujian's care, so she took out a purple beast crystal and placed it in front of Yujian. This is yours. I'm returning it. Yujian looked at the beast crystal Jiang Xingluo had taken out, feeling somewhat displeased. There are still more. I will return them all to you later. Yujian actually didn't want to be so clear-cut, but he also understood that there was no possibility between him and Jiang Xingluo anymore. Moreover, not all purple crystal beastmen were completely without power. There could be a world of difference in their strength. Jiang Xingluo looked at Yujian and plainly said okay, then directly put away the purple crystal. She let out a breath of relief. But, Xingluo, if I need your help in the future, do I also have to continue giving you beast crystals to get you to help me? Yujian looked at Jiang Xingluo, and she shook her head. No need. Then I will treat you the same way. It's not that I want to occupy you, so don't be afraid. Beastmen were generally straightforward like this, and most males and females would directly bond if they got along well, without all the twists and turns she had. Okay, I believe you. Jiang Xingluo saw several cubs returning from outside. They had been helping the beastmen in the tribe treat their wounds and had personally witnessed the pain they suffered. When the cubs returned, their expressions were not good. A sudden, unprovoked black rain had such powerful corrosive properties. They could feel that the substances mixed in that rain were the same as the trace black mist that had appeared in the Mingxin tribe last time. Jiang Xingluo hadn't had the chance to go out and see. Originally, she had planned to go to the Fury City to continue her business. But now this situation suddenly arose in the Juyan tribe. She couldn't leave now. death.A, smelling the aroma of meat wafting from Jiang Xingluo's courtyard, simply entered her courtyard to eat. Yujin watched as death.A casually threw 2 rabbits in front of him. How about this for lunch? I'm not mooching. Jiang Xingluo looked at the 2 rabbits with beast crystals removed. She was a bit surprised that such low-tier rabbits didn't seem like something a purple crystal beast man like death.A would need to store. death.A, I made your favorite food. It's some seafood my father traded from Fury City. See if you like it? Shui Li chased after from a distance. Jiang Xingluo was somewhat surprised to see Shui Li's blushing face. She was holding a large basin filled with some salted kelp. Jiang Xingluo looked at Shui Li as she placed the wooden basin in front of her. She raised her eyes to see Shui Li's delicate face showing a hint of shyness, realizing that death's face had bewitched her again. However, she remembered that there had previously been a male always helping Shui Li, but she hadn't seen him recently. Moreover, she hadn't heard the cubs mention anything about her bonding. Shui Li, I don't like whatever you make. You can take it away. Jiang Xingluo didn't mind and directly picked up her chopsticks to try Shui Li's dish. Not bad, it was very delicious, exactly like what she used to make. It would be even better if there were other dishes to pair with it. Shui Li, since you're here, let us eat together. Shui Li nodded and sat down. Jiang Xingluo asked about Shui Li's previous bonding intentions. Shui Li frowned and said, he bonded with another little female and even fought with my brother. When Shui Li mentioned this, she felt a heavy stone lodged in her heart. That day, he had everything packed and was ready to move in with Shui Li. Who would have thought that on that very night, a newly adult female from the Jiang tribe would call away the male who was supposed to bond with Shui Li, claiming she needed help with something. But in the end, the two ended up mating, and Shui Li could only give up. Jiang Xingluo felt disgusted upon hearing this, more so than if she had swallowed a fly. She never expected that there would be a female in the tribe, so openly snatching a male. Forget it. Sister Xingluo, it's fine. For the small females in the beast world, losing a male is not much of a loss aside from some embarrassment. However, do you felt irritated seeing Shui Li, a weak female, chasing after a male, made him feel a bit diminished. Shui Li looked at Du Yu, appreciating his extraordinary appearance with a clear conscience. The small females in the beast world are confident. She looked at Du Yu. But if the one she missed was Du Yu, she might be heartbroken. Just as Jiang Xingluo swallowed a piece of meat, she glanced at Shui Li, who was wide-eyed, staring at Du Yu. It was clear that Shui Li wanted Du Yu to be her beast husband. My female master will not settle for such a weak female. Du Yu frowned and explained, his tone carrying a disdain that even Jiang Xingluo, an outsider, found uncomfortable. She was grateful that she and Lai Feng mutually liked each other. If Lai Feng were like Du Yu, she would have kicked him out long ago. Jiang Xingluo looked at Shui Li, wanting to advise her that there were many excellent males in the tribe, and she didn't need to fixate on Du Yu. However, Shui Li's eyes were red. During the days Jiang Xingluo was away, her mother had fallen seriously ill, and it was Du Yu who helped take care of her. That was why Shui Li had developed feelings for him. Jiang Xingluo was somewhat surprised when Shui Li spoke. She originally thought Shui Li had only liked Du Yu's appearance, but it turned out to be this way. But Shui Li, it's useless if he doesn't like you. Please don't do this. Shui Li recalled Du Yu's words and nodded. She knew Du Yu liked Jiang Xingluo, but Sister Xingluo only liked the father of the cubs. If she agreed to accept another male, Qi Yin would become her first beast husband. Jiang Xingluo felt relieved when she saw Shui Li let out a sigh. She had been in the Jiang tribe for over 2 months, and her connection with Lai Feng had never been interrupted. She could sense that her power was still stable. Could it be that the Huang Cheng tribe had already returned to peace? Jiang Xingluo took a sip of water, eager to know what had happened in the Huang Cheng tribe. A wave of pain surged through her abdomen, and Jiang Xingluo furrowed her brows. She gritted her teeth and used her abilities to stabilize her body. The pain gradually subsided, but a slight feeling of heaviness reminded her that she was likely going to give birth today. Qing Yuan and Qing Lan had been staying at home day and night watching over Jiang Xingluo, worried that if the younger siblings were born, no one would take care of them. Giving birth was a very dangerous thing. Qing Yuan, tell your brother to go find Hua Yin. Mother feels like she might be giving birth. Jiang Xingluo was still sweating profusely, the urge becoming more and more intense. Qing Lan had already transformed in her beast form and rushed out, leaving Qing Yuan anxiously watching Jiang Xingluo, then placing a grass mat behind her on the bed. She kept listening to Jiang Xingluo's breathing, feeling that one cub was already desperately trying to come out. Chapter 161. Zhou with time and space abilities Hua Yin rushed over quickly. Upon hearing the cries in the room, she knew Jiang Xingluo was about to give birth and immediately brought in the prepared items. Yu Jian returned with the prey he had hunted, ready with hot water. Jiang Xingluo bit down on the beast's skin, straining with all her might as she listened to Hua Yin's words, while outside, thunder rumbled, shaking the ground. The female controlling Qin Ji summoned him once again, saying, Jiang Xingluo, females in the beast world are the most vulnerable when giving birth. I want you to watch the ones you protect all rot and die at your most painful moment. Qin Ji infused his abilities into the sky, gathering into a mass of black clouds. The previously calm female suddenly transformed into a serpent shape and spat out a breath of black air towards the sky. A corrosive aura spread through the air, followed by raindrops that began to fall one after another. Jiang Xingluo heard the thunder booming and worriedly said, Qinglan, tell Yu Jian to check if it's that black rain again. She gritted her teeth and persisted as the first cub was born, with her putting her life on the line. But that wasn't the end. Hua Yin watched as Jiang Xingluo's sweat soaked her hair, but she didn't dare say anything unnecessary, only urging her to push. Suddenly, Jiang Xingluo saw the image of Lai Feng being pierced by a beastman, and she could even feel her abilities fading. No, it can't be. Lai Feng is the highest-ranked beastman in the Huang Cheng tribe. How could anything happen to him? It can't be. And then the cries of the second cub followed. Jiang Xingluo's eyes turned red, yet she still used all her strength. The raging wind outside didn't stop, and Jiang Xingluo felt something was wrong. Could it be that the deities of this world truly allowed these bad people to act recklessly? She reached out and tightly grasped the beast's skin on the stone bed, bringing forth the third cub, but Jiang Xingluo didn't dare to pause. She directly unleashed her wood-type abilities to form a barrier. The black raindrops that were about to fall were stopped in their tracks. Damn Jiang Xingluo, really relentless. She still has the strength to do this while giving birth. I said, it would have been better to kill her sooner. Shut up. I have my own plans. I don't need you to teach me. The black serpent lost its power and suddenly fell from the sky, crashing into the ground and creating a huge pit. Jiang Xingluo was unaware of everything outside. She looked at the still pouring rain and saw Yu rushing out at high speed. The pain in Jiang Xingluo's body had already disappeared. She took a breath and realized she still couldn't go out. Sister Xingluo, don't worry, Yu's gone out. You should have a way to solve all this. Jiang Xingluo didn't know what the situation outside was like. She only felt a heavy sensation coursing through her body, making her helpless. Her eyelids were heavy and in a daze. She vaguely heard the cries of several infants before she fell into a deep sleep. Thunder rumbled in the sky, and the dark clouds pressed lower and lower. Yu had been gone for a long time, and Yu Jian had been pacing outside Jiang Xingluo's room. A blue dragon suddenly spiraled in the sky, and even that mass of dark clouds dissipated in an instant. How could this be? The black serpent looked at the sky, gritting its teeth in disbelief as the blue dragon flew away towards Jiang Xingluo's direction. Yu Jian looked at the blue dragon that had landed, its long blue hair fluttering. The beast god's messenger mark on its forehead was enough to prove everything. He was Zhou, and the sharp gaze in his eyes fell on Yu Jian, making him feel a chill down his spine. Zhou frowned, looking at the male before him. He scanned the area, and his anger flared even more. Where is Xingluo's beast husband? Didn't she already bring back that lion? Why isn't he here? Yu Jian was puzzled. Zhou seemed to care a lot about Xingluo, which he found strange, as it sounded like they were old acquaintances. Before Yu Jian could explain, Zhou pushed open the door to the room, disregarding Hua Yan's obstruction, and directly picked up Jiang Xingluo, taking her away. Meanwhile, the remaining cubs on the bed continued to cry. Qin Yuan watched her mother being taken away, crying out, "Mother, don't go, don't go." Qin Yuan was covered in tears, but could only watch as Jiang Xingluo was taken away by Zhou. Zhou looked at the small female in his arms, peacefully asleep. With a furrowed brow, he should have listened to his uncle and let her grow freely. Zhou brought the little female to Beast City and directly took her to the Tiger Clan tribe. "Uncle, you said that Xingluo and I could bond. Does that still count?" Zhou hadn't been to Beast City for a long time because his uncle mentioned that the fate between Jiang Xingluo and that lion wasn't over yet. It was the guidance of the beast god. However, now he had seen that lion meet its end in the wasteland. He couldn't protect Xingluo, only he was worthy of a female like her. "Nonsense. You are the messenger of the beast god. How can you do something so out of line? Xingluo's fate has nothing to do with you." A force bond is not sweet. Send her back. A voice, tinged with age, reminded Shizhu. He gritted his teeth, unwilling to accept all of this. But we clearly have a marriage contract. Why doesn't Tia count now? Shizhu looked at the still sleeping Xingluo, and his longing for her had never diminished over the years. But now his uncle wanted to change everything, asking him to let go of Xingluo. What about their marriage contract? Doesn't Tia count? I have told you everything. If you don't want Xingluo to hate you when she wakes up, don't do this. Shizhu coldly glanced at the person in front of him, gritting his teeth and saying, no, I don't believe it. My ability is to control time and space. If everything goes back to the beginning, I will no longer let others act recklessly. Shizhu directly held Jiang Xingluo and left. The cold wind high in the sky made her uncomfortable. When she woke up, she realized she was in the arms of a strange male. She struggled to open her eyes for a long time, and the green long hair was extremely rare in the beast world. She softly asked Shizhu, is that you? Shizhu looked down at the little female who had opened her eyes. Her face was pale, but her eyes shone brightly at him, and he recognized her almost immediately. Shizhu knew that Xingluo would not forget him. It's me, Xingluo. Don't worry, I will bring you back to the past. Everything will start anew. You won't be sad, and I won't let anyone take you away while I'm not around. Jiang Xingluo looked at Shizhu with some confusion. She didn't understand what he was saying. Wasn't this just their second meeting at most? You must have mistaken me for someone else, Shizhu. We've only met once. Let me go. I need to go back and take care of my cubs. Chapter 162. Falling into memories, Jiang Xingluo thought of the few cubs she had just given birth to, which she had risked her life to bring into the world. How could she abandon them right after they were born? Xingluo, as long as everything changes, they won't exist. Trust me, let me handle everything. Jiang Xingluo's eyebrows were filled with anger as she suddenly broke free from Shizhu's embrace despite her exhaustion. Her wood-type ability could heal everything and had powerful offensive power. In an instant, she transformed into her beast form, and a large black and white striped tiger appeared before Shizhu. Jiang Xingluo opened her mouth and roared at Shizhu, why? How dare you interfere in my life? Don't even think about taking my cubs away. The lightning ability on her body was already unsealed. She was the holy female of the White Tiger clan, and her awakened dual abilities were among the rarest in the families of the four beast god messengers. One hand held the punishment for this world, while the other held the power of life, but they were originally meant to bond. All of this misfortune was truly too cruel for him. Xingluo, but we are the destined lovers, not that lion. It was he who forcefully took you away with despicable means. Jiang Xingluo shouted at Shizhu. However, Shizhu wouldn't lay a hand on his beloved female. Xingluo, give me a chance. I will tell you everything. Trust me, okay? The anger in Jiang Xingluo's eyes was about to burst forth. She felt the connection with the fierce wind severed. She was the only mother her cubs had. If she left now, something would happen to them. And her Qingyun, they had just reached this point together. If she lost her care and comfort, what happened to her cubs? They were only 5 years old. What would happen to the newborns? Filled with grief and anger, tears fell drop by drop from Jiang Xingluo's reddened eyes. You know nothing. Why do you interfere with me? If you and I are acquainted, why you never appeared when I was in trouble? The lightning suddenly detached from her body and struck Shizhu, but unfortunately, her lightning was nothing to him. It seems I can't hold on any longer to take you back. If that's the case, then I will exhaust all my abilities to start over with you. Shizhu summoned his ability crystal, and a powerful force appeared between heaven and earth. He forcibly tore a rift in the air, but he was rebounded and spat out a mouthful of blood. He pushed Xingluo directly into the time-space gate. He followed closely behind and entered the past time and space. Jiang Xingluo felt terrified as she continuously retreated into fragments of memory. She felt her memories dissipating little by little, but she didn't want to lose them. She couldn't resist the external force. She just hoped that if possible, she could go back. Jiang Xingluo tightly shut her eyes, and when she woke up again, she heard a childish voice calling her name. Xingluo, Xingluo, wake up. We're back. If we don't hurry back, Mama will be asleep, and we want T get to eat meat. Little Xingluo rubbed her eyes and woke up from the grass, looking somewhat dazed at the little male in front of her. Brother, did the sister leave me again? Why does she always do this? Little Xingluo didn't understand why every time Xingmeng would leave her alone outside, saying it was a game of hide and seek, but each time the one who came back to find her was her older brother Xinghui. Next time, don't go out to play with her. Stay with me, okay? You don't have to work. I'll take you with me. Little Xingluo watched as Xinghui patted his chest to guarantee it. She smiled. I knew it. Except for Mama and Father, only my brother treats me the best. That's for sure, but your father is coming back, and it seems he brought back a little male. Little Xingluo asked curiously. Really? A male? What clan is he from? Is he a cat clan like us? Or is he a big tiger like my father? Xinghui held little Xingluo's hand and comforted her. I don't know. Why don't you come back with me, and we can ask him ourselves. Little Xingluo smiled happily. She appeared in the cave of the female, where her father had already returned, and next to him stood a tall male. Taller than her brother, although not an adult male, this person looked like a teenager. She curiously looked at the boy who turned to look at her, her eyes filled with surprise. Brother, you look really good. Which tribe are you from? Shizhu looked at the innocent and adorable little Xingluo in front of him, and indeed, she was not much different from when he first met her in his memory. He never expected that his first use of the time-space gate, although he suffered backlash, would truly bring him back to the beginning. It was when he first met little Xingluo. I'm from B City. I got lost by accident and was brought back by your father. Little Xingluo looked up at his eyes, then pulled her father's hand again. Father, I got lost again. I couldn't find my way home. My brother brought me back. We are hungry. Can we have something to eat? When Shizhu heard little Xingluo's words, he felt a stir in his heart. How had he never noticed that little Xingluo's body had always been so weak, which was why her abilities awakened so late? After all, her mother was also the shaman of the Divine Cat clan. Her qualifications could not be considered too poor. Shizhu extended his hand, holding the dried meat he had marinated and wrapped in leaves, which the little one had always loved to eat. Jiang Xingluo looked curiously at what was in Shizhu's hand. It was the first time she had seen someone wrap food in lotus leaves. However, she smelled the savory aroma of the meat, which was particularly enticing since she hadn't had a full meal in a long time. Inside this lotus leaf is meat. It's really delicious. Let me open it for you, Shizhu said. Seeing the expectant look on Jiang Xingluo's face, he tore open the lotus leaf right in front of her, revealing the dried meat that caught Jiang Xingluo's attention. She shyly glanced at her father, Bai Yin. Bai Yin smiled and patted Jiang Xingluo's head, saying, since it's from your brother, you can take it and eat. With Bai Yin's approval, Jiang Xingluo immediately reached out to take it. Then she looked at her older brother, Xinghui, who had been busy hiding off to the side. Big brother, look, this is the meat that big brother gave me. Aren't you hungry too? Shall we eat together? Jiang Xingluo's eyes glistened with tears as she looked at Xinghui. However, Shizhu, in the past, had completely overlooked this. He thought Jiang Xingluo was always happy and had no idea that even in her mother-S tribe, she had never eaten her fill. He felt a pang of heartache as he looked at Jiang Xingluo and then leaned closer to the two small ones, saying, all right, if you're still hungry in the future, just come find me. I'm not a little cub anymore. I can hunt, and taking care of both of you will be no problem. Chapter 163. Journey to Beast City. Jiang Xingluo had no other thoughts about the affection she felt for this unfamiliar brother, especially since she was receiving something from him. She felt grateful. Because her father had returned, her mother's concern for her was no longer overshadowed by Xingming. She happily followed her mother to learn about medicinal herbs. Shizhu watched Jiang Xingluo like this, knowing that he would definitely have a chance this time. This time, Xingluo would encounter a fierce wind again, so they could start anew. And Jiang Xingluo would surely be willing to bond with him in the future. Xingluo and Xinghui went outside to gather medicinal herbs, as the beastmen in the tribe would sustain some injuries whenever they went out hunting and competed for food with other beastmen. Their mother was the tribe shaman, responsible for the safety and healing of everyone. So Xingluo and Xinghui helped her prepare the herbs. Xingluo spotted a stunning flower on a steep hillside in the distance. She remembered that her mother had once drawn it. It was called the intestine flower. Her mother said that when seeing this flower, one must wear bee skin gloves or use tools to pick it, as it was highly poisonous and could kill. But half of its petals could be used as medicine to counteract certain poisons in beastmen. It was very useful. After thinking for a long time, Xingluo took out a piece of bee skin she had brought with her, carefully picked the flower, and placed it in her small basket. Big brother, let's go back first and deliver this. Xinghui nodded. Shizhu had been hovering around Xingluo, worried that someone might come to disturb her. He had only seen her once before and left in a hurry. He had seen her cleverness and wit, but at that time, something had happened in Beast City, and he had to leave. This time, no one could disturb him, and everything would develop in the direction he wanted. He knew that Jiang Xingluo would surely sense his goodwill. Jiang Xingluo was being led home by Xinghui when she saw a green dragon descending from the sky, transforming into the warm and jade-like Shizhu. Brother Shizhu, so you are a dragon? Jiang Xingluo felt a wave of disbelief. She had seen many ordinary beasts, like the black wolf tribe next to their divine cat tribe, which occasionally took in injured beastmen, but she had never seen a dragon before. Yes, Jiang Xingluo, do you want to fly in the sky? I can take you. How about it? Jiang Xingluo looked at Shizhu eagerly, hesitating for a moment. No, I need to deliver the intestine flour to my mother first. Shizhu gently rubbed her silvery hair and softly said, all right. After delivering the flour and receiving praise from her mother, Jiang Xingluo was taken to the sky by Shizhu. She reached out and could almost touch the clouds, and when a gust of wind blew by, she laughed for a long time. Shizhu thought everything would proceed smoothly, but his supernatural ability sensed that something was wrong in Beast City. The divine cat tribe was a secluded paradise that remained unaffected even during the rainy season. But Beast City was not the same. A month of continuous rain had cost Beast City dearly, and as the dragon clan's heir and guardian of Beast City, Shizhu had not returned for a long time. He slowly landed and placed Jiang Xingluo on the ground, but the warning in his heart grew stronger. If he didn't go back, Beast City might disappear from this beast world, but he didn't want to miss Jiang Xingluo again. He looked at Jiang Xingluo, and a new idea arose in his heart. He wanted to take Xingluo with him. As long as they didn't part, she wouldn't encounter fierce winds again. Xingluo, do you want to see my home? Jiang Xingluo blinked her big eyes. However, she still had her mother and big brother at home, and she was unwilling to leave. After pondering for a long time, she shook her head. Shizhu frowned at Jiang Xingluo, and for a moment, her rejecting expression seemed to overlap with the face that had scolded him. Shizhu's eyes darkened. But it seems something has happened in my hometown, Jiang Xingluo. You know medicine. Can you come with me to take a look? Jiang Xingluo had always been confident in her medical skills, and hearing Shizhu say this, her confidence surged. Moreover, the uncles and aunts in the tribe had said that cubs could go out to train once they turned 5. Jiang Xingluo paced back and forth, appearing to be deep in thought. All right, don't worry. Once the matter is resolved, I will bring you back. Shizhu's tone carried a hint of pleading. And Jiang Xingluo placed her hands on her hips and looked at him. Okay, then let us go talk to my mother and father. Shizhu held on to Jiang Xingluo. If we wait for their consent, my hometown may face a crisis. We must leave now. Jiang Xingluo hesitated, feeling that this was not appropriate. But thinking of how many people needed saving, she felt that her mother and father would not blame her for leaving to save others. In the end, Jiang Xingluo nodded. As she was led away from her original hometown by Shizhu, she realized just how vast the world outside was. The vast land was not like the divine cat tribe where she lived. Shizhu flew quickly, and the closer they got to Beast City, the more she heard cries. Many males in the city were busy rebuilding their homes, while most females had suffered severe injuries. Because of the rainy season, their food had gone moldy, and they had to eat it raw to stave off hunger, as the soak matches could not be used to start a fire. The Jinwu clan, which had fire abilities, lived far away in Rage Wind City, and only the holy fire in the Beast God Temple was still burning. As Jiang Xingluo was led by Shizhu into Beast City, she caught a whiff of a moldy, rotten smell, and because many beastmen had eaten spoiled food, they were suffering from vomiting and diarrhea, including the females. Jiang Xingluo looked at those females holding cubs and reached out to place her hand on one of their wrists, recognizing their ailments. Brother Shizhu, take me out. I saw earlier that there are medicinal herbs on the nearby mountain that can treat these ailments. Although Jiang Xingluo was young, her mother was the shaman of the divine cat tribe. She was not an ordinary cub. All right, then let us go immediately. Jiang Xingluo nodded and then told Shizhu the direction. When they arrived at the place, they found several suitable medicinal herbs. Shizhu had a portable space to store the herbs. As they walked, Jiang Xingluo said to Shizhu, Brother Shizhu, we can't eat the things from the Beast City anymore. If possible, let us gather fresh wild fruits from outside to survive. If we continue to eat the stored food, it will cost us our lives. Chapter 164. Pestilence. Shizhu listened to Jiang Xingluo's explanations and understood her point. She was right. Actually, you can also learn to plant from the weak beastman tribes. I heard from Father Beast that the weaker beastmen are skilled in planting. The vegetables and fruits they grow, Father Beast has let me taste them, and they are very delicious. As Jiang Xingluo spoke while walking, Shizhu realized that she had known so much since she was young. Following her, he quickly collected many herbs. But it's not enough. Brother Shizhu, tomorrow you can bring a few beastmen to gather herbs, and I will go back to make the medicine. Jiang Xingluo was confident, believing she could help Shizhu solve the current problem. Shizhu nodded, agreeing to her plan. Watching Jiang Xingluo grow like this, he seemed to realize that the Jiang Xingluo in front of him was no longer the weak little cub he had known before. She bore the shadow of the grown-up Xingluo, a shadow that could not be shaken off no matter what she did. However, the Xingluo he liked had always been so kind, and he would not let her go easily. They returned together, and Shizhu accompanied Jiang Xingluo in making the medicine, then boiled it using a large wooden barrel to distribute the prepared medicine to every suffering beastman in the beast city. In the past, many beastmen died during the rainy season, but this time, the newly appointed beast god messenger seemed to understand some medical skills. So he specifically made medicinal soup for them to drink. At first, they did not expect the medicine made by the beast god messenger to work. After all, the beast god messenger could only convey some command from the beast god, and he was the high priest in charge of rituals. Among the beast god messengers, only the white tiger lineage understood the path of shamanic medicine. However, only the holy females of the white tiger tribe would understand this. The last white tiger tribe did not have a female, so the beast city had lost its shamanic doctor. Therefore, they had no choice but to endure even when faced with illness. They did not expect that on the first day of drinking the medicinal soup, they would feel their stomachs no longer in such pain at night, and even expelled many worms. The beast god messenger turned out to know medicine. He was really amazing. Wasn't he a Qinglong beast man? Why did he also understand the inheritance of the white tiger tribe? I see that the little female cub next to Lord Shizhu seems to be directing all the males to work. Could she be the holy female of the white tiger? Impossible. A little female cub like this can't be a holy female. Are you joking? Jiang Xingluo seemed unconcerned about these speculations. For her, as long as she could save all the beastmen in the beast city, she did not care. However, they did not expect that they thought once the illness passed, everything would be fine. But soon, some people began to experience fever and body aches, and even develop spots of various sizes on their bodies. At first, it was just one person like this, so they did not take it seriously, but after one instance, there would be a second, and more beastmen became infected, and it ultimately turned into a pestilence. This was the first time Jiang Xingluo encountered such a situation. But her mother had told her that no matter how torturous the illness was, as a healer, she must do everything possible to help the patients alleviate their suffering. Although she was young and not very experienced, she could not back down. She insisted that Shizhu bring over the first beastman infected with the pestilence. She needed to ask about the cause and isolate all the beastmen in one place. This was the only best solution. Her mother had told her that if faced with such easily transmissible diseases, this was the only way to resolve it. If it really could not be treated, then all those who were already infected would have to be eliminated. Only in this way could more lives be saved. Jiang Xingluo did not want to give up, so she could only do this, but Shizhu would not allow her to do so. No, I will ask other beastmen for help with this matter. You are just helping everyone to expel the worms, and that is enough. Jiang Xingluo looked at the big brother in front of her with some confusion. His expression was serious, completely unlike the gentleness from before. But she did not want to hear this. Her mother said that as a healer, one must not give up all lives unless there is absolutely no way. Brother Shizhu, I am a healer. I cannot give up on lives. They might still be saved. If there really is a shamanic doctor in the beast city, you and T need to let me help. Hearing Jiang Xingluo's words, Shizhu felt very regretful. He should not have brought Jiang Xingluo to the beast city. It was his unilateral decision that had drawn her into this turmoil. He had to send Jiang Xingluo away. Otherwise, she would definitely not give up. All right, Xingluo, brother allows you to help them, but you should sleep first, and I will arrange for you to meet that beast man. Jiang Xingluo felt warmth in her heart when she heard Shizhu allowing them to meet. Her expression also brightened. As long as she could determine the cause of the illness, she would definitely be able to solve the problem at hand. Jiang Xingluo fell asleep with expectations. Shizhu gritted his teeth, holding her, and directly turned around to take her to Fury Wind City. At this time, Fury Wind City and the Wasteland City had no intersection, and Shizhu and Jingsheng were originally good friends. Shizhu brought Jiang Xingluo to Jingsheng's side. Jingsheng looked at Jiang Xingluo and found that her brows and eyes resembled someone he knew. What are you bringing this little female cub here for? How am I supposed to take care of her? She is easy to take care of. I will bring her back in a few days. Something happened in the Beast City, and I cannot let her stay there. Jingsheng looked at the sleeping female cub in front of him and had no intention of refusing. But he was more worried about what had happened in the Beast City. Pestilence? You say pestilence? How is that possible? This kind of disease hasn't appeared for many years. Are you sure you're not mistaken? Jingsheng's tone held some concern. After all, this kind of pestilence had only appeared once 20 years ago, when Shizhu's father, Shiyan, was in the Beast City. And it was only because they obtained a prescription that they could save everyone. But after that, the prescription was lost, and it had not appeared since. Shizhu was still so young. Jingsheng was really worried. No, if you can find that prescription, things should be easy to resolve. Although Fury Wind City also suffered some impacts, the affected areas were minimal. Therefore, he was more worried that if the pestilence started to spread, as the beast god messenger, would also be blamed by all the beastmen. This was what Jiang was most worried about. Shizhu was also worried about the beastmen in the beast city, but now he had to ensure the safety of Jiang Xingluo in front of him. He had finally returned to this place and only wanted to rekindle old ties. As for everything else, he could solve it himself. Chapter 165. Still encountering him, Jiang Xing arranged a place for Jiang Xingluo to stay. When Jiang Xingluo woke up, she found herself surrounded by strangers, which was terrifying. She looked at her room, which was not a cave, but a wooden house in the air. She was a bit dazed, having never seen such a house before. It was simply unbelievable, a wooden tree house. As soon as she woke up, a beast man brought her food, all of which were millet and rice that their bird tribe liked to eat, and they were all raw. She couldn't help but bite one to taste it, but still felt that these did not have the flavor of meat. Xingluo sighed. She still wanted to eat well-cooked meat, as the raw ones were not tasty at all. She only ate a few grains of rice, completely not expecting that the legendary rice would turn out to be such an unpalatable thing. In the end, she couldn't help but find a pot. But there was no fire here, unlike in their tribe where fire was everywhere. When Jiang came to see Xingluo, he found her resting her head on her hand, looking troubled, and he couldn't tell what she was thinking, but she seemed particularly serious. He heard the little female beside her say that it seemed she hadn't eaten a single grain of rice today. Jiang brought fire. Xingluo, you're a little female. Don't you like cooked food? I brought fire today. What do you want to eat? Let them prepare it for you, okay? Seeing the handsome youth come to serve her, Xingluo instantly found someone to confide in and immediately brightened up. However, more important than eating was the orcs in the beast city. She couldn't just ignore them. Perhaps she was in this unfamiliar place now because her brother Shizhu was afraid she would catch the plague, so he sent her here. But she wasn't afraid of the plague at all. If only she could go back to see her mother, maybe she could ask her how to solve this illness. However, if she left without saying goodbye, her mother might not easily speak about it. Can you tell me where brother Shizhu went? I still want to go back and see. Maybe I can find a way to solve this matter. Jiang looked at the delicate little orc in front of him and found her words amusing. Then you stay here, and I'll describe their symptoms to you. If you need any medicine, let the two females beside you take you to find it. Once you're done, I will personally deliver it to the beast city, so you can isolate yourself from danger. Jiang didn't disbelieve her. He just wanted to help. The issues in the beast city needed to be resolved, and it would be best if he could contribute. Xingluo was very happy, so she took the two females beside her out, but after walking a short distance, she realized that the two little females who had accompanied her were already gone. She called out their names, but no matter how much she shouted, she couldn't get them to respond. Fear surged in her heart. There was no older brother here, and it was a very unfamiliar place with no familiar smells. Would she be stuck here and unable to go back? A wave of fear arose in her heart, and she ran step by step. She couldn't remember which path she had taken when she came, but she knew she had to go up the mountain to collect herbs. She walked and walked, getting further and further, feeling very hungry and unable to find the way. She could only eat some herbs to stave off her hunger. Finally, she reached the edge of a river where she saw a little fish jumping out of the water. She happily approached, remembering that her mother and father beast told her to be careful when catching fish, as if she wasn't careful, the little fish would escape. Just as she was about to reach out to catch a fish, a boy suddenly fell into the water with a splash. The little fish that had come close scattered in fright. She was about to scold him when she noticed that the water in front of her had somehow been stained red. It was blood. The orc in front of her seemed to be injured, but he looked to be about the same age as brother Shizhu. How could he be so severely injured? Xingluo exerted great effort to help him up, but once she did, she saw that the orc was covered in wounds. However, they could still be treated. Xingluo dragged him to a stone nearby, glanced around, found some herbs, and then used her hands to scoop water to wash the stone clean. She crushed the collected herbs on the stone slab, and then slowly applied the herbs to the boy's wounds. The juice from the herbs seeped into the wounds, and the boy immediately opened his eyes. He reached out and grabbed Xingluo, his gaze sharp, as if he wanted to devour her. Xingluo looked at the boy in front of her, frightened. Let go of me. I saved you. The herbs on you will stop the bleeding. If you don't, you will die. Xingluo's childish voice made the boy frown. The scent between his nostrils was very familiar, just like the herbs used when he was treated by the shaman before. But this little girl in front of him seemed quite young. How would she use herb for this? Feeling guilty, the boy gently set Xingluo down on the ground and, after hesitating for a long time, finally asked, What is your name? Xingluo reached out to touch the boy's forehead. The boy frowned at the familiar little female, his face flushing slightly. It's not hot. but it might be hard to endure today. You have to stay with me tonight. I'll find you some medicine that you can take directly to reduce the fever. Xingluo explained seriously, but she felt very familiar with her earlier actions, as if she had done this before. It seemed to be directed at this boy in front of her, and some images flashed through her mind, a sharp pain surging in her heart. She couldn't help but murmur two words, Lai Feng. Who is Lai Feng? The boy's eyes lit up. Little female, do you know me? I know. Xingluo looked at the male youth in confusion and shook her head. I don't know you. I only know someone named Lai Feng. You look like him. There can't be another Lai Feng in this world. I am Lai Feng from the Desolate City Tribe. Do you know the Desolate City Tribe? Xingluo shook her head, but some memories resurfaced in her mind. Xingluo, I promise I'll come back. You and the little ones wait for me. Xingluo frowned. What little ones? I'm still a little one. Why would that male named Lai Feng say such things to me? She looked up at the boy in front of her, who had an aloof expression, but she felt a fondness for this male, a feeling that was very familiar. Chapter 166. Perhaps useful against the plague. Lai Feng looked at the little female in front of him, so small. But the medicine she made had very good healing effects. They had been here for a few days, but the little female had been looking for herbs, collecting many kinds and combining them together. What are you doing? Why are you making so much medicine? Are you sick? A trace of worry flashed in the boy's eyes as he placed his hand on Xingluo's forehead. Her sunburned little face was indeed a bit hot. He knew there was a kind of mint fruit nearby that could cool her down a lot. Lai Feng slowly stood up, but found that the little female's face had also developed quite a few red spots. Little female, you really are sick. Xingluo looked up at the boy in front of her, her mouth dry and her throat a bit hoarse. She indeed felt a bit uncomfortable. Big brother. My name is Xingluo, remember? Lai Feng nodded. The pain in his body had disappeared, and he directly transformed into his beast form, wrapping his tail around Xingluo and placing her on his back. Wait here. I'll take you to find something to eat. Xingluo touched the fluffy lion fur. She had only been on her father's back and had sat on a dragon with brother Shizhou. But this was the first time she encountered such a fluffy big animal. Lai Feng, your fur is so long and soft, but I'm so hot and uncomfortable. I want to drink water. Hearing Xingluo's words, Lai Feng immediately took her to the water's edge, scooping water with his hands to feed it to her. He looked at Xingluo with some pity and asked, Xingluo, where did you come from? Can I take you back? I don't understand medicine. Being with me will cause trouble for you. Xingluo immediately pouted and her eyes turned red upon hearing Lai Feng's words, tears continuously welling up. I don't know. I came with brother Shizhou to treat an illness. Those orcs are feeling just as bad as I am. I want to find medicine to cure them, just like my mother did, but brother Shizhou is afraid they might infect me and took me to another place. I don't know them, and they just left me here. Xingluo spoke in bits and pieces, while Lai Feng didn't even know who Shizhou was. It seemed he now had to wander with this little female cub, but it didn't pose much difficulty for him. Please don't leave me behind, brother Lai Feng. I can help you get better. See, I'm really capable. Little Xingluo, looking wronged, wiped her tears and stretched out her tongue to drink the water from Lai Feng's palm. After finishing the water, she explained again. Lai Feng felt a bit heartbroken for her, but who in this world would abandon such a kind little female? It sounded like her mother should have been a very capable witch. After making sure she had enough water, Lai Feng took her to find mint fruit. He remembered his mother saying that mint fruit was a great thing that only appeared in this season. Moreover, it could detoxify, and it seemed to be effective against the plague, but they only used this method in their tribe. Other tribes didn't know about it. He ran for a long time with little Xingluo on his back, and she had fallen asleep securely. After searching for a long time, he finally found the fruit. He picked a few not-so-large fruits and fed them to little Xingluo, but looking at the medicine she had prepared herself, Lai Feng didn't know which one she should take, so he could only wait for her to wake up and see what dish she wanted to match with. Lai Feng found a cave nearby, went to the river to catch fish, but he knew that females like fully cooked fish, and he didn't know how to start fire. He could only use his wind ability to clean the fish he caught and then salted it to make dried fish. After giving the little female the mint fruit, he waited for a long time, and finally, she woke up and the red spots on her face had faded a bit. Little Xingluo looked at Lai Feng, the smell of dried fish wafting in her nostrils, and she was almost starving. Brother Lai Feng, can I eat? Little Xingluo looked at him eagerly. She had been hungry for a long time, and not being able to eat made her feel like she was about to die. Lai Feng took out 3 pieces of dried fish. Hurry and eat. You still need to take your medicine afterward. Seeing that little Xingluo's condition had improved a lot, Lai Feng also breathed a sigh of relief. The mint fruit was indeed effective. However, Little Xingluo might not recognize such fruit. Brother Lai Feng, what kind of fruit did you give me? I feel so comfortable after eating it. Little Xingluo asked while gnawing on the dried fish, the flavors still fresh and salty. She didn't expect that Brother Lai Feng would actually use salt to make food for her. She knew that this big brother was not a bad person, and once she returned to the tribe, she would definitely repay him well. It's this, my mother said, this is very useful for what you call the plague. Eat some more. Little Xingluo looked at the not-so-large fruit and stuffed it into her mouth. A strange taste filled her mouth, but after swallowing it, she felt her body relax shortly afterward. However, this was not enough. She needed to match it with something else. So she decided to experiment with her own body and took the mildest medicine to eat. Lai Feng looked at Little Xingluo with some concern. Can you eat it like that? Little Xingluo nodded. I'll try. Maybe it will work. Just wait for me. But shortly after she swallowed, she felt discomfort in her stomach. She shyly ran out of the cave and hid to resolve it, only to find that she spent the next day with diarrhea. Lai Feng looked at her haggard appearance, but noticed that her fever had inexplicably subsided and even the red spots on her body had disappeared. The next day, Little Xingluo finally stopped having diarrhea and quickly ate 5 pieces of dried fish, comfortably rubbing her belly. She decided she still needed to return to the beast city, but first had to gather enough fruit. As long as she gathered enough, she could definitely solve the problem when she returned. Brother Lai Feng, can you help me find more of this mint fruit? Once we find it, I'll tell Brother Zhou the recipe. They will surely be able to solve the problem in B City. Hearing Little Xingluo mention B City, Lai Feng realized that the orc she wanted to save was from B City, and Zhou, could he be the new beast god messenger of B City? Lai Feng listened to Little Xingluo talk about this, gently patted her head. All right, if you want to go, I'll take you there. At night, when Little Xingluo was sleeping, the howling wind outside made her shiver. Lai Feng transformed into his beast form to warm her up, and she slept more soundly. Getting used to having Little Xingluo by his side, Lai Feng almost thought he was going to have a partner. But Little Xingluo was different from him. He had no home left. The tribe wouldn't accept him. They had injured him and driven him away. He couldn't selfishly keep Little Xingluo by his side. Chapter 167. Zhou and Lai Feng meet. Little Xingluo sat on top of Lai Feng, galloping for a long time. The exhilaration surging through her body made her laugh happily. Brother Lai Feng, can you stay by my side and not leave me? Little Xingluo asked with a hint of anxiety in her heart. Her mother had said that if she wanted a male to stay with her, she could bond with him. Yes, bond. Let Brother Lai Feng be her beast husband, just like her mother and father beast. She liked Brother Lai Feng. Brother Lai Feng, will you be my beast husband? Lai Feng's 4 strong legs suddenly stopped, and he was a bit dazed. Even his ears moved for a long time, his eyes hiding an unknown emotion. Although he knew Little Xingluo was just joking, he still thought for a long time and explained that only adult females could bond and choose beast husbands. Little Xingluo, you're too small. Too small? Then you can wait for me to grow up, Brother Lai Feng. Don't you want to wait for me? Little Xingluo didn't understand why, but Lai Feng's face had already turned red. He gritted his teeth and explained, but I have no tribe, Little Xingluo. Being my female master means you need to bear my offspring. Are you willing? Little Xingluo didn't understand, but he certainly did. She was young, and Lai Feng could wait, but it was just to wait for the female master to grow up, which was something a male should do as a beast husband. Having offspring? Sounds good, just like my mother and father beast. Then Brother Lai Feng can stay by my side forever, right? Lai Feng put Xingluo down, transformed into human form, and looked at the little female who was half a head shorter than him. He slowly squatted down. Are you afraid I'll leave you? Little Xingluo nodded and hugged Lai Feng's neck tightly. Brother Lai Feng, you're the first orc I've met who hasn't abandoned me besides my father beast, mother, and brother. Lai Feng reached out and patted Little Xingluo's back, softly comforting her. We can't bond now. For now, Brother Lai Feng will be your protective beast. Okay? This way, I can stay by your side. Lai Feng knew that if he became her protective beast in the future, he could only bond and mate with her through her permission, but he was willing to believe her. Okay, Brother Lai Feng can be my protective beast. Unknowingly, a mark appeared on Lai Feng's chest, which was Little Xingluo's protective beast mark. However, this mark was different from ordinary protective beast marks. Even Little Xingluo felt a warm flow surge in her chest and curiously asked, Brother Lai Feng, what is this? Why did this appear on me? The fierce wind looked at the marks on the little female beast and recalled what the shaman of the tribe had said before, that the protective beast promised by the female master was different from a one-sided protective beast. Such protective beasts would leave marks on both parties and could sense each other's abilities. The fierce wind thought the mark on his chest would be a little cat. But unexpectedly, it turned out to be a lightning mark, accompanied by a leaf. How could there be two? The fierce wind was puzzled, yet comforted in his heart. He was grateful to have Jiang Xingluo with him. He was no longer a beast without a home. Jiang Xingluo sensed that her brother was very happy. And she was happy too. Her brother actually knew the direction of the 10,000 bee city and brought her back directly. Her brother was really different from them. Whatever she wanted to do, her brother always believed she could do it. However, before she entered the city, she saw that many beastmen outside 10,000 bee city had already been severely infected. She brought medicine, and the fierce wind carried her on his shoulder so that everyone could see her. I have medicine. I'll distribute it to you. Please don't gather here. This illness needs fresh air. Can you go back to your caves first? The soft voice of the little female beast kept ringing in the ears of the infected beastmen. However, they had already begun to wait for death, not believing there were still beastmen willing to save them. Eat this. No one has eaten 3, then eat these. Jiang Xingluo shouted loudly to all the beastmen, but an old beastman directly knocked the things out of her hands, and the mint fruits all fell to the ground. Jiang Xingluo immediately squatted down to pick them up, tears sparkling in her eyes, not understanding why they had to do this. Will you eat or not? If not, I'll kill you. A strong voice of a youth appeared in the old man's ears. He grabbed the old beastman's hide skirt, making the elder feel suffocated, and he immediately gasped and nodded. The fierce wind directly threw the half-dead person onto the haystack. Jiang Xingluo, I will handle this. Jiang Xingluo nodded, watching the fierce wind force the old man to eat the mint fruits and then directly fed him the medicine that Jiang Xingluo had prepared. The other beastmen saw the green beast crystal in the fierce wind's palm and were forced to take the medicine he provided. They trembled all over and soon felt an unbearable turmoil in their stomachs. Poison. You gave us poison. Lord Shizhu, please come out. Someone is forcing us to eat poison. Even if you don't care about us, you can't let others harm us. The beastmen's cries were heard by Shizhu, who came out from 10,000 Bee City and saw the kneeling beastmen pointing at the young fierce wind with ugly expressions. Shizhu's brows were furrowed with anger as he turned to look at the beastman the white tiger beastman was pointing at, only to realize that the youthful figure before him was indeed the fierce wind. Why is it him again? Why is he here? That persistent guy. This world should only have him and Xingluo. Fierce wind should not appear again. What did you make them eat? You don't understand pharmacology at all. What are your intentions in giving them poison? Shizhu charged at him, his eyes filled with killing intent and intense jealousy. The fierce wind was forced to retreat step by step, looking up at the male before him, feeling that he was giving way. He sensed it. This lion, even as a youth, was already so formidable. Shizhu initially thought that Jiang Xingluo had just casually found a fool, but he never expected the fierce wind to be this strong. However, if they could start over, Jiang Xingluo wouldn't recognize him, and everything would return to the beginning. Jiang Xingluo went to find water nearby, and had not returned yet. But the fierce wind knew that this young man was indeed very important to Jiang Xingluo. So he couldn't act. If Jiang Xingluo knew her brother was hurt, she would definitely blame him. However, Shizhu struck ruthlessly, each move aimed at taking his life. The fierce wind furrowed his brows, not understanding why such a kind little female beast would know such a ruthless young man. Chapter 168. Shizhu's hostility. The fierce wind knew he couldn't go on like this. He used his abilities to push Shizhu back, surprising him that the fierce wind would fight back. How did a stray beast like you end up in 10,000 Bee City? Shizhu had investigated everything about the fierce wind's past and naturally knew what he was doing at this moment. When the fierce wind heard the term stray beast, it felt as if a knife had been driven deep into his heart. He had no home anymore. He never expected to be mocked by the future beast god messenger using his pain. He couldn't understand how such a beast could become the beast god messenger. Jiang Xingluo brought a bowl of water over. As she approached the fierce wind, she saw him being pushed back by Shizhu. Brother Shizhu is bullying people, and he says Brother Lifeng is a stray beast. She had heard her mother say that only those without a home would be called stray beasts. Brother Shizhu is too bad. How can he say Brother Lifeng has no home? He must be very sad. Brother Shizhu, you can't bully him. He is my protective beast. You can't bully him. When Shizhu saw Jiang Xingluo standing in front of the fierce wind to defend him, he was stunned. How'd they meet? Why? Even after he rewound time, did they still encounter each other? It shouldn't be like this. He watched as Jiang Xingluo handed the wooden bowl to the fierce wind, her young age allowing her to speak words of concern. Brother Lifeng, drink quickly. You must be tired from bringing me back. If Brother Shizhu tries to chase you away, I'll take you back to my tribe. Anyway, I will tell my mother that you will be my beast husband in the future." Upon hearing Jiang Xingluo's words, Shizhu froze in place. It shouldn't be like this. He had exhausted everything to bring Xingluo back to this time point, not hoping for her to meet the fierce wind again. "Lord Shizhu, save us. We're almost exhausted. It's this little female beast and this male forcing us to take medicine. And we've been having diarrhea." The tiger beastmen of 10,000 Beast City, who were already struggling to fill their stomachs, now felt as if they had lost half their lives after this ordeal. Shizhu angrily hugged Jiang Xingluo, looking at the fierce wind with even more fury. "Jiang Xingluo, his tribe has already driven him away, so I can tell you that stray beasts are not good. Is your medicine from him? It might be poisonous. How can you casually give it to the beastmen of 10,000 Beast City?" Shizhu's eyes were filled with questioning. Jiang Xingluo directly broke free from Shizhu, tears in her eyes, not understanding how hard she had worked to find this medicine. He only knew how to blame her, even scolding her for not understanding anything. Jiang Xingluo threw herself into the fierce wind's arms, crying loudly, and the fierce wind gently comforted her. "Don't cry. I'm here. Don't be afraid." Jiang Xingluo sobbed and couldn't speak, but suddenly a little female beast picked a flower and approached her. "Xingluo, the red spots on me have faded. Thank you for your medicine. I don't feel bad anymore, but my mother is gone. If you could have come earlier, maybe my mother wouldn't have died." Shizhu looked at the little female beast. She had been severely infected before, but now the red spots on her body had indeed disappeared. Shizhu reached out to touch her forehead and realized she wasn't so hot anymore. The red spots on all the beastmen had receded, but they hadn't noticed it before, only caring about their diarrhea. However, even now they were still having diarrhea, but without the previous symptoms. Shizhu seemed to understand something. Jiang Xingluo had really found the cure. But what did he do? He misunderstood that Jiang Xingluo had brought poison to the orcs of the Beast City. In his heart, any life in the Beast City was more important than Jiang Xingluo. He felt surprised, watching Lai Feng holding Jiang Xingluo, as if he suddenly understood something. He looked into Lai Feng's gentle eyes, but he understood that no matter how much he tried to turn back time, everything could not be changed. Even if they returned to the future, Xingluo would still face sorrow. Lai Feng had already lost track. What would happen to her in the future? Shizhu looked at Xingluo, his eyes filled with pity. He knew that even in difficulties, Jiang Xingluo could face them alone, but the pain of losing a beast partner, whether female or male, could take half a life away. Moreover, Lai Feng was her first beast husband, or rather, her only beast husband. But seeing the scene now, Shizhu seemed to suddenly understand everything. No matter how he took Xingluo back to the past, the predetermined trajectory could not be easily changed. He watched as Lai Feng accompanied Jiang Xingluo to distribute medicine to all the orcs in Beast City, but his abilities ultimately could not hold out, and the repeated tremors of his heart nearly suffocated him. The hidden time-space door opened again, and Shizhu and Jiang Xingluo disappeared from this world. Shizhu fell from the sky and saw Jiang Xingluo still asleep. He immediately rushed forward and held her, transforming into beast form to take Jiang Xingluo back to the original Juyan tribe. If Xingluo really lost Lai Feng and was separated from her cubs again, she might truly go to great lengths. Shizhu knew she would never choose a new beast husband, so he could only send her back to her cubs. Yu Jian looked at the blue dragon flying in the sky with anger in his eyes. He had heard Qing Yuan mention that it was Shizhu who took Xingluo away. To take such actions when others were unaware, Shizhu was still the beast god messenger. Yu Jian did not understand why he would do this. He saw Shizhu holding Xingluo fall to the ground, and a powerful force surged towards him, causing Yu Jian to involuntarily take 2 steps back. And Xingluo was clearly still in a coma with no signs of waking up. "Why did you take Xingluo away right after she gave birth, Shizhu? Are you crazy?" Yu Jian looked at Shizhu and could see the tenderness in his eyes when he looked at Xingluo. He cared for Xingluo even more than Yu Jian did. But the bond of the beast god messenger was not a simple matter. It required matching status, and his bonded partner had to be a holy female of a certain tribe. Suddenly, Yu Jian remembered Jiang Xingluo's dual abilities and her lightning abilities. He knew Jiang Xingluo was a female of the divine cat tribe, born with divine nature, unlike ordinary females. However, the divine cat tribe had never had a dual holy female with such powerful lightning and wood abilities. Indeed, only a female like her could be called a holy female. The holy female of the divine cat tribe? No wonder Shizhu would protect her so much. "My matters with Xingluo are none of your business. Get lost." Shizhu looked at Yu Jian, realizing there were many males around Xingluo, all of whom were fools even less capable than that lion. If the male who appeared that day had not been him, but someone else, none of these fools would have been able to protect Xingluo, yet they dare to look at her with such dirty eyes. Simply infuriating. Chapter 169. Qin Ji reappears. Shizhu took Xingluo back to the room and saw a small female who looked very much like Xingluo changing the cub's diaper. He had trapped Xingluo in his space for nearly a month. During this month, it was mostly these cubs taking care of the newborn cubs, along with that leopard. They had caught 2 goats that had just given birth from outside and were feeding the goat milk they had squeezed into wooden bowls to the 3 cubs with small wooden spoons. The 3 cubs had lost their mother and spent most of their time crying. Qin Yuan and Xiao Lu used their powers to stabilize them for several days before they finally stopped crying. Shizhu watched as several cubs gently comforted the younger cubs. And for a moment, his thoughts were countless. He was the beast god messenger, yet he had done these things that harmed Xingluo. He could not forgive himself. But he could not leave here. Now that lion was not around, he was the only one who could protect Xingluo. However, having trapped Xingluo in time and space for so long, she would probably take a long time to wake up. Moreover, the black cloud that had appeared in the sky earlier was definitely not simple. Yu Jian entered the door and saw Shizhu observing the surrounding environment. He transformed into beast form and flew into the air, seeing a merman in the distance fighting with someone, seemingly not stopping anytime soon. What kind of people had appeared nearby that required him, a purple crystal beast, to personally deal with? He knew death.A was Qin Ji's cub, so death's abilities must not be weak. But now it seemed not so simple. death's strength did not appear to match his opponent. The blue dragon landed and transformed into a human, seeing a long-haired merman choking death by the neck. He recognized that merman. It was Qin Ji. But hadn't Qin Ji already been killed by those power-struggling beasts of the sea long ago? How could he reappear? Without thinking much, Shizhu had already approached Qin Ji and, almost in one movement, extended his dragon claw to pierce through Qin Ji's heart. death stood on the side, gasping for breath, watching his father turn to ashes and disappear, and suddenly he felt a sense of relief. He raised his eyes to the male in front of him and immediately stood up steadily. Shizhu suddenly sensed that something was off. He had been in Beast City for a long time, and if it weren't for noticing anomalies near the Juyin tribe, he would never have appeared here and thought to take Xingluo away. What happened to your father? death looked at Shizhu, only able to smile bitterly as he explained everything. So who is behind this? You still don't know, do you? death could only nod helplessly. He truly did not know who possessed such dark powers that could even reuse his father's corpse. Everything was filled with strangeness. death had already lost his clan, and now he could not even protect his father's body. For the first time, he felt useless. Shizhu looked at death without speaking, his sharp eyes sweeping around, and he noticed that the female who had been manipulated by that black mist was originally reluctant to leave. That male is the beast god messenger, the male of the Blue Dragon clan, isn't he? The female's voice was filled with surprise. She knew Shizhu was not an ordinary male. He was the only one in the entire beast world who could reverse time and space. If she could take him as her beast husband, how interesting would that be? Don't think about it. His power is something we cannot shake. Now is not the time. Don't provoke him. Go find a few males and lure them over. I need power. The female gritted her teeth and reluctantly left, but still looked back 3 times as she left, eyeing Shizhu and death, these 2 exceptional males that should belong to her. Originally, all the excellent males in this world should have been hers. It was all Jiang Xingluo's fault. If it weren't for her appearance, everything would have gone according to the original plot. That black mist said that as long as Jiang Xingluo, this unexpected factor, was killed, everything would return to its original trajectory. She smiled, feeling that the original was not enough. She wanted more. She wanted the entire beast world to be hers. Suddenly, 2 wandering beastmen appeared in front of her, looking like their abilities were somewhat out of control. The delicate female stepped forward and, within a few sentences, lured the 2 wandering beastmen to leave with her. Jiang Xingluo was still immersed in her dreams. She unknowingly realized that she had arrived at another place. But she clearly remembered that she had left the time and space created by Shizhu together with him. Why had she reappeared in a strange place? Jiang Xingluo was filled with confusion. She wanted to speak, but realized that she couldn't make sound. All she could see was desolation, but for some reason, she felt as if she had been to this place before. She walked alone on this land, where wooden houses were nearby, identical to those she lived in at the Juyin tribe. Yet this place seemed to be nothing but desolation. Moreover, there seemed to be no life here. Not even a blade of grass was visible. Where was this? Even in a desert, there should be plants. Why was there nothing? She reached out, wanting to give life to this barren land. But in the end, she found that her beast crystal couldn't summon anything at all. Her abilities seemed completely useless here. This place could actually suppress the orc's ability to use their powers. She shouted loudly, but no one responded. She kept walking forward until a gust of wind blew in, carrying yellow sand that revealed a patch of white bones, which was quite horrifying. Dead people. So many had died here, yet everything looked new. She continued to walk forward, wanted to understand why everything had turned out like this. No place in the beast world should be like this. Everything before her was shifting, and she didn't realize that time had taken her back to a different place. She blocked the encroaching sandstorm, and after several twists and turns, a figure suddenly appeared before her. It was Lai Feng, looking serious as he appeared here. Jiang Xingluo instantly understood what this place was. This was the Arid City tribe, where Lai Feng had been before. She had met Lai Feng here in the past. However, he had returned to the Arid City tribe for over a month, and the wood-type ability she had given him to save his life had almost been completely consumed. This meant that something had happened to him. Jiang Xingluo watched as Lai Feng appeared here and realized that there had indeed been an accident in Arid City. Several Qingjing orcs' abilities were out of control, and they had turned into mad beasts. Even the former tribe leader couldn't handle them and needed Lai Feng to clean up the mess. She watched as Lai Feng controlled them one by one, wanting to find a way to restore their sanity. But when Jiang Xingluo reached out, she found that her powers were completely unusable. So even though she could see, she couldn't help Lai Feng. She could only wait anxiously. What was the meaning of her presence here? Chapter 170. Dream. So this was Arid City, Lai Feng's hometown. She approached Lai Feng, watching him helplessly gaze at his companions. He used his mental type ability to explore their memories. Although she couldn't use her powers, they were beast mates, so their bond remained. She could see everything Lai Feng discovered. He saw that his companions' bodies were entangled by something, completely reduced to tools for others. So that was it. Jiang Xingluo could sense that the lingering scent on those orcs who had already turned into mad beasts was all black mist. But Lai Feng had clearly resolved this matter and knew the reason. He was safe now. Why would something happen afterward? She didn't understand. Lai Feng didn't need her power at all. Jiang Xingluo reached out to touch Lai Feng, but he frowned, gathering a force. And Jiang Xingluo realized that it was the power she had given him. What was he planning to do? Pain surged in Jiang Xingluo's heart. If anyone understood Lai Feng in this world, it was definitely her. After spending so much time together, she knew him inside out. Don't do this. If you want to help them, why can't you wait for me? Jiang Xingluo regretted not going with Lai Feng. She watched as he dispersed the power she had given him to save his companions in the tribe. But then the sandstorm rose again, and she was pulled out of this dream. Lai Feng, Lai Feng. Jiang Xingluo clutched her chest, tears glistening in her eyes as she woke up. Seeing several little ones standing in the room, her gaze immediately fell on Qin Yin, whose face was increasingly resembling Lai Feng's. She gasped for breath, her heart feeling like it was tightly gripped by someone, wrinkled for a long time and unable to smooth out. Qin Yin, has your father returned? It was the first time Qin Yuan had seen Jiang Xingluo lose control like this. Her eyes were filled with hope, but everyone told them that their father was gone. Even the big brother, who claimed to be the beast god's messenger, said that their father had long lost signs of life. But she didn't believe it. They had a connection with their father, and they hadn't sensed anything wrong with him. Their mother was in so much pain, yet they didn't know where their father was. Father hasn't returned, mother. Maybe something delayed him. He promised you he would definitely come back. Jiang Xingluo cried bitterly. But she hadn't seen anything happen to Lai Feng in her dream. Shi Zhu entered, holding a bowl of burnt fish. He placed the charred fish in front of Jiang Xingluo, speaking gently. Xingluo, eat something first. I remember you loved fish when you were young. Look, I grilled this fish for you. Try it. The little ones looked at what Shi Zhu was holding, and it was hard to describe. Qi Yin heard that Xingluo had returned and brought a bowl of meat and 2 dishes from the tribe leader. The delicious aroma spread in the yard, and the little ones instantly recognized that Qi Yin had come. Compared to this suddenly appearing brother, the little ones preferred Qi Yin. Jiang Xingluo frowned at the familiar Shi Zhu. If before she didn't understand why he would give her medicine, seeing the look in his eyes that had some connection, now she understood. From the beginning, he had not been sincere. I don't want to be your mate, Lord Shi Zhu. You should go back to Wanshou City. Jiang Xingluo's eyes carried a sense of lifelessness. Shi Zhu knew that she would definitely collapse after losing Lai Feng, so he wanted to take her back. But she and Lai Feng would still meet. He couldn't change anything. Xingluo, I'm not here just for you. I've already dealt with Qin Ji's matter. I want to find out what exactly is going on. Jiang Xingluo's expression relaxed. As long as it wasn't for her, it was fine. Shizhu had taken her away right after she gave birth, and she was angry, unable to easily forgive him. All right, then you stay. From now on, we won't interfere with each other. Jiang Xingluo spoke with righteous indignation. The little one stood aside, and Qingzhu spoke again. Mother, Brother Qi Yan brought food over. Let's go eat. Jiang Xingluo nodded and then took the little ones to eat. Shizhu watched her leave and glanced at the grilled fish he made, which couldn't compare to that lion at all. At this moment, the even breathing of the little ones sleeping on the stone bed attracted Shizhu. He approached and realized that among the little ones, there was one little female and two little males, but they were not lions. They were all kittens, especially the little female whose eyes looked almost identical to Xingluo's. When Shizhu looked over, a pair of purple pupils suddenly smiled at him. Shizhu reached out to pick up the little cub, fully sensing that this female cub was a newly born holy female. He felt a surge of power in the little female's palm. Unlike her sister, she was born with lightning abilities. He coaxed the little female to sleep and placed her back on the stone bed. Meanwhile, Jiang Xingluo had no appetite while eating outside. She continued to sense live phone, but received no response. The little ones looked at their mother, who seemed lost and despondent, feeling an unbearable pressure in their hearts. Mother, don't think about anything else. Hurry up and eat. We still need to take care of our younger siblings. Jiang Xingluo thought of her little ones and realized she hadn't had the chance to look at them more. She immediately returned to the house and saw Shizhu playing with the little ones, his eyes filled with love for them. Lord Shizhu, I will have the clan leader prepare a place for you to stay, but please do not disturb me again. Shizhu's hand remained outstretched. He never thought the first time he would hear a rejection would come from the mouth of the destined female. The misalignment had already occurred and could not be corrected. It was his failure to take their bond seriously that gave other beast men an opportunity. I know, I will do it, Xingluo. For the first time, Shizhu felt maintaining a smile in front of the beloved female was so difficult. Jiang Xingluo didn't notice Shizhu's change. He watched her gaze at the little ones. And only then did he realize how wrong he had been. I'm sorry, Xingluo. I don't expect you to forgive me. But I can tell you that I can take you to the wild city to find Live Phone. Didn't you say Live Phone is no longer here? What does that mean now? Were you lying to me before? Hope flickered in Jiang Xingluo's eyes, but Shizhu frowned and shook his head. I did not lie to you. There is a divine mirror in the Beast God Temple that can show the past and future of beast men. As long as there are signs of life, they can be seen. However, I try to look into Live Fang's past to learn everything about him, but now I can't see anything. Chapter 171. Want to find him? Jiang Xingluo was astonished. The sparkle in her eyes vanished in an instant. It turned out Shizhu had never lied to her. Something had indeed happened to Live Phone. Isn't it possible that your mirror is malfunctioning? Shizhu shook his head. The divine mirror has 1,000 years of heritage. It cannot have any problems. Xingluo, if you want to know the truth, go to the wild city and see for yourself. I will accompany you. After saying this, Shizhu left the house. Jiang Xingluo looked at her little ones, who were now peacefully asleep. She knew Shizhu was not like her brother in her memories. He had no ill intentions. He was just burdened with too much, while all she needed was companionship. Jiang Xingluo smiled bitterly at the little ones. She hadn't expected that he wouldn't be by her side once or twice. But this time she truly hoped he would return. If she could go to the Wild City tribe now, it would clearly be a good choice. But what about her little ones? She needed to calm down. Going alone was definitely not an option, and she had to make proper arrangements. Although Qingji had been dealt with, the beast man manipulating everything behind the scenes had yet to be found, and Jiang Xingluo knew that nothing would be that easy. She looked at her little ones, who had only eaten a few bites, and decided that before going to the Wild City, she needed to take care of her health. And also her little Qingyuan's affinity had never increased. Even for the sake of these little ones who had always accompanied her, she had to pull herself together. Brother, do you think it's possible that the rain we had here before and the dark energy we encountered at Mingxin tribe that day are actually the same? Qingzhu sat aside, thinking carefully. He also had water-type abilities, but his were not as powerful and domineering. He wanted to practice with death.A, hoping to learn the skills of the merfolk to better protect their mother. Jiang Xingluo understood Qingzhu's words. It should indeed be the case. Yes, I think they are the same. Do you think the partners in Father Beast's Wild City tribe might also be controlled by these bad things? A remark from Qingyan echoed in Jiang Xingluo's ears, but she had never considered that might be the reason. However, the Jiuyan tribe had also had issues during those days, so Jiang Xingluo hadn't thought in that direction. But what if the beast man behind everything had dispersed his power? After all, it was just splitting into two groups of dark energy. It didn't require much strength. Jiang Xingluo held her little one in her arms and thought, if it were this kind of dark energy, Live phone wouldn't easily lose his life. Everything needed her to go see it to know. Mother, the little ones haven't been named yet. Why don't we name them first? Qingyuan looked at the little ones. They knew their mother was great at naming. Otherwise, how could their names sound so beautiful? Jiang Xingluo looked at the little ones, who resembled little kittens. She thought about the time she wanted to remember in the original world. So, she decided to name these little ones Jiang Yun, Jiang Qi, and Jiang Feng. After Jiang Xingluo finished naming the little ones, Qingyuan happily matched them with their names. The cold season was approaching, and Jiang Xingluo planned to tell Shizhu in a few days that they should go to the Wild City tribe together. This matter needed to be arranged quickly. Qingyuan, I have to go to the Wild City again. I don't believe that your father Beast is in trouble, but I have to personally bring him back. Jiang Xingluo looked at her little ones. In a few days, it would be their birthday. She originally wanted to celebrate this birthday with them, but now she truly couldn't wait any longer. Can you all take care of them? Mother will definitely come back. I will have Qian take care of you, okay? Jiang Xingluo worried that the little ones would be afraid she wouldn't return, but she knew that the dark energy feared her wood-type abilities the most. So they definitely wouldn't dare to appear easily. The little ones seemed to understand her thoughts, so they did not refuse. Mother, you must bring Father Beast back. We will take good care of the three little ones. Jiang Xingluo looked at her little ones, feeling a pang in her heart. But she had no other choice but to leave. When Shizhu heard that Jiang Xingluo was willing to go to the Wild City tribe, even if it meant abandoning her little ones, he suddenly felt a bit dazed. Their feelings for each other were indeed deep. Shizhu's face turned pale, feeling uneasy. Yet he tried to maintain a gentle expression as he looked at Jiang Xingluo. All right, let us set off now. Eugene will stay here. ISNT Duyue here as well. You don't need to worry. Jiang Xingluo looked at Shizhu. In the time-space she entered, Shizhu was a gentle, kind-hearted beast god messenger. She was willing to downplay the previous matters, but with just the two of them going, Jiang Xingluo still felt uneasy. She didn't know how skilled the person behind it really was, and she wanted to find a partner. Jin Tang and Song Lan flew over from Rage Wind City. Song Lan had been shuttling between Jiuyin tribe and Rage Wind City these days, worried that the little ones wouldn't take care of the newborns properly, so he was helping out. Jin Tang came over to help because he heard Jiang Xingluo had returned. However, he didn't expect that just as he arrived, he would see Jiang Xingluo planning to go to the Wild City with Shizhu. Jin Tang felt it wouldn't be useful to stay behind, so he looked at Jiang Xingluo and decided to go to the Wild City tribe with her. He had been training his abilities during this time and was now at the green level. His fire-type abilities were quite powerful, so he could definitely help Jiang Xingluo. Jiang Xingluo looked at Jin Tang's ability crystal, surprised that during her time away, he had actually made progress in his abilities. Sister Xingluo, since you need people, I also need to train. Jiang Xingluo looked at the others. She couldn't take them all with her. Since Jin Tang needed to train, it was just right. She would waste time looking for others. Jiang Xingluo looked at Jin Tang in front of her and directly agreed. Shizhu watched as Jin Tang cleverly stood in front of Jiang Xingluo. Tagetsu and Eujian were relatively easy to deal with. But this young boy in front of them was like a newborn calf, not afraid of tigers. He knew very well that Xingluo was unwilling to accept any other males, yet he couldn't help but get closer. Watching this, Shizhu felt nothing but irritation. Before setting off, Jiang Xingluo prepared some items to store in her space. Shizhu, seeing Jiang Xingluo packing, directly pulled Jin Tang aside. Jin Tang could sense the strength of this beast man, even though he was now a green crystal beast man and nearly approaching a blue crystal beast man. The significant power gap made him feel terrified inside. Chapter 172. Leaving the Jiuyin tribe, Jin Tang had no idea what Shizhu intended to do. He could only feel that this male had an unusual power. Jin Tang stared blankly at the Qinglong beast man in front of him, who had a cold expression but a hint of anger in his eyes. He looked quite formidable. I'll tell you if you want to follow us. It's best to behave and not have any inappropriate thoughts about Xingluo, otherwise Jin Tang initially thought this Qinglong beastman was just Xingluo's older brother. Considering he looked so much older, he didn't expect him to say such warning words. Although Jin Tang couldn't break free from Shizhu's grip, it didn't mean he would always be this weak. He raised his head, his golden hair fluttering in the wind, showcasing the youthful vigor of a young man, which made Shizhu feel it was quite glaring. Shizhu never expected that the Jinwu clan would produce such a stubborn individual, who didn't know the gravity of the situation and would eventually bring trouble to Xingluo. You should take care of yourself. I have my own opinions. Shizhu was completely taken aback to be educated by a child, and for a moment, he didn't know how to retort. Indeed, he was young and thoughtless. acting on whatever came to mind. Xingluo is going to the wild city to find Lai Feng, and you can't do anything to affect her. Do you understand? Jiang Xingluo was fully focused on Lai Feng. She only hoped that the lion would be fine. Watching Jiang Xingluo finish packing, he understood that she had a built-in space, so even if she took some things with her, it wouldn't be a burden at all. Zhu turned to Jin Tang beside him. Although he could handle everything, there was one thing he really couldn't do: cooking. They were traveling with Jiang Xingluo, and it wouldn't be right to let the female cook, right? He looked at Jin Tang in front of him and finally let him go. Can you cook? Do you know what Xingluo likes to eat? Jin Tang looked coldly at Zhu. Even if he was a beast god messenger, so what? He couldn't even master the most basic means to please a female. How foolish. Of course, I know what Sister Xingluo loves to eat. I can make everything she likes. Zhu breathed a sigh of relief. Now this Jinwu male could solve the cooking problem, so he could take him along. Jiang Xingluo came over, and the three of them set off together. Their speed was fast, but the Wild City tribe was originally in a remote location. And Jiang Xingluo and Jin Tang had no idea where it was. When Jiang Xingluo first encountered Lai Feng, she always appeared right beside him, but she didn't know how to get to the Wild City tribe. Zhu moved quickly, and Jiang Xingluo kept up behind him without falling behind, while Jin Tang flew in the air, also not slow. They took a few days to rest along the way and then continued on their journey. The further north they went, the drier it became. Even though this place was close to the cold season, it was still hot at noon. However, in the evening, the cold wind blew fiercely, reminiscent of the northwest region of her original world, with a large temperature difference between day and night. Was the Wild City named this way for this reason? Jiang Xingluo looked at the yellow sand swirling in the sky. Everything from her dream reappeared, and Jiang Xingluo could feel that she had truly arrived at the Wild City, an uninhabited place. She only hoped that the swirling yellow sand would stop soon. They needed to hurry and find Lai Feng. After enduring the strong wind and sand for a long time, Jiang Xingluo finally sensed the passage of time. Nightfall had arrived, and the wind and sand stopped. They finally saw where the tribe was now, and Jiang Xingluo's heart raced faster and faster. She quickly ran towards the tribe, with the two males following closely behind, while Jiang Xingluo quietly observed everything around her. Wait, in her dreams, Lai Feng had already used his power for those companions. Why was there not a single sign of life here? Jiang Xingluo and Zhu separated, and as Jin Tang and Jiang Xingluo opened one house after another, they found it completely empty and cold inside. An overwhelming fear surged in Jiang Xingluo's heart. She never expected that everything would develop in the direction Zhu said, which meant that Lai Feng was probably really buried in this oppression. So, did this tribe just disappear? Jiang Xingluo felt as if she had been struck hard, and her eyes began to redden unconsciously. She couldn't believe that Lai Feng would easily perish in this place. He would definitely keep the promises he made himself. Lai Feng, come out. Jiang Xingluo searched around. Her eyes, though good at night vision, were filled with tears due to her inner turmoil. She had originally thought that upon arriving here, she would see Lai Feng comforting his friends in the tribe, but she never imagined that the reality was that this tribe had truly become a real wild city. Sister Xingluo, you should rest for a bit. We'll continue searching tomorrow. Are you hungry? I brought some jerky. Eat a little first. And tomorrow I'll accompany you to find other food. Jiang Xingluo nodded. She couldn't go on like this. She needed to calm down. Only by calming down could she find Lai Feng faster. However, she didn't expect to find herself inexplicably in a familiar house. Jiang Xingluo looked at everything familiar. She remembered that when she first met Lai Feng, it was in this place, and it looked almost identical. All the residences here were like this. Jiang Xingluo saw the bee skin skirt stored in the house. She could tell it was a damaged bee skin skirt. This piece of bee skin was what Jiang Xingluo had exchanged before, and Lai Feng had made it into a skirt to wear. So this must be Lai Feng's house. Jiang Xingluo couldn't possibly be mistaken. But now he wasn't here. Jiang Xingluo approached the stone bed and gradually fell asleep. Meanwhile, Jin Tang and Zhu did not give up searching. They continued to search around the tribe. Zhu knew the scent of that black rain, and they searched according to that aura. However, the yellow sand here was blown around every day, and anything that might have been there was probably buried in the sand. Zhu took out the divine mirror, wanting to see the past of this place, but he unexpectedly found that he couldn't see anything at all. That's right. This place was hollow, and he couldn't see anything. What exactly is this thing? Just a broken stone? What good can it do here? Zhu infused his abilities into the mirror, but saw nothing. Jin Tang laughed from the side. What a broken stone you brought here. Forget it. It seems we won't find any signs of life tonight. I think we should continue searching tomorrow. Chapter 173. Leaving the illusion after Jiang Xingluo finished eating. She absorbed the power of a beast crystal, and the fatigue from traveling for a long time finally disappeared. Shizhu, I want to try to see if this barrier can be broken. Shizhu looked at Jiang Xingluo with concern in his eyes. In that case, let's try together. Jiang Xingluo's lightning abilities hadn't advanced to purple crystal yet, and she eagerly hoped to level up. The longing for the fierce wind in my heart grew stronger, and a powerful force struck the barrier, causing a crack to appear, but quickly restored itself. So this barrier is not infallible. Although the fire-type abilities have some effect on the illusion here, breaking through this barrier is not so easy. Shizhu's power turned into blades, striking another point, making the crack larger, but it still restored itself afterward. Shizhu, maybe if we gather our strength together, we can get out. Jiang Xingluo's face showed anxiety, and Shizhu wanted to say something, but the words caught in his throat. She was burdened with too much. The three of them gathered their strength, and although they had enough power to destroy the world, their attack on the barrier only created a small hole, which quickly healed. They simply could not escape. Xingluo looked helplessly at the barrier, sending out her abilities again and again. She wanted to get out, but it was becoming increasingly futile. The barrier seemed to shrink even more, and their attacks only caused it to thicken and compress. If they continued to attack, it would only become more disadvantageous for them. Xingluo, calm down. Jin Tang, and I will send you out. You must find a fierce wind. Xingluo turned to Shizhu, whose gentle gaze seemed to soothe her previously restless heart. To her, Shizhu and Xinghui were no different. They were both brothers. But if she left, how would they survive? I'll leave you some food, but I don't know how long it will take to find a fierce wind. Jiang Xingluo swallowed hard. She didn't want to abandon them, but if she found the fierce wind, perhaps she could discover a way to escape. All right, Shizhu did not refuse. Jiang Xingluo left most of the food in the space, watching as their combined powers burned a small hole in the barrier. She transformed into her beast form, but realized she was not the same as before. A beautiful white tiger, known for its striking fur, leaped through the barrier. Jin Tang suddenly remembered what their clan leader had said. The previous generation of the White Tiger clan did not have a saintess, and the White Tiger clan inherited the divine beast's thunder punishment abilities, which would only awaken after the saintess formed a bond. Moreover, the abilities of the White Tiger saintess surpassed those of several other clan saintesses. So, he looked at Xingluo Landing, her beautiful eyes resembling those of the Cat clan. Xingluo's maternal clan was the Divine Cat clan, so she inherited wood type and lightning abilities. Jin Tang had never thought that the female he loved was actually the saintess of the White Tiger clan. He looked at Shizhu, so you knew Xingluo's identity all along, and that's why you two have known each other for so long. But why didn't you come and find her when she was rejected by the tribe and left alone with the cubs? Jin Tang could never understand why she, as the saintess of the White Tiger clan, had never been sought out by her family or friends. Jin Tang looked at the slender figure that ran forward after leaving, his heart aching as he seemed to understand why she loved the fierce wind so much. Because the fierce wind abandoned his own clan to be with Xingluo, but when he realized something might happen to him, he prepared for her. Before coming here, the fierce wind had even met him. He had no idea what would occur in the city. So the fierce wind said, if I can't come back then. Jin Tang did not know how the fierce wind forced himself to say such words. He said, if I can't come back, if Xingluo likes you, then bond with her and take good care of her and the cubs. Every male in the beast world wanted to monopolize the affection of their female master, but Jin Tang still hoped this trip would not be in vain and wished that the fierce wind was safe. Jiang Xingluo struggled against the spreading sandstorm, staggering through the desert. Her lips had cracked from the wind, and if she continued like this, she would only lose her way. Jiang Xingluo used her abilities to plant scattered cacti in the desert. This could serve as markers, at least allowing her to remember how far she had walked and where she currently was. She gradually moved forward, feeling a familiar force drawing her. After a long walk, even the greenery in the desert had suddenly increased, and she finally saw the familiar wooden houses ahead. This time, Jiang Xingluo could almost confirm that this was the place where she had met the fierce wind. Jiang Xingluo looked at the wooden houses before her, and she could already feel the power of life. So this place indeed had beastmen. The long silent light returned to Jiang Xingluo's eyes, and she walked forward, observing everything around her, the familiar wooden houses. As she approached, she saw that many beastmen were seriously injured. Moreover, this place only had a few females and cubs. their eyes vacant. When they saw Jiang Xingluo, their gaze was lifeless, and they didn't even lift their eyelids. Jiang Xingluo remembered everything she had seen in her dreams and took out the remaining beef jerky from her body, sharing it with the dazed females and cubs before her. The few lion cubs looked particularly frail, even weaker than the Qing Tian she had seen when she first crossed into this world. She watched the females and cubs in front of her devour the food, tears welling in her eyes, feeling as if her heart was covered with a damp cloth, making her extremely uncomfortable. Little female, this place eats people. You should leave quickly. There are only 2 mad beasts and a half-dead male left here. If you stay, you'll be eaten by them. Jiang Xingluo looked at the female before her and kindly warned her. She stepped forward to ask, "Sister, do you know where the fierce wind is?" "I came to find him." The female's eyes flickered as she looked at her and shook her head. "The fierce wind has long severed ties with our tribe. How could he possibly come back?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Xingluo's heart instantly became alert. The fierce wind could not have not come, if this female said so. Jiang Xingluo stared blankly at the female before her, observing everything around her. This female and these cubs were warm to the touch. They were indeed alive, not illusions. However, there were no other females in the tribe, only them living at the entrance of the tribe. Jiang Xingluo couldn't help but have doubts. "You're lying. You definitely know where the fierce wind is, don't you?" Jiang Xingluo looked at the female, her whip now wrapped around the female's neck, as if she would suffocate with the slightest movement. The female's eyes were filled with terror. "Why do you have abilities? You're just a female. This is impossible." Chapter 174. Finally found him. Jiang Xingluo looked at her with disdain and sneered. "So you think the whole tribe is quiet, and you're the only weak female here? Am I a fool, easily deceived?" Perhaps it was because she had experienced so much that she had become increasingly clever. She looked at the female before her, applying a bit of pressure, causing the female's face to turn extremely pale. "No, please don't kill me. I beg you, save my cubs and beast husband. It's those beast men who threaten me. As long as I can deceive you to leave here and not let you find a fierce wind, they will spare my cubs and beast husband." Jiang Xingluo listened to the female's words, but did not loosen her grip. She took out the hemp rope she had brought and directly bound the female's hands, forcing her to lead the way. "As long as you take me to find the fierce wind, I will help you. If not, you can accompany me in death." Jiang Xingluo pushed her, and the 2 cubs behind her followed Jiang Xingluo with vacant eyes. Those 2 cubs had already awakened their abilities. Although they were just red crystal beastmen, they had been reduced to such a state. It seemed that the ones left in the desolate city were not easy to deal with. Jiang Xingluo followed behind the female and soon arrived at a wooden cabin. She frowned at the cabin in front of her, while the female behind her directly broke free from the rope and pushed Jiang Xingluo into the cabin. Jiang Xingluo fell heavily to the ground, her hand touching a piece of hot skin. "Since you came looking for me, then watch as Lai Feng dies before you. You thought you were so clever, but you're just a fool." Jiang Xingluo watched as the door of the cabin was closed, and the female outside used her psychic ability to seal the cabin with a barrier. Jiang Xingluo didn't pay much attention. She just reached out and touched Lai Feng's wrist, feeling his pulse still beating, albeit weakly, and her heart gradually calmed down. She continuously sent her energy into Lai Feng's body, and the heat in his body gradually subsided. Jiang Xingluo was relieved that the female hadn't taken her to another place. Fortunately, she had controlled the previous black mist, and no one knew about her awakening of what abilities. Jiang Xingluo reached out to stroke Lai Feng's forehead and found that the heat on his body was gradually dissipating. She took water from her space and slowly fed it to Lai Feng. He swallowed it greedily and gradually showed signs of waking up. "Lai Feng, Lai Feng." Jiang Xingluo called out his name, and Lai Feng, writhing in pain, could sense the voice of the person beside him. It was Xingluo, his female master had come. "Xingluo." Jiang Xingluo heard Lai Feng's response and finally breathed a sigh of relief. She knew that Lai Feng wouldn't die. "Lai Feng, I came to find you." Jiang Xingluo's soft calls and the care she provided over the next few days gradually helped Lai Feng recover from his immense energy depletion. However, the psychic crystal in the palm of Lai Feng's left hand had advanced through his repeated struggles, but it was still unable to cope with the current situation. "My psychic ability has only evolved to a yellow crystal. They used the corpse of my beast father to seize the residual psychic ability from him." Lai Feng spoke softly, his voice trembling with emotion. His beast father had been killed by the one person he trusted the most, and many years had passed since then. Yet someone had actually dug up his corpse to steal his abilities. What exactly happened, Lai Feng had no way of knowing. He did not even understand how the abilities had been taken after his father's death. Jiang Xingluo, hearing Lai Feng's words, suddenly thought of Qin Ji. These two matters were likely the doing of the same person. That black mist had manipulated so many people. Who exactly was he? And how could he possess such powerful abilities? Xingluo, you came here alone. We might not be able to get out. Did Qian bring you here? Jiang Xingluo, hearing Lai Feng's words, frowned in confusion and looked at him. Who is Qiaoyan? Lai Feng explained helplessly. She is the female offspring of the former tribe leader. My rival? Jiang Xingluo did not hold back and directly asked. Lai Feng nodded. But she is very foolish and pitiful. With my abilities, I could kill her. She locked me here because she wanted me to watch you die. Jiang Xingluo deduced this, and Lai Feng nodded, relieved that not many people knew about Jiang Xingluo's abilities. So why did she use your father's psychic abilities? Although Lai Feng hadn't seen everything that just happened, Jiang Xingluo had witnessed it all and was quite clear. No female in the tribe awakens psychic abilities, and Qiaoyan doesn't have beast crystals at all. Lai Feng pondered for a moment and seemed to understand something. Jiang Xingluo took out the black mist she had previously contained in a bottle. Through the bottle, she noticed that the black mist looked very unwell. It bumped against the bottle several times but couldn't break it, ultimately giving up. Jiang Xingluo looked at the black mist in the bottle. Now that it calmed down, I have something to ask you. The black mist floated, clearly unwilling to cooperate. Feeling the presence of a kindred spirit, it desperately wanted to break free from Jiang Xingluo's control. But after thrashing for a long time, it was completely ineffective. You know my power. Dealing with you is as simple as crushing a bug. Lai Feng looked at Jiang Xingluo with a sharp gaze. It was his failure to protect her. What do you want to ask? Just say it. The black mist in front of them was unhappy. This female's power was too great, and it didn't want to die like that, so it could only listen to whatever Jiang Xingluo asked and respond. Replicating abilities is very simple for the master. It's just the simplest ability replication. I can do it too. The black mist felt that this was not a secret. It was really too easy, so it didn't hide the truth and spoke directly. After all, the previous master was indeed powerful, but replicating an ability was always easy for it. To Jiang Xingluo's ears, it sounded terrifying. If all the dead beastmen's abilities could be replicated by the black mist's so-called master, the damage to this world would be unimaginable. Moreover, all did were bad things. Who is your master? Where is he? Tell me. Jiang Xingluo's eyes burned with anger as she looked at the black mist in front of her, which was intimidated but did not qualify as a powerful entity. I don't know. I'm just the weakest one assigned by the master to carry out tasks. I've never seen him. How would I know? Don't make it hard for me. If you catch a few more companions, maybe you'll find out. Jiang Xingluo's lips twitched. She thought she would be able to extract something, but didn't expect this creature to have never seen its so-called master. It seemed she had caught a fool. Chapter 175. Lai Feng's past, however. Knowing all this was better than not knowing at all. If replication were not necessarily stronger than the original, she could feel that such psychic abilities were very fearful of her and Shizhou's abilities. Jintan's fire abilities were even more terrifying to these replicated abilities. The Jinwu tribe had originally been raised beside the beast god as divine birds. The fire abilities they possessed were different from ordinary flames. The pure and yang fire abilities had a significant restraining effect on dark powers. However, their strength was currently not strong enough. Jiang Xingluo looked at Lai Feng beside her and took out the beast crystal that had been in her space. You need these now. Lai Feng looked at the beast crystals in front of him and nodded. During these days, his energy advancement had nearly depleted all his beast crystals. Fortunately, his power had not continued to advance. He had been starved for 3 days and had no water to drink. He knew that Qiaoyan was retaliating against him for refusing to be her beast husband. Even without Xingluo, he could never become a mate with the daughter of his enemy. I'm here to help you. Jiang Xingluo used her power to assist Lai Feng. He nodded, watching the beast crystals appear in his palm. His psychic ability rapidly advanced. His body contained the genes of his beast father, making him inherently not weak. Now, with Xingluo's help, his body gradually recovered, and he remembered the cultivation methods his father had mentioned. At that time, his father only had 2 cubs, him and his older brother. His older brother was killed by Qiaoyan's father, and only he was young and had been expelled from the tribe for a while. His older brother had inherited his father's psychic abilities at a young age, which made them wary of him. However, he had not awakened any psychic abilities. Yet, for many years, he had hidden his dual abilities that only he knew about, and even his father was unaware. A gentle power spread from Xingluo's palm, and he instantly felt much more comfortable all over. Even the power of the beast crystal was absorbed quickly, and Jiang Xingluo was still worried about Jintang and Shizhou outside, not knowing how long they could hold on. She could only hope that Jintang's abilities could advance quickly. Meanwhile, in the Juyin tribe, the little ones are being taken care of by Qian along with the 3 cubs, growing up day by day. Due to their innate abilities, Jiyue and Jingxing often came to visit. However, Diyue seemed to be fixated on the spot where Qingji had appeared. Qingyuan noticed Diyue was still staring in that direction, and after sniffing carefully, she found that there was no decaying smell in the air. Suddenly, a Tiger Clan beastman named Shuyue, who was Jiaoyue's brother, arrived in the Beast City. Shuyue was there to find Shizhou, as the divine mirror in the Beast City had gone missing, and the city lord had sent him to retrieve Shizhou and the divine mirror. The divine mirror could not leave the Beast God Temple, and Shizhou was indeed being reckless. When Shiyue inquired about Shizhou's whereabouts, Yujin informed him that they had gone to the ruined city. With no other choice, Shiyue headed to the ruined city as well. Jiang Xingluo accompanied Lai Feng for a few days, and his mental abilities had already advanced to the level of Qingjing. Cultivating powers requires patience, and now that he had reached this level, it could be considered impressive. However, they could not remain trapped here forever. Lai Feng seemed to sense Xingluo's worries. He attempted to use his abilities to break through the barrier above them, which initially would not budge. But now it was different. In an instant, the door of the wooden house made a slight sound. Jiang Xingluo was overjoyed, and Lai Feng seemed to understand how to open such a barrier. Chao Yun sensed the movement and immediately brought her cubs closer, only to be struck by the suddenly flung open door, knocking her to the ground. The 2 cubs looked at her unperturbed, only showing a hint of emotion when they glanced at Lai Feng. "Uncle Lai Feng, we're hungry. Where's our father? Can you take us to find him?" Jiang Xingluo looked at the 2 cubs, dirty and disheveled, their previously dull eyes sparkling with light at the sight of Lai Feng. "Chao Yun, I already helped you save Munin. Why are the 2 cubs still like this?" Lai Feng and Munin had grown up together as friends, but Munin liked Chao Yun. After Lai Feng resolutely decided not to return to the tribe, Chao Yun had no choice but to choose the weaker Munin over him. However, Chao Yun was not satisfied. If it weren't for the need to bear cubs, who would want a useless one like him? Yes, your abilities saved him, but after being saved, he was worse off than when he was out of control. When he was out of control, even you couldn't handle him. Jiang Xingluo frowned at Chao Yun, seeing her slowly getting up with intense jealousy in her eyes. She's just a female who accidentally awakened her abilities. What makes her so worth your longing, Lai Feng? Our betrothal was arranged when your father was still alive. Chao Yun explained with a heart-wrenching tone, saying she had been waiting, but Liefeng's eyes held no regard for her. It was my elder brother you were supposed to bond with, but you killed him with your own hands. Have you forgotten? If it weren't for the tribe needing stability, he would never have let you go. But both you and your brother were the beastmen I had my eyes on, Lai Feng. You're the one who is ungrateful. Jiang Xingluo looked at Chao Yun, finding her ridiculous. She had thought Chao Yun was a rival in love, but it turned out she was just a fool trapped in her own delusions. The ungrateful one is your father. He had grown tired of saying anything more to Chao Yun. Such a person would never care about other situations, only about her own interests. Lai Feng, if you beg me now, I will let you go. Chao Yun looked at Lai Feng, her eyes filled with threats. Lai Feng frowned at Chao Yun. He had tolerated her for a long time. She was simply unreasonable. Then come and try. Originally, considering she was a female, Lai Feng didn't want to argue too much with her. But now that she was in league with wicked people, even using her own cubs and mate, a powerful mental ability erupted from him, causing the illusion created by Chao Yun with her remaining abilities to gradually disappear. Far away, Jin Tang and Shizhou, who were under control, noticed that the barrier blocking their exit had vanished, and they saw Jiang Xingluo and Lai Feng not far away. How could it disappear? Shizhou and Jin Tang exchanged glances, unsure of what was happening, but upon seeing Jiang Xingluo safe and sound, they immediately ran in that direction. When Chao Yun saw everything returning to normal, she looked in shock at the male before her. How is this possible? You don't have mental abilities. You are not your brother. Chao Yun remembered her father had once said that as long as there was a male with mental abilities, they could not become the leader of the tribe. So Bayan had to die. She had sent her mate on his way, and she had succeeded, but why did her father leave her in this place when he departed? Chapter 176. Chao Yun is dead. You should have died long ago, Chao Yun. Tell me, who dug up my father's corpse? Lai Feng grasped Chao Yun's neck, his eyes filled with endless killing intent. He only wanted to crush the female before him completely. His brother had loved her deeply and waited for them to mature to bond. But unexpectedly, she had plotted against him and directly killed him. Lai Feng had hidden for so many years. If it weren't to stay by Xingluo's side a little longer, he would have killed her long ago. I won't tell you, Lai Feng. Just kill me. I don't want to live. Jiang Xingluo watched as the female refused to confess, and killing her would only bring retribution. Perhaps that was the reason the dark energy always sought to use females. Jiang Xingluo stopped Lifeng. Lifeng, now is not the time. Don't you have friends? Go check on how they are. When Jintang and Shizhou arrived, they discovered that the one controlling everything was actually a female. But Shizhou sensed that this female was not the mastermind behind it all. Clearly, there were others orchestrating everything. However, aside from Chaoyan, they had not discovered any other beastmen. Only by capturing her could they possibly find clues. Jiang Xingluo watched as Lifeng changed direction, taking Chaoyan's 2 cubs with him, leaving Chaoyan alone in place. Watching her already departed cubs, unable to help but laugh maniacally. You can't wear me down. That dark energy only used a little power, and you all got trapped here. As soon as Chaoyan finished speaking, blood trickled from her lips. Jiang Xingluo looked at the blood she spewed onto the ground and immediately used her abilities to explore her body, only to find that she had ingested poison. You actually have what abilities you... Chaoyan looked at Jiang Xingluo with envy in her eyes. She suddenly regretted it, regretting why she had once helped her heartless father to kill Beiyin without hesitation. If Beiyin were still alive, she wouldn't have to live so painfully. The days after losing her mother were truly difficult, and now she could finally be free. Jiang Xingluo watched as Chaoyan gradually lost consciousness and collapsed on the ground. She tried many times, only to find that even using her abilities was futile. Chaoyan was already deeply poisoned. She had long known she would die. So why still do so many unnecessary things? Jiang Xingluo watched as she lost her breath right there, looking at the already departed Lifeng and the cubs. Jintang carried Chaoyan's body on his back, and the 3 of them went to find Lifeng. Lifeng had gone to the prayer hall in the tribe, where all the males who had lost their sanity and were on the verge of becoming mad beasts were trapped. When Jiang Xingluo arrived, she saw the males suffering from backlash. Some had lost their sanity and killed their female masters and cubs, while Munan, who had just managed to rid himself of the evil thoughts in his body, felt the death of Chaoyan. The loss of a female master would deal a devastating blow to the males, and this was the first time Jiang Xingluo witnessed everything happening before her eyes. She watched as Munan transformed back into his beast form, thinking, Chaoyan is dead. How could she die? Lai Wind, you promised me you wouldn't harm Chaoyan. Jiang Xingluo frowned at him, and then took out the herbs from her spatial storage, stuffing them directly into Munan's mouth. These herbs were made according to what her mother had taught her and could temporarily restore rationality to males who had lost their beast mates. However, it was only temporary. In the future, he would still need to rely on himself to heal his inner wounds. Chaoyan was poisoned. She has been poisoned for a long time. Don't you know? As a male, he should have been fully aware of any issues with his female master. But now it seemed he was completely oblivious. After Munan calmed down, tears streamed from his crimson eyes. Lai Wind, Chaoyan was such a fool. She thought that by helping her father beast settle everything, she would gain his attention. But after her female mother died, he bonded with other females and had more cubs. Jiang Xingluo frowned, not expecting everything to be like this. You are foolish. And you followed her in being foolish? How did my brother treat you when he was alive? Have you forgotten? Lai Wind punched Munan in the chest, feeling a sense of relief. Lai Wind, I can't live anymore. Chaoyan is gone. What do I have left to live for? Munan had been Chaoyan's first beast husband, and he had never felt at ease. Chaoyan had never looked at him properly, and now that she was dead, he felt liberated. Jiang Xingluo diagnosed him, and even with her intervention, it was futile. It was only a matter of days earlier or later. Lai Wind watched as the 2 cubs cried in agony, holding onto their father beast, filled with hatred for him for prioritizing his own relief over their well-being. Shizhou watched as the black abilities that should not exist in the world turned the desolate city into a truly uninhabited place. He felt unbearable sorrow. The beast god should save everything, but even when the divine mirror left the illusion, it was still useless like a broken stone. He wanted to communicate with the beast god, but felt no connection at all. The beast god seemed to have vanished, only appearing once before to punish those males. Munan died painfully, having lost his cultivation and beast mate. He was exhausted physically and mentally, leaving not even a trace of inheritance for the 2 cubs. Only 2 remaining blue beast crystals were left for them. Jiang Xingluo watched the 2 cubs loudly crying while holding onto their father beast, not knowing how much more destruction the hidden person would bring to this world. Jiang Xingluo knew this matter was related to Ling Shuang and the always stagnant goodwill towards Qin Yuan. If it was also related to Ling Shuang, it would make sense. But what exactly was the relationship? Jiang Xingluo still needed time to figure it out. The system that had appeared a few times before had not shown up again. and Jiang Xingluo now felt that this system was practically useless. Shuayu came riding the wind and sand, his black and white fur standing out vividly in the storm. He looked toward Zhu in the distance, who was still holding that divine mirror. He had really stolen the divine mirror from the beast god temple. Shuayu glanced at the people before him, all of whom he did not recognize. Was it for them that he had stolen the divine mirror from the beast god temple? Jin Tang looked at the fur on Shuayu and then turned to Jiang Xingluo, feeling that they resembled each other in their beast forms. After all, they were both in the White Tiger clan, so it was no wonder. Jin Tang looked at the two people in front of him. Xingluo, you and his beast form are very similar. You must be a female of the White Tiger clan. You don't look like a cat. Jiang Xingluo looked at Shuayu, who also dropped his beast form and returned to human form. Seeing the dazed appearance of the little female before him, he felt that this look seemed somewhat familiar. Chapter 177. Xingluo's father beast, besides those eyes resembling the divine cat clan, her silver-white long hair and facial features looked almost identical to Jiyue. Could it be? Shuayu harbored doubts in his heart, but seeing her familiar face, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of pity. Who is your father beast? Shuayu asked the little female before him. He had never seen her in the beast city, but felt she looked familiar. Jiang Xingluo frowned and thought for a long time before finally remembering her father's name. Bai Yin. That's right, my father's name is Bai Yin. When Jiang Xingluo said this name, she still felt it was very unfamiliar. She remembered correctly. This was her father's name. When Shuayu heard these two words, his eyes turned red. You're my uncle's female cub. No wonder you look so familiar. Uncle? Jiang Xingluo was surprised to hear Shuayu say those two words. Her mother had told her that her father beast was a stray beast saved from outside and had no family. How could he be someone else's uncle? It couldn't be. Could it be a coincidence? Did you get it wrong? My mother said my father beast was a stray beast who accidentally appeared in our tribe. Jiang Xingluo looked at Shuayu, but when she looked at his eyebrows and hair, she confirmed one thing. He might not be lying. Her father beast could very well be his uncle. She clearly remembered what her father beast looked like, and he looked too much like the male before her. My uncle has been missing for a long time. He still hasn't come back. What is your name? Can you tell me? Shuayu's eyes sparkled with excitement. He wanted to bring the little female cub before him back to the bee city and tell his father that his uncle had another female cub. There was absolutely no mistake. Shuayu could almost confirm that the Xingluo before him was indeed his uncle's female cub. Xingluo. Her name is Xingluo. Well, since the matters in the desolate city have been resolved, we should head back. Zhu seemed unwilling to let Shuayu continue this topic. But Shuayu kept sticking to Xingluo all the way. Lai Wen didn't mind because he had to take care of Mu Nan's two cubs. The entire city had been destroyed, leaving only Mu Wen and Mu Feng. Lai Wen planned to take them to the Juyin tribe, hoping that the two cubs could grow up well. Jiang Xingluo didn't expect Shuayu to talk about his childhood stories, constantly asking her about Bai Yin. But she knew very little about everything concerning her father beast. It was just a rare bit. She only knew that her female mother loved her father beast the most, but they only had her as a female cub. Later, something happened to her father beast, and her female mother said he had died outside. Died? Uncle is dead? How is that possible? No way. Shuayu seemed unwilling to believe all this, and Jiang Xingluo looked at his dazed expression. She felt a bit sad too, but when she returned to the tribe last time, she had not seen her father beast. If he hadn't died, how could he not return when he loved her mother so much? Later, Shuayu said nothing, only took out the remaining beast crystals on him and gave them to Jiang Xingluo. A meeting gift. Originally, we thought Jiyue would awaken lightning abilities, but unexpectedly. Nothing happened when she was born, and there were no ability crystals. We thought the holy females of the White Tiger clan would become extinct, Xingluo, but we didn't expect there to be you. Shuayu's voice trembled. If the White Tiger clan had a holy female, they would have a place among the beast god's messengers. Jiang Xingluo's eyes widened in surprise, her mouth agape upon hearing all this. So Shuayu, you meant to say that she was the holy female of the White Tiger clan. But why had she always maintained the form of a small cat before? Since the awakening of her wood-based abilities, she realized that the power within her, which had been suppressed, seemed to be slowly recovering. Jiang Xingluo found a water pool with some disbelief, transformed into her beast form, and looked into the water, only to discover that she truly did not resemble her former self. Her black and white striped fur was blown by the wind, looking much more imposing than a small cat. However, her eyes inherited the beauty of her mother. Therefore, her beast form was not a cat. And because her wood-based abilities had not awakened until now, Jiang Xingluo suddenly understood that her arrival in this world was not a coincidence. She had initially thought it was just a virtual world, but it turned out to be a real one, when her soul was whole. It felt like she had experienced everything about this body. Shuayu looked at Jiang Xingluo with eyes full of pity. If they had known that she still existed in this world over the years, the people of Beast City would not have been so fearful. They understood that if a holy female did not emerge from their tribe, the Beast God's messenger would remove the White Tiger tribe from the list. It had been 2 generations without a holy female, and Jiang Xingluo felt a bit overwhelmed by Shuayu's concern for her along the way. Fortunately, their journey did not take too long, and they soon returned to the Jiuyin tribe. Qing Yuan waited every day outside the tribe for her mother to return. Although she had Song Lan and Ing Che with her, she still worried about her father and mother. Jiang Xingluo returned with live phone, followed by a few others, looking somewhat haggard from the long days of travel. Qing Yuan immediately sensed Jiang Xingluo's wood-based abilities and transformed into a small beast, leaping into her embrace. Jiang Xingluo reached out to stroke Qing Yuan, noticing that she seemed to have grown since they last met. Qing Yuan enjoyed the affection, while Shuayu looked at the little lion in front of him, somewhat shocked. She could also transform into a beast, but she was not a descendant of their tiger tribe. As Shuayu watched the little lion transform into a human form, he realized it was the cub he had seen during his last visit to this tribe. Surprisingly, the little female cub. He never expected she was Xingluo's daughter. Holy females are known for their strong fertility and can give birth to female cubs with abilities, but it's a pity there were no tiger tribe cubs. Mother, my brother and I have taken good care of our younger siblings. They're already a month old. Jiang Xingluo had unknowingly been away from the cubs for a month. Time flew by quickly. With the cold season approaching, the males with abilities were not worried about staying warm. But the weak beastmen of the Jiuyin tribe were very afraid. The feathers shed by the eagles in Ragewind City were originally intended for their females as warm clothing. But the surplus was traded for some items with the beastmen of the Jiuyin tribe. The beastmen of Jiuyin tribe were different from before. Now every household had fire for warmth, and they wore feathered clothing when going out. During winter, they were only busy with planting, while the females were prone to pregnancy in this season. This was the first time Shuayu and Shizhou had seen such a weak beastmen tribe. Shizhou had seen the future of the Jiuyin tribe in the divine mirror. Their future was bleak, as they were driven away by strong beastmen, and the original typhoon would take the lives of all their beastmen. But now everything had changed. Chapter 178. I want to take you back to see Shizhou looked at the open space outside their door, where seeds had been sown, and even wheat had been planted in the nearby empty land. This wheat was something Shizhou had never seen before. Jiang Xingluo entered her home with a group of people. The stone house had a large wooden table surrounded by many wooden chairs. Even the cup Jiang Xingluo used to drink water was made from clay she had fired in a kiln. Shizhou and Shuayu, being from Beast City, were completely unaware of the remote Jiuyin tribe. Beast City had the only beast god temple, a place worshipped by all beasts, where everything was of the best quality. But now, seeing the items in this house that they had never seen before, they realized that when they drank water, they only used wooden bowls they dug out with their claws, and sometimes even scooped directly from the river. Jiang Xingluo poured everyone a cup of prepared tea. The aroma filled the air, made from tea leaves picked from the trees near the Jiuyin tribe, which she had dried and kept in her space. Now that the matters in the deserted city were settled, and she had brought live phone back, she felt relieved. What is this, Xingluo? I've never drunk water like this in Beast City. Shuayu's eyes were filled with surprise as he leaned and smelled it. The taste of the water was different, seemingly fragrant and steaming. However, their strong beastmen were used to drinking cold water and never drank hot water. Xingluo had surprisingly heated the water for them. Isn't fire only possessed by the Jinwu tribe? Could be Jintang? Shuayu looked at the Jinwu youth in front of him with a puzzled gaze. His heart filled with joy. His little sister was indeed extraordinary. Even ordinary water could be transformed into something different in her hands. Jiang Xingluo looked at Shizhou and Shuayu, who were leisurely drinking tea, and then directly took out a bamboo tube. She raised her eyes to explain to the two, "The water you are drinking is hot water I steeped with tea leaves. It's fragrant. If you like it, you can take some back, along with brown sugar." Jiang Xingluo knew that Shuayu was her brother and often looked at them with such surprise, thinking that many of her things should have been known by quite a few beastmen. She never expected they had never drunk tea. Brown sugar. We only have a small piece in Beast City, and we traded a high price for it. ISN tea, the water offered to the beast god, made with that piece of brown sugar. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xingluo couldn't help but laugh, as they were using brown sugar water to offer to the beast god. However, brown sugar was indeed a scarce commodity now, and if it could be cultivated in large quantities, producing it would still be a problem. That was indeed made by Sister Xingluo. Previously, in Rage Wind City. Many beastmen traded it away. It's as precious as salt. Jin Tang looked at Xingluo, his eyes sparkling with an undeniable light, the young man full of vigor, which made sure Zhou feel a sense of displeasure. Lai Feng, however, had no time to care about them. As a male, his greatest responsibility was still to care for his cubs. He looked at his 3 cubs, realizing he had not seen Xingluo give birth to them, and that something had happened, which made him feel he had let Xingluo and the cubs down. Looking at the few cubs in front of him, Lai Feng reached out to gently stroke them. He vaguely sensed they seemed different from Qing Yuan and the others. The small cub's eyes resembled their mother, while the largest cub was a little female. After Qing Zhu fed the little female cub, she gently coaxed, "Yun Yun, go to sleep. Yun Yun, somi tups name is Yun Yun. Qing Zhu, tell your father what are their names." Lai Feng's voice was low, his heart aching. For the tribe, he had no time to care about anything else. He didn't even know his cubs' names. He felt he was an unworthy father. Jiang Yun, Jiang Qi, Jiang Feng. Upon hearing the names, Lai Feng thought they sounded nice. Any name chosen by Xingluo was beautiful. He held the little female cub, his eyes filled with affection, while Jiang Yun's laughter attracted Jiang Xingluo. Having not seen her cubs for a month, she had missed them every day. Now that she had finally returned, Jiang Xingluo felt greatly comforted watching them. She embraced the other 2 cubs, whose tender white cheeks were adorned with smiles. "Mother, my sister has your lightning abilities, and both cubs have lightning abilities too. Moreover, the little Qi has dual abilities. He also has father's wind abilities. The thunder ability. All 3 cubs possess the thunder ability of the Tiger Clan." How could Shuayu, who was calmly sitting on a wooden chair sipping tea, remain seated any longer? "Xingluo, let your brother take a look at the cubs." Lai Feng frowned at Shuayu. If it weren't for knowing his blood relation with Xingluo, he would have been unable to hold back and would have competed with Shuayu. Watching Shuayu eagerly reach out to take the little female cub, Lai Feng felt a surge of displeasure. As he handed Jiang Yun over to Shuayu, a hint of joy flickered in Shuayu's eyes. When Jiang Yun saw him, her round little face broke into an even brighter smile. Moreover, she vaguely transformed into her beast form. A shadow of the White Tiger Clan and a small bolt of lightning struck from her palm, hitting the rooftop and chipping off a piece of stone. Jiang Xingluo watched in fear and trepidation. "Xingluo, this cub is just like you. She is a holy female." Shuayu's eyes were filled with astonishment. "Can I take you back?" "Xingluo, my father has been waiting for a holy female. Can you let me take her back to see?" Lai Feng's expression was displeased as he directly took Jiang Yun back into his arms. "Yin Yin is my and Xingluo's female cub. Why should she go to the Beast City? She should have to bear so much." Lai Feng looked at the little female cub in his arms with a heavy gaze, hoping that Jiang Yun would not have to bear so much responsibility and could grow up happily. Everyone knew that once a holy female of the White Tiger Clan appeared, she would bear significant responsibilities. The holy females of the White Tiger Clan and the Vermilion Bird Clan had to take on the duty of reproduction. If Xingluo were to return now, what if the White Tiger Clan had to choose a beast husband for her again? And his female cub, if she stayed? It would be her freedom to choose whoever she wanted in the future. But the White Tiger Clan had endured too much disdain. Shuayu did not want to continue down this path. "Xingluo, brother just wants to take you back to meet the family." Shuayu looked at Lai Feng, knowing that it was probably impossible to reason with him, and could only bring up this matter with Jiang Xingluo. Jiang Xingluo knew very little about the White Tiger Clan, but she also wanted to know what her father's home from childhood was like. "Okay, I'll go back with you." Once Xingluo agreed, Lai Feng was very helpless. Even if he said everything, it would be useless. After all, for Xingluo, it was her father's hometown, and she should go back to see it. Chapter 179. Departure of Shi with Xingluo. "Don't worry. My father and mother will definitely like you." In the Beast City, there were not only the White Tiger Clan, but also the Black Tiger Clan, and the 2 factions were in constant conflict. Because the White Tiger Clan had been unable to give birth to a holy female, the Black Tiger Clan was somewhat dissatisfied. Shuayu wanted to bring Xingluo back to reassure his father and others. Lai Feng looked at Shuayu and couldn't help but hold Xingluo's delicate hands. He lowered his head to look at the little female before him, who seemed to have no idea how beautiful she was. With her enhanced abilities, her skin was smooth, and her animal skin clothes fit her snugly. Her curvy figure exuded a strong allure, and he couldn't help but look at Xingluo with a gaze filled with ambiguity. Xingluo looked at Lai Feng, confused, and smiled, her silver hair cascading down her chest. Every movement of hers exuded charm. "Don't move, Xingluo. Do you know that the holy females of the White Tiger Clan bear the responsibility of reproduction? What if you go back and are forced to choose a beast husband? Jiang Xingluo could see the possessiveness in Lai Feng's eyes, as if he wished to claim her right then and there. But the survival rules of the beast world did not allow him to break them. He couldn't control Jiang Xingluo to choose another beast husband, so he could only vent his jealousy through cautious inquiries. Jiang Xingluo blinked and tiptoed to kiss Lai Feng on the lips, causing him to momentarily lose focus. Shi Zhuo and Jin Tang watched everything unfold, gritting their teeth. This lion had gotten everything they wanted. How could Xingluo take the initiative to please him? Were they lacking compared to this lion? If you're worried, we can go together. I promised you, and I will keep my word. Even if I have to bear the responsibility of being a holy female of the White Tiger clan, I have already fulfilled it. I gave birth to a holy female, didn't I? Shuayu covered his eyes, feeling helpless. What was this? He thought about why Lai Feng didn't want to go back. But it turned out to be this reason. He suddenly found it somewhat amusing. I just want to take Xingluo back to meet her relatives. That's all. Shuayu didn't know how to express it. The Xuanwu clan's beastmen were completely uninterested in the outside world. They lived in seclusion in the South Sea, indifferent to worldly affairs. The Vermilion Bird City was located south of the Beast City, and if Xingluo did not choose Shi Zhuo as her beast husband, Shi Zhuo would have to bond with the holy female of the Vermilion Bird clan. By custom, Shuayu thought about the worries for Shi Zhuo. Jiang Xingluo looked up at the somewhat unstable Lai Feng and asked him in confusion, "What's wrong?" Lai Feng turned his head away. He was a vigorous male, and with such a beautiful female master who took the initiative to kiss him, how could he possibly control himself? However, she was unaware of this. Once this cold season is over, I will go to the Beast City with you. Jiang Xingluo looked at her three little cubs. They were really too small. She had already let Qi Yin and the cubs take care of them for a long time, and if she left again like this, her heart ached. Before Shua, you could explain anything. A scene unexpectedly appeared in the divine mirror. It seemed that something had happened in the Beast God Temple. The statue of the Beast God had actually shattered, and even the Beast God Temple collapsed in an instant. Shi Zhuo and Shuayu, who were responsible for guarding the divine mirror and the Beast God Temple in the Beast City, trembled in their hearts upon seeing this scene. The Beast God Temple had the power of the Beast God as a barrier. How could it not withstand even a month of their absence? This was simply not right. No, we can't stay here any longer. Shuayu, we need to hurry back. Jiang Xingluo also saw the scene that appeared in the divine mirror. She watched as the two of them left one after the other, almost not having time to say goodbye before they were gone. Although Jin Tang did not live in the Beast City, he had heard the elders of his clan speak of the Beast God Temple. For many years, the Beast God Temple had been guarded by the Beast God's messengers, and as long as the Beast God was at peace, the Beast world would not encounter any issues. Now that the Beast God Temple had collapsed, it meant the Beast God's power was weak, and they had almost not survived the previous rainy season. Jin Tang felt a vague sense of unease. Could it be that the Beast God really no longer existed? Lai Feng and Jiang Xingluo exchanged glances, with a series of incidents occurring. First, they encountered an accident by the sea, then the sudden black rain from the Jiuyin tribe, followed by the entire tribe of the Huang Cheng tribe facing trouble. Jiang Xingluo felt that this matter was not yet over. What would the next place be? Could it be the Beast City? Jiang Xingluo looked at Lai Feng in a daze. Having gone through it once, they did not want to experience it again. Jin Tang, can you go meet the Holy Maiden of the Snake Clan on my behalf? Jin Tang looked at Jiang Xingluo in confusion, not understanding why she mentioned that female of the Snake Clan. However, Jiang Xingluo had her reasons for asking him to go. Tell her I want to see her and arrange to meet in the Fury Wind City. Jin Tang nodded. After leaving the Jiuyin tribe, he spread his wings and headed towards the Yulon Marsh. Although the Jiuyin tribe was cold during the cold season, it was trivial for Jiang Xingluo. Her abilities were strong enough. Qi Yin brought over a lot of radish and cabbage seeds from the clan leader's home, knowing that Xingluo hadn't eaten since she just returned. He also brought the meat he had hunted earlier, as cured meat would become the best food for winter if snowstorms came. So, he brought over the meat that had been cured with salt. He had stored an entire barrel of jerky, but his heart still tightened when he saw the fierce wind. He thought the fierce wind would truly be gone, but unexpectedly, Xingluo still found him. Qi Yin placed the items in front of Xingluo, who looked up at him. Qing Yin and Qing Zhu looked at Qi Yin. Their eyes filled with warmth as they gazed at their mother. Xingluo, this is the seeds and the meat. I'm leaving now. Qi Yin then retracted his gaze, looking at the two little ones beside him, feeling happy in his heart. Brother Qi Yin, you promised me you would take me and Qing Zhu hunting together. It hasn't snowed yet, Can you take us one more time? After being with the little ones for so long, they had long regarded him as family, especially Qing Yan and Qing Zhu. During the last hunt, he had taken 3 of them. Qing Yan's ability was improving quickly, and they had hunted a boar weighing over 300 pounds, which had a green beast crystal on it. For them, that was an extremely rare beast crystal. Qing Yan's wind blade struck cleanly at the boar's neck, and with a fatal blow from Qing Yan, his ability had already reached the green crystal level. Qi Yan was now also a blue crystal beast man, no longer as weak as before. Seeing them brought comfort to Qi Yan's heart. This jerky was made from the hunt. I went on with the little ones. I saved some for you. Qi Yan looked at Jiang Xingluo, who noticed that the determination in his eyes had faded. She finally felt relieved. Qi Yan, let me help you remove the protection beast mark. It was not something she was willing to do, but now she should return his freedom. Qi Yan did not refuse and agreed directly. When Jiang Xingluo removed the protection mark, a pang of pain crossed Qi Yan's heart. The 3 little ones followed Qi Yan out to hunt, leaving only Qing Lan and Qing Yuan. Song Lan and Ing Che looked at the 2 new little ones and couldn't help frowning. Chapter 180. Goodbye. Qing Yuan, these 2 little ones looked very weak, covered in dirt, their eyelids drooping. However, Song Lan noticed that their abilities were already outstanding for their age. What are your names? The 2 little ones' previously lost expressions suddenly brightened. They thought that after the father beast and mother left, no one would pay attention to them again. But they only knew the fierce wind and had never left the ruined city. They looked around in confusion. We're the little ones from the ruined city tribe. Mu Wen and Mu Feng. Can I take you to wash up? Jiang Xingluo realized she had neglected the 2 little ones and felt a twinge of sympathy in her eyes. Okay. Mu Feng obediently agreed, feeling helpless. Jiang Xingluo sighed in relief. Compared to Qing Lan when she first crossed into this world, their personalities had softened significantly. Jiang Xingluo prepared warm and cold water in a wooden basin, then let the fierce wind clean them up, and took out 2 sets of clean bee-skin skirts she had prepared for her little ones. Qing Yuan looked at the 2 brothers in front of her, who were exquisite and beautiful, and like her, were lions. Qing Yuan reached out and held their hands to play together. Mu Wen and Mu Feng felt a surge of warmth in their hearts. They thought they would never have friends again. Jiang Xingluo noticed that the 2 little ones had different personalities. The older brother was calm, while the younger brother was more lively. It seemed that with Qing Yuan's company, they gradually relaxed a bit. Jiang Xingluo realized that more and more people were gathering around her now. The 2 little ones were always living under someone else's roof. There might not be enough room here. Jiang Xingluo planned to choose another piece of land and build a stone house for Mu Wen and Mu Feng. She mentioned this to the fierce wind, and it seemed that the matters he had kept hidden in his heart were suddenly resolved. After all, they were the little ones of Chaoyun, and the fierce wind was worried that Xingluo would dislike them, which was understandable. How could I dislike them? They're just little ones, and they understand that Chaoyun's death was not our fault. The dark energy controlling everything behind the scenes is the key. Even Ling Shuang might just be a body he randomly selected. Jiang Xingluo reached for something placed on a wooden tray beside her. She felt something was off, and upon closer inspection, she realized it was the pumpkin seeds she loved to eat in her previous world. She had planted many pumpkins outside. She had told the little ones that these pumpkin seeds could be stir-fried with spices and then peeled, and although there was only a little flesh inside, it was very delicious. Moreover, eating pumpkin seeds could help with parasites. Beastmen eat too much raw meat for a long time, so eating some pumpkin seeds is beneficial. Looking at these pumpkin seeds, Jiang Xingluo suddenly remembered that she had planted a plot of sunflowers by the ranch in her space, all of which produced seeds. And every year after they matured, they left behind many high-quality seeds. She hadn't checked on those sunflowers in a long time. She didn't know how they were growing. The fierce wind watched Jiang Xingluo skillfully peel the pumpkin seeds and pop them in her mouth, clearly satisfied with the little bits of flesh. He imitated Jiang Xingluo and peeled some to eat, finding the taste indeed quite good. Xingluo, what are these? The fierce wind looked at Jiang Xingluo, seemingly pondering something, and his question interrupted her thoughts. Pumpkin seeds. They were stir-fried with the spices we collected before. They taste great. But compared to sunflower seeds, they lack a bit of flavor. Mom, a soft, sticky voice appeared in Jiang Xingluo's ears. Following the sound, she saw the little one stretching out 2 pale arms and flapping in the fierce wind's embrace. It was her yin-yin. The other 2 male cubs were still asleep because the fierce wind, as their father beast, always fed them well and used his abilities to nurture them. So they slept very soundly. However, the female cub needed her mother's care more, So when Jiang Yun felt the absence of Xingluo's power, she would wake up. Jiang Xingluo hugged the little one. She couldn't help but giggle, but as she laughed, the ability in her palm would unleash. Xingluo frowned, feeling that this uncontrolled ability was somewhat wrong. She used her wood-type ability to check her little female cub's body and realized that the child's power was indeed immense. The vast and boundless power, if not controlled, could hurt her own. Xingluo looked at the little one in her arms, unsure how to seal the ability. Did she need to return to the Beast City? The fierce wind noticed Xingluo's pale face, her heavy thoughts as she looked at Yun. What's wrong, Xingluo? Jiang Xingluo voiced her doubts, and the fierce wind seemed to suddenly understand why Xingluo's power was being restrained. If you want to take Yun back to the Beast City, I'll accompany you. At that moment, Songlan was soaring in the sky with Qing Yuan. After realizing that his female mother and sister Xingluo were siblings, he felt a mix of emotions. He could no longer choose Qing Yuan as his female partner, nor could he continue to stay by her side to care for her. He had to leave, just like brother Yu Jian, to train and become stronger. Little Qing Yuan, brother Songlan will be going out to train his abilities in a few days. Will you wait for me to come back and take you flying? Hearing Songlan's words, Qing Yuan responded with a soft Then brother Songlan, you need to work hard and be as strong as your father beast. Qing Yuan did not resent Songlan's decision to go out to train. She even vaguely felt a bit of anticipation, hoping he would become stronger and become a powerful purple crystal beast man. Songlan felt a surge of jealousy, knowing full well that he couldn't bond with Qing Yuan. Yet he couldn't help but accuse her. Heartless little Qing Yuan, are you so happy that I'm leaving? Qing Yuan was a bit confused. But you will become a more powerful orc, just like my father, the amethyst orc. Why should I be sad? Kanglin brought Qing Yuan down to the ground and gently placed her down, unable to help but sigh. After all, she was just a 6-year-old child. What could she possibly understand? All right, little Qing Yuan, you must also practice diligently. Your wood-type abilities should not be easily revealed to others. You need to protect yourself, understand? Qing Yuan nodded. Kanglin reached out to ruffle Qing Yuan's hair and placed a pendant made from his own feathers in her hand. This is a gift for you. Hold on to it well, and I will recognize you through this when the time comes. Qing Yuan looked at the beautiful feather shining in her palm under the sunlight, then hung it around her neck, tucking it into her animal skin clothing, and raised her eyes to see Kanglin flying away. Ingche walked over to Qing Yuan's side now. He was already half a head taller than her. He stared intently at the pendant around her neck, then looked at the item in his hand, which he quickly hid away. Chapter 181. Journey to Beast City. Xingluo told the little ones that they planned to go to Beast City and wanted to take them along. The little ones had been separated from them for too long, and Jiang Xingluo did not want to leave them at home any longer. Moreover, Beast City was originally her father's home, and she just wanted to go back and take a look. Qian looked at Xingluo, wanting to say something, but hesitating. Qingyan looked at Jiang Xingluo and directly asked, Mother, will we come back? Will we stay in Beast City forever? For the little ones, Julian tribe was their home. Going to Beast City was just a visit to relatives. They did not know that Yunyun's abilities were too powerful. We will come back. If you want to practice with Qian, then stay. If you want to come with me, then come with me. Jiang Xingluo understood that the little ones had grown up and had their own thoughts. She could not force them. We'll stay, Mother. Xingluo's abilities have already advanced to Red Crystal, and we plan to take him along to train. What about you, Qing Yuan? Qing Yuan looked at her brothers and then turned to her mother, hesitating. She actually wanted to stay in the tribe to continue studying pharmacology. Mother, I also want to stay. That's fine. Then we will take 3 little ones with us, and you all stay. The little ones exchanged glances, looking at the 3 cubs held in the arms of their mother and father, their faces filled with reluctance, almost crying. After all, the little ones had always been cared for by them. Yunyun's abilities had some issues, and their mother had to go to Beast City. Perhaps it could be resolved. Jiang Xingluo could only explain the situation clearly to the little ones. When they remembered their mother's abilities were also like that, they instantly understood that this trip was necessary. Mother, then you go. The tribe leader and the others will take good care of us. Moreover, staying here, they could help the tribe a lot, which was easy for them. All right, you all be good. If there's anything else, go find Yu Jian and Duyue, all right? Their abilities are strong. And what I fear the most is that the dark energy that can control Qin Ji might attack while we're gone. Xingluo, I will protect them well. You can rest assured. Qian looked at Xingluo, and Xingluo raised her eyes to this male who had helped her all the way here, feeling a lot of guilt in her heart. Qian, this is the only way I can repay you. Jiang Xingluo did not know what Qian lacked now. He had already advanced and was a powerful orc, and only the rare purple beast crystal would still be somewhat useful to him. so she gave him the only remaining purple beast crystal on her. No need, Xingluo. In fact, Qian did not feel that Xingluo owed him anything. He was still willing to give the Jiang tribe another chance. Without Xingluo and Xingyuan's help, he would not have lived so comfortably. Just take it. Qian looked at Xingluo and could only dryly sike, but he felt particularly uncomfortable in his heart. He had once thought that he and Xingluo had gone through a lot together, and she was always willing to give him another chance. But he had been too shallow in his thinking. Jiang Xingluo, with the 3 little ones, found the journey not easy. Lai Feng knew the direction to B City, and Jiang Xingluo could only follow behind him. It was her first time taking such small cubs, but fortunately, there was space. When the cubs fell asleep, she placed them on the bed in the space. If they woke up, she would play with them for a while before continuing on. They traveled for a day and a night, already passing through Ragewind City, but they still had to go further north. The cold season had already arrived. The further north they went, the colder it became. And B City was located at the northernmost point. Having grown accustomed to the flowers and grass of the past, this time they saw nothing but withered yellow. Jiang Xingluo felt the biting cold wind and was glad she still had the space. Although she was not afraid of the cold, the temperature felt different. The piercing cold wind grew stronger, and her skin felt the chill. Jiang Xingluo did not know how far they still had to go. Xingluo, your original form is not afraid of the cold. Hearing Li Yifeng's words, Jiang Xingluo remembered that she was a white tiger and therefore would not fear the cold. She immediately transformed back into her beast form, and Lai Feng did the same, his golden fur billowing in the wind and snow, looking particularly eye-catching. Jiang Xingluo was protected by Lai Feng, and with his fur, her resistance to the cold improved significantly. The wind and snow grew stronger, and Lai Feng had almost every year come to B City with the tribe leader to pray for blessings for the tribe, usually arriving around this time. However, he had never encountered such heavy snow before. This snow seemed to have come earlier than in previous years. But for Jiang Xingluo and Lai Feng, this amount of snow was nothing. They walked for a long time and finally saw a city. Beast City was the origin of urban civilization in the Beast World. The city was created when the Beast World departed, so every place was almost a masterful creation. It was Jiang Xingluo's first time seeing such houses, all created with abilities, much more luxurious than those in Jiang tribe. Upon entering the city, Jiang Xingluo noticed that the wind and snow remained the same. Many orcs in the city were still clearing the snow from the roads. They looked up at the snow in the sky, and each orc seemed to sigh. Jiang Xingluo and Lai Feng appeared in B City. Lai Feng was not a white tiger orc, and the males in the city recognized him at a glance. However, the beautiful female before them attracted their gaze. They could sense that she was also a white tiger orc. Yet they had never seen this white tiger female before. I am here to find Shuoyue. I wonder if you can take me to him? Jiang Xingluo's voice was gentle. The white tiger male nodded awkwardly upon hearing her. On the other side, a male frowned at Xingluo. Who are you? You want to see Shuoyue? He is busy and cannot meet you right now. Hearing the provocative tone in his words, Jiang Xingluo looked at the tall male with black skin and a head full of black hair, displeasure evident on her face. The male's black and white eyes scrutinized her, which left Jiang Xingluo feeling quite speechless. Primitive beast nature was probably like this. Lai Feng looked at the male with displeasure. Get lost. Lai Feng looked at the male before him, remembering correctly that this male was the young master of the Black Tiger clan in White Tiger City, Qinzhou. They had met once before. He never expected that after so long, he still hadn't formed a bond. Lai Feng, you really are interesting. I heard that all the people from your desolate city tribe have died. How come you are still alive? Qinzhou's tone was tinged with a hint of provocation, but his gaze remained fixed on Jiang Xingluo, unwilling to leave. Chapter 182. The Father Beast, he is no more. Lai Feng's originally calm eyes were now filled with fury as he reached out and grabbed Qinzhou by the neck. Qinzhou was caught off guard. He sensed Lai Feng's murderous intent was strong. Meanwhile, the coldness hidden in the female's eyes beside him was even more intense than Lai Feng's. Huh, how is it that you get so angry just because I spoke the truth? Lai Feng's grip tightened, but Qinzhou was known for his stubbornness. Even if he was being choked, he would never apologize. The male white tiger beside them looked worried. After all, Qinzhou was a blue crystal beast man from their clan. Strong and powerful, and nothing could go wrong. Please don't take offense. Young Master Qinzhou means no harm. The male beside him was apologizing to Lai Feng. And Jiang Xingluo didn't want to cause a death before even seeing her brother after just entering the city. Lai Feng, don't dirty your hands. Go find my brother first. After Jiang Xingluo said this, Lai Feng immediately tossed Qinzhou aside. Qinzhou's eyes turned to Jiang Xingluo. She mentioned coming to find Shuo Feng, and then said the person she was looking for was her brother, meaning Shuo Feng was indeed her brother. That old bastard Bai Chun hadn't lost his female lord. So who was she the offspring of? She did resemble Jiao Yu somewhat. But compared to the weak Jiao Yu, this female seemed even colder. He picked up a handful of snow and threw it away fiercely, growing more excited inside. The female lord he desired had finally appeared. Jiang Xingluo calmly followed the guiding male deeper, where Shuo Feng was with his father beast and mother. The guiding male entered the house, which housed more than 20 individuals. Jiang Xingluo looked at the large house, noting that each direction had rooms for the males and their cubs. The largest room belonged to Shuo Yu's mother and father beast. Bai Chun and Xinluo looked at the suddenly appearing female with some surprise. They gazed at the small female who had a pair of purple eyes, but her aura carried the scent of the White Tiger clan's lightning abilities. Bai Chen's sense of smell couldn't be wrong. You came to find Shuo Yu, and Shuo Yu is your brother? Bai Chen's eyes were filled with confusion. Shuo Yu and Shi Zhou had an incident in the Beast God Temple, and he was still unconscious. How could a female suddenly appear claiming to be his sister? I am Bai Yan's female cub. Jiang Xingluo looked at Bai Chun. This male had white hair, and his face showed no wrinkles, looking only slightly older than the father beast. Bai Chun trembled at Jiang Xingluo's words. Reaching out to grab her wrist, a powerful surge of lightning abilities caught him off guard. Uncle, my name is Xingluo. Such powerful lightning abilities made Bai Chen's eyes light up with surprise. He pulled Xingluo to sit down. He and Xinluo had just been eating, not expecting Bai Yan's female cub to arrive. Xingluo, a nice name. It's a beautiful name. That must be your beast husband. Let him stay as well. Bai Chen's eyes turned red. He had longed for the White Tiger clan's holy female for so long, thinking the clan would decline. Yet she appeared at such a critical moment. Uncle, I came here today for my tiger cub. Her abilities are somewhat uncontrollable. Jiang Xingluo looked at the fire pit in the room. The warm air eased her mind, and she had brought Jiang Yun here. As Jiang Xingluo took Jiang Yun out from under the fur, the little one clearly wasn't afraid of the cold. Xinluo couldn't help but reach out to take the soft little tiger. Unlike ordinary females who were always afraid of the cold, Xinluo felt Jiang Yun's warm little hands and suddenly noticed that her other hand was tightly gripping a colorless beast crystal. Xingluo, is this your female cub? Does she have abilities? Xinluo couldn't be mistaken. She had given birth to 10 cubs, but only one female cub. And the scent of a female is different from that of a male. However, only Jiao Yu had never awakened her abilities. Yes, Aunt Yun indeed has lightning abilities, but her abilities can be unleashed randomly. My abilities are likely the same, which is why my father beast set a seal on my body. Jiang Xingluo spoke honestly, and Bai Chun nearly slammed his hand on the table, feeling a surge of anger. Damn it, he hasn't returned for so long. He should have brought you back. Bai Chun's heart ached as he spoke of his brother, feeling a deep discomfort. Uncle, my father beast had an accident while hunting and is no longer here. Upon hearing Jiang Xingluo's words, Bai Chun felt a sense of loss. The redness in his eyes deepened with surprise. He had previously suspected Bai Yin might be gone, but hearing the news still hurt deeply. So that's how it is. He has gone? Then I forgive him. I know about this seal. I will give Yin the seal. The holy female of the White Tiger clan inherits the lightning punishment abilities of the beast god, and it is always passed down by the elders of the bloodline to personally set the seal for the holy female. He never expected to use it on the next holy female. He gathered his strength and prayed to the beast god. A white light entered Yun's body, and her beast crystal gradually returned to her. The seal would last until Yun came of age, and when her power was strong enough, the seal would be lifted. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xingluo finally understood everything, realizing that was why her abilities awakened after she crossed over. Jiang Xingluo looked at her cub with some heartache. If only she had abilities like her sister, then at least she could protect herself. Jiang Xingluo smiled happily, but as she held onto Xinluo's hand, a red beast crystal unexpectedly appeared in her palm. The mark on that beast crystal was not lightning, but wind. She released Xinluo's hand, tightly grasping the beast crystal with her little hand, but no wind abilities emerged. Wind abilities are different from lightning. They require continuous training. Jiang Xingluo looked at her cub in shock, unable to believe that Yun had actually awakened dual abilities. Do not reveal Yun's identity, Xingluo. Wait until Yun comes of age and awakens her lightning abilities before bringing her back. Bai Chun knew that such a holy female had never existed even in the Zhuge clan. Though he was overjoyed, this little female cub was really too vulnerable. If malicious people were to take her away, it would be disastrous. I understand, uncle. Jiang Xingluo finally breathed a sigh of relief, feeling reassured while looking at her cub. Bai Chun took Xingluo to the Beast God Temple, where Xingluo looked at the collapsed structure. Even the Beast God statue was completely destroyed. Where is Shizhou? Shizhou is the Beast God's messenger. How could this happen with him around? Jiang Xingluo felt puzzled. Yet she could see some force swirling around the shattered Beast God statue. Jiang Xingluo stepped forward, and Chun Zhou, who had originally blocked her from entering the city, grabbed her hand. You are not the Beast God's messenger. You cannot touch the things in the Beast God Temple. Chapter 183. Who are you? Don't touch Shuayu. Jiang Xingluo shook him off, her eyes filled with disgust. Chen Zhou, however, found it very amusing. How is it that you, an outsider, want to enter our Beast God Temple? Jiang Xingluo didn't understand why this person kept appearing beside her, his words filled with provocation. She was not an outsider. She was the holy female of her clan. Chen Zhou, you should step aside. Chen Zhou looked up at Jiang Xingluo. Upon hearing the words holy female, a hint of joy appeared on his face. Looking at the beautiful female before him, he realized she was indeed the holy female of the White Tiger clan. It seemed that their 10,000 bee city would no longer be bullied as before. Jiang Xingluo watched as Chun Zhou retreated. She took a step forward, looking at the shattered Beast God statue. Can the Beast God Temple be rebuilt? Jiang Xingluo turned to Bai Chun with confusion. Bai Chun furrowed his brows and shook his head. It's very difficult to rebuild, Xingluo. The Beast God statue and the Beast God Temple contain the inheritance within them. If the Beast God Temple is destroyed, the inheritance will also disappear. Jiang Xingluo looked at Bai Chun in front of her. Bai Chun sighed. The Beast God Messenger will accept the Beast God's inheritance, but the holy female of the White Tiger clan has never been found, so the inheritance cannot be activated. Now that you are here, you should find the other Beast God Messengers and activate it together. The Beast God will bless the Beast World, and all clans will be rewarded. So the previous rainy season and the sudden early snowfall now are all due to the lack of the Beast God's inheritance. Jiang Xingluo looked at the Beast God statue, feeling a sense of loss. No matter what, she needed to find the Beast God messengers of the 4 major clans first. Uncle, I will stay here for a while. She hadn't seen Shuayu and Shizhou yet, and was unaware of their current condition. She needed to stay here to heal their wounds. Chen Zhou looked at the female in front of him, turned, and transformed into his beast form, disappearing before everyone. Jiang Xingluo didn't notice Chen Zhou's departure. She and Lai Feng looked at Shizhou, who was still holding the divine mirror, blood still at the corner of his lips. Shizhou, can the Beast God Temple be repaired? Shizhou shook his head. The Beast God Temple collapsed because it hasn't been prayed to for a long time. Only the White Tiger clan and the Azure Dragon trust in the existence of the Beast God. The Zhu clan hasn't appeared for a long time, and the Xian Wu has retreated to the South Sea. Without the power of belief, the Beast God will eventually meet this fate. Jiang Xingluo listened to Shizhou's words and finally understood the reason behind everything. So the other 2 clans' Beast God messengers had long lost faith in the Beast God's existence. Then what if we choose new Beast God messengers? Why must it be them? Jiang Xingluo looked at Shizhou with confusion, as she didn't fully understand the situation with the Beast God Temple. Even how this world's creation began, whether it was like another world she lived in, with myths of Pangu creating the heavens and the earth, while all the beast faith in this world is directed towards the Beast God. Shizhou was somewhat shocked as he looked at Jiang Xingluo. He never expected her to say such things. Choosing new Beast God messengers is not that simple. The Beast God messengers were the 4 companions who followed the Beast God through hardships at the beginning of the Beast World establishment. Now, to reselect them, it can only happen if the Beast God reappears. Jiang Xingluo frowned. What if other clans are willing to come and pray? Jiang Xingluo's understanding of gods was that they should accept everyone's faith in order to help maintain peace for the beasts of the world. As for the Beast God messengers, they are the mediators between the beasts and the Beast God. They can give birth to the holy females and are unique beings. It's not that simple. Even the divine mirror has lost its effect. Xingluo, the Beast God Temple's incident means there will be more disasters in the future. Jiang Xingluo's heart trembled. Although she was vague about the concept of the Beast God, she understood disasters very well. You should go back and guard the Jiuyin tribe. I will stay here. The Jiuyin tribe is the place you have always protected, and you should ensure its civilization continues. Shizhou knew that the destruction of the Beast God Temple might signify the arrival of a new era. A year ago, the Divine Mirror had already told him that the holy female of the White Tiger clan had appeared, and this beast world would change again. If he hadn't believed it before, he now did. But what about your and your brother's injuries? Xingluo still couldn't just leave. The little ones were currently being taken care of by Xianlon, their grandmother, and she planned to properly diagnose them. A powerful wood-type ability flowed through Shizhou's body, and he could actually feel that his previously injured areas were healing at a rapid pace. Shizhou raised his eyes to look at the indifferent female in front of him. In a moment, he felt the pain in his body disappear. Meanwhile, Shuayu's abilities were not comparable to Shizhou's. If Xingluo hadn't been there to treat him, he might have died here. Jiang Xingluo reached out to touch Shuayu, but the cloaked female struck her hand with a cane. Who are you? Don't touch Shuayu. Jiang Xingluo looked up at the small female, carrying herbs. Her gaze as indifferent as water. When Feng Qian saw Jiang Xingluo, her eyes filled with jealousy. She was also a female of the White Tiger clan and the only priestess of the White Tiger clan. Shizhou, I brought medicine to treat you. Feng Qian took out the herbs from her body. Shizhou opened his mouth to explain. I'm fine now. You don't need to treat me. The female in front of you is Shuayu's sister, Xingluo. Feng Qian's hands, which were still organizing the herbs, suddenly paused. She stared blankly at the female in front of her. Shuayu's female mother hasn't given birth to any new females recently. Shizhou, don't say such things. Feng Qian looked at Jiang Xingluo's stunning face, convinced that she must be a scheming female who wanted to tame Shizhou and Shuayu as her beast husbands. The males of their White Tiger clan were not so easily taken away by these females. Just as Feng Qian looked at Shuayu, who was still lying on the ground, her confidence in healing him suddenly faltered. How could this happen? Shuayu, what's wrong? Feng Qian realized that no matter what medicine she used, it was useless for him. Jiang Xingluo extended her hand to input her abilities into Shuayu's body. His injuries were too severe, even his organs were damaged. Only her wood-type abilities could repair them. Feng Qian initially wanted to stop her, but when she saw the green abilities slowly emanating from Jiang Xingluo's hand, she understood everything. Wood-type abilities, such powerful wood-type abilities, had a healing capability superior to all herbs. Feng Qian, who had previously looked down on Jiang Xingluo, suddenly realized how narrow-minded she had been. Shuayu's body was difficult to heal. Jiang Xingluo spent a long time, and the snow outside had already piled up half a foot thick before she finally repaired Shuayu's organs. However, the external wounds still needed Feng Qian's medicine to treat. All right, use your medicine to give him. It's the best. Jiang Xingluo turned to look at Lai Feng. Lai Feng reached out to support her, his eyes filled with worry. Are you okay? Jiang Xingluo shook her head. I'm just a little hungry. Lai Feng, once my brother is better, I'll go back with you. Feng Qian looked at the male standing next to Jiang Xingluo. That male was not the inheritor of the beast god messenger. He treated his female master with great tenderness. The affection in their eyes even made Feng Qian, who had not yet bonded, feel a bit envious. Chapter 184. Is that all you can do? Jiang Xingluo and Lai Feng decided to stay at Bai Chen's house. After Shuayu's injuries were treated, the pain that had nearly pierced his heart and lungs suddenly disappeared, allowing him to at least drink medicine and eat. Jiang Xingluo watched as the White Tiger female who had been taking care of Shuayu appeared again. As Shuayu returned home to rest, the little female simply came along too. Jiang Xingluo and Lai Feng held 3 little ones in the house, warming themselves by the fire. Looking at the few remaining pieces of firewood in the brazier, she felt the smoke was a bit irritating, but there was no good coal to use in the beast world. They could only use these things. Jiang Xingluo lifted the leather curtain and saw that the heavy snow outside had continued without stopping, already piled up to half a calf's height. She had lived in the south in her original world and had never seen such heavy snow. The little one in Jiang Xingluo's arms reached out, wanting to run outside. The snowflakes danced in the cold wind, looking very appealing. Bai Chen's house had several little ones, all born to Xianlon and other beast husbands. Bai Chen treated these little ones very well. The little ones were in the yard, catching snowflakes and forming them into groups, eventually creating a figure resembling a white tiger beast man. Jiang Xingluo's Jiang Yin was eager to get down and play with those little ones. But Jiang Yin tried several times to break free from Jiang Xingluo's embrace, but couldn't manage to do so, and ended up crying pitifully. She pouted and turned to look at Jiang Xingluo, her eyes shimmering with tears. Jiang Xingluo immediately picked Jiang Yin up, and she wrapped her little arms around Jiang Xingluo's neck, sobbing loudly. The 2 little ones in the arms of the fierce wind probably heard their sister's cries and instantly started to cry as well. A few little ones who were playing in the snow outside were drawn in by the crying, and they came rushing in. The cold air from outside followed the little ones into the house, and they looked at the extra person in the house with surprise in their eyes. Especially when they saw Jiang Xingluo, Baiku immediately looked at her. Sister Jiayue, you're back? Baiku was the child of Xinluo's second beast husband, but he had grown up alongside Jiaoyue since he was little. At that time, it was Jiaoyue who took care of him, but he was too young to remember much of her appearance. Jiang Xingluo looked down at the boy who had grown to her chest height. Bai Chen had just told her Baiku's name. I'm not Sister Jiaoyue. My name is Xingluo. Upon hearing Xingluo's gentle explanation, Baiku's face turned red as he looked at the little one in Jiang Xingluo's arms, whose round face still had tears on it. However, upon seeing him, the little one stopped crying and looked at him seriously. Xingluo also found it strange. Do you want to go play in the snow with your little uncle? When Jiang Yun heard Jiang Xingluo's words, she seemed to understand and started to laugh, her laughter sounding particularly pleasant. Sister, can I take the little one out to play? This was the first time Baiku had seen such a small little one. Jiang Xingluo looked at Baiku, watching as the boy reached out his arms and easily took Jiang Yun from her embrace. She followed the little ones outside, not knowing how long this snow in the Bee City would last. Feng Qian was just about to take the prepared medicinal soup to Shuoyu when she heard laughter and joy coming from the snowy yard. Holding the bowl of medicine, she looked at Jiang Xingluo, her eyes darkening as she walked away. Jiang Xingluo watched as Jiang Yun clutched a handful of snow, staring at the white snow for a long time before she couldn't help but stuff it into her mouth. A wave of coldness entered the little one's mouth, and she instantly shivered, feeling the pain from the cold. Jiang Xingluo sighed and brushed the snow out of Jiang Yun's palm. Baiku watched Jiang Yun and couldn't help but laugh for a long time. Jiang Xingluo looked up at the sky, which seemed to still be snowing. Although the males were not affected, what about the females in the tribe? If a female and her cubs in a tribe got sick, it would be the most troublesome. The fierce wind noticed that Jiang Xingluo was tossing and turning all night, seemingly unable to sleep, while outside it was silent. The heavy snow almost concealed the entire city. Xingluo, what's wrong? The fierce wind reached out to place his hand on Xingluo's waist, gently pulling her into his embrace. Xingluo frowned, placing her hand on her chest. Fierce wind, if this heavy snow doesn't stop, the entire beast city will be buried. Is this the punishment for the broken beast god statue? What do you want to do? Go find Zhuke and Xuanwu. The fierce wind's voice was certain. He knew Xingluo would not watch her people die from a natural disaster. If the beast god temple could not be rebuilt, then they would have to give up on the beast city. The entire tribe's migration was a major matter. But if it was to survive, it didn't seem like much. Jiang Xingluo turned around, looking up at the fierce wind. I'm sorry. If I had gone with you to the wasteland city, your people wouldn't have died. The fierce wind kissed Xingluo's hair, reaching out to caress her lively eyes. It's not your fault. I also didn't know someone would use my father beast. The fierce wind held Xingluo tightly, his voice gradually softening. Don't worry. Whatever you want to do, I will support you. Listening to the fierce wind's gentle coaxing, Jiang Xingluo relaxed completely and unknowingly fell asleep. The fierce wind looked at the little female in his arms, her brows still furrowed, and he couldn't help but feel heartbroken. He turned over and got off the stone bed. The moment he pushed open the door, a gust of cold wind carrying snowflakes entered the room. It was not much better than the wasteland city. The wasteland city had really become a deserted place. So was the unknown snowstorm in Beast City related to those decaying powers? The fierce wind went outside and saw that the snow in the yard was already half his height. Even though someone cleared the snow every day, the sky still wouldn't stop snowing. If this continued, they would indeed have to give up on Beast City. After Jiang Xingluo fell asleep, her dreams were chaotic, watching the black mist constantly surge around her, almost trapping her within. You are the holy female of the White Tiger tribe, possessing the beast god's inheritance. And this is all the power you have? How does it feel to see your people punished by your beast god? Jiang Xingluo listened to the nonsensical words, her heart aching painfully. No, we have never betrayed our god. The god won't punish us. Jiang Xingluo stood up to fight against the black mist in front of her, but all she could hear was the mocking laughter of the mist. Your beast god's power has long run dry, without anyone to believe in the god. What power can protect you? Jiang Xingluo opened her eyes in shock, reaching out to touch beside her, but it was icy cold. The fierce wind was also gone, while the three little ones were still by her side. Why did she have such a dream? Chapter 185. Taking them to migrate. Jiang Xingluo rubbed her chest, the pain in her heart making her forehead sweat. She looked at the few little ones, her eyes softening. She had never had such a dream before. The dreams she previously had were always about that strange shadow explaining things to her. But now that shadow hadn't appeared for a long time, Jiang Xingluo knew that her arrival in this world was probably related to him. I didn't expect our powers to actually hurt you, female. Your power is not to be feared. Jiang Xingluo listened to the voice coming from the space, took out a small bottle that existed in the space, and saw the black mist trapped inside, constantly wriggling. The once lifeless appearance instantly turned into a lively and active one. Jiang Xingluo's eyes grew cold. Do you know something? The black mist actually laughed, looking at Jiang Xingluo, fearful holy female of the mental system. I found your weak spot. Female, wait for death. Jiang Xingluo gritted her teeth and used her lightning power to directly obliterate the black mist in front of her, even shattering the glass bottle that contained it. The entire black mist only emitted a puff of white smoke and a foul smell. Jiang Xingluo gritted her teeth. She hadn't expected that the dream she had was actually a trap designed by others. What about this heavy snow? She opened the door and saw the fierce wind coming in with a bowl of hot soup, filled with tender meat slices. The rumbling in her stomach made Jiang Xingluo feel a bit embarrassed. She was indeed a little hungry after a night of nightmares, and it seemed like all her strength had been drained. The fierce wind placed a basin of meat on the table and looked at Jiang Xingluo. I've already talked to the tribe leader about what you said, and Shizhou knows too. They also thought about taking the people of the White Tiger City to migrate together. Jiang Xingluo picked up her chopsticks and put a piece of meat in her mouth, feeling as if her whole body had come back to life. In this icy world, where did the meat come from? The nearby prey must have frozen to death. How could there still be meat? Jiang Xingluo looked up at the fierce wind, who hesitated slightly as he explained, it's some food that the tribe leader stored before. They're now trapped in this city and don't know when they can leave. Jiang Xingluo slowly finished the food in front of her, not expecting Bai Chun to gather all the orcs in the tribe by the afternoon. Both Shi Yue and Shizhou explained everything in front of all the orcs. However, what they didn't mention was that everything here was just the beginning. The heavy snow could stop at any time, and they could only remind all the orcs to pack their things and begin their migration. The most feared thing during the cold season migration was the freezing of females and cubs. Bai Chun stood before everyone, his aged face lined with wrinkles, nearly exhausted from the heavy snowfall in recent days. The daily torment made him anxious. If it weren't for the strong wind coming to ask him whether he wanted to lead the tribe to migrate, he might still be at a loss about what to do. Jiang Xingluo noticed that all the orcs of the White Tiger tribe had gathered together, but she remembered that there was also the Black Tiger tribe in the Beast City. Why hadn't they appeared? Where were the Black Tigers? Wouldn't they leave with us? Jiang Xingluo looked at the continuous snowfall. If they didn't leave soon, it would be dangerous on the road. Since you want to leave, don't think about coming back here. Our Black Tiger tribe will never betray the Beast God and leave the Beast City. So if you want to go, just go. Chen Zhou stood in the heavy snow with the Black Tiger warriors, watching the large snowflakes drifting in the air. It wasn't that he hadn't seen such snow before. It was just that this time it had lasted a bit too long. Jiang Xingluo looked into Chen Zhou's cold eyes, which seemed indifferent, as if he didn't think this was a big deal. He calmly looked at the thick snow and used his lightning ability to directly split the snow apart. Jiang Xingluo knew this was Chen Zhou showing off to her. Since you want to stay here, then stay, uncle. We will take Aunt and our tribe and leave. Jiang Xingluo dared not linger. She placed her 3 cubs into her space and transformed into her beast form to move forward with all the males, who carried their cubs and females on their backs. They crawled forward in the heavy snow for 3 whole days, without sleep or rest, until they finally reached a place without falling snow. After leaving there, Jiang Xingluo realized that other places were completely different from the Beast City. Near the Beast City was a habitat of leopards. They occupied this flat area close to the deities, and there was a cave in the tribe that housed a statue of the beast god. The females and cubs who hadn't eaten for days could no longer hold on and could only seek help from the leopard tribe. Jiang Xingluo thought this might not go smoothly, and that she would need to have a serious talk with the leader of the leopard tribe. To her surprise, she saw Kuei in the leopard tribe. Wasn't he Yulan's beast husband? So this tribe was where Kuei was. As soon as Jiang Xingluo appeared, Kuei noticed her in the strong wind. However, he didn't expect that they were followed by hundreds of orcs, all from the Beast City. Kuei looked at the orcs that appeared in front of him with shock. They were clearly orcs from the Beast City, so why had they come out? Jiang Xingluo furrowed her brow, wanting to explain the situation, but not knowing where to start. After hearing Jiang Xingluo talk about the story of the Beast City, the leader of the leopard tribe instantly understood everything. No wonder we felt the climate around here has been so cold. It turns out it's been snowing in the Beast City. But this season shouldn't have snow, and the time for the blessing ceremony is approaching. During the blessing ceremony, the leader of the leopard tribe would arrange for the orcs to decorate the entire path to the Beast City beautifully. However, this year, they hadn't heard from the leader of the Beast City about the blessing, so they hadn't taken action for a long time and had been worried about it. If we don't leave the city quickly, we might lose our lives there. Bai Chun talked about this with a male orc in front of him, his eyes filled with worry that hadn't dissipated because the Black Tiger tribe was still there. Although they hadn't gotten along for many years, they had lived together for a long time and had jointly guarded the Beast God Temple. He was truly afraid they wouldn't survive. Moreover, the females and cubs of the Black Tiger tribe couldn't withstand the continuous heavy snow. I'll have the tribe prepare some food. You all should rest for a day before migrating. Bai Chun nodded, feeling deeply grateful that the leopard tribe was willing to help. They found several nearby large caves for the white tiger orcs to take shelter. However, when they arrived at the dirty and chaotic cave, a nearly adult female orc changed her expression. Sister, why do we have to live in a place like this? Let us go back. Didn't Chun Zhou stay in the Bee City too? I don't understand why the leader wants to lead the entire tribe to migrate, even to stay in such a broken place. Chapter 186. The female priestess of the White Tiger tribe, Feng Qian, looked at Feng Ming and couldn't help but sigh. The snow in the Bee City had already fallen so heavily. If they went back, something bad would happen. You listen. I will take care of everything. You just stay here for now. After all the turmoil over this period, Feng Qian was also feeling a bit worn out. Jiang Xingluo, holding her cubs, was invited by Kuei to another place. The female leader is here, but she is now pregnant. We originally planned to come to the Beast God Temple to bless the tribe, but we didn't expect this to happen. Kuei sighed and took Jiang Xingluo to the cave where Yulan lived. Jiang Xingluo looked at Yulan. They hadn't seen each other for just 2 months. She didn't expect so much to happen, and Yulan was already pregnant, looking a bit visibly so. Yulan stroked her belly, and there were fresh fruits on the table. She was taking small bites of the fruits. When Jiang Xingluo lifted the leather curtain to enter, a gust of cold wind blew in, and Yulan saw Jiang Xingluo. Sister Xingluo, you're here. How did you end up here? Is it to bless the tribe? Yulan looked at the cubs in Jiang Xingluo's arms. They resembled Qing Yuan to some extent and looked very cute. My father is an orphan from the Beast City. I originally wanted to go see my family for him, but I didn't expect it to snow continuously in the Beast City, and the statue of the Beast God in the Beast God Temple has also shattered. Jiang Xingluo spoke of this matter, and a strange dream from last night resurfaced in her mind. She could hardly believe that gods truly existed in this world. But it seemed that indeed they did. There was a beast god, because that snow was a natural disaster sent down from the heavens. Completely different from that guy who only used dark abilities from behind. Jiang Xingluo felt a warmth surge in her hands. She raised her eyes to look at Yulan. Sister Xingluo, it will be fine. Haven't you already brought the tribe here? Jiang Xingluo looked at Yulan, whose face had become rounder and more beautiful than before. She was right. They had come to this place, and as long as they found a good place to migrate, the white tiger orcs with lightning abilities would certainly be able to live well. It was just a pity that they couldn't bless now. Yulan shook her head. You can bless anywhere. If you migrate to another place, you can rebuild the Beast God Temple. As long as you pray sincerely, the Beast God will hear you. Yulan's father and mother had told her this. And Sister Xingluo, you are a goddess. You must be the goddess sent by the Beast God to save the tribes of the Beast City. Why did you become a priestess? Jiang Xingluo felt puzzled upon hearing Yulan's words. She actually didn't know what a priestess was supposed to do. However, in the historical records of the world she used to be in, there were indeed people who used divination to predict the successes and failures of wars. Naturally, there were priests in the beast world, and the messenger of the beast god could convey the will of the beast god. Only the white tiger tribe would have the high priest appear before the beast god. Hearing Yulan talk about these things, Jiang Xingluo's eyes were filled with disbelief. Actually, these were told to us by the beast god. He said that the beast god created the beast world, and the white tiger clan inherited the power of thunder and lightning, with the first leader of the white tiger clan being a female, whom the beast god made the priestess. Jiang Xingluo frowned. The things she encountered were becoming increasingly miraculous. She had inexplicably arrived in this world and didn't understand many things. However, the skill she unexpectedly awakened seemed to indicate that her identity was not that simple. So why? Because the White Tiger clan hadn't had a holy female for nearly a century, the position of priestess had been vacant. Kuei placed the prepared brown sugar water on the table for Jiang Xingluo. She inhaled the sweet aroma and slowly took a sip from the wooden cup, instantly warming her whole body. It felt as if she had come back to life. This matter could wait until they found a suitable place to settle after the migration. Jiang Xingluo had never heard Bai Chen mention this, and she planned to ask for clarification later. Meanwhile, the Black Tiger clan still in the Beast City noticed that the snow was getting heavier, and gradually some females were unwilling to stay. Chen Shui, you can't just leave us here. The cubs will freeze to death. No one is clearing this snow. We'll be buried in it. Xingluo looked at the female in front of him, displeased, and talked to the beast god about leaving this place. However, Xingluo didn't think it was a big deal. Mother, if you don't understand, you could take the cubs and leave by yourselves. My father and I will not betray the beast god temple. The female in front was so angry that her eyes turned red. Holding her trembling female cub, and tears fell down. Shui Lian is your sister. If this continues, she won't survive. Xingluo, do you have a conscience? The frantic voice of the female came out as she reached out to caress her cub in her arms. This was her only female cub, while her beast husband and male cubs disregarded their lives. She didn't want to be like this. Wenbai, Chun inquired. She wanted to take her female cub and leave with them. But Xingluo wouldn't allow it. He insisted on stopping them, leaving the entire Black Tiger clan here. Meiying looked at Shui Lian in her arms and reached out to stroke the cub's forehead, feeling a surge of heat. This feeling was really uncomfortable. Meiying didn't want to stay here any longer. If they left now, it might still be in time. In the snow-covered night, several black tigers left the beast city with their females and cubs. Meiying had put drowsy grass in Shui and Xingluo's food, which was why they fell asleep. But now the snow was too heavy. Even though several males were clearing the way in front, it was still extremely difficult for her to walk. Meiying looked at the vast expanse of snow, unable to imagine whether they could get out. This was truly too difficult. Meanwhile, Jiang Xingluo and Liu Feng, after placing the cubs in the space, returned to the cave. However, the remaining beast men in the cave were not asleep. Only a few females were left, and almost all the males were gone. Jiang Xingluo looked at the scene in front of her, puzzled. What's going on? Where are the others? Xianlan stepped forward, grasping Jiang Xingluo's wrist, sighed, and explained. It's Feng Qian's sister, Feng Ming. She can't get used to this cave and wants to go back. Feng Qian let her leave, and she sneaked away while everyone was eating. Hearing Xianlan's words, Jiang Xingluo's heart shook. She knew that there were already clan members in the White Tiger clan who didn't want to leave the Beast City. This was certain, after all. It was a place they had survived in for a long time. But now that they had finally left, they were planning to turn back. Was that crazy? So the males had gone out to search for them. But besides Feng Ming, several little female cubs also seemed to have gone out together and were now nowhere to be found. Chapter 187. Saving people. Jiang Xingluo stood frozen in place. If they really wanted to sneak back, with the snowstorm so heavy, something would definitely happen. Liu Feng, I'll go with you to look for them. Jiang Xingluo had already regarded all the beastmen in the Beast City as her family. Moreover, they were still teenagers who had never encountered a snowstorm and naturally would not understand how severe a snowstorm could be. Liu Feng nodded and then went out of the cave with her. Xianlan couldn't stop them even if she wanted to. Even Baiku had gone out to find those little female cubs who had left. After Jiang Xingluo went out, she and Liu Feng headed up the mountain to search. But as they approached the mountainside, it began to snow heavily, seemingly worse than before. Even if they really went back, the footprints would be covered by the freshly fallen snow, making it very difficult for Xingluo to find their whereabouts. Furthermore, the snow absorbed a lot of sound. In a quiet snowfield, Jiang Xingluo didn't dare to let go of Liu Feng's hand. She was afraid that if she let go, they would lose each other. Nearby, there were continuous sounds, and Jiang Xingluo heard the crunching sound of snow being stepped on. She led Liu Feng's hand toward the direction of the sound. However, when Jiang Xingluo arrived, she only saw a few adult males from the Black Tiger clan, not the little female cubs. Among those males from the Black Tiger clan was a female holding an unconscious cub. Please help us. Save us. Meiying had finally escaped. Among her 8 beast husbands, 2 had already exhausted their strength trying to break through the snow and were buried in the blizzard. The female cub in her arms was still burning with fever. Seeing the beast man suddenly appear, it was as if she saw a goddess descending from the heavens. All she wanted now was to save her female cub. Nothing else mattered. Get up quickly. I'll take you to the cave right away. Jiang Xingluo, being a mother herself, naturally understood what was in her heart. She reached out to help the female up and took the female cub in her arms, only to feel a wave of heat that was even a bit too hot to handle. This feeling was truly uncomfortable. Looking at the unconscious cub, Jiang Xingluo instantly understood why this female would escape the Beast City under such circumstances. She gently infused her power into the little female cub in her arms. And no one noticed that Shui Lian's complexion had improved a lot. Jiang Xingluo saw that the little female cub's face was no longer so bad, and she let out a sigh of relief. However, she couldn't completely heal the little female cub in front of her. The rest could be left to Feng Qian. Jiang Xingluo held the little female cub, and Meiying watched the scene in front of her, feeling somewhat moved. Chunzhou said this female was the holy female of the White Tiger clan and was a very powerful little female with the power of thunder and lightning. Mei Ying had seen the previous holy female, a graceful and beautiful female with gentle brows and eyes, just like the little female in front of her, making one feel fond of her. This time, leaving the beast city to migrate to another place was also her decision. Jiang Xingluo noticed that the female beside her had started crying at some point, and she was a bit stunned. "Don't cry. Your little female cub will be fine." Jiang Xingluo's voice was gentle yet powerful, although Mei Ying was in pain. Upon hearing Jiang Xingluo's words, she felt a bit relieved. If the holy female said it would be fine, then her cub would definitely be able to escape this calamity. Jiang Xingluo brought them back to the original cave, but the few little females that had been missing were still not back. After settling them in, Jiang Xingluo went out with Liu Feng to search again. Jiang Xingluo looked at the snowfield, and the other males didn't know where they had gone, not even leaving a mark. What if they got separated? Let go of me. Let go of me. I don't need you to take me back to that broken place. I want to go back to the beast city. I want to go back. The little female cub shouted loudly, attracting Jiang Xingluo's attention. In the snow, shouting loudly made Jiang Xingluo afraid of causing an avalanche. She immediately stepped forward and slapped the little female who was shouting incessantly. "Enough of this, Baiku. Let her go. Don't take her back." Feng Ming looked at Jiang Xingluo with anger, humiliation written all over her face. "Why do you have to hit me? My mother has never hit me. And they all say you are a holy female. So what if you're a holy female? All you do is make us roost in places like this. What is the use?" Feng Ming's voice was loud, and the snow that suddenly fell from a distance almost landed on them. Several males transformed into their beast forms and stood in front of the females, their abilities shattering the snow instantly. But that was not the end of it. A continuous stream of snowballs fell down, and they could only use their lightning abilities to disperse them little by little. The little females had never seen such a scene. The snowballs falling could almost bury someone in the snow. They had no powers, and if they continued to make a fuss, they could only die here. "Can we leave?" Jiang Xingluo had not anticipated that the situation would turn out this way, and could only watch as the males united. She silently exerted her strength, looking at the lifeless trees around her, and secretly infused her power into them. A powerful ability surged forth, and the vines that wound around the trees suddenly became thick and long. Jiang Xingluo breathed a sigh of relief as she watched the net made of trees and vines firmly block all the snowballs. However, they did not know who possessed such great power. Li Feng looked at Xingluo beside him and immediately reached out to support her. This little bit of energy consumption was actually nothing to her. Jiang Xingluo gave Li Feng a comforting look. After experiencing this incident, the little females who had originally been clamoring to return to the beast city suddenly turned pale, allowing Jiang Xingluo to take them back. After running for a long time in the icy and snowy world, Feng Ming trembled all over, her teeth chattering with the cold. After returning to the cave, Jiang Xingluo discovered that Feng Qian was even crying. Feng Qian had searched for a long time, but had not found Feng Ming. The Feng family only had the two of them as females. What would they do if something happened? Wiping her tears, Feng Qian heard a noise outside the door. Jiang Xingluo looked at the still crying Feng Qian and said, "Don't cry. I found her." Feng Qian turned to look at Jiang Xingluo, only to realize that one of the little females standing beside her was Feng Ming. Jiang Xingluo was taken aside by Xian Lan, letting out a long breath. "Thank goodness you're okay. Do you know I was worried sick?" Xian Lan reached out, gripping Jiang Xingluo's hand, and took out a piece of red sugar, stuffing it into Jiang Xingluo's hand. "Eat some red sugar to warm yourself up. There is no hot water here to make red sugar water for you." Compared to Xingzhen, the real mother, Jiang Xingluo felt that Xian Lan seemed to understand better how to care for the cubs. Jiang Xingluo nodded and popped the piece of red sugar in her mouth. It was not a very big piece, but it tasted exceptionally sweet. Chapter 188. Back to the Jiuyin tribe. Feng Qian. "Thank you. Shui Lian is better now, and doesn't he have a fever?" Mei Ying held her female cub, tears glistening in her eyes, almost kneeling before Feng Qian. Feng Qian was the shaman of the White Tiger tribe, skilled in pharmacology. Last night, she had worked almost all night taking care of Shui Lian. Fortunately, early in the morning, the little cub had already recovered from the fever. Jiang Xingluo was also awakened. While many beasts around looked at Mei Ying with confusion. Mei Ying, the female master of Chunshui, the mate of the Black Tiger tribe leader? What did she leave the beast city? Jiang Xingluo was surprised to look at the female in front of her after hearing what the White Tiger tribe member said. She was gently stroking her little female cub, seemingly indifferent to what the other beasts were saying. Next to her were her other beast mates and 2 male cubs. Apart from Chen Shui and Chen Zhou, they had all escaped. Now that things are better, do you plan to stay here waiting for your beast mates and male cubs? Or do you intend to migrate with us? Jiang Xingluo looked at the little female who had fallen asleep peacefully. This bumpy journey was not a good thing for a cub who had just recovered from an illness. She could understand Mei Ying's frown. As a mother, it was hard for her to see her daughter suffer. However, since things had come to this point, she could continue to wait here. I want to migrate with you. Mei Ying seemed to have made a decision, holding her cub and leaving with everyone. You don't need to worry about me. My beast Mei will help take care of Shui Lian, and Feng Qian also said Shui Lian is much better and will be fine. Seeing the determination in her eyes, Jiang Xingluo had nothing to refuse. Okay, after a night's rest, all the beasts of the White Tiger tribe understood that they had no way to turn back. They could only move forward. After all, Mei Ying's cubs had almost gotten into trouble because they stayed in the beast city and developed a fever. Moreover, the avalanche yesterday had frightened several little females, and along the way, they had been obedient under the guidance of their beast fathers. Jiang Xingluo also breathed a sigh of relief. But now, calculating the time, they had been away from the Jiang tribe for a full half-month. And she wasn't sure how the cubs were doing. She even felt relieved that she hadn't brought the cubs this time. Otherwise, having to go through all this would have made her heart ache. After Jiang Yun's abilities were somewhat suppressed, Jiang Xingluo finally felt much more at ease. Carrying them along the way was not a difficult task, as the cubs just ate and slept. Although the journey was bumpy, they successfully led the entire White Tiger tribe to the Jiang tribe over the course of half a month. When Jiang Xingluo returned to the Jiang tribe, she found that a large part of the area had been cleared and wheat had been planted in patches. The cold wind was blowing, and every household in the tribe was using stoves. They returned near dusk, and the beasts in the tribe were cooking porridge. The aroma of the cooked millet attracted the White Tiger beasts who had been hungry for several days, making them unable to help but swallow. This is my home, the Jiang tribe. The residents here are weak beasts with only wood and water abilities. Do you want to stay here? Jiang Xingluo gave them a choice, calmly observing the people looking around. There was envy in their eyes. After a month of hardship, they no longer cared about the conditions. They just wanted a quiet place to eat a meal and live well. Sister Xingluo, I'm willing to stay. Can I have something to eat? Feng Ming's lips were cracked, tears in her eyes. Despite being the female of a strong beast, she couldn't withstand natural disasters. Jiang Xingluo did not expect that the first to agree would be Feng Ming. She looked at Feng Ming in front of her and sighed softly. Don't worry. If you want to stay, we will definitely provide everyone with a place to settle down. However, the matters of building houses and survival will have to be handled by you in the future. Jiutai had been watching for a long time, unable to imagine that these beasts were actually migrating from the beast city. This is the leader of the Jiang tribe. He will arrange everything for you. Today's meals will also be prepared by the males in the tribe. Bai Chen looked at Jiang Xingluo with satisfaction in his eyes. Good Xingluo, you truly are your father's cub, arranging everything so well. Lai Feng stepped forward to help Bai Chen, who had caught a chill, sit on a nearby wooden chair. Jiang Xingluo's house could still accommodate more than 10 people. The cubs, having nothing to do at home, followed Qi Yin to build houses in the nearby vacant land. Moreover, the cubs even imitated the buildings of the new Feng city, constructing stairs with Qi Yin, suddenly adding a second floor. Although it was a windowless stone house, it was fully equipped with everything from wooden beds to tables. Jiang Xingluo took Bai Chen and Shuo Feng directly upstairs to take a look, where several little ones were helping Qin Yuan prepare herbs. Suddenly, someone came up the stairs, and they instantly became alert. Qin Yin and Qin Zhu protected the 3 little ones behind them, and the light footsteps drew closer. As Jiang Xingluo entered, he saw Qin Yan's tense expression. Qin Yan, Qin Zhu, Qin Yao, Qin Lan, and Qin Yuan, mother has returned. Seeing the long-lost little ones, a deep longing turned into reality for Jiang Xingluo, and tears fell down his face without him noticing. The little ones noticed Jiang Xingluo's somewhat thin face, their eyes reddening, and all 5 rushed to hug him. Bai Chen and Lan brought Bai Ku upstairs and saw the 5 adorable little ones in front of them. Jiang Xingluo actually had 5 little ones, who had grown so much. Originally, Bai Chen and Lan wanted to persuade Jiang Xingluo to find another beast husband, as the power of a holy female should not be underestimated. However, seeing these 5 already grown little ones, they no longer wanted to interfere. You all come here. This is Mother's uncle and aunt, and that is your little uncle. Do you understand? Jiang Xingluo introduced the people in front of him to the little ones, who responded with a sound. Baika looked at the little ones in front of him, a smile on his face. He seemed to suddenly have many companions when he previously had none. Then let's leave the second floor for grandfather and grandmother. Mother, let's go downstairs together. The little ones had been restless all night, wanting to help Qing Yuan pack the cold-resistant medicine they had prepared and deliver some to every household tomorrow. They had just finished packing and placed all the medicines in a basket when Qing Yin and Qing Zhu each took 2 baskets and headed downstairs. Jiang Xingluo let them go down by themselves. Downstairs, Nan Feng was taking care of the little ones. Although they weren't very tired, they finally didn't have to rush around and could sleep soundly next to their beds. Bai Chun was gently helped by Jiang Xingluo to sit down, and she poured a cup of hot tea for him from the wooden cup on the table. Bai Chun smelled the fragrant aroma wafting from the cup, took a slow sip, and felt his taste buds relax significantly. Chapter 189. Life in the Jiuyin tribe. This is. Bai Chun had never tasted such delicious water before. Jiang Xingluo smiled and explained, it's tea, dried by the tribe shaman, and besides this, there are others that uncle likes. I'll have someone prepare some more for you tomorrow. Bai Chun initially thought that leaving Bee City would lead to difficult days ahead. However, seeing this weak Beastman tribe now made him feel as if he had been trapped in Beast City, unable to see the scenery outside. Xingluo, the chief has sent over food. Lai Feng carried a large pot filled with steaming dishes and meat, and a fragrant aroma filled the air, making the previously cold house feel warm. Qi Yin brought a basin of firewood behind Lai Feng. There was actually a cooking stove in this house that could also provide warmth, and Jiang Xingluo had told the tribe members about it when the house was being built. They needed to prepare a chimney so that if a fire was lit in winter, the smoke could escape outside, preventing the house from being filled with the smell. Sure enough, the houses in the tribe now had large chimneys, which made things much more convenient. Qi Yin neatly placed the firewood and then went downstairs to bring up some already prepared firewood to stack aside. Bai Chun looked on with some surprise. Uncle, if we burn these firewood here, the house won't be cold anymore. Let's eat first. The pot of steaming meat and vegetables was placed in the middle of the wooden table, and the little ones brought up 2 bowls of rice. They smiled, and even though they weren't hungry, they couldn't miss the time spent with their mother. So they placed the 2 bowls of rice on the table before heading upstairs. The others had also been settled in their places. When the little ones brought the rice and bowls to the table, they also brought chopsticks and spoons. The beastmen of Beast City naturally knew of the existence of these items, but seeing the steaming white things in the bowls, they had never encountered them before. It looked like something that had already been cooked through, and the fire here didn't seem to be rare. They also used it for heating and cooking. Qing Yuan placed the bowls of rice in front of everyone, and then sat between Xian Lan and Bai Chun. Xian Lan looked at the little female in front of her, feeling a bit moved. Grandmother, Qing Yuan told you this is rice, which mother taught everyone to plant together. It's very delicious, you should try it. Qing Yuan explained slowly, adding meat to Xian Lan's bowl. Looking at the weathered face of Xian Lan, she felt a bit more sympathy for the elderly. She surely didn't know what rice was, because rice was only available in Angerwin City and their Jiuyin tribe. Although the tribe had it, B City definitely did not. So Qing Yuan explained how this rice was made. I'll try it. Xian Lan used chopsticks to take a bite of rice. It was cooked and had a strong rice fragrance, but this rice was something that only the birds of Angerwin City used to love. They mostly ate meat, and who would have thought that it would also smell good when cooked? Qing Yuan picked up a piece of rib from the large bowl and placed it in Xian Lan's bowl. This meat is fragrant. We use spices to stew it. It's delicious, grandmother, you should try it. Watching the elderly female smile as she ate the meat made Qing Yuan very happy. This was a recipe taught to them by their mother, and they personally taught it to the other beastmen in the tribe. Now everyone could skillfully cook dishes, and the combinations were great, with the aroma of meat filling the air. Bai Chun couldn't hold back his desire to taste it any longer. The 2 elderly people began to use their chopsticks, and no one felt reserved anymore. Baika took several pieces of meat. He was at a growing stage and had almost starved himself over the past few days without food. Now, being able to eat something warm, he wanted to lick the bowl clean, and soon his bowl was empty. He then went to serve himself rice. Looking at the large bowl that was originally full of rice, which had suddenly disappeared in an instant, and the other bowl was also half empty, Baika hurriedly filled his bowl to the brim. Bai Chun watched as Baiku's bowl was nearly piled as high as a small mountain, unable to help but frown. This child was clearly very hungry, but he was like a hungry tiger pouncing on food. However, the others present didn't mind at all. Jiang Xingluo saw that everyone was eating contentedly and felt relieved. The fatigue that had built up her body seemed to suddenly burst forth at that moment. She had just soaked herself from head to toe in a wooden tub and was about to lie down when she felt a pair of warm, large hands. Xingluo. Jiang Xingluo felt the warmth on her neck, and Lai Feng's voice contained a hint of impatience. How could Xingluo not know what he wanted to do now? Jiang Xingluo's face turned hot as she placed her hand on those large palms, her heart racing. Lai Feng seemed to sense the little female's acceptance. He tightly wrapped his arms around her slender waist, a wave of unnamed desire igniting within him. Jiang Xingluo then saw a handsome face in front of her, smiling with a mischievous grin that was different from his usual gentleness, his eyes filled with desire. Unable to hold her gaze, she quickly looked away, but in a moment, Jiang Xingluo found it impossible to escape, completely immersed in it. The Jiuyin tribe was tranquil, but at this moment, hidden in the darkness were a pair of glowing eyes, a black snake coiled around a tree. You should hibernate now. Upon hearing this voice, the black snake bared its teeth and found a quiet cave, then peacefully fell asleep. The black mist hovering in the air looked at the black snake in front of it with a hint of disdain. If it weren't for the inability to find a better vessel, it wouldn't have settled for such a poor one. It gazed at the distant Jiuyin tribe, surprised that Jiang Xingluo would bring the White Tiger clan to this place. It was impossible for it not to understand the meaning behind the snowfall in Beast City. That guy was angry and was using her beast god messenger to vent. How interesting, it never expected to see them tearing each other apart in its lifetime. It was about time to give the betraying beastmen a taste of their own medicine. After all, for so long, the only ones who had received blessings were that silly boy from the Qinglong clan and the White Tiger clan. The Zhuge only sought the best males for breeding, ensuring that the tribe could have more offspring. They had long stopped believing in their deities. It was said that the current Zhuge sacred female was quite a formidable little female, seemingly planning to bond with Shizhou. The laughter of the black mist echoed in the cave, wondering if, should she be betrayed by the beast god messenger she had personally trusted, she would still be as stubborn as before. At dawn, Jiang Xingluo heard continuous noises outside the door. She stretched lazily. Lai Feng had already gotten up. After getting out of bed, she went to another room and looked at the three little ones sleeping on the wooden bed, feeling quite satisfied. This wooden bed had been crafted by the little ones along with Qihua, and it looked very fitting. Jiang Xingluo had been observing the wooden bed for quite a while, not expecting they had actually figured it out themselves. It could be sold in Nufeng City in the future. Many families with little ones could surely make use of it. While Jiang Xingluo was looking at the wooden bed, Lai Feng entered from outside, holding a completed wooden horse. Qing Yuan had been playing outside for quite a while and refused to come down, so Lai Feng simply made a smaller one and brought it into the house. Jiang Xingluo raised her eyes to look at the man in front of her, memories of everything that happened last night flashing in her mind. Her face flushed, and she turned to look at the little ones on the wooden bed. Lai Feng crouched down with a gentle expression, placing the wooden horse aside. Don't worry. All the males of the White Tiger clan have gone up the mountain to move stones today. The clan leader has arranged for people to teach them how to build houses. Li Feng's distinctively defined hand tightly held that pair of delicate hands, the soft touch causing his heart to flutter. Jiang Xingluo met Li Feng's gaze, smiling as she replied, Okay. Lai Feng watched her tease the already awake little ones, a wave of heat rising within him, something that usually wouldn't happen. Those things, if not done, one wouldn't understand. Now that he had done it a few times, it was indeed quite pleasurable. Even though it was broad daylight, he only wanted to be entwined with the little female. Xingluo noticed a flicker of desire in Li Feng's usually calm eyes, feeling the heat from his palm. Lai Feng, I'm hungry. You take care of the little ones. I'm going to eat. Xingluo hurriedly left the room, the redness on her face lingering. Xinlan, surrounded by several little ones, came down from upstairs. Grandma, the scenery here is beautiful. Yuan and I have planted a lot of peanuts, and it's time to harvest. Come with us to take a look. Jiang Xingluo didn't expect Xinlan to follow the little ones outside. Mother, we're taking Grandma outside to have a look. I also need to bring Sister Fengxian and Sister Huayan over to show Grandfather the leg injury. Jiang Xingluo watched the little ones excitedly pulling the elderly outside, her concerns forgotten, unaware that Xinlan hadn't laughed like this in a long time. Jiang Xingluo sighed, leaving just her and Lai Feng to eat together. After they finished their meal, Jiang Xingluo planned to check on the firing of the kiln in the tribe over the next couple of days, as well as whether every household had a water well. In the cold weather, they could only plant some radishes and cabbages to eat. As Jiang Xingluo stepped outside, she saw Shueli tending to her vegetable garden at the door. Looking at Shueli reminded her that before she left, Shueli seemed to want to bond with Duyue, but after so long, she had no idea if Shueli had succeeded. Shueli, bring me a cup of water. Hearing the voice, Shueli turned back into the house, looking as if she still had to take care of her mother. seemingly indicating that she hadn't bonded yet. Jiang Xingluo continued walking forward and, not paying attention, bumped into someone. She looked up and realized the person in front of her had deep-set eyes, a slight smile playing at the corners of his lips. You finally returned. I thought I could only see you at your home, Xingluo. Du's voice was pleasant to hear, and the singing of the merfolk was beautiful. But being so close while speaking made Jiang Xingluo instinctively uncomfortable. She took a step back, Du's sea blue hair blowing messily in the wind. Don't be afraid. I have no other intentions towards you. Du looked at Jiang Xingluo, who rolled her eyes, glancing at the merman who had once pursued her, and could only take a detour. Don't you want to know what happened here while you were gone? Du chased after Jiang Xingluo, hoping to hear a few words from her, but she remained silent, burying her head and heading in another direction. Seeing her frantically escape, Du couldn't help but sigh, unable to hide the expression on his face. In the distance, Shueli watched this scene with mixed feelings. She knew that this little female, Du wouldn't take her seriously. Since that was the case, it was better to let it go. Her mother and father beast needed care, and she couldn't always be like this. Can't you just choose a good beast husband? That Song-Chi from Fury Wind City has always wanted to bond with you, and he has been by Lord Yujin's side. He would make a good beast husband. Listening to her mother's words, Shueli thought of Song-Chi, who had been helping at home during this time. She nodded and said, Mother, I will explain this to Song-Chi, I promise you. I will bond with him. Du followed Jiang Xingluo to another direction and watched as she carefully examined the pottery in her hands, realizing that these items were all made by firing clay. He had used quite a bit himself, especially that large pot, which could hold a lot. The pig beasts he usually hunted had all been processed, stewed with fruits, and it tasted surprisingly good. However, he had never known how these items were made, and now he finally understood. Jiang Xingluo looked at the pottery that had been fired and was quite satisfied. Since they could already produce such fine items, they could naturally make something else now, a pot for boiling medicine. Jiang Xingluo found Lin Feng, who now managed all the fire kills in the tribe. Almost all the pottery exchanged for resources in Fury Wind City had to be carefully checked by him before being sent out. Divine Lady, you have returned. Lin Feng smiled, but the title Divine Lady surprised Du. It seemed he wasn't very clear about Jiang Xingluo's many identities. Ever since Jiang Xingluo went to B City, he hadn't left the house, except for the occasional visits from Yujin bringing some food, and they would spar a bit. They hadn't done anything else. Hearing this title now made him feel that Jiang Xingluo must be quite extraordinary. Don't call me Divine Lady. I'm here today to see if anyone can make this. Jiang Xingluo sketched a medicinal furnace. Lin Feng looked at it in surprise. This can be made smaller for boiling water and tea, and a bit larger for decocting medicine. Du looked at the item in front of him, and then Jiang Xingluo pointed to half of the circle and said, this part is for the handle, which can be lifted, and the other side is the spout. There should be several holes under the spout so that the medicine liquid poured out won't mix with the herbs. Tuyue listened to Jiang Xingluo's words and almost completely understood why this thing needed to be made. So that's how it is. It turns out there's such a wonderful use for it. Jiang Xingluo looked at Lin Feng in front of her and said, you can take your time to try it out. No need to rush. With this, we won't need those big pots anymore, and it will be much easier to drink medicine. Nowadays, many females and cubs in the tribe are using cold resistance medicine, as the weak cubs and females are always prone to getting sick when the weather turns cold. Lin Feng looked at the thing in front of him and said, all right, Xingluo, don't worry, I will try to make it. Jiang Xingluo nodded and was about to head back, but when she turned around, she noticed Tuyue seemed to be following her. Chapter 191. The Prosperous City of Angry Winds. What do you want to do? Jiang Xingluo frowned, feeling a bit puzzled when she saw Tuyue. It's nothing, I've been here alone for a long time, feeling a bit lonely. I only know you. Is it not okay to want to talk to you? Tuyue replied. Jiang Xingluo raised her eyebrows and said, sure. Tuyue then continued to walk forward, unable to help but follow her home. In the yard, Lai Feng, who was taking care of 3 cubs, immediately noticed Tuyue and felt a strong sense of disgust. Tuyue knew very well that this lion never liked him, and he didn't like this annoying lion either. However, he liked Xingluo, and as long as Xingluo didn't drive him away, he could stay here at ease. Xingluo, my fish pearl is still here. Can I give it to you? Tuyue looked at Jiang Xingluo, noticing her displeasure, and the thought that had just sparked was instantly extinguished. She clearly didn't care for his fish pearl. He used to think he could let go, but now it seemed he couldn't do it at all. A female who had disappeared for a long time suddenly appeared in front of him, and it made his heart race. He couldn't let go of her to accept other females. I don't want anything from you, Tuyue. It was Lai Feng who saved you, not me. If we really talk about a life-saving grace, then he has repaid the wrong person and even wanted to harm his savior. All right, I was just saying that casually. I just came to see you. Also, after you left, those people appeared again. Jian saw that it was a black snake causing trouble. Tu spoke, and Jiang Xingluo could almost confirm that the troublemaking black snake was none other than Ling Xuan. The words that appeared in that dream were indeed true. What about Jin Tang? I asked him to go to the snake tribe to bring Qing Cheng over. By now, they should have returned long ago. Jiang Xingluo looked at Tue, fearing that he had long forgotten who Jin Tang was. Forget it. Asking you wouldn't help. Jiang Xingluo looked at Tue as he gritted his teeth and explained, I know, she is currently in Angry Wind City. She has been here for half a month. But very few people know about this. Upon hearing his words, Jiang Xingluo decided to go to Angry Wind City the next day. As for Ling Xuan's matter, it was still necessary to inform Qing Cheng. The next day, Jiang Xingluo got ready early and headed to Angry Wind City alone with a few cubs. The cubs hadn't been to Angry Wind City for a long time and were curious about what their tribe had produced. Jiang Xingluo quickly arrived at Angry Wind City. The originally prosperous city was now even more flourishing, with a continuous stream of orcs coming and going, whether strong or weak, all crowded together. Nearby, some people had even started selling food. There were many noodles and rice, which could almost be considered unique to this place. Jiang Xingluo smelled the fragrant food and was surprised that these orcs could cook better than she could. She watched as people exchanged a piece of bee skin for several bowls of noodles, eating heartily. It seemed that wheat had become quite popular now. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to trade so much with just one piece of bee skin. Mom, I'm hungry. Jiang Xingluo looked at the flatbreads by the roadside, which looked delicious, probably made with the oil from wild boars, making them so fragrant. She had never made oil flatbreads for the cubs before, so she suggested, if you want to eat, let's sit down and have some before we go. Qing Yuan immediately urged her brothers to sit down with them. Jiang Xingluo was relieved that they managed to occupy a table. Soon after, nearby orcs quickly filled the surrounding tables. 5 oil flatbreads, please. The male who had just sat down took out 2 pieces of bee skin, eager to eat the flatbreads here. The male making the flatbreads smiled broadly. Upon seeing Jiang Xingluo sitting there, he immediately placed 10 freshly made flatbreads in front of her. Xingluo, you're back. Eat these first. If you don't have enough, I'll make more later. Jiang Xingluo looked at the steaming flatbreads in front of her, reached out to take one, and took a bite. It was a bit hot, but the delicious flavor was truly delightful. The cubs watched Jiang Xingluo eat and eagerly began to grab flatbreads for themselves. They kept eating one after another, causing the surrounding orcs to look on with envy. Especially the males sitting nearby, waiting for their own flatbreads, couldn't help but drool at the sight of such appetizing flatbreads. They had long heard that the flatbreads here were delicious, but unexpectedly, they had been beaten to it by someone else. One of the males remarked, looking at Jiang Xingluo with a hint of envy. Jiang Xingluo hadn't expected that the food here had become so famous. She noticed a boy standing next to the male, both busying themselves, and soon delivered new flatbreads to the other side. Mom, we're done eating. Qing Yuan had actually wanted to eat this for a long time, but had missed out several times. Only today, coming with her mother early, could she finally have it. Indeed, her mother was the best. Jiang Xingluo took out the bee skin she had brought. How many bee skins do I need for these flatbreads? She asked the honest male in front of her. No need. No need. Xingluo, we can't take your things. If it weren't for you growing the wheat seeds and producing wheat flour, I wouldn't be able to make such things. The few orcs nearby turned to look at the beautiful female at once. They had heard of Xingluo's name. She was the one who made the pots, and they had come over because their female leader needed pots to cook the meat in. They didn't want to eat roasted meat anymore. Although the pots here were a bit expensive, they were worth the price. No, you made this to exchange for supplies. How can I eat your things for free? Here are 2 bee skins for you. If you don't want them, I won't be able to come again next time. Jiang Xingluo placed the bee skins down and directly took the cubs away. The male could only helplessly accept the bee skins in front of him. Jiang Xingluo took the cubs to the door of the house and saw Yu Jian still guarding there. Outside the shop, there was now a long line of orcs waiting to buy goods. Jiang Xingluo led the cubs into the shop, watching as the orc customers took the pottery that was displayed inside, one by one. She was a bit surprised. Why are there so many orcs wanting these? I originally thought the sales would surely saturate. So, after reaching a certain sales level, she thought she should make the items more refined, forgetting that everything has a lifespan. Some orcs accidentally broke them and needed to buy a new pot, which is why there were always so many orcs outside. Chapter 192. Meeting Qing Chang Yu Jian still didn't know that Jiang Xingluo had returned. He thought she was still in the 10,000 bee city, planning to wait until after the blessing to come back. He didn't expect her to return now. She seemed to be even more delicate than before, but the gaze in her eyes appeared more resolute. Yu Jian suppressed the joy in his heart and looked at the female before him, saying calmly, "You're back." Jiang Xingluo nodded, observing how Yu Jian had almost tidied up the place, with previously damaged areas now repaired. The house looked even better now. Jiang Xingluo went up to the second floor and looked around for a long time. It was still the same as before. She came downstairs and looked at Yu Jian, saying, "Thank you." Yu Jian lightly acknowledged her, wanting to say more, but at a loss for words. It seemed that anything said now would be superfluous. He wanted to get closer, but dare not. Let's leave it at that for now. I want to see Qingsheng. Jiang Xingluo left the cub in the shop and followed Yu Jian to Qingsheng's place. She doesn't have much energy right now. You should know that snakes hibernate in winter, so Qingsheng will hardly wake up here. Jiang Xingluo completely forgot that snakes hibernate. So Ling Shuang must also have gone into hibernation. Regardless, she had to see Qingsheng. Some things needed to be clarified in front of her. It's okay. I just want to see her. If she doesn't wake up, we can talk when she does. She didn't know Ling Shuang's weaknesses or how she had attracted such immense power. Perhaps only Qingsheng, who had watched Ling Shuang grow up, would know. Yu Jian led Jiang Xingluo to where Qingsheng used to live. The door was guarded by the orcs of Angry Wind City, and the snake orcs also had hibernation periods. Jiang Xingluo pushed the door open and saw Qingsheng sipping tea. "You came quite fast. If you were any later, I really wouldn't be able to hold off hibernation any longer." Jiang Xingluo looked at Qingsheng, who couldn't help but yawn before taking another sip of tea. "The tea here is quite effective. Xingluo, why did you ask me to come?" Jiang Xingluo understood that Qingsheng was suppressing her desire to hibernate, and she needed to face her now, which meant waiting for her to speak. "That's normal." Jiang Xingluo sighed, looking at Qingsheng. "Have you checked on Ling Shuang after you threw her into the sea?" Qingsheng shook her head, but looked seriously at the female before her. Jiang Xingluo knew that after Qingsheng discarded Ling Shuang, she had completely severed ties and would no longer care, so she naturally wouldn't pay attention to such matters. It was no wonder, she sighed and told Qingsheng, "Something happened in the Sea Clan. You might not be aware, but someone is causing trouble using the remains of the deceased Shark King, and I suspect that person is very likely Ling Shuang." Qingsheng sat up almost instantly upon hearing Jiang Xingluo's words. "How is that possible? Don't joke around. Ling Shuang doesn't have any abilities. How could she do such a thing?" Qingsheng couldn't believe that her niece, who had always been weak, could do something like that. Growing up, she had always been cared for by her family, and even she had considered Ling Shuang as her only candidate. Why would such a thing happen? I know you don't believe it. It just needs time to prove it. Jiang Xingluo only wanted to prepare her mentally, and she might have been used by someone. I don't know who that person is. Qingsheng fell back on the bed, recalling everything carefully, suddenly remembering something. When Ling Shuang was a child, she fell into a water hole and almost drowned. When I fished her out, she had stopped breathing, but she completely recovered a few days later. At that time, Qingsheng felt that something was off, but she noticed that Ling Shuang was almost the same as before, so she thought she had sensed it wrong. Perhaps Ling Shuang was actually alive back then. No, that can't be. Nothing happened back then. She couldn't have done such a thing. Xingluo, it's not possible. You must have seen it wrong. Jiang Xingluo watched as Qingsheng became anxious. In fact, Qingsheng knew in her heart that this wasn't baseless speculation coming from Jiang Xingluo. "Forget it. Just pretend I never brought this up. I'll handle it myself. You should hibernate." Jiang Xingluo looked at Qingsheng, who could no longer resist the fatigue in her body, but she still forced herself to say if it really is her, "Don't hold back, Xingluo." After saying that, Qingsheng transformed into her beast form, a massive snake coiling on the bed, quietly falling asleep. Jiang Xingluo sighed, not wanting to disturb her further, and simply left. It was clear that her timing was off, but it didn't matter much anymore. After all, the snake clan hibernated, so this winter shouldn't be too difficult. After all, that black mist currently had no puppets to manipulate. Jiang Xingluo breathed a sigh of relief as she left. But she still wanted to take this opportunity to find Ling Shuang. She must be hiding somewhere, and as long as she could find her, the truth would come to light. "What is the matter? Is it difficult?" Yu Jian's voice was filled with doubt. He was just concerned that the female before him was getting too tired from all this running around. He didn't know the source of that black rain, but she seemed to have a good guess about who it was. It couldn't just be a coincidence. Yu Jian looked at Xingluo and directly asked, "How can you be so sure that it's an ordinary female from the snake clan doing these things?" Upon hearing Yu Jian's question, Jiang Xingluo immediately understood why Qingsheng didn't believe her words. After all, to outsiders, Ling Shuang was just an ordinary little female. Only she had seen Ling Shuang transform under the influence of evil thoughts, looking like a huge snake that could almost swallow a person. Unfortunately, despite looking somewhat terrifying. She was merely a decorative pillow, because I've seen her transform into her beast form. It's just that she originally couldn't transform, and her transformation must have been triggered by something. Jiang Xingluo still couldn't understand the source of that dark power whenever she thought of that black mist. With a slight sigh, she looked at the bustling crowd and continued walking forward, her gaze turned to the distance. She wondered if it was still snowing in the Beast City. Jiang Xingluo observed the excited expressions of the beast people before her, but she didn't know how Chen Zhou and Chen Shui from the Black Tiger clan were doing now. Jiang Xingluo shook her head. She had considered rescuing them, but the outcome seemed to indicate they were wrong. Otherwise, Meng wouldn't have left with her beast husband, and, at this moment, Chen Shui and Chen Zhou, who had just woken up in the Beast City, were on the verge of breaking down. They thought the snow would eventually stop, but they waited for a long time, and the snow in Beast City seemed to be cursed, falling endlessly. Chapter 193. Father Beast, all the beast people in our clan are dead. Chen Zhou hurriedly searched for his female mother. At this moment, he suddenly didn't want to stay here any longer. Perhaps Jiang Xingluo was right. They should leave and not stay here any longer. If the beast god no longer protected them, then what was the point of continuing to guard this place? Father Beast, let us take Mother and Shui Lian and leave together. The snow here might really never stop. Chen Shui was stubborn. Even though he saw that the snowflakes had almost completely buried the path out of Beast City, he still didn't want to leave. We can't leave, Chen Zhou. You must stay here to guard the Beast God Temple. If the White Tiger clan doesn't act as the Beast Goddess messenger, then it's up to us. Chen Shui had competed with Bai Chen for a lifetime, and he wouldn't be scared away by a snowstorm when he finally had the chance to show off in front of the Beast God. Chen Zhou frowned as he looked at his father Beast, feeling that something was off. The father Beast insisted on being so stubborn, but the Beast God couldn't hear any response at all. They guarded this Beast City that had lost the Beast God, which was meaningless. Father Beast, there are no beastmen left in Beast City, so it is no longer Beast City. More than half of our Black Tiger clan's people have frozen to death. Do you still want to be so stubborn? The beastmen of the Black Tiger clan were already few, and now they have experienced such a disaster in Beast City. Chen Zhou harbored resentment towards Mei Ying. If Mei Ying had woken them up when she left, perhaps the Black Tiger clan wouldn't have lost so many people. But now everything was different. The Black Tiger clan was left with only them and the fleeing females. Hearing that his clansmen had died, Chen Shui gritted his teeth in complaint. What use are these useless things? It's just a snowstorm. Can't they just endure it? Chen Zhou looked at Chen Shui. Now that they had lost their clansmen, their original thoughts could only sink down. At this moment, far away in the Jiuyan tribe, the White Tiger beastmen followed the weak beastmen up the mountain, and gathering stones was much simpler for them, with their powerful abilities and the convenience of wooden carts for transport. Although the weather was getting colder, it was hardly anything to them. The autumn wind blew, causing the leaves on the nearby big trees to fall little by little. The White Tiger beastmen took 3 days to gather enough stones for building houses. Bai Chen also could take a few of his capable males out to help. They could stay on Jiang Xingluo's side without any hindrance. Lai Feng watched Jiang Xingluo tidying up some grass, which looked like very ordinary grass, but Jiang Xingluo was carefully distinguishing them. Upon closer inspection, Lai Feng realized that those grasses were actually different. Jiang Xingluo only grouped the same types together. Xingluo, is there anything I can help you with? Jiang Xingluo looked at Lai Feng standing in front of her, pondering as she glanced at the things she had organized. She nodded. These are medicinal herbs, each with different effects. I want you to take me to cut some bamboo so we can make a few dry baskets. These herbs are not yet utilized in this world. They were recorded in books that fell from the previous space. Ever since I regained all my memories from this world, I have completely remembered some pharmacology that my mother taught me. When it gets cold, cold medicine and warmth medicine are essential, as well as some herbs useful for conception and maintaining pregnancy, which are equally important. But now that the White Tiger beastmen had also arrived in Beast City, Feng Qian and Hua Yin, both knowledgeable in pharmacology, why not establish a pharmacy in the Jiuyan tribe? People from a tribe could come to get medicine without needing to exchange supplies, while those seeking medical help would only need to provide some inexpensive animal skins. Thinking of this, Jiang Xingluo felt it was very necessary. She needed to dry and preserve the few medicinal materials she had found with great difficulty. I'll take you there now. Jiang Xingluo nodded, called for Qing Yuan, and organized the herbs before finding a place to store them. Lai Feng transformed into his beast form, wrapping his tail around Jiang Xingluo's slender waist, and unexpectedly, she fell onto his back. The soft touch made Lai Feng's heart race, and Jiang Xingluo frowned, patting his back. Next time, don't do this. Lai Feng blinked and silently sprinted away. Shi Zhou, who was helping the tribe, watched the departing Lai Feng and Xingluo from a distance, tightly clenching his fists, suppressing the jealousy in his heart. He was clearly on the verge of madness, yet he maintained a facade of calm. They were supposed to be bonded. Why did he lose little Xingluo? Shuoyu watched Lai Feng leave and turned to see Shi Zhou, who was busy tying his hair. Although he was hiding his feelings, how could a childhood friend not understand his heart? But they all knew what kind of person Xingluo was. At this moment, Lai Feng obediently followed Jiang Xingluo's indicated direction, and indeed found a few medicinal herbs growing well on that mountain. Jiang Xingluo leaped off Lai Feng, and together they collected all the herbs. And there was suitable bamboo nearby. The bamboo forest towered into the clouds, radiating fresh green. Lai Feng used his wind abilities to cut the bamboo directly, then tied it with the hemp rope on his body and slung it over his shoulder. Jiang Xingluo noted the firm muscles on his arms. Carrying so much bamboo seemed easy for him. The two returned together, and Jiang Xingluo also dug up 2 fresh bamboo shoots to bring back. When they returned, they noticed that the white tiger beastmen had already selected a place and made a basic division. All the beastmen had started building the foundation alongside the beastmen from the Jiuyin tribe. Jiang Xingluo never expected such quick progress. It seemed they really intended to settle here, which was a good thing. Jiang Xingluo brought the bamboo she had just obtained back to the courtyard, where Qi Yin had just prepared a meal and saw the items Jiang Xingluo brought back. He hesitated for a long time, but still walked up to Jiang Xingluo. Although the protective beast mark on him had disappeared, they should still be able to be friends. Is there anything I can help you with? I can help you right now. Jiang Xingluo looked at Qi Yin. Now that the protective beast mark was gone, their interactions were indeed easier. I'll weave some bamboo baskets for drying medicines, about this high and round. If I make one, you'll understand. Jiang Xingluo was quite skilled at these tasks. Lai Feng had already cut the bamboo to the width and size she needed, and once the bamboo was in her hands, it was almost effortless to weave them together to form a bamboo basket. Lai Feng and Qi Yin watched her, and after just one look, they memorized it completely. Lai Feng was a bit faster, handling some parts very well. Jiang Xingluo watched as the two of them worked from dawn till dusk, using up half of the bamboo and weaving mini baskets. Chapter 194. The beastified cub Jiang Xingluo filled the newly made bamboo baskets with herbs, placing each type of herb in a different basket. However, without specific names, she could only tell a few people what these medicines were called and what effects they had. Qing Yuan listened particularly attentively, looking at these herbs she had never seen before, surprised at their wonderful uses. But Sister Hua Yin didn't know anything about these. How did their mother know? Qing Yuan wondered, and by evening, she tugged at Jiang Xingluo's animal skin skirt. Mother, there is something I want to ask you. Jiang Xingluo squatted down, looking at the now much taller Qing Yuan, and reached out to touch her 2 braided pigtails. What do you want to know? Just ask. Jiang Xingluo held Qing Yuan's small hand, looking at her gently, while leading her back into the house, listening to her explain in a soft, sticky voice. Mother, I've never seen those herbs before. How do you know their uses? Jiang Xingluo didn't expect Qing Yuan to only want to ask this. She let the little female cub sit down, then lit the match in the house, instantly warming the air. Qing Yuan watched her mother sit in front of her. Qing Yuan, your mother learned a lot from your grandmother. These are all things your grandmother taught your mother. Jiang Xingluo had no choice but to explain this way. After all, the divine cat tribe had always been a mysterious existence to other tribes. Moreover, her mother was indeed a shaman of the divine cat tribe. So it wasn't surprising that she knew these things. Mother, you said Grandma knows so much. Can we take Qing Yuan to meet Grandma next time? Is that okay? Jiang Xingluo nodded and said, of course, Mother will take you to meet your grandma. She really misses you. Jiang Xingluo thought of her biological mother and father, and a faint pain surged in her heart. This feeling was truly uncomfortable. Jiang Xingluo remembered that when she was young, she only heard that her father was gone, but had never seen his remains. She only heard Mo Nan say he had seen her father die, but no other beast people had witnessed it. Jiang Xingluo frowned, having heard that her mother had also lost the connection to her father. She covered her chest with her hand. In her original world, she was already orphaned and raised by her grandfather, and she didn't expect to find herself in the same situation in this world. Mother, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? There's flower tea here. Let me pour you a cup. Jiang Xingluo watched as Qing Yuan handed her the flower tea she had prepared. She took a sip, and she felt much better. Outside the house, Lai Feng and Qi Yin collected some finished bamboo baskets and wooden frames, and the herbs were stored in an empty room, which was just right. After the two finished their tasks, Qian went back, and Xingyuan had already gone to her room to sleep. Jiang Xingluo looked at the several cubs lying on the stone bed, wondering why they had been quiet all day and suddenly woke up now. The 3 cubs had been fine, but suddenly, for some unknown reason, they turned into 3 little tiger cubs, which startled Jiang Xingluo. She reached out to hold one of the little white tigers and placed it in front of her, watching them struggle to open their eyes. She immediately gathered all 3 of them into her arms. The 3 cubs whimpered softly, and while their voices were relaxed, Jiang Xingluo knew they were hungry. She fed them the prepared goat milk, one mouthful at a time. The 3 little cubs ate happily, warming Jiang Xingluo's heart. She had never seen cubs in their beast form before and found them unexpectedly adorable. So, is this how the White Tiger clan looks when they're young? Jiang Xingluo slowly fed the prepared goat milk, one cub at a time, as the 3 little tigers lay on the bed, trying to walk by stretching their little legs. However, they barely took a step before tumbling over. Jiang Xingluo found it amusing to watch them. Lifeng pushed the door open and saw 3 little white tiger cubs on the bed, looking just like Jiang Xingluo did before. He had thought she was a cat, but was surprised to find she was actually a white tiger with part of her powers sealed. Lifeng felt lucky to have such a mate unexpectedly. Lifeng, you're just in time. Look, our cubs have already beastified. From her memories, she knew that mother had given birth to several cubs with other fathers. Moreover, those cubs were all male, and male cubs typically beastified only after turning 1 year old. Unlike these cubs that had beastified in just over a month. Their soft whimpering, while quiet, still disturbed Xinlan and Bai Chun, who were preparing to sleep. Perhaps Bai Chun, as the clan leader, sensed something as he hurriedly donned a cloak and went downstairs, with Xinlan following him, surprised. Xingluo, did something happen to the cubs? Let me take a look. Jiang Xingluo opened the door, and Bai Chen's previously furrowed brow relaxed the moment she opened it, his gaze immediately locking onto the 3 little white tiger cubs on the stone bed. They beastified so early, they can actually transform. The earliest beastification in our white tiger clan was Shue, who only beastified after nearly a year. Xingluo, you must take good care of these cubs. For a clan, having a wholly female and early beastified cubs indicated that these cubs would likely break through to the amethyst level in the future. Amethyst beast people were not common across the entire beast world continent. Most males from the White Tiger clan who reached the amethyst level were born into the clan leader's family. However, there was a huge difference between initial and high-level amethyst, and dual abilities were not the same as having single ability. A female cub, like Jiang Yun, who was born with dual abilities, had never appeared in the beast world continent before. She was the first. No one knew about the holy females of the Xuanwu clan, and the holy females of the Zhuke clan currently had 3 amethyst beast husbands. However, the Zhuke holy female had only laid 1 egg, and they originally thought that since it was the only egg laid by the Zhuke, it would definitely hatch a female. But what hatched was not a Zhuke, but a peacock. It was the child of the Zhuke holy female's 3rd beast husband, Kong Ling, which made the Zhuke holy female very angry, but she could only take care of it well. After all, the Zhuke clan's holy female possessed the ability to transform. Unlike those mutated psychic abilities that could create illusions, they could truly change into another person, making it almost impossible for others to detect flaws. However, this ability was more for self-defense, which is why the Zhuke clan rarely appeared. But their presence was still strong because the holy females of the Zhuke clan were renowned for their unmatched beauty in the beast world. When Bai Chun spoke of these matters, Jiang Xingluo was a bit surprised. So the Zhuke clan's ability was actually to transform themselves. How interesting. Chapter 195. The mission of the beast god messenger, but why do they look down on the Zhuke holy female for laying a peacock egg? Xingluo, if the holy female cannot produce the next generation of holy females for their clan, they will lose their position among the beast god messengers. Jiang Xingluo frowned, somewhat confused. Why do you say that? The Qinglong clan does not have holy females. Only the first cub born from their clan leader and a female member inherits the time-space ability, after which the clan leader will fall. Jiang Xingluo's eyes widened as she looked at Bai Chun. So this is how the Qinglong clan passes down their legacy. After all, they wield the power of time and space. If everyone had such abilities, it would cause discrepancies in the entire beast world. Moreover, if the Qinglong messenger made a mistake using the time-space power, they would be punished. Jiang Xingluo suddenly recalled the things Shizhou had done. Was a heavy snow in one beast city a punishment for Shizhou? She frowned. If it was a punishment for him, why would it harm all the beast people in the city? Jiang Xingluo thought silently without responding, while Bai Chun held the 3 cubs and slowly spoke about another beast god messenger. That would be the Xuanwu clan, which symbolizes the most stable clan alongside the beast god. The Xuanwu was originally a 1,000-year-old divine turtle, possessing water-based abilities, which were even stronger than those of the Merman clan. Capable of providing the source of life, the Xuanwu clan also did not have holy females. Their powerful water source abilities were inherited like the Qinglong clan, but after inheritance, the previous clan leader would transform into an ordinary beast and lose their abilities. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xingluo gradually understood that not everyone could become a beast god messenger. The beast god bestows them power. They do not live a life of comfort. They bear responsibilities. Thunder and lightning punish the wicked, while water sources are essential. The Zhuge clan's transformation ability arose from their initial effort to disguise themselves as the beast god to help him escape a calamity. Thus, the Zhuge holy female's appearance closely resembles that of the beast god. As for the Qinglong clan, they used their powers to open the time-space door to return to the past when beast people were in trouble. After hearing all of this, Jiang Xingluo felt shocked. Well, since our White Tiger clan's holy female has been born, you need not worry. If possible, we can re-establish the Beast God Temple. Bai Chun looked at Jiang Xingluo. He had already decided that the Beast God statue would be personally carved by Jiang Xingluo. After all, when the original statue of the Beast God in the Beast God Temple needed to be repaired, it was also done by the successive holy females. This time, as long as he told Xingluo how to do it, she would naturally be able to do it. As long as they revere the Beast God, their White Tiger clan would have the High Priest lead the Beast people in prayer, and the Beast God would naturally forgive them. Jiang Xingluo had no idea what Bai Chun was thinking. She just calmly watched as her little cubs nestled in Bai Chun's arms and fell asleep. They were sleeping very soundly. Bai Chun looked at the 3 tiger cubs with red eyes. He remembered that according to legend, the high priest of the White Tiger clan was born with triplets, having 2 brothers. Most of the later holy females of the White Tiger clan were single births, and there were hardly any triplets like this. History would repeat itself. This was something the beast god had once said. However, when history repeats itself, it means a new beast god must emerge. Only when the original beast god's control over dark forces weakens will a new beast god arise to suppress them. Bai Chun felt a sense of melancholy in his heart. But the beast god must sacrifice himself for the entire beast world. Bai Chun reached out to touch the 3 cubs, and Jiang Xingluo, unaware of his thoughts, only noticed the tears streaming down his vaguely wrinkled face. He didn't look very happy. Bai Chun returned the 3 cubs to Jiang Xingluo and, upon raising his eyes, found that a faint mark of wood-type abilities appeared between Xingluo's brows, accompanied by lightning abilities. How could this be? Bai Chun couldn't imagine it, and a sour feeling surged in his heart. How could this happen? Uncle, what's wrong? Bai Chun shook his head, gritted his teeth. I'm fine. Take good care of the cubs. I'm going to rest for a bit. It must be that his old eyes were failing him. If Xingluo had dual abilities, it would make sense. If it weren't like this, it would be strange. Moreover, the beast god mark was different from Xingluo's. Jiang Xingluo watched as Bai Chun took Xinluan upstairs, feeling a bit surprised. What was going on? However, seeing the 3 cubs rolling over and sleeping soundly, Jiang Xingluo couldn't help but reach out to touch the fur on their bellies. The touch was truly amazing, even more comfortable than petting a kitten. Lai Wen saw Xingluo reaching out to hold the cubs, and simply placed the cubs between the 2 of them. This was truly unexpected. He sighed thought for a long time, and ultimately chose to snuggle up to Jiang Xingluo's other side. Although the space was small, he didn't want to be separated from Xingluo. Jiang Xingluo sensed the male's approach behind her and awkwardly turned her body, raising her eyes to meet the man's gaze. Her previously calm face suddenly flushed. What's wrong? Why don't you sleep on the other side? Lai Wen stared at her without moving, wrapping his arms around her waist. Jiang Xingluo, who had been somewhat cool, suddenly felt as if she was enveloped in warmth. Lai Wen was like a big furnace, warming her entire being. He leaned close to the little female's ear and slowly spoke. I don't want to go over there. It's too far from you. Yuan, I'm a male, you know? Males need the comfort of females. Xingluo reached out to touch Lai Wen's forehead and could feel his abnormal body temperature. Fever? But he had never been like this before. Why was he burning up now? Lai Wen looked at Xingluo before him, and the lion male, who usually appeared indifferent, softened entirely at that moment. He pressed Xingluo's hands down and, catching her off guard, kissed her. Lai Wen's entire being was filled with a strong sense of possessiveness, and Jiang Xingluo looked at him with a flushed face. She almost instantly understood why Lai Wen was acting this way. He was in heat. Jiang Xingluo felt a pair of large hands wandering uncontrollably over her body, igniting her everywhere. This feeling was truly suffocating. She placed her hands on the male's back and pressed her lips against his. In that moment, Lai Wind, who had been able to endure until now, could no longer hold back. The little female was seeking his affection. How could he possibly resist? A sleepless night passed, and Lai Wind felt much better. But looking at the little female who had been worn out by him and was now sleeping soundly, he transformed into his beast form and lay beside the little female and the female cubs, who were all sleeping exceptionally well. Meanwhile, hidden beneath the night sky, death stood on the rooftop, looking around. He just caught a whiff of that rotten scent, but was unsure where it was coming from. He looked up and noticed another male in the distance, a dragon male with long green hair. This is interesting. There are indeed quite a few males around Xingluo. He hadn't expected the beast god's messenger from the Azure Dragon clan to also have deep feelings for her, willing to stay in this tribe with the White Tiger clan. Chapter 196. Xue Li forms a bond the next day. Jiang Xingluo originally planned to tell Huayan about the herb she had collected. However, before she could do that, Xue Li suddenly arrived, smiling and holding the hand of a male. Jiang Xingluo looked at the male and found him somewhat familiar, as if she had seen him somewhere. But she couldn't quite place him at the moment. He had a very familiar face that looked somewhat strange, but overall, it was still acceptable. Jiang Xingluo looked at Xue Li, whose face was radiating happiness. She thought Xue Li must have already chosen a beast husband and hadn't expected her to wait until now. Could it be that she was waiting for Duyue? Jiang Xingluo looked at Xue Li with a hint of heartache. Xue Li happily grabbed Jiang Xingluo's arm and introduced the male beside her. Sister Xingluo, this is my chosen beast husband, Song Qi, who was previously by Lord Yujin's side. For Xue Li, finding such a beast man as a husband was already good enough. Moreover, he was a crystal beast man, while other little females in the tribe were choosing their husbands within the clan. She was the only one who had several courtships from Song Qi since he came with Lord Yujin a few times. Jiang Xingluo reached out to touch Xue Li's hair, who was quite a bit shorter than her, knowing how good this little female was. Now that you have a husband, just live well. If you need help, come find me, okay? Xue Li nodded and left with Song Qi holding her hand. However, choosing the first beast husband in the tribe was a big deal, and she heard the tribe leader announce that everyone had to go to Xue Li's house for a meal to welcome Song Qi into the tribe. This was equivalent to a wedding banquet in another world, and it was her first time attending, so she definitely couldn't go empty-handed. After thinking for a long time, she prepared more than 20 pieces of beast skins and 20 blue beast crystals as gifts. She postponed the matter for now, had Lai Wind take care of the things, and when the time came, she took the cubs to deliver the gifts to Xue Li. Qing Yuan and the other cubs even prepared quite a few gifts. This was Jiang Xingluo's first time attending their bonding ceremony, and after arriving at Xue Li's house, she was led into her room by Xue Li's brothers. There wasn't much in her room. Her brown hair was draped over her shoulders, and she wore a brand new beast skin skirt and beast skin boots. This was how beast men bonded. Jiang Xingluo asked Lai Wind to bring over the beast skins and beast crystals. Xue Li looked at these valuable items with some surprise. While beast skins were one thing, she knew how rare blue beast crystals were, as Song Qi had mentioned them. Blue beast crystals were only second to purple beast crystals, and even he found it difficult to hunt those beasts. Now it seemed much better. Jiang Xingluo took out a still unopened lipstick from her space and applied it to Xue Li's lips, although there were no more advanced cosmetics. The skin of the primitive beastmen's little females was very well taken care of. The mountains and rivers here are unpolluted, and they don't need excessive decoration. Jiang Xingluo slowly applied lipstick for Xue Li. She pulled Xue Li to the edge of the basin, but unfortunately, there was no mirror, so they could only see her beauty through the reflection in the water. Xue Li admired herself, and the joy at the corners of her eyes and brows highlighted her happiness. Jiang Xingluo breathed a sigh of relief, seeing that she had accepted these gifts, and went outside with peace of mind. At this moment, people were coming and going outside the door, but there were limited tables. Half of the orcs had come, while the other half were still at the kiln making pottery. Some were at home taking care of sick old orcs. And the White Tiger clan orcs had just settled here and needed help building houses. This was all very normal. Jiang Xingluo was arranged by Xue Li at the nearest table, sitting with Song Qi and her family. The feast began, and Jiang Xingluo looked at the steaming dishes on the table. In winter, it was pork rib stewed with white radish, along with several stir-fried dishes. Jiang Xingluo looked at the bowl of rice in front of her and started eating the ribs, while several little ones looked around excitedly, their faces beaming with smiles. They also handed over the gifts they had prepared to Xue Li. Even Jiang Xingluo was unclear about what they had prepared. On the way home with the little ones, they encountered Diyu, who smiled brightly upon seeing Jiang Xingluo. I guess you would come today, but I have something to tell you. Du felt uneasy thinking about the strange smell he had sensed last night, even though the corpse of the father beast had been completely destroyed. However, the incident in the wasteland city was also related to that black mist. The smell he sensed last night was definitely not fake, it was real. It must also be related to the person stirring up trouble behind the scenes. Lai Feng stepped forward and took Jiang Xingluo's hand, the scorching temperature reaching her palm, making Du feel a bit dazzled. He looked displeased, but had nothing to say. Lai Feng, I'm not here to discuss the bond with Xingluo. I just want to tell her that I sensed a hint of decay in the air last night. Do you also want to find out who was behind it? His father beast's corpse had been buried well, but was taken out and destroyed by that bad orc, unable to rest in peace. He raised his eyes to Jiang Xingluo, who spoke, so it was present at night and disappeared during the day, right? Do you felt uncomfortable hearing Jiang Xingluo's words? I know you don't believe me, but I really did smell that odor, a very unpleasant smell. Du was not lying, but the little female in front of him seemed to not believe what he said at all. I know, what I mean is, tonight I'll wait with Lai Feng to see if we can find his location nearby. Du Yu's tensed body relaxed instantly. He thought Jiang Xingluo wouldn't take such a big matter to heart, but it seemed he had overthought it. Du looked at Jiang Xingluo and Lai Feng surrounded by 5 little ones, his eyes filled with envy. Forget it. She already had an excellent beast husband by her side. What was he still infatuated with? If Lai Feng treated Xingluo poorly, perhaps he would have a chance. But now it seemed he was just overthinking. Watching the scene from a distance, Shizhou was no better off. He silently looked at Lai Feng. Since he couldn't bond with Xingluo, then so be it. In the current situation, if he had little ones, what should he do next? All of Shizhou's abilities would need to be passed on to the next generation, and he would fall. However, this place cannot be without someone to guard it. He absolutely cannot bond, at least not until the Beast God Hall is rebuilt. Then he can rest assured. Chapter 197. She doesn't understand pharmacology. Jiang Xingluo returned with the little ones, redrying the herbs, and then took a few plants to Huayan's house. Huayan was recently pregnant, but many old orcs in the tribe were sick, and she needed to prepare medicinal materials, so she had been very busy these days. When Jiang Xingluo brought the herbs over, Huayan had just taken a break. In their courtyard, the person responsible for prescribing medicine was Sunran. Sinran's ability also had a healing effect and could promptly heal the wounds of injured orcs. Jiang Xingluo delivered the herbs in a small cart and noticed that the people being treated here seemed to include not only those from their Jiuyin tribe. There was also a little female from the Battle Shadow tribe. Jiang Xingluo looked at her and found her somewhat familiar, taking a while to remember that she was Mei. Moreover, her belly was round. It seemed she had already bonded. Jiang Xingluo glanced around and pushed the cart to Sinran's side. Mei covered her face with her hand, not wanting others to see her appearance. But then she suddenly saw the female who cut in line, who had 5 little ones behind her. How could she cut in line? Mei's eyes showed displeasure, and just as she was about to lash out, she realized that the person was none other than Jiang Xingluo. It had been a long time since they last met. Jiang Xingluo seemed to have become even more beautiful, leading her little ones to find Sunran, who was treating patients. Sunran, I came today to bring you these herbs and tell you their uses. If you encounter these herbs in the future, you can collect them. They should be useful. The herbs Jiang Xingluo brought back didn't seem extraordinary, and usually, only starving wandering beasts would eat these unpleasant herbs to stave off hunger. Mei frowned. If Jiang Xingluo had some ability, she would believe it, but these herbs could be life-threatening if not used properly. She didn't understand herbs at all and dared to show off in front of everyone. What if her medicine caused problems for them? Mei gently touched her belly and spoke to those around her. The orcs standing nearby were all from other tribes. Every household in the Jiuyin tribe would receive free medicinal supplies from the tribe at this time. Unless there was an urgent matter, the orcs from this tribe wouldn't come over. Furthermore, Qing Yuan and Ing Che were now nearly capable little healers. They were very skilled at treating people unless the illness was very serious. Mei's words did not shake the Jiuyin tribe orcs much, but for the orcs who had traveled long distances from other tribes to seek medical help, it was another story. But Jiang Xingluo was the goddess of this tribe. How could a goddess not even understand the most basic pharmacology? Mei looked at the alpaca orc in front of her, suppressing her anger in her chest. But her face did not show it. The goddess is only because she can make those pots and food. She doesn't know medicine at all. I know this because she stayed in our Battle Shadow tribe for a while. Mei slowly spoke, watching the surprise in the eyes of the orcs in front of her, and she smiled smugly. I'm just casually saying that those herbs shouldn't be used on you. If they're used on you, it should be a test drug, and You all should know the results of such test drugs. It can easily kill people. Ime quietly explained to the surrounding orcs, and there was no one among them who wasn't afraid of death. They were all here seeking medical help, not here to seek death. Even if Jiang Xingluo was a goddess, they couldn't let her do as she pleased. Isn't that right, Xingluo? I trust you. Now is a good time to use these herbs. Sun Ran completely believed in Jiang Xingluo. The entire Jiuyin tribe understood her character, since she said these herbs were useful. They must have some effect. Sun Ran directly gave the herbs to the next orc. But the originally joyful male who was happy to receive the medicine instantly changed his expression upon seeing a new ingredient added. The rumors among the queuing orcs spread quickly to the front. This orc had never eaten such herbs before and couldn't accept that a female who didn't understand medicine casually brought a medicine. I don't want this. Take it away. The deep voice belonged to a male orc from the brown bear tribe who had come to seek medical help. He already held a grudge against Jiang Xingluo due to past events in the tribe, and now that he encountered her again, he couldn't possibly trust this female who had casually destroyed their young lord's beast crystal. Jiang Xingluo looked at the herbs thrown on the ground. They were good for reducing heat. Although they were common, they were very useful for the dryness and heat during the cold season. She felt a bit regretful and picked up the herbs that the brown bear orc had thrown down. Maybe you use some poison to harm us. We can't trust you. Jiang Xingluo looked at the brown bear orc in front of her, whom she had never met before, and thought she had no reason to harm him. Why would I go through so much trouble to harm you? What do you have at S worth me using poison to kill you for? Or do you think my abilities can't kill you? Jiang Xingluo's tone was calm, but it made the orc in front of her turn red with embarrassment. What? Am I wrong? Everyone knew that Jiang Xingluo possessed lightning abilities, and now the White Tiger tribe, guarding the Beast God Temple, had migrated with her to the current Jiuyin tribe. There were also rumors that she was the long-missing holy female of the White Tiger tribe. As only the holy female had lightning abilities, she truly had no reason to harm other tribes. But you destroyed our young lord's beast crystal. We have a grudge. Jiang Xingluo watched the brown bear orc say this, and then looked at Sun Ran. Did the chief agree for the brown bear tribe to come seek medical help? The brown bear male, who initially intended to attack Jiang Xingluo, felt a wave of fear. Their tribe's shaman's medical skills were not great, which was why he had come here for medicine. If he couldn't get the medicine today and ended up harming the entire tribe, he would be released from his bond by the female leader. Yes, the brown bear tribe's new chief had come to seek peace, and they offered a considerable reward, which was why the chief agreed to their visit. Sun Ran explained everything that had happened during Jiang Xingluo's absence. Jiang Xingluo raised an eyebrow at the panicking brown bear male. Really? When he saw Jiang Xingluo, Bazizu immediately fell to the ground, looking as though all his strength had been drained, staring in terror at Jiang Xingluo, who stood tall in front of him. I just don't want that new medicine. This medicine is for my female leader. She has been sick and keeps having nosebleeds. Hearing his words, Jiang Xingluo calmly replied, Then I'll go with you to see if my medicine is indeed useful. Chapter 198. Xingluo is not the kind of person you think. Inmei looked at Jiang Xingluo in shock, not expecting this fool to dare to court death. Did she really think that staying in this tribe for a few days meant she understood all the pharmacology? It was truly ridiculous. You want to go to our tribe, Jiang Xingluo? Is what you said true? Since the new tribe leader had taken over, the brown bear tribe leader, Brown Chung, had almost never allowed them to conflict with the Jiuyin tribe. Moreover, bonding could only rely on skills. In recent days, having maintained good relations with the Jiuyin tribe, more and more females in their tribe were getting pregnant, and there was no sign of offspring dying off. Bazuzu looked at Jiang Xingluo and then at Sun Ran, trembling as he asked, Can I go with you? I'm worried. Jiang Xingluo looked at the brown bear orc in front of her. He probably still didn't want to believe her. This was normal. Casually bringing out these common herbs and telling others they had medicinal value. No one would easily believe it. Moreover, for what he said, his female leader's illness was probably not simple. If she could save a life, it would be worth it. Sun Ran left, and all the queuing orcs quickly changed their demeanor and followed Jiang Xingluo and Sun Ran to the brown bear tribe. Jiang Xingluo saw so many orcs curious about her medical skills. It was a good opportunity for her to prove herself. The brown bear tribe was also expanding, and they no longer lived in caves. They built stone houses like the orcs of the Jiuyin tribe. Looking at the now vast brown bear tribe, Jiang Xingluo felt a bit dazed. The location chosen by the brown bear tribe was indeed good. She noticed a wide, winding river near the brown bear tribe, the water clear, and they had chosen a midstream location with the Jiuyin tribe upstream. That was a good choice. My female leader is right here. Bazuzu wiped his tears and led the orcs into their tribe. Now, the orcs there could use flint to start fires, so the females and cubs weren't as afraid of the cold anymore. All of this was taught by Jiang Xingluo to the Jiang tribe. Seeing that everything was well here, it didn't seem like the orcs of the whole tribe were as aggressive as before. It seemed that the current leader of the brown bear tribe was quite capable. Brown Tian, I brought people from the Jiang tribe. They said they would personally come to treat you. Jiang Xingluo looked at the scene before her. Inside the cave were 3 brown bear cubs and 2 adult brown bear orcs. At that moment, Brown Tian was lying on the bed. Most of the male and female brown bear orcs had bulky bodies, well-fed and strong. Even the females were like this. But when she looked at the little female in front of her, it was not the same. The little female was as thin as a skeleton. Jiang Xingluo immediately stepped forward, reached out to check the little female's pulse, and felt that something was indeed residing in her body. Jiang Xingluo frowned, sensing that many worms seemed to be wriggling in Brown Tian's veins, continuously eating away at her body. Do you feel unwell anywhere? Brown Tian nodded and pointed to her head. It started about half a year ago. My head hurts a lot, and I feel itchy all over, wishing I could peel my skin off to see what's going on. Brown Tian could hardly muster the strength to speak, but the tribe shaman said it was no big deal, probably just an adjustment issue due to the cold season. Jiang Xingluo gritted her teeth, then took out the penetrating herb from her beast skin bag. Eat this. All the orcs almost recognized what this herb was. It was the highly toxic penetrating herb that could rot a person's intestines. Bazuzu shook his head, looking at the female leader. You can't do this. He reached out to snatch the herb from Jiang Xingluo's hand. Jiang Xingluo frowned and struck Bazuzu out of the door with a bolt of lightning. There are worms in your body, many, many poisonous worms. Only by eating this medicine can they be killed and expelled from your body. I will help you. You also need to eat this. Jiang Xingluo held a golden fruit in her hand, the same one she had seen Qingyin nurturing in the tribe, which had now grown into a large golden fruit. This golden fruit was unique and just right for Brown Tian's condition. But Jiang Xingluo was puzzled about how so many poisonous worms had entered her body. If you're scared, just eating this golden fruit can prolong your life by a year. But this golden fruit can only save you once. Do you want to risk it all for a chance at survival? Or do you want to live in pain for another year? It's your choice. At that moment, outside the door, Bazuzu was furious, transforming into his beast form and rushing into the room, only to see that Brown Tian had already eaten the penetrating herb. You poisonous woman, it's all your fault. You're here to kill my female leader. You're just here for revenge against our tribe. Bazuzu's eyes turned red as he reached out to grab Jiang Xingluo, and Yimei watched this scene from a distance, feeling quite pleased. I just said that she doesn't understand medicine at all. She's just an idiot. With her abilities, she still fantasizes about being a witch doctor. How could good things ever happen to her? Yimei stood beside a male orc, frowning, a hint of displeasure flashing in his eyes. Enough, shut up. You have no right to speak about Xingluo. Yimei looked at the orc beside her, furious. This person was her chosen second beast husband, Chi-Chi. Initially, she despised this fool and didn't want to bond with him. Who would have thought that this idiot fell and hit his head and somehow became clear-headed? Moreover, his abilities had risen sharply, even reaching the yellow crystal level. No other orc in the tribe had been as powerful as him before, so Yimei certainly wouldn't let him go. Furthermore, there were no suitable females in the tribe to be his mate, so she saw an opportunity. But now she didn't expect that Chi-Chi still remembered his previous affection for Jiang Xingluo. What? I just said a couple of words and you're heartbroken. Is it that serious? Yimei gritted her teeth and looked at the female in the distance, wishing she could tear her apart. But she had no abilities, and she had taken Qi-Yin away, even choosing such a powerful lion orc as her husband. Almost all good things seemed to happen to her. Xingluo is not the kind of person you say she is. I believe she just used other methods to save that female. Chi-Chi looked at the little female in the house, reaching out to hold the weak female, tenderness in his eyes. Chi-Chi increasingly recalled the past. If he had had powerful abilities back then, could he have stayed by Xingluo's side as a protector like Qi-Yin? He had only liked her too much back then. His sister said that if he used such means, he could keep her by his side. But Chi-Chi, who didn't understand how to cherish a female, had forced Xingluo away. Chi-Chi gazed in the direction of Jiang Xingluo, feeling a strange bitterness in his heart. He would rather stay by Xingluo's side as a protector than. Chapter 199 Jealousy. What are you thinking, Chi-Chi? You're looking at Jiang Xingluo again. I am your mate, do you know that? Chi-Chi frowned at her, a hint of displeasure in his brow. Can you be quiet? Yimei reached out and slapped Chi-Chi's face. Although she couldn't teach the other males a lesson, Chi-Chi was no different from a slave to her. Chi-Chi furrowed his brow tightly after being slapped by Yimei. Yimei, how have you become this kind of person? You weren't like this before. Yimei snorted coldly, looking at Chi-Chi. In the past, She had indeed used some means to keep Chi by her side. She knew that males liked kind and innocent little females, and having lost her father and mother, she had to find a powerful support. That's why she did such things. Chi had actively wanted her to be his mate, and now he regretted it. Inmei reached out to touch her belly, thinking about the little cubs, and her anger intensified. Chi, I'm pregnant. The cubs are yours. Are you still worried about other females? Do you think you deserve me? A surge of anger rose within Inmei, but now was not the time to break things off with Chi. During this time, without the father beast, her life had been worse than Jiang Xingluo's before. She didn't have Jiang Xingluo's abilities, but she still managed to deceive Chi into being her support. Only by doing this could she slowly live better. She wanted to see Jiang Xingluo die with her own eyes to be happy. At this moment, inside the house, Jiang Xingluo continued to channel her abilities into Zhong Tian. Suddenly, she spat out a mouthful of blood, splattering it onto the crying Zhongzhu beside her. Zhongzhu looked down at the insects appearing on him, his heart jolting. How could there be so many insects? The white insects looked disgusting. But Jiang Xingluo felt that this didn't seem to be enough. Her abilities continued, and Zhong Tian spat out several more mouthfuls of blood. Her heart ached as if it could hardly bear it. Finally, Jiang Xingluo felt that all the insects had been expelled from Zhong Tian's body, and she immediately used her abilities to catalyze the power of the golden fruit. The golden fruit had healing properties, and Jiang Xingluo was relieved that Zhong Tian's body had not reached the brink of death. Otherwise, even if she used the intestinal herb and the golden fruit today, it would be useless. The power of the golden fruit spread, and the wounds on Zhong Tian's heart slowly began to heal. Her internal organs were also undergoing reconstruction, and Jiang Xingluo watched as cold sweat continuously beaded on her forehead. This was not an easy process, but at least it was much better than before. Zhong Tian tightly grasped her animal skin clothing, the intertwining forces within her almost costing her life. But upon seeing the two cubs on the ground with red eyes, she still tried hard to hold on. Zhongzhu watched the cold sweat forming on his mate's forehead, his eyes reddening, and he knelt directly in front of Jiang Xingluo. Xingluo, you really are a goddess. In the past, Tian couldn't even sweat. She didn't even have enough strength to hold onto her clothes. Having cared for his mate all along, Zhongzhu was almost certain that the illness plaguing Zhong Tian would soon disappear. Now it's just a process. No need to rush to thank me. I still have to stay here for 2 more days to take care of her. It won't be easy for her to pull through. Do you have a place to stay here? Zhongzhu nodded, then wiped his tears and immediately went to prepare. Jiang Xingluo felt that the insects within the little female's body had been completely cleared, but the power of the golden fruit was immense, and the area being healed was vast. The enormous healing would be overwhelming for her at the moment. She needed this opportunity to prove that she also knew medicine, so she had to use her abilities to help Zhong Tian stabilize during this time. Jiang Xingluo slowly wiped the sweat from Zhong Tian's forehead with the animal skin in her hand, but unfortunately, the animal skin was not very effective. At this moment, outside the door, Chi saw this scene and a smile spread across his face. Indeed, Xingluo was always so impressive. She was the holy female of the White Tiger clan, capable of understanding the pharmacological principles of saving lives. It was not surprising at all. Maybe it's just a blind cat meeting a dead rat. That female probably isn't sick at all. She wouldn't be collaborating with that shameless woman to act, would she? Imei's filthy words did not stop, making Chi somewhat annoyed but helpless. He could only drag Imei away from there. Initially, he had only come to ask for some miscarriage prevention medicine, but with her speaking like this repeatedly, he was afraid of offending the Jiuyan tribe. What are you doing? I haven't got my medicine yet. Why are you taking me away? Are you worried I'll do something to her, you idiot? She has that lion beside her. Her beast husband is a purple crystal orc. Do you think that by defending her in front of me, she will think highly of you? Imei continued to accuse him, and from a distance, a cheetah came running at high speed, quickly dashing past Imei. Imei felt the gust of wind as it passed by. That speed could only belong to one person, and that was Chi. Chi's speed had actually increased, faster than before. His abilities had become stronger. Could it be that he was now a blue crystal orc? So impressive. Imei gazed obsessively at the already departed Chi. She only had 2 beast husbands now. If Chi was willing, he could actually become her 3rd beast husband. Moreover, that shameless woman didn't seem to appreciate Chi at all. Unbeknownst to her, Chi had not noticed that Imei and Chi were left behind. He directly rushed into the house and delivered the medicine he had obtained from Hua Yin. Jiang Xingluo looked at the herbs and understood that Hua Yin had actually always known the source of Zhong Tian's illness. Jiang Xingluo looked at the medicinal herbs and then added the herbs she brought along into the mix. Qi Yin, have Zhong Zhu find a place to simmer these herbs on low heat. When the time comes, bring it over for Zhong Tian to drink. These herbs have a certain soothing effect on her condition. I added an additional herb that can help her better absorb these medicines. The orcs present were all gathered to watch the spectacle, and they saw with their own eyes how Jiang Xingluo was trying to save the sick individual. However, the already pale female looked like she was gaining some strength, but she was still far from well. Were the new herbs Jiang Xingluo brought really effective? They were all curious and wanted to know the answer, but as the cold season was approaching, they couldn't stay here for long. The brown bear tribe likely wouldn't have room for them. If you want to know whether I can save her, you can stay at our Jiu Yin tribe. As long as I can make a name for myself this time, I can exchange my herbs for more supplies, and I can also gather herbs from others, allowing me to save more orcs. The orcs, who had previously doubted Jiang Xingluo, didn't expect her to have arranged everything so thoroughly. They hadn't even diagnosed their herbs and conditions, and now they could only remain here. Chapter 200. Saving people. Jiang Xingluo tightly held Zhong Tian's hand and slowly transferred her strength to her. It was just a calming force, hoping she could temporarily fall asleep so that she wouldn't feel so much pain. Zhong Tian, who had been struggling, curled up into a ball, but suddenly felt her body relax. She was really tired and sleepy, her eyelids were heavy, and she slowly lost strength in the hand she was holding Jiang Xingluo's. With her eyes closed, the little female's breathing became even. Jiang Xingluo gently placed her on the bed, covered her with a bee skin, and then looked at Qin Yuan. Qin Yuan, remember this illness and those insects. They are blood-sucking insects spawned from dark powers, utterly disgusting. Mother was reckless this time. If it weren't for the assistance of powers, she probably wouldn't have survived. Qin Yuan looked at the dead insects, and although they were already dead, she saw them gradually turning into black mist and disappearing. How such insects become so pervasive? Jiang Xingluo frowned at the now vanished insects. She knew these insects might be related to the corpse refiner they encountered earlier, but she didn't expect it to be his power at work. Jiang Xingluo clenched her fists, still uncertain whether Zhong Tian was the first female to be invaded by the insects. This person had actually managed to introduce dark mist into a female's body. Looking at the peacefully sleeping Zhong Tian, Jiang Xingluo felt even more worried. It seemed like this was just the beginning. If she hadn't discovered it and hadn't come here, a perfectly fine female would have died today. She raised her eyes to Qin Yuan. Yuan, can the golden fruit be cultivated in large quantities? The golden fruit should have a protective effect against these dark mists. The only solution Jiang Xingluo could think of was to use this golden fruit. As for other herbs with better cost performance, she would have to explore gradually. Although her power had purifying effects, she couldn't cater to everyone. After pondering for a long time, Jiang Xingluo frowned. Qin Yuan looked at her and gently held Jiang Xingluo's slender hand. Mother, perhaps I can help you cultivate a batch of medicinal herbs. They might be useful, especially those that detoxify. Having been with Hua Yin for a long time, Qin Yuan was quite knowledgeable about these matters. These insects spread through the orcs' bodies like toxins and even continued to grow in their blood. If they cultivated some detoxifying herbs infused with her power, it should have some restraining effect. Yuan, you're smart. After Zhong Tian fully recovers, we will give it a try. Jiang Xingluo looked at Qin Yuan in front of her, but then noticed the empty favorability level on her forehead. Poor little Qin Yuan, who now also had powers, still had a favorability level that remained unchanged. Mother, then we'll stay here to help you. Qin Yuan also wanted to stay close to her mother to learn more, and the other cubs were worried about whether their mother would encounter any bad situations, so they planned to stay here with her. Sun Ran was also concerned, so he decided to stay as well. At this moment, Lai Feng, who was still at the Jiu Yin tribe taking care of the 3 cubs, felt relieved when he heard Qi Yin talk about this matter. However, there were still many sick individuals at the Jiu Yin tribe, and helplessly, they could only invite Feng Qian over. Feng Qian had much in common with Hua Yin, and since Hua Yin was already at her due date, her cubs were about to be born. Jiang Xingluo stayed in the brown bear tribe for a long time, and by the 3rd day, Zhong Tian was able to get out of bed and walk, and she could also eat some simple, easily digestible food. Bowl after bowl of rice porridge was fed to her by Zhong Zhu, and Zhong Tian felt like she was coming back to life. Zhong Tian watched as the female leader finished an entire bowl of porridge, but she was still a bit hungry and wanted to eat more. No, you can't eat more. You just recovered, and your body's digestive capacity is limited. Now, you should eat several smaller meals a day, with less at each meal. Jiang Xingluo quickly reminded Zhong Zhu in front of her, "You mustn't be soft-hearted and give Zhong Tian too much food at once. It would backfire. Those herbs. Yin has already told you how to handle them. You must give Zhong Tian her medicine every day. In her current condition, she needs to take those herbs for a year. When they run out, go to the Jiao Yin tribe to exchange for more." Zhong Zhu listened carefully to each word Jiang Xingluo said and nodded vigorously, tears that had been held back for a long time falling down. Even Zhong Tian's other two beast husbands knelt in front of Jiang Xingluo, their heads heavily bowing to the ground. Jiang Xingluo looked at them and immediately stepped forward to help them up. "You don't need to do this, but I have one thing I want to ask you. How did Zhong Tian's illness come about, and where did it start after returning?" Jiang Xingluo still wanted to know these things. The two males in front of her seemed to suddenly recall something when they heard Jiang Xingluo's question. "It was when the female leader went out with me to gather wild fruits in the forest, and then she touched a large python, a black python. After returning, she felt unwell all over." Jiang Xingluo listened carefully to these words and realized that the black snake they mentioned was likely Ling Shuang. So Ling Shuang was still nearby. Jiang Xingluo had to find her and clarify everything to completely eliminate the hidden dark mist behind this. "Where was the large python? Can you take me there?" Jiang Xingluo looked at the two male orcs in front of her. The two males nodded and immediately agreed. Jiang Xingluo let the cubs and Sunran leave the brown bear tribe together, and then she went with the two males into the forest. She had to investigate this matter thoroughly. After leaving the brown bear tribe and walking west for a long time, the sound of the river disappeared, and Jiang Xingluo finally saw a vast forest. The jungle was dense, filled with flowers, grass, and trees, especially the towering trees that blocked almost all sunlight. Jiang Xingluo looked at these and felt a bit surprised. This feeling was truly uncomfortable. "Goddess, do you still want to go in?" Ever since the female leader had an accident last time, no one has dared to enter this dense forest. That black python is thick and long, sticking its tongue out at us. We are all afraid it might still be here. Jiang Xingluo frowned because she hadn't detected any trace of the dark mist here. Ling Shuang also had that rotten smell. If she were here, nothing would be able to mask the scent on her. It was likely that her coming here was also to plant those hidden dangers in the orcs' bodies, which was truly despicable. "So no other orcs in the tribe have been infected with these?" Jiang Xingluo asked again to confirm these matters, fearing that a single oversight could lead to delays in treatment. Chapter 201. Negotiation. The two males nodded. They were almost certain that no other orcs in the tribe were experiencing such a situation. Jiang Xingluo felt uncertain whether this incident was an accident or indeed an experiment prepared by Ling Shuang. She couldn't understand why they would torment a female like this. And now she could neither find Ling Shuang nor smell that black energy. Therefore, she could only proceed with the plan she and Qing Yuan had thought of last night. And if it proved feasible, she frowned as she looked at the area before her. She was worried about Ling Shuang returning, since she planned to cultivate medicinal herbs. This land was particularly suitable for reclamation. The Brown Bear tribe and the Jiao Yin tribe were not far apart, and there was plenty of uncultivated land nearby. Moreover, she originally intended to establish a pharmacy, so it was only natural for her to cultivate the medicinal materials herself. Jiang Xingluo was determined to discuss this matter thoroughly with the current chief of the Brown Bear tribe. "Can you take me to meet your chief? I have some matters to discuss with him." The two males directly led Jiang Xingluo to the residence of Brown Chung, but halfway there, they encountered him. Brown Chung was running towards Brown Zhu's home with a worried expression, his eyes red. He had realized early that his sister might not have much time left. Recently, people in the tribe had been saying that someone had given his sister intestinal grass. Could it be that she no longer wanted to live and chose such a death? Brown Chung wanted to see her one last time, but unexpectedly, he ran into Brown Yuan and Brown Hui on the way, the second and third beast husbands that he personally chose for Brown Tian. Seeing them strolling leisurely outside, Brown Cheng's abilities erupted, causing the ground beneath their feet to crack instantly, scaring Brown Yuan and Brown Hui into dodging away. Jiang Xingluo transformed into her beast form and let out a thunderous roar, which calmed Brown Chung down as he looked at the white tiger before him. "Who are you? And why are you with my sister's beast husbands?" Brown Chung sensed that the white tiger before him had an extraordinary identity. She was a female, and white tiger females could transform into beast forms. Could she be the sacred female of the white tiger tribe? However, he had never heard of a sacred female in the white tiger tribe before. Brown Chung furrowed his brows. "No matter who you are, if you're with my sister's beast husbands, are you planning to bond with them after she dies?" Jiang Xingluo didn't expect that this male, despite having a gentle and refined face, had such despicable thoughts. No, chief. The female master is fine now. This is the star goddess of the Jiao tribe. She saved the female master. Brown Yuan finally had the chance to speak and immediately changed his face to a smile as he looked at the male before him. Really? Tian woke up. I'll go check. Jiang Xingluo transformed back into her human form and watched the male rush forward. If it weren't for his eagerness to see his sister, Jiang Xingluo would have crushed him with her abilities long ago. Star Goddess, please don't take our chief's words to heart. He only has one sister, and all his other siblings were killed by the previous chief. Upon hearing Brown Yuan's words, Jiang Xingluo's heart trembled. So that's why he cared so much about his sister. Jiang Xingluo sighed. There was no need to hold it against him, but she could exchange other things with him. It's fine, I don't mind. Let's go back and see how Brown Tian is doing now. Brown Yuan and Brown Hui breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing that Jiang Xingluo didn't mind the matter. Jiang Xingluo was indeed the goddess of the Jiao tribe, not one to quibble with them commoners. Little did they know that Jiang Xingluo had already plotted to wait for Brown Cheng. When she arrived at Brown Tian's house, she saw Brown Tian's pale little face had regained some color. After checking her pulse, she found that her body was gradually recovering. The black energy that had originally been in her body had been completely cleared. You're fine now, but you must continue taking medicine. And it's best not to get pregnant during this time, understand? After 6 months, when your body has fully recovered, having a few more won't be a problem. Jiang Xingluo said with a smile, knowing that females in the beast world bore the burden of reproduction, and Brown Tian liked cubs very much. Sister Xingluo, thank you. If it weren't for you, I would have probably died long ago. Brown Tian was about to kneel before Jiang Xingluo. She sighed. You don't need to thank me like that. I have other matters to discuss with you. Jiang Xingluo helped Brown Tian sit beside her and then asked, I know that your tribe's shaman's medical skills are not very good. Since you are the chief's sister, I want you to go to the Jiao tribe to learn about herbs and medicine. Are you willing? Brown Tian looked up at Jiang Xingluo, shocked and incredulous. Going to the Jiao tribe to study pharmacology was something that had been desired by many in the past, but they were rejected because they lacked wood-based abilities. Unexpectedly, Jiang Xingluo would take the initiative to let her go. Brown Cheng looked at the beautiful female before him, her demeanor calm and composed, and felt an overwhelming excitement in his heart. Star Goddess, I apologize for my previous rudeness. Thank you for allowing my sister to learn. Sister, you should agree quickly. Upon hearing Brown Cheng's words, Jiang Xingluo couldn't help but smile. However, I have some requirements. The Jiao tribe and the Brown Bear tribe must never go to war again. Of course, if there's a marriage contract and both parties consent, that is acceptable. You must not force the females of the Jiao tribe. If you violate this, I will punish you. Brown Cheng looked at the female before him and felt an inexplicable sense of boundless brilliance emanating from her. He had no reason to refuse. All right, that is only right. I wonder if the goddess has any other requests. Please say them all at once. Brown Hui knew that settling in this place with the tribe would definitely bring benefits. Previously, they had caused the tribe to wither and nearly become extinct. Now, he must lead the tribe to develop well with Jiang Xingluo. Their tribe would surely regain its former glory. The chief is indeed clever. I have other requests. I plan to reclaim all the uncultivated land between our two tribes to plant medicinal herbs, and I need you to assist with the reclamation. At present, there are still beastmen from the White Tiger tribe in the Jiao tribe, and Bai Chun intended to discuss with Jiao Tai about rebuilding the Beast God Temple in the Jiao tribe. It seemed that Jiao Tai was looking forward to it and had already agreed. Right now, they couldn't spare many beastmen to do these things, and many beastmen from the Brown Bear tribe had earth-based abilities, making them perfect for this task. Chapter 202. Win-win cooperation, reclaiming uncultivated land, and planting medicinal herbs. All of this would be handled by the beastmen of our tribe. Brown Cheng never dared to imagine such a thing before, and now it was about to become a reality. What? Are you unwilling? Many beastmen in your tribe have earth-based abilities. These tasks should be a piece of cake for you. Reclaim all this land before the cold season, nurture it, and when the warm season arrives, you can directly plant the herbs. After Jiang Xingluo finished explaining, Brown Hui naturally understood the situation. Of course, we can do this. There's nothing we are more skilled at than this. I will immediately send someone from the tribe to handle it. Also, clean up the nearby forest. That is a place where fierce beasts have dwelled. If we reclaim it to plant herbs, it would be perfect. Brown Cheng was still silently agreeing when the beastmen in the tribe immediately rushed forward, as they had all heard that Brown Tian was on the verge of death but had been saved by someone. Moreover, that person used to have a grudge against their tribe. However, the former chief of their tribe was not a good orc either. He exploited them. Now that they have changed to a new leader, They have moved to this place by the mountains and rivers, and their lives have improved significantly. However, the tribe is not what it used to be because there are many fewer orcs now. Additionally, it is very difficult for females to survive after giving birth. It is Xingluo. It really is her. I didn't expect her to be willing to put aside past grievances and save our tribe's little female. Zonglin said that he had seen Jiang Xingluo once, but Jiang Xingluo completely did not remember him. Zonglin was always worried about Zong Tian because he wanted to become Zong Tian's fourth beast husband. In these days, he was almost in tears, fearing that something would happen to Zong Tian. He didn't expect Jiang Xingluo to actually bring back his future female master. Truly a goddess. She indeed lives up to the title of goddess. We are willing, goddess, if you want us to clear the wasteland, we are willing to do so. Before Zong Cheng could speak, he saw Zonglin from the tribe step forward to agree, and he lowered his gaze at Zong Tian, a blush appearing on his face. He is now a blue crystal orc in the brown bear tribe, and he should be qualified to protect Zong Tian. He just doesn't know if Tian is willing to accept him. Since you are willing, then this afternoon you will go and clear that piece of land, removing all the plants on it. Zong Cheng looked at the male in front of him. He could tell from that gaze what was going on. But it was no wonder. His sister is the second prettiest little female in the tribe, and the prettiest is his female master, Zong Ji. Chief, can I speak to Zong Tian for a moment? I will leave immediately after I finish. Jiang Xingluo sat quietly on the side, silently watching the few orcs that appeared in the room. She could clearly feel the strong power emanating from the young man who had just entered. He is a blue crystal orc, and if it is him, he will indeed clear the wasteland quickly. However, the young man should bond with Zong Tian. Zong Tian cannot bond with you in the next 6 months. Her body is still in recovery, and even if she is willing, she has to wait until 6 months later. Jiang Xingluo reminded, and Zong Tian's face turned red upon hearing this. She stared blankly at Jiang Xingluo, realizing that Zonglin had come over to bond with her. She looked at the male in front of her, who was much younger than herself, and was about to refuse, but was interrupted by Zong Cheng's cough. Zong Tian, you are a highly fertile little female in the tribe, and Zonglin is a rare blue crystal orc. Zong Tian's heart raced as she looked at the male, and in the end, she could only silently nod in agreement to bond with Zonglin after 6 months. Once this matter was settled, Jiang Xingluo planned to go back to cultivate herbs. She needed to select some good herbs, but it just needed time. Meanwhile, the group of orcs still waiting in the Jiao Yin tribe was more concerned about whether Jiang Xingluo had succeeded in saving someone. They had been waiting for several days for the result, and finally saw Jiang Xingluo return, accompanied by the half-dead Zong Tian. How could it be possible? That female must have been pretending to be sick before, just to help this wretched person. Yimei did not leave. Her stomach had been uncomfortable these days, and she could not leave. Only by proving her fertility could she be treated favorably upon returning to the tribe. Moreover, she wanted to see if Jiang Xingluo could really save that brown bear female. Now, seeing Zong Tian actually able to walk here with Jiang Xingluo, her whole heart was in turmoil. Why does she know so much about herbalism? This is impossible. All the best things fall on her, yet she remains an ordinary female, and even the males around her are still thinking of her. Chi-Chi looked at the furious female beside him and felt irritated. If it weren't for those few cubs, he probably would have run away long ago. Now that the female is pregnant, it is normal for her emotions to be unstable. But Yimei always has a bias against Xingluo. If it weren't for their excessive treatment of Xingluo back then, the ones enjoying everything now should have been the Jianing tribe, not this weak orc tribe. It did not know how to cherish. And now Yimei still cannot see her own mistakes. Chi-Chi felt resentful, but could not say anything. It really is that severely injured little female, and now she is actually fine. Xingluo truly deserves to be called the goddess of the Jiao Yin tribe. She is so powerful. Jiang Xingluo listened to the words of those around her, and the goal she wanted to achieve had now been reached. But this was just the beginning. The important thing is what comes next. Now you can believe the herbs I provide. Everyone line up and wait. Each person will receive herbs to take back. Jiang Xingluo's words made all the orcs receive the herbs and carefully listen to Sun Rant's instructions before walking back to their tribe. However, as they left, the news that Jiang Xingluo had saved a nearly dead female quickly spread throughout the beast world. Even Chun Zhou, who had just come down from the snow mountain carrying Chun Shui, heard about this in the flower leopard tribe. Goddess Xingluo. She went to the Jiao Yin tribe with the White Tiger clan. Chun Zhou reached out to touch the rim of the wooden cup, never expecting that the holy female of the White Tiger clan would have such abilities. The female they spoke of is that holy female of the White Tiger clan. Isn't she? Chun Shui listened to the orcs in the Flower Leopard tribe praising the female, as if he had returned to the time when the previous holy female of the White Tiger clan was still alive. At that time, the holy female, as a priestess, would pray to the beast god alongside the azure dragon, and the beast god would grant blessings to all orcs. The blessings back then could even make the beast world experience spring all year round, free from illness and disaster. But now, the rainy and cold seasons are continuous, and even the city of all beasts is submerged in heavy snow. Chun Shui frowned. The beast world is in chaos. The beast god is emerging. Could it be that a new beast god is about to appear? Chapter 203. Are you willing to learn together? Chunzhou looked at his father's originally calm face, suddenly showing a trace of worry. Father, what is wrong? Chunzhou, we are going to the Jiao tribe to find your female mother. It is indeed my fault that the tribe members are unwilling to leave. I should confess to her. Chunzhou frowned, looking at his father, not expecting him to suddenly say this. His father had always been proud and wanted to compete with Bai Chun. It was also because there had been no holy female in their city of all beasts that he felt Bai Chun was not doing enough. Now, has he suddenly changed his mind? All right, I will listen to father. Moreover, Chunzhou also misses his female mother and younger sister. On the other side, the dark energy hidden in the shadows watched Chunzhou and Chun Shui, attempting to take action against them, but several attempts had failed. They only had a strong desire to win, but their admiration for that guy had never faded. The hateful beast god, whose soul had already shattered, still stood tall in the hearts of these fools. The dark energy ran back and forth, but found it could not enter the city of all beasts. The heavy snow continued to fall, but it did not affect other places, just preventing him from entering the city of all beasts. Damn it, even in death it won't rest. The dark energy floated towards the distance. Since there is no one to possess here, he will change to another target. It seems that weak females who like to be jealous of others are easier to control. They have no ability crystals and can easily become puppets. The dark energy's eerie laughter echoed in the air, but no one noticed the direction it was leaving. In the Jiao tribe, Zhong Tian was assigned a brand new house by Jiang Xingluo, and this time, her first beast husband came along to take care of her, while her two cubs were taken away by Zhong Chang for care. So it's just right for her to stay here. And Jiang Xingluo can also see if those things will have any other effects on her body. Sister Zhong Tian, I will accompany you. These are all medicinal materials that Sister Huayan introduced to me. I will start teaching you from scratch, and you need to learn well, understand? Jiang Xingluo looked at Qing Yuan, who had come over with a basket filled with medicinal materials, all of which were the most common and easy to identify. Qing Yuan sat directly beside Zhong Tian and placed the herbs on the wooden table. She slowly began to explain what the herbs were, what they looked like, how they looked when fully ripe, and how long they needed to be sun-dried to achieve that state. As Zhong Tian listened to Qing Yuan's introduction, her interest grew, and the two of them had quite an interesting discussion about the things they didn't understand. Jiang Xingluo breathed a sigh of relief, looking at Zhongzhu, and said, "Stay close to your female leader and listen carefully to this. After we go back to clear the wasteland, you'll be able to manage the medicinal fields well." Jiang Xingluo could see that Zhongzhu was a sufficiently attentive male, and she felt very assured with him and Zhong Tian doing these things. Moreover, the Jiao tribe also needed a few people to come and learn these things together. So much wasteland can't all be managed by one tribe. Goddess Xingluo, I will study hard, don't worry. Zhongzhu didn't expect Jiang Xingluo to bring him over for this matter, but he would do well and definitely make the beastmen of the Jiao tribe no longer dislike the Zhongxiong tribe. Originally, the beastmen of the Jiao tribe were very resistant when they heard that the beastmen of the Zhongxiong tribe were coming to learn about medicinal theory. They even began to speak to the tribe leader about it, and were quite dissatisfied with Jiang Xingluo's arrangements. Although Jiang Xingluo had good intentions, all the females of the Jiao tribe remembered what the Zhongxiong tribe had done before. Now that they were to cooperate with them, the females of the Jiao tribe simply could not accept it. When all the females appeared before Jiang Xingluo with the tribe leader, they saw the weak female lying on the wooden bed. Yes, she was a female from the Zhongxiong tribe, and she had a peaceful expression, completely unlike the aggressive Zhongxiong beastmen they had encountered before. How could it be a female? The beastmen of the Jiao tribe, who had come with a fierce attitude to seek revenge, suddenly didn't know what to do. Jiang Xingluo also didn't know what they were going to do. Jiotai couldn't help but cough twice, saying, "So what are you unwilling about? You might as well tell Xingluo now, so that Renjia can know why you were making such a fuss." Jiang Xingluo looked at the scene before her, puzzled. She looked at the water chrysanthemum that suddenly stepped forward and bravely spoke to her, asking, We heard that you plan to work with the Zhongxiong tribe to clear wasteland and plant medicinal herbs. Is that true? Why do you want to cooperate with them? Jiang Xingluo looked at the confusion in the eyes of the small females in front of her and instantly understood their intentions. No wonder, after all, the memories of being harmed by the Zhongxiong tribe were not something they could easily forget. Now that she said she wanted to cooperate with the Zhongxiong tribe, they naturally found it hard to accept. Yes, I plan to let them use Earth-type abilities to clear the wasteland, after all. The weaker beastmen of our tribe can't do this. Jiang Xingluo looked at the several females in front of her with some confusion. Those females originally didn't understand why it had to be this way, but unexpectedly, Xingluo only wanted to use their tribe's labor force. However, in the future, our tribe will also need to help take care of the medicinal fields. Since you all are here, why not consider who has time to stay here to help Huayin and Fengxian, and we can start planting medicinal herbs next year. Jiang Xingluo looked at the few eager, small females in front of her. Their eyes were filled with excitement, and they seemed to be looking forward to what they were going to do next. Have you made up your mind? Those who decide to stay, stay. Jiang Xingluo was decisive in her actions. Looking at the small females, several had already stood up, their eyes sparkling with hope, eagerly anticipating the opportunity to learn medicine. You want to stay? Jiang Xingluo looked at the few small females in front of her, all of whom were still in bondage, and they had ambition. Okay. But learning medicine and pharmacology is not an easy task. Afterward, you will decide whether to manage the medicinal fields or treat patients yourselves. The small females all responded eagerly. Jiutai shook his head helplessly and sighed, saying, I told you not to come over, not to come over. How could your sister Xingluo do anything bad to people? You're just worrying for nothing. Jiang Xingluo found it a bit amusing to see the small females immediately lower their heads and hang them in front of Jiutai. Don't worry. The current Zhongxiong tribe is not what it used to be. They won't harm you anymore. Zhong Tian's gentle voice seemed to have a nurturing power, and the few small females from the Jiuyin tribe, who looked like little monkeys, involuntarily nodded upon seeing her thin face. Chapter 204. Strange soil. The small females in the tribe heard that they could learn with Huayin, and Jiang Xingluo originally only wanted to select a few suitable people to try learning first. Unexpectedly, so many females in the tribe wanted to learn. Even Shui Lian, who had secretly left from the Beast City, appeared here, holding Mei Ying's hand. Shui Lian was still young, but she had improved a lot now, her big eyes blinking like the stars in the sky. It was her mother who brought her here, saying that Sister Fengxian and Sister Xingluo had saved her. Sister Xingluo, but she had not yet met that Sister Xingluo. Today was the first time her mother brought her over to meet her benefactor. From afar, Jiang Xingluo noticed Mei Ying, who suddenly appeared in the crowd. Mei Ying had an outstanding temperament. Even though she was older now, she could not hide her grace. All the females moved aside unconsciously when they saw her. After all, she was a guest from the Bee City, and they naturally should give her more respect. Mei Ying held Shui Lian's small hand and walked slowly forward, smiling at the surrounding small females to express her gratitude. The small females blushed and hid aside when they saw Mei Ying smile. They had never seen such a beautiful female. Compared to Jiang Xingluo, she seemed to have a more mature beauty. Jiang Xingluo watched as she brought Shui Lian over, squatting down to look at little Shui Lian, who was about the same age as Qing Yuan, but she seemed much calmer than Qing Yuan. Shui Lian looked up at the beautiful sister in front of her, and in a gentle voice, she said, Sister, my mother said you saved me. I came to thank you and also want to stay here to learn pharmacology with you. Is that okay? Jiang Xingluo nodded, reaching out to take little Shui Lian's hand. Of course, there's nothing wrong with that. Jiang Xingluo looked at the small female in front of her. She could just be a companion for Qing Yuan, and it was a good thing for them to learn together. Qing Yuan, come here. This is Shui Lian. She is a small female from the Black Tiger tribe and wants to learn with you. Can you show her the herbs? Jiang Xingluo looked at the two small females in front of her. Now they were hand in hand heading to the nearby wooden house. Mei Ying looked at Jiang Xingluo, thinking that Shui Lian staying here to learn might not be agreed upon, but unexpectedly, Jiang Xingluo readily agreed. Xingluo, thank you. If it weren't for you, my Shui Lian might not have survived to this day. Mei Ying looked at little Shui Lian, who was happily playing with Qing Yuan, feeling an unprecedented sense of relief in her heart. Jiang Xingluo looked at the little female nearby who was still studying hard with hope in her eyes. She finally felt a bit more relaxed and had called a few little females to help her identify herbs. However, these herbs were all new and completely different from those in the past. Therefore, it wasn't too difficult for a few little females who didn't understand pharmacology to learn. Jiang Xingluo taught them to first identify the herbs and then place them in a bamboo basket to dry in the sunlight for easier preservation. After working hard for several days without proper rest, she returned to her house and nearly fell asleep as soon as she lay down. The fierce wind had just lulled a few cubs to sleep and had prepared meals for Jiang Xingluo to eat well. But unexpectedly, she had already fallen asleep. Wasn't she hungry? After so many days of being busy, the fierce wind had never known that his little female understood so much. However, it was not surprising since she was the daughter of the shaman of the divine cat tribe. The fierce wind sighed and prepared to take the things in his hands outside, planning to cook for her again when she woke up. Meanwhile, the houses of the white tiger beastmen in the tribe had started to be built, with weak beastmen helping point out what was wrong, and they were slowly constructing the houses. The wasteland cleared by the brown bear tribe was quickly processed. The dense forest that Zhong Tian had previously visited suddenly became bare, but within it, Zhong Lin discovered a black hole filled with numerous black ants. Unlike ordinary ants, these ants were particularly large and seemed to have been invaded by some kind of power. They moved very quickly, and the earthworms rolling in the soil were directly devoured by them. No one expected that these strange creatures were hidden in the dense forest, looking like mutated ants, which was quite terrifying. Zhong Lin did not dare to touch them directly, so he could only bring back a portion of the soil they inhabited. Jiang Xingluo looked at the soil they brought back and suddenly detected a very stimulating smell between her nostrils, much stronger than the previous putrid smells. This scent was almost capable of temporarily incapacitating a person. Jiang Xingluo was momentarily distracted, and the hand holding the bamboo tube lost sensation for a moment. She had always known that the black energy was not simple, but she did not expect its power to have grown so strong. Just a lump of contaminated soil could almost drive someone to madness. Could it possess a psychic ability to control hearts? Jiang Xingluo looked at the things before her and gathered her strength, slowly allowing her green abilities to flow into the soil. She could feel that this power was not something that could be easily purified. Jiang Xingluo could not let others discover her powers, but she gradually increased her strength. Seeing the originally contaminated soil improve slightly, she understood why that lump of black energy always seemed intent on targeting her. However, Jiang Xingluo had not awakened wood-type abilities before, yet she was still considered the greatest enemy by Ling Xuan. Did that lump of black energy already know that her identity was not simple? Jiang Xingluo thought calmly when a shadow suddenly appeared before her. A small head bobbed in front of her, and Qing Yuan even sensed that the smell in the soil was unusual, causing her chest to churn with nausea and pain. The small face was in agony from the smell, and Jiang Xingluo quickly reached out to hold her, using her abilities to slowly channel energy into her body. Jiang Xingluo picked up the bamboo tube again to sniff, and could almost confirm that there was likely no smell left inside, but Qing Yuan still could not withstand it. After receiving Jiang Xingluo's energy, little Qing Yuan's complexion gradually improved, but Xiao Lu could not handle it either. Looking at her little master, who had just been on the verge of collapse, the feeling of being tortured was somewhat familiar, as if it was the same pain she had endured when being separated from her little master's body. Chapter 205, The Smell of That Bell, Little Master. Do you feel like this smell seems to have appeared before? Xiao Lu's words immediately caught Jiang Xingluo's attention. It was something from the past that even Xiao Lu knew. Jiang Xingluo remembered that before, Qing Yuan and Xiao Lu had encountered that lump of black energy. So had they seen it before? Qing Yuan frowned and thought for a long time before finally recalling where this smell had appeared before. It was the smell from the bell her mother had given her. Yes, she remembered that the smell attached to the discarded bell was this one. Jiang Xingluo looked at little Qing Yuan, whose eyes were gradually clearing, and she nodded. Yes, mother, this is the smell from the bell you gave me before, the one that my brothers threw away. Jiang Xingluo was shocked, her eyes deepening. Thus, the person who sent the bell was very likely that lump of black energy. But why did she have no memory of this person? Could it be that she had been controlled by that person back then? It was hard to say. After all, at that time, she was lost and alone, and she would believe anything if someone offered her something good. But now, Jiang Xingluo was almost certain of one thing. That lump of black energy had been targeting her since she left the divine cat tribe. But that vile black energy had actually turned its attention to her cubs. Why choose Qing Yuan? All right, mother understands. Do not touch these. Mother will take you back to rest. Qing Yuan nodded, and once they got home, she fell asleep. Meanwhile, the brown bear tribe, working on clearing wasteland, had stirred a large number of males, plowing all the land that Jiang Xingluo had previously arranged. The little females in the tribe learning about herbs from Huayan and Feng Qian supervised each other daily. In Fury City, Jiao Yu had just learned that the white tiger beastmen from Wanshou City had already arrived at Jiuyin tribe for a long time. Jiao Yu was restless because Fury City was currently too prosperous. Additionally, Jiao Yu planned to have a bigger house built in the city to send a beastman to learn pharmacology from Jiuyin tribe. The shamans in Fury City did not understand as much as Hua Yin, and they planned to learn from each other. When Jiao Yu spoke about this with Feng Jian, she realized that her female parent and father beast had actually come from Wanshou City to Jiuyin tribe. Jing Sheng, hurry, I want to see them right now. The last time we met was during our return to Wanshou City for a blessing, but my female parent and father beast were too busy, and we didn't get to say a word. Jiao Yu looked at Jing Sheng, but despite it being the cold season in Fury City, there were still many beastmen outside waiting in line to exchange for flint. Many places were currently hard to find such things, but Fury City had found quite a few flint nearby. At this time, Feng Jian, as a single beastman, could not manage so many matters in the tribe. So Jing Sheng had no way to accompany Jiao Yu to Jiuyin tribe. Jiao Yu looked at the mail before her, busy and preoccupied, with no time to go with her to Jiuyin tribe. Forget it, if you won't go with me, I'll go by myself. Jiao Yu followed two beastmen from Fury City to Jiuyin tribe, and Jing Sheng could only sigh helplessly as he watched his beloved female leave alone. On the way back, Jiao Yu noticed that the nearby wasteland was completely empty. The previously dense grass had suddenly all disappeared, which surprised her. When Jiao Yu arrived at Jiuyin tribe, she saw a long line outside the entrance, seemingly waiting to see a doctor. Zhu Yue's gaze swept around and quickly landed on Feng Qian. She was also treating patients behind a wooden table. As Jiao Yu looked at Feng Qian, her eyes turned red. Although there were a few years between them, they had grown up together, but it had been a long time since they last met. Now, it seemed that Feng Qian had already become a qualified shaman. Zhu Yue slowly walked to Feng Qian's side, and the two, who had been apart for so long, locked eyes. Feng Qian stood up directly from the wooden stool, looking at the person in front of her, her joy almost spilling over. Feng Qian, it's been a long time. Zhu Yue looked at the delicate little female in front of her, her heart racing. From a moment she heard about the sudden incident in the Beast City. Her heart had been in turmoil, and she never expected they would come directly to the Jian tribe. Feng Qian smiled with emotion, but there were still many patients seeking medical treatment, so she could only sit back down to attend to them. Zhu Yue was led by the little female of the Jian tribe to Jiang Xingluo's home, which seemed different from before and looked a bit larger. Upon entering, she saw Xinlan staring blankly at the chrysanthemums in the courtyard. "Mother, you really came." Zhu Yue's words attracted the attention of everyone in the house. At that moment, Jiang Xingluo was entertaining a few already beastified cubs. Since they could beastify, they were able to climb up and down by themselves, and sometimes it was hard to catch them. However, taking care of them had become much easier after they beastified. Moreover, Lai Feng had made several wooden climbing frames outside, and sometimes he would put the 3 little tiger cubs on them to climb up and down, which they enjoyed very much. Jiang Xingluo was currently recording the few herbs she had learned about on a piece of animal skin. She had originally planned to seek out the monkey tribe, hoping to spread the written words through them, but now it seemed that if the Beast God Temple was rebuilt, it would be better for her to take the initiative to promote these characters. Qing Yuan was carefully observing beside Jiang Xingluo and discovered that these herbs were among the few that her mother had just found. She looked at the drawings and writings next to the herbs, furrowing her brows. "Mother, what is this? Is it the name of the herbs?" Qing Yuan had never seen such characters before and was quite surprised. The drawn characters were really beautiful. "Yes, look, this is called honeysuckle. And the herbs over here are the names I taught you. You can read them in this order," Jiang Xingluo explained. Qing Yuan looked at the markings on the animal skin, trying to recognize each character. However, the names of the herbs were always complex. It would be better if she could learn some simple characters again. But this was just a start. As for how to learn characters, Jiang Xingluo would have to wait until the land clearing was completed, and then rewrite the simplest characters on the animal skin alongside the drawings for easier understanding. Originally, Jiang Xingluo's character book was already halfway prepared, and now only half remained, which could be almost implemented. She only hoped that nothing unexpected would happen this cold season. Qing Cheng had entered hibernation, and Ling Shuang should be no exception. That massive dark energy would need to find a suitable vessel and timing to cause trouble. Chapter 206. Jie Yue is really my sister. Jiang Xingluo reached out and hugged little Qing Yuan back in her arms. She was almost certain that all the harm little Qing Yuan had suffered came from that dark energy. Therefore, her lack of affection was also due to that malicious entity. As long as she could catch it, there would definitely be a way to restore Qing Yuan's affection. Jiang Xingluo breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, her task had no time limit. However, she still didn't understand what exactly was missing from Qing Yuan's body. Jiang Xingluo reached out and picked up the scale on little Qing Yuan. Through the scale, she looked at her current self and had almost forgotten what she looked like in her original world. Half a year had already passed in this world, and Jiang Xingluo did not expect to have stayed for so long. She sighed, and Qing Yuan turned to look at Jiang Xingluo. "Mother, is there something troubling you? You can tell me." Jiang Xingluo shook her head, looking at the herbs on the animal skin, then reached out to put it into Qing Yuan's hand. "Qing Yuan, take this to your sister Huayan's house and show it to all the little females studying pharmacology, okay?" Qing Yuan nodded and carefully put away the piece of animal skin, storing it like a treasure in her backpack. Meanwhile, Qing Yin and Qing Zhu had gone out hunting with Qi Yin. Since it wasn't snowing yet, they wanted to store some food, if possible. Moreover, with many white tiger beastmen in the tribe now, they needed a larger quantity of food. Jiang Xingluo completely forgot about this issue. If strong beastmen came here to settle, relying solely on hunting for survival would likely be insufficient. If possible, Jiang Xingluo remembered that there was an empty piece of land near the cattle beastmen, which was only used to pile up some miscellaneous items. But the area was not small. Clearing that area to raise some chickens, ducks, rabbits, or even pigs would be feasible. Unfortunately, her previous idea of starting a farm had been interrupted, but now it could be restarted. Jiang Xingluo sighed and took out the animal skins that were originally in her space. She planned to write the remaining characters on them. They were all the simplest ones. Writing 100 at a time and copying more would allow her to distribute them later so that the beastmen from nearby tribes could learn, making future communication easier. Jiang Xingluo picked up a bamboo knife, intending to carve characters on the animal skin. Just then, a melodious laugh came from outside the door, and Jiang Xingluo saw Jiao Yue with white hair and brown eyes suddenly enter her room. "Xingluo, we finally meet again." Jiao Yue looked at the little female in front of her, who resembled her by 50%. In the past, she had not understood why they looked so alike. But now Jiao Yue understood that Xingluo was her second uncle's female cub. Jiao Yue reached out to hug Xingluo, tears streaming from her eyes. Only she knew Xingluo's past story. Jiao Yue felt heartbroken for Xingluo. How could she have brought the entire tribe out of the icy wilderness with cubs in tow? No matter how powerful her abilities were, she was just a little female. "Sister Jiao Yue, I'm fine." Jiang Xingluo looked at the tears falling onto her hands and understood that Jiao Yue was worried about her. Even though she had family before, no one had ever cared for her like this because her grandfather was gone, and she had always faced everything alone. She had no sister, only a cousin who would fight her for food every day. She never expected that an older sister's embrace could feel like this. "All right, maybe I was overthinking. Our Xingluo is so capable and fearless, but it wasn't easy for you to bring them back. Just take a good rest this cold season. I'll have someone take good care of Qingsheng. If she wakes up from hibernation, I will inform you right away." Upon hearing Jiao Yue's words, Jiang Xingluo looked up at her joyfully. "Thank you, sister. What do we need to thank each other for as sisters? By the way, when I came over, I brought 2 live pigs for you. Later, let the 2 male eagles I brought prepare them and make a stew for you to nourish yourselves." Jiang Xingluo was ecstatic to hear about the 2 live pigs. Live pigs. This was incredible. The excitement in Jiang Xingluo's eyes was almost overflowing, and she immediately rushed out of the room to see the 2 live pigs. They were easy to catch since they hadn't formed beast crystals yet, so their attack power was naturally weaker. Jiang Xingluo looked very satisfied at the 2 beasts in front of her. She had been worrying about where to find such beasts, but unexpectedly, Jiao Yue had delivered them right to her door. This was truly interesting. If they didn't kill these 2 pig beasts, they would stay here, and in the future, the beastmen of the White Tiger clan would also remain here. Without meat, everyone's nutrition would be very unbalanced. When Jiang Xingluo mentioned this, Jiao Yue was a bit shocked. "Keep them? For what? Wouldn't everyone starve if you kept them? We should eat them now." Jiao Yue looked at the little female in front of her with some confusion. Xingluo shook her head. "I want to keep them for breeding. I've checked, and these 2 pig beasts are a male and a female. Moreover, pig beasts can have a litter of cubs in just 4 months. We can hunt first, and when they have more cubs, we can set up a breeding farm." Many of Jiang Xingluo's words were beyond their understanding, but now that she mentioned breeding, they were even more unfamiliar with the term. Jiang Xingluo noticed the beastmen present staring at her in confusion and suddenly seemed to understand something. "Right, breeding means we find feed for the pig beasts to eat. And as they grow and have cubs, if we have enough, we can sell the pig meat for resources, and we can also keep some for ourselves." Jiang Xingluo was someone who really liked raising animals and plants. If she could bring the cows from her space out, she would love to raise them here, and the milk they produced would make the cubs stronger. But right now, she couldn't bring any living things from her space. So you're saying we should domesticate these wild beasts and then eat their cubs? Jiang Xingluo nodded. Shalon and Bai Chun had never thought of this idea. After all, most wild beasts harmed beastmen, and some lower-ranked beastmen couldn't withstand the attacks of pig beasts. Moreover, raising them was a new concept. But now, after Bai Chun had observed the two pig beasts for a long time, he realized that without beast crystals, their attack power was average. If they were domesticated and given food and water, they might quickly adapt to life here. Bai Chun looked at Jiang Xingluo, thinking she was really smart. These two pig beasts could indeed be domesticated. It was all thanks to Sister Jiayue for finding the perfect pigs for breeding. However, this wasn't enough. Sister Jiayue, can you help by asking the city lord to send over a few more rabbits, wild chickens, and wild ducks? Chapter 207. Having a sister is great. Jiang Xingluo blinked her eyes at Jua, who looked at her pitifully with expectation and couldn't help but feel overwhelmed. How could her sister be so cute? It's just these. I'll have someone go back to tell Jingxing, and in a few days, someone will definitely bring them over. Jiang Xingluo nodded, wrapping her arms around Jiayue. Having a sister is great. Bai Chun and Shalon didn't expect these two little females to be so close. They initially thought they had never met. Lu Feng had never seen Jiang Xingluo act so spoiled before. It was her first time being spoiled, and it was directed at her sister. Lu Feng frowned, wondering if she would act like this towards him if he brought those things back. He felt a hint of anticipation in his heart. Jiang Xingluo sensed the burning gaze beside her and met Lu Feng's eyes. Seeing the desire in his eyes, she couldn't help but look away from his gaze. The affection in the beast world was too obvious. Jiang Xingluo felt overwhelmed. All right, Xingluo, since you want tea, let me eat these two pig beasts. Where are we going to eat? Of course, we're eating these. Mother, we had a great hunt today and killed 2 wild bulls. I haven't had beef in a long time. Qing Yin and Qing Zhu were already skilled enough to hunt. They could go out alone and gather enough food. However, being with Qi Yin made their training smoother. On the other hand, Qing Yao and Qing Lan had been helping everyone move stones on the mountain, especially Qing Lan, whose abilities now allowed him to move large quantities of stones to the tribe. This was just the power of an orange crystal. His abilities were unprecedented, similar to Earth-type abilities, but while Earth-type abilities only control the land, he could also move the houses of beastmen. Thus, he helped many beastmen of the White Tiger clan build their homes in a short time. Meanwhile, Qing Yao's psychic abilities allowed him to tame strong wild beasts with beast crystals, especially those frenzied beasts that had lost consciousness. After he exerted mental control over them, they could occasionally help with tasks, and he would give them the calming spiritual medicine that Qing Yuan provided. Jiang Xingluo had never thought her cub's abilities would develop to this point. Looking at the several busy cubs who had returned after a long day, Qing Yin and the others brought back 2 bulls, while Qing Yao and Qing Lan had also brought back 2 large snow rabbits. The beast crystals on the snow rabbits had already turned yellow, and they were only able to hunt them down with teamwork. Jiang Xingluo had not expected her cubs not only to help the beastmen in the tribe, but now they could even bring back prey on their own. Qing Lan and Qing Yao handed the beast crystals to Jiang Xingluo. Mother, keep these safe. We'll come to you to get them when we need beast crystals. Jiang Xingluo looked at the 2 yellow crystals. While they weren't expensive, she already knew how much effort these 2 cubs had put in. She nodded, stroking the golden hair of the 2 cubs. They had even cut their hair short, and they looked better than before. Especially Qing Lan, whose eyes looked a lot like hers. Mother knows. I'll take care of these with your father beast, and then we'll eat right away. Now this big family was quite numerous, and Jiayue was also present. However, Jiayue was not idle either. She instructed the male hawk who had come with her to completely peel the bull hides using his abilities, while Lu Feng used wind blades to directly cut the meat off. The beef bones were not wasted either. They could be used to make soup, which was a good thing. Jiang Xingluo instructed them to keep everything from the bulls, and the 2 bull hides were taken away by the 4 cubs for tanning. Meanwhile, Qing Yuan helped Jiang Xingluo with the fire, watching as the beef bones gradually released blood foam in the pot. Jiang Xingluo cleaned the beef bones and then changed the water. Beef bone soup wasn't easy to make. It took a long time to clean the bones. Jiang Xingluo saw that it was still early and could simmer it slowly. The beef was cleaned, and Lu Feng stir-fried a large plate with spices. Then came the rabbit meat, which was stir-fried with plenty of chili, and the fragrant aroma made Jiayue unable to resist getting close for a long time. The 2 snow rabbits, each weighing over 30 pounds, were completely cooked. However, even with all this, it might still not be enough. On the large fire stove in the yard, Qinglan was watching the rice. They had steamed 2 whole pots of it. When the beef bone soup was ready, there were 3 large bowls of beef, 3 large bowls of rabbit meat, and 2 large bowls of beef bone soup, plus the radish stew Jiang Xingluo made, which nearly filled the 2 wooden tables in the room. Jiang Xingluo stared at the food in front of her, feeling a bit dazed. However, when everyone sat down, she realized that she might not have made enough. Today, Qi Yin also stayed here, and Qing Yin and Qing Zhu almost regarded him as their teacher. Bai Chun and Shilan couldn't help but be drawn to the aroma of the meat. After a few days of adapting, the 2 elders thought back to their days of eating raw meat and really didn't know how they had survived. Especially Bai Chun. Although there was fire in the myriad beast city, it was nothing compared to this lively atmosphere. Bai Chun held the chopsticks, having fully adapted to life here. He slowly picked up a piece of beef and placed it in the bowl beside him for Jiaoyu. Jiaoyu, try this. Lai Feng and Xing Luo's cooking is excellent. You must not have had it before. I don't know how comfortable you've been living in Rage Wine City these years, or if you've been able to eat meat. As an old father, Bai Chun felt most guilty towards the female cub in front of him, who had been arranged to marry Jing Sheng early on, just to maintain the relationship between the 2 clans. However, Jing Sheng was a responsible and excellent male. Over the years, he had never let Jiaoyu down, which was why she had never sought out another male to be her beast husband. It was evident to Jiang Xingluo, who watched the father-daughter duo before her, how intimate they seemed, and she couldn't understand why her father beast suddenly appeared. Her father beast resembled Bai Chun somewhat, but compared to this uncle, Bai Yin seemed more resolute. When facing Xing Zhen, the tenderness in his eyes was always like a pool of water. Jiang Xingluo looked up at the sky. A crescent moon shone down, and she wondered how her mother was doing in the divine cat tribe. With a sigh, she noticed her family at the table enjoying their meal. Meanwhile, dark energy was swirling nearby the divine cat tribe, laughing heartily. No wonder a holy female was born. The almost hidden divine cat clan could be found by the White Tiger clan to serve as a female leader. Damn Bai Yin, if it weren't for you, I could save a lot of trouble. But now that you've done such unnecessary things, let us see how the divine cat clan fares without your protection. Chapter 208, Mother. I miss you, Mother. Mother, what's wrong? I'm coming to find you. Father Beast, please save them. Jiang Xingluo, in a daze, watched as the beastmen of the divine cat tribe were slaughtered. She was on the verge of tears. She wanted to rush out to protect her clansmen, but as she ran, she found she could barely get close. When she reached out to touch the people in front of her, her hand almost passed through their entire bodies. Jiang Xingluo desperately wanted to stop everything that was about to happen, but she could only watch as they fell one by one. Why is this happening? Stop it now. Jiang Xingluo wanted to use her abilities to prevent what was happening, but she watched as her mother was repeatedly harmed by the black gas, and her wood-based abilities had no effect at all. How could this be? That dark energy went to the divine cat tribe. Wasn't it said that the divine cat tribe was hard to find? Why could that dark energy still find its way there? Lai Feng looked at Jiang Xingluo, whose eyes were tightly shut and tears were streaming down her face. She was crying and still speaking in her sleep. You all stay away. Mother, mother, I will save you. Lai Feng was somewhat taken aback by Xingluo's cries. What happened to her? Wasn't she fine just yesterday? Xingluo, calm down. It's okay. It's just a dream. It's not real. Please wake up. When Jiang Xingluo heard the familiar voice in her ears, she slowly woke up. Looking at the scene before her, the dream still felt vivid, as if she had experienced it herself. She reached out and grabbed Lai Feng's hand, saying, Lai Feng, I want to see my mother. You miss here. Can we go see her? Jiang Xingluo knew there might still be many things to deal with around her, but she couldn't rest easy. It would take a long time to reach her mother's tribe, but she couldn't wait. If everything in the dream were to become reality, she simply couldn't wait. She could leave everything else to others. She could still do this herself. Lai Feng, will you go with me? The cubs have their uncle to take care of them. We can go and come back. Perhaps it was because she saw Jiaoyu reunite with her parents yesterday that Jiang Xingluo began to think of her mother. However, it wasn't yet the extreme cold season. She needed to see her. Bai Chun and Xianlan appeared in Jiang Xingluo's room, seeing her tearful appearance, and agreed to help her look after the cubs. Moreover, Qing Tian and the other cubs could easily take care of their younger siblings. However, if everything Jiang Xingluo dreamed about became reality, she feared she would be too late to save them. Jiang Xingluo only wanted to get to the divine cat tribe as quickly as possible, even if it was just to take a look. Lai Feng realized that this time Xingluo truly wanted to leave together. When he saw her crying, he was at a loss for what to do. It was the first time he had seen her cry so helplessly. As her beast husband, he should find a way to help her share her burdens. Lai Feng took Jiang Xingluo out of the tribe, and she didn't dare to stop along the way. When she got hungry, she took out the beef jerky she had prepared beforehand from her space to fill her stomach. Compared to the time she brought Mo Chan back to the tribe, this time there were no obstacles for the two of them, and they reached the Divine Cat Tribe in just 5 days. As Jiang Xingluo approached the Divine Cat Tribe, she couldn't help but worry if something had happened. Upon getting closer, she indeed sensed an unusual smell in the air. This smell was truly off. Jiang Xingluo frowned. It was indeed that dark energy that had reappeared. Even though everything in her dream had not yet happened, it made her anxious. So that dark energy had really been here? Jiang Xingluo, unable to contain her urgency, followed her memories directly to the tribe, with Lai Feng following behind her, feeling that the tribe seemed different from before. Jiang Xingluo found herself outside Xingzhen's door, and her heart suddenly relaxed. Her mother was fine, but she seemed to have been pregnant for a while since leaving. Xingzhen saw her little female cub return and smiled broadly, immediately walking out of the cave. Xingluo, how did you come here? Come, keep your mother company. Looking at Xingzhen, the emotions that Jiang Xingluo had hidden for so long burst forth. She stepped forward and hugged Xingzhen, crying. In the past, she couldn't believe she truly had a mother in this world. She couldn't accept it. But now, she realized that she had not been a complete self back then. She was now whole enough. The long-suppressed desire for familial love seemed to explode at this moment. Mother, I'm scared. I dreamed that bad people hurt you. Xingzhen reached out to touch the mark on Jiang Xingluo's forehead. A wave of heartache surged up. She smiled bitterly, and tears fell from her eyes onto Jiang Xingluo's hands without her realizing it. Jiang Xingluo looked up at Xingzhen. Mother, what's wrong? I'm fine. I just haven't seen you in a long time and missed you. Jiang Xingluo nodded, but she still sensed some unusual smells in the air. All right, since you miss your mother, just stay here with me for 2 days. Jiang Xingluo nodded and went with Lai Feng to the cave her mother had prepared for them to stay in for a few days. However, during these 2 days, Jiang Xingluo always felt a slight smell of decay in the tribe. Following the scent, she and Lai Feng wandered to a strange place filled with small mounds of earth, looking like a burial site, a graveyard. It indeed appeared to be a graveyard. The smell around Jiang Xingluo intensified. Why was it a graveyard? She remembered that this place was indeed the graveyard of the Divine Cat Tribe, where all the deceased beastmen of the Divine Cat clan were buried. Jiang Xingluo continued walking forward, and a sudden wave of dizziness washed over her. Reminiscent of the time she touched the soil containing decay. It was the same smell, so that dark energy had indeed come. The dream she had was real. Yet she had thought that the target of that dark energy would be her mother, but she never expected it would be the deceased beastmen. Jiang Xingluo collapsed to the ground, feeling weak all over, and as she touched the earth, she sensed a decay that lingered. Ha ha, you're still a step too late. Xingluo, our battle has just begun. I wonder how you feel now that I've absorbed the power of your maternal clan to deal with you? Suddenly, Jiang Xingluo heard a strange voice. She lifted her gaze, only to notice a wisp of black mist rising nearby. Reminiscent of the black mist she had previously imprisoned in a glass bottle. It seemed that all the residual power of the ancestors here had been completely absorbed by that black mist. Chapter 209. Everything taken away, he truly was a villain. And since he began to refine corpses, Jiang Xingluo felt that things had become complicated. She desperately walked through this place, finding that the corpses had not been utilized by that black mist, and she felt completely limp on the ground. What was the source of that black mist? Did anyone know? To this day, only she had seen it multiple times, and Jiang Xingluo sighed. Perhaps she needed to tell her mother about this. Since her mother was the shaman of the Divine Cat Tribe, she might know something. Xingluo, what is wrong? Jiang Xingluo was brought back to her senses by the voice of Lai Wind. She looked closely at the sky, only to find that there was not a single shadow left here. Lai Wind, did you hear that voice just now? Jiang Xingluo asked as Lai Wind helped her up. She stared into Lai Wind's eyes, but Lai Wind shook her head, completely oblivious to everything Jiang Xingluo had mentioned. How could this be? But the split of that black mist left outside was clearly visible to everyone. Was that voice something only I and that black mist could hear? Jiang Xingluo sighed, and together with Lai Wind, she returned to inform Xingzhen about everything. Xingzhen gently stroked Jiang Xingluo's hair, her eyes filled with kindness. Though it seemed that this kindness was not directed solely at Xingluo. It's okay, Xingluo. The Black Wolf tribe is here to protect us. You don't need to worry. Jiang Xingluo didn't understand why her mother was so certain that nothing would go wrong here. The barrier ability of the Black Wolf tribe can protect this place well. You should understand that, Xingluo. Jiang Xingluo almost forgot about this. She had thought that Mo Qin's dual abilities were a coincidence, not realizing that many beastmen in the Black Wolf tribe possessed barrier magic. If you want to stay here for a few days, you can. If you have urgent matters and need to leave, your mother won't blame you. But take this with you, it might be helpful. Jiang Xingluo looked at the small red bead in Xingzhen's hand, which had a glossy sheen that seemed otherworldly. This is a small bead worn by every leader of the Koi clan. Take it back for your cub, you understand? Xingluo, your mother means your female cub, Qingyuan. She must wear it. Xingzhen looked at the female cub before her, feeling heartache at the thought of parting again. They had been apart for so long, and every meeting was so brief. Jiang Xingluo looked at Xingzhen in confusion, seemingly unaware of how her mother knew these things. Xingluo, you know your mother is a shaman. Shamans have the ability to communicate with beast gods, and I can also tell fortunes. However, before she could explain everything to Jiang Xingluo, she looked at her mother. Mother, do you mean that you foresaw everything in your fortune-telling? Then, Xingluo, I can't see everything clearly. It's just that Qingyuan's fate should not be like this. Perhaps something has been taken from her. I can only use this fortune-turning bead to help her regain her fate. Xingzhen's gentle eyes were filled with guilt for not keeping the little female cub close to take good care of her. After all, it was ultimately her fault. Jiang Xingluo reached for the red bead, strung on a rope, and then placed it in her jewelry box in her space. After leaving the divine cat tribe, Jiang Xingluo was still reflecting on everything that had happened before. Her mother said that Qingyuan's luck had been taken away. She and Lai Wind rushed back to the Jiuyin tribe as quickly as possible, but it was already winter, and even the Jiuyin tribe had begun to snow. On the day they arrived, it had been snowing for half a day. However, the Jiuyin tribe was warm, and the nearby land had almost all been tidied up by the males of the brown bear tribe. Jiang Xingluo looked at the cubs sitting around the fire stove in the house, and her worries were temporarily set aside. She braided the red bead into a bracelet for Qingyin, saying, Yuan, Yuan, this is a gift from your grandmother. A gift? Qingyuan reached out to touch the red bead on her wrist, and in an instant, a warm current surged through her body. Something's not right. Mother, I'm feeling so hot. So hot. Jiang Xingluo looked at the large amount of filth suddenly emerging from Qingyuan, all turning into black mist absorbed by the red bead, while a gentle white light continuously flowed in, being absorbed and directly pushed into Qingyuan's body. Mother, my palm is so itchy. Jiang Xingluo held Qingyuan in her arms, comforting her, but she noticed that at this moment, the favorability level above Qingyuan's head was continuously rising. A brilliant red crystal appeared in her palm, different from Jiang Xingluo's lightning mark. Qingyuan's other ability was wind-based, which had been taken from her before. Mother, don't I have little green? Why do I have another crystal? This crystal looks similar to Father Beast's. Lai Wind carefully examined the crystal in Qingyuan's palm. You've awakened wind-based abilities, Yuan Yuan. In the future, Father Beast will teach you how to use them. Qingyuan nodded, feeling completely relaxed, and the black mist that had just been on her seemed to have completely disappeared, with no trace left. So, Jiang Xingluo's favorability level for Qingyuan was now 50. Still not maxed out. The favorability levels of the other cubs had already reached full, but Qingyuan's favorability. Jiang Xingluo sighed. Perhaps it was just a matter of time. As long as she raised her cubs with care, the favorability levels would surely not be a problem. However, Jiang Xingluo didn't expect that the originally red bead would suddenly lose its luster at night, turning into an ordinary stone bead. She reached out to take the bracelet off Qingyuan's wrist and examined it closely for a long time, but she couldn't detect any issues. Perhaps next time she saw Changshuan, she could ask him about it. After all, he was also a koi and might know some truths. Lai Wind watched as Xingluo walked around the house with the bead in her hand for a long time without sleeping. Xingluo, now that Yuan Yuan is better, don't worry too much. Lai Wind recalled everything that had happened in the ruined city. How could she not worry? The beast world had gone through the rain season and was now entering the cold season. If this cold season lasted too long, many tribes' females and cubs might not survive. Did I wake you? I was just thinking about what my mother said. She is a great shaman. So can I also do it? Jiang Xingluo had also heard by Qin mention that the holy female of the White Tiger clan was supposed to be a high priestess. Now, they needed to renovate the beast god temple, and their location had already been decided. She would need to serve as the priestess. And they would also invite the Xuanwu and Zhuke clans to pray for blessings. However, speaking of it seemed easy, but doing it was definitely not a simple task. Chapter 210. Ming wants to break the contract. The heavy snow continued for 3 days, showing no signs of stopping. Chun Zhou brought Chun Shui from afar after a long journey, not expecting that it would also begin to snow in the Jiuyin tribe. Chen Zhou frowned as he looked around at the white expanse, noticing that the snow had already fallen on the rooftops of the Zhou tribe, and every household was emitting curling smoke, with the aroma of food wafting out at some unknown time. The two male beasts, who had been starving for several days, could not endure the hunger any longer, no matter how powerful their abilities were. They relied on their remaining strength and the meager gifts from the leopard tribe to make their way over. "Father, do you think Mother will forgive us?" Chen Zhou furrowed his brow, recalling how their mother had begged them to leave before, but they could never give up that city. Now, they had come all this way. He wondered if Shui Lian was doing any better. "If worse comes to worst, we can just kneel in front of your female mother. You can kneel with me for 3 days, and once she has vented her frustration, it will be fine. She is not a hard-hearted female." Listening to his father, Chen Zhou felt helpless. It was their lack of foresight. In the past, their female mother had always been more far-sighted than their father. This decision was indeed made correctly by their female mother. No wonder their father could never beat Bai Chun. It seemed there was a reason for that. "Father, you said this. You must not act tough in front of Mother." Chen Zhou reminded his father, who sighed deeply, white mist escaping from his mouth. Chen Shui nodded. Jiang Xingluo was making a big fire in the yard. They had set up a stove outside and planned to steam a pot of meat buns now that the snow had stopped. The two pig beasts were sleeping soundly in a temporary grass shed nearby, seemingly unbothered by the cold. This made things much easier for Jiang Xingluo, while Jiaoyu, inspired, was slowly learning about medicinal herbs with the two little female cubs. With the heavy snow blocking the roads, returning now would be boring, and Jingxing definitely had many things to handle in Angry Wind City. Shui Lian and Jiaoyu surrounded Qin Yuan, carefully looking at the names of some medicinal herbs recorded in her leather book. Qin Yuan also had another book with simple characters that she had secretly asked her mother to prepare for her. She loved these characters very much, so she studied them earnestly. Shui Lian eagerly asked Qin Yuan about each character, cheering each time she learned a new one. "Qin Yuan, I want to be a doctor in the tribe, like Sister Feng Qian." Shui Lian had always liked Feng Qian, but the two tribes often quarreled. Shui Lian wanted to cling to Feng Qian to learn how to use medicinal herbs, but her father always stopped her. Unexpectedly, she could now learn alongside someone, a female cub of the same age as Qin Yuan, and little by little, she was learning. Mei watched from the side. These days seemed pretty good. Jiang Xingluo slowly placed the already wrapped buns into the pot. Liu Feng and Bai Ku were chopping wood to put on the stove, while Jiang Xingluo prepared to cook some porridge and stew a big pot of ribs. Their family gathered together almost every day to eat like this. Jiang Xingluo picked a piece of rib from the pot and placed it in her bowl. The meat had already been stewed off the bone. Using her chopsticks, she picked a piece and put it in her mouth. The rich aroma of meat filled her senses. Eating something hot during the cold season was truly a delightful experience. The porridge nearby was also bubbling with steam. Chen Zhou, with a growling stomach, followed the aroma of the meat directly to Jiang Xingluo's doorstep. His fur cloak was torn in many places, and the intense hunger almost overwhelmed him. He felt he could swallow 2 cows whole right now. "Xingluo, you really are in this weak beastman tribe." "Father, I found the holy female of the white tiger tribe right here." Chen Zhou shouted excitedly, and Jiang Xingluo noticed that 2 beastmen males were standing outside her door. They were both from the black tiger tribe. She turned to Mei Ying, her eyes filled with confusion. Only then did Mei Ying look toward the sound and notice 2 figures outside. Jiang Xingluo watched as the 2 males rushed in. The elderly one directly walked up to Mei Ying, knelt down suddenly, causing Jiang Xingluo and Liu Feng to step back in shock. Bai Chun and Exine Lan were upstairs, slowly simmering a pot of beef bone soup. They both enjoyed this dish, and with the fragrant flour made from ground wheat. Bai Chun had even learned to make noodles. However, they were suddenly startled by the loud commotion from downstairs, and the 2 elderly people couldn't help but lean close to the stairs to see. To their surprise, the sight made them almost laugh out loud. "Oomph. Stupid fools who don't listen to the female leader's words deserve to kneel and beg for mercy." Exine Lan couldn't help but laugh at what the male next to her said. However, things were truly chaotic downstairs. You must not go down and stop them. After all, they still have to call you brother. Bai Chun looked at his female leader and replied softly, "I will listen to the female leader. I want to do anything to embarrass them." But Jiang Xingluo and Liu Feng were not so lucky. They watched as Chen Zhou and Chen Shui knelt directly in front of Mei Ying. Shui Lian, seeing her elder brother and father, immediately ran over. "Father, elder brother, you finally came. I thought you didn't want me and Mother anymore." Jiang Xingluo found the scene before her quite amusing. She was just standing there watching the show. However, It was indeed entertaining. Liu Feng reached out and held Jiang Xingluo's hand, and she did not pull away. Qinzhou, who was kneeling in front of their mother begging for forgiveness, watched them hold hands, surrounded by a bunch of cubs, and he was so jealous he was about to go mad. According to age, if Xingluo were in the White Tiger tribe, her best match would be Shizhou. But she had to choose a beast husband from the Tiger tribe. That was the rule. Naturally, he was the most suitable, but now he didn't even stand a chance. Now, because of his past stubbornness, he had to kneel and admit his mistakes. He only hoped their mother could be a little soft-hearted. He could kneel here. But could he at least get something to eat? Mei, how about you? Xingluo, drive them out. I plan to dissolve the contract with him. What? Everyone present was stunned. Even Bai Chun and Xinluo, who were paying close attention to the scene from upstairs, were shocked. Dissolving contract was no joke. Once dissolved, the male would struggle to cope with the blow and could easily go mad and become a crazy beast. Especially for Chun Shui. As the leader of a clan, already a violet crystal beast man, if he were to become a mad beast, it would endanger all females and cubs. Mei Ying, I'm sorry, I admit my mistake. It was my stubbornness that caused Shui Lian to run a fever. I should have listened to you. You stupid fool who has lived half a life without any brains. Bai Chun found it amusing even from upstairs, but in the end, this matter still needed him to step in. It was useless for a junior like Xingluo to speak. Chapter 211. The wealthy Jiang Xingluo Bai Chun came down the stairs. And Qin Shui finally noticed that there were actually beastmen living in the house above. The beastman coming down the stairs was none other than Bai Chun, who had previously led the White Tiger tribe to escape to this place. When Qin Shui saw Bai Chun, his face lost all color. He already felt embarrassed enough, and now he felt even more humiliated. This feeling was truly uncomfortable. Jiang Xingluo sighed and turned to Mei Ying. Aunt Mei Ying, how about you go inside with me to accompany Shui Lian, and let my uncle clarify things with them? Mei Ying nodded and followed Jiang Xingluo into the house. Jiang Xingluo didn't know how to comfort people, so she simply said nothing and looked at her cubs, leaving everything outside to Liu Feng. Xingluo, I heard you raised these cubs all by yourself. It must have been hard work. When Jiang Xingluo heard Mei Ying's question, memories of the past flooded her mind. She had truly sacrificed a lot for these cubs. How did you forgive your beast husband? Mei Ying now had another beast husband, but the first one was different. She just wanted to hear Jiang Xingluo's story. Jiang Xingluo began to speak, recounting past events that she thought she would never share with anyone. Unexpectedly, she found herself sharing them today. However, for her, those memories were filled with misunderstandings. Liwen had searched for her for a long time, and she had thought he was already dead. So it was, Xingluo, you have a good beast husband, but my first beast husband is truly too stubborn. Jiang Xingluo couldn't offer any comfort. Such matters were for her to ponder alone. Qinzhou and Chun Shui were persuaded by Bai Chun for a long time. And in the end, Chun Shui decided to take action with their female cubs. Mei Ying was also helpless. After all, Shui Lian was his female cub too, and she couldn't stop a father beast from showing kindness to his own female cub. Mistress, I was wrong. If you want to punish me, then punish me. Don't keep all your anger inside. Chun Shui hugged Shui Lian and lowered his head in apology. Mei Ying felt helpless, but they were right. If they broke the bond, it would be bad for everyone. If they didn't break the bond, he and Chunzhou would have to find a place to live by themselves. Mei Ying truly couldn't accept the male in front of her right away. She thought she was like the former Xingluo, needing time to resolve the conflict. Jiang Xingluo watched them leave together, feeling it was quite surreal. Outside, a pot of ribs bubbling with steam was brought in by Liwen and placed on the large wooden table in the room. After Jiang Xingluo served a bowl of ribs to Bai Chun, Xinluo and Bai Chun went upstairs to eat noodles. Bai Ke wanted to eat meat buns with Jiao Yu and Jiang Xingluo, so he simply lifted the lid of the pot downstairs with a few cubs, and the warm steam kept rising. Bai Ke used the chopsticks Jiao Yu gave him to place the fragrant hot buns in a large basin. He had never seen such food before. They were soft and steaming, with a doughy exterior and meat inside. Father Beast, Mother Beast, don't you want to try these delicious buns? They were made by my two sisters. With Bai Ke's call, the two elders, who had been indifferent, rushed downstairs and picked up 3 large buns before heading upstairs. Bai Ke felt helpless watching them. When did his Father Beast and Mother Beast become like little children? He hadn't seen them this happy in a long time. The few people in the room were still waiting for Bai Ke to bring over the buns. And the cubs couldn't bear their hunger any longer, each grabbing a big bun, especially Qin Yan, who had recently started to grow taller and had grown quite a bit in just half a year. Jiang Xingluo felt a sense of emotion. A large pot of meat buns, so much meat, yet the few cubs couldn't get enough, and even Liwen, who ate 3, was still not full. nor was Baikou. It was clear that more livestock was needed. Otherwise, there wouldn't even be enough food for the white tiger beastmen. After a meal, the cubs began to burp, while Jiao Yu and Jiang Xingluo looked at them, unsure of what to say. Sister, how about you wait for me to kill another pig beast next time before cooking? Your cooking skills are so good, I feel like I didn't eat enough. Jiang Xingluo and Jiao Yu exchanged helpless glances. They truly didn't know what to say. How about you leave the pig beast raising to me? Baikou looked eagerly at his two sisters, feeling warmth in his palms. Baikou was already a green crystal beast man, but he didn't know when he would become a blue crystal beast man. He had been following his brother-in-law up the mountain to hunt and train, becoming familiar with using his abilities. However, he still felt there was something lacking. He didn't know what was happening, but he always felt a heat in his palm that even hurt a little. Yet he no longer had enough beast crystals to use. The green crystals were limited. Most of the prey he had caught previously had yellow beast crystals, so he could only give those crystals to a few cubs. They still had use for them, but he was completely unable to use them. Jiang Xingluo sensed the changes in Baikou's body. His palm's abilities slowly emerged, and the energy throughout his body began to surge. If he didn't absorb the power of beast crystals, he would feel very uncomfortable. Green crystals. Xingluo hurriedly opened the box in the wooden house, and Jiao Yu saw a whole box of beast crystals. So many? Xingluo directly took out 10 green beast crystals and placed them in Baikou's palm. A gentle power flowed slowly, and Baikou's cold sweat finally stopped. After absorbing the power of the beast crystals, he still had 2 green beast crystals left. His ability crystal had turned blue, and he no longer needed the green beast crystals. Jiang Xingluo looked at Baikou, who had successfully passed the advancement period, and finally breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you, Sister Xingluo. No need to be polite with me. As long as you're okay. Now you can hunt beasts that yield blue beast crystals. But it's not easy to go out hunting in winter. Many beasts hide and won't appear. If you need anything during this time, come find me. Many of the things here have been spread to various corners of the beast world, so she was not lacking in beast crystals. Now that the black energy was running rampant, Jiang Xingluo planned to protect her family first. Everything else was not important. When the snowfall in the Jiuyin tribe stopped, the pottery stored in the stone warehouse could now be taken out and transported to Fury Wind City. But the weather was cold, and there probably wouldn't be many beastmen coming out to procure these items. They sent another batch of flint stones previously saved to Fury Wind City. The beastmen in Fury Wind City also needed these items. Thus, with these and some basic food, Jiang Xingluo earned quite a bit of beast skins. However, in Fury Wind City, it was indeed as she expected. Only a few scattered beastmen came out to procure flint stones. And even the beastmen who used to sell butter cakes outside had stopped going out, making the streets very desolate. Chapter 2:12. The warm season of the new year arrives. Time passed quickly, in cycles. The beast world had no concept of time and did not celebrate any meaningful holidays. Even during the spring festival, there was no real concept of it, so Jiang Xingluo could only muddle through her days. It seemed she would have to replan time in this world in the future, making a calendar, creating written language, teaching all beastmen to raise livestock and plant crops, and promoting medical skills. These were everything Jiang Xingluo wanted to do now. However, for now, she could only start with medicine and writing. The beastmen of the Jiuyin tribe were already well-versed in planting wheat and rice. These were nothing to them, but it needed to be promoted to other tribes as well. It was just a matter of time. One day, when those beastmen felt that buying food from her shop was too expensive, they would naturally choose to learn to plant it themselves. As the days passed, the cold season ended, and when the weather warmed up, her few cubs had grown up, crawling around in beast form, making Jiang Xingluo feel a bit helpless. However, Lai Wen could easily handle them alone. Their favorite still remained playing with their older brothers and sisters. Jiang Xingluo distributed the herb seeds stored in her space within the tribe. As the weather just warmed up, she began to dig holes and plant with the males of the tribe. The young females were still learning about medicinal knowledge and how to recognize characters. The males could also recognize characters, but they used their abilities to take on these heavy tasks, while the mistress was happy to do some simple and easy work at home. Because the beastmen of the brown bear tribe had been very friendly before, this time Jiang Xingluo simply had the two who understood medicinal herbs and how to plant, Zhong Tian and Zhong Zhu, take the herb seeds and plant them with the beastmen of their tribe. After planting in reasonable areas, Jiang Xingluo distributed the corn seeds her mother had given her when she visited the Divine Cat tribe. There were also some grain seeds. In the future, these would be planted on a large scale. The rice paddies suitable for planting rice needed to be chosen in areas a bit further south, where it was easy to irrigate, so other crops will be prioritized first. After distributing the seeds, all the beast men were very enthusiastic. They had tasted the flavors of rice and wheat flour, so they naturally knew how great Jiang Xingluo's abilities were. What she had planted before had yielded abundant harvests, and this time would be no exception. The thought of enjoying delicious meals when harvest time came made all the orcs work with extra enthusiasm. Jiang Xingluo sat under a big tree on the ridge, the strong wind moving the table and chairs as requested by Jiang Xingluo. He was gently blown by the breeze, holding a bamboo knife in his hand, silently carving characters onto the animal skin. The animal skins with carved characters were still not enough. A few days ago, Kazama had also come to tell her that the orc from Ragewind City wanted to learn the same script. Therefore, Jiang Xingluo had to prepare many identical animal skins to give to the people of Ragewind City. Jiang Xingluo had told Jing Sheng before that if possible, a school should be established in Ragewind City, which could be set up separately, but the primary school should be for everyone to learn to recognize characters together. Jing Sheng was probably already looking for someone to build the school, while the Jiuyin tribe still planned to build the Beast God Temple first. Jiang Xingluo agreed with what they said. The important thing now was to cultivate the medicinal fields well. Jiang Xingluo was most worried that when the warm season arrived, Ling Shuang might return with that group of black gas. If they really inserted those filthy bugs into the bodies of the orcs, it would be a disaster. Jiang Xingluo looked at the medicinal seeds that had been heavily planted in front of him, and his abilities slowly flowed out. No one noticed that those seeds, which originally took a long time to sprout, had already begun to stir. Jiang Xingluo couldn't make this too obvious, so he could only let all these seeds sprout. As for the rest, he could only let Diyu handle it. Diyu was a merman from the Sea tribe. It was easy for him to transport water from the river and sprinkle it onto the fields. When Diyu heard that Jiang Xingluo wanted him to help, he eagerly ran out from home. He saw such a large piece of land that needed his help to plant, and the smell of the medicinal herbs mixed in the soil made him feel refreshed. Where did all these seeds come from, Xingluo? Your herbs seem different from ordinary ones. Jiang Xingluo frowned as he looked at the deep-eyed male in front of him. Sure enough, high-level orcs could see through everything at a glance. There's nothing different. It's just that these medicines can purify some dirty things. Jiang Xingluo looked at the land in front of him, hoping that these little sprouts could grow smoothly, as their function was very important. Diyu watched Jiang Xingluo's serious demeanor and evenly sprayed water from the river onto the land. The gentle breeze, combined with the moist soil, was a good thing for the planted land. Jiang Xingluo looked at the male standing amidst the rising mist, and Diyu changed direction to continue evenly sprinkling water onto other fields. The orcs present looked at Diyu, most of them showing envy in their eyes. The power of a purple crystal orc was so mysterious, and while weaker orcs could awaken abilities, none had appeared with water abilities yet. It is known that water and wood ability holders are extremely rare. Now, with 2 wood ability orcs in the Jiuyin tribe, it was already an honor, and they didn't dare to expect too much. Only Jiang Xingluo knew that the orcs of the Jiuyin tribe would not forever lose their abilities. She could feel that the abilities suppressed in their bodies for generations had not manifested because their bodies could not bear it. As long as they could take good care of their bodies, restoring everything would not be a difficult task. The fierce wind looked at the characters Jiang Xingluo carved, feeling a sense of loss in her heart. Her fingers had already developed calluses, but seeing all the orcs busy, she could hardly stop. After finishing her work, the fierce wind also took an animal skin to start recording characters. Jiang Xingluo was gradually attracted by the characters carved by the fierce wind. The words she carved on the animal skin, people, mountains, rivers, plants, flowers, those simple looked no different from those she had carved herself. However, she had almost never seen the fierce wind do these things before. When did you learn these? The fierce wind was stunned by Jiang Xingluo's words. When did he learn them? Perhaps he realized that there seemed to be more and more gaps between him and Jiang Xingluo. It seemed that Xingluo had always been dedicating everything she had to this beast world, while all he could do was take care of the cubs and her. Therefore, the fierce wind unconsciously took the animal skins he had secretly saved and repeatedly carved those characters. Now, he had long memorized those simple characters, and the carved words were almost indistinguishable from Jiang Xingluo's. Chapter 213. Do you disappear? It's nothing. I just thought it looked beautiful. So he did it. Jiang Xingluo looked at the fierce wind with drooping brows. The cubs were being taken care of by Aunt Xinluan, so he had time to come out with Xingluo today. The fierce wind just didn't want to be separated from her. The danger was unknown, and with him around, it would be easier to solve any problems that arose. Jiang Xingluo looked at the fierce wind, who was seriously carving characters on the animal skin. His gaze was focused on those characters from another world. exuding a particularly serious charm. It seemed she hadn't properly looked at the fierce wind for a long time. Fierce wind, thank you for being willing to stay with me. In the future, let the 5 cubs accompany you back to rebuild the tribe. Jiang Xingluo knew that losing the tribe had always been a thorn in his heart. After all, it was the place his family had always protected. As long as he and the cubs were still there, the tribe could be rebuilt. Xingluo, what do you mean by that? Do you not want us anymore? Jiang Xingluo saw that the bamboo knife in the fierce wind's hand had suddenly stopped moving, realizing that he had misunderstood her meaning. No, I just meant that once the cubs grow up, they will have their own missions. If they are willing to rebuild the wild city tribe with you, then they can go. I 1T oppose it. The weight of home is always heavy. Just like how Jiang Xingluo still missed the time when her grandfather and aunt were around. Although she now had new family members in this world, she still couldn't forget her past family. If even she forgot, then no one would remember them. There is no need to think about those things now. Xingluo, let the cubs do what they want. I 1T interfere. The wild city is actually not a suitable place to live. Jiang Xingluo didn't expect the fierce wind to think so clearly, but what he said made sense. You can arrange this as you wish, but I have never thought about wanting you to leave me. From now on, don't say such things again. Jiang Xingluo looked at the fierce wind with a hint of heartache, leaned close to him, and kissed him on the forehead before slowly stepping back. In the distance, Du naturally took this scene into his eyes, watching clearly. A subtle pang of bitterness in his heart made him feel a little helpless. He turned his head and went to the land managed by the brown bear tribe. He had thought he had long since let go of Jiang Xingluo, but unexpectedly, seeing her being intimate with the fierce wind again made his heart feel as if it had been stabbed by a needle. This kind of pain, though not deep, when it spreads, almost made the abilities within his body gradually unstable. Did a purple crystal orc really have to find a female? Du felt confused, trying to suppress the abilities flowing wildly in his body. He indeed needed to find a female master now. However, he was unwilling to choose a female master lightly. Once bonded, everything would not be so easy afterward. If it were Xingluo or a kind female like Shui Li, it would be good, but if it were Du staggered and continued walking forward. The abilities in his body gradually became unstable, and at this moment Ling Shuang, hidden in a cave and awakening from hibernation, smelled a familiar scent. It was the same ability scent she had smelled when she initially sought out powerful corpses to utilize. Ling Shuang felt the lingering dark energy within her body becoming restless and eager. They needed this body to find a powerful beast husband so they could harness his strength. And this scent, wasn't it the same as that dead fish's offspring? There was no mistaking it. Du Yu's powers were unstable, and even the trees in front of him began to appear double, seeming to spin around. No, even if his powers were flaring uncontrollably, he couldn't let himself descend into madness and become a feral beast. He needed water. Once he got home, things would be easier. But the chaotic energy coursing through him made it nearly impossible to control himself, forcing him to cut his arm with a bamboo knife, hoping it would help him regain some clarity. When did his powers become so agitated? As a purple crystal beast man, he couldn't even manage his own abilities. The images in his mind were filled with the scene of Jiang Xingluo kissing Lifeone. He felt so jealous. That lion had everything he desired. Why couldn't Xingluo give him a chance? He wouldn't mind being her second beast husband. Why did she have to reject him like this? Ling Shuang looked at the struggling male in front of her. It seemed like she had stumbled upon a treasure after a long search. Unexpectedly finding Du Yu right after his hibernation. His jiaozhu was a valuable item. If she could consume it, perhaps she wouldn't need the dark energy to maintain her beast form forever. Ling Shuang transformed into her human form and gradually approached the male. The scent of his powers was incredibly enticing, but he was a living beast man, and she wondered if she could turn him into a puppet. Ling Shuang, who had been missing for a long time, had grown into a mature female. Her once delicate features had transformed into something quite enchanting after absorbing so much power. In truth, she had always liked her original appearance, that pure look which no male would find appealing. To attract more beast husbands to serve her, she needed to have a more stunning appearance, just like Jiang Xingluo, at least more beautiful than her. Now, as she touched her cheek, she pulled off a scale from her body to reflect her face. Compared to Jiang Xingluo, she was at least as good, if not better. Looking at the reflection of 2 faces in the scale, one was hers, and the other was Du Yu's. She and Du Yu were quite a match now. Ling Shuang reached out to caress Du Yu's cheek. She really wanted to bind him as her first beast husband before the contract was even formed. That way, she wouldn't feel so isolated. Du Yu, how about I help you? Du Yu opened his eyes, looked at the unfamiliar female before him, shook his head. and pushed away her swaying claws. I don't know you, go away. Ling Shuang furrowed her brow at his pushed-away hand. This was interesting. Did he think he had a choice? Du Yu sensed an unusual aura from the female. Ordinary little females didn't carry such a strange scent. He remembered Xingluo had mentioned that their sea tribe was sent to a snake tribe girl. But if she were just a girl, how could she look like this? Regardless, he couldn't stay here any longer. Du Yu's powers were unstable, but dealing with a female should be manageable. Suddenly, a strong current of water swept Ling Shuang aside. When she looked over, she found that Du Yu, who had been immersed in pain, had already left. Damn, Merman, does he think he can escape like this? He has lost control and can't control his actions at all. Chapter 214. It turns out she took Du Yu away. Jiang Xingluo saw that Li Yifeng's handwriting was quite nice, so she decided to let him handle half of the engraving of simple characters. Lai Feng, take care of these. I'll work on another booklet. Lai Feng looked at his female master and then took the animal skins. After cutting the irregular animal skins into reasonable sizes, he followed the dimensions Jiang Xingluo had previously cut and opened them all up, slowly laying them out. He picked up a bamboo knife and began to carve the characters onto the animal skins. A gentle breeze blew, the big tree began to bud, and the sun started to tilt in the west. Jiang Xingluo looked at the animal skin booklets they had prepared and rolled them up, planning to have the beastmen from Angry Wind City come and take them away to help. She didn't know if there would be enough. Suddenly, several beautifully colored wild chickens ran down from the distant mountain. Jiang Xingluo looked at their feathers and instantly had an idea. Those chicken feathers could be made into brushes, and the method of papermaking was recorded in the books that had fallen into space. If possible, she could try it in the future. For now, being able to engrave characters on animal skins was already sufficient. If they used bamboo to make bamboo slips and chicken feathers to make brushes, then made ink, the writing would be even clearer. However, this would require a significant investment of resources. For now, they should let all the beastmen get used to recognizing characters before considering other matters. Lai Feng sniffed the air, detecting a somewhat pungent scent, feeling it was odd. It was reminiscent of the attack they had encountered by the seaside before. Now, he could smell that scent again, which was truly strange. Xingluo, do you smell something strange nearby? Lai Feng was sure of his sense of smell. He didn't make mistakes. Jiang Xingluo hadn't noticed before, but became aware of it at that moment. She was very sensitive to those rotting scents. Let us go check it out. Lai Feng transformed into his beast form and led Jiang Xingluo across the vast fields, where the pungent smell grew stronger. However, Jiang Xingluo felt that this was not its true form. After dealing with it a few times, she sensed that the dark energy was still looking for a beast body to carry its powers. Jiang Xingluo looked around the forest and noticed a patch of wild grass that had just sprouted, which had turned completely bare, as if the soil had been doused in gasoline, looking very strange. Moreover, these were clearly footprints left by beastmen. It seemed 2 beastmen had passed through there. As Jiang Xingluo observed this scene, a surge of suspicion arose in her heart. Xingluo, it's Du Yu. I want to forget the fishy smell from that merman. It's him. Jiang Xingluo frowned, unsure whether to laugh or cry. Lai Feng had always harbored great hostility towards Du Yu, but unexpectedly, he could detect the other's scent due to his dislike. Can you find out their direction? Lai Feng nodded and directly led Jiang Xingluo forward. Besides the strong smell of dark energy, Jiang Xingluo also detected a fishy smell mixed with blood, quite intense. Du Yu seems to be injured. Lai Feng nodded. Although he hated that dead fish always clinging to his female master, this wasn't the time to dwell on that. Xingluo, it's impossible for him to be in trouble. He is a purple crystal beast man. Even that dark energy wouldn't be able to gain an advantage over him. Jiang Xingluo nodded, but she was worried that the dark energy might use some underhanded means. Jiang Xingluo and Lai Feng followed the scent to a cave. The air in the cave was thick and pungent, seemingly the lair of that dark energy. Lai Feng, tread lightly, don't let them notice us. The smell of blood grew heavier, and the fishy scent on Du was also strong. Both Lai Feng and Jiang Xingluo were curious about what method this person had used to trap Du. After all, the Jiaozhu of the Merman tribe was extraordinary, possessing purifying powers. The water and wood abilities were such. The life force of the wood system and the life source of the water system inherently carried purifying capabilities. Jiang Xingluo couldn't understand. Is it possible that something went wrong with his body? The only reason Jiang Xingluo could think it was this. As they gradually approached, they saw that Du was actually being coiled by Ling Shuang's beast form. Jiang Xingluo couldn't be mistaken. There was no second black snake in the Yulan marsh. Her beast form was formed after utilizing that mass of black energy. A powerful lightning ability struck Ling Shuang, causing her to open her massive mouth and twist her body. Her snake eyes scanned the surroundings and soon landed on the two people who had entered from outside the cave, Jiang Xingluo and Lai Feng. How did they manage to come here? Jiang Xingluo frowned at the scene before her. Ling Shuang opened her mouth wide, which quickly spread out, but unfortunately, it had little effect on Jiang Xingluo. A strong wind swiftly dispersed Ling Shuang's black mist. Ling Shuang had completely forgotten that Jiang Xingluo's beast husband had wind abilities. I will never let him go. Since you all like to stay here and watch, then just watch me turn this mermaid into my beast husband. Jiang Xingluo frowned, and as Death's consciousness faded, she gritted her teeth and looked at Ling Shuang. If Death really became her beast husband, who knows how rampant she would be in harming the beast men in the beast world. Xingluo, it must be painful to watch your partner be tainted by me. It's all your fault for taking away everything that should have belonged to me. You should blame yourself. Why didn't you let Qingyan approach me? Instead, you brought that despicable female cub to steal away Kanglin, who should have been my first beast husband. Now, return one to me, fair and reasonable. A bolt of lightning struck down from Jiang Xingluo, shaking Ling Shuang's beast skin, but it was useless. Her snake skin wouldn't be easily harmed. If you want a beast husband, you should choose one mutually. Why force others? Jiang Xingluo looked at Ling Shuang, who was a girl with malicious intent when they first met, and now that malice had grown even stronger. You wretched girl, you took away my fate. The wood ability is mine. It was originally mine. Why did you take away my ability crystal? Jiang Xingluo frowned at Ling Shuang, whose consciousness was gradually becoming chaotic, while Death was forced to cough up blood due to her entanglement. Death's tightly closed eyes finally opened, and he clearly saw the environment he was in. The power surging within him slowly began to recover. He gradually used his strength, signaling Lai Feng to help, and the three of them combined their powers against Ling Shuang, while thunderous roars echoed outside. Since males cannot harm females, Death and Lai Feng used their full abilities against Ling Shuang, yet her beast skin showed no signs of breaking. It seemed her internal organs had received a significant impact. Her snake body went limp, and she had to release Death. Chapter 215. The story of the beast god. Death looked at the snake before him that had collapsed on the ground and disdainfully turned to leave. However, the punishment from the beast god seemed far from over. The mountain above the cave was suddenly split apart, and a bolt of lightning struck down, hitting both Death and Lai Feng. The two were forced to kneel on one knee, while Jiang Xingluo was the only one who was not punished. Jiang Xingluo frowned as she watched the scene unfold, reaching out to help the two of them, but the continuous thunder roared on. The recently fallen lightning was still ongoing. Jiang Xingluo frowned at Ling Shuang, who was suddenly laughing uncontrollably. Xingluo, even if you want to kill me, you can't. This is a rule set by Shi Zhou and the beast god. Protect the females. So if you kill me, you will pay the price. Look at your beast husband. Isn't that the case? A coldness surged in Jiang Xingluo's brows, causing Ling Shuang, who had been laughing, to suddenly feel a bit frightened. Is that so? Jiang Xingluo extended her hand, and unbeknownst to her, she already had a whip in her grasp. It seemed that Ling Shuang's past misdeeds were still insufficient punishment for her. Now she seemed to have forgotten. You two, stand up. Since you can't do it, I'll do it myself. Jiang Xingluo's whip did not stop. Recalling the evil deed she had done to her little female cub and the endless torment she had inflicted on the sick by Tian, all of which were her handiwork. The disgusting Ling Shuang, the protection bestowed by the beast god, was originally meant to protect the weak females from suffering pain, but in her mouth, it had become a shield for her. Just as Jiang Xingluo's whip fell, a long snake suddenly darted in from outside, transforming into a human form. Qingchun grasped Ling Shuang's neck tightly. Who taught you to speak to her like that? Did you go to the Sea Tribe and still not learn your lesson? Jiang Xingluo put away her whip and looked at the hatred swirling in Qingchun's eyes. You handle your niece yourself. Then thank you for helping me find her. Jiang Xingluo watched the continuous lightning falling from the sky and turned to Qingchun. Then bind her and take her away, and deal with her slowly once you're back in your snake tribe. Sure, I'll do as you say. Ling Shuang gritted her teeth as she looked at Qingchun and Jiang Xingluo. Why is it that just because you have ability crystals, you are naturally superior to me? I just want my ability. Ling Shuang struggled desperately, still not understanding what she had done wrong. Jiang Xingluo sneered. It seems your education methods are still lacking. Qingchun, your little niece has been jealous of you for a long time. Didn't you notice? Qingchun's beautiful eyes shifted, looking at Ling Shuang with disdain. I told her that the snake tribe does not lack excellent males. If she likes one, she can choose to have him as a beast husband. However, Choosing a beast husband outside cannot always go smoothly. She probably just wanted to compare herself to me, but some things are innate and cannot be changed. What a pity. She completely didn't listen. Qingqing's words were laced with sarcasm. Jiang Xingluo nodded, choosing not to speak further. When Qingcheng took out everything from Ling Shuang, she unexpectedly found a bell that had already turned black. Qingcheng threw it in front of Jiang Xingluo. Do you know what this is? It doesn't look like a good thing. Jiang Xingluo looked at the bell and, after purifying it with her wood ability, discovered that it contained a red pearl. Jiang Xingluo placed the red pearl on Qingyin's wrist, and a lingering power returned to Qingyin's body, causing her wood ability crystal to instantly turn blue. Little Green was somewhat astonished. What's going on? Jiang Xingluo saw that Qingyin's favorability had directly risen to 90. She understood that this was what Xingjin had mentioned. Qingyin's fate had been taken away by someone. So this pearl is another one from the Koi clan. As long as you use this pearl, you can exchange a person's fate. Jiang Xingluo frowned, recalling the original plot of this book, where Qingyin was set up as the antagonist. However, it now seemed that the original setting might be the problem. Who exactly wrote her as the villainous female in the book, Jiang Xingluo still couldn't figure out. But it was probably a coincidence. She should have originally belonged to this beast world. Xingluo, your female cub is quite good. Her wood ability has reached the blue crystal stage. If only I were male, if you could give me a female cub with the ability to split, I would definitely spoil you. Jiang Xingluo looked at Qingqing's slightly raised brows and smiled, saying, what a pity. We met a bit too late. Not at all. My tribe will give birth to a female cub with sealing abilities. Jiang Xingluo frowned as she looked at the female before her. Sealing ability? What is that? This beast world was opened by the beast god Yuan Xin, but at that time, Yuan Xin stirred up a battle to protect the beast world in Mingzhong. And in order to seal Mingzhong, the snake tribe was tasked with guarding the Yulan Marsh. However, once a female with sealing ability appears, it indicates that the original sealing power has weakened. When Qingcheng woke up, she heard the orcs in Ragewind City talking about Jiang Xingluo being the holy female of the White Tiger clan, a high priestess who could communicate with the beast god. So Qingcheng wanted to ask her whether Mingzhong was still sealed beneath the Yulan Marsh. Mingzhong's power was too great to be eliminated and could only be suppressed through sealing. Do you really know nothing? Jiang Xingluo listened to Qingqing's words and shook her head, her eyes filled with confusion. I truly have no knowledge of this. If you have more to say, you might as well say it all. Qingcheng sighed and revealed everything, explaining that the marsh guarded by their serpent clan was to prevent Mingzhong from using her powerful abilities to harm the orcs. She and Yuanjin were inherently light and dark existences. Mingzhong's power came from the night. Jiang Xingluo had never heard of these things and was surprised that Qingqing knew them so clearly. So the little female appearing in your clan is to be reborn to seal Mingzhong again? Qingqing did not want to admit it, but it was indeed the case. The sealing power needed to be more yin and cold than Mingzhong's, and they could only choose a little female from the serpent clan. You're the holy female of the White Tiger clan and should be able to communicate with the beast god. Xingluo, I want to ask you to inquire whether Mingzhong has already broken free from her seal. Jiang Xingluo looked at Qingcheng, who just wanted to protect the little female in her clan. Although that kind of awakened ability could seal other orcs, the strongest sealing array required a life as the price. As long as Mingzhong had not left, that little female could live a peaceful and happy life without sacrificing herself. Chapter 216, Goddess Xingluo, lead us in prayer. However, the Beast God Temple was still under reconstruction, so you should wait in Ragewind City for now. But Qingcheng, the black energy in Ling Shuang's body came quite mysteriously. I suspect that the black energy I have been pursuing might be the person you mentioned. Jiang Xingluo did not want to hide this from Qingcheng, but if there was another way to make her disappear, perhaps there would be no need to use sealing power again. There might be other ways to deal with her. You don't have to feel too distressed. Jiang Xingluo looked at Qingcheng, who frowned. In fact, Ling Shuang's current state was likely related to Mingzhong. To this day, she had no idea how Mingzhong escaped. Xingluo, go find the members of the Zhuke clan and Xuanwu clan. Only when you all work together can you bring Mingzhong back, but the little female needed to perform the sealing might not be able to carry it out at all. I will find a way, you can rest assured. The involvement in this matter was growing wider, but fortunately, Jiang Xingluo already had some clues. When Jiang Xingluo found Shirvo and inquired about these matters, she found that things were indeed as Qingcheng had said. Everything seemed to be arranged by fate. So what you mean is that finding the holy female of the Zhuke clan and the beast god messenger of the Xuanwu clan will allow us to reseal Mingzhong? Jiang Xingluo was most curious about this. She looked at the male in front of her, whose eyes were evasive. I can't be sure. At the time, we became the beast god messengers just to help the beast god solve some troubles. If we are to reseal Mingzhong, we naturally have a responsibility, but Xingluo, sealing Mingzhong is not an easy task. Shi Zhou was not lying, even if it was possible. It was likely that only the powers of Xuanwu and White Tiger could contend with Mingzhong. The holy female of the White Tiger clan was the key to defeating her. Xingluo, only if you are strong enough can we have confidence in sealing Mingzhong. Your power is what she fears the most. Shi Zhou looked at Jiang Xingluo, who had developed the wood-type abilities that once attached to Yu Engine. It seemed that all this was not a coincidence. Even if Jiang Xingluo were the reincarnation of Yu Engine, Shi Zhou would have to fully believe it. But the former beast god was still present, and Shi Zhou could feel her power. This must just be a coincidence. All right, I understand. Qin Sheng originally planned to take Ling Shuang back to the Yulan Marsh, but before they left, Jiang Xingluo intended to completely purify the power in Ling Shuang's body. Thank you. Xingluo, I owe you a favor. Remember to come find me to collect it later. Jiang Xingluo used her abilities to purify Ling Shuang's body. But Ling Shuang looked at Jiang Xingluo with terror in her eyes. No, I don't want this. If this continues, I will lose everything. I don't want to become a useless person without powers. Let me go. Ling Shuang broke free from Jiang Xingluo's hand and attempted to escape, while the wood-type ability in Jiang Xingluo's palm formed a net to try and capture Ling Shuang again. But in an instant, the power was dispersed. Damn female. How did you awaken wood-type abilities? Jiang Xingluo did not expect to see this floating black energy in Ragewind City, and Ling Shuang's body was once again controlled by that black energy. She looked at Jiang Xingluo and sneered, using wood-type abilities in front of me? You want to die? Jiang Xingluo watched as Ling Shuang produced a sharp blade in her hand, directly swinging it toward her. Jiang Xingluo had nowhere to retreat and used her whip to strike Ling Shuang's hand. But it seemed as if she was completely oblivious to the pain and continued to advance. Indeed, the core has changed. It's completely different from before. Jiang Xingluo watched the scene before her, stepping back step by step, realizing that it was really difficult to handle the person in front of her alone. Xingluo, with a shout, Lai Feng and Shi Zhou appeared together. When Ling Shuang saw the people appearing before her, she immediately retreated to escape. If it occupied Ling Shuang's body, it shouldn't be afraid of the male in front of it, right? Why did it seem so frightened now? Jiang Xingluo watched it flee and finally breathed a sigh of relief. But seeing Ling Shuang's relentless advance earlier, she always felt that things were not that simple. Lai Feng, Shi Zhou, why are you here? I was worried about you, but it seems my worries were not unfounded. Qin Chang sighed. Ling Shuang had been taken away like this. Was her body going to be completely occupied by that black energy? Xingluo, your strength is still not enough. You are too far from the former Yu Engine. You can't handle her alone. Jiang Xingluo glared in the direction Ling Shuang left, but she could not watch Mingzhong do these harmful things to the beast world. The past disasters could be set aside, but she had harmed the Sea Clan and the Wilderness City tribe, and had also targeted the Brown Bear tribe. What exactly did she want to do? No one knew. Jiang Xingluo watched Qin Sheng leave Ragewind City, and all the orcs stared blankly at everything Jiang Xingluo had just done. If they were not mistaken, Jiang Xingluo actually had wood-type abilities. Moreover, the orcs of Ragewind City had heard early on that Jiang Xingluo was the holy female of the White Tiger clan. Goddess Xingluo, lead us in prayer to the beast god. We want the grains we sow this year to have a bountiful harvest, and we want good weather with a shorter rainy season. An orc knelt down to Jiang Xingluo, knocking his head in prayer. Jiang Xingluo felt a bit dazed. She looked at the orcs in Ragewind City, realizing that her identity as the holy female of the White Tiger clan had been made public, and they likely already knew about the destruction of the Beast God Temple. At this point, Jiang Xingluo could hardly refuse. Reflecting on the past, she had once been someone who could not even accept her own reincarnation. She never expected that in the end, she was a genuine inhabitant of the beast world. Jiang Xingluo sighed and could only agree, saying, all right. She was carried back by the fierce wind, and the new Beast God Temple was located in the Jiuyan tribe, next to vast and boundless land. The blueprint for the Beast God Temple was given by Jiang Xingluo, and the statue of the Beast God was enshrined within the temple, completed before the warm season arrived. Every year during the warm season, blessings would be offered, which Bai Chun originally planned. And now he asked Jiang Xingluo to lead all the beastmen in the prayer. Jiang Xingluo looked at the majestic Beast God Temple before her. They had originally thought they could not carve a likeness of the Beast God, but now as Jiang Xingluo gazed at the lifelike statue standing in front of her, she realized how revered the beastmen were of their Beast God. Protecting them was their beast god. Jiang Xingluo lifted her gaze to the statue, looking at it as if she were gazing at her own child. Jiang Xingluo turned to Bai Chun and said, "All right, uncle, I will lead everyone in the prayer tomorrow. But I still need you and the tribe members to teach me how to properly conduct the ritual." Jiang Xingluo felt a wave of warmth surge in her heart, hoping to hear the beast god's response, praying for a smooth and prosperous world for the beastmen. Chapter 217. The beast god manifested. Jiang Xingluo looked at the priestly robes that Bai Chun and Xingluo had repaired these days, along with a staff passed down from the former high priest. Jiang Xingluo gazed at the gem embedded in the staff, a purple gem that sparkled under the sunlight. She reached out to gently touch the gem and felt an immense power contained within it. Bai Chun looked at Jiang Xingluo with great satisfaction and said, "Xingluo, cherish your staff. The power within it can only be accepted by the high priests of past generations." Jiang Xingluo nodded. Just a casual touch had allowed her to feel such powerful energy. She wondered what would happen tomorrow. Jiang Xingluo placed the priestly robe and the staff in her room, preparing for the prayer the next day. When the news spread, many beastmen who had come to Fury Wind City for leisure were eager to see how Jiang Xingluo would conduct the prayer. Jiang Xingluo was a lucky star for them, bringing blessings and leading them to pray before the beast god, something they had never imagined. Moreover, they remembered that the beast god temple was far away in the city of 10,000 beasts, and not every beastman could walk to the temple to pray. Now, the beastmen of the city of 10,000 beasts were repairing the beast god temple in the Jiang tribe, with Xingluo serving as the high priest, making this prayer more solemn than ever before. However, it was not only the outside beastmen who were excited. Jiang Xingluo, tossing and turning, could not sleep. She had never conducted a prayer before. Although Jiao Yu had taught her the ritual dance, she still felt nervous. She couldn't afford any mistakes tomorrow. Lai Feng gently wrapped his arms around Jiang Xingluo, and thinking of her dancing on the high altar today, he finally understood what it meant to be a true high priest. In the past, even his father had never seen the ritual dance, but now he was witnessing it. His mate was the high priest of the White Tiger tribe. "Don't be afraid. I will always be with you," he said. Jiang Xingluo nodded, looking up at him. Lai Feng always provided her with a sense of security, and for the first time, she took the initiative to wrap her arms around his waist, nestled in his embrace. Jiang Xingluo felt incredibly comfortable and gradually fell asleep. Early the next morning, she heard voices coming from outside the tribe, and Xingluo had already woken up to help Jiang Xingluo put on the priestly robe. Looking at the poised and spirited female before her, Xingluo felt moved. In the past, seeing this priestly robe reminded her of Xingluo and Jiao Yu's grandmother wearing it. However, at that time, she was already old and should not have continued as a priest, but because she had not given birth to a female cub, she could not inherit the priest position. Unexpectedly, there was a successor now, but sadly, their grandmother could not witness this scene. Xingluo silently recited a spell, blessing Jiang Xingluo on behalf of the elders, while the members of the White Tiger tribe had already knelt before the beast god temple, and the weaker beastmen of the Jiang tribe were also kneeling below the high altar. When Jiang Xingluo slowly walked up to the high altar in her priestly robe, all the beastmen who had come to participate in the prayer knelt down. Jiang Xingluo walked forward slowly, carrying the wishes of all the beastmen, her steps gradually steadying. However, her heart was racing faster and faster. As she stepped onto the high altar, Ling Shuang, watching from a distance, was burning with jealousy. How dare she dance the priestly dance? Ling Shuang transformed into a giant snake, continuously approaching the Jiang tribe. But it was as if some barrier had risen around the Jiang tribe, preventing her from advancing. Jiang Xingluo was already on the high altar, holding the priestly staff, and began to dance according to the steps she had learned. From a distance, Ling Shuang was going crazy with jealousy, especially since another soul was hidden within her body, almost completely controlling her movements to continue forward. However, time after time, she bumped into an invisible barrier, causing her to bleed. The prayer ceremony, once started, would last 3 days. As long as the prayer went smoothly, it would mean that they would receive the beast god's protection in this life, and there would be no long rainy season or a cold season with insufficient food. All the beastmen prayed earnestly, and Jiang Xingluo's dance grew stronger. Suddenly, the previously overcast sky cleared, and a ray of golden light appeared in the sky, revealing a beastman. The beastman had gentle features, white beast ears, and wore a skirt made of animal skins, looking kindly at the kneeling crowd. "Xingluo, I have heard your prayers." As Jiang Xingluo finished her dance and looked up, she saw the beast god in the sky, known as Yuan Xin, as mentioned by Qing Cheng. The mark on her brow was a leaf entwined with lightning, and the power in her hands was a combination of lightning and wood abilities. Jiang Xingluo seemed to sense something, and then Yuan Xin said, "You are the one I have personally chosen. Xingluo, I entrust the future of the beast world to you." Jiang Xingluo looked up as the beast god suddenly vanished, and she felt a surge of powerful energy envelop her. "No, Yuan Xin, why are you helping this waste from another world? You would rather give everything to her than to me, wouldn't you?" Ling Shuang's body trembled. In a place where no one was watching, her eyes turned red, and tears flowed like beads from a broken string, endless and unceasing. Lai Feng looked at the light radiating from Xingluo, worry hidden in his eyes. He knew that Xingluo had received the power of the beast god, but the power of the beast god. Jiang Xingluo struggled to accept everything but found herself almost unable to bear it, continuously stepping back. She reached out to lean against the surrounding wall of the high altar, barely managing to maintain her composure to continue the prayer ceremony. She knew that this was important for all the beastmen. She could not back down. Jiang Xingluo supported herself and slowly descended from the high altar, smiling at all the beastmen below, their eyes sparkling with hope. Holding the staff, she turned step by step toward the beast god temple, and all the beastmen looked at her. At that moment, they felt that Jiang Xingluo was filled with divinity. Bai Chun looked at all the beastmen, guiding them in the subsequent beast god ceremony. Jiang Xingluo stepped outside the beast god temple, raising her gaze to the sky. "Shizhu, do you, Jintang, Lai Feng, come with me?" Shizhu looked at Jiang Xingluo in disbelief. As the beast god's messenger, she naturally knew what power Jiang Xingluo had just born. Now, she wanted the four of them to go together. The reason was unclear to other beastmen, but Shizhu understood very well. The sea tribes Du, the fire ability-wielding Jin Wu, tribes Jintang, the wind ability-wielding Lai Feng who had awakened mental abilities, and him. The Zhuke clan and the Xuanwu clan are not completely unresponsive to the beast god, but they have been slow to appear. Jiang Xingluo seems to be planning something. Chapter 218. Choosing you as guardians. Shizhu watched Jiang Xingluo's determined figure as she stepped into the beast god temple without a moment's hesitation. Since she had made up her mind, he had no reason to hesitate either. However, Lai Feng was completely confused. He didn't know what Jiang Xingluo was planning. But now that they were at this point, he had no other thoughts. No matter what Xingluo wanted to do, he just wanted to stand by her side forever. The four people behind Jiang Xingluo followed her in, and she looked at the statue of the beast god in front of her. At the moment she prayed before the statue, she looked straight ahead, while the others behind her silently recited their prayers. In that moment, as their thoughts gathered, the statue of the beast god suddenly opened its eyes. At that moment, all the males in the beast god temple saw it clearly. While Jiang Xingluo was still silently reciting the incantation that Bai Chan had told her before, like a beautiful melody that lifted their spirits. Almost all the beast gods kneeling outside felt the gift of this power. The abilities of the weak beastmen from the Jiao Yin tribe gradually awakened. Jiutai looked at the faint green light emerging from his palm in disbelief, watching the crystals slowly appear, unable to believe that he would awaken his abilities at this age. Besides him, several younger members of the clan also awakened their abilities. Unlike the reindeer clan, the Nyonyo clan awakened water abilities, while several other weak beastman groups awakened abilities to varying degrees, but only the reindeer clan awakened wood abilities. This was a gift from the beast god, and everyone welcomed it willingly, with signs of nearby mountains and forests being recovered in vegetation. "Xingluo, help me get through this time, and don't let Mingzhong lose control too much. You will get what you want." Jiang Xingluo listened to this somewhat familiar voice and looked up at the beast god statue, which was slowly closing its eyes. She understood that this awakening of the beast god had likely taken too much power from Yuan Xin. Now, it had fallen back into a deep sleep, and Jiang Xingluo was completely unaware of everything happening outside. She was just grateful that she had successfully completed the prayer ceremony with the beastmen. That was enough. "Jin Tang, Lai Feng, you should understand the significance of my bringing you here. Shizhu is the messenger of the beast god. The original Zhuke and Xuanwu could not save the world, and you are my chosen new guardians." Although Jiang Xingluo lowered her gaze, she was not Yuan Xin. But since those two clans refused to acknowledge their responsibilities, there was no need to bring them back now. "The reason I chose you is to protect the beast world. Your powers can purify Mingzhong's power. For now, I cannot eradicate it, and I need you to help me. This is what I ask of the beast god." She could feel that the purifying power within the bodies of these males was almost equivalent to hers. "Shizhu, I think you should also feel another power within you. which is also a water ability. His time-space power was not supposed to exist in this world. So what Jiang Xingluo asked for him was the ability to protect himself in this world. I know, Xingluo. Thank you. Jiang Xingluo looked at Shizhou, but suddenly felt the fatigue that had been suppressed in her body surge forth. Her vision became increasingly blurry, and as her body lost weight, she fell straight down. Lai Feng reached out to support Jiang Xingluo and held her in his arms. Yet, Jiang Xingluo never let go of the staff in her hand, which gleamed with gems. One side bore a lightning imprint, while the other had a wood ability imprint. At that moment, this staff belonged uniquely to the Grand Priest of the White Tiger clan. Jiang Xingluo slept for a long time, and in her dreams, she saw her original family. Her aunt, grandfather, and uncle's family. Xingluo, I'm sorry. It was your cousin who owed gambling debts, which led him to covet your farm. He accidentally caused your death. I will never forgive him for this. Jiang Xingluo listened to the call of the person in front of her, watching as her body was cremated, with her ashes scattered in the sea. Her cousin was sent to prison by her uncle, bringing her a layer of comfort. She saw her cousin taking good care of the farm, and she finally breathed a sigh of relief. As long as someone took good care of her grandfather's legacy, nothing else mattered. Now, Jiang Xingluo was living again in the beast world. The thing she didn't want to pursue in the past slowly faded, and her original wish seemed to finally come to fruition at this moment. This feeling was wonderful. She no longer needed to worry about her family, so she could quietly stay in this world. Lai Feng looked at Jiang Xingluo with a frown. Ever since the prayer ceremony, Jiang Xingluo had not woken up. He worriedly held her hand in his palm, relieved only by the slight warmth still lingering there. Qing Yuan reached out to stroke Jiang Xingluo's forehead. Father Beast, don't worry too much. Mother will wake up soon. She just needs a rest. Qing Yuan could sense that Jiang Xingluo's body was perfectly fine. It was just that her previous emotions had been too tense. She placed the ribs she had personally cooked in front of Lai Feng. Father Beast, please eat a little. Mother will definitely wake up today. Qing Yuan noticed that Lai Feng's beard had grown, and several uncles were guarding outside the door, refusing to leave. They were all waiting for Mother to wake up. Lai Feng felt no mood at all, and could only look at Jiang Xingluo, hoping she would wake up soon. At this moment, the beastmen who had been praying in the Beast God Temple had not yet left. Because Jiang Xingluo had fainted, they were still kneeling outside the temple, waiting for her to wake up. Mingzhang had occupied Ling Shuang's body, but Ling Shuang's greedy and selfish soul had not been completely destroyed. Mingzhang did not expect her soul to dare to appear and contest for control of this body. Do you want to live? If you want to live, then you better behave. Otherwise, with my power, crushing you is as easy as squashing an ant. Mingzhang's voice carried a hint of threat, and Ling Shuang's soul seemed to be intimidated, instantly ceasing to contest for control of the body. Do you think I want this body? I have better options. It's just not the right time yet. Once I find a better vessel, I won't treat you poorly. Ling Shuang could only be forced to concede, while Mingzhang repeatedly tried to enter the Jiuyin tribe during this time, but was never successful. You and Xin, you really have thought of everything. But that Jiang Xingluo should not have woken up yet, right? Mingzhang looked at the increasingly weakened barrier of the Jiuyin tribe, realizing that when Jiang Xingluo woke up, it would be an opportunity. What a bunch of useless people. Do they really think she would be afraid? Chapter 219, Shizhou's water ability in the Jiuyin tribe. Life was thriving, and as the weather warmed, all the herbs were growing wildly. The small females tending to the herb fields looked at the gradually developing seedlings and hurriedly told Shizhou, hoping for a heavy rain soon. They also wanted to see the extent of the new abilities bestowed upon Shizhou by the beast god. Shizhou knew that everything here was Jiang Xingluo's hard work. As the messenger of the beast god, he needed to do these things. Transforming into beast form, a massive azure dragon appeared in the sky, capturing the attention of almost all the beastmen. As Shizhou exhaled clouds and mist, a fine rain began to fall. Droplets continuously landed on the ground, and the land of the Jiuyin tribe felt the nourishing rain. The herbs, still in their early stages of growth, began to flourish and even mature in an instant. Time returned to human form, and seeing the scene was completely unimaginable. Jiang Xingluo caught a hint of decay in the air and finally slowly opened her eyes, while her hand was still tightly gripped in the palm of Lai Feng. Lai Feng looked at the already awakened Jiang Xingluo, and his previously furrowed brows instantly relaxed, with a smile appearing at the corners of his lips, even bringing a hint of joy to his brow. Jiang Xingluo reached out to gently stroke the male in front of her and explained, "Don't worry, I'm fine." Lai Feng nodded. As the beastmaster of the White Tiger clan, the burdens he had to bear were greater than those of many males. And since Jiang Xingluo had only chosen one male, All the pressure fell solely on live foam. Jiang Xingluo raised her brows and looked outside the door. A moist breath mixed with the fragrance of herbs wafted in, likely due to Shi Zhu's use of his supernatural ability. She knew what Shi Zhu's ability was, but it seemed that Ming Zhang was still nearby. Otherwise, she would never have been able to smell this scent. Jiang Xingluo took Lai Feng's hand and stepped outside, scanning everything around her for a long time, but not spotting Ling Xuan. Just as she turned her head, a large snake suddenly appeared, slithering towards Jiang Xingluo, surrounded by a black mist. However, as it passed through the herb field, its scales seemed to be burning in fire, causing it great pain. Xingluo, what ability did you use on me? Why does my body feel so uncomfortable? Ming Zhang's voice was different from Ling Xuan's, and Jiang Xingluo immediately recognized it. Yet she still dared to stay here and not leave. It's just a little trick I used, but since you walked right into my trap, I won't hold back. Jiang Xingluo's ability struck the snake's body directly, and the entire snake felt as if it had been struck by lightning. Ming Zhang truly hated that she had chosen such a useless body. Even using Qing Cheng's body would have been much better. At the moment Jiang Xingluo's whip struck Ming Zhang, she rolled in pain, only able to release black mist, polluting the entire herb field before quickly fleeing. Jiang Xingluo watched her leave, but did not chase after her. However, the large area of the herb field that had been polluted was indeed wasted. Fortunately, Jiang Xingluo had a way to resolve it. She used her wood ability to purify the entire herb field, watching as the herbs, which were about to wither, instantly revived. And then she let out a sigh of relief. Several small females around focused intently on Jiang Xingluo. It was the first time her wood ability was demonstrated in front of so many beastmen, and they were stunned to see the entire herb field revived. Sister Xingluo, your wood ability is really amazing. Shui Li, who was in charge of this herb field, looked at Jiang Xingluo with a hint of envy in her eyes. Awakening abilities was still too difficult for females. This is already very good. Besides, Shui Li said, gently touching her belly, I quickly became pregnant after forming a contract. And now I'm very happy. That's great. Shui Li, you have a baby? Congratulations. Jiang Xingluo felt the strong vitality within Shui Li's body, which seemed to be several eagle cubs. Although the small females of the Milu tribe had not awakened abilities, their physiques were completely different from before. Especially, it seemed that there was more than one cub in Shui Li's belly. Let Sister Xingluo take a look at how many cubs you have in there. Jiang Xingluo looked at Shui Li in front of her, who knew how skilled Jiang Xingluo was in medicine, and directly extended her hand to her. After carefully examining, Jiang Xingluo discovered that there were 3 cubs in Shui Li's belly, and their vitality was very strong. Jiang Xingluo felt that Shui Li's body was also well-nourished now. All the males of the Jiao Yin tribe had awakened their abilities, so it seemed no one could look down on them anymore. Moreover, this herb field could ensure the safety of the small females during childbirth. Jiang Xingluo breathed a sigh of relief, hoping that the upcoming beast world would be a bit more peaceful. Sister Xingluo, can you feel how many cubs I have in my belly now? Jiang Xingluo held up 3 fingers, looking at the delicate little female in front of her. 3. You're amazing, Shui Li. You must eat well during this time. The cubs you give birth to will definitely be very healthy. Jiang Xingluo looked at Shui Li. Watching Sun, Ran began to teach the awakened males how to use their abilities. Even the Jiao Yin tribe leader, who had never used abilities before, was watching Sun Ran like a child, hoping to learn a little something, even though the ability crystal in their palms was only of the first rank. But as long as they could awaken, it proved that there were infinite possibilities for the future. Meanwhile, the herbs in the nearby herb field were all ripe. She had already taught them how to harvest the herbs and dry and preserve them. Jiang Xingluo felt that the records she had written before might not be enough. Books on how to collect and preserve herbs should also be made so that everyone could learn. Since Jiang Xingluo did not have suitable books, she could only personally teach the beastmen how to collect herbs. Fortunately, everyone understood the role and benefits of herbs, especially after Jiang Xingluo saved Zone Tian last time. All the beastmen remembered it, so they were particularly careful with the herbs. They harvested quickly and efficiently, and then the Jiao Yin tribe's beastmen prepared a large empty area for drying the herbs. Jiang Xingluo looked at the empty area they had prepared, along with the wooden racks for drying herbs, and gradually people began bringing herbs to dry. The herbs were all categorized and placed in wooden trays on the racks, and smelling the fragrant aroma of the herbs made Jiang Xingluo feel much more relaxed. Not just her, but the other small females in the tribe felt the same way. Chapter 220. Xingluo wants to do more. They spent 3 days to gather all the herbs. The herb seeds Jiang Xingluo saved were naturally enough for them to plant another batch. so she simply took them out. Medicine is something that can save lives, so it must be well prepared. When the new seeds were distributed, all the beastmen gathered together to get busy. Since all the males had awakened their abilities, their bodies had also become stronger, so planting herbs was a piece of cake for them. Jiang Xingluo watched as the harvested herb fields were replanted with herbs. In less than half a month, when the warm season truly arrived, the herbs had begun to grow wildly. Originally, just herbs, the rain from Zhu nourished all things. Seeming different from the waters of Duyu, Jiang Xingluo vaguely realized this point. So not only were the herbs growing wildly, but the wheat sown before the cold season had also fully matured. The plump winter wheat was divided into batches and packed by the beastmen of the Jiuyin tribe into animal skin bags. And the tasks of drying and threshing were arranged by Jiutai to be done by the powerful beastmen. Almost the entire Jiuyin tribe felt like they had been reborn after a disaster, immersed in planting. Meanwhile, Jiang Xingluo stayed at home, trying to continue documenting the entire process of planting, cultivating, effects, and harvesting herbs. This was not a small project for her. Jiang Xingluo carefully recorded each herb with a bamboo knife, slowly and meticulously preserving their records. She knew that these things would become the civilization of this era. And if she could contribute more to this beast world, it would not be in vain for her to come here. Jiang Xingluo recorded diligently, and the ones accompanying her the most every day were her two cubs, Qing Lan and Qing Yuan. Qing Yuan was always concerned about the entire process of herb collection and preservation, and could also take care of her younger siblings. Qing Lan was the same. He couldn't stand seeing his mother work so hard. Once my mother didn't care about these things at all, but now she is very different. He has also learned some medical knowledge from her, so he understands quite a bit. In the future, he just wants to protect his mother well. Qing Lan looked at the three little ones quietly sleeping on the wooden bed and took out the small knife his mother had given him for woodworking. He had always envied Kanglin for being able to carve those lifelike little animals, but it wasn't until now that he finally had his own knife. Kanglin had the ability to carve and embellish, and so did his father Beast, but he did not. Holding the carving knife his mother gave him, Qing Lan looked at the wooden block he had tidied up and slowly brought the knife down according to the shape of the little rabbit he had seen. However, after trying for a long time, he found that, not to mention the little rabbit, even carving a simple circle was quite difficult for him. But Kanglin could carve lifelike shapes, and a competitive spirit suddenly arose in Qing Lan. If he couldn't carve a circle, he would carve a square first. He noticed that many males in the tribe who could do woodworking made those squares, and he wanted to learn those too, though he wasn't sure if his mother would look down on him. Qing Yuan looked at the little bird placed on the wooden table, the one that Kanglin had given her before, and surprisingly, it was dug out by her fourth brother again. She stood beside Qing Lan, carefully watching as her fourth brother slowly carved the shape of the wooden block in front of him. Although his movements looked quite awkward, the rough shape could still be seen. Fourth brother, you are really amazing. Being able to carve such a small square is already very impressive. Upon hearing Qing Yuan's encouraging words, Qing Lan was instantly filled with confidence. Jiang Xingluo had been working with a bamboo knife for a long time, looking at the rolled-up animal skins where she had carved words, along with the carefully drawn herbal patterns. Unknowingly, she seemed to have learned a lot. Jiang Xingluo let out a sigh of relief. But after working hard for a whole half-month, the animal skin booklets she had prepared were all sent to Fury Wind City. Many beastmen in Fury Wind City had already begun to circulate them. Jiang Xingluo planned to show these herbal booklets to Feng Qian first, check for any omissions, and then let the other little females in the tribe use them for study. Jiang Xingluo counted and realized she had only noted down a few types of herbs, detailing the entire process from planting and harvesting to collecting and usage. Qing Yuan picked up the booklet and studied it carefully for a long time, silently memorizing all the names of these herbs. Mother, what you wrote down is much more detailed than what I know. Can I help you illustrate these? Qing Yuan was very interested in pharmacology. After Sister Shueli became pregnant, the herbs she took were all prescribed by her. Now that the little cubs were developing well, Sister Shueli's health was also improving. Qing Yuan planned to stay by Sister Shueli's side until she gave birth to the little cubs. However, recently, the people in the tribe had successfully awakened their abilities, especially the deer clan with wood abilities who could easily heal their own kind, even injured beastmen from outside. With Chief Juyin, who had just awakened a first-level wood ability, could prescribe a couple of remedies based on what he learned in pharmacology, which was enough to heal some wounds. Thus, the strong beastmen naturally recognized that the deer beastmen were now the most important presence in the beast world. Meanwhile, the fact that Jiang Xingluo had wood abilities had been completely suppressed. After all, Now, every deer beast man in the Jiang tribe had what abilities, which was no longer a secret. Jiang Xingluo watched as Zhou arranged for older beastmen of the same age to follow Feng Qian every day to learn various herbal ratios. Feng Qian was not annoyed and gradually taught them bit by bit. Jiang Xingluo organized the booklets she had compiled and placed them in front of Feng Qian. Feng Qian took them in her hands and studied them carefully for a long time. The moment she touched the illustrations and words, she was completely stunned. She pulled Jiang Xingluo's hand aside and said, "Can you copy this for me, Xingluo? I really need this." Some herbs she didn't fully understand. But as a shaman of the White Tiger clan, her only desire was to heal and save people. Now seeing so many herbs that could be used, she couldn't help but feel excited inside. If it weren't for Huayin just having given birth and needing care, she would have taken on all the burdens herself. But she didn't expect such good news. She had to learn these first so that she could get ahead of Huayin. The more she thought about it, the more excited she became, waiting for Jiang Xingluo to agree. Jiang Xingluo saw Feng Qian's anxious expression and immediately said, "This was originally for you, but you need to help me check if there are many errors and fill them in well." "Of course," Feng Qian replied, looking at the materials in front of her as if they were treasures, continuing to move forward, not even noticing that Shuayu had arrived beside her. Chapter 221. Chang Sun has returned. Jiang Xingluo watched as Shuayu approached Feng Qian, and Feng Qian completely put away the booklet in her hand, looking at the mail in front of her. The smile in her eyes made Jiang Xingluo feel a little flutter. No wonder they all said Feng Qian was a rare, gentle beauty among the White Tiger clan. "Feng Qian, I want to bond with you. You have waited for me for a long time, and now is the right time." Just as Jiang Xingluo was about to leave, she heard Shuayu proactively asking Feng Qian to bond with him. Exhausted for a long time, she almost forgot that she was also a gossip-loving soul from another world. At this moment, she directly took Qing Yuan's hand and squatted down in a corner. Qing Yuan looked at her usually serious mother in this manner with some helplessness. "Mother, why are we hiding in this small corner?" Jiang Xingluo covered Qing Yuan's mouth and said, "Silly child, don't speak. Let's see if your uncle can succeed." Moreover, the White Tiger clan hadn't had any joyous events for a long time. If Feng Qian and Shuayu bonded, Jiang Xingluo felt she had to organize a ceremony for them. Jiang Xingluo looked at the scene in front of her, and Qing Yuan understood what her mother was trying to do. She immediately pushed Jiang Xingluo's hand, which was covering her mouth, away and said, "Mother, I understand. You just want to see if Sister Feng Qian will agree, right? I remember the last time I saw this kind of thing was when Brother Due was begging you to bond, but it didn't succeed. To be honest, I think the fishy smell on him was really too strong. Not choosing him was the right decision." Qing Yuan explained seriously, not noticing someone approaching from a distance. That person had red hair and looked very ethereal. Following the scent, he carefully found Jiang Xingluo and Qing Yuan, seeing the two squatting in a small corner as if they were observing something. Chang Sun slowly approached them, following their gaze forward, only to realize that there were two White Tiger beast men. Could it be that Jiang Xingluo had taken a liking to that White Tiger male? "Xingluo, do you like that male?" Jiang Xingluo nodded and replied, "That's my brother. How could I dislike him?" Jiang Xingluo's explanation left Chang Sun puzzled. "What? You say he's your brother? How could that be?" Chang Sun looked puzzled at Shuayu, who was very strong in abilities, a purple crystal beast man, and a beast god messenger clan member. Jiang Xingluo, hearing that somewhat familiar voice, slowly raised her head and saw Chang Sun, who had been standing beside her for a long time. Qing Yuan's eyes lit up with surprise when she saw Chang Sun. "Brother Chang Sun, you're finally back. What level is your ability now?" Qing Yuan remembered that Chang Sun had left to cultivate his abilities, and although he had returned a few times in between, he had left after delivering some things. Qing Yuan liked this handsome older brother very much and wondered if he would leave again this time. "Zaya Qingyuan, my ability has reached the blue crystal level, and I plan to stay in the Jiang tribe now." Chang Xuan tossed his long hair behind him, unaware that Qing Yuan's excited voice had completely attracted Shuayu, who was still courting moments ago. Shuayu walked over with Feng Qian to Jiang Xingluo, only to realize that there was a handsome young man beside Jiang Xingluo. "Xingluo, who is this male? Do you want to bond with him too? If you do, we can all bond together." Jiang Xingluo looked at Shuayu in front of her, not knowing what to say. What kind of talk was this from her brother? Feng Qian blinked at the long-haired Chang Xuan. "Little carp?" Upon hearing this, Chang Xuan immediately looked up at the female in front of him and found her gentle and lovely. Right? He had been seriously injured during his training near Beast City due to an attack by a mad beast. The one who saved him back then was a female from the White Tiger tribe. Chang Xuan had wanted to find a way to repay her for saving his life. But he didn't expect to encounter her again now. After hearing about their encounter from Jiang Xingluo realized that the one who saved him was Feng Ming. Jiang Xingluo never thought that such a naive little sister had actually saved Changxun back then. However, although the little females of the White Tiger tribe were delicate, they always distinguished right from wrong very clearly, which is understandable. Changxun, do you want to meet Feng Ming? Changxun's heart leaped with joy, and there was a hint of excitement in his eyes. Feng Ming, where is she? Of course, I want to meet her. She is my savior. Jiang Xingluo couldn't help but chuckle at the surprised expression on Changxun's face. Qing Yuan looked at Changxun and couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. Brother Changxun, do you like Sister Feng Ming? I tell you, many older brothers from the White Tiger tribe really like Sister Feng Ming. If you like her, you should ask her quickly. After learning pharmacology from Huayin for a long time, Qing Yuan viewed bonding and having cubs as a natural law, like a shaman. No longer like a cub, just thinking it was part of nature. Qing Yuan, what on earth happened while I was away? Your brother Kailan is gone, isn't he? Who taught you to be so glib? Qing Yuan made a face at Changxun. I'll take you to find Sister Feng Ming. Sister Feng Qian still wants to bond with my uncle, so don't delay them. Jiang Xingluo looked at the few people in front of her. Shuayu looked at Jiang Xingluo, unable to suppress his joy. Xingluo, bonding in the White Tiger tribe requires a priest to pray. Can you take us to the Beast God Temple to pray and ask for the Beast God's blessing? As a priest, Jiang Xingluo was naturally expected to bless them. All right, then I'll take you there now. Jiang Xingluo saw that Qing Yuan had already pulled Changxun away. She could help her brother Shuayu pray for the Beast God's blessing. Jiang Xingluo changed into her priestly robe and took her staff. Li Feng looked confused. Xingluo, why did you change into your priestly robe? Jiang Xingluo smiled at Li Feng, but suddenly remembered how careless she had been when bonding with him. Their meeting was ultimately a matter of mutual need. Two strangers who later wanted to live a good life, but everything had been so difficult. According to the rules of the White Tiger tribe, as Jiang Xingluo's first beast husband, Li Feng, as the high priest's first beast husband, should request blessings together in front of the Beast God Temple. Jiang Xingluo thought for a long time and seriously looked at the male in front of her. Li Feng, I'm going to help Brother Shuayu and Feng Qian pray for blessings today. They plan a bond, and the priest of the White Tiger tribe must ask the Beast God for blessings for them. The Beast God was the faith in the hearts of the White Tiger tribe, so Jiang Xingluo had to personally witness their bonding. Chapter 222. Prayer for Blessings. Li Feng looked at Jiang Xingluo in her priestly robe, and it felt like a return to that day when he saw her bullying others on the platform. So the priest of the White Tiger tribe could bless the newly bonded couples. Li Feng lowered his gaze, feeling endless sorrow in his heart. What about them? Xingluo was the priest of the White Tiger tribe. Could she also ask for a blessing for herself? What about us? It seems we've never had a bonding ceremony. Li Feng felt suppressed. Although they had only recognized each other for less than a year, they had gone through so much together. Their bonding should have a ceremony. Even if a long time had passed, Li Feng still hoped to receive it. Li Feng, I'll take you to the Beast God Temple tomorrow. The bonding ceremony of the high priest is different from the blessings of ordinary beastmen. Would you like to accompany me? Li Feng looked seriously at the solemn female in front of him. His originally deep eyes suddenly brightened at that moment, and he couldn't believe these words came from the little female's mouth. This should be my words. I was the one who took you by force back then. Jiang Xingluo shook her head. No, I willingly wanted you to be my beast husband. The fact was, now that she had fully regained her memory, she could not forget everything she had experienced back then. At that time, she clearly saw Li Feng. In his moment of helplessness, he had a choice. He chose Jiang Xingluo, but still asked her if she was willing at a critical moment. I still remember what you asked me, Li Feng. I have always remembered it and never forgotten. I raised the cubs, hoping that one day, through their similarities to you, I could find you again. Back then, when her mind was not mature enough, she thought this way, a female beastman struggling to raise cubs, but she never gave up on them. She tried various ways to raise them, not to return to the divine cat tribe one day, but so that one day, Li Feng would remember that past and not forget her. After recalling her past with a bitter heart, Jiang Xingluo found some sweetness mixed in. You wait for me obediently. Take good care of the cubs. I'll be back soon. Jiang Xingluo tiptoed closer to Li Feng and quickly kissed his cheek before leaving. Outside Jiang Xingluo's door were Shuayu and Feng Qian were holding hands. Originally, no one noticed them. However, because Jiang Xingluo had to return to change in her priestly robe, Bai Chun and Xian Lan came down from the second floor. Seeing Shuayu and Feng Qian holding hands, they were overjoyed. It should be noted that Shuayu and Jiao Yu were of similar ages, but Jiao Yu's cubs were already close to becoming adult beastmen. while Jiao Yu had never bonded. It was because she had to guard the beast god temple that Feng Qian had always kept her position for Shuo Yu, so she had waited until now. Xingluo said she would pray to the beast god for blessings for you, right? Feng Qian nodded. A blush appeared on her originally innocent face, making her look a bit shy, a sight that was rarely seen, causing Xingluo to smile widely. Once you bond, come over. The female mother has something to say to you. Also, that night of bonding is especially important. Feng Qian, you have to take the medicine you prepared. Jiang Xingluo adjusted her staff and stepped out, hearing these words. Even though she had already given birth to cubs, hearing Xingluo's instructions still made her a bit embarrassed. Looking at the person in front of her, Xingluo naturally didn't miss her. Forget it. Our Xingluo has worked so hard and already had 8 cubs. Let's not make it difficult for her. However, Xingluo, can you take a few cubs to Annie? I see you all seem busy. You can let Li Feng go with you when you go out, and your uncle and I can help look after them. Jiang Xingluo looked at Xingluo's motherly demeanor, while Li Feng eagerly brought out 3 little tiger cubs that had just woken up. Although Bai Chun and Xingluo seemed to have white hair, the lives of orcs are quite different from those of ordinary people in the original world. Especially for the White Tiger clan, females can live for over 200 years, and males can naturally live for more than 170 years. So, at just over 120 years old, Xingluo is in her prime, taking care of 3 cubs. Thank you, Annie. I'll take Xingluo to the Beast God Temple first. Li Feng was very happy and directly handed the 3 cubs in front of him to Xingluo. The 3 cubs, sniffing the familiar scent on Xingluo, couldn't help but nuzzle against her, and Xingluo refused to let go of them. Bai Chun waved his hand, telling them to do whatever they wanted, assuring them that they could take good care of the 3 cubs. Before Jiang Xingluo could finish speaking, Li Feng had already transformed into his beast form. As a high priest, Jiang Xingluo, who was also a beast husband, naturally wanted to have some sense of ceremony when going out for the first time to help his people with their bonding and blessings. Before Jiang Xingluo had a chance to react, he was already wrapped around by Li Feng's tail, sitting on top of him. The majestic lion's mane danced in the wind, and Jiang Xingluo saw that Feng Qian was also well arranged by Shuo Yu behind him. Feng Qian had never sat on Shuo Yu's back like this before, and now the 2 beasts, one in front and one behind, were racing through the Jiuyin tribe with their beloved female. Jiang Xingluo's appearance as a high priest was instantly recognized by all the orcs in the Jiuyin tribe. What is the high priest going to do? Is he going to pray for blessings? No, I want to bond with Feng Qian. As the high priest, Xingluo must go to the Beast God Temple to pray for us. Jiang Xingluo nodded, his eyes full of confidence, watching as the surrounding orcs were amazed. Can we also ask the high priest to pray for us when we bond? Jiang Xingluo nodded, looking gently at the sweet and lovely little females in the tribe. Of course, every little female can come to me for blessings when they bond. This is my duty as the high priest. The orcs' faith is in the beast god. Now that the holy female of the White Tiger clan has appeared, only the 10,000 Beast City, Jiuyin tribe, Jianing tribe, Ming Chun tribe, and Jianing tribe are aware of it. However, the Cangyin clan from New Feng City is a race that travels all over the region. Now, New Feng City has specially formed a team to help other races transport seeds and pottery from the air, which is highly profitable. Because of their actions, the news that Jiang Xingluo became the high priest and successfully summoned the beast god has been spread throughout the orc world by the Cangyin orcs. Jing Sheng specifically instructed a team to deliver the animal skin scroll, which contains words made by Jiang Xingluo herself, to the monkey clan. They symbolize wisdom, and the promotion of these words still needs to be conveyed through their mouths. Jiang Xingluo had arranged these matters early on, but it is hard to say whether the orcs of the monkey clan, who had not appeared in front of people for a long time, would come forward because of this. Chapter 223. The blessing of the beast god for your bonding. Jiang Xingluo slowly entered the beast god temple, where the towering beast god statue seemed to have gained a few more sacred qualities at this moment. Jiang Xingluo looked at Shuo Yu and Feng Qian in front of her, while Li Feng stood silently beside Jiang Xingluo, watching. Jiang Xingluo recited the oath, blessing the bonding of the two, and a branch of intertwined trees appeared in their hands. This is the blessing of the beast god. Feng Qian and Shuo Yu had heard before that as long as it was the high priest personally blessing, the intertwined branch would appear, which is a blessing from the beast god. However, the intertwined branch had not appeared for thousands of years. So Feng Qian and Shuo Yu naturally understood how important this branch was. Jiang Xingluo watched as Shuo Yu and Feng Qian stood up hand in hand, and she gifted them 2 flower crowns she had casually woven as a present for the newly bonded couple. This was not something very difficult to make, but it was created by her sister using her wood-type abilities, and in the orc world, flower crowns seemed to be the most suitable thing for them. Jiang Xingluo did not expect that she and Lei Feng would leave the Beast God Temple together with Shuai Yu and Feng Qian. Suddenly, a majestic peach blossom tree grew in the empty courtyard of the Beast God Temple. The peach blossom tree was a variety that could not grow in the Jiuyin tribe, and this suddenly appearing tree slowly grew, its branches and leaves flourishing, and its buds began to sprout. Jiang Xingluo understood this scene, realizing that the Beast God was looking forward to her blessing more orc couples who were about to marry. Thousands of peach blossom petals floated in the air, and the orcs of the Jiuyin tribe looked at the falling pink petals with astonishment in their eyes. At the moment when the thousands of petals fell, a peach forest stretching 50 miles suddenly appeared along the banks of the river near the Jiuyin tribe, becoming a beautiful sight in the orc world. Just right next to where the wheat and medicinal field were planted, those 2 peach forests were truly breathtaking. The little females in the tribe favored such beautiful scenery, chasing after the petals, witnessing the trees suddenly appear, forming an unmissable, beautiful sight. Is it because Sister Xingluo prayed for blessings for Feng Qian and Shuai Yu that the Beast God heard Sister Xingluo's prayers, and so these appeared? Of course, it must be because of Sister Xingluo that these appeared. When I bond in the future, I also want Sister Xingluo to pray for me. You are still so young. Let me tell you, I will be the first to go for blessings. You don't know. Xiao Feng has already asked me to be his partner. The discussions around them were endless, and as Jiang Xingluo got off Lai Feng, her feet stepped on the lawn, where flowers bloomed in profusion, and a field of flowers appeared, making Jiang Xingluo look like a fairy born from the flowers. Everyone looked at those unfamiliar flowers and plants, filled with shock. It was said that only the first holy female of the White Tiger clan who accompanied the Beast God had such abilities. Feng Ming couldn't help but be curious, and pulled Chang Sun to come out and see the peach blossoms. The peach trees were a unique variety that grew in the monkey tribe and had never appeared in other places, but now they had appeared in the Jiuyin tribe. The Beast God was blessing them to achieve their wishes. Feng Ming turned her gaze to Jiang Xingluo, who was walking towards them, her steps blooming with flowers. In front of her, it seemed as if she saw the statue of the holy female of the white tiger that had accompanied the Beast God in the temple. And Xingluo almost completely overlapped with her. So beautiful. Feng Ming looked at the scene before her. It was the first time she had seen such a beautiful female wearing a priest's robe, sacred and gentle. Jiang Xingluo, however, did not notice. She was just captivated by the beautiful scenery in front of her. At some point, a few beautiful little koi appeared in the river before her. The little koi suddenly transformed into humans, their striking red hair catching attention. Brother Chang Sun, we have finally become orcs, no longer little beasts. Chang Sun looked at the 2 or 3 dozen koi orcs that suddenly appeared, who had originally just been koi fish accompanying him. Moreover, they had never awakened their abilities before. Now, among these 2 or 3 dozen orcs, there were only 10 little females and over 10 male orcs. Their ability crystals shining brightly, becoming a beautiful sight in this peach blossom forest. The little females of the Jiuyin tribe had never seen the little males of the koi clan before. Baiku also came over and saw a quirky little koi female, making his face flush and heart race. The little koi female bounced out of the water and immediately noticed Baiku. Jiang Xingluo's slim waist was wrapped by Lai Feng's hand, and she tensed up. Xingluo, it seems your prayers are very effective. The Beast God has heard your prayers. Jiang Xingluo nodded and raised her eyes to look at Lai Feng, but she didn't expect that he seemed to be affected by the surrounding scene, and when his cold lips landed on her corner, she was slightly taken aback. At that moment, the rain of petals in the air grew heavier, and a pair of flower crowns suddenly appeared above the heads of Lai Feng and Jiang Xingluo, adorned with flowers of various colors. This was not made by Jiang Xingluo herself. I have said that you 2 are fated to be together, inseparable. Jiang Xingluo, this is my belated blessing. It was my fault to bring you to this world, but only you can bring an end to all of this. End? In what? Just as Jiang Xingluo wanted to ask more, in the next moment, she could hear no sound at all. Everyone's gaze was fixed on Jiang Xingluo and Lai Feng. They all knew that Jiang Xingluo was the holy female of the White Tiger tribe, but completely forgot that the only beast husband by her side was Lai Feng. Now, looking at the flower crown on Lai Feng's head, how could all the beastmen not understand that the grand scene before them was the Beast God's blessing to the holy female? Tomorrow, I will take you to pray in front of the Beast God statue But even if we don't go, the beast god has already recognized us. Jiang Xingluo looked up at Lai Feng, her eyes filled with the shyness of a young girl. Perhaps only when facing Lai Feng would she reveal such colors. Lai Feng nodded, his expression filled with endless tenderness. This grand scene quickly spread to Angry Wind City. How could the recently departed Jiang hold back any longer? She looked at the scene before her, where Jiang Sheng was arranging for beastmen to deliver seeds to other tribes, feeling utterly bored. Wasn't he there still Feng Jian? Moreover, recently Jin Tang's fire ability had already reached the blue crystal level. That day, during the beast goddess blessing, Jin Tang was specifically mentioned by Jiang Xingluo, and almost all beastmen understood her intention. Fire abilities inherently possess powers of brightness, which is why the Jinwu tribe represents hope. Now, fire abilities can be cultivated. Therefore, the leader of the Jinwu tribe has begun arranging for people to try cultivating according to Jin Tang as previous methods. You need to speed up your cultivation. Now the Jinwu tribe is a prominent group, and our existence is to protect beastmen and vulnerable groups. The city lord of Jingsheng can support us, so we should naturally show them our value. Once fire abilities are successfully cultivated, hunting beasts will become almost effortless. Even beastmen of the Jinwu tribe with only yellow crystal abilities can easily hunt a green crystal beast. Chapter 224, Jingsheng, I only want you as my beast husband. Therefore, they should make good use of this power. Now, a hunting team has been established in Angry Wind City, and each team will have a Jinwu beastman. With one Jinwu beastman in the entire team, it can be considered strong. So now, Angry Wind City does not lack prey. They even started sending beastmen to plant crops. They are originally bird-type beastmen who love to eat rice, and if they can use the planted grains to fill their stomachs, they are very happy. Therefore, Jingsheng has negotiated with Feng Jian several times, selecting the most fertile soil nearby, close to the river, to plant rice. It is not difficult to continuously bring water into the land for rice cultivation. Thus, Angry Wind City has recently begun preparing for this matter, and this method was learned from observing how the Jiang tribe cultivated rice. Jiang pulled Jingsheng, wanted to go see the Jiang tribe. She also wanted to see for herself what those peach trees that suddenly grew in the beast god temple looked like now. Seeing Jiang's expectant expression, Jingsheng thought about how they still had no female offspring, and after Conglan went out to train, there had been no signs of return. It would be better to go pray at the beast god temple, hoping the beast god could bless them with a female offspring. All right, I will accompany you. Hearing that Jingsheng was willing to go with her, a ripple of excitement surged in Jiang's previously indifferent eyes. Jingsheng looked at the beautiful female before him, his heart racing. A little female of the white tiger tribe should have more beast husbands. Jiang, how about you choose a male from the white tiger tribe to be your beast husband? Jiang was initially in high spirits. It was rare for Jingsheng to accompany her back, and she could finally see her mother and father beasts again. But why did Jingsheng say that? Did I give you some misunderstanding? No, Jiang, you are a female of the white tiger tribe and should have more males. Right now, I am busy with matters in Angry Wind City and have no one to accompany you. I am just heartbroken for you. Jingsheng held Jiang's hand. Such a beauty. Who wouldn't he like her? But the female lord cannot belong to him alone forever. Jiang should be the richest female. Jingsheng, I want you to accompany me back, not to choose a new beast husband. Do you understand? I only want to be with you. I only want you as my beast husband. She liked the way Xingluo and Lai Feng interacted. They were great, and that was what she had once longed for. Every beastman has different thoughts. With more males and fewer females, it has created the current beast world, and Jiang just wanted to maintain her feelings well. She didn't want to consider anything else for the time being, and she looked up at Jingsheng. Jingsheng, I just want to ask for a female offspring. You don't know how cute Xingluo's female offspring are. I really like them so much. If we could have a female offspring too, that would be such a happy thing. When Jingsheng heard her words, he never expected that they would actually be on the same wavelength. Jiang Xingluo was stunned when Jiang held her hand and treated her as a fertility deity. Can such things really be asked for? But sister, I don't know if I can help you. Jiang Xingluo really found it hard to imagine that the beast god could grant offspring. However, seeing Jiang's expectant expression, how could she not understand her feelings? In the past, when Jiang saw Qing Yuan, her heart would leap with joy. Now, little Qing Yuan is nothing like before. Her little room is filled with all the good things Jiang sent her. Even the bracelet made of beast crystals is there. Jiang Xingluo understood how much Jiang loved female offspring. It's okay, Xingluo, I believe in you. Jiang looked at Jiang Xingluo with gentle eyes. and Jiang Xingluo had no reason to refuse anymore. Jiayue hadn't come for a long time. Now the Jiuyin tribe was no longer the desolate place it used to be. The surrounding medicinal fields were filled with the fragrance of herbs. And there were already shamans from other tribes coming to learn about herbal medicine. Moreover, because of the unique wood abilities of the elk tribe, there were even males from other races wanting to come here to bond with the little females of the elk tribe. In the past, when wood abilities had not yet declined, it was like this, and they never expected that now it would regain its former glory. Jiang Xingluo walked out of the Jiuyin tribe with Jiayue and Jingsheng, and Jingsheng suddenly realized that Song Qi, who used to be by Yu Jian's side, had also come here at some point. The female standing beside him was delicate and lovely. Xingluo, did Song Qi bond with a little female from your tribe? Jiang Xingluo nodded. Song Qi had bonded with Shui Li before the cold season, and now their offspring were probably about to be born. Moreover, the offspring Shui Li was carrying should be from the Song Ing tribe, meaning they would be oviparous, and this time there were quite a few. Giving birth wouldn't be too painful. Back in the tribe, his mother had wanted him to find a female partner, but he just wouldn't, and unexpectedly, he had taken a liking to a little female from the Jiuyin tribe. Jiang Xingluo laughed all the way as Jiayue talked about these everyday matters, not expecting that there would be so many stories in Angry Wind City. Jiang Xingluo prayed to the beast god, conveying Jiayue and Jingsheng's wishes, and unexpectedly, as soon as she stepped out, she saw Lu Yong, who was also outside the beast god temple at that moment. Xingluo, I also came to pray for offspring today. Jiang Xingluo looked at them, somewhat surprised, but whether it was one or two asking, she might as well help both of them pray together. After they returned, Jiang Xingluo finally breathed a sigh of relief. Now, there were people arranged to clean and care for the beast god temple every day. Compared to the past in Wanshou City, the beast god seemed to have gained more faith. After sending off Jiayue and Jingsheng, the wise elder from the monkey tribe rushed to the Jiuyin tribe without delay. For the distant guests, the Jiuyin tribe naturally prepared temporary wooden houses for accommodation. This was arranged by Jiang Xingluo previously, as the beast god temple is well known, and the number of orcs coming to pray for blessings will only increase. Moreover, the beautiful scenery is attractive, and with medicinal fields planted in this area, who wouldn't seek medical help? The current wooden houses are simply two-story structures built for temporary resting, with separate small rooms inside. For the orcs, these wooden houses are considered high-quality dwellings. The people of the monkey tribe have always lived in caves with mountains and water, surviving by eating peaches on the mountain. It is rare for them to come down the mountain, but they were drawn by the beautifully written words crafted by Jiang Xingluo. They had thought about writing before, but never imagined someone could write so beautifully. Generally, orcs are not that intelligent, but the leader of the monkey tribe, Ganrong, was deeply attracted the first time he saw such writing. The hawk orc who came to deliver the message said it was actually the priest of the white tiger tribe who created these characters and wanted them to come see if there were any corrections needed. Ganrong could hardly sit still. Chapter 225, The Wise of the Monkey Tribe thus. Ganrong immediately took a few of the smartest members of his tribe to the Jiuyin tribe. He wanted to meet Jiang Xingluo in person. She must be a very wise female, as it would be impossible for anyone else to create so many characters. Ganrong followed the route in his memory down the mountain and saw the grand scene of Angry Wind City today. Even the wealthiest cities of the past could not compare to the changes now. Ganrong observed them using flint to make fire, while his tribe had always relied on sacred fire, and even now had never eaten cooked food. The smell of cooked food wafted throughout Angry Wind City, and he had never seen the fruits used by those orcs before. What kind of pot is this? Ganrong's memories were still stuck in the past, when the orcs in Angry Wind City were used to living with the Golden Crow tribe. Previously, the hawk orcs had to use beast crystals to exchange for a chance to ignite a fire with the Golden Crow orcs. But now, the two tribes were not like before, coexisting in the same place, but at odds. Moreover, the Golden Crow tribe willingly helped everyone light fires and provide fire seeds, and their interactions seemed to be more harmonious. This is a clay pot. If you want one, you can exchange for it with beast crystals at that house ahead. The rice steamed in this pot is very fragrant. Distinguished guest, if you want to try it, stay and have a bowl, as we just made some. Ganrong naturally would not miss this good opportunity and called the two wise men he brought with him to stay and have a meal. At this moment, Jiang Xingluo was still unaware that the monkey tribe had sent people. Shui Li was being taken care of by Qing Yuan, and she started to give birth at night. Qing Yuan stayed with Jiang Xingluo to assist Shui Li, and by morning, 5 bird eggs were laid. In the past, it was considered impressive for a young female of the Jiuyin tribe to give birth to 1 cub. And when the leader heard that Shui Li had laid 5 bird eggs, he was extremely excited. He directly rewarded Shui Li with over 200 pounds of rice to let her rest well. Jiang Xingluo looked at the large, round bird eggs after they were laid. They needed to be incubated. As for the incubation, this was something the father beast, Sangqi, needed to do. Sangqi looked at Shui Li in shock. Shui Li, thank you. I must tell my female mother about this. The tribe had long arranged for someone to convey this news to Angry Wind City. So you can stay here and incubate the eggs peacefully. Jiang Xingluo had heard from Jingsheng and Jiaoyu that the fertility of young females in the beast world had declined significantly over the years. Even outstanding females like Jiao, you could only lay one bird egg at a time. But now Shui Li had laid 5 in one go, which was already surprising. Jiang Xingluo's 5 cubs were already enough for people to talk about, and now there were even more. Jiang Xingluo seemed to understand why she had lived in another world for so long before returning. Perhaps it was because the beast god had chosen her. It was because this world was sick and needed healing, and she was the chosen one. Jiang Xingluo looked at Shui Li with loving eyes. Shui Li, you are amazing. You did very well. Shui Li nodded, while Sangqi had already gone to incubate the eggs. Shui Li only had one beast husband, and she still needed to recover. Just as Jiang Xingluo was worried about who would take care of Shui Li, a golden crow orc suddenly appeared outside the door. Shui Li, this is chicken soup that I learned to make with the males in the tribe. Would you like to drink some? Jiang Xingluo looked at Feng Qian, and the two understood each other and went out. It seemed that little Shui Li was quite popular. Jiang Xingluo felt happy for Shui Li, glad that she was not feeling upset because of Du Yu's avoidance. Now she also had a male who loved her dearly and would have many cubs in the future. Xingluo, I have made a bond with your brother and would like to invite you and my female mother and father beast to witness it. As you know, my female mother and father beast have long passed. Feng Qian said this with her eyes downcast, and Jiang Xingluo naturally knew about this. Of course, I will have live foam bring the cubs along. Just don't feel that we are too many. How could that be? Also, Xingluo in 2 days. Feng Ming will acknowledge it. She wants to apologize for the trouble caused last time, and she wants to bond with Chang Sun on the day of the coming-of-age ceremony. Jiang Xingluo did not expect Chang Sun to decide so quickly to bond with Feng Ming. Feng Ming was an excellent female of the White Tiger tribe, and Chang Sun was now a blue crystal beast. The two were indeed a good match. That's great. I will definitely go tomorrow. Jiang Xingluo felt very happy about the upcoming joyful events in the Jiuyan tribe. However, the usual appearances of joyful events had not yet arisen here. It was sufficient for both families to meet. But simplicity also had its advantages. Jiang Xingluo liked the simplicity of the beast world and the lack of so many complications. Xingluo, you previously asked Jing Sheng to send a message to the monkey tribe, and they have already sent someone. Jiang Xingluo saw a young boy running quickly from outside to deliver the message. These young people had never seen the wise of the monkey tribe before and were somewhat surprised to see them for the first time. All right, take me to meet them. Jiang Xingluo followed behind the boy, slowly moving forward. A row of completed wooden houses stood in a serene environment. Jiang Xingluo had designed a courtyard in front of the wooden house according to her ideas, with a path paved with small stones and a flower bed beside it. Perfect for receiving guests. Jiang Xingluo saw that the flowers in the flower bed had already sprouted, and there were also 2 willow trees planted in the courtyard, creating a poetic atmosphere. If it weren't for the fear of a typhoon occurring nearby, Jiang Xingluo would want to live in this house. Jiang Xingluo was well prepared. Although the monkey tribe was merely the wise of the beast world, their wisdom was undoubtedly different. Jiang Xingluo saw several wise men waiting in the wooden house, looking around curiously at everything. Greetings, wise men from the monkey tribe. I am Xingluo, the one who invited you here. Jiang Xingluo looked at the 3 elderly wise men before her, feeling a bit nervous. She had not expected the wise men from the monkey tribe to look like this. They were already quite old, and even their brows and eyes carried a hint of wisdom. Jiang Xingluo had only brought some advanced ideas from another world, which could not be compared to the original wisdom of this world. Jiang Xingluo poured the prepared tea for the 3 wise men, who came from a monkey tribe and had no idea what the fragrant water was. It smelled wonderful. Chapter 226, Gale, thankfully you've always been here. They looked seriously at the wooden cups in front of them. Jiang Xingluo picked up her cup and slowly drank, and the wise men of the monkey tribe followed suit. As they tasted the tea, they found its refreshing aroma delightful. This flavor is truly fragrant. The scent in this water must come from these leaves, right? Jiang Xingluo thought to herself, impressed by their insight. Yes, those are leaves picked from the tea trees near the Jiuyan tribe, processed and stored in jars, and then brewed with boiling hot water when one wants to drink. Gan Rong admired the calm demeanor of the young female in front of him. This tea is good. But Priest Xingluo, what we are most concerned about is those characters. They are indeed remarkable, and if everyone in the beast world can learn them, we could convey much information in the future. Jiang Xingluo nodded, as that was precisely her intention. However, she was merely the priest of the White Tiger tribe, and she would need their help to spread the word, claiming that these characters were created by them. Jiang Xingluo was just trying to set the stage. This matter was quite troublesome, and she would need more people to teach them, as there was only so much she could do alone. But this is all your achievement. How can it be attributed to us? The elders replied. Xingluo, these characters were guided to me by the beast god, but your tribe has a good reputation. There are many more characters to add later, and since I still have to serve as the priest of the White Tiger tribe, I can only leave it to you to continue. Moreover, the beast god's revival required the power of faith, and Jiang Xingluo wanted these reluctant tribes to re-establish their faith in Yuanxin to awaken it. Jiang Xingluo stood up and bowed to the three wise men in front of her. Xingluo, you are the priest. How can we accept your bow? Ganrong felt quite troubled and sighed, explaining, you are the holy female. Since you say we should do it this way, we will follow your words. After stepping out, Ganrong realized that their long-term seclusion as wise men was irresponsible. They should use their wisdom to guide ordinary beasts to live better lives. I heard you successfully led the beasts in prayer. Is that true? Jiang Xingluo looked at Ganrong and nodded, slowly sipping a cup of tea. She had heard that many things about the beast god were well known among the monkey tribe, and now she actually wanted to ask them if they knew the story between Yuanxin and Mingzhong. Yes, leading prayers is indeed my duty. If the wise men want to bring their people to pray, I would certainly welcome it. The three wise men, being devout to the beast god, replied. Since the priest has said so, we will comply. Jiang Xingluo nodded and then showed them all the characters she had carved on the animal skin she had saved. Ganrong was clearly surprised that a young female like Jiang Xingluo had created so many characters. The three men held their animal skin scrolls, carefully comparing the characters. This is amazing, Xingluo. You are truly clever. These characters can be directly taught to all the beasts. Jiang Xingluo saw that the three wise men were very reasonable and immediately agreed to help. Her previously anxious heart relaxed instantly. Xingluo, can we stay here for a while? Also, please ask the young man from Ragewind City to help us send a message to the tribe, saying we will stay here temporarily. Jiang Xingluo nodded, of course. I should call you all uncles, so please feel free to stay here. I will prepare pots and food for you to make meals. Ganrong felt increasingly pleased upon hearing Jiang Xingluo's words. Are you saying those clay pots used by the beasts in Ragewind City? Will you send us a few? Of course, they are for you uncles, but they are just common items, so please don't think they are too shabby. As Jiang Xingluo spoke, she also placed a jar of tea leaves and a small jar of brown sugar in front of them. Besides those, there are tea leaves and brown sugar. The brown sugar, I'm sure you know, can be dissolved in water to make sweet syrup. Ganrong certainly knew this. He remembered the last time he had brown sugar water was when his own female cub insisted on going out to play with her beast husband, and he had only managed to get a small piece of brown sugar. The taste was truly delightful. Did you make this brown sugar? Not me. It was my beast husband, Gale. Ganrong looked at the young female in front of him, feeling increasingly touched. Finding the holy female of the White Tiger tribe was indeed a good thing. Now that the White Tiger tribe and the Beast God Temple had changed locations, they should come out of seclusion. Your beast husband is truly clever. Xingluo, rest assured, the uncles will definitely fulfill your request. After Jiang, Xingluo left the wooden house. She had Bai Qi and Qian deliver everything they needed. Qian then went to teach several uncles how to use these items to make delicious meals. After a tiring day, Jiang Xingluo finally got to rest for a while. Upon returning home, Gale boiled hot water. You must be very tired lately. Take a bath and rest early. The cubs have been clinging to their uncle, so they probably want to come back tonight. Jiang Xingluo looked at Gale, her eyes softening. In front of others, she was the powerful holy female, the priest of the White Tiger tribe, but only Gale could see her hardships. Gale, thank you for always being by my side. Hearing Jiang Xingluo's gentle voice, Gale felt a softness in his heart. He knew that the female leaders of the beast world rarely showed concern for the males. And even if they did, it was usually just for their first beast husband. They all lived together out of necessity. But Jiang Xingluo seemed to seek something different from ordinary females. She yearned for what she called love. He didn't really understand what love meant. He just felt happy when he was with her, and he always wanted to follow her with his gaze. Jiang Xingluo wrapped her arms around his waist, and at that moment, his heart nearly leapt out his chest. It was rare for the young female to be so proactive, and feeling her delicate hands around his waist, Gale couldn't help but want to get closer to her. Jiang Xingluo met Gale's gaze and noticed the unshakable desire in his eyes. She smiled and pecked at the corner of his lips before releasing her grip on his waist. All right, you said I should go take a bath first. I really am quite tired these days. Chapter 227. Chun Zhou's New Profession. The Jiuyin tribe had been thriving during this period. Gan Rong, a member of the monkey tribe living in the Jiuyin tribe, had recently created quite a few new characters. When Jiang Xingluo saw them, she was very surprised. Those characters were quite similar to the ones that should have emerged in the books she had read before. Jiang Xingluo knew that so-called wise men were like this. Wise men of any era were like this. Uncles, thank you for your hard work. A message has come from Lord Jingsheng saying that your people are on their way to the Jiuyin tribe to participate in a planting prayer for the warm season. This was an addition made by Jiang Xingluo, as even the seasons in the current beast world were not clearly defined. So if we want to make a change, it would be better to take advantage of the current season to pray for blessings and consider it a festival. As for how things will evolve in the future, she doesn't worry about that far ahead. You still have planting here. What are you going to plant? Is it the tender white rice that can be eaten right after steaming? Jiang Xingluo nodded. No one would still like to eat raw food after having cooked meals. Not even the three wise ones in front of her. They retained their beastly nature and liked to eat peaches, but they were also humans and enjoyed human food. So, those rice are all grown by you, right? If I were to ask you for some seeds to take back and plant, would they grow? Jiang Xingluo nodded. Of course. They could be grown. If needed, when you and the people from your tribe go back, I can give you some seeds. Jiang Xingluo was very enthusiastic about spreading rice seeds. After all, promoting agriculture is a good thing, but raising livestock is not so easy. The 2 pigs they had previously kept, although successfully pregnant, still needed to be fed every day. Jiang Xingluo had only managed to bring out mature corn seeds from her space with great difficulty. Otherwise, she really couldn't afford to feed 2 pigs. At first, she only cared about whether they could be raised, completely forgetting that raising animals also required feed. Especially for pigs, which are gluttonous, eat and sleep and sleep and eat. Once tamed, they are incredibly lazy. Jiang Xingluo sighed at these thoughts. However, the little rabbits she had raised before were now having litters one after another. Almost every household in the tribe now had a dish of spicy rabbit heads or spicy rabbit pieces on their table. The surplus rabbit meat was taken to Fury Wind City, and now there were meat vendors. It is said that rabbit meat sells quite quickly. Although it cannot always be eaten alone, it pairs well with other vegetables and staples. Moreover, many people wanted rabbit skins. The orcs in the tribe exchanged rabbit skins for other animal skins, which could be used to make clothes for the warm season. Jiang Xingluo saw that everyone had spontaneously formed a group, discussing how to run a stall, how to perfectly skin animal hides, and how to best cut the meat. They elected the most suitable orc to do this. Jiang Xingluo was also curious about who this orc was. As a result, when she went to Fury Wind City, she saw that the orc sitting there processing meat for passersby was actually Chun Zhou. Jiang Xingluo watched as he and his father beast, Chen Shui, were seriously selling the meat in front of them. Jiang Xingluo was puzzled. She never expected that the orc processing meat here would be Chen Zhou. She watched him and even mimicked the nearby uncle selling fried dough cakes, calling out, "Rabbit meat, rabbit skins, you can exchange animal skins for it. And we have chili here too. Stir-fried rabbit meat is very fragrant. The females at home love it. Don't miss it as you pass by." Jiang Xingluo looked at Chun Zhou's carefree demeanor and was surprised to see many males coming over, exchanging their animal skins from the city for meat. Rabbits are actually quite common, but not every time does the hunting team bring them. However, at Chun Zhou's little stall, fresh rabbit meat is available every day. And some orcs just love to eat that. Jiang Xingluo watched as the few rabbits were sold out by Chen Zhou, and he prepared to pack up and go home. "You're doing good business." Jiang Xingluo approached Chen Zhou and couldn't help but say, "Of course, if I don't work hard, my father beast, and I will have no place to live," Chen Zhou explained while looking at Jiang Xingluo. Today, she surprisingly didn't bring her cubs. This was indeed rare. Chen Zhou looked at Jiang Xingluo, opened his mouth, but ultimately didn't say anything. He saw live foam coming from a distance. This lion was really close, fearing that the little female would be taken away by another male. Chen Zhou gathered all the animal skins nearby, preparing to distribute and exchange them in the tribe. However, his gaze toward Jiang Xingluo shifted from gentle to a hint of mockery. "Look, you just came out for a little while, and your jealous beast husband is already chasing after you." After Chen Zhou finished speaking, Jiang Xingluo turned her head to look behind her and found that live foam had indeed caught up not far away. Chen Zhou's tone carried a hint of bitterness, which Jiang Xingluo didn't notice at all. At this point, what more could he say? He initially hoped that Uncle Bai Chan would talk to Jiang Xingluo about the contract, but now it seemed that even if the engagement had been mentioned before, it no longer counted. Forget it. Why say something that would bring humiliation to oneself? Chen Zhou sighed with relief as he watched Jiang Xingluo take the initiative to hold Lai Feng's hand. He withdrew his gaze, looking at his father beast, who was still sleeping nearby, and then called him to wake up. It was rare for Lai Feng to accompany Jiang Xingluo to Fury Wind City. Now, Jiang Xingluo was the holy female priestess of the White Tiger tribe. Almost all the orcs in Fury Wind City had seen her. Therefore, wherever Jiang Xingluo went, everyone looked at her with genuine admiration, even sincerely calling her a goddess. Jiang Xingluo quickly returned to that shop while holding Lai Feng's hand, finally letting out a sigh of relief. They keep calling me that. I feel a bit embarrassed. There's nothing wrong with that. Everyone is just grateful to you. But didn't you say you want to go to Mingqian tribe to see how the sugarcane is planted there? Jiang Xingluo nodded. She indeed wanted to check it out. Growing sugarcane to make brown sugar would allow for more sweet treats in the future. If they could produce white sugar and rock sugar, that would be even better. But the process of making white sugar is really too complicated. Based on the current situation, it wouldn't be easy to grow. Yes, there's a messenger station in Fury Wind City now. We just need to tell the orcs there, and they can quickly fly the message. This was proposed by Jing Sheng. After all, their bird orcs are really fast at conveying messages, and Jiang Xingluo was also curious about what the messenger station was like. Chapter 228. One in her fate. Are you worthy? In her previous world, she used mobile phones and computers, and even tracing back to the origins. The earliest form of communication was letters, but mostly horses carried people to deliver them. This world is much more interesting. Bird orcs have now become a means of communication. The more Jiang Xingluo thought about it, the more interesting it became. Could she write stories for the orcs to perform in the future? After all, the beast world really lacks entertainment. A messenger station, there is actually such a place? Lai Feng became curious as he was led by Jiang Xingluo, strolling through Fury Wind City. Jiang Xingluo also noticed that all the little females in Fury Wind City were wearing flower crowns, just like the ones she helped Feng Qin pray for that day. They were exactly the same as the flower crowns given to her and Lai Feng by the beast god. Is it goddess Xingluo? Nanan, didn't you say you wanted to go to Juyin tribe to ask the goddess to bless you and your first beast husband with a contract? Do you want to go? But that is a privilege only for the females of the White Tiger tribe. I am not a little female of the White Tiger tribe. Jiang Xingluo looked at the shy little female in front of her, never expecting that her blessing had already reached the ears of the little females in Fury Wind City. However, this was not surprising, as all little females hope for their contracts to receive blessings. It's okay. Even if you're not a female of the White Tiger tribe, you can still receive blessings. The Beast God Temple is not just for the White Tiger tribe. It is for all beast people. As long as everyone wants blessings, I will always be here. Jiang Xingluo's gentle voice was clearly heard by the nearby little females, and they looked at her with excitement, their gratitude evident. Meanwhile, Ming Zhang, who was in a distant cave, had already left Ling Shuang's body. Ling Shuang's physical constitution is too poor, and Ming Zhang, staying in her body, finds her own abilities affected. Therefore, she doesn't want to remain inside. After Ming Zhang comes out, she feels that her dark energy has also been affected. She really was blind. When she broke the seal and sneaked out, there were no other females around, so she could only choose the most controllable one nearby. Unexpectedly, this one harbored evil thoughts, allowing her to be nourished for so many years. Even so, Ming Zhang discovered that after living for so long, this female had not made any progress at all. My body finally belongs to me. Is it true that the reward you promised me allows me to have my own abilities? Ming Zhang looked at the foolish female in front of her. Originally, I helped you find that bitch's offspring to replace your fate. Who told you to be so useless? Ming Zhang spoke about this with a hint of frustration as she looked at the female before her. But I didn't expect that bitch to suddenly become smart. Without her fate, can't we just take other offspring instead? Ming Zhang frowned at the female in front of her. Do you think there are so many females with abilities in this world for you to replace fates? Otherwise, how about I take you back and return your aunt's fate and abilities? That Snake Clan female is clever and capable, but if she were to replace her fate now, who knows if the fortune beads of the Koi clan would still be useful? Back then, they had refined less than 10 fortune beads from the Koi clan, and now one has already been used, leaving only 9. This was something she forced those Koi clan beastmen to deplete their good fortune to exchange for. These things are hard to come by, and now she unexpectedly has to waste a second fortune bead for this fool, Ling Shuang. My aunt's fate can be exchanged for me, but her abilities are useless. I heard that Jiang Xingluo has given birth to another little female. How about we exchange her fate? Ling Shuang thought of the wood abilities that Qing Tian once had with great expectation. Wood abilities are so rare that ordinary beastmen can't awaken them. Now the fortune beads are gone, and her abilities have been taken back by that bitch Jiang Xingluo. Why hasn't that bitch died? Ling Shuang's face twisted in anger, and Ming Zhang sneered. This lowly snake is indeed a cold-blooded creature. Do you think you deserve that female's fate? Ling Shuang thought Ming Zhang would certainly agree directly with her words, but she didn't expect to be rejected so straightforwardly. Ling Shuang gritted her teeth and asked helplessly, "Why not? They are all that bitch's offspring. What is the difference between the first and second?" Ling Shuang wants the best. She glanced at the dark energy in front of her, and she dared to mock her. She, a pitiful soul unable to find a body to inhabit. How dare she mock her? You say it lightly. Do you know that the offspring you want to take away is the next holy female of the White Tiger clan? She will only be stronger than her mother, not weaker. Ming Zhang understood Yuan Xian's character very well. Naturally, she knew that whatever Yuan Xian did would be foolproof. Even without Jiang Xingluo, the next one would always be there. A holy female? Isn't that even better? If I have her fate, I possess thunder abilities? Ming Zhang looked at the delusional female in front of her. We can exchange fates, but why not let you give her this bead yourself? Only by using the fortune bead as an intermediary can Ming Zhang transfer everything that little offspring possesses to Ling Shuang. Why can't she bestow abilities upon others? Everything that comes from darkness, can it be shared with others? Ming Zhang couldn't remember how long she had been trapped in that restriction before finally regaining some power. This was what her own sister had done, imprisoning her out of fear that she would destroy this world. Everything in this world is too unfair. And Ming Zhang felt bitter in her heart, but still threw a fortune bead to Ling Shuang. Since you are not satisfied, I will make a choice for you. You can choose anyone, and whoever you choose can wear this bead. In time, everything will naturally belong to you. Ling Shuang reached out to pick up the bead on the ground, a trace of resentment flashing in her eyes. Then she calmed down. Once she takes everything from others, she can start anew, and any kind of beast husband will have to bow at her feet. Ming Zhang knew that there were so many purple crystal beastmen around Jiang Xingluo now, and wanting to kill Jiang Xingluo with her own hands was not an easy task at all. However, since Jiang Xingluo could achieve this level, she was worthy of being Ming Zhang's opponent. It seemed Yuan Xian still knew how to choose people. At least she didn't pick a fool to deal with her. Ming Zhang looked at a peach blossom forest near the Juyin tribe from a distance, feeling a wave of bitterness. Yuan Xian actually moved the peach blossom forest. Well, they grew up together to this place. Good, sister, you can move the peach blossom forest here. You truly don't want anything at all. Ming Zhang's voice trembled, and her hatred for Yuan Xian grew stronger. Chapter 229. The messenger station of Angry Wind City. Jiang Xingluo appeared at the messenger station, holding Lai Wen's hand, and saw that it was a large wooden house with a spacious area. There were 2 complete rows of wooden houses, quite similar to the guest reception area built by the Juyin tribe after learning from Jingsheng. After entering, Jiang Xingluo saw 5 males from the Kanjian clan in the yard. They seemed to be learning something. As Jiang Xingluo and Lai Wen approached, Song Zhen, who was looking at the text on a bee skin scroll, suddenly realized that they had received distinguished guests at the messenger station. Goddess Xingluo, Lord Lai Wen, you've come. Is there something you need our messenger station to help with? Jiang Xingluo looked at the male in front of her and nodded. I want you to go to the Mingxian tribe and tell Yulan that this year she must have the tribe plant sugarcane. I will go there to collect sugarcane to make brown sugar. Jiang Xingluo was worried that they would only plant a little today. How could that be enough? Jiang Xingluo planned to make more brown sugar, as the population in the beast world isn't that large. By making a little and trading it for some beast skins and beast crystals, she could also provide it for little females to drink for nourishment, which is beneficial. By the way, you're sending a letter with 2 beast skins, right? Lai Wen, get 2 beast skins for Song Zhen. Song Zhen looked at the 2 beast skins that were presented, one thin and the other made of crocodile skin, which can be made into many things. Song Zhen shook his head. No need, you are the goddess. I don't need these. Jiang Xingluo felt a bit helpless, seeing a blush on Song Zhen's face, as if he had something to say but was too shy to speak. I was just planning to form a contract and wanted the goddess to bless us. Is that okay? Jiang Xingluo didn't expect that the Juyin tribe's beast god temple was now almost becoming a matchmaker's place. They all wanted her blessings. But this was also normal. Who wouldn't want the blessing of the beast god and the high priest when forming a contract? Of course, but that as part of my duties as the high priest. This is your reward, one thing at a time. If you don't accept it, I'll be angry. Jiang Xingluo was a sufficiently wealthy female, naturally not lacking in this little thing. She only hoped that the beast world could get better. Song Jun. I tell you, I met the goddess today. She said we can ask her for blessings on the day we form a contract. A voice like silver bells came from outside the door, and Jiang Xingluo saw a tall little female she had just seen outside the door. Goddess, what are you doing here? Nanan shyly lowered her head, her two braids hanging down her waist, which made Jiang Xingluo a bit envious. It's okay. Remember to come find me when you bond. I will bless you. Other young females in Fury Wind City can come too. Nana nodded and watched Jiang Xingluo hold onto Lai Feng's hand as they left together. She also wanted to continue like this with Songjun. After passing on the message, Lai Feng took her back from Fury Wind City, but before they reached the Jiuyin tribe, they saw orcs from the monkey tribe approaching in the distance. The orcs from the monkey tribe didn't seem to be many, following closely behind each other, afraid that someone might get lost. Jiang Xingluo got down from Lai Feng's back, and as Lai Feng transformed back into human form, worried that the orcs from the monkey tribe might go the wrong way, Jiang Xingluo quickly followed. Are they orcs from the monkey tribe? Jiang Xingluo's voice was gentle, making her very likable. A female orc who had been carried by a monkey was put down. She wore a priestess outfit and held a staff. Seeing Jiang Xingluo's spirited demeanor, she sensed that the aura around her was extraordinary. And Songlan immediately recognized that the young female before her was likely the missing young female from the White Tiger clan, Xingluo. I am Songlan, the female leader of the monkey tribe, and you must be Xingluo, right? Jiang Xingluo met Songlan's wise gaze and instinctively lowered her head. She was younger, and Songlan was an elder, so she should call her aunt. How did you recognize me, aunt? Your aura is unique. As the holy female of the White Tiger clan, it should be so. Jiang Xingluo felt as if something had struck her heart, and she was invigorated. The monkey tribe seemed to be more than just wise as described on the surface. Jiang Xingluo stepped forward to support Songlan and help her back onto the back of the male who had carried her. Then please, great priestess, lead the way. Song Yin nodded, and Lai Feng transformed back into beast form. Song Yin sat on Lai Feng's back and led the way ahead. The young orcs of the monkey tribe looked at the stunning White Tiger clan's holy female, Xingluo, unable to suppress their attraction. This was the first time they had seen such a young female. Mother, the holy female of the White Tiger clan, is so beautiful. Ganvei, do you only see her beauty? The male orc walking beside them was impressive. He was now a blue crystal orc and a standout in the monkey tribe. But he had not yet bonded. I tell you, I have heard rumors about this holy female along the way. Now, in the Jiuyin tribe, the daytime envoy and prince of the moon are here, and even Yu Jian, who manages the laws, once pursued Xingluo, but was rejected. She chose Lai Feng, the son of the previous leader of the Ruins tribe. Every first beast husband of a White Tiger clan holy female has a crucial identity. It is said that before Xingluo, she chose Jin Tang, Shi Zhou, Lai Feng, and Dude enter the beast god temple together to receive the beast god's inheritance. This marks a new chapter in the beast world. Others may not understand, but the monkey tribe knows the entire history of the beast world. Even the past of Yuan Xin is etched on the stone walls of their caves with stone knives. So all the orcs of the monkey tribe know everything the beast world has gone through. So what? Mother, I also like her. Ganfei, don't do anything humiliating. If you get rejected, don't come to me to complain. Songlan, as a priestess, understands divination and naturally knows where her son's fate lies. Xingluo is not someone any male can easily pursue. Mother, you underestimate me. They can't do it. They must not be good enough for Xingluo. Ganfei firmly decided to choose Xingluo as his female leader. He was not willing to easily accept an ordinary female. Only a holy female like Xingluo was attractive enough. Fine, since you insist on hitting that wall, I won't stop you. At this moment, Xingluo, who was leading the way ahead, vaguely noticed that the medicinal herbs in the nearby medicinal field were flourishing under the maintenance of the male from the elk tribe, using his wood-type abilities. Chapter 230. Xingluo. I plan to leave. Jiang Xingluo saw Du, who was responsible for irrigating the medicinal field from afar. Du had nothing to do. Sometimes large areas of the medicinal field did not need watering. Only small patches required irrigation, so he would step in. Shi Zhou's water-type abilities were too powerful and were only used during droughts, while Du's water-type abilities could control the flow of water, making these small tasks a breeze. Naturally, Du noticed Jiang Xingluo coming from a distance. Although she wore the simplest animal skin skirt, it reminded Du of the scene when she danced in a priestess outfit on the platform. At that moment, she seemed as captivating as the daughter of the beast god. Du realized that his feelings for Xingluo should not be so shallow and selfish. He wanted to follow her and fulfill her wish to transform the beast world into a prosperous one. Xingluo, Du flew in front of Jiang Xingluo, his azure curls instantly attracting the attention of all the orcs in a monkey tribe. Although they had seen many orcs, they had never seen a male with blue long hair. This hair color was only found among the sea tribe's merfolk, the same color as the ocean, truly beautiful. Are you irrigating the medicinal field? Jiang Xingluo carefully sniffed the scent emanating from the fields, which had the effect of counteracting poisons. Now it had grown even more lush, forming a protective barrier that could isolate Ling Shuang and Ming Zhang. Yes, I just finished watering it. Xingluo, there is something I want to tell you. Jiang Xingluo looked at Du Yu, noticing his indifferent expression. He was no longer the one who always wanted to entangle her. Now, they could treat each other calmly. Go ahead. Lai Feng transformed back into human form, still feeling a bit of disdain for Du Yu. After all, this handsome guy was pursuing Xingluo, and although he didn't succeed, he had no sense of boundaries. I plan to return to the sea tribe. Now that the serpent is no longer in the sea, my power can purify everything in the sea tribe. I cannot abandon everything my father once protected. Now is also the time to leave. My strength is enough to protect myself, and the sea tribe has also suffered a great punishment. Ling Shuang should have caused quite an impact on those orcs of the sea tribe. Jiang Xingluo sighed. She had long anticipated that Du Yu would leave one day, but she didn't expect it to be so soon. The warm season had just begun, and Du Yu was already making plans to leave. However, he had his own responsibilities. Compared to the Jiuyin tribe, the ocean truly needed Du Yu more. All right, be careful on your way, and if anything happens, come back to find me. Jiang Xingluo raised her eyes to look at Du Yu, who gently responded with an nodded, turned, and walked away, disappearing into the tribe. In the distance, Gan Fei watched this scene, and for some reason, the heart that originally wanted to be with Jiang Xingluo was instantly extinguished by half. If he had initially felt assured, upon seeing Du Yu, he understood that he had no chance at all. The merfolk, whether male or female, were the most outstanding in the beast world. However, Lai Feng stood before Du Yu without losing in stature, and both were purple crystal orcs. Even Du Yu didn't have a chance, let alone him. Mother, you were right. The males around the holy female of the White Tiger clan are indeed the best. Song Lan did not respond. And as Jiang Xingluo took them back to the tribe, Song Lan took in all the beautiful scenery near the Jiuyin tribe, the medicinal fields, the wheat, and even the irrigation channels that were being prepared for planting rice. Each of these was something their monkey tribe had never had before. It is even rarer to see that the orcs of the Jiuyin tribe are actually learning to read. It was her first beast husband who came for the writing, but now writing has actually become popular here. Jiang Xingluo brought the members of the monkey tribe to the place where Gan Rong resides. Song Lan, holding a staff, approached little by little and saw the male writing on a hide scroll at that moment. Uncle Gan, I have brought the members of the monkey tribe with me. If you cannot accommodate everyone, you can consult with the chief of my tribe. The tribe will provide accommodation for everyone. Song Lan nodded, and Jiang Xingluo watched them settle down before leaving with Lai Feng. Not long after Jiang Xingluo left, she heard footsteps approaching from behind. When she was not paying attention, a male with a hint of youthful spirit suddenly appeared in front of her. Saint female, my name is Gan Fei. My father beast is Gan Rong. We just met. May I court you? Although Gan Fei knew he might be rejected, he still couldn't suppress his feelings. Jiang Xingluo was somewhat taken aback. They had just met. So why could he directly ask to court her? Lai Feng, who was already annoyed to see Du Yu, was even more irritated when another fearless one came up and spoke of courting in front of him, completely treating him, the first beast husband, as heir. Lai Feng stood in front of Jiang Xingluo, and Gan Fei, who had hoped to see a change in Jiang Xingluo's expression, suddenly felt disappointed. I do not agree. But you are just the first beast husband of the saint female. You cannot stop her from choosing a second beast husband. You are being too excessive. Listening to the boy's words, Jiang Xingluo reached out to hold Lai Feng's hand and stood beside him. So, do you understand now? I intend to choose Lai Feng as my only beast husband in this life. And besides, you are too young. Hearing the explanation, Lai Feng felt a bit uncomfortable in his heart. They walked home together, and when Jiang Xingluo entered the yard, she looked at her reflection in the water tank outside for a long time. Jiang Xingluo stared at him curiously as he leaned close to the water surface. Lai Feng, what are you doing? The little female's question pulled Lai Feng's thoughts back. Nothing. Lai Feng quickly returned to the house to prepare ingredients. He had been busy with other things these days, and Jiang Xingluo had not had time to look after the cubs. Now that she had time, she needed to go see her aunt and check on the cubs. She wondered how little Yinner was doing. After going upstairs, Jiang Xingluo saw Jiang Yun lying on the bed holding a small wooden ball. With a swipe of her paw, the small ball rolled on the bed, and she immediately crouched down to catch it, then pushed it away to chase again. Before long, the originally neat grass mat was in disarray. Jiang Xingluo looked at Jiang Yun and couldn't help but sigh. Little Yunner, why are you such a troublemaker? Who made you this wooden ball? And you play it like this? Where are your two younger brothers? Jiang Yun was crying out in dissatisfaction at Jiang Xingluo taking her wooden ball away, and she thought her two foolish brothers were really silly, still sleeping soundly in their grandmother's arms, only knowing how to sleep all day. Why did they have to be born together with her? Chapter 231. Little Yunner called from mother. Jiang Yun cried out, and Jiang Xingluo could sense that Jiang Yun seemed to be saying something, but she couldn't quite understand what it was at the moment. Mother. When Jiang Yun slowly spoke these two words, Jiang Xingluo happily responded, then held little Yunner in her arms. Little Yunner had already been born for a few months and could be considered a big cub now. However, the fact that the little cub could call out mother was very important to Jiang Xingluo. Every time she heard mother, she felt immense joy. Mother that. Jiang Xingluo looked in the direction Jiang Yun was pointing, which was another room. After she carried Jiang Yun inside, she discovered that the other two cubs were lying on their backs with their little bellies up, sound asleep. Jiang Xingluo watched the two cubs sleeping sweetly, and one of them moved its paw. Mother. Jiang Yun's affectionate voice appeared, and the two cubs, still lying on the stone bed, immediately opened their eyes, looking around in confusion. After looking around, they caught a whiff of a familiar scent. It was the scent of their mother. Jiang Qi and Jiang Feng both woke up at the same time, looked at the female in front of them, slowly climbed up, and then began to yawn. Jiang Yun helplessly hugged her wooden ball and played aside, while Jiang Xingluo watched the two male cubs wake up and began to call out to her, pointing at their bellies. Are you hungry? Jiang Qi and Jiang Feng nodded, their eyes showing a bit of helplessness. In fact, the cubs had grown so big that they easily got hungry, and all three of them were dual ability. This was something Uncle Bai Chun discovered suddenly. The growth of beastmen with dual abilities consumed a lot of energy, so their nutritional needs were very high. All right, Mother will take you downstairs to eat. Your father beast must have made something delicious today. Little Yunner, who was still playing with the wooden ball, instantly put it down, and upon hearing that their father beast had cooked something delicious, she immediately became energized and jumped into Jiang Xingluo's arms. Jiang Xingluo carried all three cubs downstairs, and it seemed that uncle and aunt were not home, so Jiang Xingluo went down alone with the cubs. Downstairs, Lai Feng was processing a rack of ribs with wind blades before blanching them in water to remove all the blood foam. After that, he stewed the ribs with spices and added enough salt. As he lit the fire, he saw Xingluo coming down with the cubs. Meanwhile, Qing Yuan and the others had no time to stay home for dinner. Qing Lan was helping to take care of the medicinal fields, while Qing Yin and the other three went hunting. Qing Yuan had been taking care of the elderly and infirm in the tribe, alongside Feng Qian and Hua Yin. Sometimes, when there were many beastmen from outside, she would also take the young females learning medicine in the tribe to help. Although Qing Yuan was still young, many people in the tribe learned pharmacology from her. Moreover, with Qing Yuan around, birthing became much easier for the females. Her wood-type abilities had an innate healing effect that was incredibly powerful. Looking at the empty yard in front of her, Jiang Xingluo felt a moment of distraction. She suddenly felt a wave of disappointment. It hadn't been long since the cubs were always around her calling her mother, and now they didn't even come back for dinner. Lai Feng noticed the fatigue in Jiang Xingluo's eyes and felt a bit of heartache. Xingluo, what's wrong? Jiang Xingluo shook her head and said nothing. Lai Feng looked at the flames dancing in the stove, with steam rising from the pot. In the season of spring, it wouldn't be long before the outside was covered in a layer of green. Jiang Xingluo looked at the flowers in the flower bed that had sprouted branches. When it warmed up a bit more, they should bloom. Jiang Xingluo only felt a little happier when she saw the plants thriving. Little Yunner in Jiang Xingluo's arms struggled for a long time, and even Jiang Qi and Jiang Feng began to struggle too. When they all fell to the ground, they ran towards the climbing frame that Lai Feng had made. At that moment, unbeknownst to them, a black worm was writhing in the soil outside. Jiang Xingluo watched as the three cubs climbed onto the climbing frame, running back and forth, and before long, the yard was already filled with dust. The three cubs were really quite rambunctious. Jiang Xingluo helplessly watched the three little ones frolicking, and she picked up the small shuttlecock nearby, which she had previously instructed Lai Feng on how to make. Lai Feng watched as Jiang Xingluo kicked the shuttlecock, the feathers trembling. The little ones, who had been playing happily just moments ago, were now captivated by their mother. Mom. The three little ones watched Jiang Xingluo jump around, the shuttlecock constantly at her feet, and the feathers looked really beautiful. Lai Feng initially didn't understand the purpose of making such a thing, but soon saw Jiang Xingluo having fun with it. So this is how you play with something called a shuttlecock. After a while of playing, Jiang Xingluo began to sweat. The weather was warming up, and the entire land was bursting with vibrant greenery, with a mixture of soil and grass giving off a lively scent. The lush winter wheat would soon yield a good harvest. Jiang Xingluo put down the shuttlecock, and the three little ones squeezed together to snatch it to play. It seemed that the small toys prepared for them were a bit too few. Next time, she should prepare more. The pork ribs that Lai Feng had stewed were already giving off a fragrant aroma. Qingyin, Qingzhua, and Qingyao returned from outside, leading 2 sheep. Mom, look at the sheep we caught outside. They all have beast crystals, but we don't know if they're easy to raise. The 3 little ones had been hunting with Qingyin for a long time before bringing back the sheep. Mom, aren't we impressive? But the sheep we caught this time are quite small. Should we raise them? With 2 of them, they could actually be tied with a rope and kept in the yard since they weren't big, and there was just enough space. Of course we should raise them. Such small beasts can just stay in the yard. Jiang Xingluo chose a spot, and Lai Feng secured a wooden stake, tying the 2 sheep together with a beast skin rope. The 2 sheep were quite obedient, and when Jiang Xingluo reached out to touch their fur, she found that the little sheep were indeed easy to tame. The little sheep bleated, attracting the attention of Jiang Yun's 3 little ones, who were still in beast form. Seeing something new in front of them, they handed the shuttlecock steadily to Jiang Xingluo and leaned closer to look at the little sheep. The small tiger cubs were still not very big, and even standing in front of the sheep, they seemed too small. However, the sheep seemed to sense them. Chapter 232. The little female of the Koi clan Ling Shuang rolled around in the dirt. She had finally obtained a tiny advantage from Mingzheng, allowing her to control the size of her body, so she shrank down to the size of an earthworm and hid in Jiang Xingluo's yard. She realized that no one noticed her at all. Jiang Xingluo was happy, surrounded by a bunch of little ones, and with a purple crystal beast husband. She kept looking for Qing Yuan, but after scanning around, she still couldn't find him, and Kanglin was also missing. Strange, where could he have gone? Ling Shuang just wanted to see Kanglin. He was supposed to be her first beast husband, but now, because Jiang Xingluo kept interfering, the beast that should belong to her, Kanglin and Jintang, were all helping her. Kanglin, where have you gone? Jiang Xingluo frowned, feeling as if an unpleasant smell was drifting in from somewhere. She looked for a long time, but found no signs, but the source of that familiar smell was definitely Mingzheng's. A female who absorbed the power of the dead to create puppets. Jiang Xingluo's nose could not be mistaken. Her gaze swept around, and Lai Feng looked at her with a tense expression. Xingluo, it's time to eat. Jiang Xingluo replied with a sound, but she couldn't shake her unease. Even during a meal, Bai Chun and Xenlon had gone to Rage Wind City, planning to stay there for a few days, so only Bai Ku remained at home. Bai Ku went out to check on the wheat. As soon as it ripened, he would help the clan harvest it and use his abilities to shell the wheat, collecting the clean grains to grind into flour. Jiang Xingluo noticed that Bai Ku had brought back a little female from the Koi clan named Hong Ying. With her long red hair flowing and dressed in a red gauzy outfit, she looked particularly delicate and charming. This was Jiang Xingluo's first time seeing a female from the Koi clan. Previously, only Chang Sun remained from the Koi clan, while the others were ordinary little beasts. Sister goddess, so you're actually Bai Ku's sister? A hint of envy flashed in Hong Ying's eyes as she quickly approached Jiang Xingluo, her eyelids still bearing scales due to her transformation into human form. On her wrist, she had a small red bead, just like the one Jiang Xingluo had taken from the bell that Qing Yuan had worn. She frowned and looked at the little female in front of her. Hong Ying, what is that bead on your wrist? Hong Ying raised her hand and shook her wrist, revealing a smile. This, Sister Xingluo, you should know that the females of the Koi clan can transform into human and beast forms, but we do not have abilities. However, the females of the Koi clan are lucky, and when they transform into human form, a fortune bead is born. Hearing this, Jiang Xingluo felt as if a piece of her heart was being violently torn away. Then, why do other clans also have fortune beads? If the fortune bead is given away, our luck will disappear, and we will become very unlucky, plagued by disasters until death. As she spoke about this, Hong Ying's voice became weaker, so this cannot be easily given away. After all, we can also bring good fortune to our beast husbands. When Hong Ying mentioned this, she didn't notice that Bai Ku's face had already turned completely red. Jiang Xingluo recalled the bead her mother had given her. Where did that come from? So, Sister Xingluo, why do you ask about this? Have you seen this before? In fact, there used to be many little females in our clan, but one day, all the little females disappeared overnight, and no one knows where they went. Jiang Xingluo frowned, looking at the cheerful girl with red hair in front of her, feeling endless sympathy for her. The Khoi clan had suffered a calamity of extermination, probably because their fortune beads existed, similar to the pearls of the Mare folk, which could lead to shortcuts. Hong Ying, since you have transformed into human form, how about staying in the Jiuyan tribe? Jiang Xingluo remembered that there were only 2 little females from the Khoi clan who had transformed into human form. One was Hong Ying, and the other she had also seen, named Ning'an. Ning'an was quite a bit older than Hong Ying and was about the same age as Jiang Xingluo. She seemed to know that surviving was not easy, so she chose a beast husband among the White Tiger clan and had already formed a contract. Compared to Ning'an, Jiang Xingluo was more worried about Hong Ying. After all, Hong Ying was still young and seemed too naive about everything, and Chang Sun had already formed a contract with Foming. Since the Khoi clan had transformed into human form, they should reside in the Jiuyan tribe. Is it really possible? Sister Xingluo, can I stay here and live with you? Bai Ke's eyes were filled with anticipation as he looked at Jiang Xingluo, hoping she would agree to let Hong Ying stay. Jiang Xingluo nodded, looking at the 2 in front of her, and then explained, of course you can, Bai Ke. Since you want to protect Hong Ying, you must do so, understand? They had not yet undergone adulthood ceremonies. Hong Ying was still young, and Bai Ke still had 2 years until his adulthood ceremony. Jiang Xingluo truly hoped that if they liked each other, they could be together until the end. I understand, sister. I will definitely be able to do it. Bai Ke spoke haltingly, but he understood that a male's promise must be kept. If he couldn't do it, then he wouldn't count as a male. Bai Ke did not forget to glance at Hong Ying. Hong Ying, I have not yet asked you. Would you be willing to choose me as your first beast husband at your future coming-of-age ceremony? Bai Ke's eyes were filled with sincerity. The males of the White Tiger clan have a deep love for their female masters, as they are meant to walk hand in hand for a lifetime. Upon hearing Bai Ke's words, Hong Ying's big eyes showed a mix of confusion and joy. A beast husband means someone to sleep with, eat with, and raise cubs together, right? Hong Ying had just transformed into human form and didn't fully understand the concept of bonding, but recently, there were so many males and females making wishes under the peach tree by the river for a long-lasting bond and a lifetime together that even she understood what bonding entailed. Jiang Xingluo watched the naive little Khoi express this series of thoughts and then looked up at Lai Feng, whose deep eyes always held a profound affection when looking at her. In the past, she felt shy and couldn't help but turn away from his gaze. But now she didn't want to hide it all. Looking into Lai Feng's eyes, she couldn't help but think of Qin Yan's beautiful eyes, which resembled his father's the most. All right, being with Bai Ke makes me the happiest. I choose Bai Ke as my first beast husband. Hong Ying looked at Bai Ke with a hint of longing in her eyes. Jiang Xingluo noticed the increasing flush on Bai Ke's face and knew he truly adored Hong Ying. Lai Feng reached out his hand and intertwined his fingers with Jiang Xingluo's. She cooperated willingly. The impulse rising in Lai Feng's heart was almost burning away his remaining rationality as he leaned closer to Jiang Xingluo, the scent of her fragrance filling his nostrils. Chapter 233. Unrepentant Ling Shuang's anger was nearly driving her mad. It was bad enough that the holy female of the White Tiger clan was a nuisance, but why was there also a stinky fish? Just because she found a stinky brat, she felt so proud. Ling Shuang, seething with anger, rolled around in the dirt, completely oblivious to the wooden ball flying from afar. Little Yinner had already brought down the wooden ball from upstairs, and with a swipe of her paw, she sent the wooden ball flying, which hit Ling Shuang on the head with considerable force. Ling Shuang stumbled and fell, and the wooden ball ended up resting on her, rendering her immobile. How could she be so unlucky? Why was this little brat so annoying? It was just a wooden ball, and it hit her directly. Once she exchanged the fates of this little brat and her own, she wouldn't believe this stinky brat would dare to treat her like this again. Little Yinner searched for her wooden ball, only to find it had landed in the vegetable garden in front of her. The little vegetables planted by her mother had started to sprout, but now her wooden ball seemed to have crushed a small seedling. Little Yinner hesitated and quietly stepped into the vegetable garden, only to find her wooden ball lying on the ground in front of her. However, as soon as she approached the garden, she smelled a very strange odor. How could there be such a weird smell? It was unpleasant. It seemed to be coming from her wooden ball. Little Yinner couldn't help but feel nauseous. She had intended to bring the wooden ball back, but now she didn't want to take it at all. All she wanted was to escape this vegetable garden quickly. Mother! Jiang Qi stretched out his paw to attract Jiang Xingluo's attention. Only then did Jiang Xingluo realize that Little Yinner had somehow run into the vegetable garden. She frowned, looking at Little Yinner, feeling helpless. Little Yinner was truly a rascal. How could her female offspring, Qing Yuan and Jiang Yun be so different in personality? Jiang Xingluo sighed and walked into the vegetable garden to pick little Yunner up. However, as soon as she got close and lifted little Yunner, she was hit by a foul smell. Then she moved the wooden ball aside and saw a fainted earthworm lying beneath it. The earthworm emitted an incredibly unpleasant odor, reminiscent of the smell that had once clung to Ming Zhang. The earthworm looked ordinary, but Jiang Xingluo wouldn't let the foul-smelling earthworm go. A bolt of lightning struck, and the earthworm suddenly became more aware, its body gradually growing larger. Jiang Xingluo frowned as she watched the suddenly enlarged female. It was a black snake. She had thought Ling Shuang would be smarter after following Ming Zhang, but she never expected she would come right to her, daring to reveal her true form. Ling Shuang, haven't you had enough punishment from before? Little Yunner looked at the terrifying black snake that had suddenly grown in front of her. How could it be so ugly? And why did it smell of death? Little Yunner detested this smell. But why was her mother talking to her? It seemed they were familiar with each other. Jiang Xingluo tightly held little Yunner, who was looking at the female in front of her with her sense of smell overwhelmed by the foul odor, feeling as though all the delicious food her father had given her was about to come back up. That was the food her father had worked hard to make. She couldn't throw it up. Mother! Little Yunner looked weak and made retching motions, appearing very frail. Ling Shuang didn't expect a little brat would act like this. Stinky, so stinky. Ling Shuang, who had been hiding in the dirt, already felt uncomfortable all over, but now this little brat mocked her for being stinky. She opened her mouth wide and exhaled towards little Yunner, but Jiang Xingluo used her wood-type abilities to create a protective shield surrounding everyone in the yard. Ling Shuang's dark energy had no effect on Jiang Xingluo whatsoever. Jiang Xingluo frowned as she looked at the female in front of her. She should have never let you live. Since you've come to me, let's see how it goes. Jiang Xingluo handed little Yunner over to Lai Feng. Don't worry. It's just Ling Shuang. Nothing will happen. Jiang Xingluo had no trouble dealing with Ling Shuang. Lai Feng nodded, and Bai Ke wasn't afraid. But Hong Ying trembled at the sight of Ling Shuang's massive body. Bai Ke, what is that? I'm so scared in that smell. I smelled it the night my mother disappeared. Is it her? Did she take my mother away? Hong Ying looked at Bai Ke with confused eyes. Her heart filled with unease and a hint of fear. After Jiang Xingluo exited the protective shield, she directly struck Ling Shuang with her lightning abilities. Ling Shuang had long been prepared and easily dealt with Jiang Xingluo's little tricks. Jiang Xingluo, do you still think I'm the same Ling Shuang as before? Jiang Xingluo watched Ling Shuang's mouth open and close without caring. She directly took out a green pill from her body and threw it into Ling Shuang's mouth. Ling Shuang tried to spit it out, but realized that such a small pill had already slipped down her throat, meaning it couldn't come out. Ling Shuang, let us see how you like the taste of the medicine I gave you. Jiang Xingluo watched as Ling Shuang, in fear, left the yard. Her massive snake body wanting to continue moving, but the power of the pill had already fully taken effect. Jiang Xingluo had no intention of capturing her back. There was no need. After all, she needed to develop a drug to deal with Ming Zhang's powers. And since Ling Shuang came back repeatedly wanting to be a test subject, she was naturally happy. Jiang Xingluo watched her rolling around in discomfort not far away. But the area she had lain in was already in chaos, though it hadn't corroded like before. Jiang Xingluo looked at this scene from the air, feeling very calm. It seemed the pill she made had already begun to take effect. I don't know how long this effect will last. Jiang Xingluo watched as the black energy surrounding Ling Shuang gradually dissipated. But Ling Shuang didn't like the feeling of losing this power. No, I don't want this. I don't want to go back. I want to maintain my beast form. Jiang Xingluo, you bitch. Jiang Xingluo glanced at the female beast before her, who was crawling on the ground and shouting frantically, but said nothing more. If this pill was enough to turn her back, that would be a good thing. However, Jiang Xingluo looked at the massive snake body enduring great torment, and no one knew what would happen next. Chapter 234, Fool. Who told you to go in front of her? No, I don't want to go back. Lord Ming Zhang, please save me. Do you know this bitch has developed a drug to deal with you? Ling Shuang shouted desperately, fearing that Ming Zhang would abandon her and run away. For then she would be finished. She couldn't turn back into her original female form. The snake tribe had already regarded her as an enemy, and the sea tribe would definitely not let her off easily. If she continued like this, those people would wish to kill her with a single blow. You all want me dead. You don't want to see me live well. I tell you, I will not give up so easily. Jiang Xingluo frowned as she looked at Ling Shuang before her, already knowing her choice in her heart, but hearing it so suddenly was still unbelievable. She would rather choose to live like this than to remain clean in the Yulan Marsh. Jiang Xingluo looked around, wanting to see if Ming Zhang would come over. If she did, Jiang Xingluo felt she would have some courage. If not, Jiang Xingluo looked at the female who had transformed into a human with a snake tail. And the males and females passing by were all startled upon seeing Ling Xuan, especially since the veins on Ling Xuan's body were not like those of normal beastmen, but entirely black, like the darkness of night, which looked frightening. Ling Xuan watched the beastmen around her retreating, her veins beginning to bulge, and she hated the disgusting looks others gave her the most. Stop looking at me like that. I am a female with special abilities. I'm different from you. Even if you envy me, it's useless. Jiang Xingluo heard Ling Xuan's stubborn words and directly infused her power into Ling Xuan's body through the earth. No, Jiang Xingluo, I don't want you to harm me. I don't want to be under that bitch Qingcheng forever. Bitch, Jiang Xingluo frowned, looking at Ling Xuan, who was being tortured by the pill in her body and Jiang Xingluo's wood-type abilities. She indeed wanted to see if her power could completely purify Ling Xuan's body. But right now, it seemed that living in such humiliation was a kind of punishment. However, fool, who told you to go in front of her? Jiang Xingluo and Ling Xuan both heard a voice in the air that others seemed to completely miss. Lord, please save me. I was wrong. I don't want to lose my power. Jiang Xingluo watched Ling Xuan begging for mercy, then saw a mass of black energy appear, directly taking Ling Xuan away. Jiang Xingluo sneered, watching the direction the black energy disappeared. It seemed that this pill could work halfway against ordinary beastmen polluted by black energy, but if one wanted to completely cure it, it wouldn't be so easy. Mother! Little Yinner saw Jiang Xingluo returning from afar and immediately struggled to jump down from live phone, then rushed into Jiang Xingluo's arms. Jiang Xingluo squatted down and hugged Little Yinner. Little Yinner, thanks to you this time, I discovered that fierce female. Sister, Hong Ying seems a bit uncomfortable. Can you see what's wrong with her? Jiang Xingluo heard Bai Qi's voice and hugged Little Yinner closer, discovering that Hong Ying had fainted at some point. She immediately reached out to carefully check Hong Ying's body. After the examination, she found that at some point she had inhaled a bit of black energy, and her body had just transformed from beast form to human form, making her very weak. Why was her physical foundation so weak? Jiang Xingluo had checked many young females in the tribe, but had never seen one so weak. The little female before her was one who might even die from pregnancy. Bai Qi, take Hong Ying into my room. I will give a prescription. You go get the medicine first. After you come back, prepare the medicine for Hong Ying to drink. I will go find Ning and ask some things. The Khoi tribe seemed to hide many secrets that Jiang Xingluo was completely unaware of, especially how many of their tribe's fortune beads had been lost outside. Jiang Xingluo was filled with suspicion. Jiang Xingluo stated the prescription, and Bai Qi immediately went to prepare it. However, upon hearing that a giant black python had appeared by the roadside, Qing Yuan rushed back worriedly, only to realize that Mother and Father Beast had returned at some point. Mother, did Ling Xuan come by? It was her. What's wrong? Do you have something to find her for? Not really. It's just that she once harmed me and stole my little green. I will settle this score one day. Qing Yuan had grown up and was no longer the little female who would drag the family down. Now her wind-type abilities had also been cultivated. Although they weren't as powerful as her mother's lightning abilities, her wind blades were personally taught by her father Beast, and her wind-type abilities had already reached the green crystal stage. She just wanted to see Ling Xuan in person to have a contest. Alright, but she has already taken the pills that Mother and you made before. It seems that although it has some effect, it doesn't seem very significant. Moreover, that pill definitely needs to be taken for a long time to have an effect. Jiang Xingluo only gave Ling Xuan one. As long as Ming Zhang continues to give her power, the power of that pill will eventually dissipate. Mother, I understand. I will also see if there are other medicines with good effects. Qing Yuan was decisive in her actions, now going up and down the mountain to gather rare herbs in the wild, all on her own. In time, Jiang Xingluo seemed to see the shadow of her female mother in Qing Yuan. Sister. Little Yinner couldn't hide her joyful expression upon seeing Qing Yuan return. She had been sleeping and eating with Sister Qing Yuan since childhood, and her attachment to her sister was even deeper than to Jiang Xingluo. Little Yinner, why are you making such a fuss? Jiang Yun enjoyed Qing Yuan's petting, being very obedient, while Jiang Xingluo looked at the spoiled and cute little Yinner helplessly. Qing Yuan, Uncle Bai Qi brought Hong Ying back. She has some issues with her body. Please take care of her. I will go find Aunt Ning and ask something. Mother, go ahead. Qing Yuan had become increasingly slender. Her originally chubby face seemed to have the shadow of Jiang Xingluo after just half a year. Lai Feng looked at the female cub before him, and seeing her preparing medicine, felt a bit of heartache. All right, Yuan, go accompany little Yinner. There's no need for you to do anything here with your father beast present. Qing Yuan was pushed to play with the three little cubs, while you want to keep an eye on the steaming medicinal soup. At this moment, Jiang Xingluo, who had already arrived at Ning'an's home, found that Ning and was also coughing uncontrollably. Jiang Xingluo entered and examined her body, only to find that although she had transformed into human form, she was finding it difficult to maintain even the basics of survival. And she also had a fortune bead on her wrist. Chapter 235. Poor Koi tribe Ning'an. What is going on with this fortune bead? You and Hong Ying have only just transformed into human form with great difficulty. Why? Ning'an coughed twice, and in that moment, her originally red hair almost turned gray. Even she appeared old and worn. Holy female, please take charge for my clan. Tears fell from the corners of Ning'an's eyes, and Jiang Xingluo knew that the Koi clan had become this way for a reason. Just say it. In the past, the females of my clan would be born with a fortune bead, a gift of good luck from the beast god to the Koi clan. However, this fortune bead was used for evil. It was one night many years ago when we merely held a bonfire party by the riverbank because a little female from our clan chose a peacock male as her beast husband. Peacock? But Jiang Xingluo had never seen a peacock male in this world. The peacock clan was also a reclusive tribe, but the males of the peacock clan were beautiful and willingly became the first beast husbands for the little females, so we celebrated for her. Listening to Ning'an's story, Jiang Xingluo felt as if the scene was unfolding right before her eyes. Originally, their bond was a good thing, and the Long Sun female had blessed them, but later, the little female and the peacock male went to the deep mountains where they lived and never returned. Within a month, all the little females from our clan were taken away, and I and Hong Ying were the most foolish ones without the chance to transform into human forms. However, the beast god said that we used the fortune beads to help the wicked, and that punishment would befall us, making the Koi clan disappear from the beast world. After hearing this, Jiang Xingluo felt that it shouldn't be this way. The beast god was not that petty. If I pray to the beast god, would you be willing to exchange your fortune for your smooth destiny? Jiang Xingluo felt that the fortune beads should not exist at all. It would be better if they could disappear from this world. Good luck should be earned by oneself. Ning'an looked at Jiang Xingluo, and a glimmer of hope ignited in her originally weary eyes. I am willing, Goddess Xingluo, I am willing. I no longer want the fortune bead. I just want to live like a normal female. After Ning'an finished speaking, she realized that the fortune bead on her wrist had disappeared. Her originally gray hair turned into a vibrant red. Her skin became fair, and even the wrinkles that had just appeared on her face suddenly vanished. The females of the Koi clan were all cute, and seeing Ning'an restore her original appearance, she finally believed it. Xingluo, since you want to break the punishment for me and the Koi clan, you must let them pray at the beast goddess temple for 3 days. Do you understand? The sudden voice that appeared in Jiang Xingluo's mind surprised her, but her uncle had also said that as the high priestess, the beast god would indeed communicate with her at certain times, so there was no need to be surprised. And Jiang Xingluo had not expected that this was indeed the punishment laid down by the beast god. Ning'an, tomorrow I will take your Koi clan to the beast god's temple to repent. As long as your faith in the beast god remains, he will forgive you. Ning'an nodded, tears continuously welling up in her eyes. Thank you, goddess. We no longer have to live in humiliation. Jiang Xingluo sighed heavily and reminded Ning'an to go find Huayan for a prescription to take care of her health. If the Koi clan wanted to restore their former glory, they needed to keep reproducing. Jiang Xingluo did not wish for any race in the beast world to disappear. However, since the beast god's temple had been rebuilt for so long, even the monkeys from the deep mountains had come to pray here. Why had the Zhuke clan and the Xuanwu clan still not appeared? The weakening of the beast god's power was due to even the beast god's messengers no longer believing in her. Yet now, she had the strength to communicate with herself again, which explained everything. The beast god could restore his divine power, and Jiang Xingluo only hoped that as long as the beast god remained, he could protect this world from so many disasters. Whether it was the rainy season or the cold season, both were harsh weathers that were difficult for females to endure. As the holy female of the White Tiger clan, she needed the beast god to protect this world in order to shield the little females. Goddess Xingluo, so you are here. The monkey tribe has already prepared for tomorrow's prayer ceremony. Priest Songlan said she wants to serve the beast god with you. Priest Songlan was a senior, so it was only right. Jiang Xingluo did not refuse. These priests would never let their faith in the beast god fade away. As long as they remained, the Yuanshin would not fall. The prayer ceremony came quickly. Jiang Xingluo had already arranged this festival called the Farming Festival because the weather was warm, everything was reviving. Winter wheat was about to be harvested, and new crops had to be planted. Thus, she discussed with several tribes to hold the farming festival, symbolizing the beginning of the warm season. The news about the farming festival had already been spread far and wide by the messengers of Fury Wind City. And even the leader of the panda beastmen from Mingyuan Mountain, Ming Jun, and his female master, Jia, had come upon hearing the news. Along the way, more and more beastmen were heading to the Jian tribe. Even the entire tribe of the original Shadow War tribe planned to participate in this farming festival. After bathing, Jiang Xingluo got up early the next day, changed into her priestess outfit, and went out with her staff. Qing Yuan, as the eldest daughter of her and Lian Feng, also had wood and wind abilities and would become the holy female of the ruined city tribe in the future. Jiang Xingluo took Qing Yuan to the high platform together. Qing Yuan, since you're going to undertake your responsibilities, you need to start learning from now on. Do you understand? Qing Yuan naturally understood this. The fall of her father's clan meant the disappearance of her kin. She did not want to see the ruined city forever remain in ruins. She wanted to become a person like her mother, to protect her tribe and rebuild the clan. After Jiang Xingluo finished a priestess dance, Qing Yuan followed her mother's example, and the brilliance of the beast god's temple reappeared. Qing Yuan continued her dance, and the sound of drums from priest Songlan followed. The drum beats were continuous and resonated in the heart. Qing Yuan was only 6 years old, yet her dance made the beast god open his eyes again. Suddenly, the clear sky became overcast, and fine raindrops began to fall. The rain of the warm season was a rare sight. The beast god has manifested. The beast god has manifested. Jiang Xingluo looked at her little female cub, whose eyes were firm as she completed her dance. Priest Songlan looked at the little female in front of her and could not help but sigh. Truly, the student surpasses the master. Qing Yuan bowed to Songlan. Thank you, Grandma Songlan. Looking at the polite little Qing Yuan, Priest Songlan learned that she was also a dual ability female and that the holy female of the White Tiger clan had given birth to another White Tiger female cub. But unfortunately, she had wind abilities. However, wind abilities were not weak either, and that was already enough. Chapter 236. Diyu has also arrived. The rain during the farming festival made all the beastmen rejoice. For so many years, rain mostly gathered during the rainy season, and rain in the warm season was indeed precious. Unexpectedly, the cub born of the holy female could also sense the beast god and possessed powerful wood abilities. On the day of the farming festival, Jiang Xingluo had everyone make delicious meat dumplings to eat. Many beastmen who came from outside had never seen such a scene. It was their first time. They watched as the large pot in the center of the Dian tribe's square steamed with round, tender, white dumplings, which were scooped out after being cooked and placed in wooden bowls. Moreover, the Jian tribe had specifically opened a clean road for the farming festival, which was filled with various foods from the Jian tribe. Huayan asked Qing Lan to replace her and exchange her dried tea leaves for beast skins, while Qing Yuan pulled Shui Lian, and the two of them set up a stall to treat some people, while the other 3 cubs were different. Qing Yan, Qing Zhua, and Qing Yao brought their recently hunted live prey to their stall, while Qi Yin was busy selling freshly cut beef from a cow he had hunted. Petals were falling like a gentle rain, but this did not deter everyone from attending the planting festival. The planting festival was primarily about the chieftain of the Jiuyan tribe explaining to all the beastmen how to farm and turn their harvest into edible food. Everyone present listened attentively, and Jiang Xingluo noticed that Yulan had also arrived at some point during her walk. She had paid attention during the blessing ceremony, but now she finally saw Yulan, who was accompanied by Kuei, who was holding 3 cubs. The 3 cubs were leopard cubs, and Yulan had brought dried mushrooms and wood ear mushrooms from their place. In the past, they didn't know these could be used for food, but now they did, especially after Jiang Xingluo had sent a message through the messenger station to the Eagle Beast Man, explaining how to cook the mushrooms deliciously. She had Kuei collect these items to try out, and they turned out to be very tasty, especially when added to the stew made with the wild chickens they hunted. The flavor was simply amazing. Therefore, to exchange for some food and animal skins at this planting festival, she mobilized everyone in her tribe, young and old, to gather these items. Naturally, the brightly colored ones were not to be collected, as Jiang Xingluo had warned that those could be poisonous. They could ignore anyone else's advice, but they couldn't ignore Jiang Xingluo's. After all, Sister Xingluo and Xing Yuan both understood pharmacology and medicine, so she brought the most ordinary ones over. And now she had several bags. Yulan, it's been a while. Lu Feng held Jiang Xingluo's hand as they walked down the wide street, which was bustling with beastmen. At some point, even Xing Yuan's stall became crowded. Sister Xingluo, come quickly and taste this chicken soup I made myself. You haven't tried it yet, right? Yulan scooped some chicken soup from the pot, and the fragrant aroma made Xingluo's mouth water. When did this little female become such a good cook? I can't resist delicious food. All right. Lu Feng watched as Xingluo sat down and took a wooden bowl to taste the soup, even eating the mushrooms inside. The plump mushrooms were delicious, and the rich broth combined with the long-stewed chicken was incredible. If only some noodles could be added, it would be even better. Jiang Xingluo drank a bowl and still felt it wasn't enough. Xingluo, can I exchange some mushrooms and would ear mushrooms to make chicken soup for you when I go back? Yulan looked at Lu Feng, who was gazing tenderly at Xingluo, and couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh for a long time. Sure, exchange more. There are many people in our family, and if there is only that little, it definitely won't be enough. Lu Feng nodded, but unexpectedly asked for half of what she had. Lu Feng was generous and directly gave Yulan 2 green beast crystals. Sister Xingluo, if you take half, what will be left for me? Sister Xingluo, is this good? We want to try it too. The stall that had originally gone unnoticed suddenly became busy as Jiang Xingluo took half of the items. Everyone could see that these things were indeed delicious. Moreover, Yulan had made chicken soup for everyone to taste. She wanted people to take these mushrooms home to try. And almost every household in the tribe would have mushrooms to eat tomorrow morning. If they couldn't exchange for anything else, nobody would want to take them home. Actually, Yulan wanted to exchange for some salt, but she hadn't seen any sea tribe beastmen at this planting festival. Yulan sighed, and Jiang Xingluo also wanted to exchange for some salt. Salt was an essential item and very precious to them beastmen. The sea tribe beastmen had been harmed by Ling Shuang, and if even the seawater was polluted, Jiang Xingluo was most afraid of the salt issue. She wondered how Du Yue was doing now. Xingluo. Just as Jiang Xingluo was lost in thought, she saw Du Yue coming from afar, followed by a group of sea tribe beastmen. Although the merfolk tribe had declined, leaving only Du Yue, many beastmen who had evaded disaster were still hiding in the depths of the sea. When Du Yue went back to purify the seawater, those kind-hearted beastmen hidden deep in the ocean rushed out. Jiang Xingluo watched as they appeared, each carrying a large beast skin bag. Du Yue, the beastmen who went to the seaside to exchange for salt told me that the Jiao tribe is having a planting festival today, so I only brought salt. At this moment, all the restless beastmen on the street looked towards the beast skin bags carried by the beastmen behind Du Yue. Salt, it's salt. The sea tribe can exchange salt. Many beastmen hadn't had salt for a long time, and their bodies were lacking in nutrients, especially the females, who couldn't do without salt. Everyone, don't worry. I have built wooden houses by the beach, and there will be salt available every day. You can exchange for it with other items. Du Yue knew that in the past, salt was very expensive, and almost all beastmen prioritized feeding their females and cubs. But that was not right. Since Xingluo hoped for a better world, this was all he could do. What? Is what you said true, Lord Du Yue? You sea tribe are really willing to let us exchange salt for other items? Du Yue nodded. Anything edible or useful could be exchanged. Jiang Xingluo looked at Du Yue, wanting to say something, but hesitating. It seemed that after experiencing those past events, Du Yue had become different from before. Shouldering the burden of the sea tribe might be a good thing for him. Chapter 237. Qing Yuan wants to exchange bee skins for shells. Even Yulan approached, bringing an entire bee skin bag of mushrooms to exchange for salt. With so many mushrooms, Du Yue didn't shortchange her and directly exchanged 50 pounds of salt. Du Yue, thank you. Kuei delivered the 50 pounds of salt directly to the messenger station and paid for it with 2 bee skins, allowing the eagle beastman at the messenger station to send the salt directly to the Jiao tribe. The flying speed of the eagle tribe was indeed remarkable. Thanks to the existence of the messenger station, it had made life much easier for countless beastmen. The remaining mushrooms were almost entirely exchanged for other items on the first day, such as eggs, bird eggs, and meat, with some also exchanged for bee skins. After all, the warm season would soon pass into the rainy season, and it was uncertain whether this year's rainy season would come. Everyone didn't want to worry about the future. The present moment was enough to make them ecstatic, especially with the salt brought by Du Yue. He also distributed the maps he had drawn to several tribe leaders, showing them where each wooden house for exchanging salt was located and how to follow the map to get there. Originally, after Qin Ji's death, there had been no interaction between the land beastmen and the sea tribe beastmen, and obtaining salt was very difficult, with sea tribe beastmen raising prices exorbitantly. They never expected that the merfolk tribe had declined, harmed by their own kind, leaving only Du Yue. Now that Du Yue had returned to the sea, even salt was no longer such a precious item. However, even though Du Yue had said that there were places nearby to exchange for salt, the beastmen here still swarmed around. hardly believing Du's words were true. Jiang Xingluo watched as they approached, deciding not to fight for it. She would let the eagle beastmen at the messenger station help them carry the salt back after exchanging it. Du watched as the beastmen emerging from the deep sea were surrounded as if they were hot commodities, only calming down once they had exchanged for salt. And they were already laden with various foods. Some used rice, some used eggs and meat, some used wheat, and even Feng Qian exchanged 5 pounds of salt. But she used braised meat spices like fennel, Sichuan pepper, cinnamon, and angelica, which were also in her medicinal herbs. Since she had some on hand, she picked a few out and exchanged them for 5 pounds of salt. It seemed quite worth it. You can go to the messenger station in Ragewind City later and have the eagle orc send the items here to your wooden house by the sea. It only costs 2 animal skins. When Jiang Xingluo mentioned this to Du realized that Ragewind City had started doing such things. No wonder there were still so many orcs in Ragewind City. Du didn't expect that just a few days away would lead to so many changes. It seemed that even if he returned to the sea, he still needed to come out and take a look sometimes. He wondered how many days the planning festival would last this time. He wanted to stay here for a few days and have the orc from Ragewind City transport the salt from the seaside, so he could exchange for some needed items. The orcs from the seabed also wanted to live with the orcs on land, so they planned to build some small wooden houses by the sea, where they could occasionally stay for a few days. Therefore, they also needed some basic living supplies. While Jiang Xingluo was listening to Du, unexpectedly, a little female orc from the deep sea was surrounded by all the females. Bebe, the things you have hanging on you are so beautiful. Can I trade you some animal skins for them? Jiang Xingluo was still puzzled about who was asking, only to see his own cub, Qingyuan. Qingyuan saw the colorful shells hanging on Bebe, which were strung together by the little female cub and wrapped around her in a circle, with the shells being various colors and completely different from each other. That was why Qingyuan wanted these shells so much. If they were strung together on a circular wooden branch and hung outside the door, when the wind blew, the sound of the shells clinking together would surely be pleasant. However, she looked at the little female cub of the same age in front of her, slowly took out the animal skin bag she was carrying, and opened it. Qingyuan looked at the beautiful shells inside the open bag, and the little female cub by the roadside couldn't hold back anymore. Rushing forward to grab the shells from Bebe's bag, Qingyuan frowned at them. If you want someone else's things, you have to trade something in return. Qingyuan really disliked their behavior. It was impolite. Moreover, the little female orc from the deep sea had a pair of beautiful blue eyes, but was always too timid to look up. Qingyuan seemed to see her past self in her. She didn't want anyone to scare her. It's okay, you can pick them up by the seaside. If you like them, I can share them with you. Qingyuan, you're the one making a fuss when they say it's fine. Qingyuan looked at the little female in front of her who was glaring at her, feeling a surge of anger. The little female who was acting on her own was a cub from the Battle Shadow tribe, who came here to participate in the planning festival. Qingyuan naturally couldn't forget her. She was Tao Tao, the cub of Hongying, back when they were still in the Battle Shadow tribe. Qingyuan had gone out to gather fruits to give to her mother. But it was this little female, along with other little females from her tribe, who had punched and kicked her. Her body was already weak, and after being beaten up, she almost died when she returned home. However, later on, when her mother wanted to find them to clarify the reason, it was during that time that her mother left for a long time and didn't come back. When her mother returned, her whole body was covered in marks for being whipped. So, Qingyuan had always known that it was not easy for her mother to survive in the Battle Shadow tribe. Unlike her brothers, Qingyuan understood all of this. Therefore, she was very happy to leave the Battle Shadow tribe. It was a place where she had found it difficult to survive since birth. Can I trade you 2 animal skins for all the shells in your hands? Qingyuan reached out to take the shells from Tao Tao's hands and directly offered to trade animal skins for all the shells. The current Battle Shadow tribe could be said to be the weakest among the strong orc tribes. Not to mention Tao Tao. Even the most outstanding males in the tribe didn't have many animal skins to exchange for a bag of useless shells. However, Bebe wanted to say something, but Qingyuan directly took out the animal skins, which were given to her by Lai Feng before he left, 2 not-so-large animal skins, allowing her to buy whatever she wanted at this market. However, Qingyuan didn't lack anything. Rather, it would be nice to make some pretty things with these shells. Du looked at Qingyuan and then at Xingluo. Xingluo, your little female cub really looks like you. Xingluo nodded, looking at the now-grown Qingyuan. After she collected all the shells, she pulled Bebe and Shui Li into their stall. The planting festival market hadn't ended yet, and Qingyuan planned to try making something according to her idea. Chapter 238. Shell Windchime. The 3 brothers of Qing Yin had already exchanged all the live animals they hunted for animal skins and fresh vegetables and fruits. After sending things back home, They gathered in front of Qing Yuan. Eldest brother, second brother, third brother, you came just in time. Go chop some wood. I want to use these shells to make something fun. When Bei looked up, her elf-like ears instantly caught Qing Yan's attention, especially her pair of blue eyes, which were strikingly beautiful. He had never seen such pretty eyes. Eldest brother, what are you doing? Hurry up and get to work. Bei timidly lowered her head, and Qing Yan scratched his head helplessly, then said oh, and the three brothers quickly brought everything that Qing Yuan needed. Qing Yan's tea leaves were also quickly exchanged for the needed items sent to Hua Yan, and when he approached, he used a handmade knife given to him by the female to help Qing Yuan shape the wooden pieces, then put them together. Qing Yuan, Shui Lian, and Bei strung the shells together. They made a small hook out of wood, and when Qing Yuan held up the shell wind chime, a gust of wind blew by, causing the shells to clink together. Jiang Xingluo then realized that Qing Yuan was actually making a wind chime. She remembered that she had never taken Qing Yuan into her space. But there was a large shell wind chime in her room that her mother had left behind when she was alive. Qing Yuan, you're so clever to make a wind chime. Hanging this in the yard. It sounds beautiful when the wind blows. Qing Yuan looked at Jiang Xingluo. Wind chime. Is it the name my mother gave it? What a nice name. Wind chime, the wind chimes that sound with the wind. Jiang Xingluo nodded. But in this era, art pieces were not really needed, so she didn't know if anyone would like what Qing Yuan made today. Mother, do you like it? Jiang Xingluo reached out to stroke Qing Yuan's forehead, but realized that she didn't know when Qing Yuan had grown so tall. I like it. You all have such skillful hands. Mother really likes this. I like it too. Qing Yuan, how about you make one for me as well? Jiue looked at the beautiful shell wind chime and couldn't help but touch her little belly. A few days ago, she had been diagnosed as pregnant by the shaman. She planned to build a wooden house specifically for her little female cub, and then put the wind chime inside. Later, she would make a good window for the wooden house, and when the wind blew in, the sound of the wind chime would surely be pleasant. Okay, Annie wants one. I'll make one for you right away. The cubs gathered together and quickly made the second shell wind chime. With the experience from the first time, the second one went smoothly. Jiue and Xingluo watched as they made the second one, and then Yuan also wanted one. Zhou also wanted one, and the now fully recovered Zhong Tian also came to join the fun. Qing Yuan exchanged one piece of bee skin for 2 wind chimes. Before long, all the shells in the bee skin bag had been turned into wind chimes and appeared in Qing Yuan's hands. Jiang Xingluo did not expect her little one to have earned 10 pieces of bee skin in such a short time. Even if she took out the 2 pieces of bee skin originally from Bei, it would still count as an 8-piece profit. With 10 pieces of bee skin, we have 7 people, so each of us can have one, and the remaining 3 can be given to Bei to collect more shells. What do you think? Jiang Xingluo did not expect the little female to have such a business mind. Bei looked at the extra 3 pieces of bee skin, somewhat surprised. Thus, they had already earned 3 pieces of bee skin, and the remaining 3 would also be given to her to collect shells. However, those shells, Bei, the shells you chose are very beautiful. Don't think you're not good enough. Bei looked at Qing Yuan in front of her, gazing at the pieces of bee skin, which were all a testament to their trust in her. Qing Yuan looked at Bei and smiled. Bei, can I take you back to the sea? I also want to see the beach. Qing Yuan was shocked as she looked at Qing Yan, who was a head taller than her. Big brother, what's wrong? Why is your face so red? Mother is big brother. Jiang Xingluo was pulled by Qing Yuan's arm and whispered, noticing Qing Yan's change in complexion, while Qing Zhu was teaching Shui Yan how to tie the shells with rope to make them look better. As for Qing Yao and Qing Lan, the 2 little ones were busy carving wood blocks, seemingly unaware of anything else. Jiang Xingluo looked at Bei, the beautiful little female of the sea tribe, with long green hair cascading down to her waist, adorned with small pearls. Bei's mother was a female clam, and her father was also a clam, both of whom belonged to a kind-hearted race, so there was no need to worry too much. Jiang Xingluo looked at Diue, who had a smile at the corner of his mouth, while Lai Feng looked at the obedient little female before him, also having no objections. It was perfectly normal for Qing Yan to like such a little female, just like how he felt when he first met Jiang Xingluo. Xingluo was also kind and beautiful. They were so young, but Qing Yan, if you want to take Bei back, then go ahead. It's good to go out and see the world. Qing Yan was now a blue crystal beast man, and for him, going out for some training was indeed a good thing. Lai Feng did not expect such words to come out of Qing Yuan's mouth, but it was understandable, as they had all witnessed the growth of the little ones recently. No need, brother Qing Yan. With the Lord taking care of us, we don't want to trouble you. Bei shyly lowered her head, not daring to look at Lai Feng. Qing Yuan reached out and held Bei's hand, smiling as she explained, "Oh, did my big brother do something bad that made Bei not like him?" So she doesn't want him to take her? The cubs of the beast world grow up quickly, and the coming-of-age ceremony is at 18. Although they are still small, most beastman males and females grow up together, and during the coming-of-age ceremony, they merely bond and become partners. Jiang Xingluo still enjoyed watching childhood sweethearts, but she did not expect this time to witness gossip about her own little ones. Has she grown old now? Jiang Xingluo watched the little ones talking and laughing together, and death sighed. Sigh, I also need a suitable female to be my mate, but unfortunately, Xingluo, you are unwilling. Jiang Xingluo looked at death, feeling that his words were particularly dull. All right, don't be angry. I was just joking. It's just that I haven't seen Ming Zhang for a while. The ocean is vast, as you know, but she seems to have disappeared without a trace. Losing awareness of the enemy is also a form of regression, and whether it was the past blessings or today's farming festival, only the White Tiger clan and the Azure Dragon were still present. The messenger from Angry Wind City had flown several times to the hiding places of the Vermilion Bird and Black Tortoise to convey the message, but they still flatly declined to come out. Chapter 239. Shizhou goes to Chu Mountain. When Diyue heard these words from Jiang Xingluo, he recalled that he had once seen the Black Tortoise clan. The Black Tortoise clan was not indifferent to worldly affairs. They simply refused to come down the mountain now. Could it be for other reasons? Xingluo, I will go to the South Sea to meet a Black Tortoise Beastman. As for the Vermilion Bird clan, if you want them to come out, it won't be easy. The Vermilion Bird clan was inherently a proud race, and their holy female had always wanted to compete with the holy female of the White Tiger clan for the position of high priest. When the holy female of the White Tiger clan suddenly passed away, the Vermilion Bird clan pressured them to leave Beast City, with their holy female taking on the role of high priest. However, the White Tiger clan refused, and even when their holy female danced in priestly attire, they could not successfully summon the beast god. So, they had to leave in disgrace, and since then, the White Tiger and Vermilion Bird clans had almost completely severed ties. Diyue naturally knew this. Shizhou had mentioned it before, so no matter what Jiang Xingluo did, as long as she was still the high priest, the Vermilion Bird clan would not appear. With such trivial entanglements, even blessings could be absent. They did not take the beast god seriously, so why should they still hold the position of the beast god as messenger? Jiang Xingluo was filled with anger. This selfish and self-serving race should not continue to hold the position of the beast god as messenger. Meanwhile, Shizhou had already arrived at Chu Mountain, where the phoenix trees stood one after another, and the wooden houses on them were inhabited by the Vermilion Bird clan. Shizhou knew that if he did not come soon, the Vermilion Bird clan would definitely not appear in the beast god temple. However, they had years of friendship, and Shizhou did not want to see the Vermilion Bird clan decline like this. The Azure Dragon beast form appeared in the sky. After a bout of cloud swallowing and mist exhaling, beastmen from the Vermilion Bird clan suddenly appeared and opened the barriers they had set up, allowing Shizhou to smoothly enter the territory of the Vermilion Bird clan. When the beastmen of the Vermilion Bird clan saw Shizhou, the joy on their faces was hard to suppress. Lord Shizhou, we didn't expect you to come. Are you here to see our holy female? She has been waiting for you for a long time. As long as you agree to bond with her, we will go together to the Beast God Temple to participate in the blessings. Shizhou's eyes were calm, and when the Vermilion Bird Beastmen saw his gloomy expression, they instantly dared not say more. Shizhou was the strongest beast god's messenger, and the holy female wanted to choose him as her mate to give birth to the next Azure Dragon messenger. As long as both the Azure Dragon and Vermilion Bird came from her, she was not afraid of not securing the position of High Priest. Therefore, Jiang had been waiting for Shizhou to come on his own. But who would have thought that a female from the White Tiger clan would appear midway? Jiang knew that Shizhou had a marriage contract with the holy female of the White Tiger clan, and once that holy female returned, she would have no chance at all. But when a beastman came over to tell her that Shizhou had arrived, she knew there was still hope. She understood that Shizhou's heart was on that holy female. But feelings could change. That little hussy from the White Tiger clan said she would only take that lion as her mate for life. As for Shizhou, she did not accept him. But Shizhou would eventually bond with someone, and Jiang knew that one day he would come. Now it seemed, Jiang tidied herself up and looked at the three males in front of her and the cub she had given birth to, her brows furrowed in displeasure. She could not let her give birth to the holy female of the Vermilion Bird clan. They were utterly useless. Get out. Jiang looked coldly at the males in front of her, telling them to leave. The several males kneeling on the ground immediately stood up and exited Jiang's wooden house upon hearing her words. Jiang let out a slow breath only after she saw them leave, then fixed her gaze tightly on the door outside, even stepping out of the wooden house. The red feathered garments worn by the Zhuge tribe were more dazzling than those of any other female race, and she was the most beautiful female of the Zhuge tribe. Dressed in her stunning feathered attire, Zhu Yin walked gracefully between the phoenix trees, excitedly heading toward Shizhou. In this world, the male she felt the most fondness for was Shizhou, and she just hoped that this time their bonding would go smoothly. Shizhou was brought before Zhu Yin by two Zhuge beastmen, and now everything in the Zhuge tribe was under Zhu Yan's control. If Zhu Yin did not allow their tribe to go to the beast god temple to pray for blessings, they naturally could not go. Even now, many elders from Qiyu Mountain wanted to take their young ones to the Jiao Yin tribe, but the tribe leader and the holy female did not agree, leaving them with no choice. As Shizhou made his way here, he saw many elders of the Zhuge tribe sighing and lamenting, too afraid to defy the holy female's decision. "Shizhou, you're here?" Zhu Yin saw Shizhou and unconsciously tightened her grip on her feathered attire. She never expected Shizhou to actually come. At this moment, the Jiao Yin tribe had been in their planting festival for 3 days, just to meet the needs of all beastmen wanting to exchange for supplies. They knew that 2 animal hides could allow the messenger of the Zhang tribe to deliver supplies back to the tribe, and various tribes had exchanged for quite a few items. On the day of departure, many beastmen also went to the beast god temple to pray for blessings. Qing Yuan brought her brothers to sell wind chimes in exchange for quite a few animal hides. Meanwhile, Tao Tao enviously squatted beside them, watching the animal hides they exchanged. As she hadn't worn new clothes for a long time, her mother was considered a wealthy female in the tribe, but her beast husband had not awakened any special abilities. Tao Tao furrowed her brows, looking at the animal hides placed aside by Qing Yuan. She silently walked back and forth several times, then pulled out 2 animal hides from inside and hugged them tightly. With her head down, she walked forward, thinking about how she could have her father make her new clothes when she got back, feeling that it was worth it no matter what. Tao Tao ran forward quickly, and the moment Bei Bei turned her head, she noticed that the animal hides that had been at her side were now much thinner. It felt like there was a lot less, and when Bei Bei turned around, she saw a not very tall little cub running forward while hugging 2 huge animal hides. Not long after, she stepped on one of the animal hides in her hand and rolled directly to the ground. Bei Bei looked at Qing Yuan, who had come over with Qing Yin, and immediately pointed at the fallen Tao Tao in the distance, explaining, "Qing Yuan, it's her. She stole our animal hides. 2 of the animal hides we exchanged for today were taken." All the beastmen present were busy exchanging supplies at their stalls and didn't care about the 2 animal hides at someone else's stall. However, it was different for the beastmen of the Jiang tribe. They had previously exchanged for a pot to take back, but they didn't have enough items to exchange for seeds, which was already a significant shortcoming for them. Moreover, which little cub would run around carrying such big animal hides? Chapter 240. Tao Tao admits her mistake. Qing Yuan already disliked the people of the Jiang tribe. But now that her mother wanted peace in the beast world, and Uncle Qi Yin was also from the Jiang tribe, who had helped them a lot, she decided to let bygones be bygones. But what was happening now? "Stop right there." Qing Yuan directly called out to stop her. Tao Tao looked back at Qing Yuan and the others chasing after her, immediately scrambling to her feet. If she got caught by Qing Yuan here, she would definitely be ridiculed by others. Everything had not been like this before. She had been the one cherished like a princess. But now everything had changed, and that useless Qing Yuan had become the little goddess of the Jiao Yin tribe, even possessing a rare wood-type ability. In the end, Tao Tao was still caught by Qing Yuan, who looked at the struggling Tao Tao. In the past, Qing Yuan had not even been as tall as her, but now, after some time had passed, Qing Yuan had grown taller, her long golden hair flowing, easily drawing attention wherever she went. Even her movements on the sacrificial platform were prominent in the beast world, and the Zhang beastman by her side took great care of her. Just thinking about how she could only have a meal of meat once every few days in the tribe made Tao Tao feel bitter. "What are you doing?" Tao Tao struggled desperately, but was pulled up by Qing Yuan by the back of her collar. Qing Yuan looked at her with disdain. "I'm not doing anything. You just stole our things, and we're just taking them back." Qing Yin reached down to pick up the 2 animal hides from the ground. His eyes filled with hatred as he looked at the little female cub in front of him. He had only learned about everything Qing Yuan had gone through in the past few days, and the 4 brothers of Qing Yin had never had a good impression of the Jiang tribe. Now, they hated them even more. Just thinking about how Tao Tao's mother had harmed their mother made their hearts ache. Back then, there were 5 little cubs, and their mother had just gone to the tribe to get meat, but they wanted to lock her in the female cave. They had never known about these grievances before, nor did they understand how much their mother had to face when she went out. They only thought their mother was too lazy and didn't want to go out. Little did they know that the fertility of females was treated as a resource to be fought over by all males. They were precisely after their mother's fertility. We're your mother and father beast. Our Jiao Yin tribe does not welcome your kind who like to steal, Qing Yin said firmly, not wanting them to appear here again. The backwardness of the Jiangning tribe was still ongoing. How could there still be a female cave now? Back when Sister Zhou was sent to the Jiao Yin tribe, she was able to escape, but now there was still a female cave. It was truly disgusting. And Qing Yin didn't want to have any further connections with such a tribe. They were not worthy of stepping into the Jiao Yin tribe or go to the beast god temple to pray for blessings. Brother, that's too much. Maybe this is an opportunity. Qing Zhu looked at Qing Yin, already having other plans in mind. After all, that was a place they had once lived in, and their mother was now a goddess. Even though she had been harmed, as long as they were willing to atone, there was still room for redemption. Hearing her second brother's words, Qing Yuan immediately understood what he meant. Her second brother was right. Since that was the case, why not go talk to their mother about this? Qing Zhu looked at Qing Yuan, and indeed, his little sister understood what he wanted to do the most. Qing Yin nodded, and Tao gritted her teeth, looking at Qing Yuan, not understanding what they were going to do, and could only let them tie her wrists with animal hide ropes and take her to Jiang Xingluo's residence. This was her first time coming to Jiang Xingluo's house, which was filled with blooming flowers, and on the stove beside it, a large pot was steaming, with the aroma of meat wafting out. Tao had long known that the beastmen of the Jiao Yin tribe were living well, but she never expected that they were eating so well. The rumbling in her stomach made her feel bitter as a female cub, unable to fill her stomach even beside her own mother. Qing Yuan, aren't you guys still going to use the shell wind chimes to exchange for supplies? Why are you back? Qing Yuan looked at her mother and then brought Tao in front of her. Mother, it's her. In front of everyone, she stole the animal hides we exchanged for using the shell wind chimes. Qing Yuan directly stated the matter clearly. And Jiang Xingluo then noticed the frail little female in front of her, whose face was yellow and looked very unhealthy. Speak for yourself. Qing Yuan looked at Tao, her eyes carrying a hint of intimidation. Tao shivered in fear and could only spill all the words she had in her heart. The current Battle Shadow tribe is in dire straits. Even the female caves have become their only source of income from foreign males. After all, the orcs of the Battle Shadow tribe are pitifully few in awakening their abilities. Some males even kneel and beg their female masters to accept those rogue beasts who commit crimes, which is no different from female caves. Jiang Xingluo snorted coldly. I thought changing the leader in your tribe would make a difference, but now there are still places like female caves? Jiang Xingluo's voice carried a hint of coldness, and Tao was so frightened that her face turned pale. If she knew she would say such things, her father beast would definitely not spare her. Please, don't tell my father beast about this, or I'll be sent to the female cave. The current Battle Shadow tribe no longer cares whether females can reproduce. After all, hunting carries risks, but utilizing females' compassion is perfectly acceptable to them. Qing Yuan initially thought that while female caves still existed in their tribe, they were harmful to females and would gradually disappear, but she did not expect that in backward places, females were actually treated as resources that could be exchanged. I'm sorry. I just haven't worn new clothes for too long. That's why I wanted to steal something, and besides, you don't lack these, but I... Qing Yuan snorted coldly. So you think it's fine to steal our things? Upon hearing her words, Jiang Xingluo realized how disgusting the Battle Shadow tribe had become. Mother, I hate the words female cave. Females should not be treated as resources to be exchanged, but the orcs of the Battle Shadow tribe are all bad beings. Qing Yuan wants to help the females of this beast world, yet she despises the orcs of the Battle Shadow tribe. I know that currently, males who harm females will be punished. So if those females are unwilling to enter the female cave, no beast can make it difficult for them. Qing Yuan looked at Jiang Xingluo. Yes, if they harm them against the female's will now, those males will be punished by the divine punishment from the beast god. So Jiang Xingluo need not mention such matters again. Tao, do you understand? Upon hearing Jiang Xingluo's words, Tao suddenly realized, thank you, Aunt Xingluo, it was my mistake. I'm sorry, Qing Yuan, I was wrong in the past. Please forgive me, I shouldn't have brought people to bully you. Chapter 241. Mother, why are you here? Qing Yuan looked at the little female who suddenly knelt and bowed, and it didn't seem fake. Tao was envious and jealous of Qing Yuan, but at this moment, she seemed to understand why Qing Yuan brought her before Jiang Xingluo. Although Qing Yuan hated her, she still wanted to use her to resolve the issue of the female cave. Meanwhile, Tao was still preoccupied with her personal grudges. I'm sorry, Qing'an, I'm sorry. Tao knew that if they hadn't driven Jiang Xingluo's family away, all the benefits would now belong to them. Jiang Xingluo was indeed a goddess. Wherever she was, it was beneficial for everyone. However, it seemed a bit late for Tao to realize this. Their tribe could barely sustain itself, yet her father beast remained unconvinced. Because the Jiao tribe was once a tribe they looked down upon, but now they were living much better than them. All right, don't break your head and keep lingering here. Qing Yuan untied the animal skin rope and took back the animal skin, looking at the blood oozing from Tao's head. She felt it was shocking, but they couldn't forget the past. Qing Yuan would never extend a helping hand to a female cub who had once harmed her without compensation. However, after this incident, the grudges between them and the Battle Shadow tribe could be considered settled. With the prosperity of the Jiao tribe now, they were probably not feeling well either. All right, you few have brought Bebe back, just in time for your father beast to have prepared the meal. Let's eat first. Qing Yuan nodded and then sat down with Shui Lian and Bebe at the table specially prepared by her father beast for them. It was already the end of the farming festival, and she thought no other tribes would show up this time. This time, Jiao brought Lu Yong to inform all the beasts how to choose land and adapt to the climate for farming. Fortunately, Jiang Xingluo had foreseen this and carved illustrations to depict the entire planting process. The animal skin book was distributed for free to each tribe's leader. And as they looked at the clear pictures, along with Jiao explanations, they all took seeds back with them. Even the Battle Shadow tribe received seeds and booklets, and they returned joyfully, just waiting for the cold season to stock up on food for the winter. Jiang Xingluo also breathed a sigh of relief, but did not expect that on the day after the farming festival ended, the Divine Cat tribe and the Wolf clan both came to the Jiao tribe. The Beast God Temple was brightly lit, and Xingzhen appeared at Jiang Xingluo's residence, sitting on her beast husband, like a goddess who does not partake in mortal matters. Qing Yuan got up early to check on Aunt Ningen's health, as she said she might be pregnant, so Qing Yuan needed to take good care of her. However, she did not expect to see a beautiful female standing at the door as soon as she stepped out. She raised her eyes to meet Xingzhen's purple eyes, and Xingzhen was startled. The golden-haired little female before her, aside from her eyes being different, looked quite similar to her. Qing Yuan? Qing Yuan looked at the female in front of her and immediately responded, "May I ask where this esteemed guest is from?" Qing Yuan's unfamiliarity made Xingzhen feel a bit hurt. This was her granddaughter, but they had only met after more than 20 years. "Qing Yuan, I am your grandmother." Xingzhen reached out and gently stroked Qing Yuan's forehead. The golden hair was exceptionally soft, and upon hearing her words, the unfamiliarity in little Qing Yuan's eyes suddenly turned into admiration. "Grandmother, you are my grandmother?" Xingzhen nodded, stepping down from the lynx and taking Qing Yuan's small hand. "Your grandmother didn't know about your farming festival, so I arrived a bit late." Qing Yuan looked earnestly at the female in front of her, completely unaware that her grandmother resembled her mother so much, as if they were carved from the same mold. "It's all right, grandmother. I will take you to see mother." Qing Yuan held Xingzhen's hand, and the two of them together looked more like sisters than grandmother and granddaughter. Mother, grandmother is here." Qing Yuan looked at Jiang Xingluo, who was busy recording ways to find wells among the supplies, and felt a bit distressed. The former high priest of the White Tiger tribe was solely responsible for leading the tribes in prayers, but now Jiang Xingluo only wanted every tribe to be prosperous. They had brought seeds back, but not every beast possessed wood-type abilities to nurture plants. Therefore, places lacking water needed water flow, making the search for wells particularly important. On that day, Jiao had asked her if she could share the methods for finding wells with other tribes, though Jiao had explained it once. Practical operation was not that easy. Thus, she intended to record this method in the animal skin book and arrange for beasts responsible for well digging in the tribe to take the book to Fury City. Fury City currently had no wells either, making this a good opportunity. Moreover, aside from wells, there were cellars. Creating cellars in suitable locations could protect the harvested cabbage and radish from freezing during the cold season. These were all things Jiang Xingluo wanted to do, but they had not yet been realized, and she needed to carefully think about how to start doing them bit by bit. When Xingzhen and Qing Yuan entered together, Jiang Xingluo was still pondering if there were any areas that were lacking, checking for omissions little by little. "Xingluo, can you still do these things?" Jiang Xingluo was attracted by a soft call and instantly set aside the bamboo sword and the beast skin booklet in front of her. She turned to look at the female who suddenly appeared behind her. It was Xingzhen, her mother. Jiang Xingluo reached out to embrace her mother. Having not seen her for a long time, she thought that once she got busy, she wouldn't miss her mother, but now that she saw her in person, Waves of longing surged in her heart. She didn't even know why she felt so vulnerable, and she couldn't help but cry. Qian had escorted the orcs of the Jining tribe away, and in the past few days, Lai Feng had taken a few cubs out to hunt wild beasts, hoping to catch some live ones to bring back and store more suitable livestock for the tribe's breeding grounds. So now, she was the only female at home. Mother, why are you crying? Do you miss grandmother like I did when I was young? Xing Yuan nodded. Xingzhen reached out to wipe the tears from Jiang Xingluo's cheeks and said, Xingluo, don't cry. You're amazing. You've accomplished so much already. Haven't you? Xingluo nodded. She knew that the divine cat tribe had always kept to themselves, and since they had appeared now, it was likely for some important matter. Mother, did you come here for something very important? Xingzhen looked into the pair of eyes that resembled her own and nodded, saying, My Xingluo is indeed clever. Chapter 242. Male competition. Your mother came to inform you that the Koi clan's fortune-transferring pearl is still in Ming Zhang's hands. This was a past she was unwilling to recall. The divine cat tribe, the Koi tribe, and the wolf clan had originally been tribes that lived in seclusion together. It was all because the Koi clan's fortune-transferring pearl was too tempting, and the cubs born to the divine cat clan would inherently awaken powerful wood-type abilities. A gift from the beast god. Mother, do you mean? The peacock male was originally one of Ming Zhang's incarnations. Ming Zhang could change her appearance to find a body to control others. You should know this. Jiang Xingluo nodded. She naturally knew this. She still vividly remembered Ling Shuang being controlled, and she would never forget it. However, Jiang Xingluo had always thought that it was because she didn't have her own body that she would control others, but now it seemed that wasn't the case. The females of the Koi clan were originally few, and now that you helped them, they have also found relief. Xingluo looked up at Xingzhen. Her mother was a shaman. Besides her medical skills, she was also skilled in divination, something you should know now. Xingzhen's gaze was gentle, and when she looked at Xingluo, it seemed she was seeing another person through her, the one who had disappeared from the beast world for a long time, her beast husband. Xingzhen lowered her head, feeling a sense of loss, suppressing the oppression in her heart, and looked up at Xingluo. This time I came to bring blessings together with the Black Wolf tribe. Xingluo nodded, but at that moment, Xing Hui outside saw a black tiger male bringing meat. Mo Chen's eyes were calm as he looked at the black tiger male with a hint of provocation. Who are you, stupid wolf? Where's Xingluo? Is that lion not here? Chen Zhou looked at the additional male in Xingluo's house, and the love he had suppressed deep down surged forth again. These wolf tribe orcs were ones Chen Zhou had never seen before. Moreover, he had lived in the beast city for so long and had seen many males but had never encountered a black wolf. Of course he is not here. But who are you? Xingluo wouldn't have such poor taste to fall for you, right? Mo Chun bared his teeth at Chen Zhou. The two were not on good terms, and during their back-and-forth dialogue, they transformed into beast form and began to fight, leaving Xing Hui a bit shocked. Enough. If you want to argue, get out and do it somewhere else. Don't cause trouble in Xingluo's place. Xing Hui had never agreed to Mo Chun coming over, but the wolf tribe needed someone to guard it, so this time it was Mo Chun who came to offer blessings. He didn't expect Xing Hui to stir up trouble right after arriving, directly arguing with the males here. Xing Hui, bro, let's go outside and fight, Mo Chun said, and he was the first to shove Chen Zhou aside. Although he was just a black wolf, he did not lose to Chen Zhou, the black tiger, at all. Mo Chun had liked Xingluo in the divine cat tribe, but Chen Zhou had established a soul contract with the holy female of the white tiger tribe. Both had lost their beloved, making it difficult to suppress their anger. Now facing each other, they couldn't help but start a brawl, lightning flashing in the sky, surprising the little females taking care of the medicinal fields in the Juyin tribe. Duyue hadn't had time to leave yet. Watching the sky clear, she heard the thunder rumbling, and the stones on the distant mountain began to shatter. Duyue felt vigilant. Could it be that Ming Zhang found another body with lightning abilities? Duyue ran far away and indeed saw a wolf and a tiger in the distance. Unable to determine a winner with their abilities, they resorted to physical combat. After their battle, the black wolf surprisingly gained the upper hand, scratching Chen Zhou's face with a paw, instantly leaving 3 bloody marks at the corner of Chen Zhou's eye. Did these two males fall for the same female? Duyue could sense that they were both amethyst beastmen. What kind of female would be worth them fighting so fiercely? You fish, what are you looking at? Even if Xingluo doesn't want us, she won't want you. Chen Zhou transformed into human form, his long black curly hair flowing, a bit of rogue air on his face. Seeing Duyue's cold, beautiful face, he couldn't help but want to beat him up. Who didn't know that Duyue liked to use that face to attract Xingluo's attention? He occupied an entire ocean, possessing all the salt in the sea, and facing him, Chen Zhou had no chance of winning. especially since there was also Lai Feng and that annoying eagle in Angry Wind City, and the annoying golden crow from the Jinwu clan. The more Qinzhou thought, the angrier he became. He repeatedly tried to let go of his obsession with Xingluo, but the more he tried to let go, the more he couldn't. This annoying feeling was truly suffocating. He slammed into a big tree in front of him, the branches rustling, and Death couldn't help but chuckle. I know Xingluo won't accept me. Do you think that by competing with that wolf, Xingluo will notice you? Death had long been able to see everything with indifference. If he liked her, he wanted to fulfill her wishes, to help her accomplish everything she wanted to do. Death lowered his eyes, his gaze filled with endless sorrow. Meanwhile, the male Mo Chun, who had just come over to stretch his muscles, looked at the two males talking in front of him and sneered. Just you two. You're not even as good as me, let alone that lion. Everyone thought Lai Feng was just the bear cub of the former patriarch of the Desolate City tribe, so he wouldn't be that impressive. But Mo Chun understood. His mental type abilities were not easy to come by, and his wind type abilities had already reached full level. No male in this world could take better care of Xingluo than Lai Feng. He willingly bowed down. You, what about me? Let me tell you, you are too weak, and Xingluo's abilities are even more powerful and domineering than yours. I really don't understand why, as an amethyst beastman, you are so weak. Mo Chan said, moving forward. His other ability hadn't even been used, but he easily defeated Qinzhou, finding him utterly unimpressive. How could he still have the face to like Xingluo? He didn't even know his own worth. Death watched the disappearing figure of the young man and felt he was unusual. The Black Wolf was a very secretive race. If he hadn't heard his father mention it before, he wouldn't have known that there were 3 tribes hidden in the secret mountain. The Koi tribe, which was born with the fortune-transferring pearl, the Divine Cat tribe, which naturally possessed powerful wood-type abilities, and the other tribe, which used earth-type abilities, was the Black Wolf tribe. The Black Wolf tribe possesses powerful and domineering earth-type abilities solely to protect the other 2 tribes. And the combination of wood-type and earth-type abilities is sufficient to create a spring-like climate in that mountainous area. So, they actually came down from the mountain? Death looked at the disappearing figure of the boy. Her curiosity gradually piqued, increasingly eager to understand what was going on. Wait for me. I have some questions I want to ask you. Watching Death leave with Mo Chun, Qinzhou was so angry that he felt like he could crush a tooth. Meanwhile, Ling Shuang, who was resting and recovering in the mountains, felt her heart wrenched at this scene. She had been tortured to the brink of death by that pill at that moment, almost losing her chance to transform into her beast form. But that wretched woman was surrounded and pampered by so many males, and everything she looked forward to had fallen through. Chapter 243. Laughing at your foolishness. Insisting on stealing others' fate, are you angry? Ling Shuang's anger surged, and the pain in her body became increasingly evident, with a doppelganger of Shi Mingzheng left beside her. How could she not be angry? Aren't you angry? Your master wants everything, but because of that woman, she can't have it. Ling Shuang was right. But the doppelganger of Mingzheng was only responsible for keeping an eye on her at this moment and would never do anything else. It looked at Ling Shuang and began to cackle incessantly. What are you laughing at? Laughing at your foolishness. Why do you insist on stealing someone else's fate? Don't you know that the power your master gave you is enough for you to find a beast husband and absorb their power? Ling Shuang looked at the shadow of the doppelganger in surprise. What do you mean? What do you mean you still don't understand? Both the master and I come from darkness, while Yuan Xin is a deity of light. Both light and darkness need to exist in this world. However, if darkness envelopes the land and chaos reopens, everything might change. Therefore, the jealousy and hatred of the beastmen towards you can be absorbed. Understand? Ling Shuang had never heard Mingzheng speak of these things before, and even now, hearing them again felt like an absurd and ridiculous dream. Fool! If you can't figure out, then stop thinking about it. However, I can lend you my power. Go find a stray male beast to have a night of fun, and you'll know the outcome. The dark side hidden within stray beasts is the most abundant. Converting others' power into your own sounds like a pretty good idea. All right. At this moment, 3 males stood in front of Xingluo, one with 3 blood streaks on his face, while the other 2 came to inquire about the blessing ceremony. Xingluo, this time I brought the beastmen from the Sea tribe to participate in the blessing, and they can pray with my mother. Xingzhen looked at the merman in front of him, with blue long hair, and he felt as if he saw his mother from the past. She gritted her teeth and turned her head away, recalling Lan Ruo, and an endless sadness filled her heart. She was the chosen priestess of the Divine Cat tribe by the beast god. If she probed into everything and prevented it from happening, it would only make things worse. Thus, she could only hide from the world, never even touching divination. Jiang Xingluo noticed that Xingzhan's gaze kept falling on the male in front of her, and she was somewhat shocked. Could it be that mother has taken a liking to you? Although the youngest male among them was not very old, but, "Mother, don't stare, let me take you around. You haven't been to the Jiuyin tribe, and you definitely don't know that there are many herbs we planted around here. Look at those." Upon hearing Xingluo mention the herbal fields, Xingzhan instantly forgot her sadness and followed Xingluo, leisurely walking forward while smelling the fragrant herbs around them, feeling relaxed and happy. It had been a long time since she had walked like this. Xingluo held Xingzhan's hand and walked around the vicinity of the herbal fields. All the males were attracted by their sight. If it weren't for Chunzhou just hearing Xingluo say that Xingzhan was her mother, he would never have guessed that the female in front of him already had so many cubs. Feng Qian and Feng Ming were in the herbal fields picking ripe herbs to dry. When they noticed Xingluo bringing someone over, their eyes were instantly drawn to Xingzhan's beautiful face. "Xingluo, who is this?" Feng Ming looked at the delicate female in front of her, and aside from Mei Annie from the tribe, this was her first time seeing such a beautiful female. "This is my mother." "Mother, Sister Xingluo. Is this sister your mother?" Jiang Xingluo couldn't help but laugh at Feng Ming's wide-eyed expression. Even Xingzhan, who rarely smiled, had the corners of her eyes raised. "You're quite sweet-tongued. I am Xingluo's mother, here to pray from the divine cat tribe. Your herbal fields are really well taken care of." The warmth of a mature female was in Xingzhan's eyes, incomparable to those innocent and lovely little females. However, Feng Ming wanted to say something but shyly covered her mouth, unable to continue. Jiang Xingluo led Xingzhan further ahead. Xingzhan narrowed her eyes. Looking towards the distant direction, she saw a dark cloud rising nearby, and it seemed ominous. "Xingluo, have you found Mingzheng?" Jiang Xingluo shook her head. "Her power is strong. Dealing with her will not be an easy task." Whenever Jiang Xingluo thought of that destined snake tribe female cub, her heart ached. She did not want to use the life-sacrificing seal for the little female cub. That was a method that should only be used as a last resort. "Xingluo, some things cannot be changed. I know you have a kind heart, but you must act decisively. Do you understand?" Xingzhan saw that Jiang Xingluo was in a dilemma and could only point her toward a clear path, but she could not say more. Everything that followed was unknown. Her soul had split, and after being sent to another world by the beast god for a long time, she returned to this world, which was naturally arranged by the beast god. Jiang Xingluo nodded, and Xingzhan looked toward another area. Jiang Xingluo followed Xingzhan's gaze and noticed that the sky in that area was dim, almost completely shrouded in darkness. "Mother, do you, and I will go check that out. It's a pity Jin Tang is not here. If he were, his power would be the best choice to dispel the darkness." Du followed closely behind Xingluo, while Mo Chun merely watched them leave. Before he came out, his father beast had told him that he came here to protect Xingzhan. Du was chosen by Xingluo as a candidate for the beast god's messenger, so he should protect the high priestess well. Xingluo transformed into her beast form and went forward, with Du following closely. He could clearly feel that direction had been completely enveloped by darkness. However, when he came, he clearly passed through that area. Why did he not notice anything at all? The two moved swiftly, and when they arrived, they found that the original darkness had long disappeared. At this moment, Ling Shuang was quickly crawling away from the ground. Snakes move quickly. She had finally found a male willing to bond with her, and had just absorbed the initial level water-type ability from him. It was only at the first level. She hadn't expected this male's ability to be so weak. But this was the only male with normal abilities they had found after searching nearby for a long time. Since you have already chosen the water-type ability, you can only find such males to absorb power from in the future, understand? Can't any power be absorbed? Didn't you say? Then you must have enough power to transform, fool. I have already used my own power to help you. Do you still think it's not enough? Ling Shuang gritted her teeth, recalling that if it weren't for Mingzheng's doppelganger helping her just now, that first-level water-type crystal would never have reached her body, let alone now that she was already able to use water-type abilities. Chapter 244. The twin siblings of the vermilion bird Xingluo and Du searched for a trace around, but found no signs. The only thing nearby was the corpse of a mad beast. After carefully examining the body of the mad beast, Du discovered that the ability crystal inside him had been removed by someone. He was once a beast man in life, but now he was just a beast man who had lost his sanity. In other words, he was a mad beast. Xingluo and Du checked the wounds on his body and found that they were the wounds from where the beast crystal had been removed. The wounds looked very exaggerated. It was clear that taking the ability crystal from such a mad beast was not something Mingzheng would do. It could only be done by Ling Shuang. Do you also deduce this point, while Jiang Xingluo simply hadn't considered that Ling Shuang had such capabilities? I will have Jing Sheng send someone to pay attention to this matter. If Jiang Xingluo continues to take away the ability crystals from mad beasts, who knows what might happen next? At this moment, Jiang Xingluo, who had originally relaxed her heart, suddenly felt tense again. But she sensed that Ming Zhang seemed to be absent from the vicinity. Since she wasn't here, where could she have gone? Jiang Xingluo feared that Ming Zhang had other plans, which was why she left this place. Perhaps she was looking for a more suitable female to serve as her body. Ming Zhang's body could not be exposed to the air for long, and Ling Shuang's body was not enough to support her use, so she had to go elsewhere to find a body. Jiang Xingluo couldn't think of where Ming Zhang would go to search for a suitable body at that moment. Meanwhile, Ming Zhang had been observing near Chiyu Mountain for a long time, and the Zhuge clan seemed to be far from their former strength. They hadn't visited the Beast God Temple in many years. This was because the holy female of the Zhuge clan wanted to bond with Shizhou. But the agreement that the Qinglong clan had made in the past was with the holy female of the White Tiger clan, and it was just a male. There were plenty of males out there, yet they insisted on the Qinglong clan's male, which was simply ridiculous. However, the ability to disguise of the Zhuge clan was just right for her. Moreover, this female seemed different from the other beast god messengers. Ming Zhang floated in the air for a long time, but suddenly sensed a familiar purifying aura. Why had Shizhou appeared at Chiyu Mountain? Ming Zhang was hiding in a secret cave near Chiyu Mountain. This Chiyu Mountain was indeed clean. The former Ming Zhang had never paid attention to the Zhuge clan. But now it seemed that the beastmen of the Zhuge clan residing in the nearby caves were mostly not so strong and domineering. They could not compare to the water abilities of the Xuanwu clan, which could turn into blades to take lives. And the fire abilities of the Jinwu clan were even more astonishing, easily turning a forest into nothingness. She hated the Jinwu clan the most. Originally, the nurturing of the Jinwu clan was extremely difficult, but now, Ming Zhang recalled the cries of the young herd while passing through Ragewind City, which were unbearably loud. They were all newly born young of the Jinwu clan. The males of the Jinwu clan bonded with the female, Song Ying, and what they produced were also purebred Jinwu. Ming Zhang almost wished to kill all the Jinwu clan to find relief, but now she truly could not do that. Those enormous fireballs brushing against her could eliminate the dark powers on her. She couldn't take the risk. So now she could only place all her hopes on the Zhuge clan before her. If Shizhou agreed to be the male of the Zhuge, holy female, things would surely become troublesome. You want me to come out of the mountain to lead my people to pray for blessings? What about the Xuanwu clan? The Xuanwu clan. You would go to meet them. However, the beastmen of the Xuanwu clan had long been reclusive, living in the deep sea during winter, unaware of the world. The Zhuge clan had been notified for a long time, but had not been seen. Xianming will come. Zhu Yan, you should come too. Really, Shizhou, stop joking. Whether it's Xianming or you, neither of you wants to choose me. Why should I humiliate myself in front of you? Xianming had not shown himself for many years. But they always had marriage contracts. Xianming never showed up, so blessings have been lacking for a long time. Zhu Yan, don't you already have a good beast husband? Shizhou didn't understand why Zhu Yan always obsessed over whether he would choose her. Everything that was forcefully obtained would eventually have to be returned. Zhu Yan, who did not want to grow up with him, always forced the issue. But I still haven't found a Zhuge holy female. Shizhou, can't you really be my beast husband? I heard that Xingluo doesn't want a second beast husband anymore. Neither you nor Xianming have chance. Zhu Yan bit her silver teeth, thinking about that holy female she had yet to meet, who seemingly wanted nothing, her expectations easily rejected, causing Zhu Yan's gaze to turn much colder. Zhu Yan, I want to bond with you. You should understand that I only regard you as a friend. But you also know that with Xingluo around, everything is great. Why don't you go to the Beast God Temple to pray for blessings? The blessings of the Beast God Messenger were extremely important for the Beast God, which was why Shizhou came personally. What if I don't go? I heard she considers herself a Beast God now, and she even chose her own beast husband and a merman. The males of the Jinwu clan went to the Beast God Temple with you. Do you think I'm that stupid not to understand what this means? Zhu Yan raised her eyebrow in response. Both are holy females. But the holy female of the White Tiger clan was endowed with lightning abilities and was chosen as the high priestess. Zhu Yan felt unconvinced. Their Zhuge clan had sacrificed just as much in the Great War back then, so why did all the benefits fall to them? At this moment, Ming Zhang, who was hiding in the cave, seemed to sense an unusual power. This female of the Zhuge clan seemed completely different from Jiang Xingluo. who was chosen by Yuan Xin. That little female's heart was bright, and Ming Zhang truly despised the power she carried, as that kind of light power was simply the same as Yuan Xin's. However, this little Zhuke seemed to have no intention of believing in Yuan Xin. Ming Zhang frowned. Yuan Xin's taste was too poor to choose such a little female, truly lacking any original intention. Ming Zhang hid, watching the Zhuke clansmen walking around. When a little female weakened and collapsed in front of her, Ming Zhang looked at the little female with a red feather mark flashing on her forehead, snorted coldly, stepped forward to probe her aura, and found that she had actually died from the fall. This Zhuke clan, as one of the beast god messengers, was surprisingly fragile. Ming Zhang reached out and grabbed the little female's hand, then peered into her tragic life. She was actually a little Zhuke female who had awakened with abilities. How interesting, just like Yuan Xin's with abilities. Ming Zhang entered the little female's body and slowly stood up. The moment the ability crystal appeared in her palm, Ming Zhang realized that this little female was indeed wasteful. She actually had a red ability crystal. Did the Zhuke clan of Chiyu Mountain not know how important what abilities were to a clan? Chapter 245. Qing Yin. Wait for me to grow up. Xingluo brought the Sea clan, the Divine Cat clan, the Black Wolf clan, and the Koi clan to the Beast God Temple to pray for blessings. They were different from other clans, and with Xing Zhen present, Xingluo knelt down slowly among all the praying beastmen, as an ordinary beastman. Xing Zhen looked at the statue of the Beast God before him, tears in his eyes. Beast God, I think our clan's mission should be complete now. Xing Zhen, thank you. Your 3 clans will regain their former peace. You should take the Black Wolf clan back. Everything will return to normal. Xingluo still had more important matters to attend to. She needed his help. Xing Zhen heard the voice in his mind and nodded to accept the Beast God's guidance. After the blessings were completed, Du was about to take his leave. Xingluo, I have informed the beastmen of all the tribes about the few places where sea salt can be exchanged. I will return to see the leader of the Xuanwu clan. Although the strength of the merfolk in the deep sea was already considerable, the Xuanwu clan was still different from them. The Xuanwu clan had long been reclusive, possessing not only water abilities, but also ice abilities. They live in a place called the South Sea, which is actually the southernmost part of this world. Whether to the south or north, it is a place of extreme cold. North of B City is the polar region, which is uninhabitable due to the vast ocean. However, the South Sea is home to the White Bear clan and various aquatic tribes, and the Xuanwu clan guards a piece of pure land there. Xingluo, the South Sea is extremely cold, and I may be gone for a long time. The Xuanwu clan is not unreasonable. Just wait for me to bring them back. Jiang Xingluo nodded. She didn't really understand much about everything in the sea, and she would feel more at ease leaving it to Du. Lord, are we leaving? Bei looked at her little companions with some reluctance, especially Qing Yin. Over the past few days, Qing Yin had been talking to her, making her happy. But now they were about to part ways, and she felt a bit sad. If you don't go back, your mother will worry about you, Bei. You are the last female cub of the Dolphin clan, and I can't take you away for too long. Bei looked at Qing Yin with sorrow in her eyes. Then there's no helping it. Qing Yin, will you wait for me to grow up? When I grow up, can I choose you as my first beast husband? Bei's blue eyes sparkled, and the other cubs present couldn't help but blush. Even Xingluo, who had been watching them for a long time, was stunned. No. She looked at Bei. The little female cub was cute and had a kind nature, but she was very cautious and meticulous in her actions. She just didn't expect Bei to have the courage to say such things to Qing Yin. Bei, are you serious? Do you really like my elder brother? Qing Yuan looked at Bei, genuinely liking her, the beautiful and cute little female. She wished she could stay here forever. Qing Yuan, what are you talking about? What do you mean I just like him? What's wrong with me? Is my ability not strong enough? Qing Yin was very concerned about her little sister undermining her. Jiang Xingluo squatted in front of Bei and took out a bracelet made of blue beast crystals to put on Bei. Wear this. Let Qing Yin take you back. Every year during the prayer, I'll have Qing Yin come to pick you up, okay? Jiang Xingluo looked into Bei's eyes, and thinking that this little cub was a dolphin female, her heart felt satisfied. And Xingluo, I can't accept such a precious gift. It's not precious. I have plenty of them. Go on. Let Qing Yin accompany you back. Jiang Xingluo looked at Qing Yin, who was very happy, not expecting her mother would agree to let her accompany Bei back to the sea. Mother, I'll bring back more salt. Right? I need to go get salt too, so I'll accompany Qing Yin. The messenger station has to go back and forth to the salt station and Fury City. I need to familiarize myself with the route. Jiang Xingluo heard a voice she hadn't heard in a long time and raised her eyes to meet those distinct black and white eyes. Yujin hadn't visited the Juyin tribe in a long time. He was friends with death.A, and during these days, the messenger station in Fury City was being expanded, so Yujin had been busy with those matters. Lai Feng had also seen very little of Yujin, not expecting him to come to the Juyin tribe today. This male was different from death.A and the others, which was why he initially wanted to entrust Xingluo to his care. Qingyan, how about you come with me to train? Yujin looked at Qingyan, and seeing his growth, Yujin felt a sense of comfort. He envied Lai Feng for having several cubs, and Xingluo had given birth to 3 more cubs for him. Okay, Uncle Yujin, with you accompanying me, Mother and Father Beast will definitely feel at ease. Jiang Xingluo watched as they left, feeling melancholic. She didn't know how long it would take for Qingyan to return after going to the seaside. Don't worry, Xingluo. Qingyan will be fine with Yujin. Lai Feng looked at Qingyan, who had already left, feeling no concern at all. However, the cubs felt a bit sad watching their big brother's figure grow distant. You all have grown up, you will all go out to train. So there's nothing to be sad about, understand? Liefeng's cubs all had strong abilities, and each would have their own path to follow in the future. Now, Qingyuan had chosen to inherit everything from her mother, but she wanted to strengthen her tribe, and the ruined city would inevitably need to be rebuilt. We understand. Ingche looked at Qingyuan beside her. She still needed to deliver the prepared medicine to Aunt Ningen today. Sister Qingyuan, will you return to ruined city in the future? Qingyuan looked at her mother and Father Beast walking away, just about to turn around to leave when she saw Ingche chasing after her. Ingche was the guardian beast that Qingyuan personally chose for herself. Qingyuan looked at Ingche, sighed, and replied, Ingche, I know you're also a beast man from Fury City, right? Don't worry, if you don't want to continue being my guardian beast, I will release the bond between us, and you can take your mother back to Fury City. Ingche's eyes darkened, recalling how Qingyuan chose him as her guardian beast to save him when she had many options. She was the future high priestess of Ruined City and possessed excellent medical skills, while Ingche's ability was just a basic one. Was it really that difficult for him to stay by Qingyuan's side? Qingyuan, I don't want to part with you. Qingyuan raised her eyes to look at Ingche, who was now half a head taller than her. If you don't want to part ways, stay with me here. Qingyuan was older than Ingche. How could she not understand his feelings? Her ears flushed slightly, and she was carrying a large leaf filled with medicine for Ningen. All right, then I'll accompany you to deliver the medicine to Aunt Ningen now. Jiang Xingluo originally didn't want to hear the cub's words, but she found it increasingly strange. Moreover, the cub's affection level had remained at 98, almost stagnant. Jiang Xingluo sighed, watching Ingche already chasing after Qingyuan. Meanwhile, Qingzhu was teaching Shuoyan to recognize more characters. While Qingyao and Qinglong were busy with their tasks, one was tending the fire, and the other was carving wood. Especially Qinglong, who was deeply fascinated with wood carving. Jiang Xingluo watched as he threw all the failed wood carvings he had made into the fire to burn, yet he still had no intention of giving up. However, Qinglong had already made several smooth little wooden balls, and the cubs, now grown, played with the balls after their beast transformation. Qinglong really enjoyed playing with the little cubs, which saved Qingyuan a lot of effort. Chapter 246, Shizhu, don't be so heartless to me. Shizhu tried to comfort Zhuyan without success, and then wanted to leave Chuyu Mountain. Shizhu, are you really going to leave just like that? Zhuyan looked at the male in front of her with red eyes, feeling bitter. She came down from the treehouse and reached out to hug Shizhu from behind. I am the holy female of the Zhuke clan. I have never tried to please a male like this. Shizhu, please don't be so heartless to me. Tears streamed down Zhuyan's face, and Mingzheng looked at the Zhuke female in front of her, who was pretending to be pitiful, feeling disgusted. She was even inferior to the snake from the Yulon Marsh. She really didn't understand how the Zhuke clan could have such a female. If you don't want to participate in the prayer, then forget it. After Shizhu finished speaking, he broke free from Zhuyan's embrace and transformed into his beast form, leaping into the sky. Mingzheng watched as Shizhu flew far away, finally feeling relieved. Zhutsue, what are you staring at? Zhutsue was the name of the body that Mingzheng occupied. Zhuyan was jealous that she unexpectedly awakened wood-type abilities, so she had been secretly harming her. They were supposed to be twin sisters born of the same mother, yet they were so different. Only one holy female could exist. And since Zhuyan was older, the Zhuke clan publicly declared that Zhuyan was the only holy female. Zhu Chui could only listen to her mother and help her sister. Who would have thought that this Zhuyan, with her cruel heart, knowing that Zhu Chui also had special abilities, would almost kill her several times after their mother was away? Not to mention the beast crystals used for cultivation. Mingzheng raised her eyes to Zhu Yin in front of her and said, Sister, you must be very sad that you can't keep Shizhou brother's heart, right? Zhu Yin glared at Ming Zhang, who was already irritated and couldn't help but want to slap her. However, Ming Zhang was not the former Zhu Chui. She extended her hand to use her own abilities, and the withered vines beside her instantly transformed into long vines that knocked Zhu Yin to the ground. Zhu Yin gritted her teeth and stared at her, but the little bit of power she had could only change her appearance. She could not attack the beastmen at all. You dare to hit me? A second tier? Zhu Chui? Are you crazy? Ming Zhang looked at the power in her palm and sneered. Yes, I'm crazy. But I've had enough of this godforsaken place, so I'm not going to play with you anymore. Ming Zhang, having unexpectedly obtained such a good body, could walk in the beast world without any concerns. Zhu Yin watched as Zhu Chui transformed into a vermilion bird and flew away. The call of the vermilion bird was beautiful, and the figure that Ming Zhang transformed into while leaving looked like a red phoenix. Ming Zhang could naturally feel the different power of this body. It turned out to be an unexpectedly mutated red phoenix, which was truly interesting. When Shizhou left Qiyu Mountain for Jiuyan tribe, he had no idea that there was a red phoenix hidden in Qiyu Mountain. If there was a red phoenix, it should naturally be her who became the leader of Qiyu Mountain. But now that Zhu Chui was dead, Zhu Yin wanted to take over Shizhou, and Shizhou was unwilling to accept it. The beastmen who originally hoped to go to the beast god temple in Jiuyan tribe to pray for blessings were left disappointed. After enduring the ravages of the cold season, even though there were still many strong beastmen in the Vermilion Bird tribe, they could no longer live the same life as before. Nowadays, food shortages had become the norm, and the number of females born was decreasing, leading many males in their tribe to leave Qiyu Mountain without comfort. Even so, Zhu Yin still refused to go to the beast god temple for her own selfish desires. The elders of the Vermilion Bird tribe sighed and complained. This is not a holy female. This is simply taking our lives. The foundation left by their ancestors was about to be destroyed by Zhu Yan's reckless behavior. Whether it was the merfolk, the Golden Crows, or the Lion tribe from the Wasteland City, all were beastmen who had accompanied the beast god to protect various tribes back in the day. The reason for choosing the Vermilion Bird as the Lord of Qiyu Mountain and making it the beast god's messenger was due to that favor. Now, their holy female actually no longer wanted to acknowledge this favor. Meanwhile, Shizhou had already returned to the Jiuyan tribe. Shuayu looked at Shizhou, who had returned, with a face full of anger, looking as if things hadn't gone well at Qiyu Mountain. Zhu Yin refuses to bring the Vermilion Bird tribe over? Shizhou nodded. Now Qiyu Mountain had lost its previous spiritual nourishment, and if this continued, one day Qiyu Mountain and the Vermilion Bird tribe would be destroyed. The beast god needed the admiration of the beastmen to have the strength to protect them. Yet the Vermilion Bird tribe had long forgotten the oath made when they were chosen as the beast god's messengers, to always be loyal to the beast god Yuanxin. The beast god had not regained his strength. It was already quite difficult to protect the Jiuyan tribe, let alone Qiyu Mountain. Forget it. If they don't want to come, they don't have to. Death.A came before and said she was going to find Xianming. Shizhou sighed helplessly. He had not seen Xianming for a long time and had no idea what the situation in the South Sea was. Does Death know Xianming? Shizhou had never heard of Xianming taking the initiative to socialize with anyone. After all, they were all from the Sea tribe. Shizhou breathed a sigh of relief, hoping that Death could bring Xianming to see him. The blessing ceremony was very important, concerning whether the beast world would have smooth winds and rains for the entire year. Shizhou only hoped for fewer natural disasters. The beast world had experienced years of rainy seasons, and the previous rainy season had caused many beastmen on land to perish. Who knew if this year's rainy season would come? If it weren't for Jiang Xingluo planning everything during this cold season, Jiuyan tribe and Ragewind City would not have fared so well. Shizhou also did not want to see the beastmen from Qiyu Mountain bringing back some seeds from Jiuyan tribe for cultivation. After all, the seeds from Jiang Xingluo had been improved by her wood-type abilities, and as long as the winds and rains were timely, it would be no problem for the beastmen to have enough to eat. Jiang Xingluo took Xingzhen to Ragewind City, knowing that although her mother knew her father's identity, she had never met her father's family. Now, mother, let me take you to meet my uncle and aunt. Jiang Xingluo looked at the female beside her, who nodded, her eyes still carrying a hint of sadness. Jiang Xingluo recalled the time when she thought Lai Feng had an accident in Wasteland City and rushed to find him without hesitation, even risking her life. She understood Xingzhen's thoughts at this moment. Xingzhen agreed to go to Ragewind City with Jiang Xingluo, wanting to meet her father's family. Xingzhen had never been to Ragewind City. The road from Jiuyan tribe to Ragewind City had been neatly opened up by the Brown Bear tribe, using earth-type abilities. Although it was still a dirt road, after being repaired, flowers that bloomed in rotation throughout the seasons were planted on both sides of the path. Now was the warm season. With the nourishment of water and wood-type abilities, the flowers in the flower beds were blooming. Xingzhen admired the beautiful scenery by the roadside, her lips curling up as she looked at Xingluo. Xingluo, can I give some of these flower seeds to my mother? Chapter 247. Where did this little female come from? There is no female in this world who does not like beautiful and pretty things. Even her mother was the same. The Divine Cat tribe was a beautifully sufficient place, but now that the Jiang tribe was already so beautiful, Xingzhen also wanted these. What mother likes? I will naturally send. I plan to choose a place to plant all the flowers, and then I can raise some bees. Have you tasted the sweetness of honey? The honey water Jiang Xingluo made before had already been completely used up, which is why she came up with the idea of beekeeping. It was also to provide a way for some beastmen to exchange for supplies, since wild bees here could also be considered a type of insect beast, thus would naturally have beast crystals. In fact, the insect-type beast crystals were purer than those of large wild beasts and were more suitable for enhancing ability levels. Honey, is it as sweet as the brown sugar you made? Yes, grandmother, but the honey that mother worked hard to save has all been made into honey lemon water by me and my brother. Next time I'll make some for you. Qing Yuan also went to Rage Wind City with them. She heard that Brother Canglan had returned and wanted to see him after a long time. She didn't expect that her grandmother had never tasted honey. All right, Qing Yuan, do you want to accompany your grandmother to the Divine Cat tribe? Jiang Xingluo looked down at Qing Yuan, who resembled her mother. Little Yin'er was lively and active, and although her mother liked her, it was clear that she was more troublesome than Qing Yuan, who was much more likable. After all, she was at an age where even dogs would dislike her. Little Yin'er was currently at home, clutching the wooden ball given by the fourth brother, competing with several younger brothers, refusing to lose at all. Jiang Xingluo thought of little Yin'er and smiled, feeling completely satisfied with having such cute and obedient cubs. Grandmother, I still want to stay by my mother's side. Qing Yuan's eyes were filled with determination. She had completely chosen her own path. Xingzhen saw Qing Yuan's steadfastness and knew that saying more would be pointless. Qing Yuan is very smart. Your grandmother hopes you can become the most powerful shaman of Wasteland City in the future. Qing Yuan nodded. Her eyes seemingly ignited with an unquenchable flame. Jiang Xingluo watched as Qing Yuan and Xingzhen chatted happily along the way, discussing methods that could be combined with wood-type abilities and potions, some of which even Xingluo had never heard of. Jiang Xingluo noted down all the methods Xingzhen mentioned, intending to try them out later. The methods Jiang Xingluo had were obtained from books that randomly fell in her space, although she had memorized them all. The ancient methods spoken by the matriarch could clearly also be worth a try. Mingzheng, using the body of Zhu Chui, walked to the Jiang tribe and saw Jiang Xingluo approaching her. Do you know how to get to the Jiang tribe? Mingzheng wanted to find out if this body could hide all her dark powers. So, she even approached Jiang Xingluo to investigate. Jiang tribe? Xingluo looked at the frail little female in front of her, but there was a red mark between her brows. Did you come from Chushan? Xingluo found it strange that there were beastmen nearby who didn't know about the Jiang tribe. Since she was already here, how could she not recognize it? Xingzhen immediately recognized that this little female was indeed from Chushan. Yes, my sister is Juyin, but she... Mingzheng hesitated. Playing with these beastmen's hearts was easy. It seemed that the two fools in front of her only suspected her identity, but didn't question whose soul was inside this body. It appeared that the body of the beast god's messenger was indeed the best tool to hide her soul. You are Juyin's sister? Jiang Xingluo looked at the little female in front of her, who looked like she could fall over with a gust of wind, and moved closer. Mingzheng frowned and took a step back. What do you want? You have a wound on you. Xingluo pointed to the torn part of her animal skin skirt, which was stained with blood. Jiang Xingluo was puzzled. Clearly, she was the sister of the beast god's messenger. How could she be injured without the tribe's shaman treating her? Mingzheng frowned, suppressing her disgust, as Jiang Xingluo slowly sprinkled medicine on her. Mingzheng looked at her gentle brows and couldn't help but snort coldly. Fool, actually saving an enemy. Jiang Xingluo sighed, furrowing her brows. It seemed she would have to go northwest to see if she could find some cotton seeds. They couldn't keep wearing these animal skin skirts all year round. And cotton was also necessary for bandaging wounds. Are you here for something at the Jiang tribe? After treating her wounds, Jiang Xingluo looked at the little female with pity and gently asked, I want to go to the beast god temple to pray for blessings. Our Chushan is currently. Jiang Xingluo's bright eyes showed some confusion. What happened to Chushan? Sister, can you take me to pray? The beastmen of Chushan are currently suffering, and you don't want to save them at all. Mingzheng bit her lip as she spoke, tears streaming down her face. With the strength of this body, she couldn't deal with Jiang Xingluo at all. Moreover, there was that lion beside her. She had to use this body to gain their trust before taking action. Jiang Xingluo looked at Xingzhen. They were supposed to head to Wine Fury City today and hadn't expected to encounter this little female halfway. Okay, I'll take you back to see Shizhou first. A hint of ferocity appeared in Mingzheng's eyes, and Xing Yuan frowned at her, feeling that this little female seemed to have some issues, but she couldn't pinpoint what exactly was wrong. Xing Yuan, you take the great-grandmother to Wine Fury City first. Xing Yuan accompanied Xingzhen to continue forward, while Jiang Xingluo turned back. Mingzheng looked at the surrounding fields of medicinal herbs, her gloomy eyes unable to hide their darkness. Jiang Xingluo kept observing the little female beside her. Her understanding of the Zhuke clan was pitifully limited. They still refused to come to the Juyin tribe, unwilling to acknowledge that the beast god in the beast god temple was once the beast god. Along the way, they exchanged no words, and Lai Feng accompanied Jiang Xingluo, feeling no goodwill towards this suddenly appearing little female. Jiang Xingluo brought Mingzheng to Shizhou. Mingzheng looked at the Qinglong beastman in front of her, her hatred evident in her eyes. She said she is a little female from Chushan, Zhiyin's sister. Shizhou, do you know her? Shizhou raised his eyes to look at the face in front of him, which was almost identical to Zhiyin's, but he had never heard of Zhuyin having a sister. Where are you from? Female? Shizhou's tone made everything clear. Mingzheng looked at Shizhou, feeling he was truly a fool. Shizhou, don't be like this. She is an injured little female. Jiang Xingluo stepped forward to shield Mingzheng, feeling nothing wrong with the little female at all. My sister is really Zhuyin. The wounds on me were all inflicted by her. Mingzheng spoke directly, tears streaming down her face as she revealed the ability crystal in her palm. It was a red wood-type ability crystal. I really came from Chushan. If you don't believe me, you can ask. My name is Tsukui. Mingzheng spoke with disdain for this name. Zhu Chui, Zhuyin, the owner of this body, originally possessed the best wood-type ability, but was born to overshadow her sister's existence. Truly interesting. Zhu Chui, Sister Xingluo, it really is like this. Mingzheng pulled Jiang Xingluo's clothing corner, her eyes gleaming with a deer-like moisture. Jiang Xingluo furrowed her brows and looked at Shizhou, realizing that this matter still needed to be investigated thoroughly. Shizhou's gaze was fixed on Mingzheng, but he felt nothing special about her. I will take you to the Beast God Temple to pray today. However, before that, Jiang Xingluo took Zhu Chui to her residence to change her clothes. Mingzheng looked at the few little cubs bouncing around in her home, feeling extremely irritated. Jiang Xingluo really could give birth, having so many cubs with that lion. Wasn't she tired? Just like that fool Yuan Shen, saying it was for the sake of the beastmen of the beast world to live well. Now, even the Zhuke from Chushan didn't want to acknowledge her existence after losing her protection. What good was it to treat them well? Why do you have so many scars on you? Jiang Xingluo looked at the old scars on the little female's back. A female with wood-type abilities couldn't even save herself. She sighed and applied medicine to her, using her wood-type abilities to slowly heal her wounds. The resentful look in Mingzheng's eyes softened a bit at this moment. Her power was indeed similar to that of Yuan Shen, but she didn't know what Jiang Xingluo would think if she later discovered that the soul hidden inside this body was actually hers. I'm fine. Thank you for being willing to take me in. Mingzheng felt warmth rise in her heart as she sensed Jiang Xingluo's power. Jiang Xingluo really treated all females like this. Compared to Ling Shuang, Jiang Xingluo was many times better. You can rest here for a few days. Don't worry, no one will hurt you again. Jiang Xingluo looked at the spots appearing on her body. Her wood-type abilities had already examined her thoroughly. Her expression was inscrutable as she gazed at the little female in front of her. She never expected that for a moment she would truly believe in the little female before her. The owner of this body had long since died, and the spots on her body were a reaction that appeared after death. Yet, she had managed to walk all the way to Jiang Xingluo. Suddenly, Jiang Xingluo couldn't understand what she was trying to do. She was not a corpse refined by Mingzheng, but a walking corpse with another soul hidden inside this shell. Jiang Xingluo looked at the smiling female in front of her and asked, now that the medicine is applied, do you want to go pray with me today? Jiang Xingluo seriously gazed into Mingzheng's eyes, hoping to glean some useful information from her gaze. She could almost guess who was hiding in this body. Mingzheng had appeared before her, just like Ling Shuang. Did she really think she was that foolish? Fine. Jiang Xingluo took her to the Beast God Temple, her eyes filled with killing intent. They both exited the house, and Lai Wind followed closely behind. The originally clear sky suddenly turned overcast, and it was rare to have thunder roaring during the warm season. Jiang Xingluo looked at the little female in front of her, seeing her unchanged smile. But Jiang Xingluo grew increasingly cautious. As they walked outside the beast god temple, Mingzheng stared at the peach blossom tree, lost in thought, as if recalling the times she used to chase and play around the tree with Yuan Xin. Jiang Xingluo watched her gaze soften when looking at the peach blossom tree. Did she really have gentle moments before? Jiang Xingluo silently observed Mingzheng, then pushed open the grand doors of the beast god temple, revealing the towering statue of the beast god before them. Mingzheng looked up at the statue, initially thinking it would resemble the beast god statue in the Bee City, not expecting it to bear a likeness to Yuan Xin. However, it was quite similar to her. I heard the beast god's original form is from the Tengsha clan. Did you know? Jiang Xingluo looked at Mingzheng, noticing tears welling in her eyes as she spoke. Jiang Xingluo thought she was about to destroy the beast god temple. Just then, as Jiang Xingluo reached out, the vines that sprouted from her palm had already bound the little female before her. Mingzheng frowned and looked at Jiang Xingluo. What are you trying to do? Mingzheng, do you think I Haven Tea discovered your identity? Jiang Xingluo coldly reprimanded. She had appeared time and again, previously using Lai Wen's psychic abilities to destroy the entire tribe in the desolate city, and then utilizing Ling Shuang to annihilate the entire sea tribe. Now that she had finally captured her, Jiang Xingluo would not let this opportunity slip away. Xingluo, do you think you can hold me just with these abilities of yours? Jiang Xingluo frowned as she watched the person before her effortlessly break free from the vines that were meant to bind her, the scattered vines turning into glowing flecks and vanishing. Jiang Xingluo naturally understood that Mingzheng's power could not be this weak. However, this body was indeed that of a dead beast man, which was undoubtedly a good thing for Jiang Xingluo. When Jiang Xingluo took out the whip in her hand, even the beast god temple echoed with thunder. Yuan Xin, have you gone mad? Are you really willing to let her kill me for the beast world you protect? Mingzheng looked around at the swirling power, all emanating from Jiang Xingluo, as lightning struck her repeatedly. The already battered body became even more unsightly after undergoing this torment. Mingzheng dodged Jiang Xingluo's attacks, but was faced with Lai Wen's wind abilities, and the painful sensation of the wind blades cutting into her body was quite troublesome. It would be better to be without a body. Mingzheng gritted her teeth and broke free from this battered body, while the beast god temple was filled with both light and darkness. Jiang Xingluo faintly seemed to see Mingzheng transform into a beautiful snake. Xingluo, you dare to attack me? Do you know the price for this? Let me tell you, I am Yuan Xin's biological sister. She is the destined light beast god. Do you think I am nothing? Jiang Xingluo looked at Mingzheng as her darkness enveloped both Jiang Xingluo and Lai Wind, plunging the entire beast god temple into darkness, making it seem as if they were trapped in the depths of shadow. Jiang Xingluo knew that Mingzheng's power was not small, but she had never expected her power to be so terrifying. Chapter 249. Sending her to rebirth. Jiang Xingluo looked at the dim surroundings, and the shadow suddenly disappeared from her sight. Jiang Xingluo immediately ran out, wanting to chase, but she couldn't catch up. The beast god temple returned to brightness. Jiang Xingluo looked at the corpse of the little female still on the ground. The body that had once been viewable was now suddenly decaying. Because Mingzheng had utilized this body, the residual dark powers had corroded the body of Zhu Chui to this extent. Xingluo. Both Jiang Xingluo and Lai Wind heard the beast god speak. She should have been the holy female of the Zhu clan, but her sister took everything away from her. I will now send her to be reborn in the Jinwu clan, and in the future, the Jinwu clan will also give birth to a holy female. Jiang Xingluo and Lai Wind listened as the voice faded, watching Zhu Chui's body slowly disappear, leaving only a second-tier ability crystal stone. Take this crystal stone to her. Consider it a compensation for your debts. After Yanxin finished speaking, the light from the statue of the beast god vanished again. Jiang Xingluo reached out to store the ability crystal stone in her space, looking at Lai Wind. Lai Wind, I will take you there now. Just then, along the way with the females, Jiang Xingluo sighed in relief as Lai Wind led her to Rage Wind City, where a Jinwu female was currently wailing. Hang in there, Wuya. We've already sent someone to fetch the shaman. This time, it will definitely be a female. That's why you're in so much pain. Jiang Xingluo arrived uninvited and saw that Wuya had already given birth. She brought the ability crystal stone she had and used her own abilities to empower Wuya. Don't be afraid. I heard the beast god's command. The holy female of the Jinwu clan is about to be born. Jiang Xingluo softly comforted Wuya. While the Jinwu clan had never had a holy female before, among the avian beastmen, only the Zhu clan of Chushan could give birth to a holy female. So it was impossible that the Grand Priestess visit was a lie. Wuya, did you hear what the Grand Priest said? The child you are carrying this time is the holy female of our Jinwu clan. The holy female is indeed different. Wuya nodded, exerting all her strength, and finally, a single egg remained. Jiang Xingluo placed the ability crystal stone she had originally possessed before this egg. The golden egg emitted a brilliant glow, and soon the ability crystal stone was absorbed. The first holy female of the Jinwu clan is named Zhu Chui. Wuya, take good care of your female cub. She has lived a hard life. Jiang Xingluo paused, and thinking of the scars all over Zhu Chui's body made her heart ache even more. She could only hope that this time, the Jinwu clan would treat her well. I will definitely do so. Wuya, her lips pale, looked at her little female cub. This was her first time giving birth. She had originally thought the Jinwu clan would not continue its bloodline, but unexpectedly, just as Jiang Xingluo was curious about what would hatch from this golden egg, she saw the golden egg crack open, and a completely red phoenix emerged, its cries echoing. The holy female is indeed different. Being born in beast form is quite normal. The little phoenix's cries attracted the attention of the surrounding Jinwu clan females, and the flames it spewed were breathtaking. Zhu Chui, my dear cub. Jiang Xingluo looked at the little phoenix. Its eyes softened as it gazed at her. Could it be that its memories from its past life still lingered? Zhu Chui was cradled in Wuya's arms, nestled against her neck, extremely joyful. Jiang Xingluo finally breathed a sigh of relief. As long as she saw the little phoenix born, she could be at ease. Zhu Chui looked at Jiang Xingluo as she left, her eyes full of tears, filled with joy. After Jiang Xingluo left the Jinwu clan, she seemed to understand that the Zhuke clan was now considered a race abandoned by the beast god. Xingluo, how did you come here? Do you know my brother's female master has given birth? Let me take you to see. Jintang had not appeared in front of Jiang Xingluo for a long time, because she was dealing with some matters within the Jinwu tribe. Jiang Xingluo did not expect that Zuki would actually be Jintang's niece. I have already gone to see her. Your sister-in-law has given birth to a phoenix, Jintang. Take good care of her. A phoenix? Jintang watched as Jiang Xingluo walked away, and looking at the fierce wind beside her. She could only swallow her words and turn ahead toward her own tribe. When Jiang Xingluo passed by the messenger station, she saw a large shipment of salt that had already been delivered. Next to the messenger station, there was even a large salt warehouse where all the beastmen could directly exchange other goods for salt, and then they would send the items to the seaside. However, the price of salt would be slightly higher when exchanged there. They can actually exchange salt directly here? Jiang Xingluo noticed the salt grains stuck to the outside of the animal skin bag and approached, wanting to exchange more salt for her return. Yes, Priest Xingluo. If you want to exchange some back first, your pot can be exchanged for 2 bags of salt. Recently, the beastmen by the seaside have enjoyed cooking food with pots. Jiang Xingluo did not expect that the exchange of goods had become so convenient now. Great, how many pots do they need? I can bring them to exchange. Currently, we need about 20 pots. How about I give you an extra bag of salt then? Song Zhen has now become the one in charge of the entire salt warehouse and messenger station, so he sometimes grants some conveniences to familiar beastmen. Sure, just do as you say. You can directly choose suitable pots from the shop and take them away, then deliver the salt to the Julian tribe. Okay, I'll arrange for someone to do that right away. Finally, there is salt at home. Jiang Xingluo had not been to her shop for a long time, and this time she came over to see that many beastmen were still queuing in front of her shop. Jiang Xingluo looked inside at the wooden cabinets made according to her needs, which stored various dried herbs. Huayan, along with her cubs and Sinran, would come here every month for 5 days to treat the elderly in the Ragewind City. The other half was separated to store various seeds, including wheat, rice, and soybean seeds. Jiang Xingluo was surprised to find peanut seeds here as well. Besides these, there were vegetable seeds carefully cultivated by Chief Jotai, and outside the door, there were unexpectedly a few saplings. They were red fruit trees and pear trees. Jiang Xingluo did not expect that while she was not paying attention. Her shop had already occupied the central position of the Ragewind Plaza. The pottery was in another place, along with some wooden bowls, chopsticks, bamboo knives, and spoons. Jiang Xingluo was dazzled by the variety. These items were originally made with her abilities taught to a few cubs. She did not expect that now the little females coming to Ragewind City like to shop for them. It's just a pity that there were none of the lipsticks made by goddess Xingluo back then. Those were so beautiful when applied to the lips. Jiang Xingluo looked at the little female in front of her, who reached out to take a set of wooden bowls and wooden spoons, as well as a small pot, using 2 animal skins to exchange for them. Lipstick, she indeed had not made it for a long time. Chapter 250, Parting with Xingzhen. Jiang Xingluo did not expect that now the little females in the beast world were also starting to pursue beauty. It was no wonder. After all, now that they were not worried about food and clothing, it was natural to seek better things. Just speaking of food, now that they had planted wheat and could also plant rice with staple foods, meat, and eggs, they certainly did not have to worry. But as for clothing, it seems very important to take a trip to the northwest to see if there are cotton seeds. Jiang Xingluo walked slowly, but noticed that more and more beastmen were pouring into Ragewind City, although the day was getting late. The gates of Ragewind City were still wide open. Even the tree houses originally used to entertain distinguished guests had increased in number, and there were even a few beastmen from the panda tribe of Minyuan Mountain. Jiang Xingluo looked at the panda tribe beastmen. Their males had dark circles around their eyes and were quite large, while the females looked very cute with round faces. Suddenly, a round little cub climbed in front of her. Sister Qiu. Jiang Xingluo watched as the little cub went to pick up a wooden ball that had rolled behind her. She immediately stepped aside and squatted down to pick up the wooden ball and return it to the chubby little cutie in front of her. It was a baby panda, and it was the first time Jiang Xingluo had seen such a cute baby panda. Sister, thank you. You are so beautiful. Jiang Xingluo squatted down to look at the little milk ball in front of her, saying, You are so cute. Where are your father and mother? They. The little cub glanced around, and originally very happy, suddenly began to cry pitifully, its face scrunched up. Jiang Xingluo's sympathy burst forth in an instant, and she immediately picked up the little cub that was still on the ground. It's okay. I will take you to find your father and mother, all right? The fierce wind watched Jiang Xingluo holding the little cub. Could it be that Xingluo wanted to have cubs as well? Looking at the chubby milk ball in front of him and thinking of his own little Yuner, he felt that little Yuner was even cuter. Sister, can you really take me to find my father and mother? Trust me, let's go. Jiang Xingluo held the little cub's hand, and the little cub obediently followed her, waddling along with its short legs. After a while, Jiang Xingluo finally noticed that there were two anxious panda beastmen queuing outside her seed shop. Sister, that's my father and mother. Thank you for bringing me to find them. Jiang Xingluo watched as the little cub immediately let go of her hand and ran towards them, feeling relieved. As night fell, it was indeed the warm season. Those beastmen who came to Ragewind City to shop directly paid, with animal skins, to choose tree houses to live in. And on top of her shop, there were houses. When Xingyuan accompanied Xingzhen back, they planned to stay in Ragewind City for a night first. I have already met them, Xingluo. The biggest regret of mother in this life is that she hasn't seen your father's corpse. Jiang Xingluo looked at the redness in Xingzhen's eyes. Her voice trembled as she spoke. Xingluo, do you know why I chose Yemin to be my mate? Jiang Xingluo looked up at Xingzhen, saying, I have lived too long. I just wanted to see your father. Jiang Xingluo heard the choked sound in Xingzhen's voice. I don't want to live this long, Xingluo. A wave of pain surged in Jiang Xingluo's heart. She thought that in this beast world, the most important thing was reproduction. And she was merely integrating her thoughts into this place, already feeling out of place. She had never considered that there were many loves in this world, and her mother and father were among them. Yiming looks very much like your father. So he was willing to stay by my side. But he and Bai Yin only look alike. Their personalities are not similar at all. Tears streamed down Xingzhen's face, and her voice became choked. She felt extreme pain when she saw Xinlan and Baichun snuggling together. Jiang Xingluo sighed. It was no wonder that her female mother would be so sad since her father's remains had not been found back then. Xingluo, you are doing well now. You have already made mother very happy. We will return to the Divine Cat tribe tomorrow. From now on, the Divine Cat tribe will no longer isolate itself. Xingzhen knew that Xingluo's appearance was to guide the beast world to move forward. In the past, even if all beastmen had power, the survival of females and cubs was indeed very difficult to maintain. The medicines of shamans were limited, making it hard to survive natural and man-made disasters. Now, Xingluo's arrival was probably to make up for all this. Xingzhen knew that if the Divine Cat tribe continued to isolate itself, they would become the ones left behind. Mother, are you leaving so soon? Jiang Xingluo finally got to see Xingzhen and felt much better these past few days with her mother around. Xingluo, I am also a shaman of the Divine Cat tribe, and I hope to give birth to a female cub just like you this time. Jiang Xingluo hesitated to speak. She knew that as the high priestess of the White Tiger clan, the responsibilities on her shoulders meant she couldn't leave to help the Divine Cat tribe. Mother, I'm sorry. There's no need to apologize, Xingluo. Just take on your responsibilities. You haven't wronged anyone. The fact that Xingzhen could give birth to a female cub like Xingluo is already a blessing from the beast god. The beast god has told her in a dream that her tribe will have another shaman with wood-type abilities. Xingzhen caressed her belly, her eyes filled with anticipation. Mother. Qingyuan watched as her mother snuggled against her grandmother like a child, finally realizing who she had inherited her clinginess from. Since Xingjian was leaving tomorrow, Lai Feng had no choice but to sleep alone. In a wooden house, he tossed and turned. He used to fall asleep holding Jiang Xingluo, but now, without the little female by his side, he seemed unable to sleep. Father, father. Lai Feng frowned at the voices in his ears and looked up to see Qingzhua with 2 cubs at his door. He had just fallen asleep when these 3 cubs woke him up. Why aren't you 3 sleeping? What are you up to? Father, we went hunting outside and found this. Qingzhua held a hyena's corpse, and the ability crystal had been removed from it. Its body was wrapped in a large amount of corrosive black energy. Lai Feng looked at Qing Yao and asked, have you used your mental abilities to sense it? Did you feel any lingering consciousness on its body? Qing Yao shook his head. Father, we stumbled upon it while hunting, but I couldn't sense any memories related to it. Mental abilities are like that. They can perceive the memories of a recently deceased body and control a person's consciousness, even create environments. Unfortunately, Qing Yao's mental abilities aren't easy to cultivate. Even Lai Feng's abilities are only at the turquoise level now. Chapter 251, made by Ling Shuang. However, orcs with turquoise mental abilities are already considered top tier in the beast world. After sensing it himself, Lai Feng found that there was still a trace of consciousness remaining on the corpse. It was a male orc with red crystal water abilities that had been rejected by its tribe. The red ability crystal was just taken away, but only beast crystals can be absorbed by orcs. Once an ability crystal leaves the body, it's no different from a beast crystal. What's going on here? Meanwhile, a snake dwelling in a cave 50 miles outside of Anger Wind City was experiencing a painful shedding. Ling Shuang didn't expect it to be so difficult to forcibly merge another's beast crystal into her body. The last white ability crystal was absorbed so smoothly, but that clone said her cultivation could only devour the ability crystals from orcs, not ordinary beast crystals. Since her ability crystal was stolen, her cultivation method would naturally be different. Knowing all this, Ling Shuang was forced to continue trying to deceive the mad beast. The disgusting smell emanating from the male hyena that was crawling on her almost suffocated her. Just thinking about relying on such means to gain abilities filled her heart with endless disgust. But now, looking at the hard-won items, she could finally absorb them and become a red crystal orc. Following Ming Zhang's clone's instructions, she began to absorb the ability crystal slowly, thinking it would all go smoothly. However, to her surprise, the ability crystal also had rejection reactions. Her body felt like a container for 2 ability crystals, and she could only endure the constant turmoil between them. But her body was too weak to withstand such turmoil. How could this be? It shouldn't be like this. Ling Shuang gritted her teeth as she endured the torment of her body. She couldn't just give up. She had come this far. How could she go back? Ling Shuang forced herself to endure everything, even as her scales began to fall off in large patches. Ming Zhang's clone looked at Ling Shuang, seeing that her inherently poor body was trying to defy nature. It had only casually suggested this, and no one had ever tried it. It was unexpected that Ling Shuang would actually attempt it. Her desire for abilities was indeed strong. The feeling of separation in Ling Shuang was almost unbearable. Ultimately, the ability crystals within Ling Shuang dispersed into fragments. She gasped for air, realizing she had no abilities left. Ling Shuang looked at the scale she had lost in pain, afraid to revert back, fearing that if she did, she would be very ugly. Lai Feng followed the cubs to the place where the mad beast's corpse was found. He could smell a trace of dark energy lingering in the air. However, this energy was very faint, almost completely gone. Mingzhang definitely wouldn't need such a lower-tier ability crystal. It was clear who did this. Lai Feng frowned, feeling helpless. When Jiang Xingluo saw the second mad beast's corpse, she never expected Ling Shuang would act this way. But she had asked Xingjian, and the only thing in this world that could take away a person's abilities was the luck beads of the Koi clan. This method could only end the life of a mad beast. If this continued, she might even target normal orcs. Lai Feng voiced Jiang Xingluo's suspicions, and at that moment, Ling Shuang was thinking the same thing. The ability crystals of mad beasts are the same as those of normal orcs, if you can't absorb them. It proves your body can't handle the stolen abilities. Don't struggle. It's bad for everyone. Mingzhang's clone sighed, realizing this experiment had failed. You tricked me. Now my body is like this and can't recover. What do you want me to do? Ling Shuang was furious, wishing to crush the dark energy before her immediately. Mingzhang's presence drew closer, and the clone dared not be reckless, warning Ling Shuang, the master is back. Mind your words and don't speak carelessly. Ling Shuang gritted her teeth at Mingzhang's sudden appearance, her snake body heavily damaged, unable to use herbs. and could only seek a bit of dark power from Ming Zhang as compensation. Fool, how did you get yourself into this state? Ming Zhang was already annoyed enough. It had taken a lot of effort to find a suitable body, only for Jiang Xingluo to see through it. I was hurt by a male orc. Ling Shuang had to take all the responsibility. Ming Zhang looked at Ling Shuang and slowly transferred some of her power to Ling Shuang's body as a supplement. Ling Shuang felt the loss in her body gradually returning and finally let out a sigh of relief. Your body has actually accepted other powers. Have you found a beast husband? Ling Shuang nodded, but forget it. You don't need to explain. I don't care about your matters. I have things to do now, so don't cause any trouble. Go and keep an eye on that newly born female with abilities near your snake clan. Don't act recklessly. Understood? A female with abilities from the snake clan? Ling Shuang didn't know how she had pieced everything together, why all females could have abilities, but she couldn't. The female snake tribe member with sealed supernatural abilities, apart from Qingsheng, is the second one. Unfortunately, your fate isn't that good, Ling Shuang. Don't forget who gave you everything now. Ling Shuang watched Mingjin leave, and this time she took her own avatar with her. Ling Shuang gritted her teeth in hatred. She couldn't allow another female with supernatural abilities from the snake tribe to appear. Since she has just been born, she should still be quite weak, right? Ling Shuang smiled sinisterly, her eyes filled with flames of jealousy. Jiang Xingluo thought for a long time and eventually sketched Ling Shuang's appearance on animal skin with a bamboo knife, based on her impression. Having crossed over for a while, her drawing skills had improved significantly. After finishing, she picked up the animal skin and said, "Look, does this look like Ling Shuang?" Jiang Xingluo still remembered how she looked the last time she visited the tribe, so she drew it. Qing Yuan looked at the face on the animal skin booklet, hardly believing it. Mother S drawing skills are truly impressive. The person in front of her looks almost exactly like the Ling Shuang she saw that day. It looks like her, of course, Mother. Are you going to take this portrait out? Yes. Let's draw more portraits of Ling Shuang and distribute them so that every tribe remembers her appearance. Moreover, every tribe needs to have a patrol team now. Since Mingjin can attach herself to other beastmen, these arrangements are necessary. Lai Feng looked at Jiang Xingluo. He had the same plan. However, the Jian tribe already has a patrol team, and the other tribes can use messenger stations to send word to prepare their defenses. Chapter 252. The Panda Beastman wants to exchange supplies. Jiang Xingluo replicated several portraits of Ling Shuang in succession, and soon the messengers from Rage Wind City sent all the portraits out. These portraits were not much different from Ling Shuang, and even Kanglin could recognize from a glance who the female in the portrait was. Sister Xingluo, I have posted the animal skin. Jiang Xingluo looked at Kanglin, who had gone out to train and had now returned much taller. Good, but how did your father entrust all matters of Rage Wind City to you? Jiang Xingluo knew Kanglin had returned. The boy she hadn't seen for a long time now stood tall, even his shoulders appeared broader. Sister Xingluo, did you secretly pray to the beast god for something? My mother is pregnant. Kanglin lifted the animal skin of Ling Shuang to have it posted, and then asked Jiang Xingluo what was going on. Upon hearing Kanglin's words, Jiang Xingluo's previously calm expression was now filled with shock. You said your mother is pregnant? Kanglin nodded, his gaze showing a hint of expectation. It seemed he was very much looking forward to having a brother or sister in the future. Sister Xingluo, thank you. I just hope my mother can give birth to a little sister this time. Jiang Xingluo nodded, and Kanglin sighed, looking at Xingluo. Sister Xingluo, the panda people from Mingyuan Mountain want to exchange some items with you. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xingluo remembered the panda cub she had helped before. So the panda tribe from Mingyuan Mountain really had come here. What do they want? Jiang Xingluo was unclear about what precious items Mingyuan Mountain had. Pandas are cute and love eating bamboo, so the entire Mingyuan Mountain is filled with fresh, tender bamboo. Could there be other treasures? What they naturally wanted were pottery items, as well as seeds from the Juyin tribe. And they also wanted to send their tribe shaman to the Juyin tribe to learn about pharmacology. Jiang Xingluo nodded. So what can they offer in return? Stones. Kanglin said this somewhat shyly. It was indeed stones. Even if they brought some bamboo to exchange, that would be fine. But stones are something that can be found everywhere. They have the flint we need, but besides flint, they mentioned some ores. Sister Xingluo, I don't know if you need them. They just want to meet you. When Jiang Xingluo heard Kanglin's words, waves of excitement surged in her previously calm heart. Ores? So there might be a large amount of iron, ore in Mingyuan Mountain? How could she refuse such good fortune? Of course, we need to meet. Kanglin, just let them come directly to the shop to see me. Kanglin looked at Jiang Xingluo in confusion. If it was just a pile of stones. What was so great about meeting? However, seeing Jiang Xingluo's expression, he was very much looking forward to it. It seemed that those stones from Mingyuan Mountain were definitely not ordinary stones. Otherwise, Sister Xingluo wouldn't be so eager. Sister, if there's anything you want to do, just let me know. I will definitely arrange for the beastmen of Rage Wind City to cooperate fully. Jiang Xingluo looked at Kanglin's cunning eyes. How could she not know what this kid was plotting? There will certainly be a time when I will need your help. High-temperature iron smelting would be best done by the Jinwu tribe with fire abilities. Jiang Xingluo vaguely felt excited. She even wanted to go to Mingyuan Mountain to see what the situation was like there. Suddenly, a portrait on an animal skin hung in Rage Wind City made all the beastmen look on with disgust. Isn't this the traitor from the snake tribe? Why did the young city lord hang her portrait? The surrounding beastmen looked at the portrait with disdain. They had all heard about Ling Shuang and how she had once tried to force Kanglin into a bond. Now, the young city lord hung her portrait. Did she want to rekindle old flames? Hanging this portrait is to tell you that she will cut out the beastman's supernatural crystal, so you must be careful. Kanglin's voice was deep, and at that moment, Ling Shuang, who was hidden in the crowd and had barely recovered, looked at the first beast husband who was supposed to bond with her, now openly degrading her in front of all the beastmen. The fact that she had been digging out beast crystals had been discovered. Jiang Xingluo must have told him. Clearly, in that dream, she was the ruler of this world. Ling Shuang squeezed through the crowd, listening to the beastmen's insults directed at her. It seemed that she could no longer stay in any tribe. She could only return to the Yulan Marsh. She glanced back at Kanglin, recalling how he had worshipped her in the dream, and couldn't help but clench her fists. This world is upside down. Everything will eventually return to her control. Ling Shuang walked away slowly, her injured places healed, and a red fortune bead was reworn on her wrist. It was given to her by Mingjin. Ling Shuang had no choice but to temporarily exchange her fate with a newly born little female cub. That was why the dark aura around her wouldn't be detected. Since she could still survive now, she would be able to do more in the future. Qing Yuan was accompanying Feng Qian in her clinic when she unexpectedly saw a familiar figure in a fur skirt walk past her. Sister Feng Qian, I saw someone I know. Then you should go take a look. Qing Yuan nodded, and Ying Che followed her. As Qing Yuan saw the figure, it gradually walked further away. She felt that the person resembled Ling Shuang somewhat, but Ling Shuang's dark aura was so heavy that it was impossible for her to enter Rage Wind City so easily. Qing Yuan, what are you looking at? Ying Che looked at the little female cub in front of her, who was pursing her lips tightly, appearing deep in thought. She hadn't been like this when diagnosing and prescribing medicine for the beastmen just moments ago. It's nothing. I must have seen wrong. Ying Che, let's go back. Qing Yuan turned to walk back, and at that moment, outside Rage Wind City, Ling Shuang's eyes were fixed on Qing Yuan. This little wretch, who should have been tortured to death in her dream, had now awakened wood-type abilities and even wanted to become the high priestess of the already destroyed Wilderness City tribe. Ling Shuang's grip tightened, and in her unstable emotions, even the fake skin on her face began to peel off. This is something Ming Zhang specially made to survive without being discovered. But this item is always inferior to the countless transformation abilities possessed by the Zhuke clan. This mask has a time limit. Ling Shuang simply reached out to remove the mask from her face, her eyes filled with a toxic resentment. Everything that originally belonged to her, she would eventually reclaim. In her dreams, Qing Yuan meets a tragic end, and Ling Shuang intends to let her know that even in this reality, she can still trample her underfoot. Chapter 253. Is there an iron mine near Mingyuan Mountain? Jiang Xingluo never expected that the panda cub she had unexpectedly helped that day would turn out to be the cub of Qi Feng, the clan leader of Mingyuan Mountain. The panda tribe in Mingyuan Mountain is quite rare, even in the beast world. Qi Feng brought his female mate and cub down the mountain for a blessing because his female mate really enjoyed the food in Angry Wind City. Compared to bamboo, occasionally changing up the diet seems like a good choice. However, the bamboo in Mingyuan Mountain is only enough for the tribe to eat and cannot be used as a resource to exchange for supplies with other tribes. Therefore, they know that the stones in Mingyuan Mountain are unique and contain iron, but they are unsure if Jiang Xingluo will want them. This is our stone from Mingyuan Mountain. Goddess Xingluo can take a look. Jiang Xingluo took out a piece of magnetite from her space, and as soon as she got close, the magnetite stuck directly to it. It seems that the stones from Mingyuan Mountain can indeed be mined, and if iron can be extracted, they can make iron pots. Iron pots are naturally easier to manage than these clay utensils. Moreover, they can also make farming tools. Jiang Xingluo suddenly had more plans in mind. What is this? It can actually attach to this stone? Qi Feng's female mate, Lu Yin, felt quite puzzled. Her round, sparkling eyes looked very cute. Jiang Xingluo looked at the chubby-faced Lu Yin and couldn't help but ask, Madam, what is your name? This is my mother, Lu Yin. Sister, do you still remember me? Jiang Xingluo looked at the little cub holding a ball in front of her, who stood there lively and cutely, just like that day. The panda tribe's beastmen are really endearing. I saw you, but you didn't tell your sister your name when we parted last time? Jiang Xingluo asked Qiju, who smiled and said his name. Qiju, that's a nice name. So, sister, can we exchange our stones for pots here? The beast crystals from Mingyuan Mountain are not abundant, and using beast crystals as currency for trade is a luxury for them. Sure, but how many do you want? Jiang Xingluo looked at Qi Feng, knowing that if there were suitable mines to exploit, she would definitely not miss out. She just worried that if the mountain was indeed Mingyuan Mountain, she wouldn't have that intention. She couldn't destroy someone else's home. This is a big mountain near Mingyuan Mountain, and there are many stones in the mountain that our beastmen can successfully mine, Qi Feng explained. Our abilities are earth-based and wind-based, so doing this is not difficult. The panda tribe has a natural dual ability, so no beastmen from other tribes would be foolish enough to provoke them. There are also many flint stones nearby. If Goddess Xingluo needs them, we can bring them together for exchange. Jiang Xingluo didn't expect to come across such a good opportunity. She eagerly said, of course. I wonder when you will return to the tribe. I can go with Li Feng to take a look. Originally, Qi Feng was worried that those black stones, although unique to their tribe's beastmen, might not be understood by beastmen from other tribes. Are you really going to see? Jiang Xingluo could see the surprise in Qi Feng's eyes, indicating that he probably couldn't believe she had really agreed. Yes, I don't want to hide it from you. Clan leader Qi Feng. If I confirm that the ore there can be used, I might collect a large quantity, and I may need your help then. Upon hearing Jiang Xingluo's words, Qi Feng instantly became excited and stood up from his seat. Are you serious, Goddess Xingluo? Your words count. Of course they count. Li Feng could see that Jiang Xingluo was confident, indicating she had a plan for these stones. Although Li Feng didn't know what these stones were for. His female mate was always wise, and keeping the ore would certainly be useful. Shall we set off tomorrow? His tribe occasionally gets sick and needs medicine, but the shaman in their tribe, which has led to the current scarcity of beastmen in Mingyuan Mountain. Tomorrow it is. Xing Zhen and the others have already set off. However, if everyone requests blessings recently, this matter will probably be left to Qing Yuan to handle. She is also a little female recognized by the beast god, so granting blessings is naturally not a problem. It is currently the warm season, and all beastmen are tending to their medicinal fields or farms. Even the 2 captured boar beasts have now been arranged by the Jiuyin tribe for beastmen to oversee. Jiang Xingluo's temporary departure at this time wouldn't have a significant impact. However, when Jiang Xingluo saw Qiju, she missed her 3 mischievous little ones. Now they're being taken care of by Baiku and Hong Ying. They have grown quite a bit and can eat meat and drink porridge with Baiku, making it not too difficult to care for them. When Jiang Xingluo and Li Feng returned to the tribe, they saw that a new batch of medicinal herbs had been collected by the little females in the tribe and was being dried. The winter-planted wheat was reaching harvest time, and the clan leader had already organized the males in the tribe to assemble a team to start a large-scale wheat harvest from tomorrow. Qingzhua and Baiku planned to go together harvest, while Qing Yao and Qing Lan stayed home to cook and chop firewood, busy taking care of the cubs. Jiang Xingluo was holding hands with Li Feng as they walked home, and they saw the 3 little cubs who had played themselves into exhaustion, now lying on Hong Ying's lap, flipping onto their bellies and sleeping soundly. Hong Ying stretched out her small hand to help them smooth their fur, smiling as she picked one up and rubbed her cheek against its fur. Hong Ying really dotes on them too much. Hong Ying, why are you spoiling them so much? Hearing Xingluo's voice, Hong Ying immediately made a shushing gesture. Xingluo couldn't help but laugh as she watched Hong Ying slowly place the 3 little tiger cubs into the house and then gently run back out. Hong Ying linked her arm with Xingluo's, her face softening. Sister Xingluo, you're back. I missed you so much. Xingluo reached out to touch Hong Ying's soft hair. Isn't it less free here without you in the water? Hong Ying shook her head. No, Sister Xingluo, I'm very happy now. Little Yun and the others are playing with me. No one has ever accompanied me like this before. Remembering the massacre of the little females from their Khoi tribe, it felt like an unshakable nightmare for Hong Ying. Fortunately, she now knows very kind beast men. Hong Ying looked at Jiang Xingluo with gratitude in her eyes. Sister Xingluo, I'm so glad you helped us. Hong Ying clung to Jiang Xingluo's arm in a spoiled manner, while Li Feng frowned, instantly feeling like his female mate was being taken away. Chapter 254. Hong Ying wants to learn to cook. Jiang Xingluo accompanied Hong Ying for a while and then heard her breathing evenly. Hong Ying? Hong Ying's small head suddenly drooped down from Jiang Xingluo's shoulder. Jiang Xingluo reached out to catch her head, and Hong Ying did not wake up. Jiang Xingluo sighed and reached out to pick up Hong Ying, the beautiful female, and carried her up to the bed in the guest room on the second floor. Lai Feng looked at Hong Ying, who was being held by Jiang Xingluo, with a burning gaze in his eyes, feeling a bit envious. When Jiang Xingluo came down the stairs from the second floor, the yard was quiet. The little cubs were all asleep. And Qing Yao and Qing Lan had gone up the mountain to chop firewood. Lai Feng raised his eyes to look at Jiang Xingluo, his gaze filled with ambiguity. He stepped forward and hugged Jiang Xingluo's waist, catching her off guard and making her blush. Xingluo, Lai Feng's voice carried a hint of desire. And Jiang Xingluo softly responded with an which Lai Feng understood as her agreement. He lifted her horizontally, and Jiang Xingluo's eyes sparkled like they were dyed with water. They indulged in each other for quite a while. When Qing Yao and Qing Lan returned, they found their female mother and father beast had already prepared the stove. Moreover, the meal prepared by the father beast was quite sumptuous, with a large pot of bone soup, several roasted chickens, and a big bowl of vegetables. Qing Yao and Qing Lan finally breathed a sigh of relief. When Bai Qi returned, Hong Ying happened to come down from the second floor, drawn to the delicious smell and moving closer to Jiang Xingluo. Sister Xingluo, today's food smells so good. Did you make this? Hong Ying blinked her eyes at Jiang Xingluo, unable to resist digging into the rice on the table. Bai Qi looked at Hong Ying, who was eating with great gusto, as if she had been hungry for a long time. It's not me, it's Lai Feng who made it. Jiang Xingluo took a bite of the roasted chicken. The skin was fragrant and crispy, and Lai Feng's cooking skills were indeed getting better. Is this something Sister Xingluo taught your beast husband? Hong Ying asked curiously, wanted to learn as well, if she was to become Bai Qi's female master in the future. She always wanted to do something to pass the time when she was home alone. She didn't understand the medical skills that Sister Feng Qian had, and she didn't have the strength for farming. But she really loved delicious food and wanted to make some herself. Seeing the appreciative expressions on Bai Qi and the little cubs as they ate together. However, she was still at the stage of only being able to wash vegetables and meat. She wanted to cook, but Bai Qi wouldn't allow it. Yes, it's what Xingluo taught me. Lai Feng looked at everyone with a hint of a smile, leaving the little cubs speechless, except for Qing Yin, who had gone to train with Feng Jian and had yet to return. Qing Yuan had also returned from the Beast God Temple, so the cubs sitting here could see that their father beast was showing off his affection again. Qing Yuan couldn't help but sigh, but she quickly took a few more bites of meat while little Yuner was still asleep. She knew that the three little ones were not so easy to deal with. If they woke up and saw so much meat, they would definitely rush forward to fight for it. Bai Qi, look, Sister Xingluo can cook too. Just let me learn. I can learn with Qing Yao and Qing Lan. Jiang Xingluo listened to Hong Ying's words and realized why she praised the food so much. But, Qing Yao, Qing Lan, will you teach me? Hong Ying blinked her eyes at the two little adults in front of her, eagerly waiting for them to respond. Okay, Sister Hong Ying, we will teach you. Qing Yao and Qing Lan, who were already shy, felt pampered by Hong Ying and had completely regarded her as their future little aunt. So they naturally wouldn't refuse. You too. Jiang Xingluo looked at the group at the dining table, who were already starting to bicker, and found it quite amusing. If it weren't for Ming Zhang, this moment would likely be her everyday life. But now, she couldn't help but wonder where Ming Zhang had gone since leaving the Beast God Temple that day. Also, the messenger station of Ling Shuang had sent all the drawn images within 2 days, but there had been no reply until now. The messenger stations of other tribes were also under gradual construction. Once the messenger stations were established, the Eagle Beastmen from Rage Wind City would send a beastman to each tribe to facilitate the transportation of goods or messages. Although Jiang Xingluo felt something was off, she thought Ming Zhang had no physical body. To survive, she must continue to search for a suitable vessel. Moreover, that day she said Yuan Xin was the god of light. What about her? Light and darkness naturally exist together. Where there is light, there will be darkness. Jiang Xingluo understood this. So was Ming Zhang the god of darkness? Jiang Xingluo was puzzled. She was not fully aware of the battles between them. The elders of the monkey clan were still here and had not left. Perhaps she should ask them. After finishing dinner, Lai Feng took her to Gan Rong's residence. Now, the three wise men of the monkey clan were still studying whether the 300 characters they had added were sufficient for use. Jiang Xingluo's arrival interrupted their argument. Gan Rong noticed Jiang Xingluo, and the three who had been arguing with flushed faces now looked at her with smiles. Xingluo, why are you here at this time? Gan Rong asked. Uncle Gan Rong, I want to ask if you know about Ming Zhang. Gan Rong looked at Jiang Xingluo and then sighed. Then sit down. You actually know almost everything about Ming Zhang. Sit down, and I will tell you slowly. No one in the world knows more than the monkey tribe. Their ancestors appeared in the beast world together with Yuan Xin and Ming Zhang during the initial chaos. The monkey clan has always been wise, so their ancestors carved everything into the stone walls of the caves. Therefore, every member of the monkey clan is familiar with those stories, and the reason they seldom appear is to protect those secrets. Ming Zhang and Yuan Xin were originally a pair of sisters born together. One was the god of light, illuminating the earth, while the other was the god of darkness, ruling the night. Just as expected, but the world should be like this. What exactly did the two sisters experience later? Jiang Xingluo was puzzled. She had no idea about the source of their conflict. Perhaps she should ask clearly because the beast god had never mentioned this to her before. If so, with reasonable division of labor, why did they come into conflict? Jiang Xingluo looked at Gan Rong, whose face was grim, seemingly reluctant to recall something. He sighed deeply, knowing he couldn't hide these matters anymore. Since Jiang Xingluo, as the high priestess, wanted to know, he would tell her. Chapter 255. Their story in the beginning. The sisters loved each other dearly, but the two beastmen felt bored. So they first enlightened the ancestors of the monkey clan as companions. As the earth gradually became clearer and beings appeared, Yuan Xin bestowed different powers to all living beings. Yuan Xin hoped they could live better. She wished that the world she and her sister created with their own hands could be preserved forever. However, natural disaster struck. Even though she was revered as the beast god by the beastmen, she could not withstand the disasters brought by the heavens. She used all her wood abilities to plant seeds in the barren land. Wood can overcome water, but half of the beastmen drowned, and the remaining beastmen were devastated. Beginning to doubt the god they believed in, Yuan Xin watched as the beastmen, who had barely survived, turned their spears toward her, and in that moment, she was in immense pain. From the moment she granted them powers, her divine power came from their faith. Yuan Xin desperately endured everything, even transforming into a serpent beastman to offer medicine. But because the serpent's gall could save people, those beastmen used their abilities to restrain her, cruelly dissecting her body in the beast world and extracting her serpent's gall. When Ming Zheng returned, she discovered that Yuanxin's beast form in the beast world had been cruelly dissected, with her heart and liver taken out. This was something she and her sister had created with their own hands, so its destruction was only fitting. The power of the dark god came from the darkness and the evil thoughts of the beastmen. The moment her rationality was consumed by the evil thoughts of the beastmen, she had already forgotten her duties and had completely become a tool for revenge. Therefore, Ming Zheng killed all those beastmen, and when Yuanxin woke up again, what she saw was Ming Zheng struggling in pain. Yuanxin was the beast god. As long as there was one person willing to believe in her, she could be reborn. However, Yuanxin was no longer the beast god and could only exist within the wooden sculpture carved by Ming Zheng. The only one willing to believe in her was Ming Zheng. Sister, I killed those people, but their evil thoughts are all within my body. I don't want to be like this. Sister, kill me. Please kill me. Ming Zheng knew they weren't like this before, but they were afraid of loneliness and just hoped that there would be more people in the beast world to accompany them. She never expected that the evil thoughts of humans could be so terrifying. So, did Yuanxin kill her herself? Gan Rong shook his head. No. It was just that Ming Zheng lost her rationality first and attacked Yuanxin, which is why Yuanxin chose to enlighten the beastmen again and bestow them with powers. However, once human greed arose, the monkey clan had always known that the beast god was eternal and unchanging, but each time Yuanxin bestowed upon this world, her power would diminish. To protect her sister, Ming Zheng had completely lost her sanity and was no longer like before. So what? Your arrival has now changed everything. Xingluo, your appearance is to redefine the rules of this world. Jiang Xingluo had never thought this way. She thought it was enough to just survive after coming here. But after exploring little by little, she realized that she was actually shouldering more and more responsibilities. I'm afraid I can't do it. Jiang Xingluo bit her lip and explained. No, you can, Xingluo. The original beastmen were ignorant, but they have language and civilization. As long as all beastmen can eat and wear warm clothes, there will be those who believe in the beast god. The beast god will grant blessings. As long as the beastmen have ways to resist natural disasters, the beast god will not disappear. Jiang Xingluo understood that this was indeed the case. Well, since I've come this far, I have no choice. Jiang Xingluo had reached this point. There was no turning back, and both the Jian tribe and the Ragewind city were much better than before. Moreover, Yujian had already begun to formulate laws. This was something Jiang Xingluo had previously mentioned to him. If they wanted this world to be stable and no longer have beastmen harming others indiscriminately, laws were needed to regulate them, even for the use of special abilities. Jiang had previously discussed with them to formulate suitable laws to restrain the beastmen in Ragewind City, and once perfected, it would be implemented in every tribe. Jiang Xingluo nodded, surprised that Jiang had already begun to implement it. Xingluo, don't worry, we will all help you. Ganrong naturally knew how difficult it was to maintain this world. Their ancestors had once had a prophecy that in the future, a sufficiently rational beastman would appear to lead the beastmen of this world towards civilized world. This was a difficult transition, and the belief passed down through generations of the monkey clan was that she would eventually appear. Uncle Ganrong, Liwind, and I will go to Mingyuan Mountain tomorrow. For matters in the tribe, you can find Chief Jiotai. Ganrong nodded, but had never heard of the Panda clan from Mingyuan Mountain coming out. Has Chiefing come to see you? Jiang Xingluo nodded, indicating that he couldn't wait any longer. Go ahead, helping them is a good thing. Mingyuan Mountain is not like before. Jiang Xingluo nodded, and she could almost foresee that if this beast world advanced civilization ahead of time, it might not be impossible. But what about Mingzheng? Jiang Xingluo suddenly remembered that day when she hid in the shell of Zhu Chui, calling her sister time and again. It seemed her eyes were looking through her at another person. It turned out she was looking at Yuan Xin. Jiang Xingluo sighed, with loved ones separated. One dead and one gone mad. Her heart trembled, and Liwind held Jiang Xingluo in his arms. Xingluo, don't be afraid. I will always be by your side. Liwind gently stroked Jiang Xingluo's back, knowing that the burden on her shoulders was too heavy. He could only comfort her and support her along the way. Liwind, Jiang Xingluo called softly, and Liwind responded with an Jiang Xingluo recalled what had happened after he went to the wasteland city and seemed to empathize with Mingzheng. Liwind, let us promise to never be apart, okay? They had been together for a long time, and Jiang Xingluo had grown accustomed to Liwind's company. She raised her gaze to meet his beautiful golden pupils, extending her arms to wrap around his neck, and at the moment her lips touched his, Liwind's remaining rationality completely vanished. The next day, when Jiang Xingluo and Liwind got up, she felt an unbearable soreness all over her body. She got out of bed slowly, and when Liwind entered, he saw Jiang Xingluo almost fall over from her sore legs. Remembering everything that happened last night, Jiang Xingluo felt an impulse to run away even when getting close to Liwind. Clearly, she had begged him for so long last night. But this male refused to let her go, imprisoning her beneath him and taking her again and again. Jiang Xingluo indulged him time and again, and as a result, today she could hardly get out of bed. Supported by Liwind, Jiang Xingluo's eyes still held a hint of resentment. You're disobedient. Next time, I won't want you. Hearing Jiang Xingluo's soft whining, Liwind felt as if his heart had been scratched, both tender and numbing. Chapter 256. The mine near Mingyuan Mountain. The two of them followed Chiefing for a while before finally seeing Mingyuan Mountain. The bamboo forest of Mingyuan Mountain had always existed, and now it was the warm season, but the bamboo was no longer as lush as before. The climate throughout the seasons always had its effects. Moreover, they lived in beast caves like the beastmen of the Shadow Battle tribe, and now, due to the diminishing bamboo, there was a lack of food, and it was feared that life would become even harder in the future. Following along, Jiang Xingluo finally reached Mingyuan Mountain and discovered that many elders there were struggling day by day with hunger, wanting to save their rations for a few newborn cubs to eat. Chiefing, take me to see your mine first. Chiefing did not refuse and immediately led Jiang Xingluo to the mine, then handed the seeds bought from Ragewind City to the elderly in the tribe who were skilled in planting, instructing them to choose a fertile piece of land and plant all those seeds. They arrived at the mine just over 10 miles from Mingyuan Mountain. The continuous mountains occupied the open space. Jiang Xingluo couldn't count how vast this place was, and even the color of the nearby plains was different from other places. Jiang Xingluo transformed into beast form and stepped onto that land, grabbing a handful of brown soil and bringing it close to her nose. With just one sniff, she could tell that it seemed to be full of iron ore. Indeed, not only was there ore in the mountains, but even the soil was rich in minerals. Xingluo, what are you looking at? This soil can't grow plants, so. Although Liwind had never been to Mingyuan Mountain, he had heard about the situation here. Because the area of land that could grow plants was indeed scarce, and for thousands of miles around, there was this kind of soil. The Panda clan of Mingyuan Mountain sometimes liked to gnaw on the large mineral blocks here, which is why they had stayed for so long. Even this abandoned place had been customarily left to the Panda tribe. I know, but this isn't something worthless, Liwind. This is treasure. The things here can be made into more and better things. Many weapons and cookware are made of iron, and in her space, There's also a book that explains how to refine iron effectively. Nowadays, as long as she tries that method, she can explore the possibilities. Xingluo, aside from this, I also want to take you to the mountains to see some worthless stones. If you like any, feel free to take them. As for everything here, Qifeng is also helpless. However, Jiang Xingluo responded excitedly and followed Qifeng into the cave. She was surprised to find that the cave was filled with natural crystals, which were brilliant and pure white. Although they resembled beast crystals in color, they were almost useless to the beastmen. Why in T they've been collected? In the past, we thought they were beast crystals, so we tried collecting them, only to find they were useless stones, and thus didn't T keep them, letting them be produced. Jiang Xingluo listened enviously. In the beast world, when food is scarce, gold, silver, and crystals are naturally worthless. However, if everyone's lives improve, these will undoubtedly be useful. I want the 2 largest pieces to take back. I have 200 pounds of beef jerky in my space. How about we trade for these? Jiang Xingluo knew that the value was not equal, but after all, this was the beast world, so there was nothing much to say. She planned to take these back, first stringing them as pendants with simple hemp rope, so that if any small females wanted to trade items later, she could continue to exchange supplies with Qifeng. 200 pounds is too much. How about you give us 100 pounds of salt instead? Qifeng felt he was asking too much. After all, although salt is considered a good trade item now, these useless stones in their tribe are not worth much. Then let's make it 200 pounds of salt, and I'll trade with you. Jiang Xingluo didn't want to take advantage of others and was naturally generous in her dealings, but everyone has a love for beauty. She knew that cutting the 2 largest crystals with a wind blade would be very simple for Lai Feng, and later, he could polish one into a small bracelet for Qing Yuan, which would definitely look beautiful. Lai Feng was enjoying the way Jiang Xingluo looked at him. He relished this feeling, even though he didn't know what the small female was thinking. I'll take it down for you. Qifeng simply used his abilities to gently move, and the entire cluster of crystals was picked. There were many other crystals nearby, but the largest cluster was taken down like this. I only need the 2 largest. No need to be so polite, Goddess Xingluo. You don't know that just by offering us 200 pounds of salt, you have already become a lifesaver for our tribe. Jiang Xingluo reached out to take the cluster of crystals and suddenly felt a weight in her hand, realizing that the crystals in the beast world were even larger than those she had seen on television in her previous world. Jiang Xingluo sighed, and Lai Feng voluntarily reached out to hold the cluster of crystals in his hand. For him, even hundreds of pounds were insignificant, and this crystal cluster was only about 200 pounds. Jiang Xingluo looked at Lai Feng holding it steadily with one hand and sighed in relief. After exiting the cave, they continued south to a nearby location. There was a dead volcano there, and when Qifeng brought them inside, he discovered that there were actually gold and silver mines inside. Jiang Xingluo couldn't help but exclaim, "All of this is your territory?" "Yes, these unwanted stones. I don't know what use they have left. If the goddess wants them, feel free to take them." Hearing this, Jiang Xingluo nearly fainted. This was truly a mountain of gold and silver. But in the beast world, gold and silver were indeed not as valuable as green mountains and clear waters. Green mountains and clear waters are plants that can be fished, but these mines, the current beastmen, really have no idea what minerals are useful for. Jiang Xingluo looked at the ores in front of her. In fact, gold and silver can still be useful now. "Do you like anything, Goddess Xingluo?" How should Jiang Xingluo respond? The cave was filled with golden ores hidden on the rock walls. As long as the wind abilities were used to completely cut the ores, large chunks of gold would be revealed. In addition, there was silver ore because there was a dried riverbed nearby, exposing silver ore. Jiang Xingluo asked Lai Feng to use wind abilities to remove the impurities from the ores, revealing the silver. Although it was also near Mingyuan Mountain, Qifeng had not discovered these silver ores at all. However, this area was vast and empty. Jiang Xingluo was curious if there were any other minerals that could be mined. Therefore, Qifeng took the initiative to bring Jiang Xingluo here. Unexpectedly, there were indeed the minerals that Xingluo mentioned. "What do you think?" "Yes, we can clean some of these ores and take some back. In exchange for 200 pounds of salt, does Chief Qifeng need anything else? Why not tell me all at once?" Chapter 257. Agreement reached. Qifeng's originally calm eyes suddenly widened as he looked at Jiang Xingluo, meaning that there are other things we can trade for? Jiang Xingluo nodded. "These minerals are very precious. There are many things that can be made from them, but I can't do them yet and need time. In the future, we can cooperate long-term. You can refine the minerals and send them to the Beastmen Station in Ragewind City. and I will find a way to make other items to exchange for supplies with the Beastman. Jiang Xingluo is essentially a middleman. But these things are indeed known only to her on how to process them. Of course, that sounds good. Then we'll agree on that. When the supplies are exchanged, I'll take a 20% cut, and the rest will go to you. Jiang Xingluo didn't know how much these items could be exchanged for. But after all, it was a bold attempt. Moreover, she planned to make an iron pot after returning. Making an iron pot requires melting a large amount of iron into molten iron and then pouring it into molds. First, I need iron ore, which are those black ores. Send as much as you have. Qifeng looked at Jiang Xingluo, listening to her boast, feeling somewhat incredulous. After all, there was plenty of those ores here. Removing impurities from iron ore with wind abilities is almost a simple task. Can Goddess Xingluo really do it? Qifeng's eyes clearly showed some hesitation and concern that these stones might be completely useless and would end up being treated as waste. We have to try first. Trust me, it can't be worse than your current situation. Qifeng felt as if he had been enlightened after hearing Jiang Xingluo's words and immediately nodded. Jiang Xingluo took out 200 pounds of salt from her space and left it with Qifeng at Mingyuan Mountain. The beastmen of Mingyuan Mountain hadn't seen salt for a long time, even though they saved and scrimped. However, after last year's rainy season, the things they managed to plant had all rotted, and during the cold season, they were eating the worst bamboo to survive. Jiang Xingluo couldn't bear it and gave them an extra 200 pounds of beef jerky. Jiang Xingluo knew that the bamboo growth in Mingyuan Mountain was poor, and her wood abilities could at least help them a little. She really couldn't bear to see these beastmen starving, so before leaving, she used a bit of her abilities to help them. Jiang Xingluo watched as the bamboo, nourished by her abilities, gradually regained its color, and bamboo shoots began to sprout from the ground. She finally breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that what abilities are indeed very important in this world. Unfortunately, the places she can reach are truly too few. As Jiang Xingluo left, she took a large piece of gold, ore, and silver, ore, totaling over 200 pounds, as well as a cluster of crystals weighing over 200 pounds. All were placed in her space. Lifeng listened to Jiang Xingluo talking about what those ores could be made into along the way, and at that moment, he realized that the small female's mind was not simple. She seems to have many ideas aimed at making the world a better place. Xingluo, I'll accompany you back to try making that iron pot. If we can really make it, it will be much easier for everyone to cook in the future. Jiang Xingluo nodded. There's also a type of ore called aluminum, which would be used to make teapots and pots. But I was in such a rush this time that I didn't take a good look. Jiang Xingluo felt a bit regretful, wondering why she couldn't see things clearly so she could bring back good things as well. Next time I can go again. Hearing Lai Feng's words, Jiang Xingluo nodded in agreement, already looking forward to making the iron pot after returning. She definitely wanted to try cooking a dish herself. On the way back to the tribe, she noticed that the corn planted near the farm in her space was already ripe. The plum kernels could all be saved for seeds. It's not too late to plant now. By the time I return, the wheat should be harvested, and I can plant the corn seeds, which will allow us to grind the corn into flour to eat with the wheat flour during harvest. Jiang Xingluo smiled with emotion, increasingly looking forward to the days ahead. They returned to the Jiyan tribe half a month later, and surprisingly, 2 more peach trees had sprouted on both sides of the riverbank. The koi that had transformed into beastmen were now living in the Jiyan tribe. At some point, a few more carp had appeared in the river. They swam in the shimmering water, complementing the surrounding scenery beautifully. Even the flowers on both sides of the river had started to bloom due to the warm weather, and even the small females that usually lingered near Fury Wind City were now gathered around the Jiyan tribe, either to pray at the Beast God Temple or to enjoy the beautiful scenery by the riverbank. Huayan even set up a tea stall near the peach trees, building a simple house with wooden boards, although it didn't look particularly poetic. Even though the small females were satisfied, Jiang Xingluo felt like something was still missing. Yes, building a pavilion in the peach grove would be nice. Constructing one on each side and placing stone tables inside with a few wooden benches nearby would surely attract more small females. So after returning to the tribe, Jiang Xingluo shared this idea with Huayan, using a bamboo knife to carve out the pavilion's design on animal skin. The unique shape of the pavilion even amazed Huayan. This seems a bit too difficult. Jiang Xingluo looked at the drawings on the animal skin scroll, studying them for a long time. Is it hard? But it really isn't easy. Then forget it. Let's follow your idea, Huayan, and prepare a few small wooden houses. If it rains, everyone can find shelter. Huayan nodded, agreeing with the plan. The two quickly decided to arrange for someone to start building the wooden houses in the peach grove. After returning to the tribe, Jiang Xingluo rested for a few days and took out more than 200 pounds of crystals from her space. The sunlight refracted through the crystals, creating a dazzling white light. Jiang Xingluo dipped her finger in water and drew a rounded shape on the wooden table, explaining to Lai Feng how to cut it. After all, with this kind of crystal, cutting and setting are crucial. This time, she planned to make some smaller crystal beads for Qing Yuan to wear and play with. If Lai Feng could do it well, she could make some larger ones next time to trade for other things in Fury Wind City. Lai Feng watched as Jiang Xingluo drew the shapes of the small beads on the table, casually cut a piece down with wind blades, and soon produced a string of small beads. Jiang Xingluo was stunned watching this scene. Then she used the rope she had in her space to string the beads together, just the right size for Qing Yuan. Xingluo looked at the string of crystal bracelets and smiled with satisfaction. They were truly beautiful. Lai Feng responded with a sound, realizing that the female liked these things. Chapter 258. The Sealed Memories of Shizhou. Lai Feng raised his hand and cut a small crystal, revealing a beautiful teardrop-shaped pendant that suddenly appeared on the wooden table. Jiang Xingluo was stunned at the sight. Lai Feng, you made another one so quickly? Lai Feng, seeing her excited face, threaded the delicate animal skin string through the pendant. Your neck is beautiful. Wearing this will look stunning. Holding the transparent pendant, Lai Feng walked toward Jiang Xingluo. Jiang Xingluo always understood that this was the beast world, where there were no jewelry to dream of. But Lai Feng reached out and tucked Jiang Xingluo's silver hair behind her shoulder, gently placing the delicately cut animal skin string, which could not be identified as any particular animal skin, around her neck, fastening the crystal pendant there. The translucent pendant hung on Jiang Xingluo's chest, reflecting light against her jade-like skin, making Lai Feng's eyes burn with desire. No wonder the small females liked this crystal. It looked so beautiful on her. Lai Feng leaned closer to Jiang Xingluo, unable to resist gently blowing warm air on her neck. Xingluo, so beautiful. Jiang Xingluo felt Lai Feng kissing her, and her whole body tensed up, immediately pushing him away. Lai Feng, no. After being pushed away, Lai Feng gradually stabilized his mental state, realizing that he was unable to control himself whenever he got close to the small female. Lai Feng, he replied, yet he couldn't hold back. When Jiang Xingluo looked up, she saw blood flowing from under Lai Feng's nose. Lai Feng, you. Jiang Xingluo reached out to help him wipe it, but Lai Feng, in a frenzied state, looked at Jiang Xingluo, immediately turning away. Xingluo, I'm fine. Shizhou entered from outside, watching Lai Feng rush out in a fluster, coldly observing his retreating figure. Shizhou looked at Jiang Xingluo's emotional appearance, struggling to contain the jealousy boiling in his chest. Good, very good all along. Her heart was only for that lion beast man. Shizhou suppressed his feelings and asked, Xingluo, what about the pearls and emerald from that day? I went to Chuyu Mountain, and the beastmen there indeed said that Zhu Yan is Zhu Chui's sister. Su Kui. If the name hadn't been mentioned, it would have been fine. But as soon as Shizhou brought it up, Jiang Xingluo seemed to see Zhu Chui at that moment again, feeling as joyful as she did when she was reborn, and as painful as she had been before. Zhu Chui is the holy female of the Zhu clan with wood-type abilities, right? Although Zhu Chui had been reborn, those beastmen who had harmed her should pay the price. Impossible. There can only be one holy female in the Zhu clan. There can't be two. Shizhou rebutted, while Jiang Xingluo looked at him in surprise, sensing something was off about him. What's wrong with you? Jiang Xingluo frowned at Shizhou, her eyes filled with confusion. For a moment, Shizhou seemed dazed, his vision darkened, and he quickly reached out to support himself on the wooden table to avoid falling. I'm fine. But Zhu Yan is the holy female. Zhu Chui definitely won't have abilities. Even if she does, it should be Zhu Yan with dual abilities. Have you ever seen her use them? A hint of doubt flashed in Jiang Xingluo's eyes. What's wrong with you, Shizhou? Have you met someone recently? Jiang Xingluo looked at Shizhou with a probing gaze, suspecting he might have been controlled by someone. No, it's just that this is a rule from the beast god in the past. It won't be like this unless Zhu Yan lied. Shizhou shook his head. But I saw her abilities. They are definitely from the Zhu clan. There's no mistake. Jiang Xingluo raised her eyes to look at Shizhou, only to realize that his originally green pupils were now entirely dull and gray. What's going on? Shizhou, what is wrong with you? Shizhou shook his head, refusing to say anything, but gradually he could no longer support his body and began to fall. Shizhou. Song Yuan grabbed his wrist and wondered how his body could have been attacked by a mental-type ability. But there were hardly any in this beast world who possessed mental abilities. Moreover, such a powerful mental ability didn't seem like something an ordinary beastman would have. Who attacked you? Shizhu shook his head. He couldn't remember anything. His memories seemed to be distorted. He even began to recall who Zhu Chui was and why he seemed to have heard that name before, even seeing a face in front of him. Why did some of his memories appear to have been sealed away for a long time? Jiang Xingluo looked at Shizhu's tightly furrowed brows and decided to knock him out to resolve the situation. The Qinglong clan had always passed down their legacy in this strange manner, which was hard for Jiang Xingluo to accept. However, Jiang Xingluo glimpsed Shizhu's memories, which were shackled, seemingly locked by someone else. What was going on? Did the beast god messenger who controlled time and space actually lose his memory? Or was it possible that, like him, the one who set this seal was actually his father beast? Jiang Xingluo furrowed his brows in confusion. When Lai Feng returned, he saw Shizhu collapse on the ground. Lai Feng, take him back and bring my brother along. Some things could probably only be known by those closest to Shizhu. Jiang Xingluo wanted to know what had happened around Shizhu, or had Ling Xuan come here when she wasn't around. When Shuayu came, Jiang Xingluo frowned, vaguely feeling some concern. What do you want to ask? Shuayu sat opposite Jiang Xingluo. He had actually always known about Shizhu's illness, and he had heard some things about his past. What exactly is going on with Shizhu? What could it be? He sealed his own memories. The Zhu Chui who appeared in the tribe that day was actually the little female who grew up with Shizhu. Jiang Xingluo rubbed his hand over the teacup beside him, his eyes widening when he heard this. So her speculation was correct. Then since you know about Zhu Chui's existence, why did Shizhu still doubt her that day? Because Chuyu Mountain had long said that Zhu Chui was dead. Shizhu used to be friends with her. Jiang Xingluo's eyes flashed with confusion, and Shuayu nearly couldn't bring himself to continue. He had heard that Zhu Chui was dead and wanted to seek justice at Chuyu Mountain. But the Zhuke clan was strong at that time, and his female mother was just an ordinary red-crowned crane female. So he could only ask him to seal his memories and not ruin the friendship between the two clans. So when Zhu Chui appeared again, it awakened his memories? Jiang Xingluo looked at the male in front of him, and Shuayu sighed. Who says it's not the case? But Zhu Chui isn't really gone, Xingluo. I was the one who cleaned up in the Beast God Hall that day. I smelled the scent of the Zhuke clan. Jiang Xingluo sighed, not expecting Shizhu to have such a past. It's just a pity that Zhu Chui now had a new identity, and if Shizhu knew, he wouldn't know what to think. Chapter 259. It's you who killed my child. Mei was running outside with her female cub in her arms. Her belly was uncooperative, giving birth to only one female cub, but the cub had been sick since birth. Chi-Chi was unwilling to treat her cub anymore, saying that raising such a cub would be useless. Mei gritted her teeth and ran out of the tribe with Xiao Huan in her arms, determined to go to the Julian tribe and beg Jiang Xingluo. That female would definitely save Xiao Huan. Who are you? What are you doing in our tribe? Mei looked at Qing Zhua, who was guarding outside the Jian tribe with the patrol team, her eyes filled with surprise. Qing Zhua felt uncomfortable under the gaze of the weak female in front of her, looking at her disheveled hair that didn't appear to belong to a good female, almost like a stray beast man. But her mother had said not to judge by appearances. Qing Zhua, please, take me to see your mother, okay? Mei reached out and grabbed Qing Zhua's arm, but Qing Zhua immediately shook her off. Qing Zhua couldn't tell who the female in front of her was, only that she seemed unfamiliar. Mei took off the hood of her fur cloak, revealing a face with high cheekbones. Qing Zhua had a good memory and recognized her eyes as belonging to the female from the Jianing tribe. Mei, what are you doing here? We don't welcome you. Qing Zhua would never forget that this female had harmed her mother. She liked Uncle Qi Yin and wanted to harm her mother. Her poor mother had done nothing at the time, but had been harmed by Mei several times. If her mother hadn't been so strong, who knows when she would have died at their hands. I will kneel down for you. I beg you. Qing Zhua, my cub is sick. I can stay out of your tribe, but could you let your mother take a look at her? Qing Zhua frowned and opened the fur covering the small cub, reaching out to find that the cub was burning hot. Okay, wait here. Qing Zhua looked at the cub, then turned to call her mother, while the other male beast men were still staring at Mei, refusing to let her go anywhere else. Jiang Xingluo jogged behind Qing Zhua, feeling restless inside. For her, the unbearable memories all came from the Jianing tribe. But now, her former enemy was asking her for help because of a cub. She was a healer, and her mother had said that healers should not ignore life. Jiang Xingluo and Qing Zhua walked to the outside of the tribe, looking around but not seeing Mei. She looked at Qing Zhua beside her. Where are they? Help me, help me. Mei shouted for help, having been dragged far away while holding her cub. Jiang Xingluo turned to look into the distance and saw a male dragging someone away. Wait! Jiang Xingluo immediately chased after, but the male in front had no intention of stopping. Let her go! Jiang Xingluo shouted, and the person finally stopped and released his grip. Ime climbed up from the ground, her pale face streaked with tears. Jiang Xingluo, I beg you, save my cub. Save her. Jiang Xingluo reached out to take the cub from Inmei's arms, opened the fur, and saw the cub's lips stained with blood. She used her abilities to try to save her, but it was already too late. Ime, I can't save her. This cub was not just running a fever. She had died from internal injuries due to being thrown. You can't save her? Why can't you save her? My cub just has a fever. The shaman of the Jiangning tribe said she couldn't be saved. Aren't you a goddess? Jiang Xingluo faced Imei's gaze without any guilt. She's not just running a fever. This child has been killed. You can't save her? Why can't you save her? My cub just has a fever. The shaman of the Jiangning tribe said she couldn't be saved. Aren't you a goddess? Jiang Xingluo faced Imei's gaze without any guilt. She's not just running a fever. This child has been killed. Jiang Xingluo returned the cub to Imei, but she did not take it. But that female from the brown bear tribe also bled. Didn't you save her? Now, why can't you save her? Jiang Xingluo listened to Imei's persistent questioning, yet remained strangely calm. Zhong Tian was just poisoned. This child is gone. How can I save her? No, it's not like that. Jiang Xingluo, you hate me, so you refuse to save her. My child was killed by you. Jiang Xingluo didn't want to watch Imei go mad. She simply placed the cub on the ground and turned to leave. Jiang Xingluo, you wretched person. It's all your fault. I lost my father, lost my position as the tribe chief's daughter, and even lost Qi Yin. If it weren't for you, all of this would have been mine. Jiang Xingluo left, and the dark energy that had been hidden under the fur suddenly surged out and entered Imei's body. Kill Jiang Xingluo, how about that? Kill her. It's all her fault for killing my child. Imei's eyes were filled with darkness, and Jiang Xingluo sighed, feeling a pang in her heart at the thought of that little one. No matter what Imei did, that little one was innocent. Jiang Xingluo never imagined that the Battle Shadow tribe had turned out like this. A newly born female cub should have been treated well by the tribe, yet now it had been thrown to death by someone. The beast god's punishment should descend. However, when Jiang Xingluo looked up at the sky, she did not see any thunder punishment. Imei, unaware, reached out her hand, and a mass of black energy in her hand instantly transformed into a sharp blade heading towards Jiang Xingluo. Be careful. Lai Feng, hearing that Jiang Xingluo was going to treat the cub of the Battle Shadow tribe, was always worried. When Jiang Xingluo heard Lai Feng's voice, she dodged, causing Imei to fall straight to the ground. The dagger also disappeared in an instant. Jiang Xingluo, you are unworthy of being a shaman. Why didn't you save my female cub? Jiang Xingluo did not understand why. Even now, Imei still vented all her resentment on her. You should know how your female cub died. Now you should find a good place to bury her, so she can rest in peace. Imei looked at Jiang Xingluo, her eyes filled with hatred, which was somewhat puzzling. I will arrange my own cub. No need for your fake kindness. Jiang Xingluo, you say you only want a beast husband, but you seduced mine. You are unworthy to be the high priest. Imei looked at Lai Feng with mockery in her eyes. I'll tell you I was supposed to bond with Qi Yin, but because of her, Qi Yin abandoned me. Imei recalled how she had gazed at Qi Yin in the tribe, and Qi Yin's mother had said that she would bond with Qi Yin in due time. Qi Yin was the first warrior of the Battle Shadow tribe, and she was the best little female after being tested for fertility with the fertility stone, yet they ended up going their separate ways. Qi Yin said he wouldn't go back. He didn't even care for his own mother and father, just wanted to follow this wretched person in front of him. Is it just because you have abilities that you have to take everything from me? You should die for being such a female. Imei recklessly reached out, but Lai Feng's windblade was already at Imei's neck, like a sharp blade that could cut her throat in an instant. Chapter 260. These things can actually produce oil. You are really lucky, having my beast husband kill my cub with his own hands, and you can still stand here unharmed. Protected by another male. Jiang Xingluo frowned. So who is your beast husband? Ha! My beast husband is such a fool that you actually forgot him. And he always argues with me for you. At this moment, Jiang Xingluo felt like a scapegoat, clearly unrelated to the matter. Yet now she was being forced to bear the infamy? This infamy, she did not want to carry. Chi, have you forgotten? He is that idiot you dislike. Jiang Xingluo looked at the female in front of her with a hint of pity, never expecting that the male she spoke of would actually be Chi. The hostility in Jiang Xingluo's eyes instantly turned to pity, but little did she know that this only infuriated Imei more. Jiang Xingluo, I don't need your pity. After saying that, Imei turned to head but a wall, but suddenly stopped. Jiang Xingluo did not understand what she was about to do. Lai Feng, seeing Jiang Xingluo's indifferent expression, couldn't he help but speak. Should we catch her back? No need. Jiang Xingluo watched as Imei, holding her cub, left numbly. The angry expression that had been there was now particularly calm. Jiang Xingluo shook her head, unaware that Yimei had gone far away to throw the already dead cub aside before heading back to the Battle Shadow tribe alone. Meanwhile, Chi-Chi, who had been lying on the ground for a long time before waking up, suddenly found a memory that did not belong to him in his mind. He had killed his own female cub. Xiaohuan, how could this happen? After walking for a long time, Chi-Chi finally saw the cub's corpse thrown aside. He held the cub in his arms, reflecting on what he had done in recent days, unable to believe that it was actually him who had done it. He had told Yimei not to treat Xiaohuan because he had given all the hunting pelts to his mother, repeatedly delaying and not letting Yimei treat the cub. But afterward, he remembered nothing. Qingzhuo looked at his father beast returning with his mother, surprised. Mother, isn't that cub going to be saved? Jiang Xingluo reached out to pat Qingzhuo's head. By the time mother got there, the cub was already dead. But when I saw her, she was still blinking her eyes. How could this be? Jiang Xingluo looked at the disbelief and sadness in Qingzhuo's eyes, knowing that those few cubs had always been growing well. Qingzhuo, this has nothing to do with you. Jiang Xingluo held Qingzhuo in her arms, softly comforting him. The world is unpredictable. No one expected that someone would personally throw their own cub to death. However, such things have happened, and yet the beast god's thunder punishment has not descended. Jiang Xingluo frowned. Clearly that male who had dragged Yimei away was Chi-Chi. Jiang Xingluo could not understand why the punishment of the beast god had not fallen upon Chi-Chi. Little did she know that the thunder punishment had already descended, but it had landed upon Yimei, who was currently returning to the Battle Shadow tribe. Jiang Xingluo no longer had time to think so much. Now everyone had already harvested all the wheat and even started drying it. The land was all cleared, and as for what to plant next, Chief Jiutai was organizing everyone to come up with ideas together. If they continued to plant a single crop, it wouldn't be suitable when the Jiuyin tribe had to sell their vegetables in the future. Indeed, I have new crops here. Last year, everyone got soybean seeds, and this year we must plant them together. I also have corn seeds, peanut seeds, sesame, and sunflower seeds. Jiang Xingluo's farm was quite large. In fact, there were many crops planted inside, and the fields near the river would still be used to grow rice this year. As for the other lands, Jiang Xingluo took out all her seeds. What are these? The orcs present had never even heard of these seeds, but since they were brought out by the goddess, they naturally thought they were extraordinary good things. They even began to look forward to eating better things in the future, imagining how wonderful their lives would be with fragrant white rice and white noodles. Everyone knew about soybeans, but corn, like wheat, could be ground into flour and also fed to the pigs we raised. Moreover, peanuts, sunflowers, and sesame could all be used to extract oil. When Jiang Xingluo mentioned oil, all the orcs' eyes lit up. After the tribe hunted and returned, Jiang Xingluo demonstrated how to render beef fat and lard at the center of the tribe square. The oil rendered and placed in a clay pot was enough for them to enjoy a delicious meal each time they scooped a little. Xingluo, are you saying these things can produce oil? Is that true? Jiang Xingluo smiled, then squeezed a fully ripe peanut in front of her with her abilities, and clear oil dripped out. Orcs, born with great strength and possessing abilities, found it no difficulty for the males to grind out some oil using a stone mill. If they wanted to use a better method to extract oil, they would still need the iron sent from Chiefeng before she could try making an iron pot. Jiang Xingluo sighed in relief at the thought that she would soon be able to make an iron pot. Everyone take a look, isn't this the oil we eat? Vegetable oil can be extracted in large quantities, but our land is limited. How to arrange the planting of crops in the Jiuyin tribe must be decided by the chief, understood? Xingluo, how many of these seeds do you have? This. Jiutai, an old man, was staring eagerly at those seeds, knowing that their entire elk tribe consists of males with wood-type abilities. Taking care of these new varieties would surely be a piece of cake. But thinking that this is good stuff that can produce oil, Jiutai wished he could plant all of it in the fields, yet he was afraid that Xingluo's seeds were limited. Enough for our tribe, besides. We have wood-type abilities to nurture them well. By next year, we could produce our own seeds and plant even more. Xingluo's affirmative response made several male orcs enthusiastic about planting very satisfied. Hey, Xingluo, can you give me some seeds? The females and cubs in our tribe also need to eat oil. Xingluo scanned the surroundings and noticed that the large brown bamboo was surrounded by a group of weak orcs, looking at it as if it were a rare animal, making Xingluo unable to help but laugh. Of course, if everyone plants together, there are enough seeds. I wonder if the brown bear tribe has any available land? Yes, a lot. If the goddess and the Jiuyin tribe don't mind, how about our brown bear tribe directly merging in? After all, the white tiger tribe is already in the Jiuyin tribe. We're not a prestigious tribe. Chapter 261. Qing Yuan's new friend Xingluo was shocked to hear Brown Bamboo's words. Are you serious? Yes, our chief instructed this way, saying we should find every opportunity to merge into the Jiao tribe. In the future, the Jiao tribe will have a fifth group, which is our Brown Bear clan. All the orcs present couldn't help but laugh at this. Your chief is really different from the previous one, Lu Yong said with a smile. Now he and Brown Bamboo were good friends, taking care of the fields together and communicating openly with a strong understanding between them. Of course, and this year our Brown Bear tribe has given birth to more than 20 cubs. If we don't hurry to plant more, how can we feed them all? Speaking of this, Brown Bamboo was quite proud, as their tribe hadn't had any newborn cubs in nearly 2 years. But now, following Xingluo to participate in the blessing, several males had come to the Jiao tribe to bond with the local females. They made their own female leaders happy. Instead of forcibly taking things like the previous tribe leader, they moved the wheat they grew to the homes of the local females, who excitedly said they would give birth to a litter of cubs for them. Isn't that just how it goes? This bonding is just that simple. And Brown Bamboo was clear about it. He looked up at Xingluo and Chief Jiao, wondering if they would agree. This matter is up to everyone. I have no opinion with the goddess, and it's good for our Jiao tribe to grow stronger. Xingluo also agreed with Chief Jiao's words, as it was indeed true. We agree, both the chief and the goddess agree, and we have no objections. Besides, all the Brown Bear tribesmen who once harmed us have now died, and we have no deep grudges with the new chief. At this moment, Aunt Sulan, who took care of the medicinal fields in the tribe, raised her arms and shouted. She was quite skilled in her work and had learned pharmacology, and her relationship with Brown Tian was also very good. Seeing that there was no opposing voice, Xingluo decided to gather all the orcs in the tribe to ask for everyone's opinions later. All right, then I and the chief will arrange to notify everyone to come to the square. We all agree that the Brown Bear tribe will merge into the Jiao tribe from now on, and then we will divide the fields properly. Everyone will receive seeds and go plant. Jiao stroked his beard, eagerly anticipating the upcoming planting. Now, looking around, the medicinal fields were flourishing, and the peach blossom forest was filled with little females coming to drink tea and enjoy the scenery. Jiao had already found a suitable place for the flower beds he planned to raise. The back mountain of their Jiao tribe had good sunlight, and he had already sent the males in the tribe to clean it up. The mountain was still covered with a layer of soil, perfect for growing flowers. Come here, Xingluo, the chief has something to say to you. Jiao called Xingluo aside, looking serious as if he had something important to discuss. What is it, uncle? You little female, haven't you forgotten that I was supposed to find a place for you to grow more flowers and plants? I found it. Remember that back mountain we were hiding from? Xingluo suddenly recalled, having completely forgotten about this matter during her time away. She didn't expect uncle to still remember it. That's great. The back mountain is spacious, and there are a few trees nearby. Planting flowers and keeping bees would indeed be nice. What? You want to raise bees? Jiao's originally kind eyes suddenly showed a bit of fear, looking somewhat scared. Yes. What's wrong, uncle? But keeping bees is not easy. We have no successful precedents here. Besides, they are wild insects with beast crystals, and I'm afraid ordinary orcs can't handle them. It's all right, Uncle Jiao, I have my own plans. Looking at Xingluo's confident demeanor, what else could Jiao say? He couldn't say anything more and directly arranged for her to clear a space and send people to do it. The orcs in the tribe were reasonable and were very happy about the Brown Bear tribe joining the Jiao tribe. However, since it was a big event, everyone decided to hold a bonfire party together in the evening along the riverbanks. Now that the weather had warmed up, the orcs who had finished harvesting wheat also needed a good rest. So the two chiefs discussed and decided to prepare for it. The little cubs and females of the Brown Bear tribe were already looking forward to visiting the Jiao tribe again. Although their Brown Bear tribe was not lacking, the Jiao tribe had the Beast God Temple. In the evening, Xingluo and Lai Feng brought 3 cubs. Qing Yin hadn't returned yet, and Qing Zhu came with his younger siblings to the riverbank by the peach tree. They thought they had come early enough, but when they saw groups of cubs and females from the Brown Bear tribe, they realized how eager the Brown Bear tribe was to join this tribe. Qing Yuan, are you Qing Yuan? You're so beautiful. Can we be friends? While Qing Yuan was watching the little koi in the river with Shui Lian, a little female with brown hair walked over. The little female had healthy wheat-colored skin and eyes as beautiful as grapes, looking about the same age as Shui Lian, and was nearly as tall as Qing Yuan. Of course, what's your name? Qing Yuan looked at the pretty little female in front of her and happily asked her name. Zonia. My mother gave me this name. Zonia spoke about her name with great joy, and Qing Yuan's eyes lit up. My name was also given by my mother. Do you want to play with us? Shui Lian stepped forward to greet her, and Zonya instantly nodded. The joy of little cubs is the simplest. Qing Yuan took one hand of each of them and led them to Sister Hua Yan's tea house to taste the freshly made flower tea. How is it? Does it taste good? The aroma of flowers filled the water, a novel taste that Zonya had never experienced before. It's delicious. The water here is much better than the water in our tribe. Zonya seemed to be unable to get enough of it, and after finishing one cup, she asked for another, feeling a bit shy. Qingyan, Shui Lian, after our tribes come together, can you take me along to learn about characters and pharmacology? Zonya shyly spoke up, and Qing Yuan looked at Zonya. Of course. You're always welcome to come find us. Zonya hesitated at first, but upon hearing Qing Yuan's response, she instantly relaxed. My mother always thinks that I'm too young to study pharmacology, so she doesn't allow me to learn it. Could you go talk to my mother about it? In the brown bear tribe, many young females are learning pharmacology now, but their mother is unwilling to let her learn, which has caused her distress for a long time. Chapter 262. The crystal is so beautiful. Jiang Xingluo watched as Qing Yuan led Water Lily towards the brown bear tribe and curiously followed along. At this moment, the females coming out of the brown bear tribe were somewhat anxious and uneasy. They had never been to such a beautiful place and were seeing it for the first time. Mother, this is Qing Yuan from the Julian tribe. You should know her. Zonya looked up at her mother, and her mother's previously drooping face instantly blossomed with joy. Qing Yuan, is that you? Qing Yuan watched as the tall female squatted down in front of her, unable to hide the smile between her brows and eyes. They all saw Qing Yuan dancing on the altar that day. She was the little priestess acknowledged by the beast god. And the females of the brown bear tribe all liked her. They all wanted their female cubs to be as kind as Qing Yuan. Yes, Auntie, Qing Yuan began to explain, while the little female beside her tugged at her clothes. Qing Yuan, help me. Only then did Qing Yuan turn to the female in front of her and explain, Annie, could you let Yaya learn pharmacology with us? You said my female offspring. Do you want my female offspring to study pharmacology? Qing Yuan originally thought that the female in front of her might be very resistant, or even refuse her directly. After all, Zonya herself found it difficult to bring up this matter, and she thought there might have been some conflict between the mother and daughter. Yes, Auntie, are you unwilling? No, but Zonya is a bit slow, and I'm worried she won't be able to learn and will be too timid to handle setbacks, that's why. Upon hearing her mother's explanation, Zonya finally understood her mother's good intentions and what was really going on. Mother, I won't. Zonya happily explained that she and Sister Qing Yuan were studying hard together, so they definitely wouldn't be discouraged. Zonya mustered up the courage to take this step, hoping to learn even a little bit so that when her mother fell ill, it wouldn't be so painful. Since you made up your mind, just follow along and study well. Jiang Xingluo noticed that the females of the brown bear tribe were quite open-minded and took their education of the cubs seriously. Knowing that she could go to the Jiyan tribe to study made Zonya beam with joy as she pulled Qing Yuan's hand and went to the side. The river here in Jiang Xingluo's area was very wide, and it seemed that just catching 2 scattered koi wasn't enough. Fortunately, she had previously taken out all the lotus seeds she had bought from her space. Jiang Xingluo placed the lotus seeds into the river water, and then they slowly sank down. Jiang Xingluo had used her wood-type ability to nurture these lotus seeds, so once planted, they quickly sprouted roots. Since it was already dark, no one noticed this scene. By the time summer arrived, the river would be filled with lotus flowers, which would look beautiful. If they could produce a cluster of lotus seed pods, they could stir-fry the pods to eat then. Xingluo, what are you doing? Lai Feng looked at Jiang Xingluo by the river and vaguely noticed that something different seemed to have emerged from the water. It was a lotus flower. Lai Feng, it's the lotus seed I took out from the space yesterday, planted in the river, and it just grew up. It can be seen in the hot season. Is it the lotus flower you showed me drawn on the ground? When Lai Feng heard Jiang Xingluo mention it, he recalled that day when Jiang Xingluo talked about the petals overlapping, which were white gradually turning into pink. Lai Feng had never seen such flowers in the beast world. Indeed, since this place was already a favored spot for everyone, Jiang Xingluo naturally wanted to make it even more beautiful. Mother, come dance. Look how beautiful Qing Yuan's dance is. Qing Lan and Qing Yao walked over, one holding Jiang Xingluo and the other holding Lai Feng. All gathered around the campfire to watch Qing Yuan, who was wearing the simplest animal skin skirt. She had a crystal bracelet on her hand and a shell pendant hanging around her neck. Every time she moved, everyone could see her crystal bracelet and shell in the firelight. What is that in Qing Yuan's hand? So beautiful and transparent. Is it made of white beast crystal? No. The color of the beast crystal is not that transparent. Yes, and it's so round and beautiful, I want one too. Mother, come dance with me. Qing Yuan pulled Jiang Xingluo forward, and Jiang Xingluo began to move her hands, her long silver hair flying with the wind. The movements of the two females, one big and one small, mesmerized all the beastmen. The goddess Xingluo is also wearing that. Such a beautiful shape. How about we ask later if we can exchange bird eggs and bee skins for it? Let's get one to wear too. Jiang Xingluo finished jumping with Qing Yuan and then made way for the main stage. Everyone held hands and gathered around the bonfire, filled with laughter and joy. After it ended, Jiang Xingluo saw two little females walking over. Sister Xingluo, is that a beast crystal around your neck? Jiang Xingluo curiously reached out to touch it and realized it was a pendant, a crystal pendant. No, it was a crystal pendant. Do you like it too? Crystal. What a beautiful name. Sister Xingluo, do you have any more? Can we exchange with animal skins? Or bird eggs would also work, as these are our most precious items. The two young females have not yet bonded, but they really like such things. Of course, in 3 days, I will bring different shaped pendants here. If you like them, you can trade one animal skin for one pendant. How does that sound? After all, animal skins are the hard currency of this world. Since this crystal has just been made, it naturally can't be priced too high. The female without a contract doesn't have much animal skin to offer. Just one animal skin, only one animal skin, that's great. Sister Xingluo, I'll definitely bring my sisters along then. All right. Jiang Xingluo was originally thinking of ways to exchange all these crystal accessories for something, but she didn't expect that this bonfire party would be a big help. So, Sister Xingluo, does Qing Tian also have a bracelet? Shuilian also came closer to ask. Her mother loves beauty, and with her birthday approaching, she hasn't decided what gift to give yet. This one is quite nice and suitable for her mother. Of course, there are some, and Shuilian likes it too. I like it, but I plan to give it to my mother. Sister Jiang Xingluo, please remember to make it in a suitable size for me. Jiang Xingluo's eyes were filled with satisfaction. It turned out to be a gift for Aunt Maying. Great. Then we must make the most beautiful one for our little water lily. Water lily's eyes sparkled with light, and at this moment, Chen Zhou, who was watching from a distance, did not dare to step forward, fearing that he would ruin the beauty of this moment. Jiang Xingluo was always so gentle with everyone. Her eyes contained not just herself. Chen Zhou looked at Lai Feng, who was simply watching Jiang Xingluo from the side, reaching out to put the prepared animal skin cloak on Jiang Xingluo. He truly was always worried about Jiang Xingluo. They were together. It really felt completely harmonious. Chapter 263. Zhu Yin sacrificed her body. Did you see that? This is the true holy female recognized by Yuan Xin, and you're nothing at all. Zhu Yin looked at Jiang Xingluo, who was surrounded by all the beastmen at the center, and the anger surging in her heart was almost consuming her. No, this is not fair. Zhu Yin was on the verge of losing her sanity. With things having come to this point, the beast god had already abandoned their Zhuke clan. Are you willing to sacrifice your body? Ming Zhang's voice carried a hint of seduction. She wanted to use Zhu Yin, needing power. Recently, she had absorbed a lot of strength from that group of foolish beastmen. So now, she just needed to find a suitable body to destroy Jiang Xingluo. Jiang Xingluo should not exist. This world should return to its original state. Only her and her sister's world was the best. These lowly races should not exist. All right, I will sacrifice my body to you. Ming Zhang's voice was filled with excitement. The moment the dark energy entered Zhu Yan's body, Ming Zhang felt completely refreshed. She knew that Zhu Yan, such a selfish female, would definitely be unable to resist her temptation. It felt so good. Having a body was different. Ming Zhang stretched her limbs, while the original soul of Ming Zhang had already fallen into slumber. Sister, I wonder if the person you chose is really as strong as you. I'll test her abilities for you. Ha-ha laughter echoed in the night sky. And Jiang Xingluo seemed to hear different sounds nearby in an instant. Where did this sound come from? Xingluo, I'm coming. It's Ming Zhang. Jiang Xingluo looked up at the red glow in the night sky. It was Zhu Ke, and Ming Zhang had taken over Zhu Yan's body. The beastmen gathered around the campfire watched the scene before them with a hint of terror in their eyes. They naturally knew about the Zhuke clan and their beast god messenger, but upon hearing Ming Zhang's name, they couldn't help but feel a chill down their spines. Only a few chieftains from various tribes knew that Ming Zhang was still alive. The other beastmen only knew that Ming Zhang was the enemy of Yuan Xin, a wicked female sealed by Yuan Xin in the Yulan swamp. Ming Zhang was the one who was equally matched with the beast god. Wasn't she sealed? Why was she out? And the beast flying in the sky was clearly Zhu Ke. Lord Xingluo, what is going on? Jiang Xingluo heard the inquiries around her and looked at Lai Feng. Lai Feng, arrange for someone to take everyone away. Ha ha, take them away? Just based on you? Jiang Xingluo looked up at the sky, and she didn't know when the stars and the bright moon in the night had lost their colors. A wave of darkness enveloped them, and large drops of black rain began to fall. Jiang Xingluo used her wood-type ability to form a barrier. Ming Zhang watched this scene without feeling strange. After all, it was Jiang Xingluo who had used this method to deal with her before, so it was not surprising now. With your little ability, do you really think you are the same as Yuan Xin? Ming Zhang hated the fact that Jiang Xingluo had the same face as Yuan Xin. They always did this, sacrificing everything for those worthless beastmen. Was it necessary for them? You fool. Tears streamed from Ming Zhang's eyes as she extended her hand, gathering power and pressing down on Jiang Xingluo's barrier. For the first time, Jiang Xingluo felt such an outrageous sense of oppression. She could hardly bear it. At that moment, the barrier formed by her wood-type ability shattered, and the beastmen huddled together, looking in terror at the black rain falling from the sky. 1 drop, 2 drops fell, and Jiang Xingluo tried to maintain the barrier, but she couldn't fend off the black rain. The beastmen drenched by the rain felt pain all over. Save us, Lord Xingluo. Save us. Among everyone, those with strong abilities were unaffected, not even the deer tribe with wood-type abilities. Only the females and the young were harmed. And Jiang Xingluo felt helpless for the first time. My lord, please save us. You are the messenger of the gods. Save us. Jiang Xingluo listened to the cries of the people around her. She immediately used her wood-type abilities to save them, then took out pills from her body and gave them to the females in front of her. Ming Zhang watched this scene, feeling very satisfied. Sister, I will make everyone disappear. No one can stop this world from returning to its original state. Xingluo, Shizhou suddenly appeared, and a cleansing wind and rain swept in, instantly making the black rain disappear. Ming Zhang gritted her teeth as she watched this scene. It seemed things were not going well. Shizhou, you actually have water-type abilities? Shizhou looked at the now different Zhu Yan before him. The memories that had been sealed returned. He looked at Zhu Yan's face, which resembled Zhu Chui's, and felt immense pain. Zhu Yan, wake up. How can you let Ming Zhang take over your body? Shizhou's beast form circled in the sky, and the beastmen on the ground felt much more comfortable under the sweet rain infused with purifying power. Haha, guess why? It's all because of you, Shizhou. Because you wouldn't be this foolish beast husband. She is jealous and resentful. And you probably didn't think about it, but she has never liked Zhu Chui. Zhu Chui has wood-type abilities, which is why she has tried every means to harm her. Shizhou transformed into human form and looked at Zhu Yan. The water-type ability in his hand instantly coalesced into a long spear. This was something he had unexpectedly discovered during his training. What are you going to do? Shizhou's eyes darkened. You have absorbed too much resentment. Ming Zhang, you were not like this originally. Yes, that's because my sister created you. You heartless fools actually ate her. Tears dripped down Ming Zhang's face as she vowed to kill everyone. She wanted them all dead, so no one would disturb her and her sister. But they had already paid the price. You have already killed them all. The current beast world is not the same as the past. Ming Zhang, wake up. No, shut up. Black energy surged from Ming Zhang, and Shizhou did not dare to fall behind. The two instantly engaged in a fierce battle in the sky. Qing Yuan, take the tribe back and use your wood-type abilities to protect them. Qing Yuan looked at Lai Feng and Shizhou. What about you? Don't look back. We will return. Lai Feng and Jiang Xingluo saw that Shizhou was already at a disadvantage. It seemed that one person's strength could not contend with Ming Zhang. Jiang Xingluo used her abilities, and in an instant, thunder and lightning flashed, striking Ming Zhang. She had long anticipated that they would unite against her. However, these insignificant abilities were wholly insufficient to affect her. Save your breath, Xingluo. Your abilities will have no effect on me. Jiang Xingluo looked up at the Zhu Ke in the sky, which was already on fire. Is that so? Ming Zhang gritted her teeth and fell into the river, extinguishing the flames on her body. Shizhou's long spear came toward her, and Ming Zhang transformed in a human form and dodged in an instant. Shizhou exuded killing intent, as if there was a deep-seated grudge between them. Shizhou, I once thought you were the one among all the beast god messengers who cared the least about emotions. I didn't expect that little Zhu Ke would affect you for a lifetime. Ming Zhang found their love-hate entanglement amusing. In this world, emotions and compassion are things that only backfire on oneself. They should not exist in this world at all. You are not worthy to speak of her, especially since Ming Zhang was still in Zhu Yan's body. Zhu Yan released a cloud of black powder, and Shizhou's vision was instantly obscured. He could see nothing. Jiang Xingluo's vines, which sprouted from her palm, tightly wrapped around Ming Zhang, who was about to leave. Ming Zhang broke free in an instant, looking at Jiang Xingluo with a smile. With your little ability, you really cannot deal with me. Jiang Xingluo transformed into beast form, and Lai Feng's wind-type ability surged forward, causing Ming Zhang, who was about to fly into the sky, to suddenly be affected and plummet to the ground. She had actually forgotten that there was still a Lai Feng here. His wind-type abilities were so powerful. Moreover, the accompanying purification power caused a constant burning sensation on her body, and it felt terrible. You all! Jiang Xingluo chased after Ming Zhang, but Ming Zhang still refused to give up. Her claws fell on Jiang Xingluo's eyes, and Jiang Xingluo retreated to dodge, watching as Ming Zhang quickly left into the sky. They wanted to pursue further, but realized that Shi Zhou hadn't followed. Xingluo, my eyes. Chapter 264. Ling Shuang returns to Yulan Marsh. Jiang Xingluo and Lai Feng turn to give up the chase. How are you? I seem to be unable to see with my eyes. Jiang Xingluo used her abilities to check Shi Zhou's body repeatedly, only to find that his eyes were corroded by dark powers. Jiang Xingluo used her wood-type abilities to push those powers back. Even so, those dark powers still affected Shi Zhou's eyes. Jiang Xingluo frowned. Looking at Shi Zhou, we will take you back, and I will definitely find a right medicine to help you. Shi Zhou nodded slightly, seemingly unconcerned about his inability to see. It was Jiang Xingluo who remained worried. The next day, the people were anxious, and even the Brown Bear Clan's chief came to the Jian tribe to inquire why the holy female of the Vermilion Bird Clan claimed to be Ming Zhang. Chief Zongqing, I know you're worried, but we will definitely protect all the beastmen. We just want to advance and retreat together with the priest. Zongqing had no intention of fleeing. In the face of difficulties, they should solve them together. Now, those with abilities were not just a few beast god messengers. Their Brown Bear Clan's earth-type abilities were also impressive, so they would not give up. Jiang Xingluo looked at Zongqing. At this point, even if she wanted to keep it a secret, it would be impossible. She had to reveal the truth of the matter. Zongqing was right. They should indeed advance and retreat together. After Zongqing heard the truth, he realized how things had turned out this way. Take these pills back and give them to all the injured females and cubs in the tribe. Jiang Xingluo took out a small box filled with small pills. There were about 100 of them, which she had prepared in advance. These pills had a restorative effect for beastmen who had endured dark powers. After Zongqing accepted the pills, he immediately returned to distribute them among the beastmen in the tribe. Jiang Xingluo had many such pills. After Qing Tian saw her mother return, she immediately treated the beastmen in the Jian tribe. Jiang Xingluo never expected things would turn out this way. She did not dare to leave the Jian tribe. If Ming Zhang launched a surprise attack, the beastmen in the tribe would not be able to cope. After taking the pills, the beastmen in the tribe recovered, so the Jian tribe returned to normal. The seeds distributed last time were planted in the cleared fields where the beastmen had harvested wheat, according to the planned locations. With the nourishment from the wood-type abilities and the regular maintenance of the land by the Brown Bear Clan, those seeds quickly sprouted. Jiang Xingluo's heart finally settled down. She entered the Beast God Hall again, looking at the open-eyed Yuan Xin, and for a moment, she felt a little lost. She wanted to protect the beastmen here. Every beastman in the Jian tribe was kind, but Ming Zhang wanted to destroy this world. Beast God, what should I do? She could clearly feel the gap between herself and Ming Zhang. Did she have to reseal Ming Zhang? Do it your way, Xingluo. That is the purpose of my wanting you back. I am willing to trust you. Jiang Xingluo looked at the Beast God statue glowing. She actually did not want to destroy Ming Zhang. This world coexists with light and darkness, and the evil thoughts within Ming Zhang's body were what truly needed to be expelled. Resealing her would be meaningless. Xingluo, act according to your heart, and I will grant you power. Jiang Xingluo felt a wave of dizziness, and a memory that did not belong to her suddenly appeared in her mind. It was a memory of Yuan Xin and Ming Zhang, and their memories actually existed in a mirror. That mirror suddenly appeared in the space, and perhaps it could help you. Jiang Xingluo did not understand why just this one object could help her, but she still kept the mirror safe. The tribe was peaceful and quiet, and life went on like this. Jiang Xingluo went out to gather herbs with everyone, planning to make another batch of pills. Several young females in the tribe were walking along the field paths, all of them pregnant and about to give birth. Feng Xian and Hua Yin were especially busy. Meanwhile, Ling Shuang had already appeared near Yulan Marsh in another form. This was clearly her home, but now she could not return. She looked out over the marsh water from a distance, searching for Qingqing's figure. She returned here not only to monitor them, she wanted to kill Qingqing. All her misfortunes stemmed from Qingqing. As long as she subdued this group of snake tribe in Yulan Marsh, perhaps she could start her life anew. Moreover, she had the transfer bead, As long as she put another one on Qinsheng, her abilities could transfer to herself. Ling Shuang faintly began to look forward to it. If she could obtain Qinsheng's power, that would be good. Now, Jiang Xingluo's abilities were not something she could contend with. That female was becoming increasingly difficult to deal with. Ling Shuang looked at the marsh. Now that the hibernation period had passed, they all looked vibrant. The young females of the snake tribe seemed to have increased. When Ling Shuang saw Qinsheng appear, she immediately ran a little further away. She could not be discovered yet. If she was found, it would all be over. Ling Shuang found a cave nearby, feeling a sharp pain on her face. She looked at the sky outside. Night was about to fall, and then she could tear off this thing on her face. This pain was indeed uncomfortable. Ling Shuang transformed into beast form and curled up to one side, slowly exhaling. She had to quickly use the transfer bead to transfer Qinsheng's abilities to herself. Unnatural pain began to appear on Ling Shuang's face. The moment she reached out to touch her facial skin, she heard a noise coming from the cave entrance, and she immediately hid herself. At this moment, she absolutely could not let anyone discover her presence. No, don't go. Mother can't find you. Who is No? Ling Shuang knew all the cubs in Yulan Marsh, from top to bottom, but she had hardly ever heard this name. This was the first time. No. Ling Shuang hid to one side, not daring to breathe. And after hearing the female outside stepping on the leaves and leaving, she gradually relaxed. But unexpectedly, a red snake suddenly appeared in front of her. Having somehow crawled into her hiding spot, the small snake instantly transformed into a very small baby. It was a little female. She could actually transform into beast form. Ling Shuang bit her lip, looking at the little female cub in front of her, and seeing the hexagram appearing on her forehead, she knew that she indeed had abilities. Sister. Hearing the little female cub call her sister, Ling Shuang instantly became happy. This was truly interesting. Originally, she wanted to exchange with Qinsheng, but unexpectedly, a female cub with abilities came to her door. Wasn't this effortless? Although she didn't know what use this ability had, getting close to Qinsheng was not an easy task. She did not dare to take risks. Recently, more and more young females in the Juyin tribe were about to bond. Jiang Xingluo watched as Qin Tian busily grew day by day, and she was happy now. Even Shui Lian was learning medicine quite well now and could treat the little cubs. Jiang Xingluo was very pleased with all of this. Jiang Xingluo watched as Xiaoyun had grown tired of playing with the ball, lying on the ground. Looking at Jiang Xingluo with boredom. Mother, can you take me out to play? Jiang Xingluo looked at Jiang Yun's helpless expression and reached out to stroke Xiaoyun's soft fur. She was growing bigger day by day, and now that her older siblings had their own matters to attend to, she felt a bit bored. Okay, Mother will take you 3 out. Jiang Xingluo sighed and looked at the 3 little ones, but she didn't expect that upon hearing they were going out to play, they immediately transformed into their human forms in front of her. The little cubs in the beast world grow much faster than those in the normal world. Now they looked almost 3 years old and could walk steadily. However, the 3 little cubs were not wearing any clothes, which made Jiang Xingluo feel a bit helpless. Chapter 265. Someone used the transport pearl. Jiang Xingluo quickly took out some bee skin from her space and made bee skin skirts for the little ones. They looked at the new clothes in their mother's hands and instantly became happy. Come here, you 3. Jiang Xingluo looked at the 3 little cubs and called them over. The 3 little cubs had different features. Xiaoya and Jiang Xingluo looked almost identical, while Jiang Qi and Jiang Feng had sharp features that resembled Lai Feng. Jiang Xingluo didn't expect that the 3 little cubs would be so cute after transforming into human forms. Mother will dress you up. Jiang Xingluo noticed the 3 little cubs' messy silver hair. After putting the bee skin skirts on them, she used a wooden comb to tidy their hair before heading outside. She chose a suitable spot outside the door and set up a table, bringing out the crystal pendants and crystal bracelets that Lai Feng had polished earlier. The 3 little cubs approached, looking at the items on the table, which appeared particularly beautiful under the sunlight. Mother, this is so pretty. Xiaoyan held an item in her hand and leaned in to explain to Jiang Xingluo. Jiang Xingluo looked at the pendant in Xiaoyan's hand and was surprised to find that it was shaped like a star. The star was cut so finely that it had no flaws at all. Do you like it, Xiaoyan? Jiang Yun nodded, and Jiang Xingluo directly hung the star pendant around Jiang Yun's neck. Then this pendant is a gift for you, okay? Jiang Yun touched the star pendant on her chest and turned to Jiang Qi. Brother, do you think this is pretty? Jiang Qi nodded and then said, Sister looks good in anything. Is Mother's name also Xingluo because of this star? Xiaoyan turned to Jiang Xingluo, unable to help but ask, and Jiang Xingluo nodded. Yes, it's this star. You're Yun. So next time, let your father beast make you a cloud pendant, okay? Hearing her mother's words, Jiang Yun instantly became happy. At that moment, The little females passing by noticed the crystal pendants Jiang Xingluo had set out on the table. They thought Jiang Xingluo would never take these out, but unexpectedly. Now, there was a chance to trade. Sister Xingluo, I want this one. How many bee skins? Jiang Xingluo had already prepared for the fact that she couldn't make a profit today, but she didn't expect the little females in the tribe to want two at once. Perhaps after getting the first one, several little females who already liked these items kept coming to take them away. Jiang Xingluo looked at the more than 10 bee skins she had exchanged for the items she brought out. Mother, the sisters really like the things Father Beast made, and Yin also likes them. Xiaoyan touched the pendant on her chest. This was her mother's name, and she had long envied the bracelet on her sister's hand. She didn't expect to have such nice things now. I'm glad you like it. Let's take the bee skins back first. Do you want to go with Mother to see Uncle Shizhou? Jiang Xingluo had been using her wood powers to treat Shizhou's eyes every day lately. However, the effects were minimal each time, and she didn't know if he could be cured. Mother, we want to go with you. Jiang Xingluo stroked Xiaoyan's head. Then after placing the bee skins properly, she took Xiaoyan, Jiang Qi, and Jiang Feng to Shizhou's place. Now that Shiyue and Feng Qian had formed a contract, there weren't many people around to take care of Shizhou. In recent days, it was mostly Jiang Xingluo and Lai Feng who came by occasionally, and sometimes Feng Qian and Shuofeng would also come. When Jiang Xingluo brought the cubs over, she saw Shizhou using a stick to support himself as he walked in the yard. Jiang Xingluo sighed, and Shizhou noticed her voice. Xingluo, you've come? Jiang Xingluo didn't expect Shizhou to be so perceptive, able to recognize her voice. I'm here to treat you. I brought some pills today. You must remember to take them. Jiang Xingluo's wood powers glowed. Her wood powers had reached their peak, and she hoped to cure Shizhou's eyes. Shizhou felt the gentle power, and the burning sensation in his eyes that he had been feeling for days gradually faded at that moment. Xingluo, my eyes seem to be recovering a bit. Your medicine is very effective. Jiang Xingluo breathed a sigh of relief. Actually, these pills were meant to deal with the dark energy. Take 3 a day after meals, and I will have Lai Feng come to bring you food every day. Shizhou nodded, hoping his eyes would recover soon, as being able to reseal Mingjin was the most important thing for him. Jiang Xingluo left today's meal for Shizhou. The 3 little cubs, standing beside him, looked at Shizhou. Uncle Shizhou, can you not open your eyes? Xiaoyan had always liked Shizhou. He was so cool when he transformed into a green dragon, soaring in the sky. But now he seemed a bit miserable. Xiaoyan, you and your brother are here too? Shizhou's voice was gentle as he reached out, and Xiaoyan immediately placed her little hand in his large palm. Uncle Shizhou, we're all here. You need to take care of yourself when you're sick, okay? Shizhou nodded, smiling as he explained. Uncle will take good care of himself. You and your brothers must pay attention to safety, okay? There's still bad people coming these days. Hearing Shizhou's words, Xiaoyan raised her little fist and said fiercely, no matter who it is, they can't beat Xiaoyan. Jiang Xingluo found Xiaoyan's demeanor a bit amusing, while Jiang Qi and Jiang Feng remained calm. Each child has their own personality, which is quite good. After returning home, Jiang Xingluo saw Hong Ying anxiously pacing in the yard. Hong Ying, what's wrong? Hong Ying looked surprised and then sat down to explain. Sister Xingluo, I saw a red light from a transport pearl appear in the distance. Are there still bad people using our Khoi tribe's transport pearls? Hong Ying could see clearly that it was indeed the red light from the transport pearl, and it was coming from a very far place. Are you serious, Hong Ying? Did you really see that? I'm not mistaken, Sister Xingluo. It came from that direction. Hong Ying didn't want her clan's belongings to exist in this world anymore. They were the culprits who harmed them and couldn't be allowed to be used by bad people any longer. Hong Ying, tell me where it is. Jiang Xingluo urgently needed to know the location to smoothly retrieve all those transport pearls. It's over there. I haven't been to that direction, so I don't know where it is. Hong Ying is a small koi fish that has lived in the river for a long time. She doesn't know much about the affairs of other clans. But now there's really no way out. She can only point out a general direction. Over there, that is the Serpent Clan's Yulan Marsh, the place of Qingsheng. Jiang Xingluo definitely can't go there now. This matter can only be conveyed by the White Eagle Beastman at the messenger station. Is it Mingzhang? No. Mingzhang must know that the little cub with the sealing ability has appeared. She will go anywhere, but she absolutely cannot go there. And Mingzhang doesn't need the transport pearl at all. She has already used Zhu Yan's body. She is probably hiding somewhere to recuperate. Ling Shuang, it's Ling Shuang. She actually went back to Yulan Marsh. Jiang Xingluo didn't expect Ling Shuang to use the transport pearl again to exchange fate. Sister Xingluo, you must hurry to stop her. What she is doing will harm other beastmen. Hong Ying's eyes reddened. She doesn't want any beastmen to be harmed by the Khoi clan's transport pearls anymore. Jiang Xingluo looked at her 3 cubs, gave some instructions, then transformed into beast form and headed to Fury Wind City. She must tell Qingqing about this matter as soon as possible. Chapter 266. Ling Shuang obtained sealing ability. There were still a few Eagle Beast men at the messenger station. Jiang Xingluo breathed a sigh of relief and informed them to relay the message. The time taken for the Eagle Beast men to go back and forth was not long. So Jiang Xingluo didn't dare to leave the messenger station, planning to wait until they conveyed the information and it returned to the Jiuyan tribe. Rest assured, Lord Xingluo, I will hurry back. Jiang Xingluo looked at the eagle that had already flown away and gradually became anxious. Ling Shuang is the female protagonist of the original story. She has not disappeared until now and actually wants to exchange the fate of other beast men. Little female, could it be Qingqing's fate? No, that's impossible. Jiang Xingluo paced back and forth in the messenger station, but she absolutely wouldn't exchange fate with an ordinary little female. Then, could it be? Jiang Xingluo suddenly had a bold guess. No way. If she took away the fate of that little cub with the sealing ability, Jiang Xingluo's heart tightened. It's neither a good thing nor a bad thing. A cowardly beast man like Ling Shuang would never take the initiative to seal. However, disappearing from this world to seal Mingzhong would indeed be a better choice than anyone else. Jiang Xingluo exhaled, hoping that Qingqing could know everything sooner rather than later. At this moment, the Eagle Beast man who had left Fury Wind City met Qingqing before the sun had set. What did you say? Someone used a transport pearl in my Yulan Marsh? Qingqing looked at the Eagle Beast man in front of her. Yes, Chief Qingqing. This is what Lord Xingluo asked me to tell you. It happened in your clan. Qingqing could almost immediately confirm who this person was, Ling Shuang. She had originally thought she would never return, but unexpectedly, she dared to come back to Yulan Marsh. Seeking death, she thought, and even using the Koi clan's transport pearl. Qingqing's gaze was sharp. Thank you for informing me. I will handle this matter. After scanning the surroundings, Qingqing transformed into beast form and swiftly flew over the marsh. Nearby were familiar serpent groups who sensed something was off when they saw Qingqing move. Chief Qingqing, what happened? Ling Shuang is back. You all go find her immediately. Whoever finds her first, I will reward you with 10 blue beast crystals. The serpent clan immediately mobilized, but before they thoroughly searched the area, a male appeared in front of Qingqing in a panic. Gek, no noise missing. Qingqing's heart was already in turmoil at the news of Ling Shuang's return. And now to hear that Nuo, who possesses sealing abilities, was missing was even more concerning. Nuo could already switch between human and beast forms, but her mind was still that of a child. Qingqing's face turned pale with anger. You go find her too. Let the other beast men in the tribe help you search. There will be a reward for finding Nuo as well. Qingqing hoped that nothing had happened yet. Nuo's abilities were not ordinary. She was born to protect this world. Qingqing continued searching for Ling Shuang nearby. She was most sensitive to Ling Shuang's scent and followed it to the outskirts of Yulan Marsh, where she found a cave. Upon entering the cave, Qingqing saw Nuo lying on the ground with a pale face, and the sealing mark on her forehead was gone. Someone had stolen her abilities. Qingqing's eyes turned red. She could almost conclude that this was Ling Shuang's doing. Ling Shuang actually did this, Qingqing thought, looking around but seeing no trace of her. Was she really so desperate for power? Qingqing picked up the unconscious Nuo and noticed that she had a transport pearl on her wrist. The Eagle Beast man who had been there earlier said that both individuals needed to wear the transport pearl for it to work. Ling Shuang had actually used this scheme on her. If she had not accidentally encountered Nuo, she probably would have planned to use the transport pearl on herself. Qingqing's last shred of goodwill towards Ling Shuang vanished at that moment. Ling Shuang left the cave, holding Nuo. The urgent task now was to find a shaman to treat Nuo. Jiang Xingluo was still anxiously waiting in front of the messenger station. When Song Jin returned, he immediately told Jiang Xingluo everything he had seen after arriving at Yulan Marsh. Qingqing is fine, which means the sealing ability is now in Ling Shuang's hands. She really does hit the mark by accident. Did Mingzhong not tell Ling Shuang the function of that sealing ability? At this moment, Ling Shuang believed that this ability could be used for her, allowing her to successfully control Yulan Marsh. However, the ability entering her body felt like it was tearing her apart. It was truly uncomfortable. Why is this happening? Ling Shuang struggled on the ground in beast form for a long time. The ability flowed through her body, and she felt that this ability was a very pure power, seemingly devouring the strength within her. No, it can't be like this. Ling Shuang struggled desperately, her serpent form gradually turning from black to a white giant python. She fainted to the side. Du Yu, accompanied by Xian Ming, traveled a long distance from the South Sea, returning to the Jiang tribe in the waters. The moment Xianming saw Jiang Xingluo, he bowed and saluted her. "Great priest, it is my fault for not coming to offer blessings." Xianming's voice was deep, and when he looked at Jiang Xingluo, there was a hint of scrutiny in his gaze. He could not fully determine whether this high priest of the White Tiger clan was trustworthy. However, according to Du Yu, this high priest was a very virtuous holy female, completely different from Zhu Yan. "Well, it's good that you could come." Xianming noticed that Jiang Xingluo seemed somewhat distracted. "Great priest, aren't you supposed to lead our clan in offering blessings?" Jiang Xingluo sighed. "All right, I will take you to the Beast God Temple for blessings now." "Forget it. We are a bit tired. Let's offer blessings tomorrow instead." Xianming's words left Jiang Xingluo feeling somewhat helpless, but she was now eager to find Ling Shuang. Now that Ling Shuang had mastered the power of sealing if, "Great priest, do you have something to do? Can't you just say it directly?" Xianming almost immediately saw that Jiang Xingluo seemed to be hiding something. Jiang Xingluo looked at Xianming, sighed, and spoke honestly. "What do you mean the sealing power has appeared on that female serpent?" Upon hearing this, Du Yu's heart sank, but Xianming remained unfazed, his handsome face only displaying calmness. Since the master wanted to go to the Yulan swamp, they should go immediately. This matter could not be delayed. "However, I will accompany the master. As the beast god's messenger, I must ensure the safety of the high priest, especially now that Ming Zhang has appeared. Sealing her powers is extremely important." "All right, Qing Yuan, you stay here. Your wood-based abilities are the same as your mother's. Try to help Shizhou with his eyes, okay?" Qing Yuan nodded, saying, "Don't worry, mother. I will take good care of Uncle Shizhou, and I remember the wood-based ability barrier you taught me." Jiang Xingluo nodded. She was worried that if she left, Ming Zhang might launch an attack on the Jiang tribe again. "Du Yu, Lai Feng, and Xianming, come with me to the Yulan swamp. You and Shizhou stay." Upon hearing Jiang Xingluo's arrangement, Du Yu felt somewhat reluctant, but he understood that he should prioritize the greater good. "Okay, Xingluo, you can leave this to me. I want to let Ming Zhang succeed." Jiang Xingluo nodded, her breathing becoming heavier. For some reason, she always felt that this time would likely lead to a fierce battle. Things must come to a conclusion. She looked up at Qing Yuan and the other cubs. Their favorability always seemed to be lacking just a bit. Jiang Xingluo still didn't understand where that favorability gap lay. Never mind, there was no point in thinking about it now. Perhaps after this battle, everything would become clear. Chapter 267. Finding Ling Shuang. When Xianming transformed into beast form, he became a dark-colored snake. The Xianwu clan resembles a combination of a turtle and a snake. So now, on land, his snake form moves extremely quickly, and in an instant, he was already ahead of Jiang Xingluo. Jiang Xingluo and Lai Feng quickened their pace. The three of them started running from dusk until before dawn the next day, arriving at the Yulan swamp. Jiang Xingluo had never been to the Yulan swamp before. The marshes around were numerous and eerie, with snake beastmen resting everywhere on the trees. When Jiang Xingluo appeared, the snake tribe guarding the Yulan swamp spotted her. "Please inform your leader that Baihu tribe Xingluo has come to seek her." Upon hearing Jiang Xingluo's name, the male of the snake tribe instantly agreed and ran toward the direction of Qing Cheng's cave. As Jiang Xingluo looked around, she knew she couldn't leave Ling Shuang unattended outside. Otherwise, things would only end in failure. Qing Cheng was still inside the cave, watching the shaman diagnose. No. The shaman had gone through several tests and said that Nua's medicinal stones were devoid of spirit. "Quack, get lost." Qing Cheng's face looked grim, and the shaman sighed, unsure of what to say. Nua's fate was simply like this. Now that she had lost her most important ability, it was no wonder things turned out this way. Who would have thought the leader would make things difficult for a shaman? "Leader, the high priest Xingluo has arrived." "Xingluo? You mean Xingluo is here?" Qing Cheng's previously gloomy expression instantly brightened. Xingluo could surely save Nua. "Hurry, take me to her." Qing Cheng followed the guard and soon saw Xingluo and the other two waiting for her. At this moment, Qing Cheng couldn't care about anything else. She grabbed Xingluo's hand and led her into the tribe. Nua shouldn't die. Her coming to this world wasn't solely for sealing Ming Zhang. Now that she had lost her ability, she should still live. It's just that her powers were gone, not her life, right? Jiang Xingluo was led into the cave by Qing Cheng, and Lai Feng and Xianming quickly followed. The snake tribe's saintess, Xianming squinted at her. He had heard of her before, but didn't expect her to be so fiery. Once inside the cave, they learned that Qing Cheng was in such a hurry to save a cub of the snake tribe. Xingluo, Nua has lost her sealing ability. Can you save her? Qing Cheng didn't want to watch any of her kin die. This must be the responsibility of a leader. Let me take a look. Jiang Xingluo used her abilities to probe. Xianming saw that Jiang Xingluo's abilities were the same wood-based abilities as the first high priest of the Baihu tribe, and they were of the purple crystal wood type, a power passed down through the Baihu clan. It's just a minor issue. She is trapped by a nightmare. Qing Cheng, you don't need to worry. Qing Cheng looked at Jiang Xingluo. Her heart that had lost hope instantly leaped with joy. She knew Xingluo could do it. All right, Xingluo, I believe in you. Jiang Xingluo used her wood-based abilities, then put a pill into the cub's mouth. Not long after, the cub slowly opened its eyes. Qing Cheng was so happy that tears welled up in her eyes. Do you remember what happened before you fell asleep? It was our sister from the snake tribe. She gave me a beautiful red bead, and after I put it on, I fell asleep. That sister had wounds on her face, many wounds. I've never seen her before. It's okay. You don't need to remember her. I'll have someone take you back. Nua nodded and was taken away. Xingluo, let us go. We must find Ling Shuang immediately. I want to allow her to misuse such power. Xianming looked at Qing Cheng and said, no need. The sealing power is pure and clean, and it will guide the one who possesses the power to willingly offer themselves as a sacrifice. Xianming's words left everyone present stunned. Even Jiang Xingluo hadn't expected things to turn out this way. Since the sealing power on the cub hadn't returned, that ability had likely already recognized the female named Ling Shuang as its master. No matter what we do, this matter is irreversible. So, you mean she will lead us to find Ming Zhang? Xianming was almost certain that this was the direction things would take. But even Qing Cheng was unaware of this. We will follow her. Xianming took a breath. He originally thought perhaps this matter could still be delayed. But now that Ming Zhang had broken free from the seal to wreak havoc in the beast world, it must be resolved. Jiang Xingluo suddenly understood why Shi Zhou insisted on finding the 4 beast god messengers. Some truths were hidden within the families of each messenger. Now that Xianming had appeared, it revealed everything about the sealing abilities. The other 3 tribes probably knew nothing of this. Just as Qing Cheng had just brought Jiang Xingluo to the cave entrance, a bright light shot out from a distance. Let's go take a look. Jiang Xingluo, Lai Feng, and Xianming immediately transformed into their beast forms and followed. Qing Cheng moved quickly, the thought of her niece, whom she hadn't seen for a long time, committing so many evil deeds, ignited an uncontrollable fury within her. Now that the bow had been drawn, there was no turning back. Even if she wanted to retreat, there was no chance left. When Jiang Xingluo reached the source of the light, she saw Ling Shuang trapped in the center of a magic array, her appearance completely different from before. Her once jet black hair had turned golden, and the 6-pointed star magic array shape between her brows was identical to the mark on Nua's forehead. Ling Shuang. Qing Cheng almost immediately rushed forward to try to wake her, but Jiang Xingluo pulled her back. This is just a complete transformation. Even if you try to stop it, it won't work. Qing Cheng watched this scene, gritting her teeth, her heart filled with mixed emotions. Jiang Xingluo couldn't help but sigh as she observed. When Ling Shuang opened her eyes again, her gaze was hollow, her golden hair dazzling. But the moment she looked at Jiang Xingluo, she immediately turned and knelt before her. High Priest, I have come into being to assist you in sealing Ming Zhang. Jiang Xingluo hummed in agreement. Then take us to find her. Ling Shuang responded with a sound completely unlike before. Xianming was not surprised at all. The transfer belonged to the Koi clan, and as a member of the Sea clan, he naturally had heard of the Koi clan's items. However, this sealing power was originally the last ability left in this world by Yuan Xin. It would not be used unless absolutely necessary. After all, such power was born from sacrifice, and Yuan Xin did not wish to harm any female. Jiang Xingluo and the others followed Ling Shuang and directly appeared at Qiyu Mountain. However, the beastmen of Qiyu Mountain had completely changed their appearance. They had all transformed into a different form. Chapter 268. Entering the illusion sent by Ming Zhang High Priest. Please save us, save us. Jiang Xingluo looked at all the beastmen of Qiyu Mountain, finding it hard to imagine that this had once been the home of the Zhuke clan. The mountain was filled with suffering. Almost all the beastmen could not revert to their beast forms. At this moment, the 3 males standing beside Ming Zhang had already changed their faces. The dark energy in their eyes made it clear that they had absorbed Ming Zhang's power. You 3, stop them for me. Ming Zhang looked at the 3 males beside her, her eyes showing no pity. These men were all Zhu Yan's beast husbands, whom Zhu Yan did not even like, let alone Ming Zhang. Cubs, At this moment, the male holding the peacock cub was hesitating, unwilling to step forward. Give me the cub, you go deal with them. Ming Zhang's words carried an order, and the few males who had initially not wanted to obey immediately surged forward. They possessed wind and wood elemental abilities. Zhu Yan's beast husbands were certainly not weak. All were males of the purple crystal beastmen, now turned into puppets. Xianming watched them as his clone, Tingcheng, emerged, surrounding them, with a huge python wrapping around them. Ling Xuan was the same. Xingluo, you all hurry and think of a way to reseal Ming Zhang. The three males in front of them were not easy to deal with. Jiang Xingluo nodded, and Xianming and Lai Feng followed. Ming Zhang looked at them, her expression devoid of waves. Xianming, you're here too. Xianming looked at Ming Zhang in front of him. Lady Ming Zhang, why must you do this? This is the world created by Lord Yuanxin and you. Why do you want to destroy it now? Jiang Xingluo frowned at Ming Zhang. So this is Ming Zhang's unbreakable obsession? Since it was created by us, isn't it fitting to destroy it in my hands? Ming Zhang's voice was calm, devoid of emotion. Though she still used Zhu Yan's body, she now resembled an inviolable deity. Jiang Xingluo frowned. Everything was clearly developing in a good direction now. The beast god also hoped this world could continue to exist. Since Ming Zhang was so concerned about her sister, Shut up. You have no right to speak here. Ming Zhang's voice carried disgust. She hated Jiang Xingluo the most, who was just like Yuanxin, foolish to the core. Did she think that after doing so much, she could save everything? Lady Ming Zhang, why are you so afraid of the high priest saying these words? The high priest is right. The beastmen of this world now are not the ones who harmed Lord Yuanxin in the past. Ming Zhang listened to Xuanming's words, her eyes reddening. Is that so? But my sister and I are one in the unknown of life and death, and one has lost her body. For those ridiculous beastmen. Do you know why I broke free from a seal? Jiang Xingluo looked at Ming Zhang in confusion. She was gathering power, wanting to use her lightning ability to control Ming Zhang. Ming Zhang was currently in a daze, and it was the perfect time to strike. Lai Feng also sensed Jiang Xingluo's power. Ming Zhang was struck by lightning from behind. She furrowed her brow in pain, her entire body falling from the sky. We must find a way to seal her quickly. Xianming nodded, watching Ming Zhang land, but did not expect her to be unscathed as she immediately stood up again. Xingluo, did you really think your little abilities could deal with me? You're thinking too simply. I am the original beast god who opened the chaos alongside Yuanxin. Just based on you? A burst of wild laughter erupted, and Jiang Xingluo saw the surroundings instantly turn dark. The light of this world surprisingly vanished in an instant. The entire world was engulfed in darkness. At this moment, the Jiuyan tribe, Rage Wind City, Ming Chun tribe, and the beastmen of Ming Yuan Mountain looked at the entire land engulfed in darkness. Completely unaware of what was happening, Qing Yuan looked outside and knew that a battle had occurred between her mother and father beast and Ming Zhang. Her mother had said before leaving to take good care of all the beastmen in the tribe. She would definitely take on this responsibility. Everyone, don't be afraid. The darkness will pass soon. Return to your houses. If anything happens, come find me, and brother do you. Brother Qi Yin is also here. The people of the White Tiger clan were all present, but now the world had lost its brightness. No one could even see each other clearly. They could only discern each other's identities through their voices in the dark. All right, Qing Yuan, we understand. Everyone hurry back. In that moment, everyone felt along the walls to leave, while Qing Yuan held her younger siblings, unsure of what would happen next. If their parents could not return this time, would they remain hidden in darkness forever? Or, since you all want to know why I want to destroy this world, I will let you see with your own eyes whether the beastmen of this world can treat you as they did before after experiencing those disasters. When people are good, they naturally do not care about anything, but once they endure the torment of illness and realize that the other can save them, everything will change. Since Jiang Xingluo was unwilling to concede, she would let them enter the illusion. When Jiang Xingluo woke up again, she found herself back in the Jiuyan tribe. She looked around in relief. Lai Feng and Xianming had actually appeared here together. Had they returned? What about Ming Zhang? Don't look anymore, Xingluo. It was Ming Zhang who personally sent us back. Xianming calmed down and looked at Jiang Xingluo and Lai Feng. Suddenly, heavy rain began to pour down on Jiang Xingluo, just like the rainy season she had experienced shortly after arriving in this world. It was the rainy season. It was also what Yuanxin had gone through to save the beastmen. In that moment, Jiang Xingluo seemed to understand why Ming Zhang had sent them directly back. So that's it. She wanted to witness for herself the experiences that Yuanxin had gone through once again. The rain fell heavier and heavier, but it was just normal rain. Mother, Jiang Xingluo frowned, looking around, only to find that the person in front of her was Qing Yuan. who had somehow transformed into her appearance from a year ago, with dry, yellow hair that looked malnourished, just like when they had just left the Battle Shadow tribe. Qing Yuan, what happened to you? Jiang Xingluo looked at Qing Yuan, who shook her head but fainted in an instant. Qing Yuan, Qing Yuan. Lai Feng watched his female cub suddenly faint and immediately reached out to catch her. Xianming observed this scene and knew that this illusion was likely even more painful than what Yuan Xin had experienced before. She wanted to test the human heart. Xianming sighed, hoping they could pass this trial smoothly. Lai Feng, take Qing Yuan back first. Lai Feng nodded, and Xianming followed behind them as they left. Jiang Xingluo looked at the Jiuyin tribe, which was as impoverished as before, unable to eat anything, and even their abilities had fallen. The orcs here were expelled and despised by the strong orc tribe, which is why they could only choose this place to settle. Ahem, Xingluo, you are back. Jiang Xingluo looked at the person speaking beside her. Wasn't that Shui Li's mother? Aunt, where's Shui Li? Jiang Xingluo looked at the pale female in front of her, feeling a bit confused as she asked. Shui Li, Malasia Shui Li, Xinglu, don't you have what abilities? Please save my Shui Li. She has been lying in bed since she came back from gathering fruits. Upon hearing Shui Li's mother's words, Jiang Xingluo immediately entered Shui Li's house and saw Shui Li lying weakly on a wooden bed, with many unusual black spots appearing on her body, looking extremely terrifying. How could this happen? It's an epidemic. Xingluo, this is an illusion. Jiang Xingluo heard Xianming speaking beside her. An illusion? Then we need to find a way to break this illusion. Xingluo, this is not merely an illusion. This is a test for you. Yuan Xin has recognized you. But I have not yet. You must pass my test to break free from my control and have the chance to fight me. Jiang Xingluo gritted her teeth as she looked at Shui Li, understanding what she needed to do now. She used her wood abilities to give Shui Li strength. But the breath coming from Shui Li's mouth was foul. What she didn't know was how many such orcs were in the Jiuyin tribe now. Chapter 269, Sister. I just want you to revive. Jiang Xingluo's wood abilities had been in use for a long time, and finally, it had an effect on Shui Li. The black spots on Shui Li's body slowly faded away, and she looked much better. Sister Xingluo, you have been away for so long. I thought you wouldn't come back. Shui Li reached out to grab Jiang Xingluo, her eyes filled with black mist, which Jiang Xingluo could not possibly misjudge. Why is it that even after using my wood abilities, it still turned out like this? I need to find some medicinal herbs. Jiang Xingluo reached out to diagnose Shui Li's body, and only then did she realize that Shui Li's condition was very serious. No, it can't be. How could this happen? Xianming looked at Jiang Xingluo, knowing something was unusual. He examined Shui Li from top to bottom, and indeed felt that the epidemic on her was very severe. Xingluo, this illness. Jiang Xingluo could naturally see that this epidemic was not something that could be easily resolved. After all, this was an illusion designed by Ming Zhong, and it certainly wouldn't be easily broken. I know, but I still want to try to see if it can be resolved. Jiang Xingluo initially thought that such a condition would be enough to cause distress, but she didn't expect that even more troublesome things would follow. Qing Yuan also began to develop those black things. Father Beast, I feel so uncomfortable. Father Beast, please save me. Qing Yuan pulled at Lai Feng's sleeve, cold sweat breaking out on her face. Upon hearing her daughter's voice, Jiang Xingluo immediately stood up and looked at Qing Yuan. Qing Yuan's whole body began to emit the same things as Shui Li. I feel so uncomfortable. Hearing Qing Yuan's voice, Jiang Xingluo's heart ached. Not knowing what to do, she used her abilities to enter Qing Yuan's body, quickly clearing out the things inside her. And little Qing Yuan peacefully fell asleep. This epidemic was caused by the gathering of dead orcs. I need to find medicinal herbs now. Lai Feng wanted to go with Jiang Xingluo, but looking at Qing Yuan in his arms, he immediately dismissed that thought. Xianming, can you accompany Xingluo to gather herbs? Xianming nodded. You go back and take good care of your cub. I will accompany Xingluo. Lai Feng gratefully glanced at Xianming, quickly carrying Qing Yuan away, while Jiang Xingluo headed directly towards the mountains near the Jiuyin tribe. She knew that this illness was similar to what Zhong Tian had back then, but Zhong Tian's situation was more severe. As long as she could find the heartbreak grass, there might still be hope. Xianming watched as Jiang Xingluo transformed into her beast form and ran ahead, and he immediately followed. He was also curious about what kind of medicinal herbs Jiang Xingluo could find to treat this illness, or if she would end up with the same fate as Yuan Xin. Following Jiang Xingluo, he saw her searching around the mountain and gathering quite a few herbs. He didn't understand much about these herbs. Finally, Jiang Xingluo found 2 heartbreak grass plants among a bunch of ordinary grass. She directly pulled one up by the root and placed it in her fur bag. For the other one, however, Jiang Xingluo broke it off from its root and planted that finger-like thick root in the ground. Xianming, I'm afraid I'll need your help with this. Jiang Xingluo didn't have water abilities, so she would need Xianming, who had water abilities, to assist in nurturing it. All right, just tell me what to do, and I will do it. Jiang Xingluo nodded, looking at the male in front of her, first using her wood abilities to sprout small buds from the root. Xianming, use your water abilities to sustain their life. This is the fastest way to nurture them, but since it's grown from the original heartbreak grass, the effects shouldn't be too different. Xianming's water abilities were much more powerful than Du Yu and Shizhou's. Under the boost of the water and wood abilities, the roots in front of Jiang Xingluo quickly sprouted into heartbreak grass. Jiang Xingluo didn't stop, continuing to break the roots beneath the original heartbreak grass, and after a long time, she finally grew more than 20 heartbreak grass. Jiang Xingluo sighed. The effect was quite good. What is the use of these? Xianming looked at the sprouted grass, which looked just like ordinary grass. Not knowing what these things were for, but Jiang Xingluo seemed to take them very seriously. These things can save lives. However, Jiang Xingluo was unsure if there were other tribes outside of the Jiuyan tribe that had also been infected by this epidemic. Since this was Ming Zhang's test, then let her test it. Jiang Xingluo would absolutely not admit defeat easily. Wen Yuan Xin was the beast god. It was because there wasn't enough medical knowledge in this beast world to save so many lives. And if she could successfully use these medicinal herbs to save all the orcs' lives, then no one would do such excessive things again. I believe in you. I will help you. Jiang Xingluo nodded. After putting away the heartbreak grass, she continued up the mountain. She needed more medicinal herbs, as these were not enough. After searching many places again, she only barely found 100. Regardless, they had to go down the mountain immediately to prepare. In addition to the heartbreak grass, Jiang Xingluo also prepared other medicinal herbs. All of them were medicines that could prevent this epidemic. After returning, she had to quickly boil all these herbs and let all the orcs in the tribe drink them. Jiang Xingluo and Xianming quickly returned to the Jiuyan tribe from the mountain. Jiang Xingluo saw the tribe leader Jiutai, who looked pale and appeared as if he might not survive. It's Xingluo. Xingluo is back. Xingluo is the goddess, and she has what abilities. She will definitely be able to save us. Xingluo, please save my father. Jiang Xingluo looked at Lu Yong, who directly knelt down, and Jiang Xingluo sighed, immediately helping him up. I will save him. Lu Yong, you first prepare all these herbs and boil them, and distribute them to the orcs in the tribe who have not been infected by the epidemic. These herbs are enough for everyone to drink for 3 days. Jiang Xingluo has also replanted the herbs, and after getting through these 3 days, she will go back to the mountain to gather herbs again. All right, I'll take care of it right away. Jiang Xingluo nodded, then took out a piece of ghost grass. Upon seeing the ghost grass, Huayan, who had been taking care of Jiutai for a long time, turned pale. This is ghost grass, Xingluo. You are a goddess. How would you plan to harm the clan leader? Jiang Xingluo looked up at Huayan, who snatched the ghost grass away, not wanting Jiang Xingluo to use it. I didn't. Huayan, this is not ghost grass. It just looks a bit like it. This is the herb given to me by the beast god. At that moment, Ming Zhang, who was watching the scene, could not believe Jiang Xingluo would say such a thing, claiming it was not ghost grass. She is lying. Jiang Xingluo is actually lying. But Jiang Xingluo looked at Huayan, feeling that some things didn't need to be explained so clearly. Saving lives must be quick. Do you trust me? Huayan gazed into Jiang Xingluo's eyes and obediently nodded. At that moment, Ming Zhang seemed to realize something was different. No, it can't be. Jiang Xingluo, why do you get to change everything, but my sister can't? Ming Zhang reached out to intervene, but was pushed back by a force that was Ling Shuang's power. How did Ling Shuang become like this? This useless person actually transferred the sealing ability to herself? Ling Shuang, look clearly at who I am. Ling Shuang showed no reaction, only wielding a bolt of lightning power directly at Ming Zhang. Ming Zhang felt the backlash from the supernatural attack and realized that the birth of the sealing girl was indeed meant to deal with her. Sister, why do you have to treat me this way? I just want you to live again. I just want us to exist in this world forever. What have I done wrong? At this moment, Yuan Qin gave no reply. In the illusion, Jiang Xingluo reached out and took back the ghost grass from Huayan, then broke the entire piece in half, feeding it to Jiutai bit by bit, followed by some water. What came next was the most important part. Chapter 270. Conclusion. Jiang Xingluo used her wood-type supernatural ability to force all the toxins out of Jiutai's body. The ghost grass had a tremendous effect inside Jiutai's body. In no time, Jiutai spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, his body nearly unable to hold on. Jiang Xingluo continued to channel her wood-type ability, and she had Jiutai consume another herb that nurtured the body. Even Huaiyan was shocked. Looking at the pool of black blood that had been vomited out, she realized that Jiang Xingluo had indeed fed Jiutai ghost grass, and she had just lied. However, this ghost grass truly had an extraordinary effect on Jiutai's body, and Huaiyan stared blankly at the scene. Before long, the black marks on Jiutai's body miraculously disappeared. Water, I need water. Huaiyan immediately handed Jiutai the water beside her. Jiutai's complexion was no longer as dark as before, and he quickly regained some vitality. Jiang Xingluo breathed a sigh of relief. Huaiyan, you should know what to do next. Can you tell me who else in the tribe is in such serious condition? Huaiyan informed Jiang Xingluo of all the locations and names of the orcs living there. Xianming followed Jiang Xingluo, watching her personally save each one of those orcs, never expecting things to go so smoothly. Xingluo, how is your method so effective so quickly? Xianming was puzzled. I'm using herbs. How many orcs in this beast world have wood-type abilities? The beast god's gifts aren't as reliable as the herbs nurtured by oneself, and they're inexhaustible, right? In an instant, Xianming understood why Jiang Xingluo could proceed so smoothly. These medicines were unknown even to Yuan Xin, but Jiang Xingluo used them to save all the patients infected with the plague in the Juyan tribe. All right, besides this, I need you to use your water-type ability to resolve the sources of the plague. Xuanming's water-type ability was powerful, so handling these should not be a problem. Okay, leave this to me. Jiang Xingluo nodded and turned to return to her place. Upon arriving home, she noticed that even her few cubs had started showing signs of illness. Xingluo, you're back. Qingyan and the others are acting strangely. What is going on? Jiang Xingluo looked at the symptoms appearing on her cubs and used the same method to treat them. However, although the illness on her cubs lessened a bit, it was nowhere near as effective as it had been on the other orcs. Mingzhong watched this scene and couldn't help but laugh. You saved all the orcs, but you can't save your own cubs, Xingluo. How does that feel? Mingzhong found it hard enough to deal with one Ling Shuang. But watching Jiang Xingluo suffer in the illusion, she felt she had no pain to speak of. Seeing Jiang Xingluo in distress and helplessness reminded her of her sister at the time. Why don't you cut off your own flesh to save your children? It might work. Jiang Xingluo heard Mingzhong's voice coming from outside the illusion, and she lowered her eyes, holding her cubs. Except for Qing Yuan, who had already woken up. The other cubs were still asleep. Jiang Xingluo had always felt most guilty towards them. Lifeng, take good care of them from now on. Lifeng looked at Jiang Xingluo. No. Xingluo, what are you doing? Are you going to listen to Mingzhong? You are not Yuan Xin. You don't have a serpent's gall. You can't save them. Jiang Xingluo took out a knife and thrust it toward her heart. Lifeng reached out to stop her. No, Xingluo, I won't allow you to waste your life like this. Liefeng's strength was great, but Jiang Xingluo used her lightning ability to hit him from behind, yet his grip did not loosen at all. No, when I say no, I mean no. Lifeng refused to let go, while Jiang Xingluo gripped the knife, blood dripping down. The faces of her cubs instantly returned to their usual appearance. Mother, Qingyan doesn't want you to die. Qingyan slowly woke up, and Qingzhua, Qingyao, and Qingluan also woke up together. In an instant, Jiang Xingluo saw the affection points above her cubs' heads had reached maximum value. Mother, no matter what happens, we will face it together with you. After seeing the affection points filled, Jiang Xingluo immediately heard a voice in her mind. Congratulations, you have passed the trial and can continue to live in the beast world. Jiang Xingluo bit her lip, looking at her cubs, tears of joy welling up. She never expected her wish to be fulfilled at such a moment. The original illusion shattered in an instant, and Jiang Xingluo, Lifeng, and Xianming broke free from the illusion, seeing Mingzhong entangled with Ling Shuang outside. You, Jiang Xingluo, you actually came out. Yes, your illusion is nothing to me. Why? Why do only my sister and I suffer while you all enjoy everything? You should die. You all should die. Mingzhong absorbed all the dark powers of the beast world, but found she could not absorb them at all. Jiang Xingluo took out the staff from the spatial dimension, and the light power contained within it instantly cleared away the layer of darkness in front of her. At that moment, Mingzhong saw that the sky had brightened. Ling Shuang reached through Mingzhong's body, and a mass of black energy was expelled from Mingzhong. Ling Shuang followed it, and in the sky, Ling Shuang and that black energy instantly turned to ashes. Blood continued to pour from Zhu Yan's chest as she fell straight down from the sky, instantly transforming into a red light that disappeared between heaven and earth. Jiang Xingluo watched this scene and understood that everything had come to an end, and she could stay in this world forever, reunited with her family. Xingluo, it seems that things are over. Xianming looked at the dissipated Mingzheng, feeling a sense of loss in his heart. Xingluo, thank you for helping me find my sister again. Jiang Xingluo furrowed her brows and looked at the sky, only to realize that there was an additional cold-faced female standing beside Yuanqin. Was that Mingzheng's original form? From now on, the Beast God Temple will have 2 statues, Xingluo, and you are the High Priestess, fulfilling your duties well. Upon hearing Yuanqin's words, Jiang Xingluo felt a heavy sigh of relief in her heart. At this moment, Qingqing looked at Xingluo's return and asked, "So, is everything resolved?" "Don't worry. Mingzheng has returned to her divine position and won't disturb us anymore." Hearing this, Qingqing instantly breathed a sigh of relief. "That's good. If there's nothing else, I will return to my place." Qingqing had never liked getting involved in these matters, and now that everything was resolved, she wanted to strengthen her snake tribe. However, Jiang Xingluo did not expect Qingqing to turn around and approach in her beast form. "Xingluo, share some of your seeds with me too. My tribe's females are still hungry. Also, allocate a piece of land for me. This swamp isn't suitable for farming, right?" Jiang Xingluo looked at Qingqing helplessly. "Just take your tribe and choose for yourselves. Why ask me? As for seeds, once you find a place, come to the Jiyan tribe to find me, and there will be plenty of seeds." Qingqing saw Jiang Xingluo holding the stinky lion's hand and couldn't help but snort. "So what if you have a beast mate? It's not that impressive, I don't even care." Jiang Xingluo brought them back to the Jiyan tribe, only to find that the Jiyan tribe had returned to its former tranquility. The eagle beastmen at the messenger station were continuously delivering ores from the vicinity of Minyuan Mountain. Jiang Xingluo also made iron pots. Looking at the world now, it was getting better and better. Let's keep this beast world thriving. "Mom, look at the new herbs I planted. They can quench thirst. Mom's Yuan is the best." Jiang Xingluo reached out to touch the heads of the little cubs, feeling grateful that she had come here to meet her family. "Xingluo, I will always be with you." Jiang Xingluo leaned against Lai Wen's shoulder. I believe you. All this way, you have been with me." Summary: Jiang Xingluo accidentally travels to the beast world, where she's immediately called mom by 5 cute and weak little cubs. It turns out she has crossed into a book, becoming the vicious female of 5 villains. In the original story, her ending is tragic. She is collectively knocked out by the 5 cubs, has her limbs severed, and is directly pushed off a cliff, bleeding to death. A sense of terror spreads through her limbs and bones. No, she doesn't want to die yet. In an unexpected turn, she discovers that she has actually brought her own planted farm and ranch with her. She works hard to gain favor in front of the cubs, farming and raising beasts. And it seems the cubs have changed.